I was clearly hit by a truck and died on the spot, but when I opened my eyes again, I was back on the day of my college entrance exam. The school beauty sitting next to me had no idea that in 48 hours at most, her life would be completely shattered by a terrible piece of news. The sunlight outside the window stung my eyes, jolting me awake. My heart pounded, and my palms were drenched in cold sweat. But when I looked up and saw Su Tang, I realized that the girl who had caused me so much regret in my past life was sitting right next to me again. To everyone else, Su Tang was the sweetest school beauty, her smile capable of melting the entire summer. But only I knew that the day after the college entrance exam, her father would die at a construction site. She would give up university, shoulder the burden of her broken family alone, and ultimately be driven to severe depression by fate. A familiar laugh suddenly rang out, and Su Tang teased me, asking if I'd gone mad from the collision. But in that instant, a mechanical notification sounded in my mind. Super God System successfully bound. Newbie gift pack activated. I instantly snapped back to reality. The system had actually arrived. The next second, a deluge of knowledge flooded into my brain like a torrent. Mathematical formulas, English grammar, classical Chinese translations, all the content from my 3 years of high school was crammed in, so intensely that I almost exploded on the spot. A dozen seconds later, I finally came to my senses. When I looked at the college entrance exam knowledge again, it was so familiar that it felt like an instinct etched into my bones. The system notified me that I had acquired top-level high school knowledge, and I almost couldn't help but burst out laughing. Having been reborn with a cheat code, I will never be a coward again in this life. More importantly, this time, I must pull Su Tang's father back from the brink of death. I knew very well that as long as her father didn't get into trouble, Su Tang's life wouldn't collapse. Just then, she suddenly waved her hand in front of my eyes and asked me what was wrong with me today. Her eyes were so clear that they made my heart tighten. I stared at her for a few seconds and then suddenly called out to her. Su Tang responded blankly, but I smiled and told her that her life would definitely become very happy after the college entrance examination. She clearly didn't understand what I was saying and just thought I was talking nonsense. But only I knew that in this life, I would never let her become the person from my past life who locked herself in her room and completely lost the light. Half an hour later, the bus arrived at the examination site. As soon as the students got off the bus, chaos erupted. But just then, Su Tang slipped and fell down the steps. I rushed over almost instinctively and pulled her into my arms. The surroundings fell silent instantly. She froze in my arms, so close I could hear her breathing. I looked down and saw her ears were red. I deliberately leaned closer and asked her why she was blushing. Su Tang's face instantly turned bright red. She cursed me for being crazy, but she couldn't bring herself to push me away. I knew her too well. She was usually fierce like a little hedgehog, but actually incredibly innocent. I stared into her flustered, evasive eyes and directly proposed that if I scored higher than her in the college entrance exam, she would be my girlfriend. The air was silent for half a second. Su Tang immediately bristled, utterly disbelieving that someone at the bottom of the grade would dare challenge her. But I knew she was flustered, because I used to never dare to get this close to her. I continued to press her, urging her to take the bet. Provoked, she immediately retorted, asking what would happen if she lost. I laughed on the spot and told her that if I lost, I would reluctantly become her boyfriend. Su Tang was completely stunned. A few seconds later, she blushed and scolded me for being shameless, but I could tell that she didn't dislike me at all, and even couldn't hide her happiness. My classmates were still cheering, but images from my past life flashed through my mind again. Construction site, accident, hospital, death notice. The smile on my face gradually faded, because there were less than 48 hours left until Su Tang's father's accident. Soon, the exam officially began. The entire teaching building felt oppressive, and everyone was frantically flipping through their books to memorize. My exam room was room 17, seat 01. The first exam was Chinese. The moment the test paper was handed out, I only glanced at it, and my brain automatically provided the answers. Classical Chinese, reading comprehension, and reciting ancient poems, all the knowledge points were as clear as if I had seen the answers beforehand. That's when I truly realized just how terrifying the system was. As soon as the announcement came that the quiz was starting, I immediately lowered my head and began writing. I didn't need to think about the multiple choice questions. I could spot the reading comprehension questions at a glance, and the classical Chinese translation was like simply copying and pasting. While everyone else in the exam hall was still frowning and struggling with the questions, I had already written all the way to the essay. Even the proctor kept looking up at me, probably thinking I was just writing nonsense. But only I know that I am no longer the useless person I was in my past life. Especially when I saw the essay topic, countless inspirations exploded in my mind, and my years of experience writing novels in my past life completely erupted. I wrote almost without stopping, straight to the end. As I finished writing the last sentence, I wrote, "The stage has been set up for you. Even if you can't become a dazzling star under the spotlight, you can still be someone who applauds silently from the audience." I filled 2 whole pages of the essay paper. I glanced at the time. There was still almost an hour left before the exam ended. The proctor stood behind me for a long time, his gaze growing increasingly strange, especially when he stared at my essay and handwriting. He looked like he'd seen a ghost, as if he couldn't believe a high school student could write at this level, especially with such a striking face. After confirming that the exam paper was correct, I simply laid down on the table and closed my eyes to rest. For me at that moment, this exam was stress-free, and continuing to sit was a waste of time. I wasn't woken up until the announcement woke me up. There were only 15 minutes left. I leisurely packed my things and was the first to rush out of the exam room. I remembered that Su Tang's exam room was on the 2nd floor, so I ran straight there to wait for her. Not long after I stood in the hallway, the girls passing by started to secretly look at me, and some even screamed softly that I was more handsome than the male lead in a TV drama. I didn't care at all, because the system had already maxed out my looks. Standing in a crowd was like being out of my league. I couldn't hide, even if I wanted to. But in my eyes, all these girls combined couldn't compare to a single hair on Su Tang's head. From the moment I was reborn, she was already the future wife I had chosen. Soon, Su Tang came out of the exam room. As soon as she appeared, I saw that familiar dimple, her tall figure, and her smile that was dazzlingly sweet. She ran towards me carrying her exam bag, like a little bird just released from its cage. My heart softened instantly. This girl was still the same pure and pitiful girl from my past life. She ran up to me, and the first thing she asked was how my exam went. She pretended to be calm, but I knew her too well. She cared about this bet more than anyone else. I casually pinched her soft cheek and told her with a smile that getting into the same university as her was no problem at all. She frowned, looking unconvinced, clearly thinking I was exaggerating. "It's okay, she'll understand when the results come out. I'm not the same academic failure I used to be." I asked Su Tang what she wanted for lunch, and her eyes lit up instantly. "Chicken hot pot." I casually took her hand, and the moment I did, she froze, her cheeks flushed, her ears burned, and her heart pounded wildly. I was secretly overjoyed. You have to be proactive when pursuing a girl. Otherwise, how can there be a story? But in that sweet moment, a nightmare from a past life flashed through my mind. On the 2nd day of the college entrance exam, her father died in an accident at a construction site. From then on, she never showed such an innocent smile again. I clenched my fists instinctively and secretly vowed, in this life, no matter the cost, I must prevent that accident from happening. On the way, we walked to the food street opposite the school. The area was filled with students who had just finished their exams, their laughter and shouts mingling together. Su Tang suddenly stopped, her eyes fixed on the ice cream shop like a greedy cat, a sweet scene intertwined with a sense of unease, causing her heart to tighten slightly. I asked her if she wanted some, and she immediately nodded, clinging to my arm and swaying it playfully. I couldn't help but smile inwardly, but quickly reminded myself, I couldn't be completely immersed in this sweet moment. Her father's accident could happen at any time. I could only surrender and agree to buy her ice cream, while simultaneously plotting how to save her father. Su Tang was as happy as a child, but as I watched, my heart was pounding. Every smile, every act of coquetry reminded me. Time was running out, the countdown to the crisis had begun. The ice cream was handed to her, and her pink lips sparked a mischievous thought in my mind, but I suppressed it and whispered in her ear, "More than ice cream, I want to protect your future." Her face flushed instantly, her breathing became erratic, but she didn't struggle. My heart tightened, a mixture of sweetness and a sense of crisis surged within me, piercing my nerves like needles. We continued shopping and found a chicken hot pot restaurant to sit down. Su Tang ate with great relish, occasionally stealing glances at me with a smile and anticipation in her eyes. But I knew she was completely unaware of the danger approaching ahead. After we finished eating, she was worried about her English exam that afternoon, so I chuckled mischievously and said, "How about we get a room and rest for a bit?" She froze instantly, her face turning bright red, and she called me a pervert. I suppressed a laugh, knowing in my heart that sweetness and protection must go hand in hand. Just then, my phone vibrated, and a news notification popped up. Promotional information for a construction site in the Eastern District of Jiangxing. I froze, my heart pounding. It was the construction site where Su Tang's father worked. Then I took her directly to a nearby hotel, checked her in, and she immediately pounced on the big bed like a lazy little cat. But I still pulled her up to review her English, and while she watched me explain the questions, she discovered that I could even answer the questions she didn't know. Half an hour later, after we finished reviewing the test paper, she was so sleepy that she kept yawning. I didn't stay in her room any longer, but went back to my own room to sleep and wait for the afternoon exam. When I woke up at 2:30, I knocked on her door. She was still sleepy and looked a little dazed. Just before I entered the exam room, she deliberately threatened me, saying that if I didn't do well on the English test, she would report me for bullying her. I was completely stunned, but I knew that she was actually concerned about me. I smiled and ruffled her hair, telling her not to worry, that she wouldn't be disappointed with the English exam this time. As soon as the exam started, I was completely stunned. When the listening section began, I couldn't understand a single word, and my mind went blank for a few seconds. The next second, I suddenly remembered those ridiculous English guessing tips I found online. If 3 are long and 1 is short, choose the shortest. If they are of different lengths, choose B. I started frantically scribbling randomly. In less than a minute, I finished the listening section. The student behind me looked at me with a completely different expression, convinced that I was a hopeless, academically challenged student. But when I got to the later questions, the situation was completely different. I could understand unfamiliar words at a glance. The knowledge from the system's top-tier learning program really came in handy. Reading comprehension, closed tests, and error correction questions were like freebies. I breezed through them all. The exam ended at 5 p.m., and I felt incredibly relaxed. The college entrance exam was no longer a source of any pressure for me. When I got to the second floor, I saw Su Tang standing quietly at the entrance of the corridor. She was as beautiful as a painting, and I was almost stunned. As soon as she saw me, she ran over, handed me her exam bag, and asked me with a smile how my English exam went. She was clearly more nervous than when I took the exam myself. I flicked her forehead and told her that getting into the same university would definitely be no problem. She happily pulled me and ran towards the school gate. Just as I stepped out of the school gate, Jinta suddenly appeared and asked me if I wanted to learn to operate an excavator at Lanxiang Vocational School in September, which almost made me burst out laughing. The next second, he saw me holding hands with Su Tang and froze, probably never dreaming that I would actually steal the school beauty away. As we took the bus back to school, our homeroom teacher looked at us with a complicated expression. Tomorrow, after the college entrance exam, we'll all really go our separate ways. After getting off the bus, Su Tang and I pushed our bicycles outside. The setting sun shone brightly on her face, making her so beautiful that I couldn't take my eyes off her for a moment. Golden sunlight shone on her hair, and a gentle breeze blew through it. She looked like a heroine in a youth movie, unrealistically beautiful. I suddenly felt incredibly grateful that I had been reborn. Only in this way could I see Su Tang at 18 again and protect her once more. When the girl noticed me staring at her blankly, she immediately became smug and deliberately put on a haughty expression, asking if I wanted to have math tutoring that night. She was clearly worried that my grades weren't good enough and that I wouldn't get into a good university. I didn't call her out on it, just smiled and nodded, saying we could study together via video that night. After I agreed, she was so happy that she rode her bicycle home, her smile almost uncontrollable. After I took her home, I didn't go home myself, but instead rode my bicycle to my mother's laundry shop because I hadn't seen her in so long. Pushing open the shop door, I saw my mother wearing gloves, polishing shoes for a customer. Seeing her in her youth, my eyes welled up with tears. In my past life, I thought she was nagging, but now I understand how hard my parents worked to support the family. The system issued a task for me to deliver clothes to my mother. If I completed it, I would receive points and a basic cooking skill. I hardly hesitated, grabbed the clothes, and set off. I rode around the nearby neighborhoods in half an hour, and for the first time, I truly experienced how tiring life at the bottom of society can be. Some older apartment buildings don't even have elevators, so I have to climb the stairs one floor at a time. And then there are customers who complain, saying the clothes aren't clean enough, and their attitude is incredibly difficult. After completing the task, the system reward arrived, and in an instant, cooking skills flooded my mind. I mastered the art of controlling heat and knife skills in a flash. When I got home, my mom had already prepared my favorite braised pork. The familiar aroma wafted towards me, and I suddenly felt that being reborn was truly a gift from God. Lying in bed, I seriously explored the system shop for the first time, and the sight of various skills and items filled me with excitement. By continuously completing tasks and earning points, I could gradually become stronger, upgrading my cooking, singing, martial arts, and even my appearance. In this world, being reborn meant endless possibilities. My mom knocked on the door to call me for dinner, and I snapped out of my reverie in the mall. When I went to the living room, I saw my dad slumped exhausted at the dining table. After a long day driving for a ride-hailing service, he was completely worn out, but the first thing he asked me was how my exams went. At that moment, a mix of emotions welled up inside me, both heartache and a determination to change things. With my mouth full of braised pork, I smiled and told them that I was basically guaranteed admission to Tsinghua or Peking University. Dad immediately laughed and said that if I really got in, he would get me a 3-piece fruit set. But looking at their young faces, I felt a pang of sadness. Growing up, I realized how hard my parents had worked. In my past life, I only knew how to play games and wasted my time, never caring about my family. Now, reborn, for the first time, I genuinely want them to have a good life. After dinner, back in my room, I received a message from Su Tang. That girl had clearly been waiting for me, asking why I wasn't online yet. I teased her on purpose, saying I was getting in for drip. She immediately panicked, thinking I was sick, and kept asking me what happened. Her anxious look almost made me laugh to death. I sent her a cheesy pickup line, saying that the 4 drip was for the nights I missed her. She cursed me for being a jerk, but immediately video called me. When the video call connected, I froze. She had changed into pink pajamas, her hair was loose, and she looked incredibly cute. She was secretly watching me through the screen, like a shy little bunny. I almost kissed her through the screen. Her cuteness on the other end of the screen made my heart flutter. She looked at me and asked if I'd seen the challenging math problems the teacher had posted. I opened the group chat, and sure enough, there were 3 extremely difficult questions. With the system's support, solutions instantly popped into my head, and I felt completely at ease. This time, I was no longer the academic failure I was in my past life. Su Tang looked distressed and said she couldn't do the last question at all, which made me burst out laughing. A new system task had also just been triggered, igniting my fighting spirit. Teaching her the problem would not only reward me with points, but I'd also get access to the big questions from tomorrow's college entrance exam. This system was ridiculously absurd. I coughed twice on purpose and said that the problem was actually very simple and I could teach her. Su Tang looked skeptical, clearly thinking I was bragging. But as soon as I pointed the camera at the scratch paper and began to explain the problem step by step, she gradually quieted down, becoming more and more shocked as she listened. She understood the parts she didn't know before instantly after my explanation, and her stunned expression made me incredibly happy. Half an hour later, the entire function problem was solved, and Su Tang stood there dumbfounded, clutching her scratch paper. She probably never dreamed that I could actually solve it. Seeing her adorable blank expression, I continued to act cocky, saying that since she had learned it, I would give her another problem. I then sent her the system's reward problem with slightly modified numbers. Her face fell when she saw the new problem, but she remained defiant, frantically working on the calculations. The simultaneous sweetness and competitive feeling made my heart race. Watching her diligently working on her problems via video, I realized that when you like someone, even their frowns seem adorable. When she got stuck, I patiently taught her, and the way she looked at me became increasingly strange. She was clearly starting to question her existence. My past image as a hopeless student completely collapsed. She probably suspected I was secretly cheating. After finishing all the questions, her eyes sparkled with joy, like she had discovered a treasure. Seeing that it was getting late, I teased her, suggesting we come over to my place to shower and sleep together. She instantly blushed and called me a pervert, but I knew she didn't dislike me at all. After hanging up the video call, I lay in bed staring at the ceiling, with only one thought in my mind. In this life, I must spoil Su Tang like a real princess. The sweet scene intertwined with the responsibility of protecting her, filling my heart with motivation. The next morning, I felt incredibly unwell the moment I opened my eyes. Having returned to my 18-year-old self, my body and energy were significantly stronger than in my previous life. In my past life, I stayed up all night drinking, but now I felt completely refreshed just waking up. The advantages of being reborn made me feel like I was given a new lease on life. As usual, my mom prepared breakfast before dawn, getting ready to go to the laundry shop. Watching her hurried figure, I felt a pang of sadness. I used to find my parents nagging annoying, but now I realize they work so hard to earn money so I can have an easy life. After dinner, I rode my bike to Building 4. Su Tang slowly walked out, pushing her pink bicycle. She was wearing a pink short-sleeved shirt and shorts today, and her long, fair legs stunned me. She looked like an anime heroine stepped into reality. Even without makeup, her skin was glowing white, radiating youthful energy. When she saw me staring blankly, she immediately became smug, pouting and asking what I was looking at. I casually told her I was admiring her beauty. At that moment, she was both shy and happy, which warmed my heart. I deliberately recited a line from the Book of Songs to praise her. Her skin is like cream, her eyes are bright and beautiful. She blushed and lowered her head, cursing me for being a jerk, but her ears turned completely red. Her shy yet happy expression almost made me want to kiss her through the screen. On the way, she kept asking me if I was secretly studying. I seriously bragged that I had been studying until 3 a.m. every day since the beginning of high school, just so I could get into the same university as her. She burst out laughing on the spot, but she clearly believed me a little, otherwise she wouldn't have secretly looked at me several times along the way. Upon arriving at school, everyone was filled with mixed emotions, because today was the last day of the college entrance examination, which also meant the official end of 3 years of high school. The air was thick with a mixture of tension and relief, creating a subtle atmosphere. Jindo tried to get me to fencing the moment we met, and I almost kicked him away. But this guy also wanted to take me to an internet cafe to play games, even though I've long since lost interest in them. My past life was ruined by gaming addiction. This time, I'm determined not to repeat that mistake. Once on the bus, Su Tang and I sat together again. She secretly flipped through the math problems I'd worked on the night before, her focused expression melting my heart. A mix of sweetness and a sense of responsibility mingled within me, and I smiled to myself. When we arrived at the exam hall, I deliberately tugged at her braid. She pouted, but obediently let me pinch her cheeks. I gave her the math problems and answers I had prepared beforehand, telling her to review them twice before the exam, because the last big question today was crucial. Upon entering the exam room, I immediately flipped to the last page and saw the question. I was ecstatic. The system had given me the exact same question, posing absolutely no pressure. The advantage of being reborn made me feel completely in control of the exam. That was a full 15-point question. Solving it would elevate many people's grades significantly. And I already knew the answer. The entire math paper was no challenge for me anymore. While others were frantically working through the problems, I had already smoothly progressed to the end. Especially for the last function question, I barely even used scratch paper. I wrote out the complete steps directly, even more smoothly than the standard answer. After the exam, as soon as I got to the second floor, Su Tang was already standing there waiting for me, and her expression was clearly very excited. Because she also noticed that the last big question today was almost exactly the same type of question I gave her last night. She definitely hit the jackpot this time. But just as she was about to ask me what happened, I immediately pretended to be clueless and said that I was just lucky and guessed randomly, and she actually believed me. There was no way around it. Nobody dared to even think about the college entrance exam questions being leaked, so she just felt like I was incredibly lucky. After the math exam, we were both completely relieved because only the science exam was left, and the stress of 3 years of high school was finally almost over. I took her to the nearby KFC. The little girl was so happy the whole way. She even skipped around, clearly in a great mood. What truly surprised me was that she actually said that in the future, we shouldn't be the only ones making sacrifices in a relationship. She also wanted to spend money on me. When I heard this, I suddenly looked at her very seriously, because I knew that this kind of girl was incredibly rare. Many people only know how to take, but Su Tang was thinking about how to maintain the relationship from the very beginning. Who wouldn't be moved by such a pure and earnest girl? So I smiled and asked her directly, "Does that mean we can officially start dating now?" Her face turned red instantly after hearing that. Su Tang panicked instantly, her face turning as red as a ripe apple, and she didn't even dare to lift her head. She desperately denied it, saying who wanted to date me, but her shy and embarrassed appearance had already given away her true feelings. To change the subject, this girl started ordering food like crazy burgers, fries, duck wings, cola. She ordered a whole bunch of things in one go. as if she wanted to bankrupt me. Looking at her gluttonous appearance, I couldn't help but laugh and say she'd become a little piggy sooner or later. She immediately bristled, saying she hadn't eaten any of my rice. But I didn't care at all. Instead, I found her incredibly genuine. Compared to those girls who pretend to be ladylike, I liked Su Tang's personality much more. After lunch, we did the same as yesterday and took a nap at a hotel. After all, the real challenge was the science exam in the afternoon, a full 8 pages of questions. When the papers were handed out, everyone in the exam hall looked terribly surprised. The science exam wasn't just difficult. The amount of calculation was terrifying, and many people couldn't finish it. But I'm no longer the academic underachiever I used to be. With the support of systematic knowledge, those physics formulas and chemical equations were frighteningly clear in my mind. While others were frantically listing formulas, I was already working my way up through the problems, the whole process as smooth as if I had X-ray vision. When the bell rang at 5 p.m. to finish the exams, I finally breathed a long sigh of relief, because at that moment, my 12-year student life had finally come to an end. As soon as I stepped out of the exam hall, I saw Su Tang already standing in the hallway waiting for me. The girl had a smile on her face and her eyes were sparkling. She had clearly done exceptionally well on the exam. I walked over and casually pinched her cheek. She didn't flinch. Instead, she stood next to me quite naturally, as if she had already accepted our relationship. She asked me how my exam went, and I told her directly that if she could get into any university, I could too. She didn't believe me outwardly, but she was secretly overjoyed. On the bus back to school, everyone was incredibly excited because after the college entrance exam, they were finally truly free and no longer burdened by studying every day. But when the bus pulled into Manhwa No. 1 high school, it suddenly fell silent, because everyone knew this might be the last time they would return to school. Many girls had red eyes, and some were even secretly wiping away tears. After all, this place held 3 years of their youth, and many unspoken regrets. Even the usually stern director Pan stood at the school gate to see us off, and could only shake his head helplessly as he watched the couple secretly holding hands. As for Su Tang and me, we finally didn't have to be secretive anymore, because we had officially graduated and no one could interfere with our relationship anymore. Just as I was pushing my bicycle to leave, someone called my name from behind. I turned around and saw Zhao Yalu running towards me. She was wearing a white dress and looked extremely nervous. The next second, she told me that she had deliberately done poorly on her college entrance exam so that she could go to the same university as me. When I heard those words, I was completely stunned because I never expected that she liked me to this extent. But I still subconsciously looked at Su Tang next to me, because from the moment I was reborn, there was no room for anyone else in my heart. So I told Zhao Yalu very seriously that the person I liked was Su Tang, not anyone else. When I said that, Su Tang was completely stunned. She never expected that I would admit to liking her in front of others. In that instant, her face turned bright red, and even her breathing became erratic. Zhao Yalu asked me, unwilling to give up, why we hadn't been together before if I liked Su Tang. I told her directly that it was because I didn't want to affect her studies. But now that the college entrance exam was over, I didn't want to hide it anymore. So I turned to Su Tang and, for the first time, seriously asked her if she liked me. When I suddenly asked her that question, she almost froze. Her face turned bright red, and she stammered for a long time before finally whispering, "I like you." Although her voice was very soft, I still heard her, and at that moment, I felt as if all the regrets of my past life had been completely made up for. I smiled and told Zhao Yalu that I hoped she could find someone who truly liked her in the future, and then I took Su Tang, who was so shy she was stunned, and left the school. The setting sun shone on us. Su Tang pushed her pink bicycle, keeping her head down the whole way, not daring to look at me, but the barely suppressed smile on her lips said it all. The moment Su Tang made eye contact with the blonde-haired guy, she panicked instantly, instinctively grabbing Mu Chen's sleeve. The guys were clearly drunk, staggering as they walked, but their eyes were fixed on her like predators. The blonde-haired guy with the pointed chin and monkey-like face, in particular, practically glazed over when he saw Su Tang, sobering up halfway and whistling incessantly. "Brother, this girl is so hot. Her legs are so white." The tattooed man next to her grinned, his breath reeking of alcohol as he stared at Su Tang with malicious intent. TSK, little sister, why don't you keep your big brother company for a while tonight?" Hearing this, Su Tang's face turned pale instantly, and she instinctively hid behind Mu Chun, her breathing becoming tense. She had never encountered such a scene before, let alone in such a dark alley. At this moment, Mu Chun was squatting on the ground helping her install the bicycle chain, but after hearing the voices of this group of people, his face turned completely cold. In his previous life, he had seen all sorts of strange and monstrous things after entering society. He was no longer the student who only knew how to play games. Seeing Su Tang's frightened expression, he couldn't suppress his anger any longer. Tang Tang, stand behind me. Mu Chun slowly stood up, shielding Su Tang behind him, then looked expressionlessly at the three drunkards. Brothers, if you've had too much to drink, go home early and don't cause trouble for yourselves. But those blonde-haired guys clearly didn't take him seriously, especially the weasel-faced one. Seeing that Mu Chun was so much more handsome than them, he felt inexplicably annoyed. Pretty boy, what are you pretending for? Bringing such a pretty girl out here, isn't it just for show? As he spoke, the guy actually took 2 steps forward, trying to reach out and touch Su Tang. But the next second slap, a crisp slap, rang out instantly. The blonde guy was completely stunned by the slap. The bottle flew out and smashed on the ground, and half of his face visibly swelled up. No one expected Mu Chun to be so ruthless. Su Tang was completely stunned, because while Mu Chun was usually sarcastic, he had never actually laid a hand on anyone. But now, his eyes were terrifyingly cold. I'm warning you. Take one more step, and I'll make you crawl home tonight. The blonde-haired guy covered his face, stunned for a few seconds, then completely exploded. Damn it! You dare hit me! He was about to rush forward when Mu Chun gave him no chance, kicking him squarely in the stomach. Bang! The guy flew backward, crashing into the wall and screaming in pain, clutching his stomach, almost vomiting up his drink. The other 2 thugs' expressions instantly changed, because they never expected a high school student to dare to strike first and with such ruthlessness. But they outnumbered him, and the tattooed man grabbed a bottle and charged forward. You little bastard, I'll kill you. But just as he raised the bottle, Mu Chun grabbed his wrist and snapped it down hard. Crack! The bottle fell to the ground with a crisp sound. The tattooed man collapsed to his knees in agony, screaming in agony. The blonde-haired guy, witnessing this, was sobered up instantly. These 3 gangsters were being completely overpowered by a high school student. Most terrifyingly, Mu Chun remained remarkably calm throughout, unlike any ordinary student. Meanwhile, Su Tang was utterly dumbfounded. She hid behind Mu Chun, her small hands gripping his clothes tightly, her heart pounding. Because the Mu Chun of today was completely different from the carefree guy at school. Especially the moment he stood in front of her, she felt incredibly safe. Finally, the blonde-haired guy swallowed hard, actually chickening out. Bro, buddy, let's talk this out. It was a misunderstanding. A misunderstanding? Mu Chun sneered, slowly walking towards them. Weren't you so arrogant just now? The 3 men were completely terrified. They realized that this high school student didn't seem like a student at all. He seemed more like a ruthless criminal. Get lost, Mu Chun said with just one word. The next second, the 3 blonde-haired men didn't even bother to pick up the bottle. They turned and ran. Only after they completely disappeared at the end of the alley did Su Tang finally breathe a sigh of relief. But the next second, her legs went weak, and she almost squatted down. Mu Chun quickly supported her. What's wrong? I'm scared. Su Tang's voice trembled, and her face was pale. She was clearly genuinely frightened. After all, that scene was too much of a shock for an 18-year-old girl. Mu Chun looked at Su Tang in his arms, and his heart softened instantly. He gently rubbed her head. It's all right, it's okay now. With me here, no one can bully you. Hearing this, Su Tang's nose tingled, and her eyes instantly reddened. She threw herself into Mu Chun's arms, hugging him tightly with her little hands. You naughty Mu Chun. You really scared me to death just now. I was just about to ride away when Su Tang suddenly called out to me urgently from behind, saying her bicycle chain had fallen off. I immediately turned back to help her fix it, but her eyes kept glancing to the side, as if she had seen something terrifying. As I was bending down to fix the chain, a weasel-faced thug suddenly approached, staring at Su Tang with a disgusting smile. 2 other thugs also surrounded her, especially the fat one with a face full of scars. He didn't look like a good person at all. Su Tang was so scared that she secretly tugged at my clothes, but I was still looking for a branch to pry open the chain. It wasn't until the thugs started harassing her that I suddenly looked up and warned them to get lost, but they didn't take me seriously at all. The thugs stared at Su Tang's legs and face, their smiles growing increasingly lewd. They told me to get lost, saying that if I left Su Tang behind, they would let me leave safely. The air crackled with tension. Just then, a system notification popped up in my mind. If I drove away these 3 thugs, I would receive points and martial arts rewards. Looking at the 3 men before me, a fierce determination began to form in my heart for the first time. To be honest, I was scared too. There were 3 of them, and I was alone. Especially that 200-pound fat guy. He was like a mountain. But when I saw Su Tang's pale face, I couldn't take a step back. Su Tang, with red eyes, urged me to leave quickly, but that rooster-haired thug had already pounced on her. I stood up and grabbed his hair, while simultaneously activating a beginner-level martial art in my mind. The next second, my body ached as if it were being torn apart. The rooster-haired guy took the opportunity to kick me in the stomach, and I fell to the ground on the spot. The thugs laughed arrogantly, and Su Tang was so scared that tears streamed down her face. But they had no idea that the power within my body was undergoing a wild transformation, with a flood of unfamiliar boxing techniques and fighting skills pouring into my brain. When I opened my eyes again, even I felt different. The sharp-faced thug lunged at Su Tang again, but I grabbed her to dodge the attack, wiped away the tears from the corners of her eyes, and told her to stand aside and watch, and that I would take care of the rest. When she looked up, she was completely stunned. 3 thugs rushed at me. I bent down to dodge their punches, grabbed the sharp-faced thug's shoulder, and delivered a knee strike. With a crack, the guy instantly clutched his groin and screamed in agony, his eyes rolling back in his head from the pain. The heart-wrenching screams woke the other 2 thugs, especially when they saw their brother pass out from the pain. Both of them instinctively covered their genitals, and their gazes towards me changed. The guy with the mohawk who had been so arrogant just moments before now had a forced smile on his face, wishing me and Su Tang a long and happy life together. Then, he and the fat guy carried the man and ran, and the entire alley fell silent instantly. After it was all over, I looked back at Su Tang. Her eyes were red from crying, and she threw herself into my arms and wouldn't let go. I could only pat her back and coax her not to cry, saying that crying would make her face look ugly. Her biggest worry was whether my stomach was okay, so I simply grabbed her little hand and pressed it against my abs, telling her that I was perfectly fine. Her face turned bright red as soon as she touched it. Later, I fixed her chain and rode my bike home with her. When we got downstairs, I gave her all the plush toys I had won. She held the toys and looked at me, her eyes overflowing with joy. I leaned close to her ear and whispered that she was the person I wanted to hug and pamper from now on. Her face instantly turned bright red, and she called me a stinky moochun, but then suddenly kissed me. She hurriedly pushed her bicycle into the neighborhood, not forgetting to turn back and call out to me to go out with her tomorrow. I stood there, touching my kissed cheek, watching her back, and couldn't help but laugh. I only left after watching Su Tang run into the building. When I pushed my stroller back home, my mom was already sitting on the sofa watching TV. She even asked me if I had fun playing with Su Tang tonight. As soon as I sat down, my dad started asking me about my estimated college entrance exam score. He'd been worried I wouldn't get into a university, but I was surprisingly calm because I felt I'd performed exceptionally well on the exam. I told him directly that I felt I could get into the same university as Su Tang, and my dad immediately laughed, clearly thinking I was exaggerating. But I was too lazy to explain. They'd be dumbfounded when the scores came out. My mom was very protective of me, saying that even if I didn't do well on the exam, I could retake it. But the thought of retaking it made my scalp tingle. I've only been given a second chance at life, and I would never go through that hellish senior year of high school again. Later, I made an excuse that I was sleepy and went straight to my room. But as soon as I closed the door, my parents were secretly talking about me and Su Tang outside. They were even starting to fantasize about what it would be like for her to become their daughter-in-law. Lying in bed, I couldn't help but laugh. In my past life, I worked myself to the bone every day, living like a dog. I'd never felt so relaxed before. This feeling of starting over was truly amazing. Suddenly, I remembered the recipe the system had rewarded me with, so I opened the system panel and discovered that besides points in martial arts, I'd actually received a high-level gourmet recipe book. I took out the recipe book and flipped through a few pages. It was full of Australian lobster, golden foie gras, and top-grade steak, which made me frown. Given my family's current circumstances, we couldn't even afford the ingredients. I casually tossed the recipe book aside and scrolled through some short videos for a while. Suddenly, I remembered that my physical abilities had doubled and I had even learned martial arts. I wondered if I had become stronger in some other aspects as well. So I silently opened my browser and entered the mysterious website address from my past life. When the page successfully popped up, I instantly perked up, even preparing toilet paper in advance. The next morning, I jumped out of bed as soon as the alarm rang. Because I was going out with Su Tang today, I specially dug out my best outfit and even carefully shaved and trimmed my eyebrows. Looking at my 98-point face in the mirror, I couldn't help but exclaim how handsome I was. When I finished getting ready and went downstairs, Su Tang was already waiting for me. But as soon as I saw her, I froze on the spot. Today she was wearing a white shirt and a light blue pleated skirt, with black stockings and school uniform shoes. She looked like a school heroine straight out of an anime, especially her eyes, which were so beautiful I couldn't take my eyes off her. She ran up to me with a grin and asked if I looked good. I almost blurted out what I had seen last night, but luckily she was too naive and didn't understand at all, just staring at me blankly. That's when I realized she had even coordinated her eyeshadow and contact lenses for the day, matching the colors to her dress. I was stunned, because it was the first time I'd ever heard of contact lenses matching clothes. Seeing her smug little expression, I couldn't help but ruffle her hair and ask her where she was taking me today. Suddenly, she pulled 2 anime convention tickets out of her bag. I truly didn't expect that this girl would secretly buy tickets to the anime convention and even dress up like this to come with me. Looking into her bright, sparkling eyes, my heart skipped a beat. Later, we got on the bus together, and she fell asleep on my shoulder. When the sunlight shone on her face, I suddenly felt that if I could stay with her like this forever, it would be quite blissful. After the bus arrived at its stop, I led her into the stadium, where we were surrounded by cosplayers and anime characters. The entire venue was bustling like another world, and Su Tang was already excitedly pulling me inside. As soon as Su Tang and I entered the stadium, we found it was even more extravagant than I had imagined. The entire plaza was almost full of people, and Su Tang, dressed in a JK uniform, attracted countless stares as she appeared. The boys around us were practically staring. Some were staring at her black stockings, some at her legs, and others were looking at me with envy, clearly assuming I was their boyfriend. But Su Tang didn't care about the stares. She held my hand tightly the whole time, and as soon as we got to the ticket gate, she suddenly started frantically hinting that I should buy ice cream. She first asked me if I was hungry, then if I was thirsty, and finally if I was hot. At first, I didn't realize what she meant, but then I looked in the direction she was looking and realized, wow, she was craving the ice cream from the stall next door. I teased her by saying that eating ice cream so early in the morning could cause diarrhea, and she immediately grabbed my arm and started whining in a soft voice that sent chills down my spine. She even brought up my mom to threaten me. She said if I didn't buy it for her, she would tell Aunt Ping that I was bullying her. I was stunned, because my mom treats her better than her own son, so this tactic was incredibly damaging to me. Just as we were fooling around, a girl in a Lolita dress suddenly ran over and said she wanted to add Su Tang as a friend. I thought it was just normal friendship, but what she said next almost made my CPU burn out. The girl blushed and told us that her boyfriend thought I was really handsome and wanted to add me on QQ. He even asked if I was interested in BL, boys love, content. I felt a chill run down my spine. I quickly said that I was straight, and the couple awkwardly ran away. Su Tang was already laughing hysterically, standing next to me and teasing me in the same tone as the girl. I was a little exasperated by her laughter, so I simply reached out and lifted her chin, looking her straight in the eyes to tell her that I wasn't interested in BL, but I was extremely interested in her. As soon as I said that, Su Tang's face turned bright red, even her ears started to burn. She could only lower her head and mutter under her breath, "You stinky Mu-chun," but she couldn't suppress the urge to smile. We finally got into the convention hall, which was packed with cosplayers and photographers. Some people were even playing Chicken You're So Beautiful on basketball. The whole place was chaotic yet incredibly lively. Just then, Su Tang suddenly dragged me to a fashion show area. It said something about finding a grass-planting queen. Anyone who wore a JK uniform or hanfu and walked the runway would have a chance to win a prize. At first, I didn't understand, but when I saw the words grass-planting queen, my mind almost automatically conjured up something else. Luckily, I stopped myself in time and didn't let it slip. Su Tang was clearly very excited. She'd loved pretty dresses since she was little, and now seeing the chance to wear all sorts of new clothes for free made her eyes light up. Finally, she mustered up her courage and asked me if I wanted to go with her. To be honest, I was a little stunned because I'd never been on a stage like this before. But she just grabbed my hand and shook it back and forth, looking like she'd be heartbroken if I didn't agree. Finally, I gave in to her nagging and had no choice but to go with her to the physical store to pick out clothes. The saleswoman there gave me sly looks. The store manager, in particular, had her eyes light up when she saw Su Tang and me. She even led us to the DK menswear section and enthusiastically helped me choose shirts and ties. Su Tang stood beside me very attentively, even picking out the tie color for me, then eagerly shoved the clothes into my hands, urging me to go in and try them on. As I walked into the dressing room with the DK uniform, the girl outside kept urging me to hurry up, and I myself started to wonder what it would look like in it. After changing into the DK uniform, I felt like my aura had changed. With the white shirt and tie, I looked like I had stepped out of a campus idol drama, and even I was a little unaccustomed to it. As soon as I pushed open the locker room door, the group of girls outside fell silent for a few seconds, then all eyes turned to me. Some even pulled out their phones to add me as a contact. I was initially quite calm, but the girls' discussion became increasingly outrageous, with one even saying she wanted to ask me out that night. I was getting really nervous and could only pretend I hadn't heard anything and quickly go find Su Tang. As it turned out, this girl was playing on her phone while holding an ice cream cone. The moment she saw me, her eyes lit up, and she even forgot to hide her ice cream, staring at me in a daze. She circled me once, her face growing increasingly red, and finally even used a line from the Book of Songs to praise me, saying something about a virtuous gentleman who can never be forgotten. I was almost speechless. Luckily, I reacted quickly and translated her classical Chinese sentence directly. I even leaned closer and asked her if she had already memorized me. As a result, her face turned red to the roots of her ears. She called me a stinky moo chun, but the next second she handed me her half-eaten ice cream. Looking at the little spoon she had bitten, I suddenly felt like we were already living as a couple. Later, the store manager came over and her eyes lit up when she saw me wearing DK. She even said that Su Tang could bring me into the industry and make me a model for Gemini. Su Tang was even happier when she heard that. Without saying a word, she ran to pay for the clothes, not giving me a chance to refuse. Before I could even react, she had already paid for the clothes. After we registered, she dragged me to get some coffee. But when we got to the door, I realized it was actually a maid cafe, and I instantly perked up. But Su Tang's expression immediately changed. She clearly mistook it for a place where you could play board games with someone, and she was secretly watching my reaction, as if she was afraid I'd be seduced by one of the maids inside. I teased her, asking if she was worried about not being as pretty as the maids inside. She immediately bristled, saying she wasn't worried at all. She just hated the feeling of the maids fawning over her. When we pushed open the door, 6 maids in black stockings and cat ears bowed and greeted us, saying, "Welcome home, master." I admit, for a moment I couldn't help but steal a few more glances. The next second, Su Tang grabbed my arm tightly. She pouted and glared at me, warning me not to look around. She was clearly starting to get jealous. To be honest, seeing her pouty little face made me feel really good, because it meant she was starting to see me as her man. Later, we sat down and ordered coffee and cake. She was still bothered by me peeking at her black stockings earlier, and even asked me sarcastically if they looked good. I almost burst out laughing. I could only quickly admit defeat and say that all the maids combined weren't as pretty as her. She was still being aloof, but her expression clearly showed that I had already made her happy. 10 minutes later, we finished our cake and returned to the event venue. By then, the stage was already set up, and there were onlookers all around. Su Tang's hands were getting colder and colder. I looked down and realized that she was incredibly nervous. She was usually fearless when giving speeches at school, but now her breathing was erratic, and her eyes were full of anxiety. Just as the host announced the official start of the event, I gently squeezed her little hand and told her not to be afraid, that I would go on stage with her. She finally mustered up the courage to follow me backstage. The backstage area was full of people participating in the competition, mostly girls wearing JK uniforms and Hanfu, as well as quite a few boys wearing DK uniforms. I even saw a few guys dressed as women. Su Tang's eyes lit up the moment she saw the boys in skirts. She grinned mischievously at me and said that with my looks, I would definitely be gorgeous in a skirt. My head throbbed when I heard that, and I immediately shook my head frantically. I knew very well that there was no going back to cross-dressing. I absolutely couldn't take that first step. Just then, the store manager suddenly came over and asked us if we had decided what poses to strike. Su Tang and I were both stunned, because neither of us had considered such a thing at all. Especially Su Tang, who was so excited just now, panicked the moment she heard the word pose. Her face instantly fell, and she was clearly starting to get nervous. Looking at her pitiful expression, I could only rub her head to comfort her, saying that truly beautiful people don't need to deliberately pose. Just standing there confidently is enough. She seemed much more at ease after hearing this, and she gripped my hand tightly again. The store manager also gave us number plates. I was number 51, and she was number 52. We officially entered the competition as a Gemini couple. Soon, the couples ahead of us started going on stage. One was wearing a red hanfu, and the other a white one. As soon as they stepped onto the stage, the entire audience screamed. Their presence was truly impressive. I was still admiring their professionalism when, in the next second, the host called out our numbers. I was completely stunned. It was so fast. Su Tang became even more nervous. Her little hands were ice cold, and even her breathing became erratic. I could only take the initiative, interlocking my fingers with hers, and lead her towards the stage. As soon as we stepped out from backstage, all the female contestants around me started glancing at me furtively. Some even stared at me blankly, their eyes filled with envy and regret. Because they noticed that I was already with Su Tang, and Su Tang looked absolutely stunning today, the kind of first love goddess that every guy dreams of. When we walked down the red carpet, almost everyone was looking at us. Although we were just wearing ordinary JK and DK uniforms, not as glamorous as the hanfu we had worn before, our good looks still instantly made the place explode. I could clearly hear the girls around me shouting that I was handsome, and some even said they had to know everything about me within 10 minutes, while the boys were almost all staring at Su Tang. She was really too much today, with her high ponytail and JK uniform, coupled with that shy and nervous little expression, which directly triggered the protective instincts of those boys to the maximum. With so many people staring at her, Su Tang became so nervous that she didn't dare to lift her head. Her little hands clenched tighter and tighter, and she shrank to the side of me like a frightened little rabbit. I could only force a relaxed smile and then quietly remind her to make a heart shape with my hands. She hesitated for a moment, but still obediently followed my lead and stretched out her hand. When our fingers formed a heart in the air, the flashbulbs went off instantly, and she and I both burst out laughing. The single people in the audience were driven crazy by our display of affection. Some said it was too sweet, others were incredibly jealous, and some couples even started arguing on the spot. But I still felt it wasn't enough, because I noticed that Su Tang was still a little reserved, so I squatted down in front of everyone and let her sit on my shoulders. She was completely stunned, clearly not expecting me to do this. But in the end, she blushed and obediently hugged me, putting her legs on my shoulders. The next second, I grabbed her ankle and stood up, causing an uproar in the room. The screams almost lifted the entire venue. When Su Tang sat on my shoulders, she was completely stunned. She probably never dreamed that I would give her such a sense of security in this situation. The girls in the audience had completely gone crazy, shouting that he was incredibly manly, and one chubby girl even asked her boyfriend to carry her like that, which nearly made the guy collapse on the spot. On stage, when Su Tang was riding on my shoulders, she was practically blushing, her face incredibly red, but she was holding onto my neck tighter and tighter, clearly having completely become dependent on me. The audience below the stage was completely overwhelmed by our display of affection, wailing and howling that they had come to the comic convention only to be force-fed a mouthful of dog food, a Chinese slang term for witnessing public displays of affection. After I put Su Tang down from my shoulder, all the contestants backstage were watching us, and some girls looked on with envy, saying that my boyfriend was like someone who had stepped out of a novel. When Su Tang heard others praising me, she was overjoyed. Her eyes were practically drooling, and she even secretly asked me if I was tired. She looked just like a clingy little kitten. I deliberately leaned close to her ear and said that I'd let her experience what it's like to feel like she's floating on air sometime in the future. The girl understood instantly, blushed, and scolded me for having inappropriate thoughts. But the more shy she became, the more amusing I found it, especially since it was particularly stuffy backstage and she was starting to sweat. So I simply took out a wet wipe from my bag and wiped her face with my own hands. She just stood there obediently letting me wipe her sweat, her eyes fixed on me, her smile impossible to suppress. She was clearly completely captivated. Later, we left the backstage area and went to sit and rest under the air conditioner vent. I casually opened the voting page, and as soon as I clicked on it, I was completely dumbfounded. The couple in Hanfu had over 4,000 votes, while the audience was only a few hundred at most. The data was ridiculously fake. It was obvious someone had rigged the votes. Su Tang pouted, clearly upset for us. I could only comfort her, saying the organizers weren't stupid. The data was obviously suspicious. As it turned out, what happened next was exactly what I predicted. The votes for that couple who had manipulated the system surged to over 6,000, so obviously fake it couldn't be more obvious, which actually helped us secure second place. With nothing else to do, I decided to play a game of King of Glory with Su Tang. She played Yao and dodged my attacks, while I played Zhao Yun and completely dominated, going 16-0 and leaving the opposing team questioning their existence. Su Tang was ecstatic, praising my skills as we played, and her adoring gaze made me feel incredibly good, like I was truly her hero. Later, I leaned back in my chair and scrolled through videos. Not long after, Su Tang's phone suddenly rang. The unfamiliar number startled her, and she even asked if I wanted to answer. Just seconds after I answered, she was so excited she almost jumped up. After hanging up, her face turned bright red, and she grabbed my arm and shook it repeatedly. It turned out the organizers had informed us that we had won first place in the Gemini group, and in addition to the prize money and clothing, they had also formally invited us to become shop recommendation influencers. When I heard the news, I was actually quite surprised, because it meant that Su Tang and I would have more opportunities to take photos together and participate in activities together. Most importantly, she was overjoyed. Her eyes were sparkling, and she was smiling like she had won the lottery. Seeing her so happy made me feel especially good. Later, we went back on stage together to receive our award. The applause was tremendous, and many photographers were snapping pictures of us. When Su Tang stood next to me, her little hand kept secretly clutching the hem of my shirt. When the host announced our award, many girls in the audience looked on with envy. After all, being able to wear new dresses for free was a dream come true for them. When the staff handed me the red envelope and clothes, I realized the reward was even more generous than I had imagined. There was 1,000 yuan in cash alone, and even 2 sets of men's hanfu. The store manager later came over to congratulate us, saying that she would prioritize contacting us for photo shoots of the store's new products in the future. I could tell that she was genuinely very satisfied with me and Su Tang. After the activity ended, this girl was completely having a blast, dragging me around everywhere. But around noon, she finally stopped, clutching her stomach, and looked at me pitifully. She pouted and said she was hungry, and generously offered to treat me to lunch. Looking at her smug little face, I suddenly really wanted to know what she was going to treat me to. When Su Tang heard that she was going to treat me to dinner, she was extremely proud of herself. She even said that she had already treated me to barbecue yesterday, so it was no problem to treat me again today. Her rich little lady-like demeanor almost made me laugh. Just as she was about to continue browsing the comic convention, she realized that the sun outside was ridiculously strong, and the temperature was close to 30 degrees Celsius. And to make matters worse, she had forgotten to bring sunscreen. The girl stood at the door pouting, clearly starting to regret it. I could tell what had happened from her expression, so I immediately pulled out the sunscreen I had prepared beforehand from my bag. The moment she saw the sunscreen, her eyes lit up. She hugged the bottle and started giggling like an idiot, sweetly praising me for understanding her. She was as happy as a kitten that had just received a reward. Later, I simply helped her apply sunscreen myself, spreading it evenly from her arms to her face, while she secretly watched me the whole time, her eyes so soft. Especially when I was wiping her face, the way she stood there so obediently made me really want to hug her tightly. After I finished applying sunscreen for her, this girl suddenly started applying sunscreen to me, and seriously told me that boys shouldn't get tanned either, or she would feel sorry for them. My heart almost melted, but then she noticed that my arms were starting to rub together, and immediately suspected that I hadn't showered last night. I was so angry I laughed. This girl was still seriously accusing me of rubbing off the lint, and even chased after me to hit me. Her laughter echoed throughout the mall entrance. Later, we went out to eat, play claw machines, and buy clothes. We had a blast. She even bought me a pair of sneakers, and I gave her a long dress in return. She spent more than half of the 2,000 yuan bonus in one day, but I didn't feel bad at all, because I could clearly feel that this girl was really happy today. Around 7 p.m., as we sat at the bus stop waiting for the last bus, she suddenly quieted down and naturally leaned into my arms looking at the dim streetlights. She whispered that she was happy today, and without hesitation, I told her it was the happiest day of my life since my rebirth. Hearing this, her eyes lit up instantly, and she asked me very earnestly if I could always stay with her and treat her as well as I had today. Looking at her expectant yet nervous little face, my heart suddenly warmed, so I readily agreed and even made a pinky promise with her like a child. She was very serious when she made the promise, even pouting and warning me that whoever went back on their word would be a little dog, and for the first time, I truly made up my mind to protect her for life later. This girl fell asleep in my arms not long after, sleeping very soundly, but when the bus arrived at the stop, I looked down and realized that she was drooling, and her drool left a trail on my shirt, which almost made me burst out laughing when she woke up and realized she had drooled. She blushed bright red with embarrassment. She kept insisting that I wash her clothes, and she was very serious about not letting my mom do it in the end. She even started to throw a tantrum at me, so I had no choice but to agree. As soon as we entered the building, this girl started watching me take off my clothes again. I had barely unbuttoned my shirt when her eyes were already secretly glancing at my abs. Once my abs were revealed, her eyes lit up, and she even asked if she could touch them. Her expectant look was just too cute to resist. What else could I do but let her touch me? As a result, she reached out her little hands and poked at my abs, while constantly praising my good figure. The hallway was unusually quiet, then she was very close to me. I could even smell the fragrance in her hair when she looked at my abs. Her eyes lit up later. She hugged my dirty shirt like a precious treasure, saying she would definitely wash it for me that night. She even happily took all the shopping bags with her. Before leaving, she secretly asked me if I had any plans for tomorrow. When I said I wanted to help my mom with the shop, she looked a little disappointed, but still nodded obediently. But before she got into the elevator, she told me very seriously that I would definitely take her out to play again in a few days, and when I saw how reluctant she was to part with me, my heart softened. Chapter 31, Offering Unsolicited Favors. Mom, I'm home. Moo-chun unlocked the door and entered the living room. After hanging the key on the entryway, I found that the dining table was already full of food. Wow, that's quite a feast. At this moment, there is braised pork, broccoli, sweet and sour pork, and a fish on the table. Moo-chun went over and smelled it. It smelled very good. Moo-chun was also a little hungry, and looking at the dishes on the table, they looked very appetizing. Moo-chun is back. Zhou-ping had just finished cooking, washed her hands, and then went to the living room. Yes, I'm back. He looked at his mother with a smile, and at that moment, Zhou-ping's eyes were unconsciously drawn to the Hanfu sneakers in Moo-chun's hand. Did you have fun with Su-tang today? Where did you get these things in your hand? Zhou-ping was a little puzzled. She usually didn't give Moo-chun much pocket money, so why did he buy so many things after going out all day? Hey, Moo-chun said with a smile. Su-tang took me to the comic convention today. We participated in a small fashion show and accidentally won a prize. The prize was these 2 sets of Hanfu, and 1,000 yuan in cash. These shoes were bought for me by Su-tang. As Moo-chun spoke, a happy smile appeared on his face. He even deliberately emphasized the words Su-tang when he mentioned them. You won an award? Hearing Moo-chun's words, Zhou-ping was pleasantly surprised. Of course, she believed her son Moo-chun usually didn't lie. Even if he was caught going to an internet cafe, he would admit it. He was quite responsible. With her son's good looks, winning an award on the runway wouldn't be difficult for her. She even wanted Moo-chun to debut as a celebrity. Yes, that's right. Okay, Su-tang bought you shoes. Did you buy anything for Su-tang? Zhou-ping was delighted to hear about Su-tang. That girl and her son are a perfect match. I bought her a dress. Hee. Zhou-ping nodded. Yes, she's a girl, so we should take better care of her as a boy. You should be more proactive, okay? Okay, Mom, you're so nagging. Looking at his mother, Moo-chun could tell that she really liked Su-tang. But thinking about it carefully, it makes sense. They were childhood sweethearts, and it would be wonderful if they could get married. Moo-chun returned to his bedroom with the sneakers and Hanfu. He tried on the sneakers, and they fit perfectly. Su-tang had given them to him, so Moo-chun was extremely happy with them. As for Hanfu, Moo-chun only glanced at it briefly. Hanfu includes Tsujiu, Jijiu, Gaiyao Ruchuan, Yuanling Paoshan, Beizi, Zhuzi Shini, Xuanduan, etc. There are too many things, and he simply doesn't understand how to wear them. I simply threw it into the closet and will ask Su-tang for advice before wearing it next time. Not long after leaving the bedroom, Moo-chun's father, Mu-yong, opened the door, looking exhausted. Right now, the hardest working person in the whole family is probably his father. Now that the college entrance examination is over, many graduates like to go out and have fun, so ride-hailing services have seen a surge in passenger traffic these past few days. When I'm busy, I'm so focused on taking orders that I don't even have time for lunch. His dad ate lunch at 3 p.m. today. After driving all day, Mu-yong was exhausted. Dad, you're back. Moo-chun quickly ran over and took his father's slippers out of the shoe cabinet. Seeing how sensible his son was, Mu-yong smiled with relief. After changing into slippers, The father and son washed their hands at the dining table. Mu Chun pulled out a chair for his father. "Dad, please sit down." Seeing Mu Chun acting somewhat strangely made Zhou Ping and Mu Yong feel uneasy. Mu Chun is usually incredibly lazy. When has he ever offered to get him slippers? Not to mention, when eating, they would proactively pull out their chairs. That's really strange. After the family of three sat down at the dining table, Mu Yong couldn't help but reach out and touch Mu Chun's forehead. The temperature is normal, and there's no fever. "Mu Chun, why are you being so attentive all of a sudden? Do you want money? Why are you being so diligent all of a sudden?" Oh. Upon hearing his father's words, Mu Chun was taken aback. However, after thinking about it carefully, he realized why his father said those words. He seemed to have been quite sensible in his past life. Mu Chun's sudden action made his father feel uneasy, thinking that he wanted money. Before Mu Chun could speak, Zhou Ping said, "I think so. Our son went on a date with Su Tang today, and it must have cost a lot of money, but it's okay. I'll transfer you as much money as you want, as long as you bring Su Tang home." No. Mu Chun quickly shook his head. "I just felt sorry for you because you looked so tired. Dad, I don't want the money. I want to earn my own money in the future." "You little rascal, you actually feel sorry for me." Mu Yong smiled. Mu Chun's sudden maturity made him very happy. They've finally grown up and become more sensible. The family ate their meal amidst laughter and chatter. After finishing, Zhou Ping was about to stand up and clear the table when Mu Chun stopped her. "Mom, you've been busy at the shop all day. I'll take care of the dishes. You don't need to wash the pots and pans anymore. Just leave it to me. Go watch TV with Dad." Zhou Ping smiled and said, "It's okay. I can do it. You go and rest for a while." "No, let me do it." Mu Chun Xiang pulled his mother to sit on the sofa and then rushed to the dining table to clear the dishes. Seeing Mu Chun's sensible appearance, his parents were quite puzzled. Zhou Ping couldn't help but turn to look at Mu Yong. "Our son has been acting a bit strange lately since he doesn't want money. Is it because he didn't do well on the college entrance exam and is afraid we'll beat him up after the results come out? So he's doing these things?" "Possibly." Mu Yong nodded. After washing the dishes, Mu Chun didn't have the habit of watching TV. He went straight back to his bedroom and lay down on the bed. Upon checking his phone, Mu Chun saw several unread messages on QQ and clicked on them. Then, he saw Su Tang's kitten avatar. This girl is such a clingy little kitten. Upon entering the chat window, Mu Chun saw several messages that Su Tang had sent him. "You stinky mukin, I'm home. You stinky mukin, I'm eating. You stinky mukin, I'm full. I've finished washing your clothes. I'll bring them to you tomorrow. Wah, my mom said she's going on a business trip tomorrow, so no one will cook lunch for me. Downright arrow." Seeing all the messages Su Tang sent him, I felt like Su Tang was being really silly. But it's kind of cute. Having to report everything to him feels pretty good. Mu Chun picked up his phone and started typing. "Your mother is going on a business trip tomorrow, so come to my house for lunch. It'll be a good opportunity for you to try my cooking." Su Tang replied quickly. "Really? Onaji, ****. Mu Chun, of course, come find me at noon tomorrow morning. I'll go to the store to deliver clothes to my mom first, and then I'll cook for you at noon." Su Tang, okay. /omega ***mua. Mu Chun chatted with Su Tang for a while, and then played 2 rounds of Honor of Kings together before putting down his phone. After taking a shower, Mu Chun was just about to go to sleep when the recipes the system had given him last night caught his eye. With a casual attitude, Mu Chun took it. "Australian lobster, I can't afford it. Tomahawk steak, the supermarket downstairs should have it, right?" 3 squeaks. "What's that?" "Big Mac." Chapter 32 Su Tang comes to help. After looking at the recipe for a while, Mu Chun felt a little sleepy. He said good night to Su Tang and then fell asleep. The next morning, 6 o'clock in the morning, the ringing alarm clock woke him up, and Mu Chun sat up with a thud. Today he is going to the laundromat downstairs to help his mother manage the shop. Washing clothes is fine, as they're all done in washing machines, and there are also dedicated dryers, but delivering clothes is a real hassle. Nowadays, almost every household has a washing machine, and most people wash their clothes at home. Very few people are willing to send their clothes to a laundry shop anymore. Because of this, their service area is very wide, and many of the clothes sent for cleaning are several kilometers away. The cleaned clothes also need to be delivered to their door, so most of their time is spent delivering clothes. After getting dressed, Mu Chun went to the bathroom to wash up quickly and then came to the living room. Zhou Ping had prepared breakfast early, and she was somewhat surprised to see Mu Chun up so early. "Mu Chun, why are you up so early today? Are you going out with Su Tang again? Do you have any money left? If not, I can give you some more. No, no, no. Upon hearing his mother's words, Muchin quickly shook his head. Then he said in a sincere tone, Mom, I'm going to your shop to help you out today. You work so hard all the time. And I'm on vacation now, so I can't just play all the time. I want to help you relieve some of the pressure. Hearing Muchin's words, Zhou Ping's heart softened. A warm feeling welled up in my heart for no apparent reason. My son has become so much more sensible. Upon reflection, she realized that she was indeed often too busy to manage the laundry shop on her own. When delivering clothes to customers, the shop needs to close. If someone comes to do laundry at the same time and finds no one there, the shop will lose a lot of customers. But it's different if someone helps. If one person delivers the clothes, at least the other person can continue operating the store normally. Seeing Muchin's sincere attitude, she did not refuse. Zhou Ping nodded, a peaceful smile on her face. Okay, then let's eat quickly. We'll go down in a bit. Okay, today's breakfast was simple. A few slices of bread, 2 sausages, 2 poached eggs, and a glass of oat milk. After finishing his meal, Muchin woke up his father, and then he and his mother went downstairs. The weather is nice today at 6:15. The sun has slowly risen, and the golden sunlight covers the earth like a beautiful coat. Mom, I'll just bring you clothes today. You should rest more at the store and not work too hard. My mother is getting old, and wrinkles are starting to appear on her face. Even her skin has become quite loose. Okay. Zhou Ping smiled slightly. Her son had indeed grown up and become much more sensible. He's a perfectly sunny and cheerful young man. He's no longer the Muchin who used to clamor for Ultraman toys when he was a kid. As the two reached the corner, Zhou Ping looked ahead, and suddenly, a familiar figure caught her eye. Hey, Muchin, do you think that person is Su Tang? Su Tang. Upon hearing Su Tang's name, Muchin was slightly taken aback. Looking around, a girl with a high ponytail was standing quietly in front of the laundromat. Muchin was all too familiar with her figure. It really is Su Tang. Muchin was both surprised and delighted. What is this girl doing here so early in the morning? Could it be that he heard last night that he was coming to the laundromat and came here specifically to help out? Filled with doubt, the two quickly walked over. Su Tang was wearing a white short-sleeved shirt and light blue loose jeans today. She wasn't wearing makeup, and her fair face showed off her pure and innocent look. Muchin, Aunt Ping, you're here. Seeing the two approaching, Su Tang quickly came to greet them. She was carrying some fruits and vegetables in her hands, and her big eyes and smiling expression were extremely beautiful. Tang is here. Zhou Ping was very happy to see Su Tang. It's like seeing your future daughter-in-law. She's very pleasing. Aunt Ping, these are the fruits and vegetables my mom asked me to bring you. They were picked from my grandpa's house in the countryside. All natural and pollution-free. Oh, thank you, Tang. Zhou Ping quickly took the woven bag from Su Tang's hand. She was used to this kind of thing. Normally, Su Tang's mother, Sun Na, would often deliver various vegetables and fruits to her family. The two families have a very good relationship. Su Tang chuckled. You're welcome. At this moment, Zhou Ping glanced at Muchin and said, Muchin, go play with Tang. The shop shouldn't be busy today. Mom can manage by herself. Huh? No. Hearing Zhou Ping's words, Su Tang pouted. Aunt Ping, what are you talking about? I'm here to help out today. You usually work so hard. So today you can leave the shop to Muchin and me. Hearing Su Tang's words, Zhou Ping felt a warmth in her heart once again. Su Tang looked so adorable at that moment. She's beautiful, academically gifted, and so sensible. She's exactly the kind of daughter-in-law she envisioned. A girl shouldn't do such rough work. I can manage. Listen to me. You can go out and play with Muchin. I don't want to. Su Tang started acting willfully. At this moment, Muchin interjected. Mom, look, Tang came here to help. Don't let her good intentions go to waste. That's right. Su Tang nodded emphatically, her expression full of affirmation. Finally, having no other choice, Zhou Ping opened the door of the laundry shop and let the two little ones in. Muchin, have you had breakfast with your aunt? Yes, I've already eaten. Su Tang nodded. Okay, then I'll clean the shop first. Just let me know if you need anything. Good. Su Tang was very diligent and quickly picked up a broom to sweep the floor, while Muchin began to observe the shelves. On the shelves, there are many clothes that have already been washed but haven't been delivered yet. The clothes were already packed into bags, and as usual, each bag had the customer's name, phone number, and detailed address on it. Zhou Ping put the clothes that hadn't been washed yesterday into the washing machine. Muchin turned his head and asked, Mom, are all these clothes going to be sent away today? Right? Zhou Ping nodded. Many of the clothes were only sorted out last night and haven't been delivered yet. Then I'll go deliver it. At this time, most people haven't started work yet. They usually get up around 7 o'clock. This timing is quite suitable for delivery. I want to go too. At this moment, Su Tang poked her little head over. Let's go together then. Mu Chen glanced at Su Tang. This girl was such a clingy little kitten. Mom, I'm going to ride my tricycle. Zhou Ping usually delivers clothes by riding an electric tricycle. Seeing Mu Chen walk out, Zhou Ping followed, her tone somewhat worried. Are you two seeing them off? Or should I go? Mom, I'm not a 3-year-old anymore. I can go. Mu Chen put bags of clothes into the back of the tricycle, and Su Tang quickly sat down. She opened her big, bright eyes and said, Mu Chen, let's go. Good. Mu Chen turned to look at his mother and said, Mom, Su Tang and I will take it there. Drive carefully. Don't worry. After putting on his helmet, Mu Chen got on the tricycle, turned the key, and turned the handlebars. The veteran driver of Mount Akina is about to set off. Then, Mu Chen drove Su Tang away from there. Zhou Ping watched the two children's departing figures and smiled with relief. She's so sensible. Chapter 33, From A to D. Mu Chen, look, there are steamed buns over there. I want to eat some. While driving on the road, a food cart called Feng's Steamed Buns caught Su Tang's eye. Did you not eat breakfast this morning? You guessed right. Su Tang nodded, and Mu Chen parked the tricycle by the roadside and walked over with Su Tang. The vendors selling Xilong Bao, soup dumplings, were a couple who looked to be in their 30s and had kind faces. When the two little ones walked over, the proprietress's eyes lit up. The couple was incredibly good-looking. Hello, Feng Steamed Buns. Would you like to try some buns? The aroma immediately whetted Su Tang's appetite. I want pork and scallion filling. Mu Chen, do you want some? Su Tang turned her head and looked at him expectantly. Mu Chen shook his head. I've already eaten breakfast just by your own. All right. Su Tang nodded her little head, pouting. Then I'll take one basket and a cup of soy milk too, with extra sugar. I want it sweet. Okay, just a moment. Seeing such a pretty and cute girl, the couple were completely charmed by Su Tang. At the same time, Mu Chen looked at the price on the sign. It's 7 yuan in total, right? Right? Mu Chen took out WeChat to scan the QR code and paid. A basket of 10 steamed buns cost 50 cents each, plus 2 yuan for soy milk, totaling 7 yuan, which wasn't expensive. After a while, the buns were cooked. After lifting one of the steamer doors, the buns were steaming hot. The proprietress used tongs to put the buns into a bag and handed it to Su Tang. Little girl, let it cool down a bit before you eat it. It's hot right now? Yes, thank you, Auntie. Taking the bag, she turned to look at Mu Chen with satisfaction. Let's continue delivering clothes. Yes, Master Tang Tang. He couldn't resist pinching her cute cheek before the two got back into the car and continued their journey. While waiting at the traffic light, Su Tang leaned forward, stretched out her little hand, and held the steamed bun to Mu Chen's mouth. Mu Chen, you should try it too. It's delicious. Upon hearing this, Mu Chen put the steamed bun in his mouth. The steamed buns made by Tang Tang smell so good. Hee, you stinky mukin. Have another one. Mommy will feed you. The morning passed quickly. They finished delivering the clothes at 10:30 in the morning. With the help of Mu Chen and Su Tang today, things were done very efficiently. I finished today's tasks in just one morning. After hanging the last piece of clothing on the clothesline, Zhou Ping walked over and looked at Su Tang, who was tidying up the clothes, with a relieved smile. Tang Tang, what do you want to eat for lunch? Auntie will make it for you. Su Tang turned her head and glanced at Mu Chen, who was ironing clothes. But Mu Chen said he'll cook lunch today. Hearing Su Tang's words, Zhou Ping frowned slightly. Is Mu Chen cooking? When did Mu Chen learn to cook? Hearing the two talking, Mu Chen put down the iron in his hand and walked over with a smile. Yes, Mom. I'll cook today. You've never had my cooking before. Let me show you my skills today. You can cook. It wasn't that Zhou Ping didn't trust her son. It was just that he really had never cooked before. Give it a try? Mu Chen didn't explain further. He turned to look at Su Tang. Tang Tang, let's go to the supermarket to buy groceries, Mom. You can come home for lunch. I'll definitely show you something amazing. I'm off with Tang Tang now. With that, Mu Chen took Su Tang's hand and ran out of the laundromat. Zhou Ping was a little confused. Mu Chen had changed quite a bit lately. Especially in front of her, he suddenly seemed much more mature. She shook her head, not thinking too much about it. It was a good thing that Mu Chen had become like this. She was just a little unaccustomed to it. To be honest, Zhou Ping was actually quite looking forward to Mu Chen's sudden announcement that he was going to cook. I really don't know what he's capable of. Yifeng Supermarket is located downstairs in the residential area. Su Tang pushed the shopping cart, her eyes lingering on the goods on the shelves. Kobe, you potato, Lay's potato chips, jelly, want milk. So many snacks, I really want to eat them. Tang Tang, what do you want to eat for lunch? Ma. Mu Chen suddenly spoke, startling Su Tang. She pouted and shook her head. I don't know. Are you sure you can cook? Like Zhou Ping, she also had doubts about Mu Chen's cooking skills. Mu Chen usually doesn't cook. I hope that eating his food will upset my stomach. Little girl, you don't believe me yet? You'll find out soon enough. After Mu Chen finished speaking, he thought for a moment. Last night, Mu Chen saw a lot of delicious food in the recipe book. Although the recipes use some relatively expensive high-end ingredients, most of them can be bought in supermarkets. In addition, having acquired basic cooking skills, Mu Chen actually had an idea last night. I'd like to make you some grilled fish. How about it? Would you like some grilled fish? Grilled fish, delicious. Upon hearing about grilled fish, Su Tang's eyes widened, and she nodded her head repeatedly like a chick pecking at rice. She usually likes to eat fish, and there's a nice grilled fish restaurant in Yedo Plaza. She even wanted Mu Chen to take her there. Seeing Su Tang's happy expression, Mu Chen smiled and said, All right, let's have grilled fish then. Uh-huh. The two went to the fish section of the supermarket and ordered 3 Xinjiang fish. The advantage of Xinjiang fish is that its flesh is tender and has no fishy smell, making it perfect for grilling. Su Tang was puzzled when she saw Mu Chen buy 3 fish at once. Her eyes were filled with doubt, and she couldn't help but ask, Mu Chen, why did you buy so many fish? I feel like 1 fish would be enough for the 3 of us. Silly girl. Mu Chen explained. We'll have 1 for lunch. I'm planning to save 1 for my dad, so he can try it when he gets home from get off work. As for the last one, isn't your mom away on a business trip? Don't let your dad cook tonight. Let your uncle try it too. Hearing Mu Chen's words, Su Tang felt a warm glow in her heart. Unexpectedly, at this moment, he was still thinking about his father. This boy is so family-oriented. You're so nice, Mu Chen. Su Tang lowered her head shyly, a blush creeping onto her cheeks. The two bought a lot of seasonings for grilling fish. Mu Chen turned to look at Su Tang. You were staring at the snacks when you came in, weren't you? Do you want to go buy some? Of course I'll buy it. Su Tang was delighted. Mu Chen was indeed very thoughtful. I've been observing her movements since she came in. I love it. She skipped and hopped to the snack section, throwing any snack she liked into her shopping cart. Brands like Kobe, Lay's potato chips, Ya potato, beef jerky, pork jerky, and so on. Finally, Su Tang looked at the AD calcium milk and Want milk on the shelf and didn't know what to choose. Both AD calcium milk and Want milk are delicious. Holding a bottle of Want milk and a bottle of AD calcium milk, she pouted and came to Mu Chen. Mu Chen, which one should I drink? AD calcium milk or Want milk? Mu Chen glanced at Su Tang's collarbone. Then she smiled slightly. Of course, it's AD calcium milk. Why? Su Tang looked puzzled. Because you have to drink from A to D. Chapter 34. Dinner is ready. Drink from A to D? Is that jerk Mu Chen implying that she has small breasts? Ugh, how annoying. Su Tang glared at him fiercely, then said, My breasts are obviously very big, okay? At least definitely not an A. They should be AB. Mu Chen glanced at the area below her collarbone and shook his head. No, it's just a little bigger than an A cup. Su Tang pouted. Humph, you stinky mukin, I'm ignoring you. As she spoke, Su Tang placed the Want milk directly on the shelf, and then picked up 2 cases of AD calcium milk. Upon seeing this, Mu Chen blurted out, Good heavens. Goodness, has it been stimulated? Seeing how adorable Su Tang was, Mu Chen almost died laughing. No way, no way. Su Tang isn't really going to keep drinking AD calcium milk, is she? Even if she drinks 10 cases, she still won't grow to AD cup. If you want to increase size, you still need to use traditional methods. Rub. All right. I'm not complaining about you drink more. How about 2 more cases? Snort. After paying at the cashier, the two carried their purchases upstairs. Mu Chen unlocked the door and opened it. My dear little princess, please come in. Stinky mukin. Su Tang pouted and then went inside. Mu Chen's house was very clean, and the floor was spotless. Even Su Tang was full of praise when she saw it. So clean. Of course, Mu Chen's mother cleaned it all. Tang Tang, sit on the sofa and watch TV for a while. Eat less snacks, eat more grilled fish later. Hee okay. Su Tang nodded in satisfaction, then tore open a bag of potato chips and started watching Bunny Bears. Mu Chun then went into the kitchen and started working. At this point, the three Xinjiang fish were on the verge of death and had completely lost their vitality. Mu Chun placed the three fish on the cutting board, and the moment he picked up the knife, he suddenly felt very comfortable using it. He had never cooked before, let alone handled a knife. But at that moment, holding the knife felt incredibly natural, just like a chef with 2 years of experience. Without much thought, I assumed it was due to my rudimentary cooking skills. Mu Chun used a knife to cut the fish open from the belly, but kept the back connected after removing the internal organs. He washed it clean with water. Next, Mu Chun made cuts on the fish to ensure it absorbed the flavors better. The next step is to prepare the seasonings. Add scallions, ginger, and cilantro to the cleaned fish, along with salt, pepper, cooking wine, and garlic powder. Mix well, place in a baking pan, and cover with plastic wrap. It needs to marinate for about half an hour. Next, Mu Chun heated oil in a wok, first adding chopped green onions and ginger slices. He liked spicy food, so he also added some dried chili peppers and small red chili peppers, followed by fermented bean paste and other seasonings. He needed to save the oil for later use, so during his free time, he stir-fried 2 kinds of vegetables. Half an hour later, the fish is almost marinated. After placing some glass noodles, fish skin, and pickled peppers on the plate, Mu Chun wrapped the plate with aluminum foil and then put it in the oven. It needs to bake for another 30 minutes. Mu Chun added rice and water to the rice cooker, and only after turning it on was he finished. Dinner will be ready in half an hour. Tang Tang, you're still eating. After working for an hour, Mu Chun was covered in sweat when he came to the living room. He found that Su Tang had already eaten several bags of potato chips. I just can't control my mouth. Oh, this. Seeing that she had been caught, Su Tang smiled mischievously. I didn't notice. I ate so much without realizing it. By the way. Is the food ready? I want grilled fish. Just wait a bit. Dinner will be served in half an hour. Okay, then come watch some cartoons with me. Su Tang made room for Mu Chun and then opened a bag of potato chips for him. Mu Chun sat down next to her, and Su Tang personally fed her a potato chip. How is it? Is it delicious? Su Tang opened her big eyes wide, waiting expectantly for Mu Chun's reply. It's so delicious. Looking at Su Tang's childish behavior, Mu Chun sighed. What an innocent and naive little girl. Half an hour later. Ding. The oven gave the sound of the timer ending. Mu Chun checked the time. It was already 12:05. The fish should be cooked through. Just one last step. Mu Chun couldn't help but pinch Su Tang's cheek, and then said, The grilled fish is ready. We can eat now. Good. Seeing Mu Chun stand up, Su Tang couldn't help but stand up as well. I'll go to the kitchen and get you the bowl. Come on. The two entered the kitchen one after the other. After opening the oven, Mu Chun put on heat-resistant gloves. Next, a fish was taken out of the oven. He didn't take out the other 2 items beforehand because he wasn't eating them now. Do you still wrap grilled fish in aluminum foil these days? Su Tang had never cooked before and had no knowledge of these things. Yes, this way it will absorb the flavor better. I see. After placing the grilled fish on the table, Mu Chun carefully unwrapped the foil. Instantly, a fragrant aroma of fish wafted over. At the same time, fish meat was also presented to them. It has a lustrous color, a full range of flavors, and is widely loved. It smells so good. Su Tang couldn't help but sniff the aroma. Just smelling it made her feel so hungry. It even smells better than the fish at Yida Plaza. I never expected Mu Chun to have such culinary skills. That's amazing. After we get married, we can just have Mu Chun cook. Su Tang's little head was full of thoughts, and she had a silly smile on her face, which was extremely cute. One more step. Tang Tang, step back a moment. Su Tang nodded obediently and took 2 steps back. Next, Mu Chun lifted the lid of the pot, which contained the hot oil he had just prepared. After gently scooping a spoonful, I poured it directly over the fish. Sizzle. Immediately, the fish made a sizzling sound. The aroma of fish in the air became even stronger. Mu Chun grabbed a small handful of chopped scallions and cilantro, sprinkled them on top as a garnish, and the dish was finally complete. All right, you can bring it to the table now. I'll do it. Su Tang quickly came over, smelled the aroma of the fish, and her mouth was practically watering. Be careful, Candy, don't get burned. Don't worry, I know. Su Tang carefully carried the grilled fish out of the kitchen and placed it on the dining table. At the same time, Mu Chun placed the 2 stir-fried vegetables he had just cooked on the dining table, and then brought over the rice cooker. Tang Tang, put some rice in your bowl. I'm going to call my mom and ask her to come home for dinner. Okay. Su Tang nodded obediently, took 3 bowls, and began to fill them with rice. At the same time, Mu Chun took out his phone and called his mother. Zhou Ping answered the phone very quickly. Hey Mu Chun, is dinner ready? Mom, it's past midnight. Why aren't you back yet? Come back for dinner. Okay, I'll be home in a few minutes. After a few words, Mu Chun hung up the phone for some reason. This conversation seemed very similar to when his mother called him home for dinner when he was a child. It's all too familiar. Just then, Su Tang poked her head over and asked, You stinky mukin, is Aunt Ping back yet? Okay, almost done, we can start preparing dinner. Hee okay. Chapter 35. The fish was so delicious. About 5 minutes later, Mu Chun then heard a knock on the door. Knock knock knock. Here you are? Mu Chun quickly got up and went to open the door. After opening the door, Mu Chun's mother was carrying a bag of fruit. When she saw Mu Chun, she quickly peeked into the house. Where's Su Tang? Inside the house. Hearing his mother's words, Mu Chun was speechless. Goodness, he went straight for Su Tang as soon as he walked in. He must really like that girl. But this is fine too. Oh, Aunt Ping, did you call for me? Upon hearing Zhou Ping's voice, Su Tang quickly got up and walked over. Upon seeing Su Tang, a smile immediately bloomed on Zhou Ping's face. The way he looked at her was like seeing his own daughter. His eyes were incredibly tender. Tang Tang, don't you like strawberries and mangoes? Annie bought some for you. Come and have some. Mu Chun quickly washed these fruits. What did I lose? He looked at Zhou Ping and scolded him. For some reason, Mu Chun had a feeling that the mother in front of him was not his biological daughter. Is she still her biological mother? Left with no other choice, Mu Chun said, Oh, and took the bag from his mother's hand. Seeing this, Su Tang hurriedly said, No need to wash yet. Let's eat first. Su Tang quickly went over and grabbed Zhou Ping's hand, pulling her to the dining table. Aunt Ping, look, look. This is fish that Mu Chun made. It smells so good. Let's eat first. I don't want to eat fruit right now. Zhou Ping was stunned when she saw the sumptuous dishes on the table. What? Did Mu Chun cook this? Just by looking at the fish, you can tell it was bought from outside. Could he have made such a beautiful-looking fish? Stop joking. Mu Chun looked at his mother's expression speechlessly. It seems Mom doesn't believe me. Mom, if you don't believe me, I can bring you the shopping receipt from the supermarket today. I'll get it. The shopping receipt was in the supermarket shopping bag. Su Tang quickly ran over, grabbed the receipt, and handed it to Zhou Ping. Aunt Ping. Look, this really was made by Mu. Can please sit down and have a taste. Zhou Ping was taken aback when she saw the shopping receipt. Okay. Zhou Ping and Su Tang sat facing each other. Mu Chun took out 3 cans of cola from the refrigerator and placed them on the table. Cola and grilled fish go so well together. After saying that, Mu Chun sat down next to Su Tang. Seeing Mu Chun sit down next to Su Tang so willingly, Zhou Ping was overjoyed. Come on, Tang Tang, have a taste. Mu Chun used his chopsticks to place a piece of fish in Su Tang's bowl. Su Tang chuckled and bowed slightly, saying, Thank you, Mu Chun. Try it. Then, Mu Chun looked at her with a very expectant expression. Mu Chun wasn't quite sure what the fish tasted like either. It was done entirely based on memory. Su Tang nodded, picked up a piece of fish and put it in her mouth. After chewing it slightly, her eyes widened and her little mouth formed an O shape. Oh my God, this is so delicious. 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 I feel it tastes even better than the one at Yida Plaza. Wah, I've never eaten such delicious fish before. Su Tang praised it highly, and every word she said was true. This fish is really delicious. The meat is delicate, tender, and fragrant. After taking the first bite, I wanted a second one. After finishing the second piece, I wanted to eat a third. Then, Su Tang couldn't resist picking up another piece and putting it in her little mouth. It's so delicious. Seeing how much Su Tang liked it, Mu Chun continued. Okay, then eat more if you like it. I'll make it for you every day. Really? Great, great, great. Su Tang was overjoyed. Meanwhile, seeing Su Tang's exaggerated expression, Zhou Ping said with some skepticism, Is it really as amazing as Tang Tang says? I'll try it too. As she spoke, Zhou Ping also picked up a piece of fish with her chopsticks and put it in her mouth. Mu Chun and Su Tang both looked at Zhou Ping's expression with great anticipation. Su Tang opened her big, watery eyes, even more expectant than Mu Chun. A moment later, Zhou Ping, like Su Tang, froze in shock. This is more than just delicious, it's absolutely amazing. She finally realized that Su Tang had reacted so strongly. Just like Su Tang said, Mu Chun's cooking is even better than what you can buy outside. The aroma of fish lingered in the air, making one's mouth water. Its aroma is delightful, and its taste is unforgettable. At that moment, only 4 words came to her mind. It was so delicious. Judging from his mother's expression, Mu-chun had already guessed what was going on. Hee Mom, is it delicious? If it is, eat more. I will cook for you every day from now on. I can cook more than just fish. I can cook a lot of other delicious things too. Upon hearing this, Su Tang said, then I'll come to your house for meals every day. Okay. All 3 of them couldn't help but laugh. Mu-chun opened 3 cans of cola. Come on, let's toast. Cheers. Half an hour later, the meal was finally finished amidst the laughter and chatter of the 3 people. Su Tang ate 2 bowls of rice and finished off the fish and 2 plates of vegetables. Hiccup. Su Tang leaned back in her chair. He clutched his bulging belly and let out a burp. I'm so satisfied. This was even more satisfying than the last time I had chicken hot pot. Seeing Su Tang completely stuffed, Mu-chun couldn't help but laugh. This girl is such a glutton. Mom, I'll go wash the dishes. You've been busy all morning. Why don't you watch some TV or take a nap? After getting up, Mu-chun began to prepare to clear the dishes, and at the same time, Zhou Ping also stood up. You worked even harder than me this morning, delivering clothes all morning, and then cooking when you got back. Let me do it. No. I'll do it. Let's go together then. Mu-chun smiled upon hearing Su Tang's suggestion. Good. The 3 of them cleared the dishes together. Mu-chun put the dishes in the sink and said as he washed them, Mom, there are still 2 fish in the oven. I'll heat them up when Dad comes home tonight, so he can have some too. Tang, don't forget to take the other one back with you when you leave. Let your uncle try my cooking tonight too. Okay. Su Tang nodded emphatically, feeling incredibly sweet inside. Zhou Ping is also one of them. He still thinks about Su Tang's dad. What a great son. After finishing their chores, the 3 of them sat together on the sofa watching TV. Suddenly, Su Tang remembered something and spoke up. Mu-chun, I think the fish you cooked is delicious. Have you ever thought about selling fish to make some money? Selling fish? Upon hearing Su Tang's words, Mu-chun frowned slightly. Ding, congratulations to the host for activating the mission. Suddenly, the system's voice echoed in his mind. For this mission, we adopted Su Tang's suggestion and earned 680 yuan on the first day of business, for which we are rewarded with 1,000 points. Subsequent missions are not yet unlocked. Chapter 36. Son, Dad's got your back. This. Before Mu-chun could react, Zhou Ping said, Yes, I think what Tang said is feasible. It's not a long-term thing for you to keep helping me manage the shop. You can try to earn some money yourself. Don't worry. Mom will help you with the initial funding. Even Zhou Ping felt that what Su Tang said was feasible. Her main purpose now is to take this opportunity to train Mu-chun's abilities. Whether she makes money or not doesn't matter. The key is that she wants Mu-chun to experience this kind of life. Of course, making money would be best, and besides, my son's fish cooking is really delicious. Hearing Zhou Ping's words, Su Tang quickly said, Yes. Look, even Annie supports you. I can help you too. You should really give it a try. Looking at the 2 people in front of him who were talking incessantly, Mu-chun smiled and nodded. Okay, I'll think about it carefully. The 3 watched TV for a while longer before Zhou Ping went downstairs to continue her work at the laundry shop. Mu-chun and Su Tang wanted to go over and help again, but they had already finished what they needed to do that morning and had no more clothes to deliver at Zhou Ping's insistence. They ultimately did not go over. Su Tang spent the entire afternoon at Mu-chun's house. The 2 of them watched dramas, ate snacks, and played King of Glory. Mu-chun would occasionally tease Su Tang, who would blush at times. Time passed quickly, and it was already 6 o'clock in the afternoon. Su Tang glanced at the alarm clock on the wall and stood up. Mu-chun, my dad will be back soon. So I'm going home now. You should really think about what I told you at noon. Your fish dishes are so delicious. You're sure to make a lot of money. Yes, I'll think about it carefully. Mu-chun smiled and nodded, then continued. By the way, take that fish home for your uncle to try. I'll pour some broth on it for you, and you can just heat it up in the microwave when you get home. Okay. Hearing this, Su Tang smiled happily. Mu-chun quickly got up and went into the kitchen. He took the baked fish out of the oven, opened the foil, poured the broth on it, wrapped it up for Su Tang, and put it in a bag. Be careful not to spill it. I forgot to bring you clothes this morning. I'll bring them to you tomorrow. Good. Su Tang nodded, hesitated for a moment, then smiled happily. You stinky mukin. How about a goodbye kiss? A goodbye kiss. Goodness. Su Tang is being so proactive, and he hasn't even confessed yet. even though they're already doing things couples do. Of course. Mu Chun nodded emphatically. Then, Su Tang blushed, but still leaned close to Mu Chun and kissed him on the cheek. Mua. Then, Su Tang pouted and looked at him shyly. Next time, you have to cook something delicious for me too. But what if I want to cook for Tang Tang for the rest of my life? Ugh, stinky mukin. Su Tang pouted her little mouth and revealed a happy smile. She was just too cute. I'll head back now. See you tomorrow. See you tomorrow. After opening the door and helping Su Tang into the elevator, Mu Chun returned to the house. He glanced at the clock, felt it was about time, and began preparing dinner. After heating the fish in the microwave, Mu Chun stir-fried another dish since they were having steamed buns today. He also cooked a pot of congee with preserved egg and lean pork. At 7 o'clock in the evening, Mu Chun had just put the food on the table when the door opened. Zhou Ping and Mu Yong entered the house one after the other. Upon seeing his parents return, Mu Chun shifted his gaze to them. Mom and Dad, you're back. Dinner is ready. Wash your hands and eat. At the same time, Zhou Ping looked around the room. Has Su Tang already left? She's home. Looking at her mother's expression, she immediately went to find Su Tang when she got home. She must really like her. Oh, Zhou Ping nodded, and after changing her shoes, she saw a table full of dishes. Honey, try the food your son made. This fish was specially saved for you. I hadn't noticed the food on the table when I got home, but I turned my attention to it after hearing my wife's words. He looked at the dishes on the table in surprise and paused for a moment. You mean the food on the table was made by Mu Chun? Of course. I spent the whole afternoon at the laundromat today. I didn't have time to cook. Mu Chun was not surprised by his father's astonishment. He looks just like his mother, so no one would believe he did it. He'll be surprised later. After washing their hands, the family of 3 sat down at the dining table and looked at the whole fish. Although it was cooked at noon, it still smelled delicious after being heated. Dad, have a taste. Holding his chopsticks, Mu Yong picked up a piece of fish, put it in his mouth, chewed it, and his expression was similar to Zhou Ping's at the time. He looked at Mu Chun in disbelief. Mu Chun, did you really make this fish? Of course it's fake. At the same time, Zhou Ping said, I didn't believe it at first either, but Mu Chun did buy this fish at the supermarket downstairs. How is it? It tastes good, right? Not bad. Not bad. Very delicious. You're good, kid. Mu Yong revealed an appreciative look. Indeed, Mu Chun's cooking was delicious. Then, he couldn't resist picking up another piece, and let me tell you, the fish was incredibly delicious. Dad, eat slowly. No one's going to take it from you. Seeing how pleased Mu Yong was, Zhou Ping couldn't help but say. Mu Chun even gave Su Tang's dad one. Isn't your son thoughtful? Whoa. Mu Yong nodded heavily. How could he not know what Mu Chun was thinking? You little rascal, try your best to bring Su Tang back to me as soon as possible. Everything his son did made him very happy. Even after a long day of driving, the fatigue disappears as soon as you get home. Don't worry, Dad. I'm going to date Su Tang in college. You little rascal, let's talk after the college entrance exam results come out. The family was enjoying their meal together happily. After a few minutes, Mu Chun looked up. By the way, Mom, didn't Tang Tang ask me to consider selling fish today? I thought about it and feel there's a market for it, so I'm planning to give it a try. Selling fish? Hearing Mu Chun's words, Mu Yong looked up and thought about it carefully. His son's fish dishes were so delicious. Selling fish, it really was a viable option. Have you thought it through? Sure. Mom will give you the money in a bit. See what you need and just buy it. Hearing his mother's words, Mu Chun nodded. Well, I plan to set up a stall at the entrance of the community actually. I don't need much, just a table will do. I can cook the fish at home, and customers can just heat it up in the microwave when they get home. Okay, son, I've got your back. Seeing that his parents respected his ideas, Mu Chun felt very gratified. I'll discuss it with Su Tang later and try to start selling tomorrow afternoon. After all, this was the task the system had given him. Since the system has issued this task, we should give it a try regardless of whether we can meet the requirements. After finishing his meal, Mu Chun grinned and said, Mom, could you please do the dishes today? I'm going to talk to Su Tang about it. Maybe I'll be able to achieve financial freedom in the future. Go ahead, go ahead. Zhou Ping waved her hand. Seeing Mu Chun's appearance, Zhou Ping was truly happy. Mu Chun has changed a lot lately. Okay. Soon, Mu Chun ran back to his bedroom. Chapter 37 Sugar Grilled Fish. After entering the bedroom, Mu Chun sat down in a chair and opened QQ. His pin contact was Su Tang. Seeing the cute kitten profile picture, Mu Chun clicked on it and typed a message for her. My dear Tang Tang, have you finished eating? Omega. Kaiomi. Meanwhile, Su Tang was playing on her phone in the bedroom when she saw that Mu Chun had sent her a message, so she quickly opened the chat window. I finished eating. My dad just praised you so much. The fish you made was so delicious. Even he couldn't stop praising it. By the way, I also told my dad about letting you sell fish, and he's very supportive, so what do you think about it? @/oo@/. Seeing the message Su Tang sent him, Mu Chun immediately called Su Tang for a video call. Of course, Su Tang also decisively clicked agree. She was sitting at her desk in the bedroom, with that pink wall behind her. At this moment, Su Tang had changed into a light blue pajama set and had a white face mask on. Su Tang usually pays great attention to skincare, of course. No girl doesn't love beauty, let alone Su Tang. She blinked her big, bright eyes, her eyelashes slightly curled, and upon seeing Mu Chun's handsome face, Su Tang immediately revealed a dazed smile. Hey, Mu Chun, what's your decision yet? I've thought it through. Mu Chun nodded. I just asked my dad for his opinion, and he is very supportive of me. So what? Su Tang stared at her expectantly. Her expression full of anticipation. Mu Chun's cooking was so delicious. It was sure to sell very well. Then he'll have the money to take me to Disneyland. I can't wait to try it. I'm going to give it a try. Mu Chun nodded confidently. Very good. In the video, Su Tang clapped her hands, and her expression immediately lit up with a smile, even more excited than Mu Chun. Then, I'll go help you. I've been wanting to learn how to cook anyway, you know. Once we get married, I can't let you cook all the time, can I? Good heavens. Upon hearing Su Tang's words, Mu Chun was stunned. So you're already thinking about getting married? Mu Chun was stunned. Seeing Mu Chun's surprised expression, Su Tang quickly covered her mouth. She stared wide-eyed, her expression filled with embarrassment and shyness. Oh dear, I didn't think before I spoke. So embarrassing. So embarrassing. Seeing Su Tang's adorable appearance on the screen, Mu Chun chuckled. This Su Tang is so cute. Okay, then Tang, you have to study hard. I'm looking forward to your first meal for me. I will. Su Tang nodded firmly. Then we'll go buy 2 folding tables nearby. Tomorrow morning. Tonight, I'll design the outer packaging, and tomorrow we'll go to the printing factory to print some advertisements. Okay. Su Tang nodded obediently. Mu Chun thought for a moment, then said, however, tomorrow is the first day of business, so we'll prepare a small amount first. Just 10 fish. The price of a fish in the supermarket is between 30 and 40 yuan. We'll sell them for 68 yuan each first. If they don't sell, we'll lower the price. Mu Chun had also specifically considered the price of 68. At this time of year, the fish in the Xinjiang River are all relatively small, weighing only 1 to 2 pounds each and costing just over 30 yuan each. Including processing fees, ingredient costs, and packaging fees, you can only earn a dozen yuan per fish. Of course, tomorrow is only the first day. If sales are good, we can cooperate with Xinjiang Fish Farm, which will make the purchase price cheaper. Of course, it will also require a lot of manpower. Most importantly, the system said that the profit was 680 yuan, which is exactly the price of 10 fish. Upon hearing Mu Chun's words, Su Tang expressed her agreement. She had never sold anything before and had no business acumen whatsoever. However, she is still very much looking forward to starting a business with Mu Chun. I'll do whatever you say. So shall we go shopping together tomorrow morning? Mu Chun continued. In that case, how don't we give the grilled fish a name? Something like a brand name? Brand name. Su Tang's eyes darted around in their sockets. Then she suddenly thought of something. I feel that the simpler the name, the easier it is to remember. We should make sure that customers remember our products. So how about we call it Sugar Grilled Fish? Tang Grilled Fish. Hearing Su Tang's words, Mu Chun looked at the little girl on the screen. This Su Tang is really naughty. She directly used her own name as the brand name, even though she didn't actually make the fish. But after thinking about it carefully, he actually felt that the name sounded quite nice. Mu Chun, how are you feeling? Su Tang was a little smug, thinking how shameless she was. Okay, let's call it Sugar Grilled Fish then. Mu Chun nodded. The name doesn't matter. The key is that the taste is good and customers will buy it. Mu Chun, you're so nice. Su Tang looked shyly at Mu Chun on her phone. He was understanding, handsome, and now he could even cook. Oh no, the gap between her and him was widening. Well, Tang, I'll go design some outer packaging first, and then we'll go print the boxes tomorrow. Hearing Mu Chun's words, Su Tang was a little surprised. Oh, you can design packaging boxes too. Okay. In his previous life, Mu Chun studied photography, videography, and design retouching. proficient in software such as Photoshop. Designing a packaging box is certainly possible. Okay, I won't bother you any longer. I'll go design it now. And show it to me when you're done. Okay. The two chatted for a couple more minutes before hanging up. Meanwhile, Mu-chun turned on the computer in the room, found some materials online, and finally decided to make a Chinese-style packaging box. After determining the dimensions, Mu-chun opened Photoshop. The main color is dark blue, and the cover features two red koi fish, decorated with Chinese knots. It took Mu-chun an hour to finish drawing the packaging sketch. Next, Mu-chun switched brushes and used a calligraphy brush to write the 4 characters Tang Tang grilled fish on the top lid. The design of the grilled fish packaging box was not completed until midnight. The overall color scheme is blue, with 2 red koi fish symbolizing good fortune, auspiciousness, and luck. Although it doesn't quite resemble grilled fish, it looks pretty good. After stretching, Mu-chun sent the picture to Su Tang, took a shower, and then quickly went to bed. Tomorrow will be Mu-chun's first attempt at starting a business and making money. In his previous life, he was always a miserable working man. I'm often bullied by my boss, and I also have to frequently drink and socialize with my boss and clients. As a result, it eventually collided with an oncoming truck. I shook my head, realizing I was overthinking things. Anyway, I hope everything goes well tomorrow. Chapter 38, I'm in charge of flower arranging. The next morning, the sun popped out with a smug look, and a pale white tinge appeared on the eastern horizon. At 7 o'clock, Mu-chun's alarm clock rang. Buzzing. Good morning. Today is June 11th, 2018. Mu-chun was woken up by the alarm clock. He groggily reached for his phone, turned off the alarm, and slowly sat up. After yawning, Mu-chun suddenly remembered something and quickly got dressed. It's already 7 a.m., and I still need to go shopping later. This day is going to be quite busy. In the morning, you need to prepare the ingredients and items needed for setting up the stall. Afternoon, you can start grilling the fish. Mu-chun's idea is to set up a stall this evening. At that time, most people had just gotten off work, and the area at the entrance of the residential compound had the highest foot traffic, so selling 10 fish shouldn't have been difficult. After getting dressed, Mu-chun took his phone and went into the bathroom to brush his teeth and wash up. At the same time, he also sent a message to Su Tang, asking her to prepare herself and meet downstairs at 7:30. Su Tang replied with a very cute, okay, emoji and told him to make sure to eat breakfast. Seeing how much Su Tang cared for him, Mu-chun felt a warm glow in his heart. After washing up, Mu-chun went to the restaurant. On the dining table was the breakfast Zhou Ping had prepared for him, and under a cup, there was 1,000 yuan in cash. Whoa! Upon seeing the cash, Mu-chun was overjoyed, and he quickly guessed what was going on. This should be the startup capital his parents prepared for him to start his business. In fact, Mu-chun did have some savings. Although he usually liked going to internet cafes, he always had the good habit of saving money. His parents don't ask for a single penny of his New Year's money every year, and he still has more than 1,000 yuan in savings. Seeing the 1,000 yuan on the table, Mu-chun smiled slightly. It seemed he wouldn't need to touch his personal stash of money. After finishing breakfast, Mu-chun made some preparations and then went downstairs with his shoulder bag. The weather is still very nice today. A gentle breeze caressed his face, bringing him immense pleasure. Just as Mu-chun arrived at Building 4, Su Tang slowly walked out of the stairwell. She still wore her usual playful smile. Today, Su Tang was wearing a light blue t-shirt, with 2 braids hanging in front of her collarbone, a white sun hat, and black shorts. He tucked his t-shirt into his waistband, and wore cartoon-patterned socks with white sneakers. She remains as innocent as ever. She was also holding a bag, which probably contained the shirts she had washed for him earlier. Upon seeing Mu-chun, Su Tang excitedly ran towards him. Hey Mu-chun, good morning. Walking up to Mu-chun, Su Tang opened her big eyes and tilted her head. Mu-chun looked really good today. Sunlight shone on his cheeks, making his eyes bright and sharp. His features well defined. Mu-chun seemed to have become even more handsome. Morning. Mu-chun pinched her cheek, and Su Tang giggled, then handed the bag in her hand to Mu-chun. Here's your shirt. I've washed it. Smell it. Doesn't it smell nice? I used my favorite laundry detergent. Thank you, Tang Tang. Mu-chun opened the bag and gently sniffed the clothes. The scent was very similar to Su Tang's body fragrance, which sparked his imagination. Hee, not bad. Mu-chun gently pinched her nose and then said, all right, let's go shopping. Let's buy a folding table nearby first. We have a lot to do today. Okay. The two figures quickly left the building. Mu-chun took the shirt to his mother's laundry shop, and then took Su Tang's hand and went to the nearby hardware market. After finding a hardware store, the two went inside. The shop owner was a slightly overweight middle-aged man who looked honest and kind when he saw the customers arrive. He immediately came to greet them. "Hello, welcome, what would you like to order?" Upon seeing the boss, Muchin spoke. "Hello, boss, do you have any folding tables? Preferably all aluminum, as iron ones rust easily." Hearing Muchin's words, the shop owner nodded. "Yes, we do. Do you want the better quality or the worse quality?" "Something better, please." "Okay, please wait a moment." As he spoke, the shop owner went to the back warehouse. Muchin waited for a while, and then he came back with a folding table made entirely of aluminum. This table is 80 centimeters high, 1 meter long, and 50 centimeters wide. Is that enough? As the shop owner spoke, he opened the table. The tabletop was blue, and Muchin weighed it in his hand. It was quite sturdy. He nodded. Just enough. How much does it cost?" 70. Hearing the price, he felt it wasn't too expensive. "Tang, what do you think of this table?" Muchin turned to look at Su Tang, who knew nothing about this and was a little confused. "Huh? To feel fine." Seeing Su Tang's blank expression, Muchin felt that asking her was pointless. "Good." Then he turned his head and said, "Boss, sell me two for $100. This?" Hearing Muchin's words, the shop owner scratched his head. "Young man, I'm not making any money from this." "All right, boss, let's just consider this a friendly exchange. Otherwise, I'll go check out my next job." With that, Muchin grabbed Su Tang's hand and started walking out. Muchin knew in his heart that the boss would definitely keep them. The cost of this kind of table is only 30 or 40 yuan. He can still make a profit if he sells them for 51. Just as the two were about to step out of the door, the boss called them back. Okay, I'll sell it to you for $100, but you have to introduce me to some customers." Rest assured, Muchin was secretly delighted. "Wait a moment, I'll go get you another one." Muchin turned to look at Su Tang, who was looking at him with her big, watery eyes. After the shop owner walked away, Su Tang couldn't help but say, "Muchin, you're amazing. You managed to cut the price by 40 yuan. Of course, after all, I'm so handsome. Go. Su Tang pouted and rolled her eyes. That stinky Muchin, he gets all high and mighty just from a few compliments. However, Muchin is indeed quite amazing. Looking into Muchin's eyes, Su Tang felt a pink bubble rising in her heart. After a while, the shop owner came over with another table. After paying, Muchin simply carried the two tables up. Even the shop owner was somewhat incredulous when he saw it. The table frame is made entirely of aluminum, but the tabletop is made of solid wood. This table must weigh at least 40 kilograms, and he lifted both tables up, which shows how strong he is. Su Tang was also somewhat surprised when she saw it. She tugged at Muchin's sleeve. "You stinky Muchin, this is so tiring. I can help you carry it." Hearing Su Tang's words, Muchin shook his head. He lowered his head slightly and looked at her with doting eyes. "How can a girl do such tiring work? Don't worry, I will make you a little princess who never lifts a finger." "Oh, this." Hearing Muchin's words, Su Tang blushed. She said shyly, "Is it true that you're responsible for earning money to support the family, and I'm responsible for being beautiful?" Muchin nodded. "Yes, I'll be in charge of flower arranging." Chapter 39. Sugar is awesome. Flower arrangement? She was as beautiful as a flower. She was a flower, so Muchin's meaning was. That stinky Muchin, he's so dirty-minded. I really don't know what he's thinking about all day long. But why was I able to understand it so quickly? Could it be myself? Su Tang quickly shook her head and gave Muchin a cold, dismissive look. "You stinky Muchin, making that inappropriate joke again. I hate it." Time flies. The two of them spent the whole morning running around, buying all sorts of items needed for their stall. Finally, the table, packaging boxes, tin Xinjiang fish, tin foil, seasonings, storage bags, sun umbrellas, and other items for the stall were all prepared. These items cost a total of 600 yuan. If all 10 fish can be sold today, we'll break even. At noon, after lunch, Muchin and Su Tang went into the kitchen together. Looking at the 10 Xinjiang fish in the bag, Su Tang's eyes almost sparkled. Tang, help me tie the straps on the back of my apron." "Ahokai." Upon hearing Muchin's words, Su Tang quickly squatted down and tied a pretty bow for Muchin. Then she gave a playful smile. "Muchin, I want to wear an apron and help you cook fish too. You said you would teach me." Okay. Seeing Su Tang's enthusiastic expression, Muchin also found her an apron. After putting on the apron, Su Tang couldn't wait any longer. She said, "Let's begin." "Good." Mu Chen nodded and carefully handed the knife to Su Tang. Use the knife slowly. Don't hurt yourself. Watch my movements. Su Tang nodded heavily twice, carefully observing Mu Chen's movements. Mu Chen said as he worked, hold the fish's body with your left hand to keep it from moving, and gently slice open its belly with the tip of the knife in your right hand. See how simple it is. As Mu Chen spoke, he had already sliced open the fish's belly. His knife skills were excellent, flowing smoothly, and in just a few seconds, the fish met its end. I'll give it a try. Su Tang's expression turned serious. She pressed down on the fish's body with her delicate little hand. But just as the tip of the knife touched the fish's belly, the fish suddenly began to thrash. Su Tang's little hand slipped, and the fish fell directly to the ground. Oh, this. She quickly put down the knife, picked up the fish, and rinsed off the dirt with clean water. I'll try again. Su Tang was somewhat unconvinced recalling Mu Chen's actions. She continued to try. But she failed again. Every time the knife tip touched the fish's belly, the fish would struggle. No matter what she did, she couldn't kill the fish. Upon seeing this, Su Tang's face immediately fell. She pouted her little mouth, looking both cute and fierce. Wow, this is so hard. Mu Chen, do you think I have no talent? Su Tang spoke with a look of grievance, and Mu Chen quickly comforted her. This is your first time doing this. It's okay. Come on, I'll teach you. After putting down the knife, Mu Chen stood behind Su Tang and placed his hands on her small hands in an embracing posture. Mu Chen spoke softly. Hold the knife tight and hold the fish down. Su Tang gave a soft and then placed her left hand on the fish's body. At the same time, Mu Chen also placed his hand on Su Tang's hand. Su Tang turned her head slightly and could see Mu Chen's exquisite profile. His eyes were incredibly clear, and he was earnestly correcting her movements. Grip the knife tightly with your right hand. Relax your arm. I'll do the work. Holding her little hand with Mu Chen, Su Tang was almost dying of shyness. Her shoulder was pressed tightly against Mu Chen's chest, and she could even feel Mu Chen's heartbeat. Looking at Mu Chen's extremely serious and meticulous expression, Su Tang felt an inexplicable flutter in her heart. With Su Tang's small hands in control, the fish's belly was quickly sliced open. The fish, which had been struggling, quieted down. How are you feeling? Not bad, not bad. Su Tang nodded shyly. Little did she know, her face was already flushed red. Her face turned bright red all the way to her ears. That move is really alluring. She felt the warmth of Mu Chen's chest against her back, and she could even smell his body fragrance. Is this what male hormones taste like? I'm so tempted. Meanwhile, seeing Su Tang's flushed face, Mu Chen smiled slightly. This girl is blushing again. Oh well, I'd better not tell her. Let's move on to the next one. You try it this time. Good. With Mu Chen's help, Su Tang quickly mastered the key points of the movements. You must act quickly, accurately, and ruthlessly, with movements as fluid as water, cutting open the fish's belly just a second before it struggles. Seeing how quickly Su Tang was improving, Mu Chen gently flicked her cheek. Look, look, look how great my Tang Tang is. Now the rest of the fish is yours. Good. Su Tang nodded emphatically. A warm feeling welled up in my heart. Through these few days of contact, she felt increasingly dependent on Mu Chen, and their relationship quickly warmed up. Who wouldn't love a boy who calculates so meticulously? And so, Su Tang cut open the belly of each fish one by one. Mu Chen took out the fish's internal organs, made decorative cuts, prepared the marinade, put it in a plate, and sealed it with plastic wrap. Then he began preparing the marinade. At the same time, Su Tang is also studying diligently. She usually doesn't know how to cook, but with Mu Chen's help, Su Tang learned very quickly. As the saying goes, teamwork makes the dream work, and Mu Chen and Su Tang are a perfect example of this. Half an hour later, the two of them had finished processing the 10 fish and had started marinating them. Su Tang playfully poked Mu Chen, revealing a blank smile. You stinky Mu Chen, how do you think I did? Great. Mu Chen gave her 2 thumbs up. If I'm not mistaken, this should be Su Tang's first time cooking. At home, she is usually treated like a little princess. Her parents never let her cook. It's really great that I was able to help him on my first time cooking. Hee hee. Then I'll learn quickly and cook your first meal. Okay, I'll wait. Another half hour passed. The fish is almost fully marinated. Because of the limited space in the oven, only 3 fish can be baked at a time. After wrapping the fish in aluminum foil, Mu Chen threw it into the oven. It's ready to eat after baking for 30 minutes. Then you can pour on some broth, and the dish is done. Meanwhile, Mu Chen also prepared 10 lunch boxes and filled them with soup. After the fish is sold, customers can pour the sauce over themselves when they get home, then heat it up briefly in the microwave before eating. 5 p.m. Ding. As the oven timer went off, the last fish was finally cooked. Mu-chin glanced at the clock on the wall, then turned his gaze to Su Tang, who was watching TV. Tang Tang, it's time to get off work. Now let's put the fish in the box and go downstairs. Upon hearing Mu-chin's words, Su Tang shuddered. She quickly turned her head and nodded like a chick pecking at rice. Okay. Then, he got up and went to the kitchen with Mu-chin. After packing the fish, they each carried 5 boxes of fish downstairs. Chapter 40 Score check. 5:30. As the sun gradually set in the west, fiery clouds dyed half the sky red. As evening approached, more and more people began to gather at the entrance of the residential area. This time coincides with the evening rush hour and also the time when children have just gotten out of school. Mu-chin, look, there's a spot over there, let's set up our stall there. Su Tang skipped and hopped ahead, pointing with her little finger to a vacant lot next to the green belt. Okay, let's hurry up and move the table. Good. Su Tang nodded with a smile, and the two of them quickly carried the fish to the laundry shop. Zhou Ping was still busy inside. Mom, the fish is ready, let's hurry up and set up the stall. Upon hearing Mu-chin's voice, Zhou Ping quickly came out of the laundry shop. She smiled and nodded. Today was her son's first day setting up a stall and doing business, so she had to cooperate well. Let's go. Zhou Ping went over to lift the table, and Mu-chin and Su Tang quickly stepped forward to help. Soon, they moved the table to the side of the green belt. This location is pretty good. There's a lot of foot traffic. There were also some stalls selling vegetables and fruits around. Mu-chin turned to look at Su Tang. Tang Tang, tidy up the table. I'll go get the signboard and fish. We'll be open for business soon. Okay. Su Tang nodded her little head, and Mu-chin couldn't help but touch her hair before returning to the shop with Zhou Ping. Mu-chin carried 10 boxes of fish, while his mother carried the advertising board that Mu-chin had printed in advance, and they returned to the stall. Mom, I'll fix the billboard. You and Tang Tang can just tidy up the table. This billboard was custom made by Mu-chin, and it fits perfectly onto the table leg. After securing it, Mu-chin stood up and looked at the billboard, where a few words stood out prominently. Grilled fish with sugar, 68 yuan a piece. The advertisement was very straightforward. Since it wasn't prepared in advance, it simply used this one sentence. After tidying everything up, Su Tang quickly moved to stand next to Mu-chin. At this moment, the two of them resembled a young couple working hard together. They looked good together. Su Tang smiled playfully, glancing expectantly at Mu-chin. Mu-chin, do you think we can sell these 10 fish today? Sure. Mu-chin's answer was very lighthearted. He was quite confident in his cooking skills. However, on the first day of opening, there is no reputation, yet if the sales are good on the first day, the sales will definitely be great on the second day. Mu-chin gave a thumbs-up gesture, and Su Tang nodded, then said, if you can't sell them all, I can reluctantly help you get one. Looking at the mischievous Su Tang. She was being reluctant. This girl clearly wanted to eat fish. What a little glutton. Mu-chin nodded. Okay, then I'll sell you one for double the price. Su Tang pouted. You stinky Mu-chin, talking about money between us is so hurtful. No harm done. No harm done. I only care about money. Watching the two bickering, Zhou Ping felt incredibly sweet inside. She said, Mu-chin, Tang Tang, I'm going back to the laundry shop first. You two can keep selling here for now, and I'll come back to help you when I'm done. Okay, Mom, you can go back now. Don't worry. Auntie, we'll definitely be able to sell them both. After Zhou Ping walked away, Su Tang pouted and glared at Mu-chin. You stingy Mu-chin, I'm ignoring you. After a short wait, the stall remained deserted. Su Tang was getting impatient. She couldn't help but look up at Mu-chin with her big, bright eyes and asked, Mu-chin, it's been several minutes already. Why hasn't anyone come to buy yet? Many people passed by, but most of them didn't even look at me, let alone come over to ask. Mu-chin said, it's normal, only a few minutes have passed, you can't rush things, let's wait a little longer. Oh, just as Mu-chin finished speaking, an old man walked up to the stall with his hands behind his back. Mu-chin knew this grandfather. His surname was Wang, and he lived next door to Mu-chin's house. He was commonly known as Old Wang next door. They often met, and out of politeness, Mu-chin would call him Grandpa Wang. Grandpa Wang saw that it was Mu-chin and Su Tang, and curiously looked at the billboard. Tang Tang grilled fish, 68 yuan a piece? Then, he looked up with a kind smile. Tang Tang, did you cook this fish? Hearing Grandpa Wang's words, Su Tang nodded blankly. Grandpa Wang, Mu Chun and I made this together. When she spoke of Mu Chun, the corners of her mouth turned up like crescent moons. She couldn't help but move closer to Mu Chun. Very clingy. Not bad. Grandpa Wang looked at the two children with great appreciation. They were so young and already knew how to set up a stall to make money. They were so sensible. Why don't we let them open for business? After a brief moment of thought, Grandpa Wang took out his wallet. Give me one, then if you make it well, I'll help you attract customers. Su Tang's eyes lit up when she heard what Grandpa Wang said. Really? Thank you, Grandpa Wang. Su Tang quickly stepped forward and handed over a fish, instructing him. Grandpa Wang, there's broth inside when you get home. Just pour the broth over the fish and heat it up in the microwave. I'm sure you'll come back to buy it again tomorrow. Haha. Then I have to hurry home and taste what it tastes like. After receiving the fish, Grandpa Wang handed Su Tang 70 yuan. Mu Chun quickly took out 2 1 yuan bills and handed them to Grandpa Wang. Grandpa Wang took the banknotes, smiled and nodded, then waved to the two of them, saying, Then I'll head back now. Goodbye, Grandpa. Goodbye, Grandpa. The two of them said in unison, and after old Wang next door walked away, Su Tang was overjoyed. She was a little excited. Mu Chun, we sold our first fish. That's great. Seeing Su Tang's excited expression, Mu Chun nodded and gently pinched her cheek. Okay, then keep up the good work and try to sell all of them today. Good. Before Su Tang's brief joy had faded, another elementary school student, who looked about 8 or 9 years old and had a red scarf tied around his neck, walked over. The elementary school student's mother followed behind him on her electric scooter. When the student saw the grilled fish stall, he pointed at the stall and said, Mom, I want to eat grilled fish. Grilled fish. Upon hearing the word grilled fish, the elementary school student's mother pushed her electric scooter over. She glanced at the stall and began to speak. How much are these fish? Can I open one and take a look? 68 yuan each, of course. Mu Chun nodded and quickly opened the packaging box and pulled out the plastic tray inside. The foil was covered in oil stains. As you slowly opened the foil, a fishy aroma wafted out. Aluminum foil keeps the food warm, so the fish is still hot at this point. The smell was wonderful, and the presentation was beautiful. The moment she saw the fish, her appetite was whetted. The elementary school students' mouths watered at the smell of the delicious aroma. Mom, it smells so good, I want to eat it. Want some? She looked at her child, a primary school student, who nodded emphatically, his eyes full of expectation. 2 of them, please. Wow. Upon hearing the sound, Mu Chun was startled and quickly put the fish inside. Okay, when you get home, pour the broth over the fish and heat it up in the microwave. Then it's ready to eat. My phone number is on it. You can call to order fish if you like. This parent is a very decisive person. He didn't waste any time. Seeing that his son liked them, he bought 2 directly. After paying with WeChat, I quickly rode my electric bike into the residential area. Watching the mother and daughter walk away, Su Tang smiled again. Mu Chun, we've already sold 3. That's great. Keep up the good work. It's 7 p.m. Thank you for your patronage, and welcome back next time. Su Tang watched the customer's departing figure, her expression brightening with joy, and the last fish was sold. The sky had completely darkened by then. The streetlights on both sides of the road lit up at the same time, and the people around gradually dispersed. You stinky mukin, we did it. Su Tang was a little excited. She hadn't expected to sell the fish in just an hour and a half. Great. Then we can increase the amount appropriately tomorrow. Su Tang nodded emphatically. Selling fish with Mu Chun is so much fun. All right, let's pack our things. What do you want to eat later? I'll make it for you. Really? 2 want to eat braised pork. Good. For the next few days, Mu Chun continued to work with Su Tang. With the positive word of mouth from the first day, the fish sold significantly better on the second day. We have many repeat customers, and later even people in the neighborhood started taking orders, so we no longer needed to set up a stall. Mu Chun's mother occasionally helps out, and they've gotten a bigger oven. They've made quite a bit of money lately. In short, that's enough to take Su Tang to Disneyland. Meanwhile, Mu Chun completed the task and earned a lot of points. The shop also sent clothes to Su Tang. Mu Chun usually takes photos and edits them for her, and he also receives a lot of payment for it. Time flies. Before we knew it, it was June 23rd, the day the college entrance exam scores are released. It was 3 p.m. that day. Mu Chun, Su Tang, and Zhou Ping gathered in front of the computer screen. The 3 people in front of him looked very nervous. Mu Chun looked at Su Tang's pouting lips. She comforted him, saying, "Tang Tang, don't worry, you'll definitely do well on the test." Chapter 41 College Entrance Examination Results. At the same time, Zhou Ping also comforted Su Tang. "Tang Tang, Auntie believes in your grades too. You've always been first in your grade at school, so there's definitely no problem with your results this time." Then she glanced at Mu Chun. "Unlike Mu Chun, who usually just goes to internet cafes, I'd like to see how many points he can get this time." "Mom, you have to believe in your son. I feel he can definitely get into Tsinghua or Peking University." "Go away. You look just like someone from Tsinghua or Peking University." Seeing that his mother didn't believe him, Mu Chun didn't explain anything further. He smiled slightly, turned his head to look at Su Tang's expression, at which point Su Tang's little face showed no vitality. His eyes were dull and lifeless. What's wrong with this girl? Actually, Su Tang wasn't worried about her own grades, but rather about Mu Chun's. After spending some time together, she realized that she couldn't live without Mu Chun. Her initial thought was simple. She just wanted to attend university in the same city as Mu Chun. But now she doesn't think that way anymore. She hoped to be on the same campus as Mu Chun, so she could be with him all the time. Su Tang had even made up her mind that if Mu Chun's grades were not ideal this time, she would accompany him to repeat a year. "No matter what, I must attend the same university as Mu Chun. Tang Tang, give me your exam admission ticket." "Oh." Su Tang nodded. Mu Chun looked at Su Tang's admission ticket and typed in her name, ID number, and admission ticket number before clicking search. At the same time, Zhou Ping was also staring intently at the computer screen. But when Su Tang's name appeared on the computer screen, the three of them were stunned. The content on the screen is as follows. Candidate name, Su Tang, Chinese. Math, English, Science, combined subjects. Total score, provincial ranking, top 50. Holy crap. Upon seeing the content on the screen, Mu Chun thought about it carefully, and then remembered what Teacher Wang had said back then. Su Tang's scores have been hidden. However, Zhou Ping didn't know that upon seeing the series of question marks on the screen, she couldn't help but speak up. "Mu Chun, what's going on? Why are there a bunch of question marks on the results? Is there a problem with the system, or is the computer broken?" Mu Chun shook his head, his tone somewhat excited. "Mom, this is a good thing. Good news." Zhou Ping looked puzzled and continued to ask. "It's not Mu Chun. Explain to me what's going on. Why is there a bunch of question marks?" Mu Chun said, "Look, although the results shown above are for the questioning section, Tang Tang's ranking is in the top 50 in the province. That means Su Tang's score ranks in the top 50 in the entire province. The reason for not releasing the results is to prevent some people from hyping up these top scores in the college entrance examination. So the scores are hidden." The score has been hidden? Zhou Ping only realized what Mu Chun meant after hearing his words. She said in disbelief, "So, Mu Chun, you mean Su Tang's grades are excellent? That she's among the top 50 scorers in the province's college entrance exam?" "That's right. That's exactly it." "That's awesome." Zhou Ping clapped her hands, extremely surprised. She looked at Su Tang with great admiration, seeing how well Su Tang did on the exam. She was happy for her, but also particularly envious. To rank in the top 50 in the province is truly amazing. It's not a matter of choosing between Tsinghua University, Peking University, and Peking University. I've heard that students at Tsinghua and Peking universities can earn tens of thousands of yuan a year just from scholarships. I'm genuinely envious, and I'm also genuinely jealous. Tang Tang, you got a good ranking in the top 50. Why are you so unhappy? Mu Chun turned to look at Su Tang while he and Zhou Ping were having a good time. Su Tang seemed unusually quiet. There was absolutely no mental activity involved. Su Tang pouted. "I'd rather know your grades." Looking at Su Tang's aggrieved expression, Mu Chun felt a warmth in his heart. He was well aware of Su Tang's feelings. This girl wants to go to the same university as him. What good are her own good grades if Mu Chun's grades are bad? "I'll check right away." As he spoke, Mu Chun took out his admission ticket, entered the admission ticket number and ID number into the web page, and then clicked to search. At the same time, Su Tang quickly covered her eyes. I dare not look at his grades. But what appeared on the web page made Mu Chun say, "Damn it." Grass. At this critical moment, the web page went 404. Speechless, left with no other option, Mu Chun had to refresh the web page. However, today is the first day that the college entrance examination results are released, and students all over China are checking their scores. It's normal for a website to crash occasionally. After refreshing the page several times, Mu Chun entered his admission ticket number and ID number again and clicked search without hesitation. At the same time, the situation is the same as that of Su Tong. A bunch of question marks appeared on the screen. Candidate name, Mu Chun. Chinese. Math. English. Science, combined subjects. Provincial ranking, top 50. After seeing the results, Mu Chun breathed a long sigh of relief. Although the results were as expected, he was finally able to relax. He felt relieved when he saw the top 50 rankings. What does this mean? This means he is about to receive an admission letter from Tsinghua University, Peking University, or Beijing University. This also means that he and Su Tang can enter the same university. At this time, Su Tang covered her eyes. Through the gaps between her fingers, she saw the question mark on the screen. Su Tang was immediately startled. She quickly opened her eyes wide, and when she was sure she wasn't seeing things, she was overjoyed. My heart was pounding, and I was so happy to see that Mu Chun was also ranked in the top 50. Surprise, excitement, and joy blended together. Scenes of her future with Mu Chun on the university campus have already appeared in her mind. This is also what she most wanted to see. All the worries I had just had vanished in an instant. Mu Chun. Su Tang suddenly hugged him. Her little face pressed against Mu Chun's chest. Mu Chun gently rubbed her little head and smiled. See? I didn't lie to you. I think I said from the day of the college entrance exam that we could get into the same university, but you didn't believe me. Yeah, I believe you now. You're awesome, you stinky mukin. Su Tang pouted, tears of emotion already streaming down her face. The moment she saw Mu Chun's grades, all her pressure vanished. Sweetie, I will protect Tang Tang for the rest of my life. Gently patting her shoulder, Mu Chun tried his best to comfort Su Tang. Su Tang nodded emphatically in Mu Chun's arms. My heart felt incredibly warm. Isn't this exactly what she wanted to happen? At the same time, the most shocked person was Zhou Ping. Seeing that her son's grades were comparable to Su Tang's, she even doubted whether she had misread the data. Mu Chun had always said that he could get into Tsinghua or Peking University, but they never believed it. It wasn't until they saw Mu Chun's grades that they realized Mu Chun hadn't lied at all. Like Su Tong, it is among the top 50 in the province. What does that mean? That's absolutely incredible. It must be that his family's ancestral graves were emitting auspicious smoke that Mu Chun got such high scores. Mu Chun is definitely the dark horse of Jinhua No 1 High School. As for the reason, Zhou Ping didn't think much about it. Perhaps her son had performed exceptionally well. Mu Chun, your grades. At this moment, Zhou Ping's voice trembled slightly. Mu Chun looked up and smiled. Mom, you read that right? Su Tang and I are both in the top 50 in the province. Don't worry. Su Tang and I can both get into Tsinghua University and Peking University. Zhou Ping was no longer very good at expressing her feelings in words. She forced herself to calm down. Then he stood up, trembling. Mu Chun, I'm going to call your dad and tell him the news. Okay, Mom. Go ahead, I'll cook dinner tonight and invite Tong Tong's parents to get together. At the same time, Mu Chun looked at Su Tang in his arms and said, Tang Tang, tell your parents the good news and invite them to come here for dinner tonight. Okay. Su Tang nodded, then took out her phone and dialed her parents' number. Chapter 42. The teachers at the Kyoto University admissions office? Hey Mom, my college entrance exam results are out. What was my score? I don't know, but I got into the top 50 in the province. Oh, and Mu Chun also got into the top 50 in the province. Why don't you come to Mu Chun's house for dinner with your dad tonight? Mu Chun will cook for you. Meanwhile, Zhou Ping was also on the phone in the living room, her voice filled with excitement. Honey, great news. Our son got into the top 50 in the province. It's like our ancestors' graves are emitting auspicious smoke. Come home early tonight. Let's have a get-together. Hello, is this Mu Chun's third aunt? Mu Chun's college entrance exam results came out today. Guess how many points he got? He ranked in the top 50 in the province. Hey, Mu Chun's third uncle. Hey, is this Mu Chun's second aunt's husband? Zhou Ping's phone kept ringing as she told all her relatives about the incident, wanting the whole world to know that Mu Chun had achieved such a score. Of course, Mu Chun could understand his mother's feelings. After all, he used to be mischievous and didn't study hard in Mu Chun's parents' eyes. It would be good enough if Mu Chun could get into a second-tier university. They never expected that he could be in the top 50 in the province. Let alone one book. Even Peking University would probably come scrambling to recruit him. A little while later, Su Tang skipped and hopped across the balcony. She looked radiant and full of energy, a completely different person from when she was pouting earlier. Su Tang immediately wrapped her arms around Mu Chun's arm and rubbed her face against him. Mu Chun, I've already told my parents that they're coming over for dinner tonight. Su Tang was like a clingy kitten. Mu Chen nodded. Okay, I'll go cook in a bit. What do you want to eat? I want to eat braised pork ribs, grilled fish, sweet and sour chicken, ants climbing a tree, a Sichuan dish of minced pork, sweet and sour pork, and spicy crayfish. Su Tang listed a lot of dishes in one go. After listening, Mu Chen gently rubbed her little head. You're such a little foodie. I want to eat it. Su Tang pouted and continued. The point of living is to eat more, and good food is the one thing we should never miss. Mu Chen, please just make it for me. I'll help you too. Su Tang started to act cute, and Mu Chen's heart almost melted at the sight of her adorable antics. Okay, let's go to the supermarket together to buy things. Hee okay. Su Tang smiled triumphantly and quickly took Mu Chen's hand. The two entered the living room, where Zhou Ping had already hung up the phone. Seeing the two people come out of the bedroom, a smile immediately appeared on her face. Mom, Tong Tong's parents are coming to our house for dinner tonight. Tang Dang and I are going to the supermarket to buy some things I'm going to cook for you today, so you can try my cooking. Hearing Mu Chen's words, Zhou Ping nodded repeatedly. Okay, Mu Chen, do you have any money left? If not, I'll transfer it to you right away. No need. There's still plenty left. I'll go downstairs with Tang Tang first. With that, Mu Chen took Su Tang's hand, and they went downstairs together. Zhou Ping was overjoyed to see the two children. Oh right, we haven't told Mu Chen's grandparents yet. We need to tell them the news too. Thinking about it, Zhou Ping opened her phone again and dialed a number. Downstairs, Mu Chen and Su Tang walked hand in hand. Both of them were in a particularly good mood at that moment. Feeling the sunshine warm in my heart, they wandered around outside for a while before entering the supermarket. After entering the supermarket, Mu Chen pushed a shopping cart, and at that moment, Su Tang poked her little head over. Mu Chen, can you push me around instead of sitting in the car? Mu Chen glanced at the shopping cart. Then I looked at Su Tang. The shopping cart does have a seat, but it's for small babies. This makes it easier for parents to take care of their children while shopping. Su Tang is so big, yet she still acts like a child. Seeing Mu Chen's puzzled expression, Su Tang pouted and said, many guys online put their girlfriends in their shopping carts. I want one too. Seeing Su Tang staring at him expectantly, Mu Chen nodded. All right. Su Tang chuckled and sat happily in the shopping cart. Her slender legs were sticking out, her calves swaying slightly in the air, making Mu Chen's blood boil. The rest of the time, Mu Chen and Su Tang went shopping for ingredients. They shopped at the supermarket for over half an hour, buying Xinjiang fish, pork belly, crayfish, green beans, cabbage, and various snacks, before finally leaving with their shopping bags. Walking down the street, Mu Chen turned to look at Su Tang. Tang Tang, look, the college entrance exam results are out. Have you decided which university you want to go to? Hearing Mu Chen's words, Su Tang thought about it carefully. Although her college entrance exam results have been released, she still hasn't decided which university to attend. However, since she ranked in the top 50 in the province, she should choose between Tsinghua University, Peking University, and Kyoto University. After all, Tsinghua University, Peking University, and Peking University are the most famous schools in China. I haven't decided yet, Mu Chen. Wherever you go, I'll go. I want to be with you all the time. Hearing Su Tang's words, Mu Chen felt a warmth in his heart once again. Well, we'll know the scores in a few days. There are still more than 10 days before we have to fill out the college application forms, so we'll talk about it then. Yeah, Su Tang nodded obediently. The two of them, carrying shopping bags, hurried upstairs. When he arrived at his doorstep, Mu Chen realized that he hadn't brought his keys. He gave an awkward smile. Tang Tang, I forgot my keys. I'm carrying some things, so please knock on the door. Okay. Su Tang obediently knocked on the door. Here I am. Zhou Ping's voice came from inside the room, and soon the door was opened. Mom, Mu Chen called out, and Zhou Ping nodded, whispering, I was just about to call you when a teacher who claims to be from the admissions office of Kyoto University came to my house and is waiting for you inside. What? Upon hearing his mother's words, Mu Chen was stunned. A teacher from the Kyoto University admissions office. Goodness. Mu Chen knew they would come, but he didn't expect them to arrive so quickly. The scores were released on the very first day, and this is already happening, right? Zhou Ping took the bag from Mu Chen and said softly, he just arrived and is sitting in the living room waiting for you. Why don't you go and see him? Oh, Mu Chen nodded. At the same time, Su Tang was also a little confused, just like Mu Chen. The college entrance exam results just came out, and the admissions office staff arrived right away. That was fast. Seeing that Su Tang was still standing there in a daze, she took the things from Su Tang's hands. Tang Tang, you should also follow Mu Chun and see what they are saying to you. Ahokai. Su Tang quickly followed Mu Chun's steps. Upon entering the house, a man in a suit and glasses, who appeared to be in his 40s, was sitting on the sofa in the living room. Upon seeing Mu Chun enter, he quickly stood up. Hello, you must be Mu Chun. I am Li Jinyao, a teacher from the admissions office of Kyoto University. As he spoke, Li Jinyao took out his identification and extended his right hand. Chapter 43. Top Scholar? First place? Hello, Teacher Li. Mu Chun gently shook hands with him and examined Li Jinyao's identification. Mu Chun could tell that the identification was definitely not fake. The student's address is in the candidate's file. The fact that he was able to find Mu Chun's house is enough to prove that he is not a fraudster. Hello. Li Jinyao fell deeply in love with Mu Chun at first sight. Of course, it's not the kind of liking, but rather the liking that comes from appreciation. Mu Chun is both good-looking and talented. If he goes to Kyoto University, he will definitely be a promising talent. Please have a seat, Teacher Li. Mu Chun said respectfully, and Li Jinyao nodded. He was about to sit down when he was attracted by the little girl behind Mu Chun. Upon seeing Su Tang, he couldn't help but ask, "This must be Su Tang, right?" "Huh? You know me." Upon hearing Li Jinyao's words, Su Tang was stunned, her eyes filled with confusion. "Certainly." Li Jinyao smiled slightly and said with an appreciative look, "Mu Chun, the top scorer in the province, got a perfect score in Chinese. Su Tang, you rank 6th in the province and 23rd in the country, with a total score of 723. How could I not know you?" What? Upon hearing Li Jinyao's words, both Mu Chun and Su Tang widened their eyes. Looking at the two shocked children in front of him, Li Jinyao suddenly thought of something, smiled, and explained. Haha, I forgot to tell you. I have your college entrance exam scores here. Let me show you. As he spoke, Li Jinyao sat down on the sofa, opened his laptop bag, and took out his laptop. At the same time, Zhou Ping also came over after hearing the conversation between the three people. Teacher Li, what did you just say? Zhou Ping seemed to have just heard Mu Chun say something about being number one. Upon hearing this, Li Jinyao looked up at Zhou Ping and explained. I said, your son Mu Chun is the top scorer in the provincial college entrance examination, ranking first in the entire Jiangbei province. Li Jinyao emphasized the words first place in particular, as if afraid Zhou Ping wouldn't hear him clearly. What? Upon hearing Li Jinyao's words, Zhou Ping's mind went blank. She even wondered if she had misheard. Seeing Zhou Ping's expression, Li Jinyao opened a spreadsheet and said, take a look for yourselves. Your college entrance exam scores are on it. Upon hearing Li Jinyao's words, Mu Chun, Su Tang, and Zhou Ping quickly leaned closer. In the table, the first row shows Mu Chun's scores. Name, Mu Chun. Chinese, 150. Mathematics, 148. English, 140. Combined Science, 296. Total score, 734. Provincial ranking, 1. National ranking, 6. Holy crap. Mu Chun was completely stunned when he saw the results. Are you kidding me? He got first place in the whole province? He also got full marks in Chinese. Even the essay didn't get any points deducted. After the exam, Mu Chun knew his grades wouldn't be bad, but he didn't expect to do so well. Moreover, he just guessed on his English listening test, yet he still got 140 points? Wow, that's so lucky. Mu Chun swallowed hard. He now had an urge to rush downstairs and buy a lottery ticket. At the same time, Mu Chun also saw Su Tang's score in the table. Name, Su Tang. Chinese, 145. Mathematics, 138. English, 144. Combined Science, 296. Total score, 723. Provincial ranking, 6. National ranking, 23. Su Tang's grades were also exceptionally good. The two were only 11 points apart. But those 11 points represent a difference of 17 people nationwide. You probably don't know your grades, do you? So what are your thoughts on these results? Looking at the two little ones with blank stares, Li Jinyao was honestly envious of Mu Chun and Su Tang. She's good-looking and has excellent academic performance. The future looks bright. It's fine. Mu Chun was so excited that he couldn't speak. The same goes for Su Tang. Both of their hearts were pounding. This result completely exceeded their expectations. Seeing Mu Chun achieve such excellent results, Su Tang was incredibly excited. If you tell his classmates about his grades, they'll definitely be very envious. Sure, Mu-chun. Zhou Ping patted his shoulder from behind, and after a long while, she finally managed to utter this sentence. The top student in the province is her son. If word got out, so many people would be envious. Things she never dared to dream of actually happened to her. This dark horse is simply too big. All right, you've seen the results, and I'm sure you know about Kyoto University. I think you can guess why I'm here, so I'll keep it short. Li Jinyao paused for a moment, then continued. The benefits that Peking University offers you are, you can choose any major, you are guaranteed admission to graduate school, all your tuition and fees for 4 years of university are waived, plus a scholarship of 30,000 yuan per person per year. Oh, right, there's also the opportunity to join the party, which we can also try to help you too. You can consider it. Before Mu-chin could answer, he took out a Kyoto University brochure from his bag. This is a brochure from Kyoto University. It contains information about the university and its programs. You can take a look when you have time. Mu-chan placed the Peking University brochure on the table, and Li Jinyao looked up at the three of them. Then I won't bother you any longer. My contact information is in the brochure. If you have any questions, you can call me. Finally, I hope you can give Kyoto University a chance. After saying that, Li Jinyao stood up, put the notebook into his bag, and smiled slightly. Then I'll head back now. Everyone here is smart, and he didn't expect to get Mu-chun and Su Tang to sign up today. Instead, this is how they planted a seed in Mu-chun and Su Tang's hearts. After all, the scores have just been released, and it's still a long time before we have to fill out college applications. With scores that high, both children are clearly intelligent. At the same time, he respected Mu-chun and Su Tang's decision. Whether or not they went to Peking University was not something he could control. I send you. Zhou Ping quickly went over and opened the door for Li Jinyao. Li Jinyao smiled and said thank you, then quickly entered the elevator. Zhou Ping didn't return to her room and closed the door until the elevator had descended. At this moment, her head was still buzzing. At the same time, Mu-chun glanced at Su Tang beside him and pinched her cheek. Tang Tang, don't just stand there. Let's go to the kitchen and cook together. Okay. Su Tang nodded her little head, then turned her gaze to Zhou Ping. Aunt Ping, you should go and rest for a while. Mu-chun and I are going to cook. I'll let you try my cooking later. After saying that, the two of them quickly ran into the kitchen. During this period, Su Tang's cooking skills have also improved a lot. She doesn't usually cook, but under Mu-chin's tutelage, she can now help him with the cooking. Tang Tang, put on your apron. You help me chop the vegetables. I'll do the cooking. Good. Su Tang nodded obediently. She turned her head slightly, looking at Mu-chin's serious and upright face. Her little mouth turned up slightly. She stopped daydreaming and quickly got to work. She felt very happy to be able to cook with Mu-chun. It seems I can't live without this amazing boy for the rest of my life. Chapter 44. Going to the construction site. It's 6:30 p.m. As darkness fell, Mu-chun and Su Tang continued to work busily in the kitchen. Mu-chun, the fish in the oven is done. Come and take a look. Mu-chun, the braised pork is ready. If you don't come to serve it, I will. Ouch, Mu-chun, I got burned a little bit, wah. Upon hearing Su Tang's voice, Mu-chun rushed over. Are you alright, Tang Tang? Let me check. Mu-chun quickly grabbed her little hand, and his heart ached when he saw Su Tang's aggrieved look. This girl is always a worry for me. Upon closer inspection of Su Tang's fingers, it was clear that she had indeed burned a small red blister on her index finger. This is the only place you got burned, right? There's nothing else there. No. Su Tang pouted and shook her head. The blisters were small, but they were extremely painful. A few days ago, when Mu-chun was cooking fish, he was burned several times. These were all minor matters to him, but they were different for Su Tang. This girl has such delicate skin. It hurts a lot if she gets burned. How could you be so careless? You shouldn't go into the kitchen anymore. I'll cook for you. Mu-chun comforted Su Tang, then stood up and said, Come over here and rinse it with cold water. Mu-chun held Su Tang's little hand and rinsed it under the tap for a while. How are you feeling? Are you feeling better? Mu-chun carefully observed the blisters on Su Tang's hand at this moment. The blisters were particularly thin and could burst at the slightest touch. Seeing how thin the blister was, Mu-chun sighed. Tang Tang, this blister can only be popped, otherwise it will hurt a lot when you touch it. Oh. Hearing Mu-chun's words, Su Tang pouted. Although she was a little scared, she still forced a smile. It's okay. I'm not afraid. Okay. Tang Tang, be a good girl, come with me. Mu-chun led Su Tang by the hand into his bedroom. Mu-chun always keeps a first aid kit in his bedroom, which contained some cold medicine, disinfectant, and band-aids. He first took out iodine from the first aid kit, dipped a cotton swab in it, and applied it to the burned area on Su Tang's finger. Then, he found the sewing box in the drawer and took out a needle. After gently wiping the needle with a cotton swab soaked in iodine, Mu Chun grabbed Su Tang's hand. Tang, it might hurt a little bit right now, so please bear with it. Su Tang gave a soft and quickly closed her eyes, not daring to look. Without the slightest hesitation, Mu Chun inserted the needle directly into the blister. The fluid inside the blister drained out, so Mu Chun took a cotton swab and wiped it away. All right. Mu Chun gently rubbed her head. Su Tang is quite brave, isn't she? Neither of them made a sound. Is it all done? Hee. It doesn't seem to hurt anymore. She didn't feel any pain, and Su Tang was overjoyed to find that it wasn't as terrible as she had imagined. Mu Chun took out a band-aid, put it on, and then flicked her cheek. Okay. Tang, you shouldn't cook anymore. I'll cook for you from now on. Humph. Thank you, you stinky mukin. Su Tang pouted, her tone a little arrogant, but she felt very sweet inside. She didn't ask for much. All she needed was Mu Chun's company. All right, your aunt and uncle should be here soon. Let's get ready and have dinner. Oh, and could you call my mom and ask if she's back yet? Okay, hee. Su Tang nodded. Not long after the teachers from the Peking University admissions office left, customers came to the laundromat, so Zhou Ping went downstairs to help. She should be back by now. Mu Chun went back into the kitchen and placed the dishes on the dining table. He cooked a lot of dishes today, including grilled fish, braised pork, sweet and sour pork, stir-fried chicken with vinegar, and crayfish. The portion is definitely enough for 6 people. A moment later, Su Tang skipped over, a cheerful smile on her face. Mu Chun, I called your mom. Your parents and my parents are together. They'll be here soon. Mu Chun nodded. Okay, but Tang, there's a grammatical error in what you said. Hearing Mu Chun's words, she scratched her head, her big eyes filled with confusion. Is there a grammatical error in this sentence? I don't think I noticed it. At this moment, Mu Chun revealed a mischievous smile. What do you mean, yours and mine? From now on, you should say our parents. Understand? Our parents? Good heavens. Upon hearing Mu Chun's words, Su Tang's eyes widened, and she pouted slightly. Humph, that stinky mukin is flirting with her again. However, Su Tang still obediently nodded. That's fine, but only when you put a diamond ring on my finger. At this point, Su Tang suddenly remembered that the two of them hadn't officially started dating yet. That jerk, Mu Chun, why doesn't he confess his feelings to her yet? Wouldn't it be better to establish a relationship sooner and kiss him sooner? In fact, Mu Chun was waiting for the right opportunity. Girls pay special attention to rituals. He was looking for the right opportunity to give Su Tang a romantic confession. Okay, I will definitely prepare a 1-carat diamond ring for Tang in the future. A few more minutes passed. There were 3 knocks on the door. Knock, knock, knock. Are our parents here? Su Tang blushed and quickly walked over with Mu Chun, opening the door. What came into view were their parents. Su Tang's father, Su Jinfeng, and Su Tang's mother, Sun Na. Uncle, Auntie, you've arrived. Please come in. As he spoke, Mu Chun stood to the side, making way for them. Su Jinfeng laughed heartily. He was usually busy with construction work and hadn't seen Mu Chun for a long time. Seeing Mu Chun is like seeing his own son. The two families usually had a good relationship. Zhou Ping and Sun Na were best friends, and he and Mu Yong were childhood friends. Mu Chun was very sensible from a young age, and his whole family loved him. He nodded in satisfaction. Yes, I heard from Tang that you did well on the exam. You even ranked in the top 50 in the province, so you can go to university with Su Tang. I performed exceptionally well. It's nothing to mention. Uncle, please come in quickly. Tang, and I have prepared a whole table of dishes. Please sit down and have some. Su Jinfeng nodded, and his eyes lit up when he saw so many dishes on the table. He had eaten Mu Chun's fish a few times before, and the taste was absolutely amazing. Seeing so many dishes on the table immediately whetted his appetite. Nana, please sit down too. Don't be shy. Oh, I wasn't being polite. Mu Chun quickly pulled out chairs for Su Tang's parents after they sat down. Mu Chun took out a teapot he had prepared beforehand and made tea for them. Su Jinfeng noticed all these details. Mu Chun is so sensible. Seeing this sumptuous dinner on the table, Mu Yong returned to his bedroom after a while. He mysteriously took out a bottle of matai. This bottle of matai is from 1999 and has been stored for almost 20 years to Mu Yong. It is definitely a treasure. When Su Jinfeng saw Mu Yong take out a bottle of matai, he was completely stunned. Wow, Xiao Yongzi, you've been hiding this well. You even have Matai. Mu Chen's father smiled and said, this was Zhou Ping's dowry that I received back, then I've been saving it for 20 years, and I couldn't bear to drink it today. Our two children got high scores on their exams, so we're happy. Let's finish this bottle of Matai today. Goodness. Mu Chen was somewhat surprised when he heard his father's words. This bottle of Matai is worth at least 30,000 to 40,000 yuan. He did know that his father had a bottle of wine, but in his previous life, Mu Yong had simply sold the bottle and hadn't drunk any of it himself. Hearing Mu Yong's words, Su Jinfeng was also very happy. At this moment, Sun Na glanced at Su Jinfeng and said, Jinfeng, drink less. Didn't you say there's a very important job at the construction site tomorrow? Don't be unable to get up tomorrow. No, that won't happen. Su Jinfeng waved his hand. I have a high alcohol tolerance. I definitely won't get drunk. Then you should drink less too. Hearing the conversation between the two, Mu Chun suddenly remembered something. The afternoon of June 24th, 2018. Due to an accident, Su Jinfeng fell from the 15th floor. His head hit the ground, and he died instantly. The developer refused to provide compensation and simply disappeared. Meanwhile, Su Tang developed severe depression and locked herself in her home. He and Su Tang used to have a good relationship, but because of this incident, they lost contact with each other. Su Tang's promising future was ruined because of this incident. Ding, mission activated. Just then, the system's voice suddenly appeared. Congratulations, host. On activating the mission is to rescue Su Tang's father tomorrow at 14:29. The reward is 2,000 points and 1 ticket to the food extravaganza competition. Does this activate the mission? Upon hearing the system's voice, Mu Chun took a deep breath. As for the mission rewards, they were dispensable to him. But he will do everything in his power to save Su Jinfeng's life. He didn't want the old drama to repeat itself, nor did he want Su Tang's life to fall into the abyss again. After a while, the two families, totaling 6 people, were already seated at the dining table and began to eat. I must say, Mu Chen's cooking is really delicious. Of course, this is also thanks to the system. Without the system, Mu Chun would never have been able to cook such delicious food. Mu Chen sat down next to Su Tang and said, Uncle, try my braised pork. I haven't made it many times, so please try it, and give me your feedback. As he spoke, Mu Chen picked up 2 pieces of braised pork and put them into Su Jinfeng's bowl. Okay, I'll try it. Su Jinfeng tasted the braised pork, and after finishing it, he nodded heavily. Delicious, so delicious. If you ask him to offer any suggestions, he really can't. Most importantly, Mu Chen's cooking is better than many restaurants. You stinky mukin, you're not even putting food on my plate anymore. Seeing Mu Chun serving food to her father, but not to herself, Su Tang pouted. I'm a little jealous. Su Tang, look at you. You're being impolite again. Just pick it up yourself. Don't be mean to Tang Tang. Come here, and he will get you some Tang Tang. What do you want to eat? Upon hearing Zhou Ping's voice, Su Tang chuckled. Aunt Ping is still the best to me. Aunt Ping, I want to eat that sweet and sour pork. Okay. Here, and he will serve you sweet and sour pork. Hee. Thank you, Aunt Ping. After saying that, Su Tang stuck her tongue out at her father. Su Jinfeng smiled helplessly. His daughter had always been like this. At the same time, Mu Yong raised his glass. Come on, Jinfeng, let's have a drink. Come on. Men have many ways to be happy, and drinking is definitely one of them. And it was such delicious wine. After downing a glass of wine, both of them looked thoroughly intoxicated. This is truly excellent wine. The aftertaste is unforgettable. Meanwhile, Mu Chen was thinking about how to prevent that tragedy from happening tomorrow. The best way would be to stop Su Jinfeng from going, but he didn't have any reason to do so. Let's talk about it at the construction site. After thinking for a moment, Mu Chen asked, Uncle, can I go to the construction site with you tomorrow? Hearing Mu Chen's words, Su Jinfeng looked somewhat puzzled. He asked, what are you going to do at the construction site? It's very hot there, you'll get a tan. Recently, I've suddenly become quite interested in architecture, so I'd like to visit some sites in person. Mu Chen made up a reason on the spot. Su Jinfeng usually wouldn't refuse such a reason. Hearing Mu Chen's words, Su Jinfeng nodded. Okay, but don't wander off, just come find me tomorrow morning. Yes, thank you, uncle. After confirming the details, Mu Chen continued eating. As for Mu Chen's parents, they didn't care about him either. Visiting a construction site and seeing how construction workers work is not a bad thing. At the same time, Su Tang gently nudged Mu Chen with her leg and whispered, You stinky Mu Chen, what are you going to the construction site for tomorrow? It's so hot there. I'll take you to work on the construction site. You eat so much every day. Shouldn't you exercise more to lose weight? Chapter 45, Su Tang's Gift. Lose weight. Hearing Mu Chen's words, Su Tang rolled her eyes. Oomph, you stinky mukin, are you saying I'm fat? Mu Chen turned to look at Su Tang's slender arms and shook his head. I was just kidding, of course, she's not fat. How could my little princess be fat? Humph, you're about to get a beating. After Su Tang finished speaking, she gave Mu Chen a cold, dismissive look. At the same time, hearing Mu Chen's words, Su Jinfeng and Sun Na both turned their gazes toward Mu Chen at the same time. They seemed to have just heard Mu Chen mention Su Tang's little princess. What's going on? Could it be that the two children are in love? Su Jinfeng thought about it carefully and realized that, indeed, since the college entrance examination, his daughter had been spending a lot of time with Mu Chen. Even at home, she often mentions Mu Chen's name. Suddenly, Su Jinfeng felt as if his beloved daughter had been stolen by Mu Chen. His chest sank, but when he turned to look at Mu Chen, he had to admit that Mu Chen was indeed quite handsome. Although he wasn't as handsome as the reader, he felt very comfortable with the two of them sitting together, like a couple born for each other. Of course, Su Jinfeng wouldn't delve into the matter further. His daughter is now 18 years old and has her own ideas about dating. As long as she doesn't marry far away, he won't interfere with who she dates. Mainly, Mu Chen is a pretty good kid. He's handsome, has good character, is polite, and most importantly, he's a great cook. In addition, Mu Chen's college entrance examination results improved by leaps and bounds, and he could attend the same university as his daughter. At university, Mu Chen could take care of her. Besides, the two families are so close. If Mu Chen bullies Su Tang, he can break Mu Chen's legs immediately. Thinking of this, Su Jinfeng felt a surge of joy. He quickly picked up his chopsticks and put 2 pieces of meat on Mu Chen's plate. Mu Chen, eat more. Thank you, uncle. Mu Chen smiled and stuck out his tongue at Su Tang with a smug look on his face. At the same time, Su Tang rolled her eyes and said in a pitiful tone, Dad, why aren't you putting food on my plate? Don't you love your daughter anymore? You're not without hands. Use them yourself. Snort. Su Tang snorted coldly. Sure enough, other people's children are always the best. She was just an accident. Wah. It's okay, Tang Tang, I'll get you some. 1 hour later, Su Tang let out a burp and then leaned back in her chair. She clutched her bulging belly, her expression one of contentment. Mu Chen's cooking is so delicious. After we get married, I'll make him cook for me every day. During the meal, Zhou Ping also told Mu Yong and Su Tang's parents that Mu Chen had gotten the top score in the province. They were visibly shocked upon hearing this. Everyone asked Mu Chen how he did so well on the exam. Mu Chen didn't explain much, but simply said that in order to get into the same university as Su Tang, he would take care of Su Tang for the rest of his life. Su Tang blushed bright red when she heard this. At the same time, Zhou Ping and Mu Yong were overjoyed. To dare say such things in front of Su Tang's parents, he truly lives up to his reputation as their son. Of course, Su Jinfeng and Sun Na didn't say much after hearing this. Mu Chen is a good person as long as he can take good care of Su Tang. What's wrong with him being her son-in-law? If you ask them whether they support Su Tang and Mu Chen being together, they will absolutely support it 100%. Mom, I've finished eating. I'm going out to play with Mu Chen now. Su Tang's leg bumped against Mu Chen from below, and Mu Chen quickly reacted. I'm full too, Tang Tang, and I are going out for a walk. Dad, Uncle, you guys continue drinking. Okay, go ahead. Both sets of parents smiled slightly, and Mu Chen quickly grabbed Su Tang's hand and ran out. Goodness. Holding hands in front of their parents, it seems the two kids are really dating. After running out the door, Su Tang pouted and glared at Mu Chen. You shameless Mu Chen, you held hands in front of my parents. What will they think? Hee, what's wrong? Are you afraid your parents will reject us being together? I didn't. That solves it. As he spoke, Mu Chen took Su Tang's small hand and gently kissed the back of it. Mua. Hey, you stinky Mu Chen, didn't you shave today? You pricked my hand. The razor is broken. Mu Chen chuckled and went downstairs with Su Tang. The weather is lovely tonight. Without the daytime heat, the gentle breeze felt wonderful on my face. The two of them were walking hand in hand downstairs. At this moment, many elderly people were doing square dancing in the outdoor plaza downstairs. Nowadays, most elderly people pay special attention to their health. Mu Chen, Su Tang, who was next to him, suddenly spoke up. He turned to look at Su Tang, who looked a little nervous and awkward, which made her look quite cute. Wow, This girl's expression means something's definitely up. What's wrong, Tang Tang? Su Tang pouted, and he took out a delicate little box from his pocket. It looks like a ring box. Then Su Tang said, "To have a gift for you." Gift? Upon hearing about the gift, Mu Chun was taken aback. Right. Su Tang nodded and opened the ring box. Inside was a men's ring, but it looked more like a pair of couples' rings. Goodness, is Su Tang going to propose to him? Mu Chun imagined it all. Although proposing marriage is mostly done by men, it's not impossible for women to do it. What? Are you going to propose to me? Proposal? Hee, you're overthinking it. The atmosphere that Su Tang had painstakingly created was ruined by Mu Chun, and she rolled her eyes. I saw a pair of couple rings on Taobao a few days ago. I thought they were pretty, so I bought them. As she spoke, Su Tang took the ring out of the box. Try it on quickly. I want candy to wear. Oh. Su Tang glanced at Mu Chun coldly, her expression somewhat disdainful, but she was secretly very happy. She carefully placed the ring on the middle finger of Mu Chun's left hand. The meaning of the left middle finger is simple. It means the person is taken, or it can be interpreted as being in a passionate relationship. After putting on the ring, Su Tang observed it for a moment and said, "It fits perfectly, Mu Chun. I want you to put one on me too." Good. Su Tang took out a ring box and handed it to Mu Chun, who then knelt down on one knee. His actions were very gentlemanly. Seeing this, Su Tang was completely stunned. Having watched romance dramas frequently, she's seen far too many scenes like this. The scene where the male lead puts a ring on the female lead's finger and the two get married is what she has always looked forward to. Looking into Mu Chun's clear and serious eyes, she felt a warmth in her heart. Mu Chun smiled as he looked at Su Tang. "Tang Tang, you gave me this ring today. I can promise you that within 3 years, I will give you a real diamond ring. 1 carat no, 2 carats. Su Tang covered her mouth and nodded softly. Deep down, I'm really looking forward to that day. Then, Mu Chun put the ring on Su Tang's left ring finger. I hope you'll keep wearing this until I give you the diamond ring. Yes, I will. After putting on the ring, Su Tang couldn't help but hug Mu Chun. A moment later, she raised her little head. You stinky mukin. Don't you have anything to say to me? Looking into Su Tang's bright, sparkling eyes, her gaze was full of anticipation. Mu Chun understood what Su Tang meant. But now is not the time. A confession must be deeply moving. He didn't want to gloss over it with a single sentence. A confession isn't just a few words. It's a lifelong commitment, and to make that commitment, you must prepare carefully and touch her heart. No. Oh. Su Tang pouted, looking somewhat disappointed. Mu Chun gently pinched her little nose. Tang Tang, let's go for a walk in the nearby park. It'll help us digest a bit. Okay. Soon, the two disappeared into the vast night. Chapter 46 Teasing. Phoenix Park. The two walked hand in hand in the park for a while, then sat down on a bench to rest. As night fell, the weather gradually turned cooler. Su Tang shrank her neck and rested her head on Mu Chun's shoulder. Mu Chun, it's already past 10 o'clock. Let's go home. Are you cold? Looking at Su Tang, who was dressed in very thin clothes, Mu Chun revealed a wicked smile. If it's cold, there's a hotel on the street across from the park. Why don't we stay there for the night? What? Upon hearing this, Su Tang was slightly taken aback. Go to the hotel? The image of Mu Chun LSP quietly appeared in her mind. No, I don't want to. Su Tang quickly shook her head. At the same time, Mu Chun turned his head and cupped her chin with his fingers. He looked mischievously into Su Tang's eyes and smiled slightly. Do you still remember the promise we made on the day of the college entrance exam? An agreement? What agreement? Su Tang thought about it carefully. Had she made any agreement with Mu Chun? Su Tang shook her head blankly. Seeing Su Tang's silly expression, Mu Chun gently touched the tip of her nose. Have you forgotten? That day you fell backward off the bus, and I caught you that day. You said that if I scored higher than you would stay with me for one night. Spend the night with him? Did I ever say such a thing? Su Tang rolled her eyes. This was clearly said by Mu Chun himself, and she didn't even agree to it. Humph, that's what the puppy said. Su Tang pouted. That scoundrel Mu Chun is so wicked. Not only is he shameless, but he's also incredibly vulgar and frequently makes suggestive remarks. How pure she is. Seeing Su Tang's disgusted expression, Mu Chun continued. No way. Tang Tang, you're not going to break the contract, are you? Tu never said I would come with you. You were the one who said it yourself anyway. It's just not possible. No. Mu Chun pinched her cheek. Tell me when it's okay. I'll always be ready to arrange flowers. All right. Don't say anything, let's go home. Mu Chen chuckled. Only by teasing each other could they foster their relationship. Without pausing for a moment, he hurriedly walked out of the park, looking at Mu Chen walking ahead. Su Tang blushed. My heart is pounding. Then, she looked around fearfully and quickly followed Mu Chen's steps. You stinky mukin, wait for me. I'm scared. Because it was late, Mu Chen took Su Tang home and then went upstairs. When he got home, he found that Su Jinfeng and Sun Na were gone. The dining table had already been cleared away by Zhou Ping. Upon seeing Mu Chen return, Zhou Ping turned her head away. So, Tang Tang went home, right? Yes, I'm going back. Mu Chen nodded. My mom is amazing. My heart is full of Su Tang. At this moment, Mu Chen's father beckoned to him. Mu Chen, come here for a moment. Oh. With a curious expression, Mu Chen walked over. After sitting on the sofa, Mu Yong looked him up and down with a smile. Today, he was very satisfied with everything Mu Chen had done. They were extremely satisfied with both his college entrance examination results and his behavior in front of Su Tang's parents. Especially when he held Su Tang's hand and said that Su Tang was his little princess. That's fantastic. He has the same style he had back then. Back then, he won Zhou Ping's heart by being shameless. Seeing his father's doting smile, Mu Chen's eyelids twitched. What's wrong, Dad? Your Andy's smile is making me a little scared. How can you talk about your dad like that? Mu Yong stretched out his palm, stopped abruptly in midair, and then put it down. Then, Mu Yong's tone softened a bit. You've been doing great lately, starting your own business, pursuing Su Tang, and most importantly, getting such good grades. Do you remember what Dad told you before? What did you say? Mu Chen shook his head. Is our ancestral grave emitting auspicious smoke? You? Mu Yong quickly covered his chest. Why is Mu Chen getting more and more naive? He shook his head, took out his phone, and transferred 20,000 yuan to Mu Chen. With your grades, you can definitely get into Tsinghua or Peking University. Dad said before that if you get into Tsinghua or Peking University, he would buy you a 3-piece fruit set. This 20,000 yuan should be enough. Just go buy it yourself when you have time. Omega. Thank you, Dad. Mu Chen was overjoyed. 20,000 yuan is no small sum. That'll last him a long time. The fruit trio consists of a pear-shaped phone, a pear-shaped watch, and a pear-shaped laptop. Mu Chen had no interest in things from the United States. Isn't Huawei a good choice? At this moment, Mu Chen suddenly thought of something and continued. Oh, right, Dad. Mu Chen chuckled. Actually, I feel you should also buy one for your future daughter-in-law. Huh. After listening to Mu Chen's words, Mu Yong felt that they made sense. Although his family wasn't very wealthy, they had saved up a little over 1 million yuan over the years, which they planned to use as a down payment for Mu Chen's car. But after hearing his son's words, he felt that he should indeed buy a set for his daughter-in-law. What your son has, your daughter-in-law should also have. So, Mu Yong gritted his teeth and transferred another 20,000 yuan to Mu Chen. Asterisk for all. Seeing so much money coming in, Mu Chen was overjoyed. I made a fortune today. With this money, he and Su Tang could spend it for a long time. Not only can you go to Disneyland, but you can also travel to many other places. Cool. That was awesome. Hee. Thank you, Dad. For some reason, Mu Chen suddenly felt that his father was very generous. Normally, I wouldn't give him even 100 yuan, let alone 20,000. Zhou Ping, who was standing nearby, saw this but didn't say anything. What's 40,000 yuan? Can 40,000 yuan buy an admission letter from Tsinghua or Peking University? Obviously not. Afterwards, Mu Chen and his parents watched TV for a while before happily returning to their bedroom. Tomorrow is the day to save Su Tang's father. Once tomorrow is over, everything will be easier to discuss. Su Jinfeng has to leave for the construction site at 6 o'clock every morning since he has to get up early tomorrow. Mu Chen went to bed early. The next morning, it's 5:30 in the morning. The sky was already beginning to brighten. After the alarm clock rang, Mu Chen sat up with a somersault. He quickly got dressed, went to the bathroom to wash up, and after everything was ready, he went downstairs. Knock, knock, knock. Mu Chen knocked on Su Tang's door. A moment later, the door was opened. Good morning, uncle. Upon seeing Su Jinfeng, Mu Chen quickly greeted him. Su Jinfeng's eyes lit up when he saw that it was Mu Chen. Oh, Mu Chen, you actually came? Seeing Mu Chen's puzzled look, Su Jinfeng smiled slightly. It's nothing. I thought you were joking with me yesterday. Come in. Tang Tang is still sleeping. Go and wake her up. With that, Su Jinfeng ushered Mu Chen into the room. Su Tang's house is quite large, a full 150 square meters. Moreover, The decoration is very luxurious. Of course, Su Jinfeng earned all the money to renovate the house on the construction site. He renovated the house so well so that his daughter and wife could live more comfortably. Normally, Su Jinfeng would volunteer to do all sorts of dirty and tiring jobs at the construction site. He doesn't care about being tired or working hard, as long as he has money and can make his wife and children live a better life. There's no way around it. In this society, only money can give people a sense of security. Hearing Su Jinfeng's words, Mu Chen nodded slightly. He walked quietly to Su Tang's bedroom, turned the doorknob, and immediately a faint fragrance touched Mu Chen's nose. Su Tang has loved pink since she was a child, and the entire wall is pink. Pink wallpaper, pink tablecloth, pink bed on her desk. The plush toys Mu Chen won for her at Yido were neatly arranged. Su Tang was fast asleep, wrapped in a pink summer blanket. She was also holding a large pink panther in her arms. At this moment, Mu Chen felt as if he had entered a pink kingdom. My girlish heart is bursting. He slowly walked over and gently poked Su Tang's cheek. Tang Tang, wake up, don't sleep anymore. Chapter 47, Floor 15. Su Tang scratched her cheek with her little hand, turned over slightly, and seeing how soundly she was sleeping, he was almost reluctant to wake her. But the two of them agreed last night to go to the construction site together today. Candy. Mu Chen gently nudged Su Tang's shoulder again, and she slowly opened her blurry eyes. Mu Chen, what brings you here? Su Tang was still in a daze when Mu Chen smiled slightly and said, have you forgotten what we talked about last night? Oh right. Su Tang thought about it carefully and realized that she was supposed to go to the construction site with her father today. Su Tang glanced out the window and immediately pouted. But I don't want to go, it's so hot now, you should just stay home and enjoy the air conditioning with me. Mu Chen, how about we play a few rounds of King of Glory? I'll play Yao Yao to support you. No. Mu Chen gently flicked her cheek. All right, Tang Tang. Be a good girl, I'll make you something delicious when you get back tonight, okay? Really? Su Tang was delighted to hear Mu Chen say he would give her something delicious. Thinking of the food Mu Chen had cooked, her stomach immediately started growling. Su Tang nodded. Hee. Okay then, you go out now, I'll get dressed. Okay. Mu Chen gave an okay sign and quickly left Su Tang's bedroom, heading to the living room. Meanwhile, Su Jinfeng had already prepared breakfast for him and Su Tang at the dining table. Seeing Mu Chen come out, Su Jinfeng smiled and asked, so, has Su Tang gotten up yet? Yes, I'm up. Mu Chen nodded. Su Jinfeng continued. Okay, then quickly sit down and eat something. Once you and Tang Tang have eaten, we'll set off. Okay, uncle. He got up early this morning and didn't eat breakfast, so to be honest, he was a little hungry. Mu Chen didn't stand on ceremony and sat down in the chair to start eating. Su Tang's family's breakfast is very simple. 2 slices of cheese bread, 2 eggs, and a bowl of millet porridge. While eating, Mu Chen asked, Uncle, hasn't Annie gotten up yet? Su Jinfeng smiled and nodded. She's off work today, accounting is quite tiring, so I didn't wake her up, let her sleep a little longer. I see. Mu Chen nodded again. At the same time, Su Jinfeng asked, but what about you? Why are you suddenly interested in architecture? Are you planning to study architecture in college? Hearing Su Jinfeng's words, Mu Chen smiled and said, I'm just a little curious. It's more of a hobby. I want to go and see the construction process. As for what major I should study in college, I haven't decided yet. Haha. Sure. Actually, there are many steps involved in building a structure. The first being digging the foundation. Su Jinfeng was very experienced in this area, and he patiently explained it to Mu Chen, who listened attentively. A few minutes later, Su Tang came out wearing light blue wide-leg pants and a light pink short-sleeved shirt. Today, she still wore her hair in a high ponytail as usual, and the moment Su Tang appeared, she gave people a refreshing feeling. So innocent, so incredibly innocent. Su Tang saw Mu Chen chatting with her dad, tilted her head and chuckled. Good morning, Dad. Girl, hurry up and wash your face, brush your teeth, and eat. Look, Mu Chen is almost full. Hurry up and get your food ready. Oh, Su Tang pouted, snorted, and went into the bathroom. A few minutes later, she came out. Hee, I'm here. Su Tang sat down next to Mu Chen and began to eat. By the time Su Tang finished eating, it was already 6:15. Normally, Su Jinfeng leaves home at 6 o'clock sharp. Today, because of the 2 children, I wasted a lot of time. But it's not a big problem. Tang Tang, are you ready? If you are, we're leaving. It'll also be a good opportunity for you to see Dad's work environment, etc. After Su Tang finished speaking, she happily ran to her bedroom. Then, he took out a bottle of sunscreen spray. She sprayed herself on her face, arms, and back, and then put on a white baseball cap before she was ready. Let's go? Seeing this, Su Jinfeng said, "This girl is so vain she puts all this stuff on her face all the time. I don't know what she's so vain about." "Humph, Dad, you don't understand." Su Tang stuck out her tongue at Su Jinfeng, making no attempt to hide his presence, and directly took Mu Chen's hand. Even Mu Chen didn't expect that Su Tang would actually hold hands with him in front of her father. Meanwhile, seeing his daughter so attached to Mu Chen, even Su Jinfeng was a little puzzled. What methods did Mu Chen use to make his daughter so attached to him? However, seeing the two little ones so affectionate made him feel inexplicably comfortable. As long as my daughter is happy, that's all that matters. Besides, Mu Chen is a pretty good young man. The three arrived at the parking lot downstairs in the residential complex, and Mu Chen and Su Tang got into Su Jinfeng's car. This car is a bit old, it's a Nissan, and it's quite fuel efficient. After starting the car, it quickly drove out of the residential area. Mu Chen and Su Tang looked at the scenery along the way, and after driving for half an hour, they finally arrived at a construction site. This is a demolition area. It used to be a village, but due to the shantytown renovation policy, the land was demolished and new buildings were constructed. It's fair to say that everyone in this village has become nouveau riche. There's a saying that goes something like this: spray the characters together and you'll be lucky enough to win a Mercedes-Benz. The character is split into two parts: Maserati. The house was demolished, and that's Panamera. To be honest, Mu Chen was quite envious of these nouveau riche. "We're here, Su Tang Mukin, get out of the car and come with me." "Okay, The June morning wasn't too hot, and under Su Jinfeng's guidance, they quickly entered the construction site. At this time, many buildings on the construction site still have steel pipes supporting them. There is a layer of green gauze on the outside. The sound of banging and knocking could be heard all around. The triangular tower crane is also continuously working. Seeing this scene, Su Tang suddenly felt a pang of heartache. I never imagined her father did such tiring work every day. The main problem is that the temperature is still so high. Working under the sun is so hot it could kill you. No wonder my dad's skin has always been so dark. "Xiaofeng, you're here." An old man in the security room saw Su Jinfeng arrive and waved. Su Jinfeng nodded and quickly handed him a cigarette. "Yeah, it's here." "Oh, so this is your daughter, and that's her boyfriend?" Upon hearing this, Su Jinfeng smiled slightly. "No, they are childhood sweethearts. I had some things to take care of at home today, so I asked them to come with me." "Mu Chen, Tang, come here and greet your uncle." "Hello, uncle." The two of them spoke at the same time. Upon seeing the two children's appearance, the uncle immediately smiled. How wonderful, two children, a handsome man and a beautiful woman. As he spoke, the uncle handed two safety helmets to the two people. "Be careful when you play inside. Don't run around." "Okay, thank you, uncle." After putting on their helmets, the two men quickly entered the construction site under Su Jinfeng's guidance. Actually, working on a construction site is extremely boring. It's all physical labor. Throughout the morning, Mu Chen was helping Su Jinfeng. Su Tang was playing on her phone in the shade. The morning flew by. At noon, they had lunch together, took a short nap, and then continued working. Mu Chen glanced at the time. It's already 2:15 p.m. The system says that an accident will occur at 14:29. Mu Chen immediately set off, following closely behind Su Jinfeng. At the same time, a voice suddenly came from the walkie-talkie in Su Jinfeng's hand. Jinfeng, go and untie the steel cable on the 15th floor." "Yes, Captain," received. Upon hearing 15th floor, Mu Chen was taken aback. The 15th floor, isn't that the floor where the accident happened? Chapter 48, a long-awaited smile. "Mu Chen, I'm going to the 15th floor to untie some steel cables. You and Tang play downstairs for a while. It's a bit messy up there, so don't go up." Su Jinfeng gave a brief instruction and then tried to go upstairs. Upon hearing this, Mu Chen quickly stopped him. "It's all right, uncle, I'm just sitting here doing nothing anyway, so why don't I go up and lend you a hand?" Upon hearing Mu Chen's words, Su Jinfeng was immediately moved. Mu Chen is indeed very sensible. I helped him a lot that morning. Mu Chen said he came to inspect the architecture, but in fact he had been helping her the whole time. As for inspecting buildings, he felt it was just an excuse. Seeing Mu Chen's determined look, Su Jinfeng knew he couldn't persuade him. He nodded helplessly. "Okay, but be careful when you go up. You can untie the one next to the window, and I'll untie the one next to the metal frame." "Okay, sure." Mu Chen smiled and nodded, and Su Jinfeng hummed in agreement. "Okay." Then come up with me, Tang Dang. What about you? Meme 2. Su Tang's eyes were filled with determination. Her father's work is already very tiring and difficult. She is a human being too, so why shouldn't she do her part? Looking at his daughter, Su Jinfeng smiled with relief. Of course, he never thought his daughter could help him with anything, but it would be good to broaden her horizons. Let's go up together, Mu Chun. Keep an eye on Tang Tang. Yes, don't worry, uncle. Although Su Jinfeng told him to keep an eye on Tang Tang, Mu Chun stayed very close to Su Jinfeng. Mu Chun is now ready to catch him. 15th floor head hit the ground. He could never forget the way Su Tang cried in his past life. Tang Tang, be careful when you go up the stairs. Don't worry. The three people crawled slowly. When I arrived on the 15th floor, it was already 2:27 p.m. Mu Chun's heart began to beat faster. The accident is about to happen in 2 minutes. Mu Chun, look, it's about untying these steel cables. Su Jinfeng began to introduce him. This building has 26 floors. At this point, the 15th floor was basically completed. Above the 15th floor, many more iron frames extend. Furthermore, the iron frame was secured with a lot of steel ropes. Their task was to untie those steel cables. However, apart from the ones by the window which can be untied by standing inside, the other steel cables require stepping on the iron frame to untie. Below the iron frame is a height of 35 meters. That's right, the 15th floor is 35 meters above the ground. A person falling from a height of 35 meters will definitely die instantly. You can see how I solved it first, and then you can solve the ones by the window. Su Jinfeng would absolutely not let the two children get even a step closer to the steel frame. It was too dangerous. As he spoke, he stepped onto a metal frame. Mu Chun quickly approached. Su Jinfeng smiled slightly, speaking as he continued his work. Mu Chun, watch my movements. Pull here first, then. Click. Su Jinfeng hadn't finished speaking. Sudden. The iron frame beneath Su Jinfeng's feet suddenly broke. Because Su Jinfeng was standing on the iron frame. The sudden breakage of the iron frame meant that Su Jinfeng would fall directly down. Because it happened so suddenly, he didn't have time to react. He only felt his body lose its balance and tried to grab the iron pipe next to him. But it was too late. Mu Chun, however, had already made preparations. At the critical moment, Mu Chun lunged forward. At the last moment, he grabbed Su Jinfeng's wrist. At the same time, he gripped a steel pipe tightly with his other hand. The two of them floated in midair. The construction workers underground were shocked to see this. Captain, it seems someone jumped off a building. It wasn't a suicide attempt. The metal frame broke. I'm going to save them. Holy crap, isn't that Jinfeng? Someone's holding him back. What's going on? Hurry up and save them. Su Jinfeng weighs over 140 jin, approximately 70 kilograms. It's not that heavy. Even holding on to Su Jinfeng like this was a bit difficult for Mu Chun. Mu Chun gritted his teeth and let out a miserable scream. Gradually, his arm went numb. Because things happened so fast, Su Tang didn't even have time to react before Mu Chun pounced on her. Mu Chun. At this moment, both Su Jinfeng and Su Tang had a blank mind. Su Jinfeng didn't realize what was happening until Mu Chun grabbed his wrist. It was Mu Chun who spared no effort to capture him. Mu Chun you. Su Jinfeng took a deep breath. He gripped Mu Chun tightly with both hands. Why? Because he didn't want to die. Humans are all afraid of death, especially at this time. His daughter has just turned 18, a beautiful young woman, and she has been admitted to Tsinghua and Peking universities. He also wants to watch his daughter grow up, get married, and have children. He's still waiting for his daughter's child to call him grandpa. Most importantly, he is the pillar of this family. He still needs to support this family. Therefore, he cannot die. Uncle Evie, he caught you, don't worry. I'll pull you up right away. The veins on Mu Chun's arms were bulging, but he dared not let go, even though the two of them were swaying in midair. Mu Chun is now carrying a weight that is close to 300 pounds. Even with the help of basic martial arts, it is difficult to maintain. Upgrade. No. Mu Chun suddenly remembered the soreness in his body when he first learned martial arts. He feared that the soreness would reappear when he upgraded his martial arts skills. Then, the whole neighborhood will have a feast. Candy, Mu Chun said through gritted teeth. Su Tang quickly realized what was happening. She looked down at the sky, more than 30 meters above her, and didn't know what to do. Mu Chun took a deep breath. Find a point of contact, and when I lift your dad up with all my might, you must grab his hand. Understand? Ahi. Su Tang was still a little confused. Tang Tang, I believe in you. Quick, I can't hold on any longer. At this moment, Su Tang's mind was still somewhat blank. But she had no other choice but to listen to Mu Chun. Su Tang held a steel pipe in her left hand, and Mu Chun said with his head down, "Uncle, I'll lift you up with all my might later, so you must hold on to Su Tang's hand." Su Jinfeng didn't speak, he just nodded. 3, 2, 1. Mu Chun gritted his teeth, exerted force with his arm, and suddenly lifted it upwards. At the same time, Su Tang's right hand tightly gripped her father's hand. "Hold on." Without Su Jinfeng's weight, Mu Chun climbed up with ease. At the same time, he turned around and grabbed Su Jinfeng's hand. Then, Mu Chun suddenly exerted force, leaning his body backward and pulling Su Tang back with all his might. It took both of them a great deal of effort to pull Su Jinfeng up. "Call." Mu Chun was panting heavily. "My heart is pounding." Seeing that Su Jinfeng had come up safe and sound, he finally felt relieved. "Wah, Dad." Su Tang could no longer suppress her emotions. She threw herself into Su Jinfeng's arms. She burst into tears. Her father was her everything. Without her father, Su Tang doesn't know how she will live her life. It's often said that daughters are closer to their fathers from a young age, and that's absolutely true. Looking at Su Tang and Su Jinfeng, a long-lost smile appeared on Mu Chen's face. The thing he wanted to do was finally resolved. It was all worth it. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the mission and gaining 2,000 points and a ticket to participate in the food extravaganza. Chapter 49 Entry Tickets. Su Tang cried in Su Jinfeng's arms for a while before slowly peeking out of his embrace. Her eyes were already filled with tears, and they were red and swollen from crying. While comforting Su Tang, Su Jinfeng kept his eyes fixed on Mu Chun. He felt a feeling that was hard to describe. He fell down, but Mu Chun rushed out and grabbed him without hesitation. What just happened was extremely dangerous. Both of them were dangling in the air. If they made even the slightest mistake, they would fall. If Mu Chun were to suffer an accident because of me, he would probably haunt me even as a ghost. This scene deeply moved Su Jinfeng. Meanwhile, if it weren't for Mu Chun today, he probably would already be. Thinking about this, Su Jinfeng felt a wave of fear. It can be said that Mu Chun gave him a new life. It was Mu Chun who saved his entire family. Even if he gave everything he had, he still couldn't repay Mu Chun. "Dad, let's go back. I don't want you to work on the construction site anymore." Sob sob. After Su Tang poked her head out, she still clung tightly to Su Jinfeng. Her little face was all streaked with tears. She hadn't yet recovered from the trauma she'd just experienced. Seeing his daughter crying so sadly, Su Jinfeng was also heartbroken. "Okay, let's go back. We'll go back." Su Jinfeng nodded and stroked Su Tang's face. Jinfeng, are you all right?" Just then, a middle-aged man wearing a red safety helmet ran over anxiously. At the same time, 4 people followed him. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief when they saw Su Jinfeng sitting on the ground. They're all co-workers and have known each other for years. They certainly don't want anything to happen to their co-workers. Furthermore, Su Jinfeng is usually very popular and has done a lot of things for them. "Fine." Su Jinfeng took a deep breath. He turned to look at Mu Chun, who was smiling. "Jinfeng, go home and rest for a few days. Tang. Go home and take good care of your dad." The leader came out and said, "To be honest, the construction site bears a lot of responsibility for this. When performing high-altitude work, workers should be provided with safety locks and other safety equipment. However, they did not prepare for the workers in time. This is also the main reason why this accident happened." "Yes, Dad, let's go home." Su Tang grabbed Su Jinfeng's hand and pulled him up. "Go home." Su Jinfeng sighed. Even after he stood up, his legs were still trembling slightly. At the same time, Su Tang turned her head to look at Mu Chun, who was still sitting on the ground. His eyes were filled with gratitude. She didn't know how to thank Mu Chun enough. "Mu Chun, are you all right?" Mu Chun was incredibly brave just now. He is exactly the Superman in her mind. "It's okay, I'm in good health." "Thank you, Mu Chun." Su Tang hugged him tightly. Mu Chun smiled slightly and gently patted Su Tang's shoulder. "Okay, it's all right. It's all over now. Let's go home and take good care of your dad." Su Tang nodded heavily, and the two of them stood up and quickly helped Su Jinfeng up. The 2 children, one on each side, bypassed his co-worker and went downstairs. The workers remained silent. Seeing that Su Jinfeng was all right, they were relieved. After something like this happened, he will need to rest for at least a few months. In fact, Su Jinfeng may not even work on construction sites anymore. The shadows are often hard to forget. This is destined to affect his entire life. After going downstairs, The three of them quickly left the construction site. No one spoke the entire way. I feel particularly heavy-hearted. Upon arriving at the front and back of the car, Mu-chun spoke first. "Uncle, can you still drive?" Mu-chun had already composed himself hearing Mu-chun's words. Su Jinfeng thought for a moment, then smiled and said, "It's okay. It can be driven." "Dad, be careful." Su Tang was still holding on to Su Jinfeng, her little mouth slightly pouting, looking up at him expectantly. "Don't worry, it'll be fine." Su Jinfeng nodded, then opened the back door for Su Tang. Mu-chun looked at Su Tang and said, "All right, don't worry, get on." Su Tang nodded emphatically, then sat down in the back row with Mu-chun. Before long, Su Jinfeng was driving on the road. Throughout the journey, Su Tang rested her head on Mu-chun's shoulder. Her hand was gripping his tightly. Su Jinfeng saw his daughter clinging to Mu-chun so tightly in the rearview mirror, and a faint smile appeared on his face. Because of this incident, he was completely at ease in trusting Su Tang to Mu-chun. Mu-chun is an exceptionally sensible child with a very strong protective instinct. Su Jinfeng even felt that he must have saved the galaxy in his past life to have met such a wonderful Mu-chun. The vehicle moved slowly. Half an hour later, we drove into the residential area. After parking the car, Su Jinfeng unbuckled his seatbelt. "Get out, my two little darlings." Su Tang nodded slightly, and along the way, she slowly emerged from the shadows. But she still couldn't bear to think about what happened that afternoon. After the three of them got out of the car, Su Tang held Mu-chun's hand tightly and said, "Mu-chun, come to my house and keep me company for a while." Mu-chun smiled slightly and said in a very low voice, "I won't go to your house and cause any trouble. Spend more time with your dad these days. Let him rest well, cook him some good food, and make sure to take good care of him during this time." Okay." Su Tang nodded obediently. Mu-chun is right. In reality, anyone who experiences something like this would be terrified. Su Jinfeng appeared to be unharmed on the surface, but deep down, a shadow had formed in his heart. It will take him a long time to emerge from the shadows. Seeing how well-behaved Su Tang was, Mu-chun gently stroked her hair. "Good girl, I'll take you to Disneyland after your dad is all right." Upon hearing Disney, Su Tang's expression brightened, and she revealed a happy smile. "Okay, I'll definitely take good care of my dad. Go." Mu-chun nodded. Su Tang waved at him and quickly ran to her father's side. "Mu-chun, aren't you coming to my house to play?" "I'm not going. Uncle, I have some things to do at home." Mu-chun waved his hand. Of course, Su Jinfeng didn't say anything. "Thank you. I should still thank you. I should have paid you a visit tonight." Soon, the two went upstairs. Meanwhile, Mu-chun also returned home. At that time, neither of his parents were home. Mu-chun went straight back to his bedroom, sat on the bed, and opened the system panel. Actually, he was quite curious about what the tickets for the food adventure competition were. A light blue virtual screen appeared in front of him. The data above is still the same. Host, Mu-chun. Height, 182. Appearance, 98. This spot is for the readers. The readers are the most handsome. Physical fitness, 160, normal person 80. Skills/items. Beginner cooking skill, upgradable. Beginner martial arts, upgradable. Beginner basketball, upgradable. Food adventure contest ticket, redeemable. Remaining points, 10,000. In the past few days, he has accumulated 10,000 points. Of course, Mu-chun didn't take it to heart. He retrieved the competition ticket directly, using his mind. A black card appeared in his hand. Mu-chun looked at the introduction and read it aloud. This ticket can be used to enter the food adventure competition, and winning it will bring massive publicity and support for opening a store. Chapter 50, Opening a Restaurant. Good heavens! Mu-chun simply exclaimed, "Wow." After reading the introduction on the card, Mu-chun immediately took out his phone and searched on Baidu. Because this is a parallel world, the celebrities and TV programs in this world are different from the Earth he lived on in his previous life. In my past life, there was no food-themed madness show. Mu-chun took a closer look and realized that the show Food Rampage was a food competition. If you win an award, the show will promote the winner's food and may even support the winner to open a shop. By this time, Mu-chun had almost fully understood. Does the system mean that he should open a restaurant? Mu-chun thought about it carefully. His father was a ride-hailing driver in 2018. There were relatively few DD drivers, so he could barely make some money. However, since 2019, Huangju bikes, Mabai bikes, and many public electric bikes have flooded into the city. This has significantly impacted the income of ride-hailing drivers. And then there's his mother, Zhou Ping. Nowadays, washing machines have more and more functions, and most washing machines have a drying function, who still sends their clothes to the laundry shop to wash. Perhaps, for him this is an opportunity? After careful consideration, Mu Chun put the card away. There was still some time before the competition started, so he could ask his parents for their opinions. Today, when Mu Chun rescued Su Tang's father at the construction site, his clothes got dirty. After taking a shower and changing into clean clothes, he watched a movie for a while, rested for a bit, and then started preparing dinner. Now, Mu Chun has come to regard cooking as a form of enjoyment. Parents are tired after a long day, and they would be very happy to come home to a delicious meal. It's 6:30 p.m. The door was opened. Zhou Ping and Mu Yong entered the living room together and saw that their son had prepared a table of dishes for them. Both of them smiled. Hearing the sound, Mu Chun came out of the kitchen. Dad, Mom, you're back. The soup will be ready soon. Please wash your hands and get ready to eat. Okay. Mu Yong was overjoyed. His son is so well behaved now. After washing their hands, Zhou Ping and Mu Yong hurried to the kitchen to help Mu Chun carry his bowl. The family had just sat down at the dining table when there was a sudden knock on the door. Knock, knock, knock. I'll go open the door. Mu Chun quickly got up and ran to open the door. Upon opening the door, one is greeted by Su Tang's family. Meanwhile, Su Jinfeng and son Na were also carrying some gifts. Hello, uncle and aunt. Seeing this, Mu Chun was also a little confused. He never expected Su Tang's family to come. The main problem is that Su Tang didn't tell him either. Oh, Jinfeng's here? Upon hearing the sound, Mu Chun's parents quickly put down their chopsticks and came over to greet him. However, when they saw that they were carrying gifts, the two looked a little confused. There's no holiday or anything. Why did you bring a gift? At the same time, Su Jinfeng took the lead and stepped forward. His expression was particularly serious. Mu Chun, I don't know how to thank you for today, I can only. As he spoke, Su Jinfeng actually tried to kneel down before him. Seeing Su Jinfeng's actions, Mu Chun quickly stepped forward and pulled him back. Good heavens, this is his future father-in-law. What kind of father-in-law kneels before his son-in-law? Mu Chun couldn't accept kneeling like that. Meanwhile, Mu Yong and Zhou Ping were also completely dumbfounded when they saw this scene. What's going on? Su Jinfeng wanted to kneel down to his son? Know what happened? Mu Yong quickly came over and pulled Su Jinfeng away. At the same time, Su Tang came over and explained the whole story of what had happened that afternoon. After hearing this, Mu Yong and Zhou Ping were both shocked. The main problem is that Mu Chun didn't mention this when they came back. Mu Yong took a deep breath. Did Mu Chun save Su Jinfeng's life? Mu Chun quickly broke the strange atmosphere. At that time, it was just an instinctive reaction. Uncle and aunt, you haven't eaten yet, have you? I'll go cook 2 more dishes. I'll go help. After saying that, Mu Chun and Su Tang ran into the kitchen. At the same time, Mu Yong also invited son Na and Su Jinfeng into the house. In the kitchen, Mu Chun took a chicken out of the refrigerator and was cutting it into pieces with a knife. He turned his head slightly to look at Su Tang. Tang, why didn't you tell me you were coming today? After hearing Mu Chun's words, Su Tang pouted. My dad told me not to tell you, and actually he didn't know how to thank you, so he did what he just did. Oh, no need for thanks, I just instinctively helped you. Mu Chun, thank you. At this moment, Su Tang suddenly walked over and hugged his waist again. Seeing the girl being so sentimental, Mu Chun smiled helplessly. He understood Su Tang's feelings. There's no need for thanks if I had to do it again. I feel I would still step in to help without hesitation. It's all in the past, so let's not dwell on it. Su Tang didn't say anything. She just wanted to hold him like this. She was very fortunate to have met Mu Chun. Okay, Tang, the chicken is chopped up. How about I make you some cola-stewed chicken today? Hearing Mu Chun's words, Su Tang nodded emphatically. Okay. Then hurry up and prepare some spices for me. I'll blanch them in boiling water first. The two of them worked in the kitchen for more than half an hour before Mu Chun finally finished preparing 2 dishes. Carrying the dishes out of the kitchen, Mu Chun called out to his parents, who were chatting, Mom and Dad, Uncle and Aunt. Dinner is ready. Come and eat. Let's go, Jinfeng, let's go eat. Mu Yong patted him on the shoulder, and the two chatted for more than half an hour, and the matter was over. However, when Mu Yong heard what had happened, he was also very nervous. What if something happens to his son? How could he live with himself? After arriving at the dining table, Mu Yong and son Na's expressions softened considerably. Uncle and Auntie, please try my cola-stewed chicken. It's so delicious. Okay, yes. Mu Chun, can you get me a piece of chicken? Su Tang smiled playfully, staring longingly at the chicken on the plate. Mu Chen nodded. Okay, girl, have a taste. Seeing Su Tang looking like a little glutton, Mu Chen quickly picked up a piece of chicken for her. Su Tang ate it with relish. At this moment, Mu Chen turned his gaze to Su Jinfeng. After thinking for a moment, Mu Chen asked, Uncle, have you considered changing jobs? Hearing Mu Chen's words, Su Jinfeng looked on with curiosity at the same time. He was indeed already considering Mu Chen's question. Although he earns a lot on the construction site, after what happened today, he doesn't know if he can go back to his previous job. Hearing Mu Chen's words, Mu Yong also spoke up. Jinfeng, I think you should change jobs, stop going to construction sites every day, and find an easier job. Mu Chen, I do have a suggestion. Upon hearing Mu Chen's words, all four of them turned their gazes to him. At this moment, Mu Chen said, Actually, I think opening a restaurant is a good idea. What do you guys think? Chapter 51. Dad supports you being with Mu Chen. Opening a restaurant. Upon hearing Mu Chen's words, both Mu Yong and Su Jinfeng began to ponder. To be honest, a restaurant can indeed make a lot of money if it's run well. However, good restaurants usually operate on a franchise model, which is particularly expensive. Secondly, if you want to open your own restaurant, you must have your own unique features and reputation, and you also need to attract customers on a large scale, and even hire celebrities to endorse it. Getting back to the main point, a restaurant is indeed a project worth considering. However, the competition is intense and the risks are particularly high. At this moment, Su Tang, who had just finished eating chicken, chuckled and said, I think opening a restaurant would be a good idea. I could go there every day and eat and drink for free. Go away, girl, don't interrupt. Su Jinfeng rolled his eyes at Su Tang and continued. Mu Chen, do you mean to make your best grilled fish? Hearing Su Jinfeng's words, Mu Chen nodded. Anything is fine actually. I recently signed up for a food show competition and have already received my entry ticket. As he spoke, Mu Chen took out the food adventure competition card that the system had given him. The show Food Rampage is quite popular. Each season receives over 10 million views. Of course, Mu Yong, Su Jinfeng, Zhou Ping, and Sun Na had all heard of this program. This is a food rampage. Mu Yong looked surprised when he saw the entry card. Although he didn't know the registration process, he knew that people without some skills simply couldn't get this entry card. Mu Chen, you're amazing. Mu Yong smiled. Participating in this competition requires filming on location in Shanghai. If they actually win the award, they could really consider opening a restaurant. This program brings in exceptionally high traffic and conversion rates. What do you think, Dad? Have you considered it? Upon hearing Mu Chen's words, Mu Yong began to think. In fact, he had long been tired of being a ride-hailing driver. Working from dawn till dusk every day, I can only earn a little over 10,000 yuan a month. At this moment, Su Jinfeng suddenly spoke up. I think it's possible. Mu Chen uncle supports you. If you really win the award, uncle will invest 500,000 in you. Su Jinfeng was at a loss for how to repay Mu Chen for saving his life. 500,000 is a lot, but it's worth it to spend it on Mu Chen. After all, we'll be family from now on. He could sense that Mu Chen would definitely be a successful young man in the future. No need. Uncle, how about this? I'll participate in the competition first and see how it goes. If it's really good, then we can plan to open a shop. Okay. Mu Yong and Su Jinfeng nodded. After all, opening a shop is no small matter. At the same time, Mu Chen turned to look at Zhou Ping and Sun Na. Mom, Aunt, what do you think? Your auntie supports you. I support you too. Seeing that neither set of parents had any objections, Mu Chen nodded. The rules for Food Rampage don't have a specific theme. Any food item is eligible to participate. Mu Chen felt that upgrading his cooking skills by 2 levels and winning an award in a competition would be no problem. Come on, Tang, eat more. Mu Chen put another piece of chicken on Su Tang's plate. Su Tang smiled sweetly and nodded obediently. Thank you, Mu Chen. You're welcome, Tang. Seeing the two children being so affectionate, both sets of parents smiled with satisfaction. After dinner, both sets of parents chatted for a long time. After such a long period of companionship, Su Jinfeng is fine now. Meanwhile, Mu Chen and Su Tang stayed with their parents, chatting the whole time. 11 p.m. Sun Na glanced at the clock on the wall. She had to go to work tomorrow, so she stood up first. Tang, Lao Su, it's already 11 p.m. We should go back. Oh. Su Tang nodded blankly. She quickly stood up and took her father's hand. Then she smiled sweetly at Mu Chen and said, Mu Chen, I'll head back now. Mu Chen chuckled. Tang Tang, stay here, I'll cuddle with you, and we'll sleep together. Good heavens, this brat Mukin is really bold, daring to say such things in front of her parents. Humph, I don't want that stinky Mukin. Su Tang pouted and secretly glanced at Su Jinfeng's expression. He didn't have much of an expression. Su Jinfeng and Sun Na both thought Mu Chun was joking. Seeing that Su Tang and her family of 3 had stood up, Mu Yong and Zhou Ping also stood up. It was indeed quite late, Zhou Ping said with a smile. Okay, take care on your way back since it's so late, Tang Tang. Come and play with Mukin again next time. Okay, Auntie, I'll come to see Mu Chun tomorrow. Su Tang is really like a clingy little kitten. I feel restless if I don't see Mu Chun for a day. Okay, Auntie welcomes you. Goodbye, Auntie. Su Tang waved her hand, and Sun Na smiled slightly. We'll head back now. Mu Chun. Uncle, get some rest and don't think too much. Okay. After Mu Chun's family saw Su Tang and her family into the elevator, they returned to their own home. Inside the elevator, Su Tang held Su Jinfeng's hand, her little mouth slightly pouting. At this moment, Su Jinfeng said, Tang Tang, you and Mu Chun have been getting along quite well lately. Upon hearing this, Su Tang raised her little head and said, That's right, Mu Chun is so good to me. I like Mu Chun very much. Hearing Su Tang's words, Su Jinfeng smiled with satisfaction. Actually, Dad thinks Mu Chun is pretty good too, and I fully support you being with Mu Chun. Support? Su Tang was taken aback when she heard her father's words. Was she being too obvious? Her father had already figured out her intentions. Upon hearing this, Su Tang blushed. After all, she hadn't told her parents about this yet. But hearing my dad's support made me suddenly feel so happy. She looked at Su Jinfeng expectantly. He really? Actually, I really like Mu Chun. Yes, daughter, if you like someone, you should try your best to pursue them. Good. At this moment, Su Tang turned her attention to her mother, Sun Na. Mom, how do you feel? Looking at her daughter's expectant face, Sun Na nodded. Mom also really likes Mu Chun, and Mom supports your opinion. Thank you, Mom and Dad. Su Tang's face was full of happiness. So this is what it feels like to be supported by your parents. This feels so great. Chapter 52, Mischievous Su Tang. Inside the house. After seeing Su Tang's family off, Mu Yong quickly went to Mu Chun's side, looking him over carefully, as if afraid that he might have been injured. Mu Chun, are you alright? You weren't hurt this afternoon, were you? Seeing his father's concerned expression, Mu Chun shook his head. He actually got a little injured when I rescued Su Jinfeng today. Both arms were strained for a long time, resulting in a slight strain, but it's not a serious problem. Of course, Mu Chun didn't plan to tell his parents about the muscle strain, so as not to worry them. It's alright. Dad, look at me. I'm full of energy. What could possibly happen to me? Seeing that Mu Chun was alright, Mu Yong nodded in relief. You did well today, but you can't be so impulsive next time, okay? Alright. There won't be a next time. I'm going to take a shower and go to bed now. You guys should get some rest too. After Mu Chun finished speaking, he tried to run to the bedroom, but Zhou Ping suddenly called out to him. Mu Chun, wait a minute. Mu Chun turned his head curiously. His mother said, Tongtong's birthday is at the end of June. You haven't forgotten, have you? Remember to prepare some gifts for her girls like little surprises, and that will help maintain your relationship. Is it Tongtong's birthday? Mu Chun thought about it carefully. Yes, Su Tang's birthday is June 30th. Without Zhou Ping's reminder, he might have really forgotten. I didn't expect my mom to remember Su Tang's birthday. Tisk tisk tsk. Mu Chun nodded. Okay, thanks for reminding me. Mom, I'll be ready. After saying that, Mu Chun slunk into the bedroom. Watching Mu Chun's retreating figure, Mu Yong felt extremely pleased. There's a saying that goes something like this. Saving a life is better than building a 7-story pagoda. Of course, he didn't ask Su Jinfeng to do anything in return. However, given Su Jinfeng's personality, he will definitely have a very good impression of Mu Chun. It's not impossible that Su Tang could even marry Mu Chun. Thinking of this, Mu Yong smiled like an ant. After returning to the bedroom, Mu Chun took a shower and then laid down on the bed. He stared at the ceiling. Su Tang's birthday was at the end of the month, and he really wanted to give her a surprise. What gift should he give her? Lipstick? A bag? Or should I give her a brick that symbolizes our love being rock solid? Or perhaps, how about a grand confession? Actually, for Su Tang, the best gift is himself. Thinking about this, Mu Chun felt it was feasible. After all, Su Tang had been waiting for his confession. Why not use this birthday celebration as an opportunity for the two of them to confirm their relationship? After thinking it over, Mu-chin smiled slightly. The two said goodnight to each other and then fell asleep. The next morning. It's 7 o'clock in the morning. Knock, knock, knock. Early in the morning, Su Tang knocked on Mu-chin's door. Here I am. Zhou Ping, who was just about to go downstairs, hurriedly went to open the door when she saw that it was Su Tang. A smile immediately appeared on her face. Su Tang really can't be separated from Mu-chun for even a moment. She came to see him first thing in the morning. Oh, it's Tang Tang. Upon seeing Zhou Ping, Su Tang smiled sweetly and said, Hello. Auntie, I need to talk to Mu-chin about something today. Is he up yet? Not yet. You can go to his room and wake him up. Auntie is going downstairs to the shop to get busy. Okay, goodbye, Auntie. Goodbye, Candy. The two waved to each other, and Zhou Ping didn't say anything more before going downstairs. At the same time, Su Tang revealed a playful smile and tiptoed to Mu-chin's bedroom. She had originally intended to knock on the door, but upon reflection, she remembered that Mu-chun had entered her room while she was sleeping yesterday morning, so she decided to go in this time as well. Thinking it over, Su Tang gently pushed open the door. At this moment, Mu-chun was fast asleep in bed. Mu-chin's room didn't smell of stinky feet. On the contrary, it had a faint, pleasant fragrance. She quietly approached Mu-chin's side and saw that Mu-chun was sleeping so peacefully. Su Tang chuckled. Not bad. At least you don't snore when you sleep. Su Tang observed Mu-chun for a moment, and then her little head came up with a wicked idea. She planned to scare Mu-chun. Thinking of the scene where Mu-chun was startled, Su Tang couldn't help but laugh. Then, Su Tang suddenly pulled off his blanket. He shouted loudly, You stinky Mukin, wake up! Holy crap! Sigma, dare winky face. Mu-chin doesn't usually sleep soundly. Upon hearing the sound, he was jolted awake, his body trembling involuntarily. Su Tang's voice was already high-pitched, so he was genuinely startled. His heart was pounding. Luckily, Mu-chin has a habit of wearing pajamas to bed, otherwise he would have been seen naked. Candy. Upon seeing that it was Su Tang, Mu-chin immediately became angry. Damn it, that shout just now almost killed him. Onaji degree. Ha ha ha. Su Tang clutched her stomach and burst into laughter. Meanwhile, seeing Su Tang's gloating smile, Mu-chin rolled his eyes. Girl, you're so naughty. Are you itching for a fight? Hee hee, how about that? Startled, huh? Serves you right for sleeping in. You stinky Mu-chun, get up now. Su Tang pouted, and at that moment, Mu-chun took advantage of Su Tang's inattention, grabbed her hand, and pulled her over. Su Tang lost her balance and landed directly on Mu-chun. The two heads were very close together. She could even feel Mu-chin's breath. Their chests pressed together, instantly adding a strange allure to the room. Mu-chin put his arm around her waist and said with a lewd grin, My little princess, you came to see me so early in the morning. Do you want to play a game with me? Huh? Making games. Looking at Mu-chin's lewd expression, Su Tang's face immediately turned red. That stinky Mukin, he's at it again. You stinky Mukin. Su Tang gently patted Mu-chin's cheek with her little fist and snorted coldly. You're so naughty. If you're naughty again next time, I'll make sure you can't get out of bed. Upon hearing this, Su Tang immediately thought of something unhealthy. Huh, that stinky Mukin, so filthy. Seeing Su Tang's dazed expression, Mu-chin playfully pinched her little nose. What are you standing there for? Get out of here, I need to get dressed. Oh, okay. Hurry up, I'll wait for you outside. Mu-chin didn't keep bothering him, and of course, he wouldn't dare do that kind of thing at home. After Su Tang finished speaking, she quickly scurried out. Watching Su Tang's retreating figure, Mu-chin was speechless. That girl is too naughty. I must lock the door next time. After getting dressed, Mu-chin left the room. At this moment, Su Tang was sitting obediently on the sofa, seemingly lost in thought. Candy. Oh. Hearing Mu-chin call him, Su Tang was startled and quickly raised her head. Mu-chin couldn't help but pinch her cheek. You came to see me so early this morning. Did you miss me that much? Why don't you just stay at my place from now on? Humph, you're dreaming. Su Tang pouted, then smiled sweetly. Didn't you say last night that you were going to participate in the food show Food Rampage? I want to go with you too. After Su Tang finished speaking, she quickly grabbed his hand, acting coquettishly. Excellent. Please take me with you, Mu-chin. Seeing Su Tang's coquettish manner, Mu-chin immediately softened. After thinking about it carefully, he realized that the food show Food Rampage could indeed be participated in by two people. Actually, it's not a bad idea to have Su Tang help him out. Without hesitation, Mu-chin nodded and said, Okay, but you'll have to learn cooking from me these next few days, so you can't let me down. Hee hee, okay. Su Tang nodded excitedly. Those clear eyes revealed her love for Mu Chun. At this moment, Mu Chun said, Tang Tang, you haven't had breakfast yet, have you? Shall I make you some? Hearing Mu Chun's words, Su Tang's eyes darted around in their sockets, and she suddenly thought of something. How about I give you breakfast? Huh? You're making it for me. Mu Chun was taken aback upon hearing Su Tang's words. To be honest, he really didn't expect Su Tang to offer to make him breakfast. Seeing Mu Chun's bewildered and stunned expression, Su Tang smiled again. Hee hee, you're my little darling to be a good boy/girl, and wait for mommy to make you breakfast. Chapter 53 Preparing Birthday Gifts. Oh, my good daughter, go quickly. Mu Chun rolled his eyes. This girl is up to her old tricks again. Su Tang didn't continue arguing with Mu Chun. Instead, she skipped and hopped off to the kitchen. To be honest, Mu Chun had never eaten breakfast made by Su Tang before, but he already had a general idea of Su Tang's cooking skills. Without thinking much, Mu Chun went to the restroom to use the toilet, brush his teeth, and rinse his mouth. After waiting for a while, Su Tang came over with a bowl of noodles. She placed the bowl on the table and then said, Hey, this is a nutritious breakfast noodle dish I made for my little one. Doesn't it look delicious? Upon hearing Su Tang's words, Mu Chun looked around. This is just an ordinary bowl of noodles, nothing special. The scallions were chopped very coarsely, the fried egg was scrambled, and not a drop of oil was added. I don't know if the noodles are cooked or not. Mu Chun nodded slowly. Meat looks pretty good. Hee hee, then you should try it. As Su Tang spoke, she quickly sat down next to Mu Chun and snuggled closer to him. Those eyes were filled with expectation. This was her first real cooking experience. Mu Chun should feel honored to be able to eat her cooking. Mu Chun picked up a piece of noodles with his chopsticks and put it in his mouth. After chewing lightly, his expression changed drastically. Just as he expected. It's so salty, way too salty. It's incredibly salty. He wanted to vomit, but seeing Su Tang's pleading eyes, Mu Chun forced himself to swallow it. The noodles were cooked, but she put the salt shaker in. Sure enough, I can't let this girl cook anymore. Mu Chun, how's it? Is it delicious? Seeing Mu Chun eat it, the little girl couldn't wait to ask. Delicious. Mu Chun nodded emphatically, then handed the chopsticks to Su Tang. Tang Tang, you haven't had breakfast either, have you? Why don't you try some? Upon hearing this, Su Tang nodded her little head. Okay, sure. This was her first time making noodles, and she should have made them very well. Then, Su Tang took Mu Chun's chopsticks. She picked up a noodle and took a big bite. Then, Su Tang sprayed it out directly. That's right, it just sprayed out. Puff, cough, cough. Su Tang clutched her chest and coughed violently, while snot streamed down her face. Upon seeing this, Mu Chun burst into laughter. Hee hee. Seeing that Su Tang looked uncomfortable, Mu Chun quickly poured her a glass of water and handed it to her. After drinking a glass of water, Su Tang pouted. How is it? Is it delicious? Ugh, this is awful. It's so salty, I don't remember putting in much salt. That's just what you remember, all right. Tang Tang, you're not suited to cooking yet. But the instant noodles I make are always delicious. Silly girl. Mu Chun playfully pinched her little nose. The seasoning in the instant noodles is just right, but the salt you added is really nice. Snort. Su Tang pouted again. Mu Chun gently patted her head. All right, from now on, let your future husband cook for you. Come to the kitchen with me, and I'll teach you how to cook noodles. Upon hearing the words, future husband, Su Tang lowered her head shyly. She smiled sweetly. Hee hee, okay honey, let's go. As she spoke, Su Tang took Mu Chun's hand and led him towards the kitchen. When Mu Chun heard Su Tang call him husband, his eyes lit up. This name is actually not bad. For the next few days, Mu Chun taught Su Tang how to cook. Su Tang would contact him on time every day. She was very clingy. Of course, Mu Chun was very happy every day he spent with Su Tang. June 30th. This day is special. That's right. Today is the 18th day since Su Tang hatched. Today is a significant day for both Mu Chun and Su Tang. In the past few days, Mu Chun has never mentioned Su Tang's birthday. All this was to prepare an unexpected surprise for her. At the same time, Mu Chun also planned to accomplish a major event in his life on this day, confessing one's feelings. Although he and Su Tang are very affectionate and act like a couple, but after saying those words, they were truly in a committed relationship. Of course, Mu Chun will also prepare a grand ceremony for the confession. He's been planning this for the past few days. It's 7 o'clock in the morning. Mom, I'm going to buy Su Tang a cake and other gifts. Do as I told you tonight. Don't worry, drive carefully. No. Mu-chun has already told his parents about his intention to confess his feelings to Su-tang. Of course, his parents absolutely support him and will do their best to cooperate with Mu-chun. After going downstairs, Mu-chun planned to go to the nearest shopping mall to order a cake for Su-tang. Su-tang has loved pink since she was little, so Mu-chun plans to order a pink cake for her. Of course, the cake can't be small, since I'll be celebrating my birthday with my parents and Su-tang's parents. She had already discussed it with Su-tang's parents in advance, and everything was under his control today. Mu-chun was going to give her a different kind of birthday surprise. Mu-chun hailed a taxi on the roadside and arrived at Hanglong Plaza. He had already checked on his phone beforehand and found a good cake shop in Hanglong Plaza. Mu-chun went straight to the third floor and arrived at a cake shop called Maitsu Sinyu. The shop is beautifully decorated, with all sorts of cakes displayed in the glass counter. Very eye-catching. Upon seeing the arrival of the customer, a saleswoman immediately stepped forward to greet him. When she saw Mu-chun's stunning good looks, this young lady was a little tempted. Mu-chun is so handsome. Her height of 182 meters perfectly matches the image of her ideal boyfriend. Especially this aura, which is captured perfectly. Seeing such a handsome young man, the saleswoman felt inexplicably nervous. "Hello, welcome to Wheat Fun Talk." Seeing the saleswoman approach, Mu-chun smiled and said, "Hello, I'd like a 9-inch cake. Preferably pink. My girlfriend has always loved pink. Do you have any?" Girlfriend? Upon hearing the word girlfriend, the young woman's mood instantly plummeted. But Mu-chun is a customer, and her principle is to serve customers. She still smiled brightly. "Yes, please follow me." The saleswoman started introducing the products to him. There are many kinds of cakes, such as fruit cakes, cream cakes, and ice cream cakes. Mu-chun ultimately chose a pink cream cake. Su-tang usually loves Hello Kitty, so the cake had a cute Hello Kitty design on it. Su-tang will definitely like it very much. In the end, the cake cost him 398 yuan. The price is considered expensive. After leaving the store, Mu-chun bought 2 more lipsticks for Su-tang. Of course, the colors are all the most popular right now. He didn't choose the garish Barbie pink color scheme like some straight men do. Mu-chun continued strolling around the square, and soon he discovered a jewelry DIY shop called Love You Forever. DIY jewelry? Mu-chun pondered for a moment. Actually, it would be nice to make a meaningful bracelet or pendant for Su-tang yourself. It's better than the brick that wished our love to be rock solid, isn't it? With a curious look in his eyes, Mu-chun walked in. Chapter 54 with you. Ding dong, welcome. Upon entering this DIY jewelry shop, an electronic welcome sound came from inside. Wow, that's pretty high class. Mu-chun smiled and began to look around the shop. The shop is decorated very luxuriously and has an area of 70 to 80 square meters, which is quite large. Tables are set up in the shop, displaying a variety of metal jewelry accessories for customers to mix and match. At that moment, there were 5 or 6 customers in the shop making DIY jewelry, all of them very focused. Of course, the DIY jewelry that can be made here is very simple. It's just about piecing together various metal parts and then paying based on the weight of the jewelry. If you're not good at doing things yourself, you can ask the store staff for help. Upon seeing Mu-chun enter, a middle-aged man who looked to be in his 40s, wearing a plaid shirt, bald, and with a full beard walked over. Upon seeing the man's appearance, Mu-chun was completely stunned. Goodness, it looks like all the hair on its head has grown onto its face. She has a really unique appearance. "Hey handsome, want to have some jewelry made for your girlfriend?" The middle-aged man glanced at the cake box Mu-chun was carrying. The box was transparent, and seeing how pink the cake was, he could tell at a glance that it was for his girlfriend. "You could say that." Mu-chun nodded. "Today is my fiancé's birthday, and I'd like to take this opportunity to confess my feelings to her and give her a memorable gift. Do you have any recommendations?" Of course. Upon hearing Mu-chun's words, the uncle nodded repeatedly. "You could handcraft a necklace, bracelet, or earrings for her, and then laser engrave your names on it. I think that would be quite meaningful." Mu-chun thought about it carefully. Su-tang doesn't usually wear bracelets, necklaces, or similar items. If I prepare one for her, this girl will probably wear it every day. Mu-chun nodded. "Okay, then please show me around." "Okay, please give it to me." The older man began to introduce things to Mu-chun. Actually, DIY jewelry is very simple. It involves assembling the loose parts and then carving them with a carving knife or laser. Mu-chun took a closer look and noticed that the items inside were quite expensive. Of course, most of the items in the shop are made of sterling silver, so the higher prices are understandable. After careful consideration, Mu Chun decided to make a necklace, a bracelet, and a pair of earrings for Su Tang. Although the price was quite high, Mu Yong gave him 40,000 yuan on the day the college entrance exam results came out. In addition, he had made a lot of money selling grilled fish recently, so the price was still acceptable to Mu Chun. Then, under the guidance of this uncle, Mu Chun began to DIY. The necklace Mu Chun made is a pair of deer antlers, symbolizing his hope that he and Su Tang can walk together all the way, with Su Tang by his side. Different gemstones can be chosen for the antlers, in various colors. Since Su Tang has always loved pink, he chose a pink moonstone for her. For the bracelet, Mu Chun chose something simpler, the same style as the necklace, with the inscription, "With you, my dear." As for the earrings, they are also a pair of cute little deer heads. He was very meticulous throughout the entire production process, trying his best to make the antlers on both sides symmetrical, and the shop staff would also help him. Mu Chun worked in the shop for more than 2 hours before he finally finished making these 3 items. At the same time, the uncle from before also came over. Seeing how meticulously Mu Chun had done it, he couldn't help but say, "Good job, you did a great job. Is it done? I'll take it to reinforce it for you. By the way, do you need any engraving?" Let's engrave today's date." The man nodded. "Okay, please wait a moment." As he spoke, the man took the item to reinforce it with engraving. A dozen minutes later, he returned with a small, exquisite box. "It's all done. It's all in the box. You can check it. Thanks." When Mu Chun opened the box, he saw that both the necklace and the bracelet had been polished, and their surfaces were exceptionally smooth and crystal clear. The date of the day is printed on the back of the necklace's antlers. Today marks the beginning of their love story. Seeing such exquisite little items, Su Tang must really like them, right? After confirming that there were no problems, Mu Chun nodded in satisfaction. "Okay, uncle, you can calculate how much it costs. A total of 2,400. Okay." After paying, Mu Chun didn't linger and quickly left the shop with the cake. It was already past 10 a.m. Mu Chun bought another bunch of roses and then took a taxi home. Pushing open the door, Mu Chun went inside. "Dad, Mom, I'm home. Today is Su Tang's birthday, and both Zhou Ping and Mu Yong attach great importance to it. Neither of them were working, just to give Su Tang a perfect birthday. After all, today is Su Tang's 18th birthday, which is also her coming-of-age ceremony, and it is of great significance to her. Son's back. Let me see what gift you prepared for Tang Tang." Zhou Ping curiously came over and was overjoyed to see that Mu Chun was holding a bouquet of roses. No girl dislikes flowers. Mu Yong sent her plenty of flowers when he was pursuing her. Mu Chun replied, "I bought a cake, then DIY'd some jewelry and 2 lipsticks. Not bad." Mu Chun chuckled. "Have you prepared everything I asked you to?" "Rest assured." Zhou Ping nodded. "Everything is ready today. We will definitely make sure Tang Tang has a special birthday." 2:30 p.m. There was a knock on Mu Chun's door. His father pushed open the door and entered. "Mu Chun, it's almost time we can go and get ready." "Okay." Mu Chun nodded and quickly sat up from the bed. After arriving in the living room, he took the gift he had prepared for Su Tang that day and then went downstairs with Mu Yong and Zhou Ping. As he got into his dad's car, Mu Chun felt a surge of anticipation. Their destination was People's Park. That's right. This was the surprise Mu Chun had prepared in advance. The outdoor barbecue also served as Su Tang's birthday party. However, the girl was unaware of this. Of course, Mu Chun had already discussed it with Su Tang's parents, and they would bring Su Tang with them when the time came. Then came the surprise. He had prepared everything meticulously. At 3 p.m., the car was parked in an open space. After getting off the bus, Mu Yong called out, "Mu Chun, come and move the things quickly. Let's go set up the table first, and then we can set up the scene." "Okay." Mu Chun quickly ran to the trunk of the car. After opening the trunk, I found all sorts of ingredients inside. There is also a barbecue grill. They quickly got to work, found a vacant lot without grass, and began to set it up. 5 o'clock in the afternoon. Su Tang's family. Su Tang pouted and lay listlessly on the sofa, glancing at her phone every now and then. "Humph, that stinky Mukin. It's already 5 p.m. Why hasn't he said he's going to celebrate her birthday yet? He probably forgot his own birthday." Su Tang imagined for a moment that Mu Chun hadn't contacted her all day, not even sending a good morning message. "Wow, I'm so sad." At this moment, Su Jinfeng saw Su Tang's droopy face and shook his head with a smile. This girl is definitely upset because Mu Chun didn't contact her. "Tang Tang, why do you look so listless? Today is your birthday. Hurry up and change your clothes. We're going to Grandpa's house to celebrate your birthday later." Chapter 55 I Want a Hug. Oh. Su Tang was stunned when she heard Su Jinfeng's words. Her heart was pounding. Going to Grandpa's house for his birthday? Why shouldn't we have gone to Mu Chen's house? But Mu Chen, before Su Tang could finish speaking, Su Jinfeng interrupted her. But I've already talked to your grandparents, okay? Sweetie, go change your clothes and dress up nicely. Oh. Su Tang pouted. As an obedient girl, she dared not disobey her father's orders. Left with no other choice, she had to return to her bedroom. Seeing his daughter like this, Su Jinfeng was puzzled. Su Tang is truly bewitched. She thinks about Mu Chun every single day. However, thinking back to that day, while Mu Chun is indeed a very reliable person. A moment later, Su Tang came out wearing the long dress that Mu Chun had bought for her at the comic convention. For some reason, wearing this long dress made her feel even sadder. Seeing that his daughter wasn't wearing makeup, Su Jinfeng didn't say much. I doubt this girl is in the mood for makeup right now. He checked the time and realized it was almost time. So he called Sun Na, took Su Tang downstairs, and got into the car. They drove toward the spot that Mu Chun had given them in advance. 6 o'clock. There were many balloons on the ground, and signs were standing around that read, "Happy Birthday, Tang Tang," in big letters. The cake was already on the table, and a cool breeze was blowing on them, making them feel very comfortable. Mu Yong was grilling meat on the side. This season and this time of year is perfect for a picnic. At the same time, Su Jinfeng's car also drove up. All the way, Su Tang pouted, looking unhappy. However, she also noticed that Su Jinfeng was not driving towards her grandfather's house. When she asked her father, he wouldn't tell her, and she gradually became suspicious. It wasn't until the car stopped on the side of the road, and Su Tang saw Mu Chen's figure through the car window that she understood everything. It turned out that this was a surprise Mu Chun had prepared for her. Su Jinfeng unbuckled his seatbelt, turned to look at the bewildered Su Tang, and smiled slightly. "Tang Tang, get out of the car." At the same time, seeing Su Tang walking over, Mu Chun quickly took out a birthday hat and walked towards the car. "Hello, Uncle and Aunt." Mu Chun first gave Su Jinfeng and Sun Na a heads up, and Su Jinfeng nodded in agreement. "Hey Mu Chun, Su Tang is in the car and doesn't want to get out. She's probably sulking. Why don't you go check on her?" "Okay, Uncle." Mu Chun smiled and nodded, then slowly walked towards the car. He opened the back door of the car, and Su Tang, pouting, came into view. Her expression was unpleasant, and she looked aggrieved. There were even tears welling up in the corners of her eyes. Seeing Su Tang's pitiful look, Mu Chun chuckled. "Tang Tang, what's wrong? Are you still unhappy to see me?" "Umph, you stinky Mu Chun." Upon seeing Mu Chun, Su Tang almost burst into tears. She thought Mu Chun wasn't going to celebrate her birthday. When she arrived here and saw Mu Chun, she was truly moved. It turns out that Mu Chun hadn't forgotten her birthday and had been making preparations. Su Tang spread her hands, stretched out her arms, and said with a pitiful expression, "Mu Chun, I want a hug." Seeing Su Tang looking so aggrieved, Mu Chun quickly reached out and hugged her, pulling her into his arms. "Wah, you stinky mukin, I thought you'd forgotten my birthday." Su Tang sobbed in his arms. "I felt incredibly wronged. How could that be, my little baby?" Mu Chun released him, cupped Su Tang's cheeks in his hands, and wiped away her tears. Then, looking directly into her eyes with a peaceful gaze, he said, "Today is your 18th birthday. Your coming-of-age ceremony. I have to witness this day. Don't cry who cries on their birthday. You should be happy on your birthday." After wiping away Su Tang's tears, Mu Chun gently pinched her little nose. "Come on, Tang Tang, smile." Snort. Su Tang pouted, looked directly into Mu Chun's eyes, and then burst out laughing. Seeing Mu Chun put her mind at ease. Sure enough, that stinky mukin wouldn't forget her. This feeling was really nice. Su Tang felt incredibly warm inside. Seeing Su Tang's shallow dimples, Mu Chun quickly put the birthday hat on her head. "I've prepared a birthday cake for you. Tang Tang, would you like some?" "Cake? I want some." Su Tang's mood has completely improved. Mu Chun held her small hand and bowed slightly. "Then please get out of the car, my precious little princess." "Hee hee. Thank you, honey." Su Tang lowered her head shyly in the distance. Mu Chun and Su Tang had seen everything they were doing. "Look at these two children, how loving they are." Mu Chun and Su Tang walked over together. When she saw the pink cake, Su Tang's eyes lit up. "Wow, Hello Kitty's cake looks so good. So do you like it?" "Uh-huh." Su Tang nodded emphatically. At the same time, Mu Chun stepped forward, removed the transparent protective cover from the cake, and inserted candles into it. then light it with a lighter. He cleared his throat and said, "Well, Mom and Dad, Uncle and Aunt, how about we start by singing Happy Birthday to Tang Tang?" Okay, okay. Today is Su Tang's birthday, and all four parents are especially happy. Mu Chen didn't think much of it, and he slightly opened his mouth. Happy birthday to you, happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you, happy birthday to you. Beautiful songs lingered in my ears. The five of them clapped their hands and sang for Su Tang. Su Tang pouted, a warm current flowing rapidly in her heart. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. As the song ended, Mu Chun placed the cake in front of Su Tang. He smiled and said, "Tang Tang, make a wish after you make your wish. Blow out the candles, and your wish will come true." "Uh-huh." Su Tang nodded. Then he interlaced his fingers, made fists, placed them on his chin, closed his eyes, and began to make a wish. A moment later, Su Tang looked up and blew out the candle in one breath. "Hee, I've agreed. Let's eat cake. I'll cut it." Mu Chen started cutting the cake, and at the same time, Mu Yong put the barbecue on the table. The two families were already very familiar with each other, so no one stood on ceremony. Su Tang ate the cake and barbecue with a smile, feeling incredibly happy. Mu Chen occasionally does barbecue, and they also brought a lot of fruits and vegetables, but they didn't drink alcohol today. 7:50 p.m. Mu Chen checked the time, then turned to Su Tang. "How is it, Tang Tang? Are you full? Let's go for a walk by the lake." "Okay." Su Tang nodded emphatically. Mu Chen smiled slightly and winked at his parents, uncle and aunt, mom and dad. "I'm going to go for a walk with Tang Tang. You two continue chatting." Go ahead, go ahead." Su Jinfeng nodded. At the same time, Mu Chen took Su Tang's hand, and the two walked towards the lakeside in People's Park. Chapter 56. Will you be my girlfriend? There is a lake near People's Park. It is named Xiangxi Lake. Just like its name suggests, every year, many couples make vows of life to each other in front of Xiangxi Lake. Xiangxi Lake has witnessed the birth of countless couples. Mu Chen and Su Tang walked hand in hand along the lake. The weather is very nice today. The crescent moon hangs high in the sky, its unique reflection shimmering in the lake. Mu Chen had already hidden the roses here beforehand. As he passed by, he secretly grabbed it while Su Tang wasn't paying attention and hid it behind his back. "Tang Tang, did you have a happy birthday today?" Mu Chen looked straight ahead as he spoke, a gentle breeze caressing his cheeks, a feeling that was very pleasant. Su Tang lowered her head shyly. Although it was quite unfair of Mu Chen to ignore her all day, he was, after all, preparing a birthday surprise for himself. It's fair to say that this was the happiest birthday she'd ever had in her entire life. "Thank you, Mu Chen. I'm very happy." Su Tang suddenly said, "Thank you." And of course, it came from the bottom of her heart. Mu Chen nodded, then suddenly stopped, turned to the side, and held onto the railing by the lake. "Actually, there's another surprise." Hearing Mu Chen's words, Su Tang looked up at him curiously. At the same time, Mu Chen took out the roses from behind his back. "Here, these are 99 roses for you." Asterisk forward slash 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 asterisk Q. Upon seeing the roses, Su Tang covered her mouth in surprise. She knew the symbolism of roses. It's just about forever. Could it be that Mu Chen is going to confess his feelings to her? Thinking of this, Su Tang's face immediately turned red. Even in the dim moonlight, her flushed cheeks were clearly visible. She quickly took the roses from his hand. They held it in their hands like a precious treasure. At the same time, suddenly, a beautiful firework burst open on the lake with a whoosh. Mu Chen and Su Tang both looked up at the lake at the same time. Fireworks are vibrant and colorful, but they vanish in an instant, like a fleeting moment in time. It's so beautiful. Su Tang's eyes were filled with joy. She looked at the fireworks in the sky, then turned to look at Mu Chen. "You stinky Mu Chen, did you arrange this too? This girl is so smart." Mu Chen put his arm around Su Tang's shoulder, and the two looked up at the sky. Mu Chen then looked down slightly at Su Tang's profile. "How was it? The fireworks were beautiful, weren't they? I remember when we were little, you would always pester me to light the fireworks for you during the new year." Su Tang nodded. "Then I'll pester you every year to let you light fireworks with me." "Okay." After watching the fireworks for a while, Mu Chen spoke again. "Candy, will you be my girlfriend?" "Well, what?" Upon hearing Mu Chen's voice, Su Tang turned her head in disbelief. She even thought she had misheard. While surprised, Su Tang was also very excited. In fact, she had been waiting for this day for a long time. For a very long time, she had considered Mu Chun as a part of her life. Especially since Mu Chun saved her father, she didn't know how to thank him enough. No matter what she did, she could not repay him, not even by marrying him. Although they have always acted as a couple, they have never officially defined their relationship. If you ask her if she wants to date Mu Chun, she definitely does, really wants to, and extremely wants to. It wasn't because of his looks, nor because of his demeanor, but because of the love he had for her. That instinct, disregarding danger, led her to reach out and tightly grasp her father's heart. That heart that has always protected her since she was a child. She felt extremely honored to be Mu Chen's girlfriend. It is truly an honor. But when she actually heard Mu Chen's confession, her mind went blank again. Seeing Su Tang's nervous expression, Mu Chun smiled slightly. What? Tang doesn't want to. No. Su Tang shook her head emphatically and quickly said, I do. I really do. Mu Chun, I not only want to be your girlfriend, but I also want to marry you. I want to live a simple life with you. I can't live without you. I will hold your hand tightly and never let go. Seeing Su Tang's emotional state, Mu Chun knew that these words came from the bottom of her heart. Then, Mu Chun nodded. Then we must make a promise, okay? To hold your hand and grow old together. That is our lifelong commitment. Uh-huh. Su Tang nodded heavily. For her, Mu Chun was enough for her entire life. At the same time, Mu Chun also hopes for a simple and peaceful life, like a gentle stream flowing by. I have a girlfriend whom I love and who loves me, and both sets of parents are in good health. I don't ask for great wealth or status. I just want to live a simple and peaceful life. Amidst the dazzling fireworks in the sky, the two embraced tightly. A long time passed. They gradually loosened their grip. Mu Chun chuckled. Oh right, I forgot to tell you, I also have a gift for you. Su Tang pouted, still not quite recovered, when Mu Chun took out the small box. Inside are the DIY jewelry he made today. Tada! Mu Chun opened the small box, and the necklace, bracelet, and earrings inside caught Su Tang's eye. Upon seeing these pieces of jewelry, Su Tang's eyes lit up. Do you like it? Like. The small sugar dots resemble chicks pecking at rice. I made this myself. This set of jewelry is all made of deer, which means with you by my side, I hope that Tang can accompany me for the rest of my life. Good. Su Tang's emotions have already been stirred up. Her little head kept nodding. Seeing Su Tang's adorable appearance, Mu Chun continued. Then I'll put it on for you now. Su Tang quickly raised her little head, and Mu Chun naturally put the necklace on her. At the same time, there is no difference between bracelets and earrings. After putting on the jewelry, Mu Chun took out the lipstick he had bought for Su Tang. Tang and lipstick too? Hee. I hope you can return a little to me every day from now on. After saying that, Mu Chun twisted the lipstick and slowly applied it to Su Tang's lips. Su Tang also readily complied with Mu Chun's actions. From this moment on, the two of them are no longer childhood sweethearts. They're boyfriend and girlfriend. The two people can become closer, even in front of their parents. After applying lipstick, Mu Chun stared into her big eyes, his gaze never leaving her. Being stared at like that made Su Tang a little shy. According to online sources, if you keep looking into a girl's eyes and she doesn't look away, you can kiss her after 3 seconds. Mu Chun instinctively moved closer to her mouth, put his arm around her waist, and kissed her. Su Tang did not object at all. They even enjoyed the process. Their tongues intertwined, and their breaths gradually became erratic. Their expressions gradually became blissful. One could say it was a kiss that sealed their love. Su Tang will never forget this special day. On her 18th birthday, a boy bravely confessed his love to her. Chapter 57 Official Announcement. Under the starry sky, the air was filled with romance. After a long while, their lips slowly parted. Su Tang blushed deeply, extremely shy. Oh dear, it's all stringy. Upon seeing this scene, Mu Chun burst out laughing. He quickly wiped the drool from Su Tang's mouth. Su Tang stared at him with wide, expectant eyes. You stinky mukin, I gave you my first kiss, so you have to treat me well from now on and not bully me. Don't worry, my wife is so cute. How could she possibly bully you? Mu Chun gently patted Su Tang's little head. He continued. By the way, it's time to change how we address each other from now on. I don't need to tell you what to call us, right? Husband. We. Mu Chun smiled. Say it again. My husband. My husband, my husband, my husband. TSK, what a good daughter. Mu Chun flicked her cheek. You stinking mukin, are you looking for death? Su Tang stretched out her pink little fist and gently punched his chest. That Mu Chun is so annoying. All he does is take advantage of her. However, Su Tang wasn't angry. Instead, she flashed a playful smile. Hee hee. Honey, now that we're officially a couple, shouldn't we announce it? Official announcement. Upon hearing this, Mu-chin smiled. This girl even knows this word. He nodded. Sure. How do you want to announce it? Should we post lovey-dovey content on Tencent QQ Space and WeChat Moments? Hee hee, that's fine. Su Tang quickly took out her phone, grabbed Mu-chin's hand, and led him to a street lamp. The dim streetlights cast two shadows. Su Tang tugged at Mu-chin. Honey, let's make a heart shape with our hands. Su Tang is just like a little baby, incredibly lively. Okay. They stood under the streetlights, made a heart shape with their hands, and at the same time, Su Tang took a picture of their shadows. Honey, I want to take another picture of us kissing. Okay, Su Tang, don't worry. I wish the whole world knew that I have a little princess named Tang Tang. After sending the photo to Mu-chin, Su Tang opened her QQ account. She uploaded the photo to her QQ Space with the caption, I never thought I'd be taken advantage of by a pig since that's how it is. Then good luck with me for the rest of my life, at Mu-chin. Whoa. Upon seeing Su Tang's profile, Mu-chin quickly uploaded the photos and captioned them. Hi everyone. I'm the pig who snagged Tang Tang, and I'm so honored to have snagged such a wonderful cabbage at Su Tang. After sending it, Su Tang chuckled. She excitedly tugged at Mu-chin's clothes. There's also WeChat. Send it quickly. Okay. After opening WeChat, Mu-chin opened Moments, uploaded 6 photos, and captioned them. I love the June wind, the July rain, the ever-shining sun, and the best of you at Su Tang. Su Tang also posted a message. I will always be true to myself, working tirelessly day and night towards my ideals, and you at Mu-chin. Is that all? Mu-chin gave Su Tang a deep look. Perhaps, for Su Tang, this is what they call a sense of security. Su Tang immediately rubbed against Mu-chin like a clingy kitten. Being with Mu-chin feels so comfortable. Mu-chin held Su Tang in his arms, gazing up at the starry sky, then turned to look at her face. By the way, Tang Tang, didn't you say you wanted to go to Disneyland? How about we go to Shanghai tomorrow? Upon hearing Mu-chin's words, Su Tang's eyes lit up. She nodded emphatically. Really? Wah, honey, you're so great. Would I lie to you? We'll spend a few days in Shanghai first, and then we'll participate in the food show Food Extravaganza. If we win an award, we can open a shop. Good. Su Tang nodded heavily. The little boy immediately rushed into Mu-chin's arms. She was already looking forward to her future with Mu-chin. After a while, Mu-chin gently pinched her little nose. All right, it's about time. Let's go back. Okay. Su Tang stood up, holding roses in her left hand and Mu-chin's hand in her right. Suddenly, she remembered something and looked at Mu-chin expectantly. By the way, Mu-chin, I remember you didn't bring any flowers when you came, so where did this bouquet of roses come from? It was conjured up. You stinky mukin, you're lying again. Su Tang rolled her eyes, then pointed to the sky. Look, the cows are flying in the sky again. She chuckled, brought the rose close to her nose, and smelled at him. The rose smelled especially good. I love it so much. She liked everything Mu-chin gave her. The two left Shaanxi Lake hand in hand, and then went to People's Park. Mu-yong couldn't stop smiling as he looked at the WeChat Moments post Mu-chin had made. It seems these two kids have started dating. Moreover, these photos all look very intimate. They kissed. Good job, son. At the same time, Su Jinfeng felt a pang of pain in his heart as he looked at Su Tang's WeChat Moments. Although he especially liked Mu-chin and also really hoped that the two children could be together, well, how should I put it? It was like his little darling had been stolen away by Mu-chin. Soon, Mu-chin and Su Tang walked over hand in hand. When both sets of parents saw them return, Zhou Ping spoke first. Tong Tong's back. How was it? Did you have fun with Mukin? Uh-huh. Su Tang nodded shyly. She giggled and then ran up to her father. Dad, look, these are the flowers Mu-chin gave me. And this bracelet, I want to tell you something. No need to say anything more. Su Jinfeng stroked Su Tang's head. We all saw the post you just made on WeChat Moments. Your parents support you and Mu-chin being together. At the same time, Su Jinfeng looked up at Mu-chin and said, Mu-chin, you must take good care of Tang Tang in the future. If she gets hurt even a little, I'll come to you first. Don't worry. Uncle, I will definitely protect Tang Tang. Mu-chin patted his chest and nodded confidently. Upon hearing this, Su Jinfeng couldn't help but glance at Mu-chin a few more times. That's great. It seems Mu-chin will be his son-in-law from now on. Happy. I'm so happy. They chatted for a while longer before starting to pack their things. After packing everything, Su Tang ignored her father and got into Mu Yong's car with Mu Chun. Seeing Su Tang clinging to Mu Chun so tightly, Su Jinfeng smiled and shook his head. This girl is truly captivated by Mu Chun. Chapter 58. From now on, Mu Chun belongs to her. Throughout the journey, Su Tang clung to Mu Chun, and the two of them chatted and laughed while browsing Douyin, TikTok. Looking at the two children snuggling together in the rearview mirror, Mu Yong's face was full of smiles. By the way, Mom and Dad, I need to talk to you about something. Mu Chun suddenly spoke. Mu Chun said. Tomorrow I plan to take Tang Tang to Shanghai for a few days, and then on the 6th I will be participating in a food tour program there, to relax a bit. Upon hearing this, Mu Yong thought about it carefully. Mu Chun is taking Su Tang to Shanghai, which means the two of them will be staying there for several days, which means they'll be staying in a hotel together every night. Then Mu Chun might be able to get together with Su Tang. Thinking of this, a smile appeared on Mu Yong's face. That's really great. Maybe he'll be able to hold his grandson soon. Given that the two children achieved such excellent grades, and considering they rarely take the children on trips, it would be good for them to have some fun and relax. Mu Yong nodded. Okay, but you two must be careful when you go out. Don't talk to strangers. Be careful when crossing the street. I know that I'm not a 3-year-old anymore. Why are you nagging like Mom? Mu Chun grabbed Su Tang's little hand and turned his head. Talk to your parents when you get home, okay? If possible, I'll book the tickets tonight. Su Tang nodded, and soon the car drove into the residential area. At the same time, Su Jinfeng's car followed closely behind and parked in the underground parking garage. After getting out of the car, Su Jinfeng walked over. Tang Tang, are you going home or playing with Mukin for a while before going back? Hey, Dad, you go back first, Mu Chun, and I will take a walk around the neighborhood for a while. Okay, remember to come back soon. Su Jinfeng was not surprised by his daughter's answer. She and Mu Chun have just started dating, so they should have endless things to talk about. Both sets of parents quickly went upstairs, leaving them plenty of time for just the two of them. Su Tang shook her head. Honey, come with me for a walk. I'll treat you to milk tea. Okay. The two took the elevator to the first floor and left the community hand in hand, arriving at a milk tea shop outside the community. After ordering 2 cups of milk tea, they strolled around outside for a while, until 10 p.m., before returning downstairs. At 10 o'clock, the entire neighborhood was quiet. The streetlights in the neighborhood weren't very bright. The two of them stood under one streetlight, and Su Tang tilted her head up to look into Mu Chen's eyes. How was your birthday? Did you have a great time today? Thinking of this, Su Tang immediately broke into a happy smile. Today's birthday is really happy. Seeing Su Tang's happy expression, Mu Chen chuckled and said, Then I can guarantee that every birthday you have from now on will be as happy as today. Fine, you stinky Mukin. If you dare to lie to me, I'll beat you to death. Su Tang pouted, and Mu Chun stroked her hair, then flicked her cheek. All right, go back and discuss it with your parents as soon as possible. If possible, let me know immediately so I can book the tickets. Okay. Su Tang nodded again, revealing 2 shallow dimples, and hugged Mu Chen's waist. Mu Chun, I want a kiss. Want a kiss? Upon hearing this, Mu Chen chuckled. He quickly kissed Su Tang's cherry-like lips. However, he did not stick out his tongue. Mua. After being kissed by Mu Chun, Su Tang immediately broke into a bright smile. Hee, with my husband's kisses, I can sleep really well tonight. Hee, it's getting late. Honey, you should go home now. Thank you for everything you prepared for me today. I will always love you. As Su Tang spoke, she made a big heart shape with her hands for him. I will always love you too. Hee, honey, I'm going home now. Bye-bye. Mu Chen only turned around and went home after seeing Su Tang disappear at the end of the corridor. Meanwhile, at home, Mu Yong was helping Mu Chun pack his luggage. Mu Chun is going to Shanghai tomorrow, so he needs to prepare a special surprise for Mu Chun. Mu Yong took out a box of condoms from the bedroom and stuffed it into a hidden compartment in his suitcase. Hopefully, he can use it tomorrow night. He completely fulfilled his responsibilities as a father. After all, Mu Chun is already 18 years old. There are some things I should be familiar with. Mom and Dad, I'm home. Mu Chun pushed open the door and, as usual, placed the key on the entryway. At the same time, Mu Yong pushed Mu Chen's suitcase out of the bedroom. You're back, aren't you? Going to Shanghai tomorrow? I've packed all your clothes and toiletries. Just take them with you tomorrow. Thanks, Dad. Mu Chen nodded. Then I'll go take a shower first, and then I'll check the plane tickets. Okay. Take good care of Su Tang. Don't let her sleep in the same room tomorrow night, understand? Hearing what his father said, Mu Chun felt that there seemed to be something wrong with what he said. Why not let Su Tang sleep in a room by herself? Isn't that obvious? Such a good opportunity. Of course I should cuddle with Su Tang and sleep. Mu Chun slunk back to his house, took a shower, and came out wearing a bathrobe. At the same time, his phone vibrated. Mu Chun looked and saw that it was a message from Su Tang. Honey, I just talked to my parents and they agreed you can book your plane ticket now? Okay. Mu Chun replied with an okay emoji and then open trip. Because of the large passenger flow in Shanghai, there are daily flights from Beijing to Shanghai. After checking, Mu Chun found a flight to Shanghai at 10 a.m. tomorrow. The timing is perfect. Without any hesitation, he placed an order for 2 plane tickets. At the same time, Mu Chun sent Su Tang a message. O degree omega degree O, I've already booked my flight. I'll be downstairs at 8 a.m. sharp tomorrow morning. Okay. Su Tang sent a very cute emoji and then said, by the way, have you seen your WeChat moments? Mine's exploded. So many people are wishing us a happy 99th birthday. I'll go take a look. With a curious look in his eyes, Mu Chun opened his WeChat moments. Indeed, there is a lot of news. Almost all of them were his classmates. Jinda. Holy crap. You two are officially a couple already? No way. I have to treat you to dinner. Lunong. Awesome. You've caught up with the campus belle of Suzhou University, but how were your college entrance exam results? Teacher Wong. 999, 9999. Li Jiamin. Damn, this is a massive display of affection. I'm so jealous. Author. The most handsome reader. Chin Sun. Wah, what sins have I committed to deserve this? I opened my social media and saw you two showing off your love like this. Most of the replies came from his classmates, and Mu Chun didn't pay much attention to them. Those single guys deserve to be jealous, hee. He opened the chat window with Tang Tang. Hee. I feel like what we're doing isn't really good, but it's not bad to let them eat dog food, a Chinese slang term for witnessing public displays of affection. Mu Chun, you're so mean. Su Tang blushed across the table. Now everyone knew they were in a relationship. Mu Chun, from now on, belongs to her. Chapter 59, Going to Shanghai. So happy. Su Tang was incredibly excited at the thought of being able to be with Mu Chun every moment of the future. She continued typing. In that case, I'll go pack my things now. Make sure you plan the itinerary for the next few days. Okay, don't worry. Tang Tang, I'll make sure everything is arranged properly. You can just focus on having fun and don't have to worry about anything. Hee. Honey, you're so sweet. Karika Shi Omega. Mu Chun didn't reply to Su Tang's message. Instead, he opened his phone and booked 2 tickets to Disneyland. Of course, he definitely wouldn't make it tomorrow, so he booked it for the day after tomorrow. However, it's summer vacation now, and Disneyland is packed almost every day with an alarmingly high number of visitors. He didn't want to wait in line for 2 hours only to play for 2 minutes. So Mu Chun booked 2 more Fast Passes. The price of Fast Pass fluctuates daily, and it's $798 per pass, which is relatively expensive. However, it's well worth it as long as it improves their experience. After buying the tickets, Mu Chun booked a guest house near Disneyland. The service at this guest house was exceptional. They provided breakfast and even offered to take guests to Disneyland in the morning. After everything was arranged, Mu Chun looked at the travel guide for a while, checked the weather in Shanghai, and then prepared the necessary items. At 11 p.m., Su Tang sent him another message. Honey, I've packed my things. Hee. I'm coming over to your house for breakfast tomorrow morning. I want to eat your cooking. Upon seeing Su Tang's message, Mu Chun smiled slightly. This girl is really clingy. Okay, I'll make you some noodles. After the message was sent, Su Tang immediately sent a series of question marks. You filthy Mu Chun. I hate you so much. Upon seeing Su Tang's message, Mu Chun was slightly taken aback. Dirty? Where is it dirty? Etc. Under. This. Mu Chun was stunned. Good heavens, is it me who's dirty, or that girl? It's pretty obvious. What's going on in this girl's head? Mu Chun was speechless for a moment. But this seems pretty good. Mu Chun typed. Girl, I think you're overthinking it. I meant to make you noodles, or cook you some rice. What are you thinking? Oh, this. Dakuten, Ichiju Yohu. Upon seeing Mu Chun's message, Su Tang, who was lying on the bed, blushed. His expression was full of embarrassment. How embarrassing. I actually misunderstood Mu Chun's meaning. Ugh, this is so embarrassing. It's a major social death scene. Seeing that Su Tang hadn't replied to his message, Mu Chun could imagine her expression. He continued typing. Tisk tsk tsk. Dear Tang Tang, something's not right with you. Is this what you're thinking about right now? How about tomorrow night, /evil grin? Upon seeing Mu Chen's message, Su Tang pouted. Oomph, you stinky mukin, I'm ignoring you. After sending the message, Su Tang threw her phone on the bed. Her cheeks were flushed, and she pouted. Oomph, I must have been led astray by that stinky mukin. Absolutely. I hate it. At the same time, Mu Chun chuckled. This girl was probably almost dying of embarrassment. However, he didn't think much of it, since he was already an adult. Mu Chun sent Su Tang a good-night message, telling her to come find him at 7 o'clock the next morning, and then put down his phone. Turn off the lights and go to sleep. The next morning, it's 7 o'clock in the morning. After getting up, Mu Chun went to the living room. At this moment, hot food was already laid out on the table. Seeing Mu Chun get up, Zhou Ping greeted him with a smile. Get up. Go wash your face and brush your teeth first. When you take Tang Tang out to play, be sure to take good care of her. I understand, Mom, don't worry. By the way, have you booked your plane ticket? Yes, it's already booked. My flight is at 10 o'clock. I'll head over after I finish eating. Just as Mu Chun finished washing up, there was a knock on the door of his house. He quickly ran over and opened the door. At this moment, Su Tang was standing obediently in front of the door. She was wearing a loose blue short-sleeved t-shirt, light blue denim shorts, white sneakers, a pink bag slung over her shoulder, and a small pink suitcase pulling behind her. She still had her hair in a high ponytail with wispy bangs, and today she was also wearing sunglasses. Upon seeing Mu Chun, Su Tang quickly moved closer to him. Hee, good morning, honey. Good morning. Wow, your sunglasses are pretty cool. Yes, I have another one in my bag. I'll give it to you later. At this moment, Su Tang sniffed with her little nose, and her eyes lit up immediately. Wow, it smells so good. Did you make something delicious? You little glutton, you must be hungry again. My mom made breakfast. Come in and eat. Okay. Mu Chun quickly ushered Su Tang into the room, while Zhou Ping just happened to place the soup on the dining table. When she saw Su Tang arrive, a smile immediately appeared on her face. Tang Tang is here. Come quick. Annie has just finished cooking. Come and have a taste. Hee. Thank you, Aunt Ping. Su Tang didn't stand on ceremony and sat down at the chair next to the dining table to start eating. Zhou Ping's breakfast for breakfast was simple: pancakes and congee with preserved egg and lean pork. Although breakfast was simple, Su Tang ate it very happily and quickly. Seeing this, Zhou Ping couldn't help but say, Tang Tang, eat slowly. No one's going to take it from you. Su Tang took a sip of the preserved egg and lean pork congee and smiled happily. Aunt Ping's congee is so delicious. I love it. Drink more if you like. There's more in the pot. Zhou Ping was overjoyed to have gained Su Tang's approval. Mu Chun smiled slightly and began to eat. After finishing his meal, Mu Chun took a tissue and wiped Su Tang's mouth. All right, let's rest for a bit, then we can set off. Looking at the two children, Zhou Ping gave them some instructions. Tang Tang, you must take good care of yourselves on this long trip. If Mu Chun bullies you, just tell me, and I will definitely break his legs when we get back. Okay, Aunt Ping. Su Tang nodded emphatically. Then, Su Tang turned to look at Mu Chun. Did you hear that? You can't bully me, okay? Mu Chun rolled his eyes. She's truly my mother. This is how they treat their son now that they have a daughter-in-law. There's no love left. Mu Chun was speechless for a moment. He returned to his bedroom, slung his bag over his shoulder, which contained his ID card, wet wipes, sunscreen, a power bank, and other items. Su Tang can basically use all of these things. It's almost time now. We'll need a lot of time on the road, and we'll need to pick up our tickets at the airport. Upon entering the living room, Mu Chun winked at Su Tang. Let's go. Tang Tang. It'll take quite a while to get here. Okay. Su Tang stood up, skipped and hopped to Mu Chun's side, and took his hand. At the same time, Su Tang turned her attention to Zhou Ping. Aunt Ping, Mu Chun and I will go ahead now. Take good care of yourself these next few days. Go ahead. Go ahead. Remember to take lots of photos and send them to Andy. Okay. Mom, I'm leaving now. Mu Chun waved, and the two walked out hand in hand. That's great. Watching the two children's backs as they walked away, Zhou Ping felt a sweet feeling she couldn't quite describe. For some reason, she suddenly felt a sense of anticipation for Mu Chun and Su Tang's child. Chapter 60 Robbery. Both children are so beautiful. Their future children must be good too, right? Zhou Ping shook her head, not thinking much of it. Anyway, this day would come sooner or later. At that moment, Zhou Ping suddenly remembered something and quickly ran into the bedroom. Old Mu, your son is gone. Weren't you going to see him off? Downstairs in the apartment complex. Mu Chun and Su Tang left the residential area hand in hand. Upon reaching the roadside, Mu Chun immediately opened Didi, a ride-hailing app. Just as he was about to hail a car, a vehicle suddenly drove out of the residential area and stopped beside him. Beep beep. Mu Yong rolled down the car window. Mu Chun, you're pretty fast, aren't you? Upon hearing the familiar voice, Mu Chun turned his head and discovered that it was his father. Dad, hey, you didn't go to work? I just got up and was planning to take you to the airport. I didn't expect you to be out here already. Mu Yong smiled slightly and then said, get in the car. I can pick up a fare on the way back. Mu Chun nodded. He opened the trunk, first helping Su Tang carry her suitcase inside, and then carrying his own suitcase inside. Tang Tang, get in the car. Good. The two walked to the back seat, and Mu Yong adjusted the rearview mirror so that he could see the two children. I was thinking of seeing you off last night, but I didn't even know you left until your mom called me just now. So uncle can sleep in too. Su Tang chuckled, and Mu Yong nodded. Luckily, I made it in time. Sit tight. I'm about to drive. Mu Yong started driving and headed towards Beijing Capital International Airport. Along the way, Mu Chun kept chatting with Su Tang on Douyin, but Douyin's big data was simply too powerful, completely knowing Mu Chun's preferences. Just sell him off. All the girls recommended to Mu Chun were women in black stockings. It's either black stockings or white stockings or bouncy twin tails. Along the way, Mu Chun didn't know how many times Su Tang pinched him. Of course, Su Tang wouldn't be angry. She knew Mu Chun, that pervert, all too well. Boys seem to like looking at these kinds of girls, just like she likes looking at handsome guys. 9 o'clock sharp. The car was parked in the airport parking lot. After parking the car, Mu Yong got out, opened the trunk, took out the two children's suitcases, and instructed them. Mu Chun, Tang Tang, have fun. Come back when you're done, Mu Chun. Please take good care of Tang Tang, okay? Okay, Dad. Mu Chun nodded. Then Tang Tang and I will head over first. Please drive carefully on your way back. Yeah, have fun. Goodbye, Uncle. Su Tang stretched out her little hand to say goodbye to Mu Yong. Then, the two entered the airport. After getting their tickets, the two waited in the departure lounge. With summer vacation in full swing, airport flights are almost fully booked. The entire airport was packed with people. They sat in a massage chair to rest, and at 9:30, the boarding announcement came on. Dear passengers, boarding has begun for Malaysia Airlines flight NS250 from Beijing to Shanghai. Please proceed as follows. Boarding, Tang Tang. Mu Chun quickly took Su Tang's hand, and the two of them boarded the plane with their suitcases. After entering the cabin, they sat in their seats according to their ticket numbers. Since they had bought their tickets together, they sat together. Su Tang happened to be seated near the window, where she could see the sky outside. Seeing this, Su Tang was overjoyed. Meanwhile, a flight attendant wearing black stockings helped them put their suitcases on the overhead rack. Honey, when we fly up into the sky later, I want to take pictures. Sob, I really love you so much. I didn't expect you to book such a good spot for me. As long as Tang Tang is happy. Mu Chun gently patted her head. Then, Mu Chun helped her fasten her seatbelt. Very fine. Don't forget to turn on airplane mode on your phone if you're tired. Take a break. It's only a 1.5-hour flight. You'll be there soon. Su Tang nodded, then took out her phone and turned on airplane mode. At the same time, she plugged in her earphones and handed one to Mu Chun. Want to listen to music together? Seeing Su Tang's expectant eyes, Mu Chun nodded. Okay, The two of them each wore an earphone, and a folk song was playing on their phones. The song is called Only, and you can listen to it on NetEase Cloud Music. This song didn't exist in the previous life, but the lyrics are really good. At this moment, Su Tang turned her head and looked at Mu Chun with a sentimental gaze. Her small mouth opened slightly, and she said in a soft voice, Mu Chun, do you know that every line of this song is what I want to say to you? As Su Tang mentioned this, the lyrics were exactly, I don't care about tomorrow, I don't care about anything else, I only have eyes for you. Honey, I only have eyes for you. Mu Chun gently pinched her little nose. Hearing this, Su Tang blushed. Then she rested her head on Mu Chun's shoulder. Her expression was full of sweetness. Feeling Mu Chun's shoulder, she felt very satisfied and enjoyed it. She would be very happy as long as Mu Chun was around. She will never leave Mu Chun in this lifetime. Since it was a short-haul flight, there was no lunch provided. At 10 o'clock, the plane slowly took off. Meanwhile, Su Tang, who was beside her, was particularly excited. I quickly took a lot of photos with my phone. An hour and a half later, The plane slowly landed at Shanghai Pudong International Airport. Shanghai is a very large city. As a top-tier city in China, it boasts extremely luxurious facilities. Mu Chun and Su Tang didn't wander around. They pulled their suitcases, left the airport, and went outside. When they saw the sky over Shanghai, they were both in a particularly good mood. Traveling to an unfamiliar city with someone you love feels especially comfortable. At this age, what I crave most is freedom. Moreover, the weather today is also very nice, with clear blue skies, perfect for sightseeing. From the moment she got off the plane, Su Tang was particularly interested in everything around her. He was just like a child who had never seen the world, running around and looking around. It was already past 11:30, which was noon. Mu Chun held Su Tang's hand and turned his head slightly to look at her. "Are you hungry now? Why don't we go get something to eat first?" Immediately afterwards, a man dressed in black ran over. Tang Tang, wait here for me. I'm going to help." After Mu Chun finished speaking, he took off running. Su Tang hadn't even reacted yet and was about to say something, but Mu Chun had already run far away. She pouted and gave a cold snort. She began to worry about Mu Chun. Chapter 61. The young man is really skilled. "Stop!" Mu Chun shouted. Of course, the fleeing robbers wouldn't be stupid enough to stop just because he shouted that. The robber in black ran very fast. He was quite skilled and clearly a repeat offender. But Mu Chun wasn't slow either. With the help of basic martial arts, his speed, strength, and body coordination have all improved significantly. With so many people outside the airport, it wasn't easy for the robbers to escape. Along the way, he also knocked down several people, including an old lady. The robber ran breathlessly, never expecting that someone would intervene in his defense. Moreover, the other person's physical strength seems to be much better than his own. Damn it, what an idiot, fuck. Seeing Mu Chun relentlessly pursuing him, the man in black also felt a pang of regret. At the same time, Mu Chun shouted, "Grab him, he's a robber." At this moment, there were two burly men in front of the robbers. Upon hearing Mu Chun's words, they immediately stopped the robbers in front of them. At the same time, Mu Chun also arrived. He seized the opportunity, rushed forward, and grabbed the man in black by the collar. The man in black felt a strong force behind him and immediately turned around. "Oh shit." After saying that, he swung his elbow at him. The speed was very fast, and Mu Chun quickly retreated to avoid it. This was his body's instinctive reaction, like muscle memory. Only then did Mu Chun get a clear look at the robber's face. He had dark skin, a shifty-looking face, and his skin was covered in pimples and blemishes. Even Mu Chun, who suffers from trypophobia, couldn't bear to watch anymore. "Damn it, mind your own business." The man in black glared at him fiercely, and by this time a number of people had already gathered around. The robber had no intention of staying. The more people there were, the more disadvantageous it would be for him. "Stop talking nonsense." Mu Chun showed no mercy and threw a punch. Of course, this was a feint. He has now acquired basic martial arts skills and mastered many of the key points of the movements. If the robber in front of him wasn't out of his mind, he would definitely run away. As expected, just as Mu Chun thought, the man in black instinctively dodged at the same time. Mu Chun turned to the side and delivered a 360-degree sweeping kick, which landed squarely on the man's face. Smack! A crisp sound rang out, and a shoe print was imprinted on his face. Meanwhile, the surrounding crowd cheered. Good. Suddenly, the man in black felt dizzy and even dropped the bag he was holding. "Please call the police for me." Nowadays, Chinese people are very responsible, and those who can distinguish right from wrong have already taken out their mobile phones. "Call the police?" "Kid, you're asking for it." The man in black shook his head, somewhat exasperated. After realizing what was happening, he swung his fist at Mu Chun. However, Mu Chun did not dodge. One of the passers-by couldn't help but say, "Young man, get out of the way." Mu Chun smiled slightly, stretched out his arm, and caught the robber's fist directly with his palm. The man in black was rather thin and not very strong. He was a little dazed when Mu Chun suddenly grabbed him. "Huh, that's it." Mu Chun smiled. "This robber is surprisingly strong. It's way too small. Perhaps due to his basic martial arts skills, he has indeed become much stronger." At the same time, more and more people are around. People gathered around to watch. Mu Chun also wanted to resolve this matter quickly. He smiled slightly, then twisted the black-clad man's wrist, causing him to grimace in pain. Those around were shocked by what they saw. Someone had just offered to help, but seeing Mu Chun's strength, they immediately gave up on the idea. This young man is clearly a trained fighter. At the same time, Mu Chun kicked the man in black in the shin, and the man in black immediately knelt on the ground. Mu Chun held onto his arm the whole time, and whenever the man in black resisted, he would tighten his grip, so the man in black didn't dare to make any small moves. Soon, several security guards arrived and took the robber into custody. Good. Immediately, many people around applauded. Judging by his appearance, you can tell that Mu Chun is on the side of justice. That's right, good looks are everything. This young man is really skilled. This young man has clearly trained. He's a true role model for our country. Yes, he's quite skilled and helpful. There aren't many people like that these days. Young man, I have an 18-year-old granddaughter. Would you like to consider her? Wow, that guy is so handsome. Quick, take a picture with your phone. I want to post it on Douyin. People around him expressed various opinions. Meanwhile, the robber has been handcuffed. Mu Chun hit him too hard. He was already weak and had wasted a lot of energy when he was running away. But he still stared at Mu Chun with fierce eyes, never expecting that a little brat would ruin his plans today. He often commits crimes in this area because the airport is relatively remote and the security guards are far away. It is easy for him to snatch a bag and run away. But today, he made a mistake. Go in and stay for a few days. Mu Chun didn't know much about the law and didn't know if openly robbing someone on the street would result in a criminal sentence. But they'll stay there for at least 10 days to half a month. Mu Chun grinned and then picked up the bag from the ground. This bag is a designer brand. I think it's called Chanel, and just this one bag is worth over 20,000 yuan. The contents of the bag were, as one can imagine, extremely valuable. As Mu Chun picked up the bag, Su Tang also ran over, pulling her suitcase. Behind her were the young woman whose bag had been snatched and her boyfriend. Mu Chun, are you all right? Su Tang quickly dropped her suitcase and ran over to look Mu Chun up and down. His expression was full of worry. This was her first time going out with Mu Chun, and she didn't want anything to happen to him. Seeing Su Tang's worried expression, Mu Chun gently rubbed her little head. It's okay, see, I'm doing just fine. Don't be so impulsive next time. Ignoring the stares of those around her, Su Tang threw herself into Mu Chun's arms and hugged him tightly. His voice was slightly choked up. It's all right, it's nothing, I was just doing a good deed. Look at me, I'm perfectly fine. But I'm so worried about you, boo-hoo. Mu Chun gently patted her shoulder and comforted Su Tang for a while before the two gradually relaxed. At this moment, tears welled up in Su Tang's eyes. Mu Chun felt a pang of heartache seeing this. Su Tang truly loves him very much. They worry terribly about the smallest things. The young woman whose bag was snatched and her boyfriend did not disturb them at all. I stood patiently by and waited. Okay, stop crying. Tang Tang, I'm fine, let's return the bag to its owner. Su Tang nodded, and at the same time, Mu Chun brushed the dust off his bag, and the two of them walked up to the young lady together. This young lady is very beautiful. She looks to be about 25 or 26 years old and is 175 centimeters tall, just like a model. Seeing Mu Chun approaching, she quickly reached out her hand. Here, your bag. Thank you. After receiving the bag, the young woman excitedly shook his hand. She never expected that someone would actually lend a helping hand. She was extremely excited looking at the young woman's agitated state. Mu Chun smiled and said, No need to thank me. Just open the bag and see if anything is missing. No, this bag contains some documents. It would be a real hassle if I lost it. Thank you so much, by the way. My name is Han Shuer. Let me treat you to dinner. Upon hearing this, Mu Chun shook his head. No need for a meal. My girlfriend and I are here in Shanghai for tourism today. I believe anyone would lend a helping hand in this situation. After all, it is a traditional Chinese virtue. No, I absolutely have to treat you to a meal. I really don't know how to thank you enough. Meanwhile, even Han Shuer's boyfriend couldn't stand it anymore. Young man, thank you so much. We absolutely have to treat you to dinner today. Chapter 62, 8 Treasure Duck. Excuse me for bothering you. At that moment, a police officer in uniform walked over. Someone had already called the police, and officers arrived immediately. They had already put the robber into a police car. Only after asking did he learn that it was this young man who had acted bravely and righteously. Upon hearing the police officer's words, Mu Chun quickly turned his head away. The police officer was probably in his 40s and had a very serious expression. He saluted the four men and then said, Hello, I am a police officer from the Pudong Airport Public Security Bureau in Shanghai. My surname is Tan, and you can call me Officer Tan. Hello, Officer Tan. Mu Chun nodded. He was the one who bravely apprehended the robber, so it's normal for the police to contact him. Officer Tan turned his gaze to Mu Chun. then gave him an approving look. I just heard from the airport security that you were the one who caught the robber? It's me. Mu Chen's tone was full of certainty. Well, young man, you did a good job, but I hope you can cooperate with my work. I need to take you to the station to give your statements, of course. This won't take you long. Can. Mu Chen showed no intention of refusing. It's normal to need to give a statement for doing this. At the same time, Officer Tan nodded. You four are together, right? Please come with me to the police car. Without much thought, the four of them quickly followed Officer Tan into the police car. Of course, several police officers remained at the scene to review surrounding surveillance footage and continue their investigation of the case. Han Shuer and her boyfriend were very cooperative. After all, Mu Chun had helped them, and they even felt a little guilty, feeling that they had taken up a lot of Mu Chen's time. During the journey, the four chatted briefly. Mu Chun learned that Han Shuer's boyfriend was Zhang Jinfei. The two had just graduated with doctoral degrees and were in Shanghai to relax and unwind. Su Tang seemed very excited when she heard that the two people were postdoctoral fellows. She enjoys being friends with knowledgeable people. The car drove for about 5 or 6 minutes before arriving at the police station. Taking a statement is also very simple. You just need to describe in detail what just happened. Han Shuer and Mu Chun recounted the details and signed a form. Officer Tan nodded in satisfaction. Thank you both for your cooperation. Please do not leave Pudong District for the next 3 days, as we may need your cooperation in follow-up work. Okay. Mu Chun nodded, and at the same time, Officer Tan patted Mu Chun on the shoulder. Young man, you've done a good job. I hope you can continue to promote the traditional virtues of China. I will. After saying that, Mu Chun waved his hand and said, Then Officer Tan, we'll head back now. Okay, I'll take you back to the airport. Upon hearing this, Han Shuer shook her head. No need. Officer Tan, we just got off the plane and have arrived at our destination, so we won't trouble you. Okay, then take your time. Mu Chun and Han Shuer didn't linger and left the police station office. When they arrived in the lobby, they found Su Tang chatting and laughing with Zhang Jinfei. Seeing Mu Chun come out, Su Tang quickly got up and ran to his side. So, is everything done? Can we leave now? Su Tang stared at him expectantly, and Mu Chun rubbed her little head. Okay, that's fine. Are you hungry, little girl? Let's go eat. Okay. Su Tang wore a blank smile. Her eyes narrowed into slits, making her look incredibly cute. Hey Mu Chun, let's go. I'll treat you to dinner. Han Shuer quickly came over, but Mu Chun shook his head. There's really no need for a meal. No need to spend money. I appreciate your kindness. This won't do. Let's go. Zhang Jinfei quickly grabbed Mu Chun's wrist and pulled him along, holding on tightly and showing no intention of letting go. Really, you don't need to. No, you've helped us a lot today. We have to treat you to a meal. Seeing Zhang Jinfei's determined look, Mu Chun felt that he would not let go of her unless she went. Helpless, Mu Chun could only nod. All right, but you don't need to eat anything expensive, just something simple is fine. Okay, sure. Only after hearing Mu Chun's agreement did Zhang Jinfei release Mu Chun. At the same time, Han Shuer asked with a smile, Did you just finish the college entrance examination and come out for a trip? Yes, that's right. Mu Chun nodded. Let's relax a bit. This girl keeps saying she wants to go to Disneyland, so we came to Shanghai to take her out for a few days. Hearing Mu Chun's words, Han Shuer showed an envious expression. So happy. She turned her head slightly to look at Su Tang and Mu Chun. Both little ones are incredibly good-looking. They looked so well-matched. They are such an enviable couple. At this moment, Zhang Jinfei spoke. So, your college entrance exam results are out yet? How did you do? I scored 734 on the civil service exam. I'm number 1 in Jiangbei province. Su Tang suddenly interjected, and at that moment, Han Shuer suddenly thought of something, and her eyes lit up. Mu Chun, right? I remember that name. I didn't expect you to be Mu Chun, the number 1 in Jiangbei province. Mu Chun was somewhat bewildered upon hearing Han Shuer's words. Seeing Mu Chun's bewildered expression, Han Shuer burst out laughing. She continued, Please allow me to reintroduce myself. I'm an incoming advisor from Tsinghua or Peking University. I don't know my specific major yet, but I saw your names on the school's back end last time. Mu Chun was a little surprised to hear Han Shuer's words. I actually ran into a counselor from Tsinghua or Peking University. This luck is incredible. My God, my luck is amazing. It feels like a dream. Haha. Han Shuer glanced at Su Tang again. Then Tang should be 6th in Jiangbei province, right? Yes. Su Tang raised her little head, her face full of confidence. She never expected to meet a counselor from Tsinghua or Peking University. Looking at the two little ones, Han Shuer felt even more envious. She's academically gifted, good-looking, and incredibly responsible. Such people shine wherever they go. That's great. It's not time to fill out college applications, yet have you decided what to study? Not yet. Let's talk about it in a few days, no rush. Han Shuer advised. You must carefully consider your major. It's best to choose one that aligns with your interests. Don't rush to fill it out. Okay. Han Shuer didn't say much. They strolled around the neighborhood for a while, and then Su Tang saw a shop selling 8 treasure duck. 8 treasure duck is a famous specialty dish of Shanghai, and I've heard it tastes great. She tugged at Mu Chen's hand. Look, there's a shop selling 8 treasure duck over there. Why don't we go and eat 8 treasure duck? Sure. Hearing Su Tang's words, Han Shuer smiled and glanced at Su Tang. This little girl was so cute that even she liked her very much. Hee. Thank you, sister. Let's go, Tang Tang. Han Shuer smiled slightly. This little girl was simply too adorable. I've never had 8 treasure duck before. I want to eat one. Wow, can Tang Tang eat that much? This girl is a pig. You stinky mukin, you're the pig. Chapter 63 Flashback. The 4 of them entered the 8 treasure duck shop, chatting and laughing. Hello, welcome. The young man at the door opened the door for the 4 of them after entering the shop. Su Tang threw her suitcase to Mu Chun and then happily ran to the counter. Looking at the golden 8 treasure duck on the menu, her mouth was practically watering. Seeing all this delicious food makes my stomach rumble. Just like the shop's name suggests, this shop only sells 8 treasure duck, and the price of 498 yuan per duck is not expensive. After all, this is Shanghai, and we need to deduct expenses such as rent, utilities, and staff costs. At 498 yuan each, it's quite affordable. At the same time, Mu Chun, Han Shuer, and Zhang Jinfei all walked to the bar. Auntie, I'd like an 8 treasure duck. Su Tang pointed to the 8 treasure duck on the menu and said excitedly. Okay. The saleswoman was in a particularly good mood when she saw such a pretty little girl. At the same time, Mu Chun looked at Han Shuer and said, Sister Shuer, 2 are enough. Su Tang can't eat that many. Don't want. Hearing Mu Chun's words, Su Tang pouted and turned her head away. She glared fiercely at Mu Chun and said, I don't care. I want to eat one myself. Tang Tang, be polite. No. Su Tang looked aggrieved, but Han Shuer smiled and said, It's okay. Let her eat, auntie. Give us 2 more, and we'll pay for all 3 together later. Okay. Hee. Sister Shuer is still the best to me. Su Tang quickly moved closer to Han Shuer and stuck out her tongue at Mu Chun. Mu Chun looked at the mischievous Su Tang and said, Then you can go with Sister Shuer. I don't want you anymore. Honey, I was wrong. Upon hearing Mu Chun's words, Su Tang quickly admitted her mistake and moved closer to him. She looked at him with a pitiful expression. You little rascal, let's see if you can finish this. I'm sure I can do it. Seeing the 2 little ones so affectionate, Zhang Jinfei was extremely envious. What pure love, he said. Let's sit down first. That works too. There weren't many people in the store at the time. Mu Chun was used to sitting by the window, so they sat by the window. Through the window, you can see the street scene of Shanghai. Shanghai is truly luxurious, especially the Pudong district. Everywhere you look, there are skyscrapers, far surpassing anything in Beijing. After sitting down, Han Shuer asked curiously, Mu Chun, I've always heard Tang Tang call you husband. You 2 must have been dating for a long time, right? Mu Chun smiled slightly. Su Tang and I are childhood sweethearts. We grew up together and went to school together for 12 years actually. We only officially became a couple yesterday. Childhood sweethearts? They just became a couple yesterday. Upon hearing this, Han Shuer became even more envious. My goodness, this is a love story that goes from kindergarten to wedding. I'm so envious. Do you have any happy childhood stories? Share them. Han Shuer was very interested in Mu Chun and Su Tang and couldn't wait to know more about them. Childhood matters? Mu Chun thought about it carefully. Actually, he and Su Tang had quite a few childhood stories together. At this moment, Su Tang interjected. Mu Chun's grades were terrible. When he was little, he would get scolded by his mother every day when he came home. And then he would come to my house for dinner crying. My dad would always comfort him. One day, he even had a nightmare that his mother hit him, and he was so scared that he wet the bed. Su Tang was telling the truth. He was indeed scolded by Zhou Ping when he was a child because of his poor grades. Then he ran crying to Su Tang's house and hugged Su Jinfeng for comfort. However, it's best not to say such things in this kind of situation. Hearing Su Tang's words, Han Shuer chuckled. Was Mu Chen able to get first place in the province so that he could get into the same university as Su Tang? Han Shuer gave him a knowing look. To be honest, every girl would be moved by someone who studied hard for a girl and got into the same university. Pretty much, I only studied until 3 a.m. every day. Mu Chen started bragging. TCH, you braggart, you'll die if you don't brag. Su Tang rolled her eyes. Han Shuer continued. Tang Tang is so pretty. Has she ever received any love letters at school? Love letter. Su Tang thought about it carefully. It seems there really isn't one. No, Mu Chen said with a smile. In high school, this girl only knew how to study, but she did receive a lot of love letters, which I kept for myself. You pocketed it. Su Tang pouted. You stinky Mu Chen, you're so mean. No wonder I've been single all this time. At this point, Su Tang blushed and gently punched his shoulder. You have me here. If you were kidnapped by someone else, I would be heartbroken. Snort. Su Tang lowered her head shyly. After hearing what the two people said, Han Shuer felt incredibly jealous. No, stop talking about it. The flashbacks are making me so cheesy. Why didn't I have a childhood sweetheart like that? Han Shuer is truly envious of the love between these two little ones. Su Tang chuckled. But Sister Shuer, you have brother Jinfei. He mentioned you to me when you were giving your statements. But your love is purer. The four chatted for a while longer, and then the waiter came over with 3 plates. Each plate contains a whole 8 treasure duck, its belly bulging and filled with 8 treasures. Just like 8 treasure porridge, it contains peas, shrimp, glutinous rice, ham sausage, and other ingredients, and it's really delicious. Moreover, this duck is quite large. Mu Chen felt that Su Tang couldn't possibly finish it. So, Tang Tang, can you finish it all? Oh, this. Seeing such a big duck, Su Tang shook her head. The duck was much bigger than he had imagined. If she and Mu Chen ate it together, they might be able to finish it. But she herself really couldn't. I'll try my best. Seeing Su Tang's defiant look, Mu Chen said, how about Sister Shuer and Brother Jinfei each have 1, and Tang Tang and I will have 1. Su Tang nodded. Okay. Mu Chen pushed the duck in front of him to Han Shuer, but Han Shuer shook her head. It's okay, Jinfei, and I can eat our fill. You can eat it. Tang Tang can't finish 1, and I'm not very hungry. You guys eat it. After much back and forth, Han Shuer finally gave in. Then, Mu Chen took chopsticks and used them to pry open the duck's back. Instantly, a fragrant aroma wafted over. It smells so good. Su Tang stared intently at the 8 treasure duck. The glutinous rice filling inside smelled absolutely delicious. She even drooled. Su Tang said impatiently, Honey, I want you to feed me. Okay. Mu Chen took a spoon, scooped out a spoonful of the 8 treasures from inside the 8 treasure duck, blew on it, and then held it out to Su Tang's little mouth. Be careful, it's hot. Thank you, honey. Su Tang gave Mu Chen a sentimental look, then popped it into her mouth. It's so delicious. At the same time, Han Shuer and Zheng Jinfei looked at the two of them with envious expressions. This is such a public display of affection. Absolutely amazing. At this moment, Zheng Jinfei suddenly said in a coquettish tone, Honey, I want you to feed me too. Get lost. Chapter 64 The Pink Castle. Zheng Jinfei stared at Han Shuer with a bewildered expression. Holy crap, is this still my girlfriend? She wasn't like this before. Do you still remember that girl with flowing hair and starry eyes? Now she's telling him to get lost? Mu Chen and Su Tang also looked at her strangely, and Han Shuer gave an awkward smile. Means nothing. I just feel that Jinfei is too immature. He's a grown man. Yet he still acts like a child. I'm not used to it. Tang Tang is much cuter. I feel that boys can also act cute. Su Tang opened her big eyes, her gaze serious, and she spoke. Sister Shuer, actually boys are all quite childish, especially boys in relationships. They're just like us. They need to be pampered too. Hearing Su Tang's words, Zheng Jinfei nodded. Yes, I agree with Tang Tang. Okay, Tang Tang, I understand. Han Shuer nodded. To be honest, Su Tang was right. When they like someone, both boys and girls tend to act particularly childish. This is love. At this moment, Su Tang picked up her chopsticks, took a piece of duck meat, and brought it to Mu Chen's mouth. Here, honey, you eat too. Seeing Su Tang's serious expression, Mu Chen didn't hesitate and ate the duck meat in one bite. He chewed it, and it did taste quite good. Thank you, Tang Tang. You're welcome, honey. Seeing this, Zheng Jinfei also imitated Su Tang's actions. Here, honey, you eat too. Upon hearing this, Han Shuer's face turned red. She said shyly, How old are you? Why are you still playing these kinds of things that young people play? No matter how old you get, you'll always be my little princess. Its sister Shuer, which girl isn't a little princess? These were the words Mu Chun said to Su Tang. Hearing Su Tang's words, Han Shuer reluctantly opened her mouth and ate the duck meat. Thank you, honey. You're welcome. Finally, happy smiles appeared on the faces of the two of them. At the same time, Mu Chun was also very happy. The meal was not finished until half an hour later. Mu Chun and Su Tang finished the whole 8 treasure duck, and the two of them were about 70% full. It has to be said that for this price and this portion, it was really a great deal. In Shanghai, restaurants with an average price of less than 25 yuan per person are extremely rare. Han Shuer and Zheng Jinfei didn't finish their food, which is understandable, as they had indeed ordered too much. I'll go pay. Zheng Jinfei stood up to pay at the counter, while Mu Chun said, Sister Shuer, look, you've finished eating. This matter has taken up a lot of your time, so I won't bother you any longer. I'll be going now. With that, Mu Chun prepared to get up and leave. Etc. Han Shuer suddenly called out to him, and she quickly said, Let's add each other on WeChat. You can contact me if you need anything in the future. If you have any questions about choosing a major, you can also consult me. Okay, I'll scan you. Mu Chun scanned Han Shuer's WeChat QR code, and she smiled brightly. Okay, if you come to Tsinghua or Peking University, I might still be your advisor. Let's keep in touch if anything comes up. Okay, bye-bye, Sister Shuer. Goodbye, Sister Shuer. Su Tang waved to Han Shuer, and Han Shuer waved back to Su Tang. Goodbye, Tang sister. After saying goodbye to Zheng Jinfei, Mu Chun and Su Tang left the store with their suitcases. At the same time, Mu Chun's expression changed slightly. Su Tang is being a bit immature today. However, Mu Chun didn't intend to be harsh with him. Instead, he spoke in a gentle tone. Tang, don't throw a tantrum in these kinds of situations in the future, okay? You can be disobedient in front of me, but you must behave properly in front of others. Oh. Su Tang pouted and nodded. Indeed, she was a bit willful when she ordered the 8 treasure duck. She should have listened to Mu Chun and ordered 2 ducks. Mu Chun continued. Well, after all, Tang will have to enter society in the future. Not everyone will be as accommodating to you as I am. I don't mean to blame you. You will always be a little princess in my eyes, but you can't act like a little princess in front of others. Su Tang nodded her head, looking like she was admitting her mistake. Of course, what Mu Chun said was the truth. Su Tang has just graduated from high school and is very naive, unaware of the dangers of society. In his previous life, Mu Chun was scammed in various ways when he entered society, and these were experiences he learned from them. Mu Chun gently ruffled Su Tang's hair. How about we go back to the hotel first, drop off our luggage, then go out and play for a while, and tomorrow we'll go to Disneyland. Upon hearing about Disney, Su Tang immediately became excited. Good. At the same time, Su Tang took out 2 pairs of sunglasses from her bag. She looked up, a playful smile on her face. Honey, you'll look even more handsome with sunglasses on. As she spoke, Su Tang had already put the glove on Mu Chun. Tang looks even more beautiful with sunglasses on. As he spoke, Mu Chun took the sunglasses from Su Tang and helped her put them on. Let's go. The two walked hand in hand to a crossroads, and Mu Chun hailed a Didi ride-hailing service. A car pulled up beside them shortly after. The driver got out of the car with great enthusiasm, opened the trunk, and helped the 2 people put their suitcases in the trunk. After getting into the car, the driver started chatting with the 2 people. He could tell that the 2 little ones were tourists in Shanghai. Pudong Airport is about 20 kilometers away from Disneyland, which is not very far, but recently it is summer vacation, and there was some traffic on the road. It took 40 minutes to complete the journey. The driver got out of the car, lifted the 2 people's suitcases off, asked Mu Chun for a good review, and then drove away. Wow! Suddenly, Su Tang was drawn to a pink castle. She excitedly pointed to the castle in front of her and said with great excitement, Mu Chun, look, there's a pink castle here. Su Tang has loved pink since she was a child. She would take a second look at anything that was pink. Mu Chun took her hand. Come on, let's go inside. Hearing Mu Chun's words, Su Tang looked puzzled. Go in. Well, this is the hotel I booked. No, it should be called a guest house. What do you think? Do you like it? I love it so much, Su Tang said sweetly, and she quickly took Mu Chun's hand and skipped and hopped into the room. This guest house is called Dreamers and has a good reputation. It mainly features rooms with various themes and a particularly nice environment. Once inside the courtyard, there is a swimming pool, swings, a slide, and even statues of Snow White and the 7 dwarfs. Upon entering this little castle, you'll find that the interior is also decorated in pink. It's bursting with girlish charm. It's practically a pink kingdom. Welcome. A very pretty young lady at the front desk said respectfully, and Mu Chun, holding Su Tang's hand, walked over. Hello. I booked a room online. Here is the QR code. Okay. The young lady scanned the QR code, while Mu Chun nudged Su Tang's arm. Girl, why don't you take out your ID card? Oh. Su Tang nodded blankly and quickly took out her ID card. The two people posed for a photo. After taking the photos, the receptionist returned their ID cards to them. I'll take you to your room, little sister. Let me help you with your suitcase. Thank you, sister. Su Tang smiled sweetly. The service at this guest house is really good. You're welcome. As she spoke, the young lady led the two of them to the second floor. The young woman also mentioned that breakfast would be delivered to them at 8 a.m. sharp the next morning. A private car would take them to Disneyland at 8:30 a.m., and they would be picked up promptly at 9 p.m. In short, the service was absolutely fantastic. This is it. The young woman escorted the two to a door and smiled slightly. This is the room key. There's a landline in the room. Just enter 888 to contact me. Yes, thank you. Mu Chun took the room key and left with the receptionist. Insert the room card, open the door, and you'll be greeted by an absolutely dreamlike room. Everything was pink beds, pink walls, and the interior was beautifully decorated. There were all sorts of figurines on the table and many cushions on the bed. The balcony has a hanging swing and even a miniature train carriage. Su Tang was overjoyed to see such a scene. But after observing carefully, she suddenly turned her head and said, You stinky mukin, why is there only one bed in the room? Upon hearing this, Mu Chun revealed a mischievous smile. Of course, I want to hold you while I sleep. Chapter 65. What is this? Revised. Sleeping while cuddling yourself? Her face flushed, and she said shyly, You stinky Mu Chun, you can't have any improper thoughts about me. I feel like we can't do that yet. Do that? Hearing Su Tang's words, Mu Chun chuckled. He understood immediately. This girl is overthinking things. I never expected that Su Tang, who is usually so innocent, could think of such things in a wrong way. But that's normal, since we're all adults and we've all learned about some of these things in biology textbooks. Mu Chun raised an eyebrow. What? Doesn't Tang Dang want to have a baby for me? Su Tang was stunned when she heard Mu Chun's words. Having a baby? She's only 18 years old, and she's already a mother? No. Although she has always wanted to have a baby with Mu Chun, she is still very young. She didn't want to go to university with a big belly. At this moment, Su Tang nodded, her eyes full of determination. Want to, but not now. I will definitely have babies for you after I graduate from university, as many as I want. Silly girl. Mu Chun reached out and stroked her face. It was just a joke, but Su Tang actually took it seriously. With Su Tang's words, he had no reason not to treat her well. Then I'll wait for that day to come tonight. We're just sleeping together, don't worry. I swear on my integrity. All I want is a kiss, nothing else. Okay. Su Tang nodded shyly. How could Su Tang not love a boy who respects her? Then, Mu Chun placed their suitcases in the corner and spoke. Let's tidy up a bit, and then head out. Oh, by the way, the sun is a bit strong now, so I have sunscreen in my bag. Remember to apply some sunscreen. Okay. Hearing Mu Chun's words, Su Tang nodded. As expected, Mu Chun was as meticulous as ever. It's too thin. After tidying up a bit, Su Tang applied sunscreen, and they left the room hand in hand. It's almost 2 p.m. now. The sun is still very strong outside. They are currently located in Pudong District, which is quite far from Lujiazui. Everyone says that Lujiazui and the Huangpu River are the most prosperous areas in Shanghai. And to be honest, Mu Chun also wanted to go and see for himself. However, they are quite far from there now, but they can go and take a look if they have time the day after tomorrow. Of course, there are also many fun places to visit around here. Since the Disney theme park is not far away, many shops here sell Disney-related items. For example, a Mickey Mouse headband sells for 88 yuan at Disneyland, but only 10 yuan in stores outside. People usually buy their tickets in advance before entering Disneyland, and prices inside Disneyland are relatively high, which is understandable. Tang, how about we go pick out a Mickey Mouse headband? Okay. Su Tang nodded, still feeling excited. The two walked into the shop, which was decorated in a very cute style. The shelves inside were filled with all kinds of headbands, as well as Disney co-branded perfumes, stickers, cosmetics, and more. Su Tang moved closer to a headband and began to examine it closely. Mu Chun, what do you think of this headband? Su Tang took a headband that looked just like Minnie Mouse's, with two big Mickey Mouse ears, and a red bow with white dots stuck on it. I feel good. Muchin nodded. Su Tang would definitely look great wearing this headband. Then I'll put it on you. Mischievous Su Tang, with her big eyes wide open and shallow dimples showing, put the headband directly on Muchin's head. You're so cheeky. He took off the headband from his head and then put it on Su Tang. Of course, the one with the bow suits Tang Tang better. Then you should wear a Mickey Mouse one. As she spoke, Su Tang picked up another headband without a bow. Since we're going to Disneyland, how can we miss out on this kind of thing? Okay. Muchan gently pinched her little nose. See, if there's anything else you like, don't worry. Your husband will pay for it. Then I won't stand on ceremony. The two bought some more things in the store and then left. They spent the entire afternoon strolling around the neighborhood. Su Tang always had a smile on her face, just like a newlywed couple on their honeymoon. Happy days always pass quickly. In the blink of an eye, the sky gradually darkened. After walking around all afternoon, the two of them were sweating a lot, and they were now resting on a bench. Coo coo coo. At this moment, Su Tang's tummy suddenly growled, and the sound was quite loud. Upon hearing the sound, Muchan turned to look at her little belly. What's wrong? Is our son hungry? Oh. Su Tang rolled her eyes. You stinky mukin. I'm not pregnant yet. You? Before Su Tang could finish speaking, Muchin covered her mouth with a kiss. Just kidding. Are you hungry? I spent the whole afternoon shopping and burned a lot of calories actually. Su Tang was starving a long time ago. What would you like to eat? I'll take you there. Let me see. Su Tang took out her phone and used M Group to search for nearby restaurants. Hot pot, spicy stir fry, clay pot rice, barbecue, crayfish. Su Tang's little hands kept swiping the screen, and suddenly her eyes lit up. Honey, how about we go eat crayfish? I want you to peel the crayfish for me. That works too. Muchin thought about it and realized that many girls on the internet were posting that they had boyfriends who peeled shrimp for them. Su Tang obviously wanted it too. Tang Tang, turn on the walking navigation. Let's go there. Su Tang ordered a set meal for two online, and the two of them rushed over without stopping. It took them 15 minutes to reach the restaurant. This restaurant is quite upscale, with only private rooms, and the decor is very nice. The two showed the QR code for the set meal at the bar and were led into a private room by the waiter. After serving the meal, Muchin became Su Tang's tool, peeling a lobster. Su Tang ate with great relish. Of course, she didn't let Muchin peel them all the time. Su Tang was quite sensible and would peel a few for Muchin from time to time. In short, the two of them enjoyed the meal. It was 9:30 p.m. when the two of them finally returned to their guest house after a satisfying meal. They were all exhausted from walking around all afternoon. After entering the room, Muchin quickly turned on the air conditioner, then lay down on the bed and closed his eyes to rest. You stinky mukin, are you going to take a shower? Su Tang peeked her little head over and looked at the listless Muchin, wondering if he was no longer capable. You go wash first, I'll wash after you're done. Oh. Su Tang nodded, opened her suitcase, rummaged through it for a while, and then walked to Muchin's side with a droopy face. Muchin, I forgot to bring my toothbrush and toothpaste cup. Can I use yours? Muchin sat up. There should be disposable ones in the restroom, right? But I don't want to use disposable ones. What do you dislike me? How could that be? Muchin pointed to his suitcase. The toothpaste and toothbrush should be in a hidden compartment in the suitcase. Go get them. Hee, my husband loves you. Mua. Su Tang blew Muchin a kiss, then happily ran to his side and opened the door. 10 seconds later, Su Tang suddenly saw a box of condoms. Her face immediately turned red. Her face turned bright red, her ears burning hot. Huh, what a hypocritical man. Su Tang pouted. You stinky mukin, what is this? Chapter 66 The Restless Little Girl, Revised. What? Upon hearing Su Tang's words, Muchin turned his head to look. At the same time, Su Tang was holding the box she had just found in her suitcase and waving it in the air. She pouted and glared at Muchin with disdain. Upon seeing the box, Muchin was completely stunned. Woograss. An awkward silence immediately filled the air. The main problem is that he didn't bring this thing with him. Although he was a bit frivolous, Muchin had just started dating Su Tang, so he didn't even think about it that way. It's a terrible injustice. Only my parents touched the suitcase, could it be? Awesome. It seems that this was done by his parents. Muchin's brain was working at lightning speed. At the same time, he had a sudden inspiration and said, TSK, my dear Tang Tang, how did you prepare all this? Are you that eager for my body? Su Tang was taken aback when she heard Mu Chen's words. What the heck? The script isn't going quite right. Shouldn't it be Mu Chen who explains? How did it become her bringing it? At the same time, Mu Chen rolled over and came to Su Tang's side, covered her mouth with his hand, and snatched the thing from her hand. He said in a magnetic voice, but even if you're lusting after my body, I can't give it to you, Tang Tang. You're still too young, let's talk about it in a few years. Huh? When did I ever lust after your body? Just now. I was clearly in control, so how did it suddenly shift to Mu Chen? He was the one who brought her, but it turned out she was the one who was lusting after his body? What a shameless person. You shameless Mu Chen, you're really shameless. Su Tang pouted and gave him a disdainful look. Men should be shameless, shouldn't they? Snort. Su Tang pouted, and Mu Chen took out a mouthwash cup from a hidden compartment in his suitcase and handed it to her. Here you go, there's a toothbrush and toothpaste inside, go wash up. I don't want to. Su Tang rolled her eyes and turned her head away. Seeing Su Tang's displeasure, Mu Chen grinned mischievously. If you don't go take a shower soon, I'm going to drag you along to take one too. Upon hearing Mu Chen's words, Su Tang immediately imagined a strange scene. No, I can't take a bath with Mu Chen right now. She shook her head, quickly snatched the toothbrush cup from his hand, opened her suitcase, took out her pajamas, snorted, and went into the bathroom, locking the door behind her. TSK. Such a big reaction. We used to go to the bathhouse together when we were kids. Mu Chen muttered something to himself, and at the same time, he looked at the box in his hand, feeling speechless. Why is his dad even more anxious than he is? Shrugging, Mu Chen put the box inside the zipper of his suitcase. Then, I lay down on the bed and started scrolling through Douyin, TikTok. Perhaps due to big data, the first thing Mu Chen saw when he opened Douyin was a picture of a long-legged beauty. When Mu Chen saw this young lady, he immediately thought of Su Tang. It has to be said that Su Tang has a really great figure. He felt he could play with those legs for a lifetime, especially those legs. Soon, the sound of a shower could be heard from inside. Mu Chen imagined some scenes in his mind, which brought him endless reverie. 40 minutes later, Su Tang finally came out in her pajamas. She was drying her hair with a towel when she saw Mu Chen's mischievous smile, and Su Tang rolled her eyes. You stinky Mu Chen. Go take a shower now, I've put your toothbrush cup on the sink. Okay. He took his pajamas out of his suitcase and ran straight into the bathroom. At the same time, the sound of a shower could be heard from inside. Hearing the sound of Mu Chen taking a shower, Mu Chen's image appeared in her mind. The main reason is that Mu Chen is not only handsome, but also has a lot of muscles. Thinking of his appearance, Su Tang's face immediately turned bright red. There's no way around it. Mu Chen's figure is just too handsome, and he even has abs, exuding masculinity. Having such a wonderful boyfriend is amazing. I must touch his abs later. 5 minutes later, Mu Chen came out wearing his pajamas. He simply took a quick shower to wash away the smell of sweat. Seeing Su Tang lost in thought, he couldn't help but go over and pinch her cheek. Tang Tang, why are you spacing out? What are you doing? Upon hearing this, Su Tang quickly turned her head away. At this moment, Mu Chen was only wearing pajama bottoms, revealing his muscular upper body. He has a lot of muscles. This was the first time Su Tang had ever seen him with so many muscles. Upon seeing those muscles, Su Tang immediately fell in love and felt a strong urge to join them. No, it's nothing. Hearing Mu Chen's voice and seeing his muscles made Su Tang's heart flutter. Mu Chen has a great physique and exudes masculinity. He's a total macho man. So handsome. Mu Chen also noticed Su Tang's expression. He glanced at his own abs and smiled slightly. How about it? Aren't the muscles great? Su Tang nodded shyly. It's undeniable that girls like muscles. Especially Mu Chen's muscles. Seeing these muscles gave Su Tang a great sense of satisfaction and made her feel very safe. She didn't know why, but having Mu Chen with her made her feel very comfortable. Su Tang blushed and said, You stinky mukin, get out of the way. I need to dry my hair. I'll give my wife a blowjob. Mu Chen held Su Tang's small hand, and the two entered the bathroom one after the other. He stood behind Su Tang, and there was a mirror in front of them. Mu Chen plugged in the hairdryer and patiently began to dry her hair. Su Tang's face was full of happiness, but also very shy. 10 minutes later, Mu Chen turned off the hairdryer and flicked her cheek. You're all dry now. Aren't you eager for me to cuddle you to sleep? Snort. Su Tang didn't deny it. She just snorted and spread her arms. I want you to carry me back. Good. Mu Chen picked her up in a princess carry and gently placed her on the bed. At the same time, Su Tang, with a bright smile, said, Mu-chun, Mu-chun, can I touch your abs? Touch your abs. The last time Su Tang touched his abs was after they came back from the comic convention. Seeing Su Tang's expectant look, Mu-chun slightly lifted his shirt. Of course you can. Hey. Su Tang chuckled, quickly sat up, and placed her little hand on Mu-chun's abdomen. Six-pack abs are really cool. She poked Mu-chun's abs and continued. Wow, that's awesome. Su Tang raised her little head. How about we go to the gym every week when we go to college? I want to work on my abs too. Okay. All right, get ready to go to sleep. Su Tang reluctantly released Mu-chun's abdomen, and Mu-chun got into bed and lay down next to Su Tang. It was almost 11:30 p.m. when Mu-chun took out his phone, opened the Disney app, and prepared to check out the travel guide. Meanwhile, the restless Su Tang beside him was scrutinizing his profile. Looking at Mu-chun's profile, Su Tang pursed her lips, stretched out her leg, and slowly pulled up her trouser leg. Mu-chun, do you think my legs are white? Mu-chun was stunned. Are her legs white? He turned to look at Su Tang. Was this girl teasing him? How can we tolerate this? Tang, you're being naughty again. Mu-chun turned his head to look at her calves, and had to admit that Su Tang's skin was really fair, delicate and slender like jade. I wasn't being dishonest. I meant your legs are very dark. Although I don't want to admit it, Su Tang's skin is indeed very fair. Compared to her, I am like heaven and earth. Girl, you're not being honest again. As he spoke, Mu-chun pulled her leg over and started tickling her little feet. Su Tang started struggling while laughing. Ha. P.S. Today is Xiaoming's 21st birthday. Could you please wish him a happy birthday? Please don't send gifts. Chapter 67 Disney, Revised. The two quickly started arguing, of course. Su Tang didn't back down. She picked up a pillow from the bed and began to fight back. She gently tapped Mu-chun, of course, without using much force. Girl, you're really naughty. Su Tang pouted. Humph, serves you right for bullying me. Su Tang had an arrogant demeanor at this moment. Taking advantage of Su Tang's inattention, Mu-chun grabbed her wrist and pulled her down, so that her small body pressed directly onto Mu-chun. Their chests pressed together, and Mu-chun grinned mischievously. Wife, want a kiss? You jerk. Su Tang blushed and quickly went to meet him. It's normal during the honeymoon phase. After all, their lips met in a kiss. Su Tang occasionally let out soft moans, her face full of ecstasy, which deeply stimulated Mu-chun's senses. Both of them thoroughly enjoyed the kissing. Of course, Mu-chun can control himself and will not do anything to betray Su Tang. 15 minutes later, Su Tang raised her flushed face, her forehead covered in sweat, and took a deep breath. Honey, I'm a little tired. Let's go to sleep. I have to get up early tomorrow. Go to sleep. Just as Su Tang lay down next to Mu-chun, Mu-chun's phone suddenly rang. He picked it up and saw that it was his father. It's already 11 o'clock. Why did I suddenly think of video calling him? Is it because you're worried about him? Or is there another reason? With a hint of doubt, Mu-chun pressed the call button. Soon, his father's handsome face appeared in the video. Dad. Looking at Mu-yong in the video, Mu-chun greeted him. Have you finished eating? You should be at the hotel now. Upon seeing Mu-chun, Mu-yong also revealed a peaceful smile. Yes, I'm already at the hotel. I was just about to go to sleep when you video called me. Are you missing your son? No, I miss my daughter-in-law. Where is Tang? Oh. Upon hearing Mu-yong's words, Su Tang, who was standing to the side, was taken aback. He's right next to me. Come on. Tang, look at the camera. As he spoke, Mu-chun turned his phone and snapped a picture of Su Tang. At this moment, Su Tang's face was flushed, and she greeted Mu-yong shyly. Hello, uncle. Candy is good. Candy is good. Seeing Su Tang's expression, Mu-yong laughed excitedly. Mu-chun, you guys go to sleep. I won't disturb you anymore. Bye. Just as Mu-chun was wondering what was going on, his father hung up the phone. He's dead already? Mu-chun was completely baffled. Could it be that he was observing, and he didn't sleep in the same room as Su Tang? Mu-chun turned his head and glanced at Su Tang. What's going on? I don't know. Mu-chun scratched his head, but didn't think much of it. Never mind. Let's go to sleep. With that, Mu-chun turned off the bedside lamp. The room was plunged into darkness. At the same time, Mu-chun pulled Su Tang into his arms and slowly drifted off to sleep. At the same time, Mu-chun's home. See, I told you I was right. He really is my son. Mu-yong was a little excited. This kid is really something. When he saw Su Tang's flushed cheeks, he had a pretty good idea of what was going on. That's great. Old Su's daughter has finally been won over by Mu Chun. Looking at Mu Yang's expression, Zhou Ping rolled her eyes. All right, but do you think Mu Chun found out about the one you prepared for him? My son isn't stupid. Even if he didn't notice, he would still buy it himself. 2. That's right. Mu Yong has misunderstood Mu Chun. The next morning, 6:15 a.m., Mu Chun groggily touched the empty space beside him. When I opened my eyes, Su Tang was indeed not in bed. Where's that girl Su Tang? Just as Mu Chun sat up, Su Tang came out of the bathroom. She had just changed her clothes and made a special trip to the bathroom. Honey, am I pretty? A light voice reached Mu Chun's ears, and when he saw Su Tang, who looked like a fairy, Mu Chun was stunned. Sky. Su Tang's style of dressing is completely different today. If he remembers correctly, this should be the Lolita who won an award at the comic convention at that time. The style of this clothing is very soft, especially when worn by Su Tang. A light gauze skirt, colorful ribbons, she looked like a fairy. Moreover, Su Tang even put on makeup today, applying eyeshadow and blush. The sparkly glitter on her eyelids looked really beautiful. She grasped the hem of her skirt with both hands, gave Mu Chun a princess-like curtsy, and then walked over with great interest. Get up. Today I'm going to be a Disney princess who's run away from home. Tang Tang, go to my suitcase and get my clothes out. Okay. Mu Chun put on his clothes, went to the bathroom to wash up, and then went downstairs for a walk with Su Tang. This guest house is relatively quiet because it has few rooms and therefore not many guests. Mu Chun stretched in the courtyard. The morning air was quite pleasant. Overall, everything is fine. You're up? I'll bring you breakfast now. Just then, the receptionist walked over, and Mu Chun nodded. Yes, thank you. You're welcome. The receptionist couldn't help but take a second look at Su Tang's beautiful dress. After all, no girl doesn't love beauty. After a while, the waitress brought the breakfast over. There happened to be a dining table in the yard, and Mu Chun didn't intend to go upstairs, so he put the breakfast on the table. The breakfast at the guest house was very simple. There was a small bowl of oatmeal porridge, 2 red dates, a steamed bun, an egg, and some small fruits. It looks great, but the portion size, well, it's just so-so. It's a free breakfast, which is already quite good. Tang Tang. Hurry up and eat. Disneyland opens at 9 o'clock this morning. Let's go there early to queue up and get our tickets. Su Tang nodded heavily. She specially changed into today's dress for Disney. The little girl had been looking forward to it for a long time. After breakfast, the two went upstairs. Mu Chun had already prepared a plan in advance, and he had planned out the entire day's itinerary. Because they bought fast passes, they could use the VIP lane for many attractions. With a fast pass, you can play all the attractions, but you can still play the popular ones. After packing their things, Mu Chun slung his bag over his shoulder and went downstairs hand in hand with Su Tang. She put on the headband she bought yesterday, and Mu Chun put it on as well. After discussing it with the receptionist, a sightseeing bus was quickly arranged to take them to Disneyland. And at 8 o'clock in the morning, we arrived at the gates of Disneyland. P.S. Thank you for your blessings, my lovely readers. Good night, everyone. Chapter 68, Creating the Rapid Light Wheel. After the two got off the sightseeing bus, Su Tang became very excited. Meanwhile, the driver who brought them said, I'll be waiting for you here when the park closes at 9:20 p.m., but it's best to come earlier. Okay. As the sightseeing bus drove away, Mu Chun took Su Tang's hand and said, Come on, let's go queue up to get our tickets. Su Tang nodded slightly. There were many people around, and it would take a long time to get the tickets. Su Tang couldn't help but say, Honey, there are so many people here, I feel like we're a bit late. I'm afraid we won't be able to do many of the rides today. Although Su Tang felt a little disappointed, she was already very satisfied that Mu Chun had taken the time to bring her here. She had previously researched online and found that Disneyland is always very popular, especially during the summer holidays. So Su Tang was prepared to queue for 2 hours only to have a 2-minute ride. Seeing Su Tang's disappointed look, Mu Chun gently rubbed her head. Silly girl, I bought a fast pass. The longest wait for each attraction is only 20 minutes. Don't worry, you'll definitely have a great time today. Su Tang was slightly taken aback upon hearing Mu Chun's words. She knew about fast pass. Disney tickets were already expensive, and now it was summer vacation, so fast pass prices should be even higher. I heard it costs 800 yuan. She pouted slightly. But fast pass is so expensive. How about I transfer the money to you? Transfer money. Mu Chun was stunned. They're a couple now, and they're going to get married in the future, so money isn't an issue. However, Mu Chun was indeed very gratified to hear Su Tang's words. This girl is becoming more and more sensible. No need to transfer the money to me. What's money compared to making my little princess happy? As he spoke, Mu Chun gently pinched her cheek. Hearing Mu Chen's words, Su Tang lowered her head shyly. You jerk. Mu Chun, you're so kind. As she spoke, Su Tang moved even closer to Mu Chun. The two started queuing to get their tickets. While queuing, Mu Chun used his phone to connect to their travel itinerary and could see the queue times for each attraction. Of course, for those with FastPass, queuing can be ignored. 20 minutes later, they finally got their tickets thanks to their FastPass. They were able to enter the park via the fast lane. Compared to the long queues in the regular lane, the express lane only had a few people, so there was absolutely no pressure. Mu Chun felt that since they were there to have fun, they should have a good time. Don't make yourself miserable over a few $100s. The two walked in hand, and Mu Chun and Su Tang first arrived at Mickey Avenue. Mickey leads directly to the Disney Castle. Surrounded by French-style buildings at the end of this path is the castle that all children and girls dream of. Tang, which activity would you like to play first? Su Tang thought for a moment, then said, of course we should play the popular rides. How about we go play Tron Lightcycle Power Run first? Tron Lightcycle Power Run is similar to a roller coaster, but it's also different from one. Most roller coasters are ridden on, but Tron Lightcycle Power Run is ridden on like a motorcycle. Overall, it's very immersive and exciting. Many people watch it 2 or 3 times, which shows how popular it is. Upon hearing this, Mu Chun nodded. It's possible, but Tang, aren't you scared? The Tiaroan Lightcycle Power Run is very fast. I'm not afraid at all. Su Tang stood with her hands on her hips, looking rather arrogant. All right, let's go. Mu Chun had already done his homework in advance, and he also knew the location of the Tron Lightcycle Power Run. Su Tang skipped and hopped along ahead, full of curiosity about everything around her. Wow, Mu Chun, look, there are butterflies here. Mu Chun, take a picture of me. Mu Chun, I'm thirsty, I want some milk. The girl kept pestering him the whole way. After walking for more than 10 minutes, the two arrived outside the Tron Lightcycle Power Run lobby. However, the queue was already outside. The phone screen showed that there was a 2-hour wait for Tron Lightcycle Power Run. Mu Chun took a deep breath. Thankfully, he had bought a fast pass. When they arrived at the fast lane, there were only 6 or 7 people in front of them. The queue only takes about 10 minutes. Upon entering the hall, everything was plunged into darkness. At the same time, as they took steps forward, the two seemed to enter a science fiction space. The surrounding area is bathed in blue LED light, giving it a futuristic and high-tech feel. However, Su Tang has been afraid of the dark since she was a child, so she held onto Mu Chun's hand the whole time and didn't dare to let go. Soon, they arrived at the waiting area. Here are rows of transparent doors, and staff are operating machines. The TV on the wall next to us was showing the Tron Lightcycle Power Run project, which basically involved competing against the red team and passing through 8 gates. At that moment, exactly 16 people got on a row of cars. Soon, a miracle occurred, and the row of cars slowly disappeared from their sight. Mu Chun, look, this roller coaster isn't that fast, I think it's alright. I feel like you won't say that later. About 4 minutes later, the car returned. At the same time, the transparent door in front of the two opened. Please place your bags, mobile phones, glasses, and other items in the designated area. Give me your phone. Mu Chun straightened Su Tang's dress again, and she nodded. I feel pretty good. Don't scream or cry later. I won't. Su Tang snorted coldly, and Mu Chun didn't say anything more. He simply sat down next to Su Tang. A moment later, the clamps on their backs pressed down. It effectively secured the two people. Soon, the rapid light will began to move slowly. They were led into a dark space. At the same time, an announcement came over the loudspeaker. The speed challenge is about to begin. May 4th. 3, 2, 1. Hey, why did it stop? As soon as Su Tang finished speaking, a tremendous force suddenly pushed the two of them away. The feeling of being pushed back is particularly strong. Even Mu Chun didn't react in time. The sound of the wind rushing past my ears. With a whoosh, it darted away. At the same time, Su Tang screamed. The sound was very loud, and Su Tang kept her eyes closed, not daring to open them at all. My heart was pounding. She even regretted playing this game. Chapter 69 Disney Fireworks Show. Tang, open your eyes. Mu Chun wasn't particularly afraid. The main reason is that he's not afraid of heights. and the surrounding area is full of Chuangji light wheel special effects, which really gives you a feeling of traveling through time and space. But Su Tang is different. She's usually terrified when riding roller coasters. Tron Light Cycle Power Run is similar to a roller coaster, but it's even more thrilling. I don't want to. I don't want to. Su Tang shook her head firmly. At the same time, she couldn't help but scream. Then, suddenly, there was a 360 degrees turn, and Mu Chun felt like he was about to be thrown off. It's like the person is flying ahead while the soul is chasing behind. Su Tang panicked and gripped the handle tightly, not daring to let go. Of course, it's normal for girls to be afraid of such stimulating activities. About 3 minutes later, the Chuangjuro light wheel was the only thing that ended. Su Tang only dared to open her eyes the instant the car stopped. Her hair was disheveled by the wind, and tears welled up in her eyes, making her look pitiful. The restraints on his back popped up, and Mu Chun quickly got up and helped Su Tang down. This girl was so tough before we started, but she became such a coward once we began. That's hilarious. With a mischievous smile, Mu Chun helped her fix her hair while asking, Tang Tang, how was it? Was it exciting? Snort. Su Tang pouted, her heart still pounding. Su Tang forced a smile and said, It's just average. Wow, this girl has quite the nerve. Mu Chun continued. Then how about we go through it again? Play it once more? Well, what? Upon hearing this, Su Tang quickly shook her head. Playing it again would be the death of her. Playing is out of the question. I'll never play this kind of activity again in my life. Seeing Su Tang's expression, Mu Chun couldn't help but laugh. All right, look how scared you were, just kidding. Let's go play something relaxing. Su Tang nodded, helped her fix her hair, took her bag, and then the two left the hall hand in hand. Su Tang's nervousness gradually subsided only after leaving the lobby of the Tron Light Cycle Power Run. They had already been in the park for more than half an hour by then. It has to be said that the number of visitors to Disney during the summer vacation is really huge. People were everywhere. Su Tang pouted and said, These kinds of exciting rides are really not for me. How about we go ride the carousel instead? Can you take a picture of me? Okay, sure. The two of them hurried towards the carousel. The carousel was mostly for girls and children, so there weren't many people in line at the moment. Of course, they have fast passes, so they don't need to queue. After the first round, it was their turn. Su Tang sat on a big white horse, a playful smile on her face, flashing a peace sign, and clamoring for Mu Chun to take her picture. As a tool, Mu Chun naturally had to cater to Su Tang. After all, a wife's orders are absolute. After riding the carousel, the two watched a battle for the sunken treasure of Pirates of the Caribbean, and then rode soaring over the horizon. At noon, the two of them ate hamburgers together inside Disneyland, and spent the afternoon playing around the entire park. Roaring Rapids, Peter Pan, Dwarf Mine Train, Hug Dragon. They wandered around the castle, took photos outside, and even posted many group photos on their social media. Su Tang was exceptionally excited all day. It's night, 8 o'clock. It had gotten completely dark. Disneyland also lit up with neon lights. It felt like stepping into a fairy tale world. But even at night, Disneyland is packed with people. Everyone was waiting for the final fireworks display. Mu Chun and Su Tang sat on a bench in the amusement park. After playing all day, the two of them were exhausted. Su Tang rested her little head on Mu Chun's shoulder, her expression full of happiness. They were facing the princess's castle. Mu Chun turned his head slightly and looked at Su Tang's happy expression, then gently patted her head. How was your day? Did you have fun? Su Tang gave a very soft She had dreamed of spending a whole day at Disneyland since she was a very young age. Now, it has finally come true. And it was with Mu Chun, the boy who loved her very much, and whom she loved very much. She will never forget this day. Mu Chun gazed at the castle in the distance. Then let's go to Lujiazui tomorrow. I heard there are lots of delicious foods there. I'll treat you to some delicacies. Really? I might eat you. Aren't you afraid I'll eat you out of house and home? Su Tang smiled brightly. Actually, her parents had given her quite a bit of money for this trip to Shanghai. Her parents said that Mu Chun couldn't keep spending money. If only one party was paying, the relationship would break down soon. Don't worry, feeding Tang Tang won't be a problem. Who needs you to support them? Su Tang pouted, already filled with fantasies about the future. Tonight is exceptionally clear. She looked up at the stars in the sky. Actually, I hope to build our little home together through our joint efforts. Our house doesn't need to be big, just cozy, and with 2 lovely children. I can spend the rest of my life with you. That would be enough for me. Girl, you're overthinking it. Mu Chun gave Su Tang a sentimental look. It has to be said that Su Tang has very sound values. At least that's what Mu Chen thinks. Time flies. Soon, dazzling lights suddenly shone down on the area beneath the Disney castle. The whole castle was brightly lit. Moreover, the patterns are constantly changing. Seeing this, Su Tang quickly pointed to the castle in front of her with her little finger. Mu Chen, look, isn't the fireworks show about to start? Quick, take out your phone and record it. The two of them simultaneously took out their phones and turned on the video recorder. The instant they pressed the shutter, bam bam bam. Colorful fireworks shot through the sky. Meanwhile, the lights projected onto the castle transformed into those of Elsa from Frozen. In the sky, a rosy glow appeared. Fireworks shimmered and sparkled, and sparks scattered in all directions before disappearing again. Su Tang's eyes were filled with excitement. Her cheeks were illuminated by the dazzling fireworks. Water jets shot into the sky from the ground, and countless revelers watched this rare sight with excitement. Huge fireworks burst in the sky, petals raining down, seemingly within reach of people. The fireworks display lasted for more than 20 minutes before it ended. As the lights went out, the atmosphere in the air gradually became more romantic. Mu Chen put down his phone and gave Su Tang a deep look. The fireworks show is over. Are you hungry? Let's go get some barbecue. Okay. Chapter 70, A Massive Social Scene. 9 o'clock. Mu Chen and Su Tang left Disneyland hand in hand. They had a lot of fun today, but they were also very tired. Even at the exit of Disneyland, the neon lights outside were still on. All the tourists had happy smiles on their faces. This day will leave a deep imprint on their memories. Mu Chen, let's take one last photo with the gates of Disneyland. Today is a day of great significance for Su Tang. Although she took many photos during the day, she was still somewhat unsatisfied. Later, when the two of them get married, if they look at these photos again, they will have a unique charm. Mu Chen bent down to be at the same height as Su Tang, while Su Tang held up her phone with her right hand, making a peace sign, and took a picture with the front camera. Click. The two people's smiling faces were captured in the photo. 100 million more. Su Tang started to get restless. She held Mu Chen's chin, pulled on his ear, and made him carry her on his back. Mu Chen was made to pose in all sorts of strange ways. He was quite mischievous. Su Tang took a lot of photos before she finally stopped. Looking at Su Tang's playful face, Mu Chen ruffled her hair. Are you done taking the pictures? Don't forget to post them on your WeChat moments. Su Tang nodded slightly. The two of them stood by the roadside, watching the bustling crowd, waiting for the guest house's car to pick them up. 9:10. The sightseeing bus that brought them there in the morning arrived at the scene. Seeing the two little ones standing by the roadside waiting for them, the driver quickly stopped the car next to them. He smiled kindly. How was your day? Did you have fun? Yes, I'm really happy. Su Tang nodded emphatically with a bright smile on her face. Looking back on this whole day now, it's truly unforgettable. Most importantly, Mu Chen was the one playing with her. Okay, get in the car. You must be tired after a long day. Get some rest tonight. After the driver finished speaking, he let the two people get into the car. The car moved slowly, and Su Tang leaned sleepily on Mu Chen's shoulder. Mu Chen turned his head slightly to look at her profile. Don't fall asleep. You haven't had dinner yet. Although Su Tang verbally agreed, her eyes had already closed. Soon after, Su Tang's peaceful, deep sleep could be heard. This girl, seeing Su Tang fast asleep, Mu Chen pulled her into his arms and gently patted her shoulder. Just a few minutes later, the sightseeing bus stopped in front of the guest house. The driver turned his head and found that Su Tang had fallen asleep. He looked curious. Your girlfriend is already asleep. Okay, I'll carry her up. Mu Chen carefully picked up Su Tang in his arms without waking her. Under the watchful eye of the driver, Mu Chen carried Su Tang upstairs. At the same time, seeing that Su Tang was fast asleep, the receptionist greeted her politely and said in a very soft voice, Is she asleep? Mu Chen nodded gently. I'll go open the door for you. The receptionist was the first to climb the stairs, and Mu Chen felt a warmth in his heart. He had to admit that the service at this guest house was truly excellent. The young woman used a spare key card to open the door for the two of them. Mu Chen said thank you and went inside, gently placing Su Tang on the bed. Of course, Mu Chen didn't wake her up. Instead, he closed the door and went downstairs to buy some food. While at Disneyland, Mu Chen said he wanted to eat barbecue, and the girl readily agreed. So he planned to buy some barbecue to take back with him. After going downstairs, Mu Chen arrived at the street where he had previously strolled with Su Tang. Shanghai's nights are particularly vibrant, especially in the Pudong district. At this time, the streets were packed with people, and countless stalls were open for business. Muchin quickly found a barbecue stall. The owner, who was grilling meat, looked like someone from the border region. He had dark skin and was jumping around while grilling the meat. There was also a speaker playing DJ music next to him, so the overall atmosphere was quite energetic. Meanwhile, there are also many people queuing here. The aroma of barbecue filled the air, and Muchin, without much thought, stood at the back of the line. Soon it was his turn. Muchin bought a pound of lamb skewers and some chicken cartilage skewers. Su Tang usually likes to eat pig's trotters, so he bought 3 pig's trotters as well. There happened to be a milk tea shop called Yi Dian Dian nearby, so Muchin went in and bought 2 cups of fruit tea before returning to his guest house. As I opened the door, I could hear the sound of a shower coming from the bathroom next door. It looks like Su Tang has woken up and is taking a bath. When he entered the room and saw the clothes on the bed, Muchin was stunned. Good heavens! After taking off her skirt, Su Tang ran into the bathroom, mainly because there was one of her bras on the bed. It's still the white lace version. That's not the point. The point is there were 2 latex breast pads lying on the bed. No wonder Su Tang's collarbone area looked a bit large today. So this guy had something underneath him. Muchin chuckled, surprised that Su Tang paid so much attention to this aspect. I must massage her next time. Of course, Muchin didn't delve into the matter, and she also didn't touch Su Tang's things. I completely ignored it. I never expected this girl to be so careless. They dare to leave this on the bed. He placed the barbecue milk tea he bought on the table and patiently waited on his phone. About 5 or 6 minutes later, Su Tang came out of the bathroom. Su Tang was still wearing yesterday's pajamas and was drying her hair with a bath towel. Upon seeing Muchin, she chuckled and said, "Muchin, did you buy me something delicious?" Okay. Seeing Muchin come out, he took out his pajamas from his suitcase. He then got up and walked towards Su Tang. "What delicious food did you buy?" Su Tang's little brain has long forgotten about the bra. Muchin walked over and playfully pinched her nose. "I bought you some roast meat, chicken cartilage skewers, and oh yeah, 3 pig's trotters there on the table. Go and try them." Upon hearing the word pig's trotters, Su Tang was delighted and couldn't help but lick her lips. "Hee, thanks, honey. You are welcome." At the same time, Muchin looked directly into Su Tang's eyes with clear eyes. Then he brought his mouth close to her ear. "Dear Tang Tang, don't leave that thing on the bed next time." After saying that, Muchin smiled slightly. "All right, go eat something. I'm going to take a shower." Looking at Muchin's back, Su Tang couldn't help but scratch her little head. "That thing. What did you leave on the bed?" Su Tang was completely baffled. At the same time, the moment Su Tang walked to the bedside, her bra came into view. Su Tang's face immediately turned red. Could this be what Muchin was referring to? Damn it. I'm so embarrassed, so incredibly embarrassed. It was one thing for Muchin to see her bra, but she didn't expect him to see her panty liner too. Doesn't this indirectly make Muchin think that he knows he has small breasts? This is practically a massive social disaster scene. Su Tang's face flushed as she put away the bra and placed it in her suitcase. How embarrassing, so incredibly embarrassing. Chapter 71: Upgrading Cooking Skills. Of course, Su Tang didn't think much of it. She's only 18 years old now. She still has room to grow. When you get back, you must drink more AD calcium milk. Just like Muchin said, drink from A to D. Soon, Su Tang was drawn to the delicious food on the table. She took out the fragrant lamb skewers and roasted pig's trotters, smelled them, and exclaimed, "So fragrant." Even her saliva was drooling. Su Tang couldn't help but wipe the drool from the corner of her mouth, and then took a bite. It was truly unforgettable. In life, the only things that should not be missed are good food and love. Fortunately, she has both delicious food and love. Su Tang couldn't help but giggle when she thought of Muchin. Meanwhile, Muchin was taking a shower in the bathroom. "I spent the whole day shopping with Su Tang today, and he sweated a lot. Taking a shower and feeling cool in the air is really comfortable." Muchin shook his head and began washing his hair. 5 minutes later, he finished showering, brushed his teeth, put on his pajamas, and went out. By this time, the bra and breast pads on the bed were long gone. They've probably already been dealt with by that girl Su Tang. Meanwhile, Su Tang was gnawing on a pig's trotter, her face covered in oil, completely lacking the demeanor expected of a lady. Upon seeing Muchin emerge, the scene from just moments ago immediately flashed through Su Tang's mind. She lowered her head shyly, and seeing Su Tang's bashful appearance, Muchin already knew what she was thinking. Of course, Mu Chun didn't mention this matter either. He didn't care about Su Tang's A+ at all. Those legs are enough for him to enjoy for a lifetime. As for below the collarbone, it doesn't matter. How does it taste? The pig's trotters smell delicious. It smells so good. Su Tang nodded in satisfaction. At the same time, Mu Chun glanced at the trash can next to the bed. Holy crap. At this point, there were already 2 pig's trotter bones in the trash can, including the one Su Tang is currently munching on. That means she's already eaten 3? Tang, you ate all 3 pig's trotters? Hearing Mu Chun's words, Su Tang looked up, smiled, and nodded. This pig's trotter is absolutely delicious. Take me to buy some tomorrow. It's so good. You didn't leave me a single one? I haven't eaten yet. Hearing Mu Chun's words, Su Tang gave an awkward smile. She was so focused on eating that she completely forgot about Mu Chun. Then, Su Tang stretched out her greasy little hand. Hey, why don't you eat this? Upon hearing this, Mu Chun rolled his eyes. You've almost finished eating. Are you going to let me gnaw on the bones? Okay, come here, Mu Chun, little puppy. Be good, mommy will give you a bone. Mu Chun chuckled when he heard Su Tang's words. Is this girl stupid? Calling him a puppy is one thing. It also included the phrase, his mother. So who is she? TSK. Even this girl has her moments when her brain isn't working properly. I'm not eating anymore. You can eat slowly. Then, Mu Chun opened the fruit tea, took a sip, and then took out the lamb skewers and started eating. At the same time, looking at Mu Chun's appearance, Su Tang also felt that there was a problem with what she had just said. Immediately afterwards, a word came to her mind. Suddenly, Su Tang felt a sense of impending doom again. So embarrassing. After eating and drinking their fill, the two went to the bathroom to wash their hands. Mu Chun then helped her blow dry her hair before they lay down on the bed. Because they had spent the whole day at Disneyland and had exhausted a lot of energy, Su Tang fell asleep as soon as she lay down on the bed. Just as Mu Chun was playing on his phone, a local call came in from Shanghai. It was an unfamiliar number, and it started with 01. Mu Chun's first thought was to sell something, but considering that there was a food extravaganza competition on July 5th, and that no one had contacted him during this time, Mu Chun answered the call. He quickly got up and went to the balcony, putting his phone to his ear. Hello, are you Mr. Mu Chun? The person speaking to me was a young woman with a very pleasant voice and fluent Mandarin. Yes, that's me. Mu Chun nodded. Upon hearing this, the young woman on the phone continued. Hello, I'm a staff member from Food Extravaganza, employee number 0315. I'm calling to confirm if you're ready for the competition. Yes, it's ready. Mu Chun nodded. Before coming to Shanghai, Mu Chun and Su Tang were busy in the kitchen. Besides grilled fish, he has also learned to cook many other dishes. Then, if I upgrade my cooking skills to advanced level recently, there shouldn't be any major problems. After hearing Mu Chun's words, the young lady opposite him continued. Okay, please report to the 33rd floor of the Oriental Pearl Radio and TV Tower in Shanghai. At 3 p.m. on July 4th, we will provide food and accommodation. The competition starts on July 5th. You don't need to prepare anything. We will arrange the next steps when you arrive. Okay, thank you. Okay, then I won't bother you any longer. Goodbye. After the young woman finished speaking, she hung up the phone. At the same time, Mu Chun turned around and went back to bed. Su Tang was already fast asleep. Mu Chun lay on the bed staring at the ceiling, determined to win this competition. If they can successfully open a restaurant, the financial burden on both his parents and Su Tang's parents will be reduced. Secondly, if the restaurant can really grow big, it can certainly let others join as franchisees. In this way, you can definitely make a fortune. Mu Chun silently said in his mind. Open the panel. Immediately afterwards, a light blue screen appeared in front of him. Host, Mu Chun. Height, 182. Appearance, 98. Reader's average appearance is plus infinity, positive infinity. Basically, just handsome. Physical fitness, 160, normal person 80. Skills/items. Beginner cooking skill, upgradable. Beginner martial arts, upgradable. Beginner basketball, upgradable. Beginner heavenly voice, upgradable. Remaining points, 11,000. Looking at the sets of data above, Mu Chun hadn't opened the system panel in a long time. He helped Han Shueri yesterday, and he also completed that task, earning 1,000 points in the process. He now has 11,000 points. Looking at the sets of data above, Mu Chun silently recited them in his mind. Upgrade your cooking skills. Ding, Congratulations to the host for successfully upgrading your cooking skills. 2,000 points have been consumed. Current cooking skill level. Intermediate. The host can still upgrade to advanced cooking skills, which will consume 5,000 points. Upgrade your cooking skills. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully upgrading your cooking skills. 5,000 points have been consumed. Current cooking skill level. Advanced cooking. The host can still upgrade to super culinary skill, which will consume 10,000 points. Currently, the host has 4,000 points remaining. At the same time, a wealth of culinary knowledge flooded his mind. After a brief period of absorption, a series of delicious dishes quietly appeared in his mind. Muchin upgraded his cooking skills to the advanced level in one go. Of course, he was just being cautious now that he has advanced culinary skills. Winning an award is no problem at all. He didn't think much of it, and soon closed his eyes and fell asleep. Chapter 72 Cat Cafe. The next day, since the two of them had spent the whole day at Disneyland yesterday and were quite tired, Muchin didn't set an alarm and planned to sleep in a little longer today. Muchin was not awakened until 10 a.m. by the urge to urinate. He opened his eyes and found that Su Tang was still fast asleep. Her breathing was steady, and her pink lips were slightly open, with drool dripping from them. He quickly took out a tissue and wiped her mouth. At the same time, Muchin observed her fair and tender face and went straight up to kiss her. When you get close to Su Tang's face, you can smell a faint body fragrance, as if it has been marinated in cosmetics. Upon smelling this scent, he felt an urge to undress and enter. Of course, although the impulse was quite strong, Muchin still managed to restrain his unhealthy thoughts. He got up, changed his clothes, and then put his pajamas in his suitcase. After brushing my teeth and rinsing my mouth, I got up and went downstairs to buy breakfast. After wandering around for a while, Muchin finally bought a few fried dough sticks and 2 cups of soy milk at McDonald's downstairs. He planned to take Su Tang to Lujiazui later, have a nice lunch, and just have a quick breakfast. When he returned to the guest house, Su Tang had already woken up. At this moment, Su Tang had changed into a white t-shirt and a pair of light blue shorts. She was sitting on the bed with her legs stretched out. When Muchin saw those legs, he took a deep breath. My nose almost bled. Huh? You're back. Upon seeing Muchin, Su Tang smiled brightly at the same time. Muchin walked over and examined her legs. Yes, you're back. Come on. Have some breakfast. We're checking out soon. As he spoke, Muchin's hands began to wander. You stinky Muchin, don't touch me like that. I didn't touch you indiscriminately. Muchin rolled his eyes. This girl is so stingy. He took a fried dough stick out of the bag and handed it to Su Tang after taking a bite. Su Tang looked curious. Where are we going later? Let's go to Lujiazui for a couple of days. Oh, by the way, the production team of the food show Food Extravaganza contacted me last night and told us to be on site at 3 p.m. tomorrow, and the competition can start the day after tomorrow. Hearing Muchin's words, Su Tang realized that they still had one match to participate in. At the same time, the scene of Muchin saving her father that day also resurfaced in her mind. She simply nodded and didn't say anything more. After finishing breakfast, the two began packing their luggage. Once they made sure they hadn't forgotten anything, they pulled their suitcases downstairs. Upon arriving at the front desk, Muchin returned the room key to the receptionist, who then refunded their deposits and politely said, "Welcome to visit us again next time." After leaving the guest house, Su Tang looked very relaxed. Her little hands clung tightly to Muchin, as clingy as ever. If I had to describe this scene in one sentence, it would be, the sun is shining brightly and the breeze is gentle. The person I wanted to see happened to be nearby. No worries, someone to accompany you. A simple and peaceful life that's true happiness. Meanwhile, the weather is also very nice today. Although it's already July, the temperature isn't very high today. A gentle breeze brushed against their faces, which felt wonderful. The two of them walked hand in hand to the subway station. Now the subway system in Shanghai is very well developed, and you can take the subway to go anywhere you want. The main advantage is that the subway is fast, and the price is not high. It is the first choice for most working people. Sitting on the subway, Su Tang smiled playfully and said, "Since we're going to the Bund, I'll book a room nearby." "Okay, let's order." Muchin nodded, without giving it much thought. Actually, Su Tang is quite thoughtful. She opened Trip and started looking at nearby hotels. Hotels along the Bund are particularly expensive, much more so than those in Pudong. That's normal. After all, the Bund area can be said to be the core area of Shanghai. Su Tang swiped his phone and quickly found a room with floor-to-ceiling windows that offered a view of the Bund. However, The price is a bit expensive. 998. This price is already very expensive for Su Tang. They are an ordinary family, and they usually spend 100 to 200 yuan a night in a hotel. Mu Chun, I really like this room. But isn't 998 too expensive? Su Tang brought her phone closer. Mu Chun glanced at it and realized that the room was indeed nice, with a large floor-to-ceiling window that provided excellent natural light, offering a great view of Shanghai's nightscape at night. It's not like we're staying in such expensive rooms every day. If we like staying there, we can stay there. We shouldn't leave ourselves with any regrets. Mu Chun opened his phone, found the same room, and placed an order without any hesitation. He doesn't care about money at all right now. Anyway, if you go to Tsinghua University, Peking University, or Beijing University, you'll be showered with scholarships. Meanwhile, Mu Chun was already thinking about how to start his own business. In his previous life, he was not financially independent until after graduating from university. During his university years, he did part-time jobs and wrote novels, but did not earn much money. I must plan this life carefully. However, Su Tang is indeed very family-oriented, and she does this very well. Oh, you've booked a room? Seeing this, Su Tang was slightly surprised. Yes, don't worry. Your husband will definitely make a lot of money in the future. You'll be as beautiful as a flower, and I'll earn money to support the family, and I can also do flower arranging on the side. You stinky mukin, you're making that inappropriate joke again. 11:30 a.m. The two walked out of the subway station and arrived at Lujiazui, a place they had been longing to visit. This is the most prosperous and busiest place in Shanghai. Shanghai has a very fast pace of life. The pressure is also immense. Tang Tang, are you hungry? I know a restaurant nearby. No, no, no. Su Tang quickly shook her head, interrupting him, and said angrily, You stinky mukin, I just finished breakfast. Do you really think I'm a pig? Looking at Su Tang's pouty face, Mu Chun smiled. No way, the hotel check-in time is 2 p.m. Let's wander around the neighborhood first. Okay. The two people held hands and pulled their suitcases as they entered a nearby shopping mall. Soon, Su Tang was drawn to a shop called Mini Meow Cafe. This is a cat cafe, and you can see many cute kittens inside through the glass. British short hair, Russian blue, ragdoll, Garfield. There are so many varieties. Su Tang's eyes widened at the sight. She gazed at Mu Chun with pleading eyes, her little hands involuntarily tugging at the hem of his clothes. Mu Chun, you must be tired from walking. Why don't we go inside and get something to drink and pet some cute kittens? I'm not tired. Oh dear, please. As Su Tang spoke, she stomped her feet in frustration, which was absolutely adorable. Mu Chun also knew that Su Tang had loved small animals like cats and dogs since she was a child, but it was inconvenient for her to keep them now that she lived upstairs. Otherwise, Su Tang would have kept them long ago. Seeing her coquettish manner, Mu Chun nodded. All right, let's go in and rest for a while. Hee Mu Chun, you're so nice. Su Tang quickly skipped and hopped towards the cat cafe. Tang Tang, slow down. Chapter 73, Arrival at the Scene. Su Tang sat on a stool at the entrance of the cat cafe. Nowadays, shoe covers are required in places like cat cafes. She stretched out her feet and said, Mu Chun, can you put shoe covers on me? You're so lazy. Mu Chun took out 2 disposable shoe covers from the shoe cover box next to him and helped Su Tang put them on. Seeing how well-behaved Mu Chun was, Su Tang felt a warmth in her heart. She smiled blankly and said, Since you put it on me, I'll put it on you too. Su Tang stood up and pulled Mu Chun to sit on the stool. Come on, lift your foot. Yes, the other one. My son is so good. Tang Tang, you're so naughty. Su Tang stuck her tongue out at him and quickly ran into the store. Meanwhile, the young lady at the bar had been observing the two of them the whole time. They're showing off their love in public, and the two of them are so good-looking. How can a single person like her survive? However, upon seeing the two people enter, she quickly greeted them with a smile. Hello, welcome to Mini Meow Cafe. What would you two like to drink? Mu Chun, order something for me. I'm fine with anything. I'm going to pet the cat now. As she spoke, Su Tang picked up a cat toy from the ground and started playing with the kitten. 2 Americanos, please. Okay. After paying, Mu Chun walked directly towards Su Tang. At this moment, Su Tang was having a great time playing with the kitten. She held a yellow ragdoll cat in her arms and gently stroked its head. Mu Chun, when we live together, let's raise 2 cute little kittens, okay? I can also raise a tigress. Time flies. That afternoon, the two returned to the hotel together. Since they had slept in the same bed for the past 2 days, Su Tang felt relatively at ease with Mu Chun. Although Mu Chun is a pervert, he didn't do anything too outrageous. For Mu Chun, Su Tang is still too young. The two had just started dating, so he wasn't in a rush. I'll do it sooner or later anyway. That night, they took photos on the Bund, ate barbecue, and strolled through the streets of Shanghai, experiencing the vibrant nightlife of the big city. At night, back at the hotel, Mu Chun kissed, hugged, and lifted her high in the air before holding her as they slept. The two of them were very sweet together. The following day, at 2 p.m., Mu Chun and Su Tang have arrived at the foot of the Oriental Pearl TV Tower, preparing to head to the filming location of the food show Food Rampage. Su Tang looked up at the Oriental Pearl TV Tower, feeling an indescribable joy in her heart. I can usually only see it on my phone or computer, but now I can log in myself, which is really exciting. Tang, stop looking, let's go upstairs. Seeing Su Tang's keen curiosity, Mu Chun couldn't help but pinch her cheek. Oh. Su Tang quickly followed Mu Chun's steps, and the two entered the tower hand in hand. Mu Chun had already contacted the organizers of the food extravaganza competition in advance. He and Su Tang entered the elevator and went straight to the 33rd floor. The elevator doors slowly opened, revealing a magnificent and opulent interior. Crystal chandeliers, marble walls, various sculptures everywhere exudes luxury. After all, the show Food Rampage is incredibly popular in this world. Ordinary people can't participate even if they want to. Su Tang observed her surroundings with great curiosity, filled with wonder at everything around her. Mu Chun, will we be on TV tomorrow for the competition? Don't forget to let Mom and Dad watch. Okay, remember to tell them tonight. Not long after Mu Chun and Su Tang left the elevator, a young man in a black suit, who looked refined and cultured, walked over. Hello, are you participants in tomorrow's competition? Seeing that both Mu Chun and Su Tang were pulling suitcases, he guessed what was going on. Yes, that's right. Mu Chun nodded and took out the competition ticket that the system had given him earlier. The young man glanced at the ticket, nodded, and quickly said respectfully, Mr. Mu Chun, please follow me. The young man was a little stunned when he saw the two little ones. These two kids looked to be only 17 or 18 years old, and they're here to participate in the food adventure competition? To be honest, he had never seen such a young player before. Of course, although he was curious, he didn't ask any further questions. Just do your job well. Once inside the food extravaganza, there's an exceptionally long corridor. The young man led two people to a door and said, please wait in the conference room for a moment. The person in charge will come over at 3 o'clock to give you a detailed introduction to the competition. There are paper cups in the water dispenser. I'll head over there now. Okay, thank you, you've worked hard. Mu Chun nodded respectfully. Meanwhile, the young man also temporarily left the area. Without hesitation, Mu Chun pushed open the conference room door and walked in with Su Tang. There was no one in the conference room at that time. Inside was a huge conference table with several potted plants placed in the center. The room was large, with about a dozen chairs inside. The central air conditioning was already on. Mu Chun took the suitcase from Su Tang and placed it against the wall. Then let's wait here for a while. Su Tang nodded obediently. At this moment, Su Tang was actually very excited. If it weren't for Mu Chun, she wouldn't have had the chance to come here. This is a great opportunity to broaden your horizons. The two sat on the chairs and scrolled through Douyin for a while. Soon after, the door opened and two obese middle-aged men entered. They were dressed in white chef's uniforms, and you could tell at first glance that they were experienced chefs. The two chefs looked exactly alike and appeared to be twin brothers. When they saw Mu Chun and Su Tang, they looked at each other with a hint of curiosity. They sat down opposite Mu Chun at this moment. One of the chefs said with a smile, Are children participating in the competition now too? Yes, that's right. Mu Chun smiled clearly. The chef was somewhat surprised, and even looked down on him and Su Tang. But that's normal. In fact, every chef has a mysterious confidence in their culinary skills. Take the two chefs in front of us. For example, they are now in their 40s and have been in the industry for over 20 years. Their culinary skills are their secure livelihood. They were experienced and shrewd, and he really didn't take Mu Chun and Su Tang seriously. Especially with Su Tang's thin arms and legs, she probably couldn't even lift a pot. About 10 minutes later, another couple walked into the conference room. The couple looked to be around 30 years old, dressed simply, and resembled typical farmers. At exactly 3 o'clock, the door was suddenly opened and a man in a suit walked in. He was in excellent spirits, looked to be around 30 years old, wore black-rimmed glasses, and had a very cultured air about him. Upon seeing the 6 people, he smiled and said, "Since you're all here, let me explain the rules of tomorrow's competition." Chapter 74 Rules. The man in the suit stood opposite the conference table, simultaneously turning on his computer and projecting a PowerPoint presentation. Then he turned to look at the 6 people, a faint smile on his face. "First, let me introduce myself. My name is Huang Yochuan, and I am the person in charge of this episode of the Food Adventure Program." Upon hearing the name of the man in the suit, Mu-chan frowned. "Huang Yochuan, there's something odd about that name." Not only that, even Su Tang and the other 4 contestants looked puzzled when they heard this name. That name is brilliant. Of course, the 6 of them didn't say much more. Every name is the best gift parents can give their child and should be respected. Then, Huang Yochuan continued. "First of all, on behalf of the Food Adventure Program, I would like to welcome the 6 contestants. As you can see, this competition is different from the past. In the past, there were 5 groups of contestants, but this time there are only 3 groups. In other words, the official goal this time is to use a large amount of funds for more precise and comprehensive publicity. Now, let's take a look at the introduction of our food extravaganza." As he spoke, Huang Yochuan opened a video and began playing the founding date of the Food Adventure Company, its company profile, and some successful cases of contestants opening their own stores after winning awards. Countless food lovers have changed their lives by participating in the food adventure, opening their own shops, and becoming rich overnight. Mu-chan didn't feel anything after watching the video, but the 2 chefs and the couple were very excited. "I can't wait to win the award right now, then go home, open a shop, get my food exposed, and become an instant sensation." After watching the video, Huang Yochuan smiled slightly. He continued, "All right, now I'll explain the detailed competition rules to everyone." In the past, the contestants were asked to make their best dishes, and then the judges would score and rank them based on their tasting. But this time is different. This competition is divided into 2 rounds. The first round is to cook your best dish, and there are no restrictions on the dishes. The second round is a random draw. You have to make whatever dish you draw, and the judges will taste it and score you. Upon hearing this, apart from Mu-chan, the other 4 contestants all looked grim. Each chef has their own area of expertise, so randomly selecting chefs does present a certain challenge for them. "Mu-chan, what should we do? We still need to draw vegetables." Su Tang pouted, feeling a little disappointed. She also hoped that Mu-chan could win an award this time. If it was just about making grilled fish, she had full confidence in Mu-chan. After all, she had never tasted grilled fish better than Mu-chan's. It's different if you can randomly select dishes. Although Mu-chan's cooking is delicious, what if he draws a very difficult one? Wouldn't he fall behind? Fine. Mu-chan turned to look at Su Tang's face. "We don't even know what dish we'll draw yet, so we have to think positively, okay?" "Oh." Su Tang nodded her little head and didn't say anything more. At the same time, Huang Yochuan continued. "Well, that's how the competition rules are. We'll explain the specifics when you go on stage tomorrow. You can tell me what dishes you want to make and what ingredients you need, and someone will prepare them for you. You'll also have special competition outfits for tomorrow's competition, and someone will deliver them to you tonight. By the way, because of the program, there will be some interaction after we go on stage tomorrow. Everyone can improvise." Huang Yochuan then explained the precautions for tomorrow in detail to them, had everyone add him on WeChat, and then led the 6 people to their accommodation area. The accommodations prepared for them by the food tour were quite nice, with each person having a single room. Mu-chan and Su Tang were in rooms 1 and 2, facing each other and very close. As for the other 4 contestants, they lived next door to Mu-chan. Huang Yochuan gave the room keys to 6 people. "Now you can go into your rooms and rest for a while. Someone will bring you dinner and clothes for tomorrow's performance at 8 p.m. The show will start filming at 11 a.m. tomorrow and will be broadcast live online. Someone will deliver breakfast to you at 8 a.m. tomorrow. Be on site at 10:30 a.m. Make sure you are in good condition and don't be nervous." After giving a brief instruction, Huang Yochuan left at the same time. Mu-chan patted Su Tang's head. "Go into the room first, put your suitcase down, unpack a bit, and I'll come find you later." Su Tang nodded obediently and then went into her room. At the same time, Mu-chan swiped his card and pushed open the door to enter. This room is quite large, probably around 20 or 30 square meters. It's like a high-end hotel. It has everything you'd expect. Mu-chan first placed his suitcase by the bed, then took out his phone and sent the ingredients he needed for tomorrow to Huang Yochuan. Soon, Huang Yochuan replied to Mu-chan with a received message. Mu-chan lay on the bed, absorbing the wealth of culinary knowledge in his mind. A short while later, there was a knock on his door. Mu-chun didn't think much of it, and went to open the door at this time. The only person who could knock on his door besides Su Tang should be him. As soon as the door opened, Su Tang suddenly jumped out from the side, accompanied by a woof. Seeing Su Tang's mischievous look, Mu-chun chuckled. This girl, trying to scare him, she's so naive. What's wrong? You've turned into a dog in a little while. Su Tang pouted, rolled her eyes at Mu-chun, and went straight into his room, lying down on his bed. Seeing Su Tang's sullen expression, Mu-chun went over and lay down next to her. All right, Tang Tang. Don't be angry. Why did you rush to find me? What's wrong? Su Tang turned to look at him. Nothing. I'm just so bored. By the way, Mu-chun, have you decided what to do tomorrow? Grilled fish. Mu-chun's answer was quite lighthearted. He thought for a moment and continued. But tomorrow the host will probably ask us what brand the grilled fish is, and whether the brand will still be called Tang Tang grilled fish in the future. Su Tang's eyes darted around in their sockets. Then she flashed a playful smile. How about we call it Mutangiu? Mutangiu. Su Tang nodded. Yeah, your name is Mu-chun, and my name is Su Tang. I think it's quite meaningful to use your surname and my given name to make up a brand. After Su Tang said that, Mu-chun felt that the name Mu-tang fish was not bad. Okay. Well, I really hope this brand will actually be created. Su Tang sat up, grabbed Mu-chun's hand, shook it, and said coquettishly, well, Mu-chun, it's so boring here. Take me out to play. I want to drink milk tea. Girl, you can't stay still for a moment. Mu-chun playfully pinched her nose, then got up and left the room together. Chapter 75. Little Chef. The two didn't return until 7:30 p.m. Su Tang held a string of candied hawthorns in her hand, her lips curving upwards like crescent moons. She was extremely happy. This girl is indeed like a little kid, incredibly childish. Perhaps it's because of being in a relationship. After all, what girl isn't a little princess at heart, especially when she's in a relationship and needs to be pampered? Upon arriving at the door, Mu-chun gently rubbed Su Tang's little head. That's all for today. Someone will deliver your clothes and food at 8 o'clock. Don't forget to open the door. Then if you need anything, just come and find me. Okay. Su Tang nodded obediently, then waved at him. See you tomorrow. See you tomorrow. Go to sleep early, little one. Okay. After Su Tang closed the door, Mu-chun went into the room and watched a short film for a while. Soon after, there was a knock on his door. Knock, knock, knock. Mu-chun quickly got up and opened the door. The person knocking on the door was a young woman wearing a mask. She was very pretty, with big eyes, wearing a bodycon skirt and black stockings, and had a great figure. The young lady's eyes lit up when she saw Mu-chun open the door. My goodness, are all the contestants so young and handsome these days? She had to admit, Mu-chun was the most handsome guy she had ever seen. For a moment, the young woman was stunned. Hello. Mu-chun was taken aback when he saw the young lady staring at him. I'm not nearly as good looking as the readers, but I never expected this young lady to be so engrossed in reading. This is your competition outfit and dinner for tomorrow. Take it. The young woman quickly realized what she meant, and her face turned red as she spoke. Okay, thank you. After thanking her, Mu-chun took the lunchbox and a bag from the young lady. At the same time, he closed the door. After returning to his room, Mu-chun first placed the lunchbox on the table and then curiously examined the bag. The clothes inside were very simple, just a red apron and a white chef's hat. Of course, this is also the uniform for the food show Food Rampage. He tossed his apron and hat aside and began to eat. The meal was quite simple. 2 meat dishes, 1 vegetable dish, a small portion of rice, and a small bowl of soup, basically a fast food meal. After finishing his meal, Mu-chun lay down on the bed. The match will start at 11 a.m. tomorrow and will be streamed live online. Thinking of this, Mu-chun realized that he hadn't informed his parents yet. His parents should be watching TV at this time. Mu-chun took out his phone and made a video call to his mother. After ringing twice, Zhou Ping answered the video call. At this moment, Zhou Ping was sitting on the sofa watching TV. After the video call was connected, Mu Yang's head also popped over. Dad, Mom. Mu-chun spoke first. How were things? Did you have fun these past few days? Why isn't Tang Tang with you? Upon hearing this, Mu-chun was speechless. Goodness, he always mentions Tang Tang. When he talks, he must really love his daughter-in-law, Su Tang. Mom, I've arrived at the food competition venue. The competition starts tomorrow at noon. Tang Tang is in her room right now. Oh, you've already arrived at the scene? Zhou Ping was taken aback upon hearing Mu-chun's words. Although she knew that Mu Chun was going to participate in the food extravaganza, she didn't know the exact time of the competition. Mu Chun smiled and nodded. The live stream will start at 11 a.m. tomorrow. You can watch it on your mobile phone on the Foodie Adventure website or on Shanghai TV. Okay. Your dad and I won't go to work tomorrow. We'll just watch your game with Tang Tang. Okay. At this moment, Mu Chin's father in the video said, I'll call my in-laws right now. We'll have a drink together tomorrow at noon and then watch the two kids' competition together. As he spoke, Mu Chin's father left the camera's view, took out his phone, and called Su Jinfeng. Hey, Lao Su, our kid has a competition tomorrow, yeah right? His father quickly started chatting with Su Jinfeng. Mu Chun chatted with his mother for more than half an hour, sharing his experiences from the past few days of travel before hanging up the phone. At the same time, Mu Chun opened QQ and made a video call to Su Tang. The girl was probably playing on her phone. She answered the call in just 2 seconds. At this moment, Su Tang had a black face mask on. Seeing Mu Chin's handsome face, Su Tang pouted. Oomph, you stinky mukin. We're so close. Why do we still need to video call? I don't want to move. Mu Chin stretched and looked at Su Tang in the video. So, did you tell your parents about tomorrow's competition? Yeah, I just finished calling my mom. It seems like both of our dads are planning to have a drink before watching our game. Upon hearing this, Mu Chun was overjoyed. This girl has already started calling us dad. That's really great. Yes, I just heard about it too. Mu Chun continued. All right, since that's the case, I won't bother you anymore. I'm going to take a shower and go to bed. You should go to bed early too. Huh? Are you going to take a shower and go to bed already? Seeing Su Tang's dazed expression, he said, well, how about it? Want to come along? I'll treat you to a shower. No. Su Tang shook her head heavily. She didn't want to take a bath with that stinky mukin. Although I'm a little envious of his abs, I'm not ready for it yet. If that stinky mukin can't hold back, then things will be terrible. Seeing Su Tang's expression, Mu Chun said, all right, I'm not joking with you anymore. Go to sleep early, my little darling. Good night, my precious Mu Chun. Mu Chun hung up the phone, took a shower, and fell asleep. The next morning, 8 o'clock in the morning. Yesterday, the young lady brought breakfast to Mu Chun. After eating breakfast, he put on a chef's hat, an apron. To be honest, he actually looked quite handsome in those clothes. At the same time, there was a knock on his door. After opening the door, Su Tang peeked her head in with a smile. She also put on a small apron and a hat, and underneath she wore a white t-shirt and blue wide-leg pants. Wearing clothes like this really accentuates your figure. Moreover, Su Tang was wearing makeup today and had her hair in a high ponytail, making her look incredibly pure and innocent. It's exactly like the feeling of first love. She even put on an apron and a chef's hat, looking just like a little cook. Mu Chun, do you think this looks good on me? As Su Tang spoke, her little head bobbed, looking incredibly cute. It looks good. Mu Chun nodded emphatically. At the same time, he gave her a thumbs up. Hey. Su Tang smiled and continued. But the competition starts soon, and I'm a little nervous. You can cook, and I'll help you. Yes, I believe in Tang Tang's abilities. Mu Chun invited Su Tang into the room, and the two of them watched some past episodes of the food show. Soon, it was 10:30. Just then, there was a knock on the door. When the door was opened, it was Huang Youchuan. He said, are you ready? We can go to the site to prepare now. Mu Chun nodded and turned his head. Tang, let's go. Chapter 76, did you guys wander onto the wrong set? Here I am. Su Tang came running over excitedly, and Huang Youchuan was quite envious of the two little ones being so affectionate. At the same time, he also had some doubts about the two people's cooking skills. This is the first time since the inception of Food Adventures that such a young contestant has participated in the competition. The main point is that most chefs nowadays need to gradually accumulate experience before they can improve their skills. Which of the head chefs in those big hotels doesn't have 20 or 30 years of work experience? Of course, Huang Youchuan didn't voice his thoughts. There's a saying that goes, a kind word warms the heart for 3 winter months, while a harsh word chills the heart for 6 summer months. Talking about this could very well hurt the feelings of the two little ones. These two little guys are very brave to have the courage to participate in this competition. Huang Youchuan then called over 2 other groups of contestants and led them backstage. It's very dark inside, and there are many staff members adjusting the equipment. Huang Youchuan pointed to a few chairs. You can sit down and rest first when the host invites today's contestants to come on stage. Just go on stage in the order I told you before. All 6 people nodded at the same time. The 2 twin chefs looked very natural. They were the oldest and most experienced chefs in the group, based on age. To them, Mu Chun and Su Tang were just newbies venturing into the martial arts world. How much of a threat can these newbies pose? The couple didn't seem particularly nervous. Only Su Tang kept her eyes fixed on the stage. This was her first time on television, and she was both excited and nervous. Seeing Su Tang's anxious expression, Mu Chun gently ruffled her hair. "It's okay. Don't be nervous. Everything was fine at the comic convention last time, wasn't it? This is different. This will be seen by audiences all over the country." Su Tang pouted, and Mu Chun smiled slightly, gently patting her back to soothe her emotions. At 11 a.m. sharp, on stage, the two hosts have taken to the stage. The male host is wearing a black suit, and the female host is wearing a red dress. Both of them are exceptionally good-looking. Meanwhile, opposite the two hosts were 5 judges. They are all big names in the food industry and are also special guests on Food Rampage. All 5 judges have extensive experience in food tasting, and of course, they have obtained the corresponding certificates to do this job. Meanwhile, more than 300 audience members came to watch the event. As the colorful spotlights fell, the crane in the air slowly focused the camera on the two hosts. At the same time, the live stream began. Welcome everyone to Food Rampage, a program sponsored by Reader YYDS. I am the host, Lu Yang. I am the host, Lu Wei. At the same time, we also have our 5 judges and audience members here. Welcome everyone. The show officially began only after the opening remarks were given. This show focuses on food with entertainment as a secondary element. At the beginning of the show, some funny and attention-grabbing remarks are inserted. Lu Yang put the microphone to his mouth. Wei, I heard that a handsome young man and a beautiful young woman came to the competition this time, and their cooking skills are pretty good. Did you know? Lu Wei, oh, I didn't know. Now, let's give a warm round of applause to welcome our 3 groups of contestants into the arena. Splash, splash, splash. Thunderous applause erupted from the audience. Meanwhile, backstage, upon hearing the sound, Mu Chun quickly took Su Tang's hand and stood up. They are numbers 5 and 6, so they have to stand at the back of the line. The twin brothers were the first to stand up and walk towards the stage. Meanwhile, couples number 3 and 4 followed closely behind. And finally, it was Mu Chun and Su Tang's turn to take the stage. After leaving behind the scenes, the dazzling light made Mu Chun feel a little dazed. At the same time, the camera was almost shoved right in their faces. Mu Chun held Su Tang's hand and waved to the camera as Huang Youchuan had instructed. This stage is like the stage for some variety shows, but there weren't that many people there. After all, this isn't a concert or an idol variety show. The food extravaganza relies entirely on live streaming to generate viewership. The show Food Rampage has indeed received good reviews. At this moment, there were more than 10 million people watching the live stream. Su Tang held Mu Chun's hand tightly, her palms sweating with nervousness. This girl is a little too nervous. After standing in the center of the stage, the 2 hosts, and even the 5 judges, were all attracted to Mu Chun and Su Tang. Because they are so good-looking, he is taller than both hosts. Even the host wondered if they had announced the wrong program. Judging by their looks, they could definitely become a huge star if they appeared on some variety shows. Although the host was puzzled, he did not show it. We should proceed according to the program's established procedures. First, Lu Yang walked up to numbers 1 and 2, which were the 2 twin brothers. Please introduce yourself. Upon hearing this, the twins spoke up. Hello everyone, my name is Li Daniu. Hello everyone, my name is Li Erniu. We come from Tianzhou City in Jiangnan Province. My brother and I work as chefs in a 5-star hotel in Tianzhou City. We also have a nickname, Kung Fu Chefs. Wow, a Kung Fu chef. Upon hearing this, Lu Yang chuckled and said, Are you perhaps practicing Tai Chi while cooking? Yes, that's one way to understand it. Li Daniu nodded. Then my brother and I will show you a couple of skills. All right, let's give them a round of applause. Whoosh whoosh. Since it's a variety show, including these kinds of segments can indeed attract a lot of attention. Everyone stepped off the stage, and at the same time, the 2 brothers began to show off their skills to everyone. Li Daniu chopped bricks with his bare hands, breaking 5 bricks in one go. Then, he started stabbing the wooden board with his fingers. Every move they make elicits gasps of amazement. After the operation was completed, Lu Yang applauded. Your skills are truly impressive, and I'm really looking forward to seeing how you cook. After a round of boasting, it was finally the second group's turn to introduce themselves. Hello everyone, my name is Li Erxiong. Hello everyone, my name is Wang Zuohua. We come from Lanshouse City, Ganzhou Province, and currently run a small restaurant. However, our regular customers all say that our food is delicious, so we signed up for the food tour program. As Wang Cuihua spoke, she bowed to the audience. Next, it was finally Mu Chun and Su Tang's turn. Liu Yang's eyes lit up. These two little guys were incredibly good-looking. He was almost eager to get to know the two of them. Liu Yang chuckled and said, "You two, please introduce yourselves as well." Mu Chun nodded confidently. "Hello everyone, my name is Mu Chun, I am 18 years old, and I come from Jingqing City, Jiangbei Province." At the same time, Su Tang picked up the microphone. "Hello everyone, my name is Su Tang, I am 18 years old, and I also come from Jingqing City, Jiangbei Province." Upon hearing this, both the audience and the judges were somewhat shocked. These two kids are way too young. At the same time, one of the judges raised a question, picking up the microphone. "Kids, did you wander onto the wrong movie set, or do your parents own a restaurant?" Chapter 77. The competition begins. The judge who raised the question was named Wang Baohua, who had a well-known nickname, Poison Tongue. When you mention Wang Baohua, the word sharp-tongued immediately comes to mind. This term originates from Wang Baohua's sharp tongue and straightforward manner, even during the filming of a TV program. They will not show any leniency to the contestants, and will be extremely strict with them and fair in the competition. Good is good, and bad is bad. Secondly, he has unique insights into food. He can point out the shortcomings of every dish that passes through his palate. Meanwhile, Wang Baohua is the most authoritative and has the most fans among the judges on the food show Food Extraordinary. Any dish praised by Wang Baohua will almost always become a hit. Of course, Wang Baohua usually doesn't praise any dishes. For him, there is no such thing as the most perfect chef in the world. Mu Chun smiled slightly in response to Wang Baohua's questioning. He put the microphone to his mouth. "First of all, I didn't come to the wrong set. I'm here to participate in the Food Madness show. Secondly, my parents are not chefs. I am just a food enthusiast. But I believe that the dishes I make will definitely surprise you." Seeing Mu Chun's determined look, Wang Baohua smiled slightly. He clapped his hands lightly a few times. "Okay, then I'll look forward to it, please. The three groups of contestants. Introduce the dishes you're going to make." As soon as he finished speaking, Li Daniu and Li Erniu stepped forward. Li Daniu put the microphone to his mouth. "The food my brother and I make is very simple, just crayfish, which is what everyone often eats this season." Upon hearing about crayfish, everyone present's eyes lit up. In summer, the feeling of eating lobster and drinking beer outside is simply wonderful. There are many ways to cook crayfish, and the taste varies greatly depending on the region. The main reason is that many people love to eat lobster now, especially in the summer. Lobster is a dish that is relatively easy for people to accept. Upon hearing this, Liu Yang chuckled and said, "Lobster, are you planning to open a barbecue restaurant?" "Right." Li Daniu nodded emphatically. "There are a lot of people eating barbecue in the summer now, and if it tastes really good, it can definitely become very popular. Making tens of thousands of dollars in one night is not a problem." He continued. "At the same time, today I'm bringing you 3 flavors of lobster: braised lobster, garlic lobster, and steamed lobster. In short, everyone who has tried the lobster made by my brother and me says it's delicious." Liu Yang. "Okay, then we'll look forward to the crayfish you're making." After a round of applause, the female host Lu Wei walked up to Li Erxiong and Wang Cuihua. "Please give a brief introduction to the dishes you are going to make." Wang Cuihua stepped forward. "Today, my husband and I are making Hushi lamb, a specialty dish from our hometown. We hope you will enjoy it." The lamb from Hushi is really good." Liu Yang walked up to Mu Chun and Su Tang, a faint smile on his face. "And what about you two?" Mu Chun looked at Su Tang, signaling for her to speak. Su Tang immediately understood Mu Chun's meaning, raised the microphone, and mustered her courage to say, "My boyfriend and I are bringing you my favorite grilled fish. Our tentative brand name is Mutong Fish. We sold some after the college entrance exam, and I think it's especially delicious." After saying that, Su Tang turned her little head and asked innocently, "Mu Chun, am I right?" Su Tang's mouth didn't leave the microphone when she said this, and many people in the audience were amused by her words. This girl is not only beautiful, but also so cute. So adorable and innocent. She looks like a recent high school graduate, incredibly naive. "Yes, you're right." Mu Chun couldn't help but laugh. "Mutanjuth's name was chosen using both of your names, right?" Liu Yang was amused by the adorable little girl hearing the host's words. Su Tang nodded with her big eyes wide open. "Yes, It's a brand made up of both of our names, which I think is quite meaningful. At the same time, upon hearing Su Tang's words, Li Daniu and Li Erniu both smiled disdainfully. He's already come up with a name before even winning an award. Only a little kid would do something like that. After the three groups of contestants finished introducing their dishes, Lu Yang said, "Okay, let me explain the rules of this competition. The first competition will last for 1 hour, which means you all have 1 hour to cook. After 1 hour, the judges will taste and score your dishes. In the next match, dishes will be randomly selected, and then dishes will be prepared based on the selected dishes. All right, all three groups of challengers, you can now go to your designated areas and begin today's competition." As the host finished speaking, a 1-hour countdown appeared on the large screen behind him. Meanwhile, staff members also moved cooking equipment such as stoves to the stage. Under the stove were the ingredients they had requested in advance. Without hesitation, Mu Chun and Su Tang headed to their area. At the same time, the cameras on the crane began filming, capturing close-ups of the three groups of challengers. The host will also provide commentary based on the contestants' progress in cooking. Li Daniu and Li Erniu were very satisfied with their cooking skills. The crayfish they had ordered had already been cleaned. Both of them were experienced chefs, and their teamwork was seamless, making progress extremely fast. Li Erxiong and Wang Zuohua were the same. The couple had a perfect understanding. Similarly, Su Tang knew what she should do. She couldn't possibly hold Mu Chun back. Mu Chun took the Qingjiang fish from the shelf below, and Su Tang naturally took it. "I'll help you cut and kill." Seeing Su Tang's skillful movements, Mu Chun nodded. The two of them had been busy in the kitchen, and Su Tang had learned a lot. Her knife skills are now exceptionally refined. Su Tang used the tip of her knife to cut open the fish's belly, removed the fish's internal organs, and then made decorative cuts on it. The entire movement can be described as flowing smoothly like water. Meanwhile, Mu Chun began preparing the ingredients. He has now acquired advanced culinary skills and has strict requirements regarding the amount of ingredients used. Adding just a few grams more of some ingredients can make a difference in taste. Most people might not be able to tell the difference, but these 5 food judges might actually be able to. The ingredients directly affect the flavor of the entire dish. All 3 groups of contestants were busy, while at Mu Chen's home. Mu Yong, Zhou Ping, Su Jinfeng, and Sun Na were sitting at the dining table watching the live stream of Food Rampage. Look, Su Tang doesn't usually cook at home, but now her knife skills are so good. It's all thanks to Mu Chun, Su Jinfeng said with great excitement. As expected, it was the right decision to let Su Tang and Mu Chun be together. This girl is usually incredibly lazy, but she's only been dating Mu Chun for a short time, and she's already learned to cook. Su Jinfeng grew increasingly pleased with himself, raising his glass. "Old Mu, come on, let's have another drink." Chapter 78 Rating 12 o'clock. Mu Chun skillfully placed the fish into the oven. 212 degrees Celsius, 23 minutes of cooking time. This is the new knowledge he gained after acquiring advanced culinary skills. Meanwhile, seeing that Mu Chun had put the fish in so early, Su Tang scratched her little head. "Mu Chun, I feel like the fish isn't marinated enough, yet isn't it a bit too early to put it in now?" When Mu Chun usually cooks, he marinates the fish for 30 minutes before starting. Mu Chun shook his head. "Don't worry, just trust me, Tang Tang. You can start making the soup now." Without giving it much thought, Su Tang quickly continued with the next action. Spending a lot of time with Mu Chun has significantly improved her cooking skills. Su Tang has even started fantasizing about the future after they get married. How she will cook a table full of dishes for Mu Chun after he gets off work, and how they will live a simple, everyday life together. Following Mu Chun's instructions, Su Tang put some ingredients into the pot. Mu Chun strictly controlled the amount of these ingredients, and as long as the heat was right, the desired effect could be achieved. Yes, make the fire bigger. Mu Chun was watching the heat carefully. Su Tang still didn't know how well she had mastered the heat. Of course, if you tell her once, this girl will remember. Is this okay? Mu Chun nodded and continued. When you get back, you'll be able to cook a meal for your parents. They'll be very happy to taste your cooking. Hey. Su Tang nodded obediently. Meanwhile, Li Daniu and Li Erniu were also diligently cooking. The two of them divided the lobster into 3 portions and then put them in the pot. In no time, the lobster was fried until it turned red. It looks very appetizing. The air was filled with a pleasant fragrance. As time went by, the oven soon made a dinging sound. Mu Chun checked the time. Just 5 more minutes, Tang Tang. Get the sesame seeds and cilantro ready. Yes, I'm ready. Su Tang held a small spoon in her hand and rubbed her tummy to be honest. She was getting a little hungry from cooking. After the competition, I must make sure Mu Chun treats her to something delicious. 5 minutes later, Mu Chun put on heat-resistant gloves, opened the oven, took out the grilled fish, and placed it on the table. Be careful, it's hot, Candy. The entire baking pan was extremely hot. Su Tang nodded and said, now I can pour the soup on it, right? Okay, that's fine. Mu Chun nodded. Without hesitation, Su Tang scooped up a spoonful of broth and poured it over the fish. Suddenly, accompanied by a sizzling sound, a fragrant aroma filled the air. Su Tang sprinkled some sesame seeds and cilantro on the fish, and the dish was finally complete. Meanwhile, the 5 judges in the audience were quite surprised to see that the 2 little ones had made such a dish. I must say, these 2 little guys are really quite skilled at cooking. Especially Mu Chun. His cooking gave the 5 judges a very strange feeling. Although he looks young, the way he cooks gives him the air of a master chef. Could this be talent? That's not the main point. The main point is the fish they made looked incredibly appetizing. They are particularly precise in their control of ingredients and cooking time. The audience may not understand it, but they do. At this moment, all 5 judges were looking forward to the fish that Mu Chun and Su Tang would make. At the same time, the food prepared by Li Daniu, Erniu, and Xiong Erquiho was also served. Just as mentioned beforehand, the Erniu brothers made 3 different flavors of crayfish. Xiong Erzuehua made Hunan lamb. However, they also made 2 different flavors. The one from number 1 middle school is fried, and the one from number 1 middle school is boiled. Both kinds taste best when dipped in sauce. As the countdown on the big screen ended, Lu Yang and Lu Wei walked to the center of the stage from the left and right sides respectively. All right, please have our 3 groups of contestants return to their previous positions. Tang Tang, let's go back. The 2 returned to the center of the stage, where their dishes were divided into 5 portions by professional staff and delivered to the 5 judges for tasting and scoring. After working for an hour, Mu Chun was covered in sweat, as were everyone else. Cooking is inherently a physically demanding task. All right, the first round of the competition is over now. Please let the 5 judges taste the crayfish brought by contestants Li Daniu and Li Erniu. As the host finished speaking, 5 young ladies dressed in red cheongsams handed over peeled crayfish. The 5 judges began to taste the food. They each tasted 3 different flavored crayfish, and then whispered among themselves. Meanwhile, Li Daniu and Li Erniu stared intently at the 5 judges. They were also extremely nervous at that moment. Although they were very confident in their culinary skills, the 5 judges were, after all, professional food experts. What others find delicious, they might not find delicious to them. After the tasting, a female judge named Biyun said, I think it's very good. I've been to Xinjiang and Hubei. Before their crayfish are famous throughout the country, I feel that yours tastes even better than theirs. Upon hearing the praise, Li Daniu and Li Erniu nodded excitedly, put their hands together, and bowed in gratitude. Thank you, teacher. Thank you, teacher. At the same time, Wang Bao was said, I think the taste is just so-so. Upon hearing this, Li Daniu and Li Erniu felt as if they had been struck by lightning. The 2 men's faces instantly turned ugly. As the most authoritative judge, he wields veto power. After all, the audience's eyes are discerning. Most viewers believed in Wang Bao. Seeing the expressions on their faces, Wang Bao was said, I can tell you 2 have a lot of experience, but this lobster doesn't quite meet my expectations. The heat was too high, and the flavor was a bit bland. The lobster was fried for too long. If the heat was lowered and the seasonings were changed, it would be perfect. Thank you, teacher. There's no way around it. When you're under someone's roof, you have to bow your head. They could only humbly accept the opinions raised by the judges. The other 3 judges did not offer any opinions at this point. The host spoke up. Okay, then please have Mr. Wang Bao score the lobster dishes prepared by Li Daniu and Li Erniu. Ding. As the sound feedback from the scene accompanied them, a score of 46 appeared on the large screen behind them. A score of 46 out of 5 is slightly above average. This result is the average score from the 5 judges. Seeing 46 made Li Daniu and Li Erniu feel a little better. This score is alright, it's not too low. Next, the 5 teachers tasted the next dish, and after a brief discussion, the score was also 46. Alright, now, please have the 5 judges taste the Mu Tang fish, brought by Mu Chun and Su Tang. Chapter 79 Desserts. Sugarfish. Upon hearing this name, The 5 judges were all quite impatient. Now, what they look forward to most is the dishes these 2 children will cook. As the youngest contestants to participate in the food extravaganza, the 5 judges were all quite curious to see how good their cooking skills were. The main reason is that the fish made by Mu Chin-su looks appetizing. As before, 5 young ladies dressed in cheongsams carried small plates and presented the fish made by Mu Chin-su to the 5 judges. At this moment, Su Tang held Mu Chin's hand tightly, her expression somewhat tense. This time, Mu Chun prepared the fish in a very different way than before. He only marinated the whole fish for about 10 minutes, and the baking time in the oven was also reduced. Even Su Tang doubted whether the fish was cooked. The two of them stared intently at the judges at that moment. Su Tang's heart was pounding. She was so nervous she was about to burst. Wang Baoguo picked up a piece of fish and put it in his mouth. After chewing it slightly, his expression froze. Even the chopsticks fell onto the table. Delicious. Absolutely delicious. The aftertaste is so wonderful. Seeing Wang Baoguo's astonished look, Li Daniu, Li Erniu, Li Erxiong, and Wang Zuohua all sensed something was wrong. As loyal viewers of Food Adventure, they had never seen Wang Baoguo make such an expression before. As for the other 4 judges, their expressions were all similar after eating the fish made by Mu Chin-su. The stage was unusually quiet at this moment, as everyone waited for the 5 judges to speak. After a brief discussion, Wang Baoguo picked up the microphone. He took a deep breath when he first came on stage. He had looked down on the 2 little guys. But after tasting the sugarfish, he realized he was wrong. You can't use age to measure a contestant's culinary skills at all, Wang Baoguo said. I think this sugar-coated fish is very well made. Upon hearing Wang Baoguo's words, Su Tang pursed her lips. She tugged hard at Mu Chun to express her excitement. Just as she thought, how could Mu Chin's fish be bad? At the same time, Mu Chun did not show much shock. He had actually anticipated such an assessment. Wang Baoguo continued, I can say that this is the best grilled fish I have ever eaten in all my years of life. For example, the Spicy Story grilled fish brand that I train now has no fewer than 30 branches across the country. I have to admit that the grilled fish you make is even tastier than Spicy Stories. At this moment, Wang Baoguo's gaze towards the 2 children had changed slightly. Upon hearing this, Mu Chun nodded. Yes, thank you, judges. Mu Chun tugged at Su Tang, and Su Tang finally realized what was happening. The 2 of them bowed together. The other judges also shared their opinions, which were mostly praise for Mu Chun and Su Tang. This dish is indeed delicious. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, they would definitely have thought it was made by a master chef. Seeing that the 2 little ones had received praise, Lu Yang and Lu Wei were also very happy for them. Holding the microphone, Lu Yang continued, All right, then please let Wang Baoguo announce Mu Tanjiu's score. Ding. Amidst the feedback from the audience, a final rating of 50 was displayed on the big screen. Many viewers were surprised to see this. In the show Food Rampage, it seems that only one dish received a 50 rating. In other words, this is the second dish to receive a 50 rating on the food tour. A perfect score. Well, this rating is really exceptionally high. Li Daniu, Li Erniu, Li Erxiong, and Wang Zuohua were stunned when they saw the results. To my utter surprise, the grilled fish that the 2 children made was so delicious. Even Li Daniu suspected that the 2 children might be planted by the production team. Of course, he quickly rejected the idea. Food Adventure is known for its fairness, impartiality, and transparency. It's completely impossible for such a large production team to hire shills. Good. Splash, splash, splash. Many people at the scene celebrated for Mu Chun and Su Tang. Meanwhile, Mu Yong, Zhou Ping, Su Jinfeng, and Sun Na, who were sitting in front of the television, were also shocked to see that the 2 children had received such high scores. Oh my god! Su Jinfeng looked at the rating on TV. 50. Has it ever been 50 before? Old Mu, our son is great. This 50 rating should be a perfect score, right? Come on, let's have another drink. On site, Lu Yang stood smiling next to Mu Chun and said, Brother Mu Chun, you received a score of 50. Do you have any acceptance speech? Upon hearing this, Mu Chun put the microphone to his mouth. I was pleasantly surprised and grateful for the recognition from the 5 judges. Mu Chun bowed again. Wang Baoguo smiled slightly. You did a good job. Of course the other 2 groups did well too, but there is still room for improvement. Yes, thank you for your guidance, judges. The other 2 contestants both looked very upset. Although she was unwilling to accept it, she had to admit that Mu Chun and Su Tang had done a good job. That shows their strength. The host said, Alright, let's start the second round of the competition. Now the dishes will be randomly selected for this round. What dish you draw is completely random. Everyone turned to look at the large screen behind them, where many words were scrolling rapidly, along with a 3-second countdown. 321. As the countdown ended, the word steak finally appeared on the screen. Steak. When they saw the word steak, both Lee Daniu and Lee Erniu were stunned. They actually drew steak. The main problem is, they are both Chinese chefs and have absolutely no experience cooking Western food. Just as Lee Daniu and Lee Erniu were wondering, another area on the screen continued to scroll. 3 seconds later, the word salad appeared on the screen. Salad. Wang Tsuehua was stunned when she saw the salad. Is this dish a fruit salad or a vegetable salad? At the same time, the third area began to scroll. Finally, the word dessert appeared on the screen. Dessert. Seeing the desserts above, Mu Chun, like the contestants before him, was completely bewildered. They're all so bizarre. However, compared to the dishes served to the two groups before him, his own dishes seemed to be much better. After seeing the dishes from the three groups of contestants, Liu Yang said, "Alright, the randomly selected dishes have been revealed. Li Daniu's group will have steak, Wang Tsuehua's group will have salad, and Mu Chen's group will have dessert." At this moment, Su Tang couldn't help but poke Mu Chun, pouting, "Mu Chun, can you make desserts?" Mu Chun smiled slightly. "Don't worry, there won't be any problems." Chapter 80. Kneading dough. Actually, Mu Chun already had an idea in mind when he saw the desserts. Hearing Mu Chen's words, Su Tang's eyes lit up. You can make desserts too. Of course, and I guarantee it will be super sweet." Mu Chun smiled slightly, rubbed Su Tang's little head, and continued, "Don't worry, I'll need Tang Tang's help later, so you have to help me diligently." "Yes, I can." Su Tang nodded slightly at this moment. The host Lu Wei said, "Now that the three groups of contestants have drawn their dishes, I will explain the rules of this competition. The 6 contestants have a total of 20 minutes to go to the kitchen backstage to select the ingredients needed for cooking. However, the dishes prepared must comply with the rules of this event. This match will last 1 hour, so I hereby declare the match open." Meanwhile, the 6 of them set off quickly. Huang Youchuan had already told them in advance that the kitchen backstage was right next to the stage, very close by. Just as the 6 people set off at the same time, several staff members followed them with cameras and continued to broadcast live. Mu Chun immediately stepped off the stage, while the large screen in the center of the stage displayed the movements of the 6 people in real time. Su Tang followed closely behind Mu Chun, who looked at the rows of items on the shelves. "Tang Tang, can you help me find some bacon and caviar, and then find some cream?" "Good." Although Su Tang didn't understand anything, she still nodded. She had no doubts whatsoever about Mu Chun. Soon, Su Tang found the bacon, caviar, and cream that Mu Chun wanted. Meanwhile, Mu Chun took a small bag of cornstarch, several cans of want milk, some cocoa powder, and chocolate balls. The ingredients are all very simple, except for the caviar, which is relatively expensive. Meanwhile, the 5 judges present all looked puzzled when they saw that Mu Chun had received such materials. Are these ingredients for making desserts? Cornstarch and want milk. Nobody usually uses these things to make desserts, right? Desserts are usually made with high gluten flour, eggs, and milk. It seems Mu Chun isn't following the rules. Of course, the 5 judges were already looking forward to the desserts that Mu Chun would bring. His fish dishes are delicious, so his desserts must be pretty good too. "Honey, are we going to use these things to make desserts?" Seeing the somewhat doubtful look in Su Tang's eyes, Mu Chun nodded. "Don't worry, don't you trust my cooking skills?" "Believe." Su Tang nodded emphatically. "Okay, let's go back." Mu Chun and Su Tang were the first group to arrive on stage, while Lee Daniu and Lee Erniu were selecting steaks with completely bewildered expressions. There are many different brands of steak in the kitchen, mainly because they know nothing about Western food and have never eaten Western food before. Suddenly asking them to cook Western food is practically asking them to die. However, since they had drawn steak as the dish, there was nothing they could do about it. We had no choice but to grit our teeth and keep going. Meanwhile, Wang Tsuehua's expression wasn't much better. Salad is simple in some ways, and difficult in others. There wasn't much to make for salads, and she didn't really know anything about them. After returning to the stage, Mu Chun took out a frying pan from the cabinet below. I placed the frying pan on the induction cooker, poured in 3 cans of want milk, and then turned on the heat to high. Su Tang stood blankly to the side, completely unaware of what Mu Chun was doing. "Tang Tang, help me open the cornstarch container." Oh. Su Tang nodded blankly, opened a small packet of cornstarch, and handed it to Mu Chun. Watching the temperature of the want milk in the pot, he poured in a certain amount of cornstarch when the milk started to bubble and began to stir. As the temperature inside the pot rises, the want milk is absorbed by the cornstarch and turns into a paste. Mu Chun did not stop stirring, but continued stirring until the want milk was completely absorbed before turning off the heat. At this point, the flour has turned into dough. Is that all? Su Tang scratched her head. Mu Chun had just said he needed her help, and she had been standing there awkwardly. This is just the beginning. Mu Chun smiled slightly. Little girl, you know how to knead dough, right? Oh. Su Tang was slightly taken aback by Mu Chun's question. She doesn't seem to know how to knead dough. When we usually steam buns at home, my mom kneads the dough. Sun Na, who doted on her son, wouldn't let him do any work, so much so that he can't do anything now. How embarrassing, it's so embarrassing. Seeing Su Tang's embarrassed expression, Mu Chun's lips curled up slightly. It's okay, I'll teach you. Su Tang came to Mu Chun's side, and Mu Chun said while kneading dough, kneading dough is actually very simple, just rotate the dough and press it down hard. But you have to control the force. Watch my moves. Mu Chun patiently taught Su Tang, and Su Tang watched very attentively. Here, you give it a try? Su Tang began to imitate Mu Chun's actions, while Mu Chun corrected her from the side. The two of them stood very close together. Just like when Mu Chun first taught her how to cook fish, he was so serious and meticulous. Su Tang turned her head and looked at Mu Chun's clear eyes and face, and her heart couldn't help but flutter. Meanwhile, all the audience members and judges present were subjected to a mouthful of dog food, a Chinese slang term for witnessing public displays of affection. Mu Chun is so radiant, especially when he corrects Su Tang's movements. It's incredibly heartwarming. The two of them, like a young married couple, had a very sweet life together. At this moment, the live stream room of Food Rampage had completely exploded. This program has a large young audience, and the live chat was completely flooded with comments. Yaya wants to ride you. Wow, this guy is so sweet. When will I meet such a handsome guy? Old Eight's secret recipe mini burger. I have to say, the moment he kneaded the dough really made me envious. I'm so envious of Su Tang for having such a sweet boyfriend. Anyone interested in fencing? Mu Chun is so handsome. Even I, a guy, am smitten. I really want a fencing with him. Teacher Gua is the most beautiful. I've broken up with my boyfriend, dear Chinchin. I'm coming to find you right now. The live stream chat was buzzing with discussion. Most people really support Mu Chun and Su Tang. Because of Mu Chun and Su Tang, this live stream has now been reposted on various platforms. The live stream's popularity is soaring, and it has already reached 30 million simultaneous viewers. At this moment, Mu Chun was still teaching Su Tang. Watching Su Tang knead the dough, Mu Chun nodded in satisfaction. Yes, that's it. It only takes 5 minutes. I'll continue later. Seeing Mu Chun smile warmed Su Tang's heart. Meanwhile, Mu Chun continued with the next steps. He put the cream in a creamer and whipped it, while simultaneously heating oil in a pan and frying the bacon. Soon, the aroma of bacon filled the air. Chapter 81: Unforgettable Love. Only after reaching this point did Li Daniu's group and Wang Tsuohua's group return to the stage. They started cooking in a flurry of activity, completely lacking the ease and confidence they had when making the first dish. At this moment, they all had anxious expressions on their faces and were very flustered. Mu Chun has already started, so they need to hurry. Mu Chun, do you think this is okay? Su Tang had already kneaded the dough. Mu Chun turned his head and glanced at it. Okay, I'll do it from here. Okay. Su Tang clapped her hands and made way for Mu Chun. Mu Chun walked over and began to use molds to press the dough that Su Tang had kneaded into different shapes, and then set them aside for later use. A few minutes later, Mu Chun turned to look at the cream machine. Tang Tang, the cream is whipped. Put the cream into the cream bag. Okay. Su Tang nodded softly, took out the cream bag she had prepared beforehand, and filled it with the whipped cream. Meanwhile, the bacon was also fried. Mu Chun used tongs to pick out the slices of bacon and set them aside. Then, with Su Tang's help, Mu Chun combined the ingredients in the order of dough, bacon, cream, caviar, and dough again, thus creating a dessert of his own making. He made 5 of these small desserts, just enough for the 5 judges to taste. Mu Chun placed the 5 desserts in 5 different small dishes, and finally sprinkled a layer of cocoa powder and chocolate balls on top. The dessert was then complete. It's done. How does Tang Tang feel? Upon hearing this, Su Tang licked her lips with her little tongue, her mouth slightly open, and said, I think it looks delicious. I'm starving now. Looking at Su Tang, who resembled a little glutton, Mu Chen smiled and said, How about we go get steak after the game? No. Su Tang shook her head firmly. No. I want to eat the food you make for me right now. No food outside tastes as good as yours. Seeing Su Tang's determined look, Mu Chen smiled with relief. This girl has really become obsessed with him. However, his cooking skills are indeed quite good. Ever since he first cooked fish for Su Tang, he has completely won her over with his stomach. Mu Chen gently flicked Su Tang's cheek. Okay, anyway, we have a long life ahead of us for the rest of my life. I'll cook for you every day. Good. Hearing this, Su Tang was overjoyed. To be able to eat Mu Chen's cooking for the rest of my life. Just thinking about it makes me happy. The two people stood patiently in their positions and waited until the game ended before the first two groups finished preparing their dishes. The Lee brothers did a pretty good job. They just looked up how to make steak on their phones in the kitchen, which is why this dish looks like it now. At the same time, Wang Cuihua did a good job as well. She didn't know whether to make a vegetable salad or a fruit salad, so she simply made both. Of course, both vegetable salads and fruit salads are very easy to make. The two hosts entered the stage from different directions, and Lu Yang, holding a microphone, began to speak. All right, now that the three groups of contestants have finished preparing their dishes and the competition is drawing to a close, let's not delay any longer and invite our 5 judges to taste them. Following the pre-arranged order, the 5 judges tasted the steak first. They cut a small piece of steak with a knife, put it in their mouths, and their expressions didn't change much after discussion. The steak was ultimately rated 44 points. Meanwhile, the next dish, the salad, received a final score of 45. Neither of these dishes received a very high score. After the tasting, it was soon time for the judges to enjoy the desserts they had been eagerly anticipating. Now, please enjoy the desserts brought by Mu Chen Su Tang. 5 small dishes were placed in front of the judges at this moment. Mu Chen spoke. Distinguished judges, please wait a moment. Please allow me to give a brief introduction to this dish. Oh. Wang Baoguo looked up curiously, a faint smile on his face. Please speak. Mu Chen nodded. I'll name this dish Unforgettable Love. Unforgettable. Upon hearing the name, all 5 teachers showed expressions of curiosity. Is there some unique meaning behind this name? Mu Chen nodded confidently. That's right actually. This dessert was inspired by my girlfriend. Su Tang 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 was my first love, and I cherish this relationship very much, so I named the dessert Unforgettable Love. Hearing Mu Chen say this, Su Tang lowered her head shyly. The name Unforgettable Love seems pretty good. After Mu Chen's explanation, Su Tang is indeed quite adorable. It must be especially sweet in everyday life. She is probably the image of every boy's first love. That's why Mu Chen couldn't forget her. Wang Baoguo chuckled. Now, can we savor your unforgettable taste? Please, 5 teachers, have a taste. Mu Chen nodded emphatically. After receiving permission, Wang Baoguo lowered his head and observed unforgettable. The dessert that Mu Chen made looks especially beautiful. The milky white dough was sprinkled with cocoa powder and chocolate. The combination method is like a hamburger. The dough made with want milk and cornstarch. Mu Chen is indeed quite clever. The advantage of cornstarch is its elasticity. If you mix it with want milk to make dough, the dough will have a milky aroma and also become chewy and bouncy. Without thinking much, he used his fork to pick up a small piece and put it in his mouth. After a light chew, Wang Baoguo's eyes lit up. The dough wasn't fully cooked. It wasn't as bouncy as he'd imagined. Instead, it melted in his mouth the instant it touched his tongue. A milky aroma wafts through the mouth. Moreover, the cream was whipped to the perfect consistency, so it wasn't too greasy. The crispy fried bacon and the sweet cream seemed to blend together, enveloping the tongue in a harmonious flavor. Wrong. At this moment, Wang Baoguo suddenly opened his eyes, looking at the caviar inside. To be honest, this was the first time he had ever seen caviar used in a dessert. The caviar flavor blends with the dessert, creating a particularly rich and complex taste. This dessert filled his taste buds. It was absolutely delicious. For some reason, eating the desserts made by Mu Chen and Su Tang immediately reminded him of someone. That his first love when he was young. His first love loved to make him these kinds of desserts, which is why he became a gourmet. As if his inner memories were awakened, a hot tear slid down Wang Baoguo's cheek. At the same time, Wang Baoguo's expression was projected onto the big screen. Many people present were stunned to see Wang Baowu shed tears. Is teacher Wang crying? You cried because the dessert was so delicious? What's going on? A dessert can actually make someone cry? Chapter 82, Part 1. Many people present were puzzled. The main point is that in all the years since Food Extraordinaire was founded, no dish has ever made the judges cry. Excuse me. Wang Baowu took out a tissue and wiped away the tears from the corners of his eyes and cheeks. The image of his first love lingered in his mind. At the same time, Mu Chun was also confused. The dessert tasted absolutely perfect, but it actually made the judge cry, which really surprised him. Even Mu Chun himself didn't expect that this dessert would have such an effect. At this moment, Baowu composed himself and spoke. I'm so sorry. Tasting this dessert reminded me of my first love. At this point, Wang Baowu seemed to have thought of something happy, and he continued. Although I am over 40 years old this year, I have never forgotten that figure after eating this dessert. Her image immediately came to mind. Just like the name of this dish hit left a deep impression on me, something I can't forget. Upon hearing this, the audience members below the stage all showed expressions of surprise. Goodness gracious, teacher Wang's first love? In fact, everyone has someone they can't forget in their heart. There may be reasons why the two people cannot be together, but this person will often remain in their hearts for a lifetime, and they may suddenly think of him at some moment. For example, a song or a dish of food. At this moment, many spectators looked on with curiosity. Unforgettable, does eating this dessert really remind you of your first love? At the same time, after Wang Baowu said that, Mu Chun didn't know how to respond. He didn't speak after Wang Baowu finished speaking. The other four judges also began to express their opinions. They didn't react as dramatically as Wang Baowu. They simply offered a few words of praise. However, it must be admitted that Mu Chun's dessert is really delicious, completely different from what you usually buy outside. This was arguably the best dessert they had ever eaten. Although the ingredients are very simple, it is precisely because of this that Mu Chun's superb culinary skills can be highlighted. After a brief discussion, the judges finally determined the score for the dish. Wang Baowu picked up the microphone, his eyes still somewhat vacant. Thank you so much, Mu Chun Su Tang, for making this dessert for me. Those days were truly a precious memory. So, I can't forget this dessert. I have to give it 5 points, a perfect score. Thank you, teacher. Thank you, teacher. Mu Chun Su Tang quickly bowed and thanked her. At the same time, as Wang Baowu finished speaking, the stage lights suddenly turned golden, shining on the spot where Mu Chun and Su Tang were standing. At the same time, colorful fireworks were launched from both sides of the stage. The audience below the stage burst into applause. With a rating of 50, plus the Mutangiu, a brand name, it's a double perfect score. Amidst this festive atmosphere, Su Tang's face lit up with joy as she gazed expectantly at Mu Chun. Honey, we won first place. Looking at Su Tang's cute little face, Mu Chun nodded heavily. At this moment, Su Tang was extremely excited. Her heart was almost melted with emotion. Everything Mu Chun did kept redefining her understanding. She felt she was unworthy of Mu Chun because she knew nothing about him. She raised her little head and continued. Then does that mean we'll get exposure and our parents can open a shop? Let's go home and discuss it with our parents. After all, opening a shop is no small matter. Su Tang pouted and couldn't help but hug Mu Chun. I was very excited. It feels really good. It's very satisfying to have your food recognized by the judges. Seeing this scene, Li Daniu's expression was extremely unpleasant. He cursed inwardly. Damn it, this young man has no sportsmanship. He, a renowned 5-star chef, actually lost to a little kid. It would be so embarrassing to tell anyone. As the applause subsided, the stage lights gradually came back on, and Mu Chun released Su Tang from his arms. He pinched Su Tang's little cheek. The show is about to end. If I have the chance, I'll cook for you here later. Hee, thanks, honey. Su Tang smiled and nodded. At the same time, Lu Yang and Lu Wei clapped and walked to the center of the stage. Please have the 3 groups of contestants stand together. We are about to enter the final stage of this competition. Lu Wei. The results of this episode of Food Extravaganza have been announced. Now I will announce the results of this episode. First place, Mu Chun and Su Tang, representative dishes. Mu Tang fish, unforgettable love, total score, 10 points. Second place, Li Erxiong and Wang Zuohua, with their signature dishes, Hushy lamb and vegetable and fruit salad, total score, 91 points. Third place, Li Daniu and Li Erniu, representative dishes, crayfish and steak, total score, 9 points. Congratulations to Mu Chun and Su Tang for setting a new rating record on Food Rampage. You have also gained over 10 million exposures on the platform and the opportunity to open your own store. Upon hearing this, the audience below cast envious glances. It's truly rare to see someone achieve such results at such a young age. At this moment, Lu Yang stepped forward. Finally, thank you to Reader YYDS for sponsoring the program. This episode of Food Extravaganza is coming to an end, so see you next time. Goodbye. The crane slowly rose into the air, accompanied by stage lights, and finally, the live broadcast ended. At the same time, Huang Youchuan excitedly walked from backstage onto the stage. He walked over to Mu Chun and excitedly shook hands with both of them. Mu Chun, Su Tang, you two performed absolutely brilliantly. The viewership for this match increased by 300% compared to previous ones. Upon hearing this, Mu Chun was taken aback. He couldn't help but ask, "Is it that powerful?" "Right." Huang Youchuan nodded heavily. He knew that the high viewership of this match was entirely due to Mu Chun and Su Tang. Their performances were exceptional, especially considering how good-looking they both are. This is the main reason why this episode was so popular. Now that the two children have won first place again, we can start discussing collaborations with them. The original intention of the food show, Food Extravaganza, was to promote Chinese cuisine. Of course, it's beneficial for both parties to have the program team promote them. Huang Youchuan patted Mu Chun on the shoulder. "Let's go downstairs for lunch and casually discuss the collaboration and your thoughts on what's to come." "That works too." Mu Chun nodded, then turned to look at Su Tang. "Then I'll make you something delicious when we get home." It's okay." Su Tang is a girl who can distinguish right from wrong. This collaboration could very well change the lives of both of them. Looking at the sensible Su Tang, Mu Chun also showed a gratified smile. After taking off their hats and aprons and shaking hands with the other four contestants, Mu Chun and Su Tang were led downstairs by Huang Youchuan. Upon arriving on the first floor, Huang Youchuan asked, "What would you two like to eat?" Huang Youchuan said with a smile that the ratings were so high this time that they made a fortune from advertising alone. Mu Chun looked around and said, "Anything is fine. How about we go across the street for claypot rice?" Chapter 83 Thirsty. Claypot rice. Following Mu Chun's gaze, Huang Youchuan saw a claypot rice shop across the street. In his memory, a claypot rice dish was only about 30 yuan. "Are you really going to eat claypot rice?" Huang Youchuan looked a little puzzled. To be honest, he had never been to such a cheap restaurant before. Mu Chun turned to look at Su Tang. "Tang Tang, do you want to eat claypot rice?" Sure." Su Tang nodded happily. For her, it didn't matter what she ate right now. She couldn't throw a tantrum in front of Mu Chun. Even if you don't want to eat, you can't show it. When you're out and about, you must be well behaved. Seeing Su Tang's sensible demeanor, Mu Chun smiled with relief. Seeing that Su Tang had spoken, Huang Youchuan nodded. "All right, let's go eat claypot rice then." Mu Chun took Su Tang's little hand, and the three of them walked side by side toward the claypot rice restaurant. Arriving at the bar, Su Tang looked at the menu and, after a moment's thought, said, "Honey, I want the claypot rice with mushroom and chicken." "Okay, sure." Mu Chun turned his head. "Teacher Huang, what flavor do you want?" "Just be like you guys." Huang Youchuan didn't understand this either, and his purpose wasn't to eat at all. Instead, we're discussing cooperation. Although the program has ended, the next steps must still be followed. Many families are not very wealthy these days, so if contestants need the program's support to open a shop, they can receive a significant share of the profits. This is also how the show can continue to generate revenue. Hearing Huang Youchuan's words, Mu Chun nodded. "Okay, then, 3 servings of mushroom and chicken claypot rice, please." "Okay, that'll be 90 yuan in total." Mu Chun had already opened the WeChat payment code in advance, and he simply showed his phone. At the same time, the cashier scanned his phone. After paying 90 yuan, Huang Youchuan finally opened his phone to make the payment. Mu Chun chuckled. "Teacher Huang, I've already paid." "This?" Huang Youchuan was taken aback, then nodded. "Okay, I'll treat you to dinner next time." Huang Youchuan didn't insist, and the three of them sat by the window soon. 3 bowls of claypot rice were served. Su Tang stretched out her little nose to smell the aroma of the claypot rice, and then couldn't resist eating it. Seeing Su Tang acting like a little glutton, Mu Chun ignored her. This girl was starving. At this moment, Huang Youchuan, who was sitting opposite Mu Chun, spoke up. "Then I won't waste any more words. You won first place in this competition according to the requirements of the Food Crazy show. Your dishes will be exposed on the channels provided by Food Crazy Show for a month. However, the requirement is that you must have a physical store. Muchin nodded upon hearing Huang Youchuan's words. He had known this beforehand. Only by opening a store can one gain exposure on the food show Food Rampage. There are two main ways to open a store: opening your own store or opening a store with official support. If you open your own store, the official Foodie Rampage platform won't take a stake. They'll only provide 1 month's worth of exposure. This is not good for a food adventure. Secondly, the food show Food Adventure supports the opening of stores. The amount of support for opening a store varies, and therefore the contracts also differ. Of course, since Food Extravaganza also contributed money, it means they will have to hold a certain percentage of the shares. If they contribute more money than the participants, their company will gain controlling interest. This is very unfair to the participants. For most participants, even if they need support from the food adventure, the support percentage will not exceed 30% of the total investment. For Muchun right now, this is a matter he cannot make the decision about. At this moment, Huang Youchuan took out a contract from his inner pocket. These are two options that we are providing for you. You can take a look if we want to support you in opening your store. This option will reduce the risks you bear. Muchin nodded slightly and accepted the contract. Actually, I didn't expect to do so well in this competition. Tang Tang and I are still students, and we can't make this decision ourselves. We need to ask our parents for their opinions when we get back. Can? Huang Youchuan nodded. For him, it would be best to help them open their own shops, but it wouldn't matter if he couldn't. The program earned a large sum of advertising revenue through this live broadcast. As for the follow-up work, it depends on the wishes of the participants. Huang Youchuan continued with a smile. However, Muchun, the fact that you received full marks from all 5 judges truly demonstrates your ability. You can consider opening a store. Perhaps the brand will become very popular, and you can directly open up franchising opportunities nationwide. Yes, I will go back and discuss it with my parents. Good. In reality, Muchun had no intention of having Food Rampage support his business opening. If you want to support opening a store, you should distribute profits to them according to their investment ratio. If it really becomes popular, then we'll need their consent to let others join us in the future. To put it simply, Muchin's goal is actually very simple: to gain fans and traffic through this program. Of course, this might also be the system's idea. He and Su Tang have already gained some fame from Food Rampage, and it will be easy for them to create their own Douyin account and increase traffic. They didn't chat for the rest of the time after finishing their meal. The 3 of them left the Claypot restaurant together and returned to the 33rd floor of the Oriental Pearl TV Tower. Huang Youchuan accompanied Muchun and Su Tang to their dormitory. Muchun said, "Now that the match is over, Tang Tang and I will head back first. As for the subsequent store opening, I'll ask my parents for their opinions when I get back, and then I'll contact you again." Upon hearing this, Huang Youchuan nodded. "Yes, that's fine. If there's anything I can help with later, just let me know." Muchun turned his head and looked at Su Tang. Then Tang Tang, "Go inside and pack your things. We should go too." "Okay, sure." Su Tang nodded blankly. Actually, she had wanted to leave this place for a long time. After opening the door, Su Tang quickly ran into the room. At the same time, Muchun also went inside. After packing their things, the 2 little ones quickly came out. After saying goodbye to the staff of the food tour, the 2 went downstairs and left. Even just breathing in the air of Shanghai, I still feel a sense of exhilaration. At the same time, Su Tang turned her head and looked at Muchun expectantly. "Honey, where are we going next?" Muchun pondered for a moment. Why don't we go back tomorrow and discuss opening a shop with our parents? My idea is to open the shop before the start of the school term. What do you think? Can? Su Tang nodded emphatically. He also hopes his parents can open a shop soon, since his father is currently unemployed. At this moment, Su Tang saw a milk tea shop. "Muchun, I'm a little thirsty now. I want some milk. Will my lower part be okay?" Sigma. Chapter 84 Professional. The one below is Grandma? What the heck? Seeing Su Tang's dazed expression, Muchun brought his mouth close to her ear. "I guarantee it's one of a kind. You've lived this long and never tasted anything like it before." Suddenly, Su Tang remembered what she had learned in her biology textbook when she was in school. Then her pretty face flushed red as that thing flashed through her mind. "That stinky mukin, he's at it again. Making a joke again." Su Tang snorted angrily and looked at him with disdain. Looking at Su Tang's sullen face, wow, this girl actually understood this instantly. Muchun grinned mischievously. "How about it? If you want to try it, you can do it tonight. I'll try you my foot. Su Tang stretched out her pink little fist, pouted her little mouth, and gently punched his chest. She was already used to Mu Chen's lewdness, and could even be said to be immune to it. Sure enough, every man is the same. My mind is filled with this filth. At this moment, Mu Chen revealed a mischievous smile again. Of course, if you don't want milk, I can offer you candy. Sugar. Su Tang looked at Mu Chen with suspicion, wondering why she felt he had ill intentions. Su Tang asked in a questioning tone, what candy? Deoxyribose, Sigma. You stinking mukin, you real dog. Su Tang snorted, turned her head away, and walked forward, pulling her suitcase. Mu Chen quickly followed, and wow, this girl can actually understand deoxyribose. No wonder she's a top student consistently ranked first at Jinhua High School. Tang, where are you going? Hey, wait for me. In the afternoon, the two of them took a cruise on the Huangpu River, and because it was too hot, they also went swimming at the swimming pool. That evening, they had a seafood buffet, and it wasn't until 10 p.m. that the two of them returned to the hotel. Today was another tiring day after entering the room. Mu Chen lay down on the bed, not wanting to move at all. Seeing Mu Chen's exhausted state, Su Tang rolled her eyes. This stinky mukin, shouldn't we prepare some goji berries for him? Why does he seem so unwell today? It's just dragging a suitcase all day and climbing a few flights of stairs. Hey mukin, what's wrong with you? You seem a bit listless this afternoon, are you not feeling well? Upon hearing this, Mu Chen quickly turned over, sat up, and looked at Su Tang with a blank expression. I can't do it anymore. Good grief, they actually said he couldn't do it. That girl is really dishonest. Mu Chen revealed a mischievous smile. Could it be that Tang wants to give it a try? To see if I'm up to the task? What? No, that's not true. Su Tang blushed and dared not look him in the eye. She quickly opened her suitcase and took out her pajamas. You stinky mukin, I'm going to take a shower now. Su Tang slunk into the bathroom, and Mu Chen chuckled when he saw her blushing face. When you find an opportunity, you must let her try to see if she can do it. Half an hour later, Su Tang finished her shower and came out wearing her pajamas. When she came to the bedside, Su Tang first rolled her eyes at him, and then began to fix her hair. At this moment, Su Tang said, By the way, Mu Chen, there are only a few days left before you have to fill out your college applications. Have you decided which school you want to go to? Tsinghua University, Peking University, or Kyoto University, perhaps. Oh. At this moment, Mu Chen asked, What's wrong, Tang? Do you have any thoughts? Su Tang nodded, her eyes darting around in their sockets. Last night I specifically looked at the admission brochures of Tsinghua University, Peking University, and Peking University. I found that Peking University didn't have any majors I liked, while Tsinghua and Peking University, I'm thinking of going to the art department. Arts department? Mu Chen pondered for a moment. For a well-behaved girl like Su Tang, studying art is indeed a good choice, but art departments are divided into many specializations. Mu Chen asked, The art department is indeed good. Do you want to study design? Right? Su Tang opened her big eyes, her expression full of determination. I've loved all kinds of beautiful clothes since I was a child. Do you think I have the potential to be a fashion designer? Fashion designer? Mu Chen thought for a moment. Actually, being a fashion designer is indeed a great career if you can do it well, but it can be quite tiring to learn. Of course, if you really become a designer for a big company and design clothes for people privately, you can earn a lot of money, and it's even possible to start your own brand in the future. Mu Chen nodded and said, Sure. Actually, I feel that it doesn't matter whether you have potential or not as long as you like it and love this major. You can study it and not regret it later. Yes. Hearing Mu Chen's words, Su Tang was overjoyed. I'll have a set of clothes custom made for Mu Chen in the future. He'll be very happy. At the same time, Su Tang asked, And what about you? After thinking about it carefully, Mu Chen realized that the photography and media major he studied in his previous life was not very useful after entering society. In the next few years, new energy will develop rapidly, so this is something worth considering. What I'm thinking about now is learning about new energy sources. New energy? This term is still somewhat unfamiliar to Su Tang. Because it's 2018 now, electric vehicles haven't entered the market yet, right? Mu Chen nodded. I feel that the development of new energy will be relatively rapid in the future. Although China lags behind other countries in many technologies, it still has a place in the field of new energy. What do you mean? Su Tang didn't understand some of this knowledge, so Mu Chen patiently explained. Silly girl, Of course, we should replace the traditional internal combustion engine with new energy sources, which means exploring new energy sources that are more environmentally friendly and consume less energy. Su Tang nodded as if she understood, and Mu Chan smiled slightly. All right, I'm going to take a shower first. We'll talk about it later. Okay, go ahead. Mu Chan took his pajamas into the bathroom, brushed his teeth, rinsed his mouth, and took a quick shower before lying down on the bed in his pajamas. He took out his phone. I'll book my flight for tomorrow now. I'll be busy when I get back if I'm not busy after that. We can go out and have some fun again. Okay. Mu Chan booked a flight for 10 a.m. tomorrow, then turned off the lights. Good night, Princess Tang Tang. Good night. Mu Chan leaned in and gently kissed Su Tang's forehead, then pulled her into his arms. Suddenly, a bright light flashed in the room. 2 seconds later, a clap of thunder came from outside the window. Boom, boom. Oh. Hearing the thunder outside, Su Tang quickly curled up into a ball and covered her head with the blanket. This girl has been afraid of thunder since she was little. Mu Chan, it's thundering outside. I'm so scared. Don't be afraid. Don't be afraid. I'll protect you. Mu Chan hugged Su Tang even tighter, gently patting her shoulder to soothe her emotions. Soon, a torrential downpour began outside. Raindrops pattered against the window, making a pattering sound. Inside the room, Su Tang had already buried her little head in Mu Chen's chest. Only in this way can she feel a strong sense of security. Soon, drool started flowing from the corner of her mouth, and she fell asleep in Mu Chen's arms. Chapter 85. Going home. The next morning, the storm has stopped, but the sky is still overcast, and the weather forecast says there will be light rain today. At 7:30, Mu Chan groggily opened his eyes and saw Su Tang sleeping soundly. It feels so good to see the person you like as soon as you open your eyes. She turned her face to the side, her eyelashes slightly curled, her small mouth slightly open, and a drool dripped down her chin onto the bed sheet. Seeing this, Mu Chan couldn't help but smile. What sweet dreams is this girl having now? She's even drooling. He took a tissue from the bedside table and gently wiped Su Tang's mouth at the same time. Su Tang opened her eyes. Upon seeing Mu Chan, Su Tang pouted as if she had been startled and quickly reached out to hug Mu Chan. Upon seeing this, Mu Chan was stunned. What's wrong with this girl? She wants a hug so early in the morning. He gently patted Su Tang's shoulder and asked, What's wrong? Why are you being so clingy so early in the morning? Upon hearing this, Su Tang said with a sob in her voice, Wah, I had a nightmare last night. I dreamt that you didn't want me anymore. Hearing Su Tang's words, Mu Chan was both amused and exasperated. They say you dream about what you think about during the day, but this girl is thinking a lot. She actually had a dream like that. But she was sleeping so soundly just now. She didn't look like she was having a nightmare at all. Mu Chan patted Su Tang on the shoulder again. All right, it was just a dream. How could I possibly leave you? But that dream was so real. It felt like it actually happened. It's okay. Don't worry. Tang Tang, I'll always be with you. Only when she nestled against Mu Chen's chest could she feel a true sense of security. After a long while, Su Tang reluctantly let go of Mu Chan, who gently pinched her little cheek. I'll go wash up first. You get dressed. We'll go downstairs to get something to eat, and then head to the airport. Okay. As she spoke, Su Tang leaned over and kissed Mu Chan on the cheek. Mua. At the same time, Mu Chan kissed her cheek. Upon arriving at the bathroom, Mu Chan quickly brushed his teeth, washed his face, and shaved before leaving. Meanwhile, Su Tang was already dressed. Today she wore a light blue loose-fitting short-sleeved shirt, light blue wide-leg jeans, and white sneakers. As usual, she remained as innocent as ever. Seeing Mu Chen's fixed gaze, Su Tang smiled playfully and said, How is it? Does it look good? No. Mu Chen shook his head. Upon hearing this, Su Tang glared at him. This stinky Mu Chen. Does spending time with him make me less pretty? That jerk, he's really changed. Seeing the strange look in Su Tang's eyes, Mu Chen smiled and said, It's beyond just being good-looking. If you ask me, it's absolutely stunning. Upon hearing this, Su Tang's gaze towards Mu Chen changed. Su Tang gave a haughty snort, then immediately revealed a sweet smile. Actually, you look really handsome today too. I'm going to wash up now. You should get dressed quickly. I'll treat you to breakfast later. Go ahead. The toothbrush cup is on the sink. Okay. Su Tang skipped and hopped into the bathroom, while Mu Chen began to get dressed. He glanced at his phone. Because of yesterday's rain, today's temperature was only in the 20s, which was considered cold. After putting on the t-shirt, Mu Chun took out a jacket from his suitcase. Soon, Su Tang finished washing up and came out of the bathroom. She wore her hair in a high ponytail and had wispy bangs as usual. Su Tang put the toothbrush cup in her suitcase and then closed the suitcase. Hee, I'm a little hungry. Let's go downstairs to eat. Mu Chun nodded and instructed. It's a bit cold outside, you probably didn't bring a coat, right? Where's my coat? Upon hearing this, Su Tang glanced out the window. At this moment, the dark clouds were hanging low outside. Although it wasn't raining, the weather wasn't very good. She shook her head and chuckled. No need, I'm not afraid of the cold. Then I'll wear it. Mu Chun quickly put on his coat. Of course, if it gets cold when we go outside, he will definitely give his coat to Su Tang without hesitation. You can wear it. Su Tang packed her things, pulled her pink suitcase, and moved closer to Mu Chun. Let's go downstairs then. By the way, honey, what do you want to eat later? Anything is fine. The two left the hotel hand in hand, went to the front desk, checked out, and as soon as they left the hotel, a cold wind swept over them. This breeze was icy cold. Especially since Su Tang was wearing very little clothing, she couldn't help but shrink her neck when the wind blew like that. Seeing Su Tang's expression, Mu Chun turned his head and said, Now you know it's cold, right? I told you to put on a coat earlier, but you wouldn't. As he spoke, Mu Chun released the handle of his suitcase, took off his coat, and draped it over Su Tang's shoulders. Put it on. My little princess is freezing. It will break my heart. Can. Su Tang hesitated for a moment, then shook her head. But you'll be cold if I wear it. What's this? As Mu Chun helped Su Tang put on her clothes, he said, Compared to Tang Tang, what difference would it make if I got cold? Besides, I'm not cold. Upon hearing this, Su Tang pouted, deeply moved. After zipping up his jacket, Mu Chun smiled slightly and said, Okay, you're not cold now, are you? Remember to bring a jacket next time you go out. Looking at Mu Chun's face, I have to say, it feels really great to be protected. All right, there's a fast food restaurant up ahead. Why don't we go there and grab some fast food? Okay. The two of them walked towards the fast food restaurant without stopping, and at the same time, a light drizzle began to fall from the sky. Mu Chun and Su Tang sat by the window in the fast food restaurant. Su Tang looked at the weather outside and felt a little down. Why did it suddenly start raining? Hopefully our flight won't be delayed. Don't worry, it won't happen. Let's eat. Come on, honey, try this pig-shaped steamed bun. As she spoke, Su Tang held a small pig-shaped steamed bun in her hand and brought it to Mu Chun's mouth. Hey, isn't that you? After the meal, the light rain continued to fall. The two stood at the entrance of the fast food restaurant, watching the bustling crowd. It's rush hour now, and even bad weather can't stop workers from going to work. Mu Chun placed his suitcase next to Su Tang. Tang, wait here for a moment. I'll go buy an umbrella. After saying that, Mu Chun ran out watching Mu Chun's figure. Su Tang felt extremely distressed. Mu Chun found a small supermarket, bought an umbrella, and then ran back without stopping. Su Tang stood quietly waiting for him. After he returned, Mu Chun picked up his suitcase and said, Okay, let's go to the subway station first. Okay, honey, let me hold the umbrella for you so you can rest for a bit. Thank you, Tang Tang. You're welcome, honey. Su Tang chuckled. Actually, I'm a little homesick too. We're going back now. Chapter 86, Filling in College Applications. Shanghai Pudong International Airport. At 10 o'clock, the two boarded the plane together. An hour and a half later, they were able to disembark and return to Beijing. Of course, Mu Chun didn't tell his parents about his return this time, intending to give them a surprise. This time, Mu Chun booked a window seat again. The plane was flying above the dark clouds, and the azure sky was particularly beautiful. Su Tang kept looking out the window, admiring the rare, beautiful scenery. How was it, Tang Tang? Did you have fun these past few days? Upon hearing Mu Chun's words, Su Tang turned her head away. Those clear eyes revealed her love for Mu Chun. Su Tang nodded emphatically, recalling the few days she spent in Shanghai, saying she had a really great time. She will never forget the grand Disney fireworks show, especially the day the two of them spent at Disneyland. I've been so happy these past few days. Thank you so much, honey. Su Tang smiled happily and couldn't help but lean her head on Mu Chun's shoulder. You're welcome. As long as Tang Tang is happy, that's all that matters. Wherever you want to go in the future, I'll definitely take you. Okay, it's a deal. A gentleman's word is as good as his bond. At 11:30 a.m., the plane landed at Beijing Capital International Airport. After leaving the airport, the two got into a car and went home. When they got home, Zhou Ping and Mu Yong were both a little surprised. These two children came back without saying a word. In the following days, Mu Chun discussed opening a shop with his parents. After all, winning first place in the food show was a rare opportunity. Of course, opening a store is no small matter. It's not something you can just do on a whim. You need to choose a location, buy equipment, and register a business license, among other things. It can't be done in just a few days. Of course, Mu Chun meant that he just wanted the shop to be opened before the start of the school term. Preparations must be done well. As for the taste, he can write down the ingredients and preparation process later. After all, chefs these days have exceptionally strong learning abilities. A few days passed in a flash, and Su Tang was still inseparable from Mu Chun. Every day the last trip had deepened their relationship. In the past few days, Su Tang has continued to promote her products and services, and now she has 20,000 followers on Douyin. Soon, July 14th arrived, the day for filling out college application forms. In the past few days, many university admissions officers have contacted Mu Chun and Su Tang. Because both of them scored very high on the college entrance exam, the competition between them for universities was fierce. Everyone wants to snatch up the best students. Noon. The fish are here. Mu Chun placed the Qingjiang fish, which Su Tang loved. On the table, Su Tang couldn't help but take a sniff, and the aroma was as fragrant as ever. Recently, she has been frequently asking Mu Chun to cook for her. Even if I eat it many times, I won't get tired of it. With a playful smile, she picked up a piece of fish with her chopsticks and ate it with obvious enjoyment. Once you get used to Mu Chun's cooking, eating other people's food just doesn't taste good anymore. Zhou Ping and Sun Na sat at the dining table seeing how much Su Tang was craving it. Sun Na couldn't help but say, "Tang Tang, no one's going to take it from you. Why are you eating so fast?" "Tasty." Su Tang was blinded by the delicious food. Seeing this, Zhou Ping said, "If Tang Tang likes to eat, let her eat more." As Zhou Ping spoke, she placed a piece of fish into Su Tang's bowl. "Hee. Thank you, Aunt Ping." "You're welcome, Tang Tang." As always, Zhou Ping looked at Su Tang with the same expression. She was always full of love, just like she would treat her own daughter. Mu Chun placed the last bowl of fish soup on the table and then sat down next to Su Tang. He looked at Sun Na and said, "Aunt Sun, the food is ready. Come and eat." Sun Na nodded and began to eat. Today, because he needed to fill out his college application, Mu Chun called Su Tang's mother over. Let's discuss their choice of major. Although Su Tang has her own ideas now, she still needs to ask her parents for their opinions. These past few days, Mu Chun's father and Su Jinfeng have been busy with the opening of the store, so they were not present today. Mu Chun spoke. "Mom, Aunt Sun, today is the day to fill out college application forms. Tang Tang and I already have our own ideas, so we wanted to discuss them with you today." Upon hearing this, Zhou Ping revealed a curious look. "Tang Tang, what major do you want to study?" Mu Chun was slightly taken aback. She's definitely her mother. She's still the same as before, ignoring herself and only caring about Su Tang. "You are always the unexpected one." Hearing Zhou Ping's words, Su Tang smiled slightly. "Auntie, I want to study fashion design." "Fashion design?" Upon hearing Su Tang's words, Zhou Ping didn't hesitate at all. She just felt that fashion design was a good major. After all, people will need to wear clothes in the future, and people's requirements for clothing are getting higher and higher. They care not only about the fabric of the clothes, but also about their appearance and whether they conform to current trends. In conclusion, fashion design is a major with relatively good employment prospects. "Sure, Tang Tang. Then you'll be designing Auntie's clothes from now on." Hearing Zhou Ping's words, Su Tang smiled and nodded. He sure. At the same time, Su Tang turned to look at her mother. "Mom, what do you think of the fashion design major?" Sun Na did not want to interfere with her daughter's choice. After all, they are not from the same generation as themselves and their children, and their views on future employment differ somewhat from those of their children. It's settled then. At the same time, Sun Na asked, "Mu Chun, what major do you want to study?" "I've made up my mind." Mu Chun nodded confidently. "I feel that future technology is developing rapidly, and technology is inseparable from energy, so I want to choose new energy as my major." Upon hearing this, Mu Chun's words had touched upon areas of ignorance for Sun Na and Zhou Ping. New energy is a field they can't understand. Seeing the puzzled expressions on Zhou Ping and Sun Na's faces, Mu Chun smiled slightly and explained. For example, current car exhaust pollutes the environment. New energy can be understood as using a certain energy source to replace the internal combustion engine. If this technology is applied to cars, then there will be no exhaust. Only after this explanation did Zhou Ping and Sun Na roughly understand what Mu Chen meant. Although they don't know if this major will lead to good job prospects, they should respect their child's choice since it's their child's decision. Yes, Mom supports you. Having received approval, Mu Chen nodded. Okay, Tang Dang and I will fill out our college applications at 3 p.m. this afternoon, and if nothing unexpected happens, Tang Dang and I will go to Tsinghua and Peking University together. Upon hearing that both children were going to Tsinghua and Peking universities, Sun Na's face lit up with a happy smile. They went to Tsinghua and Peking universities together, so Mu Chun could take better care of Su Tang. Once the two children are in their junior and senior years of college and their lives are more stable, they can hold the wedding. That's great. Chapter 87. I hate Mu Chun so much. 3 p.m. Mu Chun and Su Tang were frantically refreshing the web pages on their computer screens. Today, when we were finally able to fill out college applications, the servers crashed just like when the college entrance exam scores were first released. This has been a 404 error several times already. It took several more minutes to load the page. Mu Chun manipulated the mouse and said, Tang Tang, let me help you fill out your college application first. Okay. Su Tang opened her big eyes and nodded. At the same time, she produced her college entrance examination admission ticket from that year. According to the information on his admission ticket, Mu Chun entered it into the computer and went directly to the interface for filling in college application forms. In previous years, students could only fill in 6 universities and majors when applying for college entrance exams. However, 2018 was different this year. Due to education reforms, a total of 12 colleges and majors can be filled in. The code for Tsinghua and Peking University is 10002, and Mu Chen filled it in according to the code for Tsinghua and Peking University. As you fill in the code, the words Tsinghua University will appear next to it. Tang Tang, do you know what the code for the fashion design major is? It should be 066 inch. Following Su Tang's instructions, Mu Chun entered 066, and sure enough, the words fashion art design appeared. This is the first choice. You can write 11 more universities and majors after that. Mu Chun took a deep breath. I feel that with your score, you should have no problem getting into this major. You can still make changes later if you are not admitted in the first round. We can fill in another one. Su Tang nodded obediently indeed. Just as Mu Chen said, her score was far too high for her to be admitted. Just as Mu Chen clicked OK, the interface suddenly displayed the words profession restricted. Upon seeing the words limited by professional expertise, Mu Chen seemed to understand something. Su Tang was confused. She scratched her head and asked, what's going on? Does this mean only art students can apply for this major? This should be it. Seeing this, Su Tang pouted, her face drooped, and her expression was full of disappointment. This is her favorite major, and she can't apply for it. That's such a pity. Mu Chun turned his head slightly, looked at Su Tang's distraught appearance, and gently stroked her little head. It's okay. I have a plan. I'll talk to them. Hearing Mu Chen's words, Su Tang looked puzzled. Talk to, but with whom? You'll find out soon enough. Mu Chen didn't explain. Instead, he took out his phone, found a number in his contacts, and dialed it without hesitation. The call was answered very quickly. Hey Mu Chun, have you thought it through? A mature, sophisticated voice came from the phone. Upon hearing the voice, Mu Chen said, well, I've thought it through, but I have one more small request. What are the requirements? Mu Chen said, my girlfriend, Su Tang, as you probably know, wants to study fashion design at the art departments of Tsinghua and Peking universities. However, because she studied general science, her major was restricted when she filled out her application. It seems that only art students can apply, right? Yes, the girl on the phone said. But if you're considering coming to our school, that's not a problem after all. With your girlfriend's scores, she fully meets the admission requirements. However, the only downside is that her classmates are all more experienced than her after all. There is still a difference between art students and non-art students. If she wants to come, she needs to think it through carefully. Thank you. I'll ask Tang Tang for her opinion. At this moment, Mu Chun turned to look at Su Tang. So, Tang Tang, you heard it too, right? At this moment, Su Tang's mind was blank. What's going on? How could Mu Chen contact people at Tsinghua and Peking universities and even get her admitted directly? This really feels like a dream. How did you do that? Su Tang was somewhat incredulous, and Mu Chen chuckled. The phone call isn't over yet. I'll explain later. You heard what I just said. Tang Tang, I just want to ask you, are you going or not? Wow. Su Tang's tone was very certain. She loves this major, And even if the learning process is tough and tiring, it's not a problem. At the same time, Muchin picked up his phone and continued. I've already asked Tang Tang for her opinion, and she said it's okay. Okay, please send me your and Su Tang's login passwords via WeChat later after that. You don't need to worry about college applications anymore, just wait for your admission notices at home. Also, all the benefits I mentioned before will be included. Okay, thanks. After saying that, Muchin hung up the phone. At the same time, Su Tang pushed him and asked impatiently, Honey, what exactly happened? Please tell me. Muchin turned his head and looked directly at Su Tang. Actually, this is a very ordinary matter recently. Many schools have contacted me, including Tsinghua and Peking University. Then they offered me very good treatment. After all, it is very rare to get a first prize in the province, but I just said I would think about it, and declined. At the time, the admissions officers at Tsinghua and Peking Universities said that as long as I agreed to go to Tsinghua or Peking Universities, I could make some reasonable requests, and they would do their best to fulfill them. Do you understand? Hearing Muchin's words, Su Tang was almost moved to tears. She hugged Muchin tightly and buried her head in his chest again. Honey, you're so good to me. I don't know how to thank you enough. Silly girl, there's no need for thanks besides. I was planning to go to Tsinghua or Peking University anyway if you want to thank me. Then why don't you spend the night with me? At the same time, Muchin revealed a mischievous smile. His hands also started to wander. Then, Su Tang's face suddenly turned bright red. She quickly said, You stinky Muchin, Mom's still in the living room, you can't touch me like that, it won't be good if she finds out. It's okay, just touch it to make it bigger as long as you don't make a sound, no one will know. Snap. Suddenly, the door was opened. Muchin, I just washed the strawberries you. Upon seeing this, Zhou Ping was completely stunned. What is my son doing? I've left the strawberries here for you. Please continue, please continue. After saying that, Zhou Ping quickly closed the door. Meanwhile, Muchin and Su Tang stared blankly at the doorway. Damn, why did his mother come in at this time? And then I saw this scene. At this moment, Su Tang's face was already red to the roots of her ears. This is truly a scene of social utter despair. Tang that. Su Tang pouted. Humph, you stinky Muchin, you're so annoying. P.S. There's a big truck coming these days, stay tuned. Thank you to Ho-E, who likes Crab Slave Bug, for the 2 character summons. Thank you so much for reading Xiaoming's book. I'm bowing to you all in gratitude. Bang bang bang. Good night, everyone. Chapter 88. Do you need to be thick-skinned? Oh well, we're an old married couple, so what if they see it? Muchin didn't take it seriously. After all, couples should have some intimate interactions. Even if their parents see it, they will understand. After all, both children are adults, and they understand some things without being taught. You jerk, who said we're an old married couple? Su Tang pouted and glared at Muchin with a cute but fierce look. Of course, although Su Tang was a little unhappy, she wasn't angry. I just felt really awkward. Suddenly, Su Tang remembered something, and she pouted, saying, By the way, Muchin, that teacher from Tsinghua or Peking University just said we don't need to fill out college applications and can just wait for our acceptance letters at home. Is she a scammer? Su Tang still had doubts about this. Filling out college applications was no small matter. If they were deceived, neither of them would be able to go to university. Moreover, there are quite a few scammers during this time period. Upon hearing this, Muchin showed a relieved expression. Don't worry, this admissions officer actually contacted me a long time ago. I also asked Han Shuer, and her school does indeed have this officer. I'll give her the account and password now actually. She's just helping us fill out the application. We'll log in and take a look later. Su Tang nodded blankly. Meanwhile, Muchin had already sent their exam admission ticket numbers and other information to the admissions office of Tsinghua and Peking Universities. A few minutes later, the admissions office staff replied with a message that the form had been completed. Muchin handed his phone to Su Tang. Look, it's all filled out. Let's just open the website for filling out college applications and take a look. As he spoke, Muchin refreshed his Internet Explorer browser and re-entered Su Tang's examination admission ticket number. Upon clicking to log in, the interface already showed that Su Tang had filled in Tsinghua and Peking Universities as her first choice, and her major was fashion art design, which she liked. When Su Tang saw her favorite major listed, a happy smile immediately spread across her face. Honey, you're amazing. That's right. Muchin smiled and said, Don't worry, since the admissions officers at Tsinghua and Peking Universities have said there's no problem, then there's basically nothing to worry about. Okay. Su Tang still stared longingly at Mu Chun, her eyes as clear and full of love as ever. At this moment, Su Tang continued. By the way, you should also check your information. Make sure you don't make a mistake. Okay. Mu Chun couldn't help but pinch her little cheek. This girl was quite cautious. Mu Chun refreshed the web page and entered his examination admission ticket information. After logging in, it was already displayed that Mu Chun had filled out his application. It's still Tsinghua and Peking University, and the major is New Energy Exploration and Research, which is correct. See, no problem. That's good. At this moment, Su Tang felt a warm glow in her heart. The college life she longed for had already appeared in her mind, and she was determined to cherish the 4 years of college. At this moment, Mu Chun tugged at Su Tang. Tang, let's go play on the bed for a while, Sigma. Upon hearing this, Su Tang frowned. Go play on the bed? What can you play on the bed? Seeing Mu Chin's lecherous expression, Su Tang couldn't help but shrink back. She snorted coldly. You stinky mukin, are you thinking about filthy things again? Upon hearing this, Mu Chun brought his lips close to her earlobe and said in a magnetic voice, Don't you want to touch my abs? Mu Chin's voice is really beautiful. It's so pleasant to listen to. Su Tang felt Mu Chin's breath through her little ears, and her body immediately felt numb and tingly. This feeling was very strange, and Su Tang immediately felt a heat rising on her face. Mu Chin looked at Su Tang's rosy cheeks and felt a surge of joy. This girl blushes even at times like this. TSK. It seems this girl has gotten a little carried away with her thoughts. Mu Chun didn't give Su Tang a chance to react. He pulled her to the bed and started to get his hands on her. Mu Chun, Mom's still outside if. Don't worry. She won't come in. Don't make a sound. After saying that, Mu Chun kissed Su Tang on the lips. At the same time, Su Tang was particularly accommodating and offered no resistance whatsoever. As Su Tang hummed in agreement, Mu Chun gradually got into the mood. The two of them gradually became enraptured, and at the same time, the atmosphere in the room became increasingly romantic. Of course, the two of them just kissed, hugged, and touched each other. They didn't do anything else. Just as the two were passionately kissing, suddenly, Mu Chin's phone vibrated and rang. Grandpa, your grandson is calling Grandpa. Who is it? Mu Chin stared at his phone, speechless. At this moment, the 3 characters, Xian Tiansheng, were scrolling on the phone screen. Xian Tiansheng. Mu Chun scratched his head. He hadn't been in contact with Xian Tiansheng for a while. The last time we contacted each other was not long after the college entrance examination. After the college entrance examination results were released, Mu Chun did not ask about his score. Mu Chun turned to look at Su Tang, whose face was flushed. It's Jinda Isamu. I'll take this call. Su Tang nodded obediently, and at the same time, Mu Chun pressed the call button. He had just put the phone to his ear when a sobbing voice came from the other end. Wah, Brother Chun. What's wrong? Hearing Jinda's sobbing voice, Mu Chun was speechless. What's with this grown man crying? 2 failed the exam. TT. Upon careful consideration, Mu Chun realized that Xian Tianxing's academic performance in his previous life was comparable to his own, so failing the exam was inevitable. Then Jinda said, I only scored 423 points this year, which is only 10 points away from the second-tier university admission line. I discussed it with my parents, and we decided that I can only repeat a year. Retaking the exam is an option, but you must stop playing games and study hard. Mu Chun sighed. In his previous life, Xian Tianxing had also repeated a year of high school and had done quite well on the exam. Yes, I definitely will, but I heard from Teacher Wang that you did well on the exam, so which university are you going to? Tsinghua and Peking universities. After hearing Mu Chin's words, Xian Tianxing paused for a moment on the phone. As for Tsinghua and Peking University, with Mu Chin's grades being similar to his, how could he possibly get into Tsinghua and Peking University? Nobody would believe that. Ha. Jinda chuckled on the other end of the phone and continued. Stop bragging, by the way. I saw you and the campus belle of Su University confirmed your relationship the other day. That's great. It just so happens that a few of us guys from our class haven't gotten together in a long time. How about we have a small class reunion? It's on you. Upon hearing this, Mu Chun was about to tell him to get lost, but then the system's voice suddenly came from inside his head. Ding! Congratulations, host, for starting the mission. This mission is a little bit unconventional. The task is called Have a Thick Skin, pretend to be drunk at the class reunion, and see how Su Tang reacts. This will not only strengthen your relationship, but may also bring unexpected surprises. Completion will earn you plus 1,000 points and a beginner-level musical instrument playing ability. Chapter 89, A Little Trick. Upon hearing the system's voice, Mu Chun was stunned. Good grief, the system was triggered at this moment. However, now that the system has appeared, he naturally has to accept the mission. And what's with this slightly unserious task? Without much thought, Mu Chun said, "Okay, contact your classmates today and see how many people there are. I'll treat you then." Whoa! Xian Tianxing seemed a little surprised upon hearing Mu Chun's words. When did Mu Chun, who used to be so stingy, become so generous? TSK. Brother Chun, this isn't like you. You haven't been fencing with other guys lately and ended up being kept by a man, have you? Get lost. Mu Chun was puzzled. Why did Xian Tianxing spend all his time fencing? Could it be that he's gay? Hiss. Suddenly, Mu Chun felt a chill in a certain part of his body. Just kidding. Jinda laughed from the other side. Hee, then I won't bother you anymore. I'll go ask how many people there are. Of course, there won't be many, oh. And don't forget to bring Sue, the school beauty, along. Yes, we must bring her along. The two chatted for a couple more minutes before Jinta hung up the phone. At the same time, Su Tang cast a curious glance at you. What did Brother Jinta say to you? It's nothing. I just wanted to get together with my classmates. Then I'll call Lily. As she spoke, Su Tang excitedly took out her phone and dialed Huang Xiaoli's number. Huang Xiaoli is Su Tang's desk mate and best friend. The two of them usually get along very well. However, they haven't seen each other since the college entrance exam. Huang Xiaoli was quite jealous when she heard that she and Mu Chun had confirmed their relationship. Okay, let's play then. I'm going out for a bit. Okay. Su Tang lay on the bed with her legs crossed, a smile on her face, and quickly made a video call to Huang Xiaoli. Lily, how have you been lately? I'm at my husband's house. Huang Xiaoli, Su Tang started showering Huang Xiaoli with affection, telling her about Mu Chun taking her to Disneyland and Shanghai, completely disregarding Huang Xiaoli's single status. At the same time, Mu Chun pushed open the door and went out. At this moment, Zhou Ping and Sun Na were sitting on the sofa eating sunflower seeds and chatting happily. Mom, Auntie. After Mu Chun came out, he called out and then said, Tang Dang and I have already filled out our college applications and will receive our acceptance letters from Tsinghua and Peking universities in a few days. Upon hearing this, Zhou Ping's face lit up with joy. She said, well, that's good. I never expected that our family would produce two top students from Tsinghua and Peking universities. Zhou Ping had a beaming smile on her face. Although the college entrance examination scores had been released for a long time, she was still basking in the joy. We won't have to worry about finding a daughter-in-law anymore. And our child got into such a good university, it's like our family's ancestral graves are emitting auspicious smoke. At the same time, Sun Na said, Mu Chun, you and Tang Tang will be going to university in Kyoto from now on. Su Tang is usually quite clumsy, so remember to take good care of her. Mu Chun nodded. Don't worry, if I can't even take care of my own wife, I'd be a complete failure in life. Wait for Tang Tang to come back. If she loses even a single hair, I'll let you do whatever you want with her. Ouch. Upon hearing this, Zhou Ping excitedly slapped her thigh. My son is so good with words. Hearing Mu Chun's words, Sun Na also showed a happy smile. Mu Chun is a really good kid. Soon, Su Tang came out skipping and hopping. Hey, Mu Chun, now that we've filled out our college applications, let's go downstairs and take a stroll. After telling their parents, the two of them went downstairs together. The weather was still quite hot today, but because she was in a good mood, Su Tang completely ignored the outside temperature. They went to the food street outside the residential area because it was summer vacation. The food industry was booming. Mu Chun, I want to eat pink cotton candy. Mu Chun, look, there are sugar paintings over there. Why don't we go buy one? Mu Chun, that dress is so pretty. Why don't you wear women's clothes and let me see? Mu Chun, happy times always pass too quickly. At 7:30 p.m., Su Tang was holding a small bowl of oden and chewing it non-stop as the two walked towards the residential area together. Look at what you're eating. Your mouth is all oily. As Mu Chun spoke, he took out a pack of tissues from his pocket and wiped Su Tang's mouth. Hee, it's delicious. Su Tang tilted her little head up and handed over a meatball, saying, Here, honey, you should try some too. Oh woo. Mu Chun ate the meatball in one bite. Indeed, this oden tastes really good. Is it tasty? It doesn't taste as good as mine. Hee, then make me oden next time too. You'll do it for me if I just play a little game with you? Upon hearing this, Su Tang rolled her eyes. Ha! This stinky Moochun. Is he trying to make a suggestive joke again? I'm immune to that now. You stinky Moochun, you're making that inappropriate joke again. Drive. Judging from Su Tang's expression, it seems that this girl has completely misunderstood what he meant. Moochun laughed and said, TSK, my dear Su Tang, you're thinking dirty thoughts. Someone as upright as me wouldn't be good at driving. Hearing Moochun's words, Su Tang sneered. Ha ha ha. Then she gave him a disdainful look. What gives this pervert the audacity to claim he's upright? Seeing that Su Tang had misunderstood, Moochun quickly said, It's really not about driving this game. It's actually very simple. You just open your mouth and keep saying ah. It's about keeping your mouth open and shouting ah continuously. Moochun demonstrated it to him, and Su Tang nodded after understanding. Oh, but Moochun, there's no trick to this, is there? Of course not. It's just a little game. Let's begin. Su Tang was a very naive girl without thinking much. She started imitating the mouth shape that Moochun had just demonstrated and began to shout ah continuously. Ah. At the same time, Moochun gently supported Su Tang's small bus. He placed his thumb next to Su Tang's lower lip, then gently pushed her upwards to close her little mouth, and she uttered the sound dad from ah. Moreover, Moochun did it twice, meaning that Su Tang said dad twice without knowing it. Dad. Oh, my daughter is so good. Dad will make you Odin another day. You stinky mukin. Suddenly, Su Tang's expression turned fierce. Sure enough, I shouldn't have believed Moochun's nonsense. That stinky Moochun is too cunning. My dear daughter, I'll make whatever you want to eat from now on. You stinking mukin, you read dead today. Catch up with me first, ha ha ha. P.S. I owe everyone 4,000 today, and I will definitely pay it back. Thank you, Old Monkey King, for finishing the story. Thank you, Chun Chun, for the completed story. A big thumbs up, and a 666 for the completed story. Thank you so much. Please support me with your support, and urge me to upload more videos. 5-star review. Thank you. Good night, dear readers. Kowtows repeatedly. Chapter 90 Class Reunion. You stinky mukin, you're so annoying. The two chased each other through the residential area, and soon they arrived at Su Tang's apartment building. Moochun suddenly stopped and turned around. Before the dazed Su Tang could react, she threw herself into Moochun's arms. Thump. As their chests touched, Moochun embraced Su Tang. He gently stroked Su Tang's hair, and Su Tang's pretty face immediately turned red. There were many elderly people enjoying the cool air outside. Su Tang whispered, You stinky mukin, isn't it a bit inappropriate to act like this outside? What's the big deal? Moochun looked directly into Su Tang's eyes. You are my girlfriend, and I will marry you in the future. What's wrong with being a little intimate? Besides, when we get old, we can sit downstairs in the community like these grandpas and grandmas, and see couples like us, reminiscing about the old days. Wouldn't that be nice? Upon hearing this, Su Tang nodded shyly. Indeed, when you get old, looking back on some moments from your youth will bring you great happiness. Thinking of this, Su Tang smiled blankly. Hey. Moochun gently rubbed his little head. All right, it's almost time, Princess Tang Tang. Are you going home for dinner or to your husband's house? Su Tang's eyes darted around in their sockets. I think I'll go home. Dad should be back by now. By the way, Moochun, don't forget to tell me when the class reunion is. I need to prepare properly. Okay, sure. Moochun waved to Su Tang. See you tomorrow. See you tomorrow, Mua. As she spoke, Su Tang blew Moochun a kiss, then skipped and hopped into the stairwell. Moochun shrugged, smiled slightly, and walked towards his home. At home, Moochun's mother had already prepared a table of dishes. Although Moochun usually does the cooking, she would also cook herself when her son was not home. Meanwhile, Muyong had already washed his hands and was preparing to eat. Moochun opened the door and, upon seeing his father, quickly went over to him. Dad, how's the situation? These past few days, his father and Su Jinfeng have been looking for a shop location, and the two of them are taking opening a shop quite seriously. The location is pretty much finalized. I was just about to discuss it with you. Let's talk over dinner. So soon? I'm going to wash my hands. Moochun looked slightly surprised and quickly ran into the bathroom. After washing his hands, he sat down at the dining table without stopping. The braised pork that Zhou Ping made today was as delicious as ever. Of course, Moochun doesn't prioritize eating right now. Moochun said, Dad, tell me quickly how it is. At the same time, Muyong spoke. While the location is nearby, as you should know, There's a Minxing #1 plaza outside the Minxing residential area. It's going to open at the end of August, and they're currently renting out shops. Upon hearing this, Muchin nodded. Minxing #1 Plaza is a high-end shopping mall in the area, no less upscale than Yida. Moreover, the housing prices in Minxing community are particularly high, so it can be said that all the residents there are wealthy. Furthermore, Minxing #1 Plaza is the core of the nearby commercial area, so opening a store there is indeed feasible. Muchin nodded. As expected of my dad. How big is the space? Is the rent expensive? The space is about 300 square meters. The rent is free for the first 6 months, but after that, you have to sign a 1-year contract. The price is 300,000 yuan per year. 300 square meters. After thinking for a moment, Muchin realized that 300 square meters was not a small space. Moreover, in this area, a rent of 300,000 yuan a year is not considered expensive. Upon closer reflection, Muchin actually felt it wasn't bad. He is confident in his fish dishes, and with the exposure from the food show, Food Extraordinary, making a profit is relatively easy. Moreover, waiving the first 6 months' rent is really considerate. If the business is poorly managed, the shop can be transferred to someone else later. From this point of view, Muchin felt it was a good opportunity. Muchin nodded and said, I feel good, Dad. Do you have any other concerns? Mu Yong nodded deeply. To say that there were no concerns would be a lie. After all, opening this store will require a lot of resources and money. If the business is not managed well, there will be no money left to buy Muchin a car, a house, and get married. He said, my only concern is that the chefs there might not taste the same as you. Upon hearing this, Muchin looked relieved and said, Haha, Dad. Don't worry about that. Chefs these days are very professional. We'd better get ready quickly. I can personally train the chefs before school starts. Furthermore, I will write down the detailed steps for cooking fish and the detailed ingredients used. I will also have a fixed supplier for the fish. Mu Yong nodded heavily. This time, he chose to believe his son. If we do this well, we might really make a fortune. Of course, Su Jinfeng also plans to invest, and in the future, the two families will be one family. So there will be no conflict of interest or other issues. After everything was settled, the family began to eat. Zhou Ping also fully supports this matter. Investing in or starting a business always carries risks, but if you manage it diligently, you will definitely succeed. After finishing his meal, Muchin returned to his bedroom, and at the same time, his QQ received a message. Muchin took a look and saw that it was Jinda Isamu, who fencing every day. Brother Chan, the number of people for the gathering has been finalized, including you and your wife. There will be 7 people in total. When are you going to treat us to a meal? Upon seeing Xian Tianxing's message, Muchin thought for a moment. 7 people is not a large number, because Jinhua No 1 High School is a key high school in Beijing, so there are many students from other cities and even other provinces. Once you graduate, you really won't see many classmates anymore. Muchin typed. 7 people isn't too many. Did you include Huang Xiaoli? It's been added. Okay, let's have dinner at Hongyanla restaurant across from Jinhua No 1 Middle School tomorrow night at 6 o'clock. I'll let you know once I've booked the room. Okay. Jinda replied with an okay emoji, while Muchin smiled slightly and sent a message to Su Tang. Honey, the gathering is confirmed. There are 5 classmates in total. I'll come to see you tomorrow at 5 o'clock. We'll go to Hongyanla together. Dress up nicely. Soon, Su Tang replied to him. Okay, honey, I'll definitely dress up beautifully tomorrow. After closing the chat window, Muchin opened Matewan and ordered a set meal at Hongyanla restaurant. Hongyanla has a good reputation and was the first choice for classmates to gather when I was in high school, which is why Muchin chose Hongyanla. After confirming the room number, he told Xian Tianxing the room number, then got up to take a shower, played 2 games of Honor of Kings with Su Tang, and then said goodnight to each other before closing his eyes. Let's watch a short movie before we go to sleep. Chapter 91. Showing off your love will lead to a quick demise. The following afternoon, for 30, Muchin had already packed his bags. He and Su Tang had already discussed it beforehand. They would wear matching outfits to the class reunion today. Muchin wore a light blue t-shirt, black cargo shorts, and white sneakers. His outfit was simple, but he exuded a lot of style. After slinging his bag over his shoulder and saying goodbye to his parents, he went downstairs and arrived at Su Tang's house. Knock, knock, knock. I knocked 3 times, and the door was opened quickly. When Su Jinfeng opened the door and saw that it was Muchin, a look of joy appeared on his face. He said, It's Muchin. Come in, come in. Tang Tang told me you're having a class reunion today. Su Tang is still getting ready. Come in and have a seat. Yes, thank you, Dad. Upon hearing this, Su Jinfeng was stunned. His expression was somewhat astonished. He had never expected Mu Chen to call him Dad. However, hearing Mu Chen call him Dad made him feel so comfortable. Mu Chen chuckled, though he did it on purpose, of course. Su Jinfeng usually liked him a lot, so Mu Chen had already anticipated Su Jinfeng's expression. As soon as he entered the living room, Su Tang heard the sound and skipped out. At the same time, Mu Chen was deeply attracted to Su Tang the moment he saw her. Su Tang looks absolutely gorgeous today. Even phrases like fish sink and geese fall from the sky, and moon hides and flowers blush cannot describe her beauty. She wore a light pink t-shirt, a matching pair with as she paired it with a light pink plaid skirt, flesh-colored stockings, and pastel-colored flat shoes. Today, Su Tang wore light makeup, with pink eyeshadow, light red blush, and pink lipstick. She even drew a red heart on her cheek with lipstick and applied sparkly glitter to her lower eyelids. It's absolutely gorgeous. If you could replace those flesh-colored stockings with black stockings, that would be perfect. Upon seeing Mu Chen, Su Tang stuck out her tongue and gave a playful smile. How do I look, honey? Am I pretty today? As she spoke, Su Tang grabbed the hem of her skirt and twirled around. It's so beautiful. Su Tang looks so innocent and pure in this outfit. She was exactly the goddess in his mind. Especially those legs. You could play with them for a lifetime. Tang Tang, don't eat greasy food. At this moment, Su Jinfeng suddenly interjected. Upon hearing her father's voice, Su Tang pouted. Dad, you're so annoying. Snort. Su Tang moved closer to Mu Chen, tidied her bangs, and gave a blank smile. Honey, I'm all ready. When are we leaving? Let's go now? Uh-huh. Su Tang took Mu Chen's hand and then stuck her tongue out at Su Jinfeng. Dad, we're off now. Take good care of yourself at home. Let's go. Eat less today, be more ladylike, and leave a good impression on our classmates. When have I ever lost my ladylike qualities? Su Tang snorted coldly and grabbed Mu Chen's hand. Honey, let's go. I don't want to come back tonight. Mu Chen chuckled and waved to Su Jinfeng. Well, Dad, Tang Tang and I will head over now. Go ahead, go ahead. Hearing Mu Chen call him Dad, again, Su Jinfeng waved happily. After leaving home, Su Tang curiously turned her little head, her big eyes fixed on Mu Chen. Tsk, you're even calling him Dad now? Mu Chen turned to look at Su Tang's face. Is there a problem? Anyway, we're going to get married in the future. No problem. Su Tang's face was full of excitement. The two of them took the elevator downstairs, arrived at the entrance of the community, and then got into a taxi and headed towards Manhwa No. 1 Middle School. Because the journey was very short, the car stopped at the gate of Manhwa No. 1 Middle School in less than 10 minutes. After getting off the bus, Su Tang looked at the gate of Manhwa University and felt a mix of emotions. This high school truly brought her countless joys. Seeing Su Tang's emotional expression, Mu Chen pinched her cheek. Girl, stop looking at me. Let's hurry to the restaurant to prepare to welcome our classmates. Oh. Su Tang nodded. Hongyanla was just across the street from Manhwa No. 1 Middle School, very close by. Upon arriving at the hotel, we were quickly led to our reserved room by a staff member. The room wasn't very big. The table could only seat 8 people. At this moment, the waitress said, Hello, it seems that not all of you have arrived yet. Please let me know when everyone has arrived, and then we will serve the dishes. Yes, thank you for your hard work. Mu Chen nodded, and the waitress didn't bother him any further and quickly left the private room. After waiting a short while, the door to the private room was suddenly opened. Mu Chen and Su Tang both looked towards the door at the same time. Jinda walked in with a smile, dressed casually. Brother Chen. The moment Xian Tianxing saw Mu Chen, he rushed over to him. The two hugged each other tightly, like brothers who hadn't seen each other for many years. You beast, do you miss your father? What? Xian Tianxing was slightly taken aback upon hearing Mu Chen's words. Then, he brought his mouth close to Mu Chen's ear and said in a very soft voice, I want a fencing with you. Get lost. Mu Chen gave Xian Tianxing a gentle push, not very hard. Of course, Xian Tianxing smiled and said, Just kidding. Just kidding. My sexual orientation is perfectly normal. Only then did he notice Su Tang sitting to the side with a smile on her face. Immediately, Jinda's eyes lit up. Sister-in-law is here too. Hello, sister-in-law. Holy crap. Jinda, you can say hello if you want, but what's with all that drooling? 20 minutes later, the room was full of people. Su Tang and Huang Xiaoli, whom she hadn't seen in a long time. Snuggled together, the two were very close, which is typical between girls. A moment later, Su Tang took out her phone and started showing Huang Xiaoli the photos Mu Chun had taken of her in Shanghai, as well as photos of the two of them together. Lily, look, this was taken at Tron Light Cycle Power Run. Mu Chun was too scared to ride it back then. I had to drag him on. This was filmed while rafting on Thunder Mountain. This is the castle we'll be staying in tonight. Isn't it beautiful? Huang Xiaoli, standing to the side, kept pouting, her expression full of disdain. Oh my God, this dog of a best friend actually showed off her love in public. She's just so awful. Seeing this, Mu Chun couldn't help but pat Su Tang on the shoulder. All right, Tang Tang. Don't let Lily see this. Can't you show some compassion to single people? That's right, that's right. Oh. Hearing this, Su Tang put down her phone and rested her head on Mu Chun's shoulder. She had a pleading look on her face. Honey, I'd like you to peel the shrimp for me in a bit. Okay, honey. Upon hearing this, the people around them looked at them with disdain. Xian Tiansheng, Sigma, duh. Huang Xiaoli, duh. Chapter 92. Drunk. Get out, get out, get out. Why don't you find a girlfriend and show her off? Hearing this, Jinta scratched his head. You know what, I'm repeating a year of high school, and recently I've actually taken a liking to a really pretty girl in my cram school. Oh. Upon hearing this, Mu Chun and the other three boys all showed expressions of curiosity. Surprisingly, Jinda, who is usually known as a straight man, has taken a liking to a girl. Lu Neng said, if you like someone, go for it. You beast, once you're out of the single life, you'll have to treat these brothers to a meal. Li Guangming. Right as a dating guru. Feel free to ask me any questions you have about pursuing girls. By the way, you said she's a soft girl. How soft is she? Have you ever touched her? Lu Neng, a love master who has been single for 18 years. Mu Chun, he's the only one who can even be interested in girls. He's such a straight man. TSK tisk TSK. Immediately, the way people looked at Jinda changed. Jinda rolled his eyes. How could that be? When did I become a total straight man? But that girl was absolutely stunning. I think her name was Zhao Yalu. She always wore two pigtails, so cute and cuddly. I love her so much. As Jinda spoke, his expression became particularly lewd. You beast, your expression is so damn lewd. Hey. At this moment, Mu Chun suddenly remembered that Zhao Yalu was the girl who confessed to her at the school gate. It seems she deliberately did poorly on the exam, hoping to get into the same university as him. Mu Chun immediately felt a little guilty. However, there are simply too many wishful thinkers in the world. Mu Chun patted Xian Tianxing on the shoulder. You beast, keep it up, you'll definitely catch up with her. Absolutely. Jinda patted his chest, his expression full of confidence. However, Jinda is indeed quite handsome. Apart from being a little chubby, he is still a good match for Zhao Yalu. There's a saying that goes something like this. Fat people are all potential stocks. Soon, dishes were served one after another. Since it was a high school reunion, alcohol was naturally a must. Mu Chun ordered 3 cases of Tsingtao beer, ready to have a big drink. At this moment, Su Tang saw Mu Chun preparing to drink, and she looked a little unhappy. Humph, you stinky Mu Chun, drink less, don't get drunk. Don't worry, I won't get drunk. Seeing this, the other boys started to jeer. TSK, now he has a wife to keep an eye on. His drinking brother Chen's family discipline will probably be quite strict in the future. Yes, this is not a good sign. Hearing Lu Neng and Li Guangming's words, Mu Chun chuckled. What? At least I have a wife to keep me in check. Do you guys have one? This? Lu Neng and Li Guangming's faces darkened. That hurts. Wah, they don't even have girlfriends, let alone wives. That jerk, Mukin, is torturing us with affection again. All right, let's drink. Cheers. Everyone quickly started drinking, and the dishes were served one after another. After the shrimp arrived, Su Tang grabbed Mu Chen's arm and couldn't help but shake it. Honey, peel the shrimp for me, and drink less alcohol, okay? Okay, sure. Mu Chen picked up a large shrimp and began to peel it for Su Tang. After peeling it, he didn't forget to dip it in the sauce. Then he personally fed it into Su Tang's mouth. Is it tasty? Uh-huh. Su Tang nodded emphatically. She opened her big eyes wide and said, It's delicious, honey. I want more. Then I'll peel another one for you, honey. Thank you, honey. Mu Chen didn't care at all about the stares of those around him. Meanwhile, the 5 people around them looked at Mu Chun and Su Tang with disdain. This dog food is so plentiful. They even regretted coming here. Is this place for a meal or for dog food? They can eat dog food. But the main thing is that the two of them are so good-looking. It's so sour. The meal lasted until 10 p.m. The 3 cases of beer were finished by 5 people, with each of them drinking an average of 7 or 8 bottles of beer. Of course, apart from Mu Chun, who was drunk, the other 4 people present were all fine. Of course, Mu Chun was doing this to complete the system's task. Mu Chun, channeling his inner best actor, acted incredibly convincingly. He was slumped on the table, drunk, burping, and his breath reeked of alcohol. Su Tang helped Mu Chun up with a helpless expression, pouting. "You stinky Mu Chun, you have the worst alcohol tolerance, yet you drank so much you're so annoying. 2M not drunk. Tian Sheng, come have another drink. Brother Chun is drunk." At this moment, Xian Tianxing stood up. "Sister-in-law, how about I help you take Brother Chun back?" "Huh? No. Su Tang quickly shook her head. That stinky Mukin drank so much and needed someone to take him home. That was too much trouble for others. Moreover, Jindo was also drunk. Although he looked better than Mu Chun, I would still worry about him going home alone. Su Tang said, "It's okay. I didn't drink. I can take good care of Mu Chun, so you don't need to worry about him." Okay then." Su Tang nodded. "Okay, you guys can go first. Remember to send me a message when you get home, so we can let each other know." "Okay, sister-in-law." Since they were all quite drunk, the group didn't linger and quickly left. After everyone left, Su Tang glared fiercely at Mu Chun. "It's so annoying that someone with such a low alcohol tolerance would drink so much. You stinky Mukin, can you even walk?" "Of course yes." Acting like a movie star, Mu Chun pretended to be half asleep and half awake. After struggling to stand up, he collapsed to the ground with a thud. "You stinky Mukin, let me help you." Seeing Mu Chun fall made Su Tang's heart ache terribly. She quickly helped Mu Chun up and then said, "Honey, walk slowly. Don't fall again, it will break my heart." "Silly boy, I told you not to drink it, but you insisted. I definitely won't let you drink it next time." Su Tang slowly helped Mu Chun out. As soon as they stepped out of the Hongyan gate, Mu Chun fell to the ground. I want to sleep." "Sleep? Zzz. Oh." Seeing Mu Chun's expression, Su Tang was completely stunned. "Sleeping? How can I sleep here?" Just when Su Tang didn't know what to do, she suddenly saw a small hotel next door. After much hesitation, Su Tang gritted her teeth and helped Mu Chun up. They slowly walked towards the small hotel. P.S. Tomorrow will be even more exciting. The first chapter should be posted earlier. Thank you so much for the expert verification from Old Monkey King. Please support me and urge me to update with more videos. My data has been dropping drastically lately, so please don't let the book sit idle. They kowtowed, bang bang bang. Good night, dear readers. Chapter 93, I Feel So Bad. "Boss, I'd like a room." Su Tang helped Mu Chun stagger to the bar, and at the same time, Su Tang handed her ID card to the hotel owner. Luckily, she usually carries her ID card with her, otherwise I really wouldn't know what to do today. Upon hearing this, the innkeeper looked up and his eyes lit up. I've seen plenty of guys get girls drunk and bring them to hotels, but this is the first time I've ever seen a girl get a guy drunk. The main thing is that this girl is also so pretty. Without giving it much thought, the hotel owner quickly used the computer to check in. After looking around the hotel rooms, the owner said, "The hotel is full today. There's only one double room left. Is that okay?" Okay. Su Tang nodded without thinking too much about it. She was glad she had a place to stay for the night right now. All she wanted to do was get Mu Chun settled in. Looking at the drunken Mu Chun, Su Tang sighed softly. I must keep a close eye on that stinky Mukin from now on and stop him from drinking. It's 120 yuan in total. After Su Tang paid with her mobile phone, the hotel owner handed her her ID card and room key. Su Tang glanced at the room card. The room number was 304. "There's an elevator inside. You can take it up." "Thanks." Su Tang thanked him and helped Mu Chun to the elevator. Although it's just a small, ordinary hotel, the facilities are decent and the price isn't expensive. The elevator doors opened quickly, and Su Tang helped Mu Chun inside. Throughout the entire process, Mu Chun did not reveal a single flaw. Although he was faking it, Mu Chun had indeed drunk quite a bit, and his head was a little dizzy. But his mind is still relatively clear. After the elevator doors opened, Su Tang carefully helped Mu Chun to the door of room 304, swiped her card, and the door opened. This room is quite large, over 30 square meters. The room was only powered on after the room key was placed in the sensor box. She turned on the light, closed the door, and helped Mu Chun to the bedside, gently placing him on the bed. Call. Su Tang took a deep breath only after placing Mu Chun on the bed. Drinking alcohol is truly harmful in every way. Mu Chun was so heavy. It took a lot of effort to help him over. Seeing Mu Chin's drunken state, Su Tang first squatted down and helped him take off his shoes and socks. Sensing Su Tang's movement, Mu Chin secretly glanced at her and then said, "Honey, I want some water." Upon hearing Mu Chin's voice, Su Tang immediately stood up. She nodded. "Okay, wait a moment. I'll go get you some water." There were 2 bottles of purified water on the hotel table. Su Tang picked up the glass from the table, washed it in the bathroom, and then poured the purified water into it. Then Su Tang walked to Mu Chin's side, gently helped him up, and let Mu Chin lean against the bed. "Come on, drink up." Su Tang held the water glass to Mu Chin's lips, looking as virtuous and gentle as a dutiful wife. Seeing Mu Chin's drunken state, Su Tang sighed. "Drink slowly, don't spill it." Mu Chun took a small sip of water, then half closed his eyes and gently touched Su Tang's cheek with his hand. "Wife, you are so beautiful." Hearing Mu Chun praise her, Su Tang was first stunned, then a sweet smile appeared on her face. They say people speak the truth when they're drunk, so it seems Mu Chun is genuinely praising her. Su Tang smiled shyly and said, "Stop talking nonsense, drink more water, and don't drink so much alcohol next time." Upon hearing this, Mu Chun shook his head. "I'm not talking nonsense. I love you the most, my wife, and I want to be with you for the rest of my life." Mu Chun chuckled inwardly anyway. He was drunk now, so whatever he said wouldn't matter. "You rascal, want more?" Mu Chun shook his head. "I've put the water on the bedside table. Remember to call me if you want some more." Just as Su Tang placed the water glass on the bedside table, Mu Chun went up to her, hugged her, and kissed her. At the same time, his hands started to wander. Su Tang was caught off guard by this scene. Their chests were pressed together. Su Tang wanted to resist, but at this moment, Cho Myukin held her tightly and showed no intention of letting go. Adding to the fact that Mu Chun smelled of alcohol, Su Tang felt dizzy after the long kiss. After a while, Mu Chun gradually showed signs of loosening his grip. But just then, Su Tang suddenly sensed something. Instantly, Su Tang's face turned bright red all the way to her ears. My face was burning hot. She knew what this meant. Now, Su Tang was starting to feel a little worried about Mu Chun. "I'm afraid that if I get drunk and actually have sex, I'll get pregnant, and that would be terrible." Mu Chun held Su Tang in his arms and whispered, "Tang Tang, I feel so bad." Hearing this, Su Tang didn't know what to do. At that moment, her mind went blank. Su Tang quickly shook her head. "But stinky Mu Chun, we can't do that yet. I'm not ready. But I feel so uncomfortable." Su Tang pursed her lips. Looking at Mu Chun's expression, he seemed to be really upset. The main problem is that she has never encountered anything like this before, and she doesn't know how to resolve it. "Then what should we do?" At this moment, Mu Chun said drunkenly, "Why don't you help me?" "What? Shall I help you?" Hearing Mu Chun's words, Su Tang's little head buzzed. "Help him? How can I help him?" No. Su Tang shook her head firmly. Although she sometimes watches adult films out of curiosity, it's just for watching and satisfying her curiosity. If I actually experienced it myself, I would be so embarrassed. "No, why don't you go to the toilet?" Upon hearing this, Mu Chun casually made up an excuse. "Tang Tang, I'm begging you. Do you know that if you hold it in for too long, it will explode?" "What?" Upon hearing Mu Chun's words, Su Tang was stunned. "Burst? What explosion? Could it be?" The naive Su Tang suddenly remembered something. She seemed to have actually seen a news story like this before. That. Su Tang hesitated for a moment. "If it really does explode, you stinky Muchin, you can't look." And just this once, Su Tang eventually compromised. "I won't look." Mu Chun lay down, secretly pleased with himself. This Tang Tang is so naive. It doesn't explode just like that. Chapter 94, Tang Tang's plan to become stronger. Mu Chun's expression gradually became one of rapture. It has to be said that Su Tang's technique is really good. Mu Chun once suspected that Su Tang had secretly watched pornographic films and was learning the techniques. Thinking of this, Mu Chun revealed a knowing smile. After all, they're all adults, so it's normal for them to take a look. Besides, wouldn't this be just the right time to use it? Even more satisfying than using your own 5 fingers. The next morning, 8 o'clock in the morning, Mu Chun woke up groggily from his sleep. When he opened his eyes, he found the bed next to him was empty. Su Tang was not in bed. Where did this girl go? Thinking of Su Tang, Mu Chun suddenly recalled what happened last night. His expression gradually turned lewd. He. Looking back now, It's truly unforgettable. Sure enough, with thick skin, there's nothing you can't do. Snap! Just as he was deep in thought, the door was suddenly opened. Su Tang walked in carrying 2 transparent plastic bags and 2 cups of soy milk. Upon seeing Mu Chen wake up, Su Tang's face immediately turned red. The scene from last night is still vivid in my mind. She even regretted doing that kind of thing for Mu Chen. That was so impulsive. What if that stinky Mukin finds out? Su Tang took small steps into the room when she saw Mu Chen. She pouted and said, Mu Chen, you're awake. Mu Chen continued to act like a movie star, putting on an act. After all, what happened last night was indeed a bit embarrassing for Su Tang. It's best to pretend you don't know, so as not to embarrass your wife. Well, my head hurts a bit. I don't remember drinking with my classmates yesterday. How did I end up here? Upon hearing this, Su Tang's eyes lit up. Mu Chen doesn't seem to remember what happened last night. At this moment, she was finally relieved of her worries. Luckily, that stinky Mukin didn't know. Otherwise, it would have been incredibly embarrassing. Su Tang said with a look of disdain. You stinky Mukin. You still have the nerve to ask? You were completely drunk last night. You were unconscious. Do you know how annoying it was that she insisted on sleeping on the street last night? Mu Chen pretended to be surprised. He scratched the back of his head and gave an awkward smile. Really well then. Thank you for taking care of me, Tang Tang. That Mu Chen is so annoying. If you drink that much again, you're dead meat. When Su Tang said this, she raised her little fist, her tone full of threat. Cute yet fierce. Wife, I know I was wrong. Su Tang snorted. But of course, she didn't mean to be angry. It's not worth getting angry over this. It depends on your performance, alright. Hurry up and get dressed and eat. I bought 2 baskets of Xilong Bao and soy milk. We'll go home after we finish eating. After getting dressed, Mu Chen went to the bathroom to wash up back in the room. He and Su Tang each ate a basket of steamed buns and drank a cup of soy milk. After eating and drinking his fill, Mu Chen chuckled. What happened last night was indeed my fault. How about we invite your parents to our house for dinner tonight, and your husband will cook for you himself? This is not bad. Su Tang nodded with a proud air, then gave a silly smile and rubbed her little head against Mu Chen's arm. She's still as clingy as ever. After checking out, the two left the small hotel together. It's already mid-July, and the weather is getting hotter and hotter. However, the early morning was better. The temperature wasn't too high, and a gentle breeze made it quite pleasant. Mu Chen, we've been away from Manhwa No 1 High School for over a month now. Why don't we go take a look? We can just look at it from the outside. Okay, Tang Tang. Mu Chen smiled and gently patted Su Tang's head. The two held hands and arrived at the main gate of Manhwa No 1 Middle School. It's summer vacation now, and the campus is deserted. Seeing this scene, the memories deep within their hearts were gradually awakened. After all, only high school friendships are the most genuine and reliable. At the same time, Manhwa No 1 Middle School has also witnessed their growth moments and their joys and sorrows. Looking back now, everything is truly worth remembering. Mu Chen smiled slightly and pointed to the center of the school gate. Tang Tang, do you remember? Director Pan used to stand here and catch students who weren't wearing their school uniforms. Hee. I remember catching you a few times, right? Mu Chen nodded. The memories of Manhwa are truly precious, but they're all in the past now. All right, let's stop indulging in self-admiration and go home. I'll call a car. No. Suddenly, Su Tang grabbed his wrist, her big eyes staring at Mu Chen. Don't take a taxi. It's not very hot now. And we're not far from home. Let's take a walk back. That works too. Upon hearing Su Tang's suggestion, Mu Chen instinctively grabbed Su Tang's hand. Meanwhile, Su Tang, with a smiling expression, asked, Mu Chen, what musical instrument do you think is best for girls to learn? Hearing this, Mu Chen glanced at Su Tang with a curious expression. Why does this girl suddenly want to learn a musical instrument? That's it. Su Tang hesitated before speaking. Haven't you noticed how amazing you've suddenly become lately? Your cooking is so delicious. And you got such a high score on the college entrance exam. Plus, you're so handsome. What if you get snatched up by other girls after we go to Tsinghua or Peking University? So, during this summer vacation, I've set up a Candy Get Stronger plan, which I'll send to you later. Puff. Mu Chen chuckled and said, how could that be? Even if I met the most outstanding and beautiful girls, I wouldn't run off with them. For the rest of my life, I belong to you, Su Tang. Onaji Omega. Mu Chen shrugged. It seemed that he still wasn't giving her enough sense of security. However, this girl still likes to overthink things as always. Getting back to the point, Mu-chin thought about it and realized that it would actually be a good idea for Su Tang to learn a musical instrument to enrich herself during this time. Moreover, he had just completed the system's task and gained basic musical instrument playing skills, so he might be able to give Su Tang some pointers. Let me think. Mu-chin thought for a moment and said, "For girls, I feel it would be better to learn the piano or violin. Tang Tang, you must have seen them on TV, whether it's a girl playing the piano or a girl playing the violin. They are all exceptionally elegant." It seems so. Su Tang thought about it carefully. "But pianos are too expensive. What do you think about me learning the violin?" "Very okay." Mu-chin nodded heavily. Anyway, it's not a bad thing for Su Tang to learn a musical instrument. It can also enrich one's life. All right, Su Tang made up her mind. "There's a music store downstairs in our neighborhood. Why don't we sign up together, and you can learn with me too?" "Okay." Then Mu-chin, "Let's go home." "That's right." At this moment, Su Tang suddenly stopped and said, "Hey son, can mom ride you?" P.S. Thanks to Elder of the Exploding Heaven Gang for the amazing certification. And to all the friends who contributed their love and sent small gifts, go to bed early. Chapter 95. Mu-chin, "It's so good to have you. Ride me." "Mother." "Heh." Mu-chin rolled his eyes. This girl was being mischievous again. At the same time, Su Tang stuck her tongue out at him and ran away. Mu-chin crouched down, watching Su Tang's fleeing figure, and called out, "Tang Tang, why are you running away? Come on up." Hearing Mu-chin's voice, Su Tang turned her head curiously. Su Tang was taken aback when she saw Mu-chin squat down. Then she forced a smile. My son is so good. Mommy will ride you now." As she spoke, she skipped and hopped over to Mu-chin's side and climbed onto his shoulders. "My sweet daughter, Daddy's standing up now?" "You stinky mukin, put me down. I don't want to ride you anymore. I won't listen to this bastard's chanting." With that, Mu-chin quickened his pace and started running. Meanwhile, Su Tang fearfully clung to Mu-chin's head. "Hey, you stinky mukin, don't run away. Your neck bone is poking me." At this moment, Mu-chin revealed a lewd smile. "Where did you put it?" Time flies, and years slip by. Time flies. Before we knew it, it was already the end of August. Mu-chin and Su Tang have been very busy lately. Every afternoon, I go to learn a musical instrument, and at the same time, I help my parents with their shop. After more than a month of preparation, from renovations to hiring a chef, obtaining a business license, and finally opening for business, they had wasted a lot of energy. However, on August 25th, Mutanjiu finally opened for business. Of course, Mu-chin and Su Tang also received their admission notices from Tsinghua and Peking universities as scheduled. August 25th, Minxing No. 1 Plaza, Mutanjiu shop. Today is the first day of Mutanjiu's opening. A few days ago, Mu-chin informed Foodie Rampage about the opening. The food extravaganza also provided a certain amount of exposure for the Mutanjiu brand. At this time, there were already more than 30 customers queuing outside Mutanjiu. The restaurant was already packed. Su Jinfeng and Mu Yong stared blankly at the shop. This popularity is absolutely incredible. To achieve such results on the very first day of business is truly amazing. At the same time, Mu-chin walked up to his father and said with a happy expression, "Dad, I told you it would be no problem if we calculated at 100 per person. With 240 people in the store right now, the turnover will be more than 24,000 in a short, while there are usually several rounds of meals at noon. Isn't that a pleasant surprise?" It was a pleasant surprise. Mu Yong and Su Jinfeng were also very surprised when they calculated the turnover. Of course, it's currently losing money, but if it continues to be this popular, it could really make a lot of money. "I never expected this." Mu Yong nodded. Even he hadn't expected the restaurant to be so popular. Of course, Mu-chin deserves the most credit for this. In the days leading up to the opening, Mu-chin gave lessons to the head chefs every day, imparting the essence of Mu-tang fish to them. Mu-chin became the youngest master chef mentor in the store. The main thing is that Mu-chin really does have the skills. The chefs who were older than him all called him Master Mu-chin. This made Mu-chin feel embarrassed. Getting back to the main point, the reason why the store is so popular now is because of the effect of the food show Food Rampage. After all, a restaurant that costs 100 yuan per person is indeed considered expensive. But as long as the reputation is good, there won't be any problems. At the same time, Mu-chin directly imitated the business methods of Haidaleo from his previous life. If the service is good and the food is delicious, even if the price is high, customers will still pay for it. After all, Some people are all about the service and enjoy being treated like royalty by the staff. At this moment, Su Jinfeng said, Old Mu, it seems that the 100 fish we prepared today will soon be used up. I'll call the supplier right now and ask them to send another 200. Seeing Su Jinfeng's happy expression, Mu Chen smiled slightly. Dad, you keep an eye on things for now. I'm going to the kitchen to play with Tang Tang for a while. I have class this afternoon, so we'll go to class later. Okay, go ahead. Mu Yong nodded. I was incredibly excited. Although we don't know what the future holds for the shop, at least the start has been very promising. Listening to one's son is definitely the right thing to do. At this moment, Mu Yong felt a sense of relief. Mu Chun had indeed grown up. If you asked him before, he would never have dared to imagine that Mu Chun would be like this today. Mu Chun bypassed the crowd and entered the kitchen. There were 5 or 6 chefs busy at work here at that moment. At this moment, a chef surnamed Lu saw Mu Chun and quickly greeted him. Master Mu, come here. Haha. Uncle Lu, you don't need to call me master anymore. You've already graduated. Upon hearing this, Uncle Lu smiled and said, a teacher for a day is a father for life, putting aside everything else. Even though you are young, you have always been my teacher. Puff. Mu Chen nodded. Okay, by the way, isn't Tang Tang here? Where is she? Eating fish in the little warehouse. Haha, go find your girlfriend. Okay, Uncle Lu, you go ahead with your work. After saying that, he walked towards the small warehouse. The small warehouse wasn't big, but it was exceptionally quiet. There are some ingredients piled up here. It's the opening day of the new store, and Su Tang has been watching videos inside since she arrived around 9 a.m. Mu Chen opened the door, and Su Tang was eating a fish. Upon seeing Mu Chen, Su Tang beamed with delight. Mu Chen, you're here. By the way, how did the opening go today? Su Tang never left the room, so she was completely unaware of the activity outside. Guess. Hearing this, Su Tang's eyes darted around in their sockets. I think it should be good. Come on, go out and see for yourself. Mu Chen took Su Tang's little hand and led her away from the kitchen. Su Tang was stunned when she saw the huge crowd outside. She couldn't help but pinch Mu Chen's arm. Then he turned his head and asked, does it hurt? What do you think? Mu Chen gave Su Tang a disdainful look and rolled his eyes at her. This girl actually pinched his arm. At the same time, Su Tang rubbed her eyes. To him, not dreaming, am I? At this moment, Su Tang looked at Mu Chen expectantly. Mu Chen, it seems that our store opening this time was a great success. Mu Chen nodded emphatically. Things will be stable from now on. Don't worry, your parents won't have to do dirty and tiring work anymore. Su Tang hugged Mu Chen tightly and couldn't help but kiss him on the cheek. Mu Chen, it's so good to have you. P.S. The third update is here. I'll be starting university soon. Thank you all for your continued support of Xiaoming. The rating has risen to 97 today. I'm so happy. Thank you so much, everyone. See you tomorrow, everyone. Get some sleep. Chapter 96, Sing a Song for Mu Chen. Silly girl. Mu Chen tidied Su Tang's bangs and then said, now that the shop is all set up, let's go eat first. We still need to go to the music store later. By the way, Tang Tang, today is our last day at the music school. The teacher said we're having a farewell event. Have you prepared a performance? Upon hearing this, Su Tang nodded emphatically. However, she kept everyone in suspense, and Su Tang said with a playful smile, it's all ready, but I'm not going to tell you what it is. TCH, I don't want to know. Mu Chen rolled his eyes. It's just a show, playing the violin. Why make it all so mysterious? However, after more than a month of learning at the music school, Su Tang has indeed made good progress in her violin studies. Even her violin teacher said that Su Tang has a talent for learning musical instruments. With her outstanding looks, she might become a huge star in the entertainment industry in the future. Of course, Su Tang has no intention of entering the entertainment industry. Her goal is to become a fashion designer. Although Su Tang has some talent for music, she only treats music as a hobby. The two returned to the kitchen, and Mu Chen said, you haven't finished that fish yet, have you? Take it back. What else do you want to eat? I'll make it for you. Su Tang thought for a moment, then said with a smile, I don't want to eat anything. I can't finish that fish by myself. Let's eat together, and then go to the music store. That works too. Mu Chen nodded, and at the same time, Su Tang ran into the warehouse and took out the fish. Mu Chen scooped some rice from the pot, ate it with Su Tang, and then left the shop. The store was still extremely popular, and the number of people queuing outside was increasing. On its first day of opening, Minxing No. 1 Plaza saw a large flow of people, and the mall also launched many activities to attract visitors. However, Maintaining traffic is relatively easy in this business world. There's no need to worry about the mall being deserted. When they arrived at the entrance of Mutanjiu, Su Jinfeng was still chatting and laughing with Mu Yong. Dad, there are so many people here. After Su Tang came out, she moved closer to Su Jinfeng. Hearing Su Tang's voice, Su Jinfeng smiled and said, "It's really good, by the way. Tang Tang, have you eaten?" "Have eaten." Su Tang nodded. "It's good that you've eaten. You can't be of much help here anyway. Your music lessons aren't over yet, are they?" "Well, today is the last day, so I'll go to the music store with Mu Chun now. Goodbye, dads." As she spoke, Su Tang waved her hand. Whoa! Upon hearing Su Tang's words, Mu Yong was initially very surprised. This was the first time Su Tang had ever called him dad. Although they didn't call him dad explicitly, weren't the two fathers indirectly calling him dad? Hearing this, Mu Yong was truly overjoyed. Meanwhile, Su Tang had already taken Mu Chen's hand, taken the elevator downstairs, and left Minxing No. 1 Plaza. Because Minxing No. 1 Plaza is not far from their home, Mu Chen rode his bicycle with Su Tang as a passenger today. Mu Chun pushed his bicycle and looked at Su Tang. "Tang Tang, get on." Su Tang nodded excitedly, sat on the back of the bicycle, her two little feet bobbing up and down, looking incredibly cute. "Hold on tight, Tang Tang, I'm going to ride my bike." "Uh-huh." Su Tang hugged Mu Chen's waist, pressed her face against Mu Chen's back, and felt the warmth of Mu Chen's back. This feeling was especially blissful. 5 minutes later, the two arrived outside the music store. They parked the car at Tianyan Music Store and walked in hand. Mu Chun and Su Tang enrolled in a 40-day intensive course. He learned guitar, and Su Tang learned violin. Because the two people are learning different musical instruments, they are naturally in different classrooms. However, today is the last day of the course, so they all have to perform a show today. Of course, it doesn't matter what kind of program you perform. You can sing or play an instrument. "Hello, Teacher Sun." When they entered the music store, they saw Teacher Sun. Ms. Sun teaches piano. Although neither of them studies piano, they have a good relationship. Seeing the two children approaching, Teacher Sun nodded. "Yes, the farewell ceremony will start at 2 o'clock. You can go upstairs and wait. It will start promptly at 2 o'clock. Mu Chun and Su Tang held hands and went up to the second floor, entering a classroom. This classroom is for the farewell event. All the students from the music school will be performing later. Meanwhile, Su Tang took out her violin and began practicing. After studying for a while, Su Tang has also developed a great love for the violin. She can play many pieces of music just by looking at the sheet music. Time flies, and it was already 2 p.m. More than 20 people also came to the classroom. They were around the same age as Mu Chun and Su Tang, and most of them were high school graduates or college students. The classroom was full of people, and at the same time, the guitar teacher from the music school walked in. Lu Jinglu smiled faintly, looking at the student he had only known for a short time, but who seemed quite friendly, and spoke softly. "I didn't expect time to pass so quickly. 40 days have gone by in the blink of an eye. Over these 40 days, I have witnessed your growth, and many of you have performed exceptionally well. However, all good things must come to an end. Most of you are students, and you all love music. I hope you can continue to cultivate your interests. Also, you can come back and visit during your holidays." Lu Jinglu spoke his mind, saying that people have feelings, and that spending time with these children had also fostered feelings for them. Hearing these words, both Mu Chun and Su Tang felt a little sad. At this moment, Lu Jinglu smiled slightly. "All right, I won't say any more. Are all the programs I asked you to prepare ready? Begin your performances. Bai Yuntao, you go first." Upon hearing Lu Jinglu's words, Bai Yuntao nodded. He was a piano student, and then sat down on the piano bench and began to play. Bai Yuntao is playing the currently popular piano piece, Castle in the Sky. Castle in the Sky is a work by the famous Japanese music master Joe Hisaishi. It is also the theme song of the same name for Hayao Miyazaki's film Castle in the Sky. Hayao Miyazaki needs little introduction. I believe everyone is familiar with him. His animated works will always be the most classic. Of course, each has its own unique characteristics compared to Makoto Shinkai. As he stroked the piano, Bai Yuntao gradually got into the zone. He soon began to play. The melody of Castle in the Sky filled everyone's ears, and it must be said that this piece is truly exceptional, melodious, and pleasing to the ear. After the performance, Lu Jinglu smiled and turned to Su Tang. "Tang Tang, start your performance now." "Okay." Su Tang nodded and skipped onto the stage. Immediately, all the male students present couldn't help but look over. Although they knew Su Tang was Mu Chen's girlfriend, looking at beautiful women wasn't illegal. Su Tang has both a great figure and a beautiful face. She's simply a goddess. Su Tang walked onto the stage, picked up the microphone, looked directly into Mu Chen's eyes, and said, "Today I want to sing a song for my boyfriend, Mu Chen. I hope you like it." Chapter 97 Dimples. Whoa! Upon hearing Su Tang's words, the boys around her were immediately taken aback. This is going to be a public display of affection. At the same time, they also envied Mu Chen. I envy Mu Chen for having such a beautiful girlfriend. Upon hearing Su Tang's words, Mu Chen was slightly taken aback. This girl was being so mysterious before. Turns out she wanted to sing for him. Thinking about this, Mu Chen also began to look forward to it. To be honest, he had never heard Su Tang sing before. I don't know how well she sang. Lu Jinglu looked at Su Tang with a smile and asked, "So, Tang Tang, what song are you going to sing for your boyfriend?" Su Tang said, "Little Dimples." "Good." Lu Jinglu nodded. The song Little Dimples has been quite popular in recent years. Whether it's a boy singing to a girl or a girl singing to a boy, it can fully express the love in one's heart. It's common for couples to sing love songs to each other. Singing love songs can effectively cultivate feelings between two people. Now, Tang Tang, begin your performance. At the same time, the accompaniment of Little Dimples began to play in the background. Su Tang had already told the voice actor in advance. As the prelude began, Su Tang gradually got into the zone. As the intro ended, Su Tang's voice came through the microphone. "I'm still searching for someone to lean on, and someone to hug me. Who will pray for me, worry for me, get angry for me, and make a fuss for me? Happiness begins to show signs, and fate brings us closer together." The few lyrics sung by Su Tang, combined with her sweet voice, immediately captivated the audience. Although the lyrics are simple, Su Tang's singing perfectly expresses the emotions she feels and her love for Mu Chen. Mu Chen had heard this song before. The lyrics were quite good, but hearing it sung by Su Tang gave him a very special feeling. Mu Chen didn't know how to describe it in words, but he could feel Su Tang's love. This love is so intense, it's almost overwhelming. The past between the two lingered in Mu Chen's mind. Looking into Su Tang's clear eyes, Mu Chen felt a strange flutter in his heart. My heart softened, and I inexplicably wanted to protect her for the rest of my life. At the same time, Su Tang didn't look anywhere else. She kept her big, bright eyes fixed on Mu Chen. "Your dimples and long eyelashes are your most beautiful features. I can't sleep every night. I miss your smile. You have no idea how important you are to me. With you, my life is complete." Hearing this beautiful singing, the other students in the audience also felt a sense of excitement. Although they knew that Su Tang was singing for Mu Chen, they still couldn't help but imagine themselves as Mu Chen. "I'm so envious. Everyone hopes for a sweet romance." Su Tang's image perfectly matches their ideal girlfriend. Pure, cute, innocent, and a little naive. Who wouldn't love a girl like that? At the same time, Mu Chen almost burst into tears upon hearing Su Tang's singing. She has a sweet voice and is very good at all 5 notes. The emotions she conveyed in her singing were especially profound. What kind of place must she hold in Su Tang's heart for her to sing with such emotion? As time passed, the song soon came to an end. Dimples and long eyelashes, irresistibly charming. I slowed down, and I felt like I was drunk. Finally found the beauty of a kindred spirit, a lifetime of warm happiness. I will love you forever. I will love you forever. Su Tang repeated the last lyric, a sentence that came from the bottom of her heart. After the accompaniment ended, there was a full 3 seconds of silence before the crowd burst into applause. Splash, splash, splash. Good. Marvelous. Although there weren't many people around, the applause was particularly enthusiastic. At the same time, Mu Chen also clapped. This was the first song Su Tang sang to him, a song he would never forget. At the same time, Su Tang blushed. He bowed to everyone and said, Thank you everyone." After saying that, Su Tang walked off the stage with a shy expression and returned to Mu Chen's side. She smiled shyly, gazing expectantly at Mu Chen. "Honey, do you think I sang well?" "It sounds nice." Mu Chen nodded emphatically. "This isn't just pleasant to listen to, it's absolutely amazing. So do you like it?" Mu Chen gently patted Su Tang's head. "I like it. I really like it. Don't worry, Tang Tang. I will love you forever, just like in the lyrics." Su Tang nodded. She couldn't help but lean her head on Mu Chen's shoulder. Su Tang felt incredibly sweet every moment she spent with Mu Chen. If Mu Chun hadn't been in this life, that's something Su Tang doesn't dare to imagine. At the same time, Lu Jinglu was very envious when he saw the two children sticking together. Love in youth is truly wonderful. You don't have to worry about houses, cars, savings, or jobs. As long as two people are willing, they can be together. Of course, Lu Jinglu also sincerely wished them both well. He knew that Mu Chun and Su Tang had both been admitted to Tsinghua and Peking universities, and that their future was destined to be bright. At this moment, Lu Jinglu spoke up. Does everyone think Su Tang sang well? It sounds great. The students all spoke at the same time. Su Tang sings really well. Hearing her sing makes all these single people want to fall in love. Okay, next student, Mu Chun, you'll perform. Mu Chun gently pinched Su Tang's cheek. Then I'm going. This time, Mu Chun did not deliberately prepare a song for Su Tang. Of course, I will definitely prepare for it in the future. Mu Chun picked up his guitar and sang Jay Chou's Sunny Day. Because of his naturally beautiful voice, he sang the song very well. At the same time, Su Tang was also very pleasantly surprised to hear Mu Chen's voice. She vaguely remembered that Mu Chen's singing was not very accurate. How come it suddenly sounds so good? At that moment, Su Tang suddenly had an idea. You absolutely must get him involved. The two of you should record a karaoke session together. Music is often better at preserving memories deep within the hearts of two people. Su Tang is a person who pays special attention to rituals. She also likes to record the trivial things in her daily life. Looking back on them years later, the feeling is really comforting. Similarly, songs can also capture many moments. The afternoon passed quickly. Mu Chun and Su Tang, each carrying their own musical instruments, left Tianyun Music Store hand in hand. Lu Jinglu personally came to see them off. Mu Chun also felt a great deal of reluctance to leave this music school. At this moment, Mu Chun turned his head and said, Teacher Lu, you don't need to see us off, Tang Tang, and I will go back first. Lu Jinglu smiled and said, Then I won't see you off. You two are about to go to university. Study hard, and don't forget to try your hand at musical instruments. Yes, we will. Mu Chun nodded. Okay, take your time on the way back. You can come back to visit whenever you have time. Mu Chun and Su Tang waved at the same time. Goodbye, Teacher Lu. Goodbye. P.S. I'll start writing 4,000 words today, and I'll begin writing about university after chapter 100. Good night, my little cuties. Chapter 98, The First Cup of Milk Tea in Autumn. After the two left the music store, Mu Chun pushed his bicycle. It was already 5:30 p.m. The sun was still high in the west. Although autumn has long since arrived, the days are still very long. Tang Tang, let's go home and put the guitar and violin down first. Su Tang nodded and said sensibly, It's not very convenient for you to push your bicycle. How about I help you carry your guitar? Thank you, Tang Tang. Mu Chun didn't stand on ceremony and handed the guitar bag to Su Tang. Meanwhile, Su Tang carried the guitar on her back. You're welcome. It's only right for a mother to help her son carry his things. Mu Chun gave Su Tang a disdainful look. This girl is being mischievous again. The two walked towards the entrance of the residential area and happened to pass by the laundry shop owned by Mu Chun's mother. However, the laundromat was already closed, with a sign on the door saying business for sale. Since opening the restaurant, he and Su Tang's parents have devoted all their energy to the business. Of course, hard work pays off, and at least the shop had a pretty good start. The two continued walking, and then Su Tang suddenly saw a milk tea shop. She quickly grabbed Mu Chun and said in a coquettish tone, Mu Chun, I haven't had milk tea for a month. Are you going to buy me the first milk tea of autumn? Su Tang said, looking at him pitifully. She knew that Mu Chun was most susceptible to this kind of thing. Although she had enough money to buy milk tea herself, the one Mu Chun gave her naturally had a different meaning. Puff. Upon hearing this, Mu Chun suddenly realized something. He grinned mischievously and said, Silly girl, do you know the origin of the first cup of milk tea in autumn? Hearing Mu Chun's words, Su Tang scratched her little head. What's the origin of the first cup of milk tea in autumn? Isn't it just the first cup of milk tea a guy gives his girlfriend in the fall? Does it have any other special origin? Su Tang shook her head blankly, while Mu Chun explained. The first cup of milk tea in autumn is a meme that originated from 91 welfare girls. 91 welfare girl? What is a 91 welfare girl? Su Tang frowned. What was Mu Chun saying? She couldn't understand a word he was saying. Seeing Su Tang's puzzled look, Mu Chun continued. These are the words spoken by 91 Waliva girls and some older men. To put it simply, if you take the beginning and the end of the first cup of milk tea in autumn, that's what it means. The first milk tea of autumn, should we take the beginning or the end? Kyudia. Suddenly, Su Tang understood something. Immediately afterwards, her face turned red. This is just too outrageous. Holy crap, Mu-chan can even drive? As expected of Mu-chan, so pure. Seeing Su Tang's bewildered expression, Mu-chan raised an eyebrow at her. So, do you still want your first milk tea of autumn? Upon hearing this, Su Tang shook her head repeatedly. No, you stinky mukin, you're so annoying. Su Tang pouted and gently punched his chest with her pink little fist. At the same time, Mu-chan revealed a gloating smile. He saw this message on QQ Space. If many girls ask a boy for the first milk tea of autumn. Wow, what a scene. Awesome. The two returned to Mu-chan's house together, but no one was home. Although Zhou Ping and Sun Na didn't go to the store today, they were still busy with its affairs. Although the store has already opened for business, there is still a lot of work to be done. After putting down the guitar and violin, Su Tang gave Mu-chan a disdainful look. That stinky mukin is just too filthy. All you want is a cup of milk tea. Why do you have to explain its origin? Why not just buy it for yourself? Is driving really that much better? Besides, she is a girl. Stinky mukin. Stinky mukin. Stinky mukin. Su Tang cursed Mu-chan 3 times in her heart, pouted, and walked towards the refrigerator. By this time, Su Tang had come to regard Mu-chan's house as her own because she visited often. Su Tang knew everything about what food and drinks he had. At the same time, Su Tang didn't stand on ceremony at all, and directly opened the refrigerator and took out a bottle of AD calcium milk. She looked at her chest and realized she hadn't gone from an A to a D cup as Mu-chan had described. At this moment, Mu-chan was already sitting on the sofa, turned on the TV, and started watching a TV series. Su Tang sat down next to him, pouting, and said, "You stinky mukin, school starts soon. When are we going to Kyoto?" Upon hearing Su Tang's words, Mu-chan turned his head curiously. Su Tang continued, "Didn't you say before that you'd take me to Kyoto for a few days before school started? You stinky mukin, you're not thinking of going back on your word, are you?" Upon hearing this, Mu-chan pondered for a moment. Indeed, he had previously said that he would take Su Tang to Kyoto for a few days before the start of the semester, and then go to university to register. Today is the 25th Tsinghua, and Peking universities start school on September 1st. Mu-chan thought for a moment and said, "Let's leave on the 27th, then I'll take you shopping tomorrow. We can play until the 31st, which is 4 or 5 days. How does that sound?" Hearing this, Su Tang nodded in satisfaction. "Okay, honey." She smiled smugly and looked at Mu-chan with longing eyes. "By the way, what are we going to buy tomorrow?" Mu-chan laughed and said, "Since we're going to university, we should buy some nice clothes, and since you're studying fashion design, you'll need a laptop too. I'll also get you a Huawei phone." Hearing this, Su Tang was stunned. These things are all so expensive. No. Su Tang shook her head. "My dad can buy these things for me. You don't need to take me shopping." Upon hearing this, Mu-chan said, "Yes, it was your dad who bought it for you." Immediately afterwards, Su Tang's expression turned sullen. "You stinky mukin, you're taking advantage of me again." Looking at Su Tang's expression, Mu-chan realized that this girl had actually misunderstood. He shook his head. "I didn't take advantage of you this time. What I mean is, my dad is also your dad. Our dad has already given me money and told me to take you to buy it." Hearing this, Su Tang finally understood what Mu-chan meant. Mu-chan's father is Mu-yong. Mu-yong is now their father. They went around in circles and confused Su Tang. She paused slightly, her expression turning somewhat shy. "But this is still your father's money. We're not married yet. Isn't this a bit inappropriate?" "No, it won't." Mu-chan laughed and said, "We're a family now, Mu-tang-yu. Your dad even invested 500,000 yuan besides. Aren't we going to get married in the future?" "Of course." At this moment, Su Tang suddenly blushed and said shyly, "Okay then, I'll go with you tomorrow. My wife is so good." Mu-chan pulled Su Tang into his arms and kissed her on the lips. Chapter 99 Dishes Made by Su Tang. As always, Mu-chan's hands began to wander. Every time I come into contact with Su Tang, the area below her collarbone gets much larger. Indeed, the saying, "touching makes it bigger," is absolutely true. As the two spent more time together, Su Tang lost all resistance. She even became more and more accommodating, gradually getting used to kissing and hugging Mu-chan. As Su Tang occasionally let out soft moans, the atmosphere in the room gradually became more and more intimate. Just as the two were getting into the mood, the door was pushed open with a click. Zhou Ping and Sun Na entered the room chatting and laughing. Of course, after they entered the room, they also saw Su Tang and Mu Chen kissing. Upon hearing the door open, Mu Chen immediately stopped what he was doing. At the same time, he pulled his hand out of Su Tang's clothes. The two parents were taken aback when they saw this. Immediately, their expressions changed, and they acted as if they hadn't seen anything. She noticed Mu Chen was acting strangely when they were filling out college applications last time. She knew they would definitely do intimate things when no one was home. Sun Na is the same. When he was young, Su Zhenfeng was also extremely shameless. After all, we've all been through this age group, and our children are all grown up now. It's time for them to be exposed to these kinds of things. But Su Tang doesn't think so. It was fine when Mu Chen's mother saw it before, but I never expected that my own mother would see it this time. That was so embarrassing. At this moment, Su Tang's face was flushed, and she even wanted to dig a hole and bury her head in it. Mu Chen pretended to be nonchalant. Mom, Aunt Sun, you're back. Zhou Ping nodded. She had gone to get health certificates for her employees today. She placed the documents on the table and asked, "How's it going? Is the store crowded today?" "A lot." Upon hearing this, Mu Chen's face lit up with an excited smile, and he continued. "When the store opened at noon today, it was packed inside, and there were more than 30 people queuing outside. Is it really that exaggerated?" Upon hearing Mu Chen's words, both Zhou Ping and Sun Na looked quite surprised. "Yes, don't worry, I'm confident in the taste of the fish, and this shop will definitely get better and better." After saying that, Mu Chen stood up. "Then Mom, Aunt Sun, you sit on the sofa and rest for a while, I'll go cook." After Mu Chen finished speaking, he quickly ran into the kitchen. At the same time, Su Tang also said, "Tool, go help too." The scene from just now kept replaying in Su Tang's mind. She would be so embarrassed if she were here alone. It's better to go to the kitchen and find Mu Chen. You can even help him cook. Seeing Su Tang come in, Mu Chen smiled slightly. "Wife, you've come to help too. What do you want to eat tonight?" "I want sweet and sour pork." "Okay." Mu Chen smiled and nodded, and soon began to cook. Meanwhile, Su Tang was also helping her out. Su Tang's cooking skills are improving rapidly these days. At the very least, she can now cook the dishes properly. Following Mu Chen, she, who was usually lazy, became very diligent. At this moment, Su Tang chuckled. "By the way, Mu Chen, look how long I've spent learning to cook for you. How about I stir-fry a couple of vegetables for you later?" "That works too." Mu Chen nodded. He still clearly remembers the noodles Su Tang cooked for him. However, she should have no problem cooking now. At least with him here, he won't let this girl put in too much salt. An hour later, the meal is ready. Mu Chen carried the sweet and sour pork he had made, while Su Tang carried the stir-fried cauliflower and green beans she had prepared and placed them on the dining table. "Mom, dinner's ready," Su Tang shouted, and upon hearing the two children's voices, Zhou Ping and Sun Na quickly came over. After a busy day, they didn't even have time for lunch. Now the two of them are starving. Mu Chen ladled the millet porridge into a bowl, put a few steamed buns in the basket, and said with a smile, "Mom, Aunt Sun, please try these two dishes. They were made by Tang Tang." Upon hearing that it was made by Su Tang, both Zhou Ping and Sun Na showed expressions of surprise. Sun Na, in particular, noticed that her daughter seemed to have done quite well this time. Although she usually cooks at home, the food is either too salty or too bland. Sometimes the food is not cooked thoroughly, but this time it looks pretty good. "I just don't know how it tastes," Sun Na said. "Tang Tang, you've improved this time." "That's right." Su Tang became smug. "Mom and Auntie, you should try it and see how it tastes." This girl is already quite impatient. Her parents always said her cooking was terrible when she cooked at home, but this time Mu Chen personally added the seasonings, so it couldn't possibly still be bad, right? Good. Zhou Ping and Sun Na picked up a small cauliflower with their chopsticks, chewed it, and then Zhou Ping nodded. "It's delicious." "Really?" Upon hearing Zhou Ping's praise, Su Tang's face immediately lit up with a smile. At the same time, Sun Na couldn't help but nod. "It's really good. Much better than what you did before. Mu Chen must have helped you, right?" No, I didn't." Su Tang pouted, which was normal for her mother to guess, because the ones I made before didn't taste very good. Seeing this, Mu Chen said, "I'll try some too." Mu Chen picked up a piece of green bean and put it in his mouth. After chewing lightly, Mu Chen nodded. Su Tang did a really good job, because he has now elevated his culinary skills to a high level, and he is now particularly sensitive to taste. The vegetables were a little undercooked, They would have been better if they were cooked a bit more. Of course, this is already quite good for a beginner like Su Tang. Tangtang's cooking is quite delicious. Really? Of course. Okay, let's start eating. The four of them started eating. Mu Yong and Su Zhenfeng were both busy at Minxing No. 1 Plaza and naturally didn't have time to go home for dinner. At this moment, Mu Qin spoke up. By the way, Mom, I'm taking Tang Tang to buy some things tomorrow. We plan to go to Kyoto the day after tomorrow. I plan to take Tang Tang to play in Kyoto for a few days, and then we'll report for duty on September 1st. Upon hearing this, Zhou Ping raised her head. She thought about it and realized that Mu Chun had indeed been busy helping his family with the opening of the shop and hadn't had a proper chance to play with Su Tang yet. They've only recently started dating, so they should be given some time to enjoy their relationship. Okay, but this is your first time away from home, so you must take good care of Tang Tang while you're at Tsinghua or Peking University. Tang Tang, if he bullies you at Tsinghua or Peking University, just tell me when I come back from National Day. I'll definitely break his legs. Okay. Su Tang nodded with satisfaction. She snorted coldly. Mu Chun, did you hear that? You can't bully me while you're at Tsinghua or Peking University. Mu Chun. At this moment, Sun Na stepped forward. Mu Chun, if Tang Tang misbehaves, tell me, and I'll deal with her when we get back. Okay, Aunt Sun is still the best to me. Mu Chun stuck his tongue out at Su Tang. Hearing this, Su Tang pouted. Sure enough, I'm always an exception. Chapter 100. About to step into Tsinghua and Peking universities. The next morning, Mu Chun got up early in the morning. After getting dressed, he ran into the bathroom to wash up. At this time, his parents had not yet gotten up. Because the restaurant was still packed with customers at midnight last night, business was booming, so Mu Chun's father didn't return until midnight. Zhou Ping couldn't resist going over to check on them after dinner last night. The two of them had come back together. The shop would remain open at noon, so Mu Chun didn't intend to wake them up and planned to let them sleep a little longer. After taking the keys and slinging his bag over his shoulder, Mu Chun went downstairs, where Su Tang was already waiting for him. Upon seeing Mu Chun, Su Tang quickly came to greet him. Today, Su Tang is still wearing her favorite JK uniform, a white shirt and a blue plaid skirt. But she was wearing white stockings today. It's the kind that goes past the knees. You can clearly see an absolute territory. Seeing her straight legs, Mu Chun immediately felt an urge to penetrate her. Over-the-knee socks are just so tempting. It's incredibly tempting. Su Tang walked over with a smile, and seeing Mu Chun staring at her legs, she pouted. Humph, is Mu Chun pretty? Nice. Mu Chun nodded with satisfaction. This little girl has finally figured it out, although she wasn't wearing black stockings. White stockings are pretty good too. As everyone knows, white stockings are a must-have, as are absolute territory or tatama mats. Seeing that Mu Chun liked it, Su Tang also showed a bright smile. He's definitely a pervert. Mu Chun said, actually, I feel you could also try black stockings in Seeing Mu Chun's expectant look, Su Tang pondered for a moment. Then she spoke. That depends on your performance. Maybe I'll wear it for you someday when I'm in a good mood. Upon hearing this, Mu Chun revealed a mischievous smile. All right, then I'll be prepared to tear the black stockings apart and storm in. Su Tang was speechless for a moment. Ha, you stinky mukin, I'll never wear black stockings in my life. After saying that, Su Tang snorted coldly and walked forward, completely ignoring Mu Chun. At the same time, Mu Chun smiled slightly. This girl, it's because she's never experienced that. After experiencing it once, maybe I'll wear black stockings and pester him every day from now on. Thinking of this, Mu Chun quickly chased after him. Oh, just kidding. Tang Tang, you actually took it seriously. Humph, you stinky mukin. Your head is always filled with such filthy thoughts. The two left the residential compound and took a car directly from the compound entrance to Yida. Yida has many clothing stores and electronic equipment stores. You can basically buy everything two people need here. Mu Chun led Su Tang to the entrance of the ASUS computer store. Mu Chun said, let's go in and take a look at the computers. That works too. Su Tang nodded. Just as Mu Chun said, his major does indeed require computers. The main problem is that she knows nothing about computers. Mu Chun used to play computer games a lot, so he should know more about them. The two walked in hand, and at the same time, a young lady in a white shirt quickly came to greet them. The saleswoman's eyes lit up when she saw how good-looking the two people were. This couple is so good-looking, just like the male and female protagonists who stepped out of a youth romance drama. They are truly a couple blessed by heaven. I'm so envious. Without giving it much thought, The saleswoman respectfully asked, "Hello, gentlemen. What kind of computers are you looking for?" "Notebook." Mu Chen's answer was very lighthearted. Is it for playing games in college?" Upon hearing this, Mu Chen shook his head. "It's not for me. I bought it for my girlfriend." The saleswoman nodded. Girls usually prefer thin and light laptops with good looks. "How about this one?" The saleswoman pointed to a thin and light laptop on the display stand. Mu Chen couldn't recall the model number, but it was clearly for office use. Su Tang took one look and fell in love with it at first sight. "It looks great and isn't bulky, so it should be easy to use." "Mu Chen, you're so good looking. I really like you." Su Tang glanced at the price. This laptop only cost $4,099, which wasn't expensive. Upon seeing the notebook, Mu Chen shook his head. "This won't work. You're studying design, which will require you to use a lot of design software, so you need something with high performance." Mu Chen looked up and said, "I need an 8th generation i7 processor with a dedicated graphics card." After hearing Mu Chen's words, the saleswoman nodded. It seems Mu Chen is very knowledgeable. That's normal, though. Boys are usually very knowledgeable about computer parts. In the end, Mu Chen chose an Asus TUF Gaming A15 for Su Tang. This laptop had good specifications, and although it was a bit bulky, it had good performance and a high-end look. Of course, Su Tang also chose to believe Mu Chen. After all, she didn't know as much about this as Mu Chen did. After buying the laptop, Mu Chen also took Su Tang to buy a Huawei phone. Similarly, Su Tang also gave him one. Last night, Su Tang told her father that Mu Chen was going to take her shopping. Su Jinfeng's point was that Mu Chen shouldn't keep spending money. Even though we'll be family in the future, we can't let one person keep making sacrifices. Love is mutual. Only when both sides give can a relationship last longer. After buying the phone, the two continued shopping at Yida Plaza. They bought a lot of things throughout the day. 3 sets of couple outfits, various small accessories, and all sorts of clothes and shoes. Knowing that Mu Chen likes playing basketball, Su Tang spent over 2,000 yuan to buy him a pair of AJ1 basketball shoes at the same time. Mu Chen also bought Su Tang Armani lipstick and foundation. The two of them were very happy all day. The two didn't get home until 8 p.m. When they arrived home, Zhou Ping had already prepared Mu Chen's luggage. But because the new store had just opened, they didn't have time to take them to school. Of course, Mu Chen also expressed his understanding. After all, the new store has just opened, and there is still a lot of work to be done. The most important thing now is to get the shop sorted out. "Mu Chen, I've prepared everything for you. There's not enough room for your personal belongings, so why don't you bring 2 suitcases?" "No, thank you." Mu Chen shook his head. "Mom, I'll just bring some clothes. I'll buy toothpaste and toothbrush when I get there." Tsinghua and Peking University provide the blankets, right? With that, Mu Chen began to prepare. "Tomorrow I'm going to Kyoto, and I'm about to step onto the campus of Tsinghua or Peking University. I'm really looking forward to it. P.S. I've been a bit lazy lately. Tomorrow, in Chapter 101, he will officially enter university, and the plot is sure to be very exciting. Please support this for free. Clicking to urge for updates would also be appreciated if you could watch a short video. Thank you everyone for your continued support of Xiaoming. Without everyone's help, Xiaoming would probably be begging for food. Thank you, dear readers. I'm kowtowing Putunyas. _bang bang bang. Good night everyone. Go to sleep early. Chapter 101. The junior schoolmate is so handsome. The next day, 8 o'clock in the morning. After finishing breakfast, Mu Chen began to check his luggage to make sure everything was in order. Meanwhile, Mu Yong and Zhou Ping were in the living room giving instructions to Mu Chen. "Mu Chen, don't forget to send us a message when you get to Kyoto. Take good care of Tang Tang at university. By the way, prices in Kyoto are high. Although our family isn't rich, we still need to buy what we need. Don't deprive yourself when you're traveling. Do well in university, strive to join the party, and contribute to the country in the future." Hearing his parents nagging, Mu Chen smiled and said, "Okay, Mom and Dad, I know." Mu Chen smiled and nodded. A mother worries about her son even when he travels 1,000 miles. This saying is absolutely true. Yes, the tuition and living expenses have been transferred to your card. Just ask us for the money when you run out. "Oh right. Did you bring your acceptance letter? Don't forget to bring it." "Don't worry. How could I forget my acceptance letter?" Mu Chen nodded, then looked up at his parents. "Then Mom and Dad, please take good care of yourselves. I won't be able to cook for you anymore. Although the shop business is important, please take good care of your health as well." "Yes, don't worry." Mu Chen nodded, no longer worried about his parents' career. Of course, The menu at Mutanjiu is still relatively limited, and Muchin's idea is to expand the menu in a while. He can discuss these things with his father later, and then he can tell the chef the process of making the dishes. As I said before, Muchun is very confident in the taste of his cooking. It will definitely keep customers coming back. After packing his things, Muchin's phone rang. He opened it and saw that it was a message from Su Tang. "Honey, I'm all packed and ready. I'll be downstairs waiting for you." Muchun replied with an okay and said with a smile, "Mom and Dad, Tang Tang is already waiting for me downstairs, so I'll go down first." Go ahead, go ahead. Goodbye, Mom and Dad." Muchun went over and gave them a hug, feeling a little reluctant to part. However, this is a process that everyone has to go through. Turning 18 and entering university are experiences everyone goes through. At university, you can not only learn professional knowledge, but also gain a lot of social experience. After all, a university campus is a microcosm of society. Carrying his guitar and suitcase, Muchun entered the elevator and waved to his parents one last time. Upon arriving on the first floor and walking out of the stairwell, Muchin immediately spotted Su Tang. She was pulling a large pink suitcase, carrying a violin, and standing there quietly playing on her phone. Because she was going to Kyoto today, Su Tang dressed up specially. She wore a tank top with a white sun protective shirt over it, and denim shorts with nude stockings. She was also wearing socks with cartoon patterns and sneakers. She remains as pure as ever, and possesses an extraordinary aura even when standing there. Upon seeing Muchun, Su Tang immediately broke into a delighted smile. "My dearest Muchun, you've come." Muchun walked to her side, pinched Su Tang's smooth little face, and said, "Have you checked everything? Did you forget anything?" Su Tang thought for a moment, then nodded. "There was some just now, but not anymore." Upon hearing this, Muchun looked at Su Tang with some confusion. Su Tang grabbed Muchin's hand. "You are my precious little darling. How could I forget to bring you along?" Muchun, Epsilon Tisa, 3. Chapter 102. My husband is a jealous jaw. However, she did not chase after him immediately. Instead, she silently observed Muchin's movements. At the same time, Muchun turned to look at Su Tang. "Tang Tang, if I remember correctly, you should be at the Academy of Fine Arts. There are quite a lot of people here now. Why don't we go to our respective colleges to register first, and I'll help you take your things to your dorm after we're done?" "Okay, sure." Su Tang nodded obediently, then said, "However, I've never been to Tsinghua or Peking University before, and I don't even know where the Academy of Fine Arts is." "Then I'll go with you." No. Su Tang quickly shook her head. "I'm not a child anymore. I can't keep relying on Muchun for help. Some things are better done by yourself." Su Tang said, "I can go by myself if I really can't find it. I'll ask for directions. You can go and report for duty first. I'll call you after I finish reporting." Su Tang ran off happily, and Muchin smiled slightly without saying anything. Anyway, this is at Tsinghua or Peking University, and there are no bad people here. Letting Su Tang handle some things independently can also help her develop her abilities. Without thinking much, just as Muchun was about to leave, his phone suddenly vibrated. Muchin took out her phone and saw that it was a WeChat message from Han Shuer. Han Shuer contacted Muchun as soon as she was accepted into the program. They kept in touch during this time, though not frequently. "Muchun, have you arrived at Tsinghua or Peking University yet? I'm honored to tell you that I'm your advisor. /playful. Holy crap. Muchun was taken aback when he saw the message Han Shuer sent him. Wow, what a coincidence. When Muchun performed the act of bravery in Shanghai, he didn't think too much about it. He just wanted to complete the task assigned to him by the system. But he never expected that the person he met through this act of bravery would be his university counselor. Of course, Muchun was also very happy that Han Shuer was his advisor. At least at that time, he had already made a good impression on Han Shuer. If he needs the counselor's help with anything at school in the future, he will be more likely to ask. Muchun typed, "Okay, I've arrived. I'll go report in now." Han Shuer replied to his message immediately. "Okay, I'll treat you to dinner after I'm done with these few days." "Okay." After Muchun put his phone in his pocket, he looked up and found a little girl looking at him shyly. The girl was completely stunned the moment he looked up. He seeming never expected that this junior from elementary school would be so handsome. His features were delicate yet handsome, and his good looks were tempered with gentleness. If I had to describe him in 3 words, it would be handsome, dashing, and exceptionally talented. So handsome, he's incredibly handsome. He's incredibly handsome. Muchun was taken aback at first, The girl in front of him was quite pretty. She is about 165 centimeters tall, wearing simple casual clothes. She has good facial features and a good figure, but her thighs are a bit thick. But she should be a 36D. Of course, Mu Chun didn't feel anything for this kind of girl. After all, he already has Su Tang. Mu Chun said, Miss, is there something you need? Oh. Upon hearing Mu Chun's words, He Siming immediately realized what he meant. How embarrassing. Was I just watching too intently? But this guy's voice is so nice. And since he was carrying a guitar, he seemed to be a boy who loved music. He's handsome and tall, has a nice voice, plays guitar, and loves music. I'm in love. He Siming's face flushed slightly as she spoke. Hey, Junior. I'm He Siming, a sophomore from the School of Fine Arts. I'm currently volunteering. You must be a freshman, right? Mu Chun nodded. Many university students now volunteer to help and serve freshmen. Upon hearing this, He Siming's eyes lit up. So what did you study? Mu Chun made no attempt to hide anything, and he said, I'm in the School of Energy, and my major is New Energy Exploration and Research. Okay, He Siming nodded. You're a freshman, you probably don't know the place, right? I'll take you there. Upon hearing this, Mu Chun nodded. Really, senior? Thank you. You're welcome. As she spoke, He Siming reached out to take Mu Chun's suitcase, but Mu Chun quickly shook his head. No need. Senior, I can carry it myself. I'm all right, come with me. She had just touched Mu Chun's hand, and He Siming was a little shy. My heart was filled with excitement. However, considering the girl who was just next to him, she probably wasn't his girlfriend, right? They just separated. If they were a couple, they should have gone to the registration office together. Could it be his classmate? When she meets someone she's attracted to, her mind starts racing with all sorts of thoughts. At this moment, He Siming felt like she had a knot in her heart, and the more she struggled with it, the bigger the knot became. Mu Chun, however, did not think much of it. After all, every year when school starts, there are upperclassmen who come to help the freshmen. While admiring the scenery of Tsinghua and Peking universities, Mu Chun followed He Siming to the place where freshmen registered. It must be said that the scenery at Tsinghua and Peking universities is truly beautiful. At the same time, the school is also very large. There are 8 school gates alone. That's right, there are 8, which is ridiculously many. When the dorms are assigned, he doesn't know how far away he'll be from Su Tang. At this moment, He Siming suddenly turned her head and said, By the way, Junior, I still don't know your name. My name is Mu Chun. Mu Chun. He Siming was slightly taken aback after hearing Mu Chun's words. Why does this name sound so familiar? After thinking about it for a while, her expression turned quite surprised. What, Yuri Mu Chun? Seeing He Siming's surprised expression, Mu Chun frowned. Do you know me? Of course I know him. He Siming's tone had become very agitated. You must be the top science student in Jiangbei province. My hometown is also in Jiangbei province, so we're from the same province. What a coincidence. It's just such a coincidence. At the same time, He Siming took out her phone. Junior Mu Chun, what a coincidence. How about we add each other on WeChat? You can contact me if you have any problems in life. I'll treat you to a meal sometime. Forehead. Upon hearing this, Mu Chun was taken aback. He continued, adding each other on WeChat is fine, but let's skip the meal. My partner is quite jealous, and it's easy for misunderstandings to arise. Of course, you can understand, right, senior? Upon hearing Mu Chun's words, He Siming's eyes glazed over for a moment. Then she smiled and said, Okay, I understand. I'll scan you then. The two added each other on WeChat, and the moment He Siming turned her head away, her expression turned aggrieved. A sense of disappointment washed over me. Sure enough, this junior has a girlfriend. There's nothing I can do. I'm just not lucky enough. I'm destined to be apart from this guy. And her girlfriend is so beautiful. After walking for a few minutes, He Siming pointed to a building and said, Junior brother Mu Chun, the first floor of that building in front is where the Energy College registers. You'll see it when you get there. Now that we're here, I'll head back first. Okay, thank you, senior. Fine. He Siming didn't linger and left immediately. Watching He Siming's departing figure, Mu Chun couldn't help but say, Senior is such a good person. Chapter 103. What the hell is the entertainment industry? Shaking his head, Mu Chun hurriedly walked towards the freshman registration area. Because he arrived early today, there weren't many students reporting in. There are 3 days for reporting to Tsinghua and Peking universities. Su Tang insisted on coming. Otherwise, he wouldn't have come so early. At this moment, there were only a few scattered people in the line ahead, and without exception, they were all boys. As a science and engineering discipline, The School of Energy Engineering naturally has few female students. As for Mu Chin's major, New Energy Exploration and Research, there probably aren't any girls. As he pondered this, the procession moved forward slowly. Just a few minutes later, it was Mu Chin's turn. A female teacher in a black suit and glasses sat behind the desk. She glanced at Mu Chin and said, "Please show me your admission notice and ID card, and I will process your enrollment." Mu Chin took out his admission notice and ID card as instructed by the teacher, and the teacher began to process his enrollment procedures. Soon, the teacher returned Mu Chin's ID card and gave him a student ID and a campus card. Your student ID is your pass to enter the campus from Monday to Friday. Your campus card is your key to the dormitory. Please keep it safe. Your student advisor's contact number is on your campus card. You can contact him if you have any questions later. Yes, thank you. The female teacher nodded and continued. Your dormitory is in Wisteria apartment number 4, dormitory number 448. You can now go to the first floor of the apartment with your campus card to register and collect your daily necessities. Okay, thank you, teacher. Mu Chin thanked him and left. At the same time, he took out his phone and dialed Su Tang's number. The girl answered the phone quickly, and Su Tang's voice came from the other end. Hey, honey, I was just about to call you. How's it going? Have you finished your enrollment procedures? Mu Chin looked around at the buildings and said, I just finished processing it. Where are you? I think I'm on Qingbei Road, but my dorm is in Wisteria number 1 apartment. What about you? What a coincidence. I'm at Wisteria apartment number 4. Upon hearing Su Tang's words, Mu Chin was overjoyed. Judging from the looks of it, their dorm rooms aren't far apart. It will be much more convenient to go out or meet up in the future. Su Tang continued on the phone. Hee, what a coincidence. Let's meet at Wisteria Road, then I'll come find you there. Okay, see you later. After saying that, Mu Chin hung up the phone and walked towards Wisteria Road. He strolled slowly, admiring the scenery of Tsinghua and Peking universities. Not only was the environment beautiful, but the universities also had many historical sites. After walking for about 10 minutes, Mu Chin saw the words Wisteria Road on the road sign. There weren't many classmates around, probably because I arrived early today. After waiting a while, he saw Su Tang. The girl skipped over and looked to be in a very good mood. Upon seeing Mu Chin, Su Tang quickened her pace. At the same time, Mu Chin walked towards Su Tang. He ruffled her hair and said, So, you must be very happy to be here at Tsinghua or Peking University, right? Su Tang nodded emphatically. Not only are the environments at Tsinghua and Peking universities great, but there are also many good people there. She couldn't find the place to report earlier, but many young men helped her. Looking at Su Tang's playful smile, Mu Chin said, Let me guess, when you were reporting for duty just now, a lot of guys must have added you on WeChat, right? Hearing this, Su Tang chuckled. Hee, you guessed right, but I didn't give any to anyone. Don't worry. Honey, no one can replace you in my heart. My wife is so good. Mu Chin looked around and said, We'll probably have to climb stairs later, so why don't I take you to your dorm first? The two walked towards the Wisteria number 1 apartment building, and at the same time, Su Tang spoke up. Oh, by the way, honey, a girl just told me that she wants me to act in a movie with her. Upon hearing this, Mu Chin asked, Making a movie? Right. Su Tang scratched her head, but she seemed to have mentioned something about Madu Media and asked if I was interested. Holy crap. Upon hearing this, Mu Chin was shocked. What the hell? Mu Chin quickly said, Madu Media is a fraudulent company. Tang, you absolutely must not go there. I don't want to go either after all. I don't want to pursue a career in the entertainment industry. Don't worry. Honey, I'll definitely become an excellent fashion designer. Seeing Su Tang's innocent expression, Mu Chin nodded. I was speechless for a moment. What the hell is the entertainment industry? Of course, thankfully, Su Tang doesn't know what a model is. But are Tsinghua and Peking universities really such a mixed bag? Without much thought, the two of them arrived at the outside of apartment number 1, Wisteria. These are 6 identical buildings, each with 11 floors, and they look like they have elevators. Buildings 1, 2, and 3 are girls' dormitories, while buildings 4, 5, and 6 are boys' dormitories. Since it's the start of the school year, girls' dormitories are now open to all. Mu Chin left his suitcase at the entrance and went inside with Su Tang. At that moment, registration was also taking place at the apartment entrance. Su Tang walked over, showed her campus card and student ID, and received a wash basin and a thermos. The apartment building has an elevator, but it was not powered on at the time. Mu Chin's face darkened. He looked at Su Tang. Tang, Which floor is your dorm on? Upon hearing this, Su Tang realized that she hadn't told Mu Chun her dormitory number yet. Su Tang began to speak. Hee, it's on the 6th floor, dorm number 666. How about that? Lucky, right? Whoa. Upon hearing this, Mu Chun nodded. 666. This dormitory number is indeed auspicious. Let's go then. Tang Tang, let me help you carry your suitcase upstairs. Okay, honey. Su Tang didn't stand on ceremony. She was also carrying a violin, a wash basin, and a thermos, which she couldn't possibly carry up by herself. The main reason was that she had a lot of clothes in her suitcase. Girls are naturally fond of beauty, so they naturally brought a lot of clothes and cosmetics. Even laptops are inside. Mu Chun easily lifted the suitcase, while Su Tang's eyes sparkled with excitement. As expected of Mu Chun, he's still so strong and exudes boyfriend charm. I love it. Upon arriving on the 6th floor, they quickly found room 666. Mu Chun placed the suitcase by the door and patted Su Tang's head. All right, since it's a girls' dormitory, I won't go and I'll head back now and get to know my new roommates better. We'll have lunch together. Call me if anything comes up. Su Tang nodded, then waved. Well, goodbye, husband. Goodbye, wife. After waving, Mu Chun went downstairs and arrived at Wisteria apartment number 4. Like Su Tang, he also received a wash basin and a thermos, but surprisingly, the elevator on his side was working. Mu Chun was overjoyed. He entered the elevator, quickly arrived at the 4th floor, and found his dormitory room. At this moment, a smile appeared on Mu Chun's lips. I wonder what kind of people the older guys in my dorm are. Chapter 104 College Roommates. Thinking it over, Mu Chun placed his campus card in the recognition area of the door lock, and with an electronic sound, Mu Chun pushed the door open and entered. At the same time, the two roommates in the room also looked towards the door. The next second, when Mu Chun's handsome face came into their view, they were both somewhat surprised. Holy crap, that's so cool. I never expected there would be such a handsome guy in our dorm. The two couldn't help but speak up. Although they admitted that they were handsome, they were deeply attracted to Mu Chun at first sight. Mu Chun's skin is amazing, it's flawless and very fair. He also has a unique charisma. In short, whenever you see him, you want to get to know him. Mu Chun smiled when he saw his two new roommates. Hello everyone. Both of these roommates are good-looking. One of them is estimated to be 19 meters tall, which is quite tall, even taller than Mu Chun by half a head. The other person appeared to be about 18 meters tall and wore an expensive watch on his wrist, suggesting he was from a wealthy family. Upon hearing Mu Chun's greeting, the two quickly stepped forward to greet him. Hello. They warmly took the suitcase, thermos, and wash basin from Mu Chun's hands, while his 19-meter-tall roommate extended his hand and said, Hello, my name is Li Jiayong, and I come from Guangzhou. Mu Chun is from Jiangbei province. The two shook hands, and Li Jiayong gave a faint smile. Well, we'll be roommates from now on, so please take care of me. No problem. Mu Chun nodded, and at the same time, another roommate came over and extended his right hand. Hello, my name is Wang Baichuan. You can just call me Baichuan from now on. I'm a local from Kyoto. Hello. Mu Chun shook hands with Wang Baichuan. He had a good impression of both of his roommates. First impressions are often very important, of course. Both of them have easygoing personalities and are easy to get along with. The dorms at Tsinghua and Peking universities are 4-person rooms with Mu Chun. There are now 3 people here, and 1 person hasn't arrived yet. At the same time, Mu Chun also began packing his things. The dormitories at Tsinghua and Peking universities are quite luxurious, with standard 4-person rooms, bunk beds with desks underneath, private bathrooms, air conditioning, and balconies, all the amenities you'd expect. There's even a washing machine in the bathroom. Moreover, their dormitories face south and have good natural light. As Mu Chun was packing his things, Li Jiayong came over and asked, Mu Chun, are you sleeping on the bed on the east side or the bed on the west side? It's in the west, I guess. Mu Chun didn't think much of it. It was all about the bed above the desk, so it didn't really matter which bed he slept in. No matter where you sleep, if you shake the bed at night, you can still hear what you're supposed to hear. Upon hearing Mu Chun's words, Li Jiayong immediately got up. Okay, I'll help you make the bed. Upon hearing this, Mu Chun quickly stood up. I can make the bed myself. How could I possibly do this? It's all right. As Li Jiayong spoke, he climbed the ladder onto the bed. The bedding and other items were packed in a burlap sack. After Li Jiayong climbed up, he began to make the bed for him. Seeing this, Mu Chun shrugged helplessly. Then I'll treat you to lunch. No problem. Seeing Li Jiayong's enthusiasm, Mu Chun felt a warmth in his heart. It's really great to have a roommate like this. A few minutes later, Li Jiayong had made Mu Chun's bed and clapped his hands. It's all done, how's it? Not bad, right? Mu Chun glanced at his bed. It was indeed well made. Okay, thank you. You are welcome. Mu Chun continued packing his things, putting all his personal belongings into the wardrobe. When he had almost finished packing, the door was opened. All three of them looked towards the door at the same time. The student who walked in was wearing black-rimmed glasses. He was about 18 meters tall, wearing a black casual outfit, with a side-parted hairstyle, and looked quite energetic. Seeing that the three people had arrived, he gave an awkward smile. Hello, I'm Moe, and I'm from Northeast China. It seems I'm the last one to arrive. It's not too late. Li Jiayong warmly welcomed Moe into the house, saying, My name is Li Jiayong. I'm from Shanghai. I'm a very loyal person, so feel free to contact me if you ever need anything. Okay, sure. Moe nodded, and at the same time, Mu Chun and Wang Baichuan introduced themselves. After a brief self-introduction, the four people quickly became acquainted. At the same time, Li Jiayong said, You pack your things first, I'll go make your bed. Huh? No. Moe felt a little embarrassed, while Mu Chun said, Just let him lay it out. When I came here just now, he was doing the same thing. But how can you be so shameless? Fine. Li Jiayong patted his chest, and then got into Moe's bed. After we finished tidying up, it was already 11 a.m. Mu Chun sat down in the chair, took out his phone, and sent a message to Su Tang. How's it going, Tang Tang? Are you all settled in? Have your new roommates arrived yet? Su Tang replied to him very quickly. Yeah, I've packed everything. I'm exhausted. 2 of my roommates have arrived. They're both very nice. Looking at Su Tang's message, Mu Chun smiled slightly. This girl is usually very clean. She keeps her clothes and belongings neat and tidy. Besides, girls usually have a lot of stuff, so tidying it up is quite tiring. Mu Chun typed. Okay, then Tang Tang should get along well with her roommates. No problem. By the way, how's it going on your end? Have your roommates all arrived yet? Mu Chun replied. They've all arrived. My good sons are all very well behaved. Don't worry. A big boy. Su Tang sent a disdainful emoji. You stinky mukin. You're too mean. If they find out, you're dead. It's okay, they don't know. Su Tang. Then I'll go out for lunch with my roommates today. You should keep your roommates company too. Okay, then let's have dinner together again tonight. Okay. Just as Mu Chun turned off his phone, Li Jiayong walked over and patted Mu Chun on the shoulder. Mu Chun, it's already noon. None of us have been to Tsinghua University before. Why don't we go out for a walk and have lunch while we're at it? Okay. Upon hearing this, Wang Baichuan and Moe also stood up. Today is indeed their first time visiting Tsinghua and Peking universities, and they are unfamiliar with many places, so they should take a look around. Mainly, there are lots of tall, beautiful girls outside. Every man is a visual creature. It is said that looking at beautiful women every day can increase a man's average lifespan by 5 to 10 years. Who knows, you might hit it off with some girl, strike up a conversation, and maybe even find a chance to clap hands. You can't go to university and still be a virgin when you graduate. The 4 of them left the dormitory building chatting and laughing. This is the peak season for reporting. Although Tsinghua and Peking universities have 3 days for registration, the vast majority of students choose to register on the first day. At this moment, Wang Baichuan gave a wink to someone ahead. Hey, what do you think of that girl over there? Chapter 105. Those with resources are kings. Upon hearing this, all 3 pairs of eyes turned to look in the direction Wang Baichuan was looking. There was a small playground across from their dormitory building, and at that moment, quite a few young women were sitting on the grass reading and chatting. The young woman Wang Baichuan described was wearing a white t-shirt, black shorts, and a high ponytail, and was playing badminton. She has a great figure and is estimated to be 17 meters tall. The main feature is the way her chest bounces back and forth, which is particularly exciting. Upon seeing that girl, all 3 of them, except for Mu Chun, couldn't take their eyes off her for a long time. Of course, that's normal. High school doesn't allow dating, so of course you want to have a passionate romance in college. Wang Baichuan took a deep breath and nudged Li Jiayong. Hey Yang, I think that girl is really hot. How about you go over and add her on WeChat? No. Li Jiayong shook his head and laughed. She's so beautiful. How could she possibly be interested in me? I think the one next to you is more suitable. As he spoke, Li Jiayong raised an eyebrow at Mu Chun. It has to be said that Mu Chun is the most handsome person in dormitory 448. With looks like that, he could probably rank among the top students at Tsinghua and Peking universities. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to call him the school's most handsome man. Yes. Hearing Li Jiayang's words, Wang Baichuan chuckled and turned to look at Mu Chun. Brother Chun, I also think you can do it if you go over there and ask for WeChat. You can definitely get it done. After all, your face is just too damn handsome. Upon hearing this, Mu Chun chuckled. Really? But I already have a girlfriend. If I go over and ask for her WeChat, and it gets back to her, you probably won't see me tomorrow. Holy crap. What? Upon hearing that Mu Chun had a girlfriend, Mo, Li Jiayang, and Wang Baichuan were all extremely surprised. Damn, he already has a girlfriend on the first day of school? What the hell? Mo couldn't help but say, Brother Chun, you can't believe that a girl hit on you on the first day, and then you two started dating. No. Mu Chun shook his head. I'm not that kind of person. My girlfriend and I are childhood sweethearts. We've known each other since we were little and have been playing together since we were young. Hearing Mu Chun say this, the three of them were even more surprised. Damn, he's had a girlfriend since he was a kid. A romance with your childhood sweetheart is something many people dream of. Li Jiayang said. Damn, you know what, you two were betrothed when you were kids. No, we just started dating this summer. Mu Chun scratched his head, and upon hearing this, the three of them immediately became interested. Mu Chun is so handsome, so his girlfriend must be very beautiful too. Mo continued. Since you're so handsome, Brother Chun, your girlfriend must be very beautiful too, right? How about let us guys take a look? Mu Chun looked at the three grown men with a puzzled expression. What kind of quirk is this? Looking at his girlfriend? Looking at the three of them, Mu Chun shrugged and said, I have a photo of the two of us on my WeChat moments. Go take a look. While packing, the three of them had already added each other on WeChat. Upon hearing this, they quickly took out their phones and opened Mu Chun's WeChat moments together. A moment later, the expressions on the three people's faces froze. Looking at the photo of Mu Chun and Su Tang, they thought, this is just too much of a PDA. Su Tang is a goddess of school beauty level. Mu Chun is a campus heartthrob. The two of them look perfectly natural together. They are all so good looking. Moreover, they are especially loving. Mu Chun's WeChat moments are filled with her daily life with Su Tang. From the day he confessed his feelings, he frequently shared his moments with Su Tang on his WeChat moments. For example, the scenery they passed by together, or the moment Su Tang was cooking seriously, as well as some photos of the two of them together and close-up pictures. Upon seeing the photo, they all looked envious. It's so sour, so incredibly sour. Looking at the three of them, Mu Chun laughed and said, Don't blame me. You're the ones who were clamoring to see this. Li Jiayang put his phone away and nodded. But indeed, you two are a very good match. Wow, I'm so envious. I'm envious too. Seeing the expressions on their faces, Mu Chun comforted them. Don't worry, you can find girlfriends like that too. Thank you for your kind words, Brother Chun. At the same time, Mu Chun turned his head and glanced at the three people, suddenly realizing something. If all else fails, I'll have my girlfriend introduce you to her roommates and play matchmaker. Wow, your girlfriend is also at Tsinghua or Peking University. They were even more surprised when they heard Mu Chun's words. Mu Chun was constantly redefining their understanding. It's one thing to have a girlfriend, but what's worse is that she's so beautiful, and what's even more infuriating is that she's also studying at Tsinghua or Peking University. From now on, I'm destined to eat dog food every day. Yes, he's at the art academy. I heard the girls there are all pretty good. Hey. Wang Baichuan smiled and quickly ran behind Mu Chun to massage his shoulders. Brother Chun, the future of us brothers depends on you. Please take care of it. Seeing this, Mo rolled her eyes. Look at your pathetic self. My sister is in the art academy, and I have resources too. Upon hearing Mo's words, Wang Baichuan immediately ran behind him and began massaging Mo's shoulders. Brother, please do me the favor. If all else fails, you can introduce me to your sister. Ahem, no problem, but my sister can skip this. Li Jiayang looked at Wang Baichuan with disdain. Sure enough, having resources makes you king. The four of them went to the cafeterias of Tsinghua and Peking universities. It must be said that the food in the canteens of Tsinghua and Peking universities is not only cheap, but also very plentiful. You can find most of the popular snacks and dishes that are usually popular outside here. Moreover, the price is only 1/3 of what it is elsewhere. For example, a serving of vegetables would probably cost 9 yuan at a fast food restaurant. In the cafeterias of Tsinghua and Peking universities, only 3 pieces are needed. Many dishes are even free. The four of them each ordered a dish and started eating. At this moment, Li Jiayang spoke up. By the way, guys, you all know how to play basketball, right? How about we go to the playground and play some basketball after we finish eating? Can. Wang Baichuan nodded, indicating that there was no problem. At the same time, Emoe nodded. Okay, but I haven't played for a while, so I hope Yang will go easy on me. No problem. Li Jiayang turned her gaze to Mu Chun. Mu Chun, you should be fine too, right? Yes, no problem. Mu Chun nodded. He played basketball frequently when he was in high school, and he even obtained basic basketball skills after completing a task, so his skills are quite good now. Moreover, Mu Chun didn't plan to spend all his university life playing games in the dorm. Engaging in physical activities can improve physical fitness. Isn't that better than playing games? Only when I'm physically fit can I properly take care of Tang Tang. Chapter 106. Mo Yi's heart is moved. After finishing their meal, the four of them left the cafeteria together. I must say, the food in the cafeterias at Tsinghua and Peking universities is really delicious. It's also cheap, and the food tastes much better than what you get at fast food restaurants. By the way, we didn't bring a basketball. Why don't we go to the underground supermarket and buy one? Li Jiayang just mentioned playing basketball, and then I realized they don't even have a basketball, so what's the point of playing? The basement level of the cafeteria is the campus supermarket of Tsinghua and Peking universities. The four of them went to the basement level, where there is a rest area. Mu Chun smiled slightly and said, "Then you guys take a break for a while. I'll go buy a basketball." Li Jiayang and the others did not refuse. They had indeed eaten a bit too much, and resting to digest would be a good idea. Mu Chun entered the supermarket, picked up a decent quality basketball from the shelf, and then bought 4 bottles of iced tea. On the way back, Moe, Wang Baichuan, and Li Jiayang were staring at a girl. His eyes were practically bulging out. Of course, that's normal. After all, no guy dislikes girls, especially pretty girls. Mu Chun placed 4 bottles of iced tea on the table and said, "All right, guys, stop looking at the girls and have some water." Only after hearing Mu Chun's voice did the 3 of them react. "Thank you, Brother Chun. Thank you, Brother Chun. Brother Chun, how about I transfer the money to you via WeChat?" Upon hearing this, Mu Chun shook his head repeatedly and said, "It's only a few dollars, Baichuan. You're being too polite." Wang Baichuan gave an awkward smile and then said, "Then I'll treat you to dinner another day." Okay. Mu Chun nodded. They would be classmates and roommates from now on, so there was no need to haggle over a few dollars. After resting for a while, Mu Chun weighed the basketball in his hand. "Hey guys, you've all had enough rest, right? How about we go play some ball now?" Mu Chun hadn't played basketball in a long time, and to be honest, he wanted to play some more and improve his skills. "Okay, let's go. Let's go. Let's go to the stadium." As they spoke, the 4 of them headed toward the indoor gymnasium of Tsinghua and Peking universities. The gymnasiums at Tsinghua and Peking universities are very large, covering several thousand square meters. It has all kinds of exercise rooms and even a gym, and it's open to students all day for free. Normally, many students exercise there, and on weekends, many nearby residents also come to Tsinghua and Peking University for fun. The gymnasium was not far from the cafeteria. After walking for about 10 minutes, the gymnasium building came into view. The building has 3 floors and over 100 individual activity rooms. There's even a really big swimming pool. At this time, there were many students outside the gymnasium. After registering and having lunch, students usually stroll around the campus. First, to familiarize myself with the campus environment. Second, to see the beautiful girls and handsome boys. Universities are more open-minded. If you happen to have a romantic encounter, a sweet romance might just follow. Wow, so many girls. Upon seeing this, Wang Baichuan's eyes lit up. The girls around me were not only of high quality, but they were also dressed very coolly. All of them were bare, white thighs. Gymnasiums are usually frequented by many handsome young men who play sports. The girls came here with a clear purpose. Since it's the beginning of the semester and many of the younger male students are single, they wanted to seize the opportunity. "All right, Baichuan, stop looking. Let's go inside and see if there are any empty basketball courts." As the 4 people entered the stadium, a chill immediately hit them. The stadium has central air conditioning, which is quite normal. Following the signs, they quickly found a large indoor basketball court. This basketball court has 4 basketball courts and is quite large. At that moment, there were more than a dozen people playing basketball inside. They were wearing white jerseys and didn't seem to be freshmen. Meanwhile, there were also some young women watching the game nearby. They were whispering about something, as if they were discussing which guy was handsome. "There's a seat available. Let's stay here," Mu Chun patted the ball in his hand, and Li Jiayang immediately bent down and snatched it away. Wow, Jiayang's skills are pretty good. That's... Li Jiayang smiled slightly. He is 19 meters tall and has loved playing basketball since he was a child. He almost became a sports student, but luckily he did well in academic subjects and got into Tsinghua or Peking University. You stinky mukin. Just as Mu Chun was about to play ball, he was suddenly patted on the shoulder, and Su Tang's voice came from behind him. Upon hearing Su Tang's voice, Mu Chun was slightly taken aback. He turned his head curiously, just as Su Tang was looking at him with a playful smile. Tang, what brings you here? I came to play. I saw you from far away, and I saw you guys with basketballs, so I came to find you. After speaking, Su Tang looked at Moe, Li Jiayang, and Wang Baichuan. Are these all your roommates? Upon hearing this, Mu Chun nodded repeatedly. Right? Mu Chun introduced them. This is Li Jiayang, this is Moe, and this is Wang Baichuan. The three of you have seen my girlfriend's picture. This is my girlfriend, Su Tang. Mu Chun introduced her with a smile, and they were all somewhat incredulous when they saw Su Tang in person. Because, in real life, Su Tang is even more beautiful than in photos. Nowadays, girls often edit their photos, believing that there are still some differences between the adorable image in photos and reality. It wasn't until they saw Su Tang in person that they realized how truly beautiful she was. She looks even more beautiful than in the photos compared to reality. The photos in Mu Chun's WeChat moments are definitely not photoshopped. Even Su Tang gave them a particularly strange feeling. It was as if she was carrying a natural barrier, separating them. It's truly the kind of thing that can only be admired from afar, not touched or handled. Hello, sister-in-law. Hello, sister-in-law. Li Jiayang spoke first, and Su Tang smiled brightly and nodded. Jiang, right? Hello. Hello, sister-in-law. Hello, sister-in-law. Moe and Wang Baichuan greeted her, and Su Tang nodded slightly. Then, as if remembering something, she turned her head and said, Hey Yuxuan, come here right now. Why are you hiding? Su Tang waved to a girl with pigtails at the door, and the girl walked over timidly. Su Tang smiled brightly and said, Let me introduce you. This is my roommate, Han Yuxuan. At the same time, Mu Chun began to size up Han Yuxuan. She is about 16 meters tall, not very tall, but has a great figure, the petite type. At this moment, she had her hair in pigtails and was wearing a navy blue sailor uniform. Clearly a little girl who was into anime and manga. Han Yuxuan was a little shy, and she spoke softly. Hello, I'm Han Yuxuan, a local from Kyoto, and Su Tang's roommate. Please take care of me from now on. Looking at the shy Han Yuxuan, Mu Chun felt that this kind of girl easily aroused a boy's protective instincts. At this moment, Mu Chun suddenly noticed that Moe was staring blankly at Han Yuxuan. He was slightly taken aback. Could it be that Moe had fallen for her? P.S. I looked at everyone's comments and they all disliked being contradicted, so I just deleted the part about Wang Chong. If you have trouble reading this chapter, please reread it. Thank you for your support. Chapter 107. I've really had my fill of dog food today. The previous chapter has been revised. Many readers don't like being contradicted, so it has been deleted. If you had trouble reading it, you can reread it. Not only did Mu Chun notice Moe's appearance, but Han Yuxuan also noticed Moe's gaze. Upon being looked at like that, she immediately turned bright red, extremely shy. Han Yuxuan was raised with strict discipline and attended an all-girls high school, so she had no contact with boys at all. This is also the main reason why she is shy. Meanwhile, Li Jiayang and Wang Baichuan also noticed Moe's strange gaze. They weren't stupid. They had seen through Moe's intentions long ago. Mu Chun said with a smile, Since you two are here, let's play some ball together. Oh. Upon hearing this, Su Tang was somewhat bewildered. Because she doesn't know how to play basketball at all, has never been exposed to it before, and doesn't even know the most basic basketball rules. Su Tang shook her head heavily. Let's forget it. I'll just watch you guys fight. Let's play together for a while. We're free right now. Wang Baichuan leaned closer and said with a smile. It's just right that the four of us aren't enough with you, and Yuxuan added. There will be 3 of us on each side, which is perfect. Huh? But... Su Tang hesitated for a moment, and Mu Chun, seeing her expression, said, It's okay, just relax and don't follow the rules of basketball. Just play however you want. Okay. Su Tang nodded. She was indeed a bit bored, so playing basketball with her boyfriend was quite fun. At this moment, Su Tang turned to look at Han Yuxuan. Yuxuan, you've never played basketball before, have you? Why don't you play for a while together? Hearing Su Tang's words, Han Yuxuan nodded shyly. Her mother had taught her to get along well with her classmates in college. As a dutiful daughter, she would definitely listen to her mother. Okay, but I've never played it before. Moe quickly said. It's nothing, just for fun. Looking at Han Yuxuan's shy appearance, he felt a strange flutter in his heart. This girl evoked a strong protective instinct in him. Mu Chan turned to look at his 3 roommates. Then you guys should all let the 2 girls have their way. No problem. The 3 nodded, indicating that there was no problem. Seeing this, Mu Chan said, Tang Tang, Wang Baichuan, and I will be in the same group, Jiayang and Moi. You 2 will be in the same group with Han Yuxuan. Take good care of her. Okay. Mu Chan gave Li Jiayang a wink, and Li Jiayang understood immediately. At the same time, Moe was also secretly delighted. Mu Chan paired Han Yuxuan with him. Wasn't he just creating an opportunity for him? As expected of his roommate, he understood what he meant after only a few hours of interaction. Of course, since they were playing with girls, Mu Chan and the other boys didn't follow the rules of a basketball game. The main problem is that Han Yuxuan from Su Tang knows absolutely nothing about basketball. If they had to follow the standard basketball rules, they probably wouldn't even know how to steal the ball. Here we go. Soon, the 6 of them started playing ball. Su Tang and Han Yuxuan were beginners, and Mu Chan and the others didn't play seriously either. At the same time, Moe focused all his attention on Han Yuxuan. The 2 of them could also have physical contact from time to time. A few minutes later, the first round ended and the second round began. Li Jiayang was dribbling the basketball when Mu Chan and Wang Baichuan stepped in to block his path and prevent him from shooting. However, given Li Jiayang's height of 19 meters, he used his height advantage to throw the ball directly towards Han Yuxuan. Yuxuan, catch the ball. Oh. Han Yuxuan was startled. She quickly stretched out her arms and hugged the ball to her chest with a thud. That's right, I held him in my arms. The action looked somewhat comical, and upon seeing this, everyone smiled. This little girl is absolutely adorable. Han Yuxuan was a little confused at this moment. She said blankly, Then what should I do now? Moe shouted, Shoot. Oh. Upon hearing Moe's words, Han Yuxuan realized what was happening. She looked up at the basketball hoop above, jumped slightly, and tossed the basketball upwards. However, it didn't go in. Seeing this, Han Yuxuan felt a pang of disappointment. Ugh, you shouldn't have passed it to me. I can't shoot. It's okay. You're a beginner. Just practice more, and we can play together sometime in the future. While Moe was comforting Han Yuxuan, Mu Chan had already retrieved the ball. He dribbled the ball over to Su Tang. Come on, Tang Tang. You try shooting too. Oh. Upon hearing this, Su Tang was taken aback. Like Han Yuxuan, she can't shoot hoops either. Can? What do you mean, but? Let's give it a try. Mu Chan handed the basketball to Su Tang. Looking at the fierce-looking Mu Chan, Su Tang pouted and then nodded. Okay, I'll give it a try. Looking at Su Tang's expression, Mu Chan also felt a sense of anticipation. He's never seen Su Tang shoot a basketball before. Actually, it would be good to let this girl practice basketball. She can't just lie in her dorm watching dramas all day. Su Tang held the ball in both hands and placed it under her stomach. Then, she turned to look at Mu Chan and said, Well, Mu Chan, I'll start. Let's begin. Li Jiayang and the others also focused their attention on Su Tang. Su Tang looked up at the basketball hoop and took a deep breath. Then, she threw the ball upwards with both hands and arched her legs backwards, just like tossing a bridal bouquet. The movements were extremely strange, especially the part where his calves stick up. It almost made Mu Chan laugh to death. Needless to say, the ball didn't go in. Seeing Su Tang's action, everyone present burst out laughing. Hee. Mu Chan walked over to Su Tang and patted her on the shoulder. Tang Tang, is that how you throw a ball? Are you trying to make me laugh to death? Snort. Su Tang snorted coldly and said angrily, You stinky mukin, you're so annoying. You know I can't shoot, but you still made me shoot. Did you want to see me embarrass myself? Mu Chan continued laughing. No, it's not Tang Tang. You're just shooting. Why do you have to stick your leg up like that? As he spoke, Mu Chan even imitated Su Tang's actions. I can't take it anymore. I'm about to laugh myself to death. Seeing Mu Chan's gloating smile, Su Tang pouted and rolled her eyes at him. You big bad guy, I'll never touch a basketball again. No, please. Mu Chan walked to the side, picked up the ball, handed it to Su Tang, and then squatted down. Come up and put my little princess on my shoulders, and I'll definitely be able to score the ball. Oh. Upon hearing this, Su Tang was slightly taken aback. She looked around. There were many people around her. Booty's this really okay? It's all right. Come on up, my precious little princess. Okay then. Su Tang nodded slightly. She was wearing long pants today, so she didn't have to worry about exposing herself. At the same time, Su Tang sat on Mu Chen's shoulders, and Mu Chun slowly stood up. Seeing this, Li Jiayong, Moe, and Wang Baichuan all looked at Mu Chun with disdain. Damn, this grown man is actually showing off his love in front of them. What a dog. Mu Chun walked up to the basketball hoop, and at that moment Su Tang reached out and touched the hoop. Will it go in now? Su Tang nodded softly, then threw the basketball into the hoop. A satisfied smile appeared on his face. Mu Chun spoils her so much. I love it. Okay. Mu Chun slowly squatted down and put Su Tang down. Honey, have I gained weight? No. Mu Chun playfully pinched his little nose, then turned to look at his roommates. Good heavens. All three of his roommates were looking at him with disdain. The look in their eyes was as if Mu Chun owed them millions. You? Wang Baichuan said. Humph, Brother Chun. That's not fair of you. Did you even consider how we single dogs feel? That's right, Brother Chun, we're not in love anymore. Seeing this, Su Tang chuckled. All right, you four play ball. You Xian and I will watch you play from the sidelines. After what just happened, Su Tang realized that the two of them couldn't get involved at all, and it would be better for them to just watch from the sidelines. After saying that, Su Tang took Yu Xian's hand, and the two of them skipped and hopped to the chairs by the wall of the basketball court and sat down. Mu Chen turned around and said, Hey guys, let's start playing some ball. Come on, come on. Li Jiayong had been holding back for a long time. Just now, there were two girls, so it was impossible to have any fun. Now is the time to truly showcase your skills. Soon, the four of them started playing ball. Mu Chen's basketball skills are quite good. Three-pointers are no problem for him now. Just a few minutes later, Mu Chen made 3 three-pointers. Even Li Jiayong, who has played basketball since childhood, was somewhat surprised when he saw it. Mu Chun has excellent body coordination, and even he can't guess the feints he makes. Li Jiayong couldn't help but say, Wow, Mu Chun, looks like you've practiced before? Oh, there's no such thing as practicing or not practicing. Mu Chun smiled, and then made another three-pointer. Damn it, Brother Chun, you have no sportsmanship. Awesome, Brother Chun. I think you can make it onto the school basketball team. In the distance, Su Tang and Han Yuxuan kept observing the four of them. Han Yuxuan couldn't help but ask, Sister Tang Tang, your boyfriend is amazing. He must have been really good at basketball in high school, right? It's all right. At this point, Su Tang's face lit up with a bright smile. She began to tell Han Yuxuan about their high school days. Back then, our school had a basketball game. Su Tang shared their past experiences, while Han Yuxuan listened attentively. She really liked Su Tang and Mu Chen's story and also envied their love. Time flies. In the blink of an eye, an hour and a half had passed. After playing for an hour and a half, all four of them were quite sweaty. Li Jiayong wiped the sweat from his forehead, put his hands on his hips, and said, All right, let's rest for a while. After playing for a while, all four of them were quite tired. Mu Chen glanced at the spot where Su Tang had just been sitting home. Where is Su Tang? After playing ball for a while, Mu Chen didn't even notice her leaving. At the same time, Moe was also taken aback when he saw Han Yuxuan leave. Holy crap, has Yuxuan left? Holy crap. E.g., you don't actually have a crush on that little girl, do you? Maybe. Moe scratched his head, his tone slightly shy. Mu Chen said, Well, I'm back. At this moment, Su Tang and Han Yuxuan walked back hand in hand. Su Tang was carrying a transparent plastic bag with several bottles of water inside. Seeing that the others had finished playing ball, Su Tang quickly let go of Han Yuxuan's hand and ran happily to Mu Chen's side. Honey, are you done? Su Tang took out a pack of wet wipes from her pocket and wiped the sweat from his forehead. Meanwhile, Mu Chen's 3 roommates were filled with envy. Damn, having a girlfriend really makes a difference. So sour. I can wipe it myself. Mu Chun didn't let Su Tang wipe him all the time. After all, he has 3 single guys around him. Su Tang nodded. Are you thirsty? Then have a bottle of water. Su Tang took out a bottle of mineral water from the bag, unscrewed it for Mu Chun, and handed it to him. Thanks, honey. You're welcome. Su Tang smiled sweetly, and then took out 3 more bottles of water. Oh, and you guys should drink some water too. As she spoke, Su Tang handed the 3 bottles of water to Li Jiayong, Moe, and Wang Baichuan. Of course, all 3 of them readily accepted. After all, it was water given by Sister Chun, so it had a different meaning. Thank you, sister-in-law. Thank you, sister-in-law. You're welcome. Su Tang smiled slightly, a sweet smile that instantly gave the three of them a feeling of being in love. Wow, it's such a heart-fluttering feeling. I'm so envious of Mu Chun having a girlfriend like that. After delivering the water, Su Tang moved closer to Mu Chun. Well, honey, I'll head back now. My advisor said there's a meeting tonight, and I remembered I still have some things to pack, so I'll be leaving now. Okay, let's go back. Okay, bye-bye, call me if you need anything. Su Tang waved to Mu Chun, then waved to his roommates. I'm leaving now, you guys keep playing ball. Goodbye, sister-in-law. Take care, sister-in-law. Watching Su Tang's departing figure, the three of them felt a pang of sadness. Damn, I've had my fill of dog food today. P.S. This chapter is 4,000 words long. There's one more chapter to go as usual. I'll post it before midnight. Chapter 108, is this our counselor? They didn't look away until Su Tang disappeared from their sight. At the same time, Li Jiayong said, Mo-e, you can't do this right either. What a great opportunity you had just had. Why didn't you ask for Han Yuxuan's WeChat? Holy crap. Hearing this, Mo-e suddenly realized that he had completely forgotten to ask for Han Yuxuan's WeChat. At the same time, Mo-e turned her gaze to Mu Chun, staring at him expectantly. Seeing Mo-e's expression, Mu Chun already guessed what he wanted to say. Mu Chun said, all right. I'll have Su Tang bring Han Yuxuan over later, and you can add her. Hee, Brother Chun really understands me. I'll treat you to dinner another day. Mo-e chuckled. Sure enough, only men understand men. After taking a sip of water, Mu Chun asked, shall we guys continue playing ball? Okay. Hurry up, Mu Chun. Your move is so awesome. Teach me quickly. Call me daddy, and I'll teach you. The four continued playing basketball until 5:30 p.m. before leaving the gymnasium. Mu Chun hadn't played ball like this in a long time, and he had to admit that after exercising all afternoon, his body was really taking a hit. It seems I still can't do traditional crafts at night. Sigh. It seems like there's going to be a class meeting tonight. Li Jiayong looked at her phone and suddenly spoke. Our advisor has already added all the students in the class to a group chat. She said there will be a meeting at 7 p.m. tonight in F601. Upon hearing this, all four of them took out their phones. When Mu Chun opened the chat, sure enough, Han Shuer had already added him to the group chat for the first class of New Energy Exploration and Research. It also included a notice that there would be a meeting at 7 p.m. tonight. There are 41 people in the group, which isn't a lot. At this moment, Wang Baichuan spoke up. By the way, I heard that our counselor is a girl. I hope she has a good temper. Wang Baichuan began to worry. To have a good university experience, one must have a good advisor. Upon hearing Wang Baichuan's words, Li Jiayong asked, have you ever seen a boy named Han Shuer? Oh, this. Hearing their conversation, Mu Chun smiled and said, don't worry, Han Shuer is a very good counselor. She's young, beautiful, and has a great presence. She's definitely a good counselor. Upon hearing Mu Chun's words, Wang Baichuan couldn't help but ask, how did you know? I've met her once before. Upon hearing this, Wang Baichuan asked, have you met before? Could it be that you and her? As he spoke, Wang Baichuan gave Mu Chun a mischievous smile and raised an eyebrow. What the hell are you thinking? Mu Chun rolled his eyes at Wang Baichuan and didn't explain further. He said, all right, you'll see when you see it at the meeting today. The four of them went to the cafeteria together. After eating, they returned to their dormitory to tidy up soon. It got dark. Building F was quite close to their dormitory at 6:40. The four of them left the dormitory on time and headed towards Building F. At this time, there were already many students on the campuses of Tsinghua and Peking universities. Although there were 3 days for registration, most students chose to register on the first day. After entering Building F, they quickly found classroom F601. This is a study room with about 100 seats, but there are only about 20 people in the room at this time. Not everyone has arrived. However, to Mu Chun's surprise, there were more than a dozen girls among these 20-odd people. Although his looks are average, there are actually girls among them. It's important to know that New Energy is a science and engineering major. There are already few female students in science and engineering majors. There are only 40 students in the class, and it's hard to believe that there are more than a dozen girls. Meanwhile, the eyes of more than a dozen girls in the class almost popped out when they saw Mu Chun. Although there are quite a few handsome male classmates in the class, they are still quite common. Until I saw Mu Chun's handsome face. His looks completely outshone all the boys in the class. Moreover, her height is just right. Wow, I never expected there to be such a handsome guy in our class. Yes, sister, I admit I'm smitten. What's his name? I don't know either. Quickly open the class group chat and see if you can find him. The girls in the class started talking about it, that's right. In this era where looks matter, if you're handsome, you'll be popular wherever you go. For example, readers are this type of person. Let's sit in the first row, so you can get a close look at the counselor later. Mu-chun said that Han Shuer was prettier, and the three of them had high expectations for their advisor's appearance. Wang Baichuan even fantasized about having a teacher-student romance with his advisor's TSK. How wonderful that would be. After sitting down, Mu-chun took out his phone. Holy crap! Why did someone suddenly add me? Mu-chun looked at his WeChat and saw that 5 or 6 people had added him. After a quick glance, Mu-chun discovered that these people were all girls from the class group chat. Mu-chun's WeChat profile picture is a silhouette of his profile. These girls are so amazing. How did they know it was him? At this moment, Wang Baichuan turned his head and found that the girls sitting in the back row were all staring intently in their direction. Brother Chun, you're really having a lucky streak with girls. Go away, it's just a bad romance. Mu-chun turned off his phone without giving it much thought. After all, Mu-chun has gotten used to it now. Back in high school, many girls wrote him love letters. However, because he was addicted to games, he didn't take dating seriously at all. I'm so envious. Wang Baichuan looked at him with envy and said, I wish I were as handsome as you, Sai. Upon hearing this, Mu-chun smiled slightly. You're not ugly either, and Baichuan, you've obviously been hiding your strength, okay? Mu-chun pointed to the watch on his wrist, which was worth 50 or 60,000 yuan. Wearing such an expensive watch, he must be a hidden tycoon. Hey. Wang Baichuan smiled slightly and said nothing more. As time went on, the number of students in the class increased. Soon, all 40 students were seated in the study room, waiting for their advisor to arrive. At the same time, the sound of high heels suddenly came from the classroom door. Da-da-da. Upon hearing the sound, the students in the class all looked towards the classroom door. At this moment, Han Shuer walked in wearing a white shirt, a black pencil skirt, and black stockings, looking particularly sexy. She stood on the podium with a smile on her face. She looked absolutely stunning. Han Shuer is a full 175 meters tall and has a very slender figure. When the boys in her class see her, their eyes almost pop out. Upon seeing Han Shuer, Wang Baichuan swallowed hard and couldn't help but ask, Brother Chun, is this our counselor? P.S. The 6,000 has been delivered. Please feel free to give any feedback. Xiaoming also took this book quite seriously. Some people say that Su Tang calling Mu-chun husband doesn't sound nice, so I'll change it. Some people say that Su Tang often says he, which is a bit silly, so I'll change it. Some people don't like being proven wrong, so I'll change that too. As a new author, I can only find problems in the writing process. I'm so glad to have met everyone here. Thank you all for reading. Finally, I'm begging for more videos and to contribute my love for this project for free. Xiaoming kowtowed. Thump little cuties, go to sleep early. Chapter 109 Electing Class Committee Members. Yes, that's right. Seeing Wang Baichuan's excited eyes, Mu-chun nodded. However, Han Shuer's outfit today was absolutely stunning. Exceptionally sexy. Most importantly, although she is already 26 years old this year, she looks only about 22 or 23 years old. Not only does she have a great figure, but her face is also angelic, and her overall aura is different from others. Of course, the most attractive thing is her long legs clad in black stockings. At this moment, all the boys in the class were staring intently at Han Shuer. That's amazing. Having such a beautiful advisor, you can have an incredibly enjoyable 4 years of university. At the same time, Han Shuer also turned her gaze to Mu-chun. The two looked at each other for a few seconds, and Mu-chun smiled and nodded as a greeting. Han Shuer responded with a smile. She glanced around at her classmates and then said, All right, I see everyone in the class is here first. Let me introduce myself. My name is Han Shuer, and I will be your advisor for the next 4 years of university. Good. As soon as Han Shuer finished speaking, the boys in the class started clapping as if they had been injected with chicken blood. Splash, splash, splash. Even Wang Baichuan, who was standing next to Mu-chun, couldn't help but applaud. His eyes were fixed on Han Shuer's legs. He swallowed hard, extremely excited. Everyone, please be quiet. Han Shuer smiled slightly, made a quiet gesture, and then said, First of all, welcome to Tsinghua and Peking University. We all come from different parts of the country, and it is a kind of fate that we have come together. I hope that we can help each other in the future. Now that I am your counselor, you can come to me with any problems you have in your life or studies. Good. Splash, splash, splash. Another boy started to jeer Mooch and glanced at them briefly and saw that only Li Jiayang's expression was relatively normal. The other boys, including Wang Jiai and Moe, were acting like crazy. But that's normal. What guy could resist a mature, sexy female advisor in black stockings? Seeing the excitement of her classmates, Han Shuer smiled and said, "Since you all already know me, then I don't know you all either. Let's start from the first row and have everyone come up on stage one by one to introduce themselves." After speaking, Han Shuer turned her gaze to Li Jiayang. Li Jiayang's seat was in the first position of the first row. Upon hearing this, he stood up and walked to the center of the podium. At the same time, some of the girls in the class also looked at Li Jiayang. Although Li Jiayang is not as handsome as Mu Chun, he can still be considered a handsome guy. Li Jiayang's expression was full of confidence. He smiled peacefully and said, "Hello everyone. My name is Li Jiayang. I come from Guangzhou. I usually like to play basketball. If there are any classmates who like to play basketball, you can ask me to play together. I'm usually quite helpful, so feel free to ask me for help if you need anything. I also really like digital devices, so feel free to ask me anything about them." In just a few words, the students gained a basic understanding of Li Jiayang. At the same time, Han Shuer said, "Okay, Li Jiayang, welcome to Tsinghua and Peking universities." Li Jiayang didn't say much. He smiled slightly and stepped off the stage. Next, Mu Chun nudged Wang Baichuan, who was staring at Han Shuer's legs. Wang Baichuan realized what was happening and then walked up to the podium. "Hello everyone, my name is Wang Baichuan. A local from Kyoto, I usually enjoy watching action movies." After introducing himself, Wang Baichuan returned to his seat. At the same time, Han Shuer also turned her attention to Mu Chun. Even Han Shuer was surprised that the person who performed the act of bravery in Shanghai was actually her student. With his grades, getting into Tsinghua or Peking University wouldn't be a problem, but it just so happens that she's Mu Chun's tutor, which is quite a coincidence. Perhaps this is fate. Of course, Han Shuer still liked Mu Chun very much. Not only is she good-looking and academically excellent, but most importantly, she is also helpful. Seeing Han Shuer smile, Mu Chun walked to the podium on his own initiative. At the same time, all the girls in the class looked up at him, without even blinking. So cool. Mu Chun, standing on the podium, gave them a different feeling. This boy seemed to be surrounded by holy light. He gives off a very comfortable feeling. He's not only handsome, but also very sunny. Upon seeing him, I couldn't help but go up to him and want to get to know him. Not only that, even several boys in the class couldn't help but glance at Mu Chun a few more times. Mu Chun looked at his classmates, bowed first, and then spoke. "Hello everyone, my name is Mu Chun, and I come from Jiangbei province. First of all, I am very honored to meet you all. I hope we can help each other in the future. I am also a very loyal person, so please feel free to ask me for help if you need anything. At the same time, I have a wide range of interests. I like playing basketball, playing guitar, singing, and I also cook occasionally. I also really enjoy making friends." As soon as Mu Chun finished speaking, the girls sitting in the back row couldn't help but get excited. "Wow, he's so handsome. So his name is Mu Chun. I'm also from Jiangbei province. I never imagined that I'd be from the same hometown as my crush. I want to travel with him during the National Day holiday. Oh, why am I not from Jiangbei province? I also want to go home with my crush." The girls in the class were talking about it. Indeed, Mu Chun's good looks really attracted them. In today's society, both men and women are visual creatures. Mu Chun's appearance perfectly matches the image of their ideal man. Most importantly, Mu Chun said he can sing and play guitar. It's really rare to see such an artistic guy. After introducing himself, Mu Chun turned to look at Han Shuer, who nodded, indicating that he should go back. After returning to his seat, Wang Baichuan couldn't help but say, "Brother Chun, do you know that when you were introducing yourself just now, all the girls in the back row were eyeing you with greedy looks?" As he spoke, Wang Baichuan revealed an envious look in his eyes. It's truly a case of some suffering from drought, while others are drowning from floods. I saw it. Mu Chun didn't take it seriously at the same time. Moe also went up and began to introduce himself. Each student said a few words briefly, and as time went by, it was soon the last student's turn. This is a boy, about 175 meters tall, and quite handsome, though he is still somewhat inferior to Mu Chun. He stood straight on the podium and began to speak. "Hello everyone, my name is Gulinsi, and I come from Chao County." Holy crap, from Chao County. Upon hearing that Gulinsi was from Chao County, the classmates were reminded of a meme that had been circulating online recently. "I'd rather have a bed in Chaoxian than an apartment in Pudong." I went to Chaoxian and bought 10 caddies of beef when I got home. I found that 9.5 caddies of it was beef. Everyone knows that the Earth is divided into the Southern Hemisphere and the Southern Hemisphere. Hearing his classmates' comments, Gulinsi gave an awkward smile and said, "Yes, it's Chao County, which is just a small county town. This meme has become quite popular recently. I also enjoy playing basketball, so we can have a friendly match sometime." After a brief introduction, Gulinsi returned to his seat. After everyone had given brief self-introductions, Han Shuer began to speak. "All right, now that everyone has introduced themselves, I believe you all know each other well. Now, let's move on to the next step." Han Shuer paused for a moment, then said, "Starting the day after tomorrow, you will undergo 2 weeks of military training. So we need to elect class committee members, especially the class monitor and the sports committee member, to lead everyone through the military training." Hearing this, Wang Baichuan nudged Mu Chun and said, "Brother Chun, do you want to be the class monitor?" "I'll pass." Without even thinking, Mu Chun shook his head. He has never held a position in his class since he started elementary school. Because his academic performance was so poor, he was simply not qualified. In the eyes of most teachers, a student with poor grades is a bad student, and a student with good grades is a good student. They don't consider anything other than academics. As for Mu Chin's grades, he's undoubtedly a poor student. At the same time, Han Shuer continued to speak. "Everyone can consider this. Students who want to be class committee members can come up to the stage and talk about their strengths and why they want to be class committee members. I will choose who to be based on everyone's introductions." Han Shuer considered everything very thoroughly because the class committee in college is different from that in junior high and high school. University class committee members are much busier than those in junior high and high school. Furthermore, in the future, when awarding scholarships and other prizes, priority will be given to class committee members. Soon, the students started discussing it quietly. At the same time, Han Shuer also wrote the required class committee positions on the blackboard. There are class monitors, vice class monitors, sports committee members, arts and culture committee members, study committee members, and youth league branch secretaries, etc. A dozen minutes later, Han Shuer smiled slightly. "How's everyone's discussion going? Those who want to be class committee members can come up and speak." "I want to go." Wang Baichuan was startled and quickly stood up. As a lesbian, he especially wanted to become the counselor's right-hand man. Who wouldn't love a counselor wearing black stockings? Mu Chin smiled as he watched Wang Baichuan walk to the podium. This guy? Is he trying to date the counselor? After all, in universities today, many advisors and students are of similar age. Teacher-student relationships are becoming increasingly common. However, Mu Chun did not tell his roommates that Han Shuer had a boyfriend. He must be very sad if he finds out that his advisor has a boyfriend, right? Standing on the podium, Wang Baichuan first glanced at Han Shuer's legs before beginning his introduction. "I am Wang Baichuan, and I would like to run for class monitor. I served as class monitor for a year in high school. Now that I have come to Tsinghua and Peking University, I would like to improve my abilities. If I become the class monitor, I will definitely treat every classmate fairly and become an assistant to everyone, and the counselor. I hope everyone can give me this opportunity." Wang Baichuan bowed before stepping down from the podium. At the same time, the students in the class applauded. "Splash, splash, splash," Han Shuer said with a smile. "Okay, Wang Baichuan has set a good example for everyone. Are there any other students who want to run for class monitor?" At the same time, another boy came up. As time went by, the class committee members were quickly elected. At the same time, Wang Baichuan successfully became the squad leader. Mu Chin noticed that most of the elected class committee members were boys. Maybe it's all because Han Shuer was wearing black stockings? Chapter 110. This reward is awesome. Although Han Shuer was a little puzzled that Mu Chun had not run for class committee, she did not show it. She said, "Students, there's one last task after that. You can go back to your dorms." Han Shuer didn't hesitate. She said, "On the night the military training ends, there will be a freshman orientation party. Freshmen from each college will have to put on 5 performances. Does anyone in our class want to put on a performance? You can sign up now. If you sign up to participate in the program, you need to rehearse at night, which means you won't have to participate in the night training of military training. If you win an award, you will also get extra credits." Hearing this, the students in the class were delighted. It's early September now, and although autumn has long passed, the weather is still very hot. They were aware that military training included night training. It's quite something that if you sign up for a program, you can't participate in the night patrol. At this point, several students were already itching to join in. At the same time, Han Shuer suddenly thought of something, and she moved closer to Mu Chun. By the way, Mu Chun, you mentioned during your self-introduction that you can play guitar and sing. Why don't you sign up and sing a song? Upon hearing this, Mu Chun was taken aback. This, ding, congratulations host for starting the mission. Just then, the system's voice suddenly came to Mu Chun's mind. Task, ding. This task is to sing a love song for Su Tang in front of the whole school. To make them feel like dogs, you will receive 2,000 points upon completion. Holy crap. Upon seeing this reward, Mu Chun was completely dumbfounded. Can the system be used like this? Actually, Mu Chun didn't want to sing. Military training can improve physical fitness, and only when you are physically fit can you take good care of Tang Tang. But this reward isn't as appealing as exercising. Good heavens. This reward is incredibly satisfying for both him and Su Tang. This reward is awesome. At the same time, Mu Chun looked up at Han Shuer and said, "Yes, that's fine, Sister Shuer." Good. Seeing that Mu Chun agreed, Han Shuer smiled and nodded. She continued, "So what song do you want to sing? What song should we sing?" Mu Chun pondered for a moment, because this world was different from his previous life in some ways. Many of the songs from his previous life did not exist in this world. Mu Chun smiled slightly. "An original song, please." Whoa! Upon hearing this, Wang Baichuan, who was standing to the side, immediately became uneasy. He said, "What? Brother Chun, you can not only play guitar and sing, but also write original songs." Mu Chun nodded shamelessly. Anyway, they don't know about their reincarnated counterparts, so it doesn't matter. Awesome. Wang Baichuan gave him a thumbs up. Meanwhile, many girls in the back row heard Mu Chun announce the program. In order to be able to film rehearsals with Mu Chun, they couldn't help but say, Advisor, we want to sign up too." "Yes, we want to sign up too." The class meeting didn't end until 9:30 p.m. Mu Chun and his 3 roommates left Building F and headed towards the Wisteria apartment. The air quality at Tsinghua and Peking universities is exceptionally good, and the weather today is also exceptionally sunny. At this time, there were many students wandering around the campus. Throughout the journey, Wang Baichuan excitedly talked about Han Shuer's long legs. She even boasted that she wanted to have a passionate romance with her advisor. Mu Chun, who was standing to the side, couldn't stand it anymore and said, "Baichuan, don't overthink it, our counselor has a boyfriend." "What?" Upon hearing this, Wang Baichuan appeared extremely surprised. He suddenly turned his head to look at Mu Chun, and even thought for a moment that he had misheard. "What did you say? Our advisor has a boyfriend?" Mu Chun nodded and recounted how he met Han Shuer and Zheng Jianfei in Shanghai. After hearing this, both Wang Baichuan, Moe, and Li Jiayang were extremely surprised. It turns out they had met during the summer vacation. All 3 of them felt it was somewhat unbelievable, but of course they knew that Mu Chun wouldn't lie. Mu Chun patted Wang Baichuan on the shoulder and said, "All right, Tsinghua and Peking University campuses are so big, there's no shortage of girls. You'll always find someone suitable." Wang Baichuan seemed somewhat dejected. He simply nodded without saying a word. Soon, they arrived at Building 4. Mu Chun said, "Then you guys go up first. I need to talk to my girlfriend about something." Upon hearing this, Moe revealed a mischievous smile. He said, "Okay, Brother Chun, I understand. See you tomorrow morning." Holy crap, what are you thinking? Mu Chun was speechless for a moment. "Take care of yourself." Moe left those words behind, and then dragged Wang Baichuan and Li Jiayang upstairs. At the same time, Mu Chun took out his phone and called Su Tang. Soon, Su Tang answered the phone. "Hey, honey." Mu Chun asked. "So, have you finished your meeting?" "Uh-huh," Su Tang excitedly said from the other side. "I've finished my meeting and just came downstairs." "Okay, then let's go for a walk on the playground and enjoy the evening breeze." "Okay, then I'll wait for you on the playground across from the Wisteria apartments." "Okay, honey, I'll be right there." Su Tang hung up the phone on the other end, while Mu Chun walked towards the playground opposite the Wisteria apartment. At this time, there were many students on the Wisteria playground. Although it was night, for tall lights illuminated the playground. Mu Chun bought 2 bottles of Nutritional Express from the vending machine and then sat on the grass to wait for Su Tang. A few minutes later, he saw Su Tang's figure. The girl had changed into a new outfit, wearing a pink t-shirt and denim shorts, with her long hair down, and was looking around, searching for him. Mu Chun stood up, quietly came up behind Su Tang, and patted her on the shoulder. Su Tang suddenly turned her head and revealed a silly smile. "Honey, I didn't even see you just now. Silly boy. Mu-chin handed her the nutritional drink and then said, So how are your roommates? They're pretty good, right? Su-tang nodded. Then a curious expression appeared on her face. By the way, Mu-chun, does Mo from your dorm have a thing for my Han Yuxuan? Su-tang is also a smart person this afternoon. He noticed that Mo kept staring at Han Yuxuan. Mu-chin pinched Su-tang's cheek. Wow, wife, you could tell that. That's. Su-tang raised her little head, looking superior. But actually, I think Mo is pretty good too besides. Han Yuxuan is single, and she's rather shy. So she probably won't take the initiative if Mo wants to pursue her. He'll have to be the one to make the first move. Okay. At this moment, Su-tang suddenly remembered something and asked, By the way, your advisor probably mentioned that there will be a freshman orientation party after military training. Have you signed up for a performance? Mu-chun nodded emphatically. At the same time, Su-tang showed a curious expression. Huh? You really signed up? What program did you sign up for? Mu-chun smiled slightly and whispered in Su-tang's ear. It's a secret. You'll find out when the time comes. P.S. 2 chapters totaling 5,000 words, 1,000 words less than usual. Tomorrow is Qixi Festival, Chinese Valentine's Day, and I'm a single dog. I'm going to go live a lonely life. First, happy Qixi Festival, everyone. Finally, I'm begging for more videos and free support. The university storyline is slowly unfolding. Chapter 111. You can't be impotent, can you? Secret. Upon hearing this, Su-tang rolled her eyes. This stinky Mu-chun still won't tell. However, even if he didn't say it, I could guess the general idea. Mu-chun can play the guitar and sings quite well. Perhaps he'll sing a song for himself? Thinking about this, Su-tang couldn't help but feel excited. After all, this was singing in front of the entire school's teachers and students. If Mu-chun really sang for her in front of the whole school, she would be very happy. If it's a love song, wouldn't that be a public display of affection in front of the whole school? Looking at Su-tang's expression, Mu-chun knew that this girl was starting to overthink again. At the same time, Mu-chun asked, Tang-tang, have you signed up for the show? Tu didn't. Su-tang pouted, shook her head, and then said, However, since you've already signed up, I'll contact my advisor tonight and sign up too. Yes, that's fine. In fact, Mu-chun actually supports the Su-tang Bao program. It's not a bad thing to show yourself well in college. It can also help build courage. Su-tang continued. It's a pity we're not in the same college. It would be great if we could do a show together. Upon hearing this, Mu-chun smiled slightly. It's all right. There will be plenty of opportunities in the future. Su-tang nodded obediently and then said, Then I'll sign up for a violin performance. Su-tang is now playing the violin very well, which is of course the result of her hard work and study. Su-tang usually cherishes any opportunity to showcase herself. Mu-chun nodded. Okay, then tell me, what should I poop out? Su-tang thought for a moment, then continued. Do you think I can play Castle in the Sky? Su-tang has loved anime since she was a child, and she also really likes Hayao Miyazaki, Makoto Shinkai, and Joe Hisaishi. In particular, the famous music master Joe Hisaishi has made Su-tang obsessed. Seeing Su-tang's expectant eyes, Mu-chun nodded. Sky City, I feel great. Mu-chun also particularly likes the song Castle in the Sky. I also really liked this movie. It was very sweet. It settled then. Su-tang made up her mind and revealed a sweet smile. At the same time, she stretched out her arm. Honey, can you turn on the Nutrition Express for me? Good. Mu-chun took the nutritional drink from Su-tang and twisted it open with a little force. At the same time, he joked, My dear Su-tang, do you still need me to feed you? Upon hearing this, Su-tang frowned slightly. Hello? How do I feed you? Seeing Su-tang's puzzled look, Mu-chun's lips curled up slightly. He said, Of course I'll drink it first, then kiss you and feed it to you. This? Upon hearing this, Su-tang gave Mu-chun a disdainful look. Actually, if that were the case, Su-tang wouldn't mind. After all, they're already quite familiar with each other, and they're planning to get married someday. She wouldn't mind even if she were to eat Xiaomyukin. Besides, it's just a simple kiss. However, kissing in this situation is clearly inappropriate. She gently punched Mu-chun's chest with her little fist, and then said, There are so many people on the playground right now. What you're doing is really bad influence. Yes, that's true. Mu-chun nodded. Su-tang is right. By this time, quite a few people on the playground had already noticed the two of them. Kissing in front of others is indeed a very bad influence. After handing the energy drink to Su-tang, Mu-chun said, Let's take a walk around the playground. Then we'll head back later. Okay. The two of them held hands and began to stroll on the playground of Tsinghua and Peking universities. This playground is very large, with a soccer field, a basketball court, and a badminton court. At night, many students are playing on the playground. Feeling the evening breeze from Tsinghua and Peking universities is truly a pleasant experience. Right now, they are both at their best. There are no worries, and the future looks promising. Mu Chun and Su Tang walked around the playground 3 times by then. There were fewer and fewer people on the playground. Mu Chun checked the time and said, "All right, it's about time, let's go back, I'll take you." "Okay." Su Tang nodded slightly, and the two of them left the playground hand in hand, arriving at Wisteria apartment number 1. At this time, there was hardly anyone at the apartment entrance, and the surroundings were unusually quiet. The dim streetlights shone on the two people's faces, and there was a strange charm in the air. Mu Chun gently ruffled Su Tang's hair and spoke softly. "Then Tang Tang should go back first. There shouldn't be anything to do tomorrow or the day after. Get some rest and prepare for the upcoming military training. Make sure you get along well with your roommates, and feel free to contact me if you have any problems." "Okay." Su Tang pouted. This stinky Mukin was just like her dad, so long-winded. "Okay, let's go back first. Oh, by the way, send me Han Yuxuan's WeChat later, and I'll have Mo add her." "Okay, even that brat Mukin hasn't forgotten." Su Tang nodded and waved to Mu Chun. "Then I'll head back now. Goodbye, my husband. How about a goodbye kiss?" Upon hearing this, Su Tang pouted. That stinky Mukin has quite a lot of demands. However, at this time, of course, you should satisfy your husband. Without hesitation, she wrapped her arms around Mu Chen's neck, stood on tiptoe, and kissed him on the lips with a soft muah. Then, Su Tang showed a disdainful expression. "You stinky Mukin, go back and shave your beard. It's pricking me." "Hee. Okay, wife. I'm leaving now. Bye." "Bye." The two waved to each other, and Su Tang excitedly ran into the stairwell and into the elevator. At the same time, Mu Chun turned his head and walked towards apartment number 4. In Mu Chen's heart, Su Tang was like a child who would never grow up. She's usually very childish, the complete naive and innocent type. Now that she's in university, we should let her be more independent. Two people can't always be glued together. After all, the future is long, and who knows if we'll get tired of it. Thinking this, he had already gone upstairs, swiped his card, and pushed open the dormitory door. At the same time, his 3 roommates all looked at Mu Chun. "Holy crap, how come you're back so fast? You're that fast? You're not going to be unable to do it, are you? Brother Chen, are you having kidney problems? You finished so quickly." As soon as Mu Chun returned to his dormitory, he was asked 3 questions like these. Mu Chun was taken aback. He said disdainfully, "What are you guys thinking? I just took a walk downstairs with Tang Tang. I thought you went to a hotel." Hearing his roommate's words, Mu Chun shrugged and smiled helplessly. "You're overthinking it. I'm still very upright." Hearing Mu Chen's words, Wang Baichuan rolled his eyes. "You're so upright? I don't believe you for a second." At the same time, Mu Chun retorted, "Who do you think is like you? Unable to move when they see black stockings, and even trying to seduce the counselor." The thought that his advisor had a boyfriend made Wang Baichuan feel a pang of sadness. He took off his clothes, looking dejected, and walked into the bathroom with his toothbrush cup. Meanwhile, Mu Chun quickly packed his things and then went to bed. Just as Mu Chun got into bed, his phone rang. Mu Chun looked up and saw it was his mother. Today is his first day reporting for duty. He should be back in his dorm by now, so it's normal for his mom to video call him. The saying, "A mother worries when her son travels 1,000 miles," is absolutely true. Without the slightest hesitation, Mu Chun immediately answered the call. At the same time, his mother Zhou Ping's face appeared on the phone screen. However, she wasn't at home. She was in the kitchen of the Mutong fish restaurant. Seeing Mu Chun's shamelessness, Zhou Ping laughed and said, "How's it going, Mu Chun? You should be in your dorm by now, right?" Chapter 1:12 Misunderstanding. Mu Chun nodded and continued. "Yes, I've already gone back to my dorm. I completed the enrollment procedures during the day. By the way, Mom, how's business at the shop?" "Well enough," Zhou Ping said on the other end of the line. "Business was very good the past few days, and the reputation was also good, but maybe because students are starting school today, there are fewer people." "That's true. That's normal." Mu Chun thought about it and realized that the off-season would begin after the start of the school year, and there would indeed be far fewer people. However, even in the off-season, business isn't too bad. Zhou Ping then asked, "Now that you've registered, study hard at Tsinghua and Peking University. Take good care of Tang Tang. and also communicate more with your roommates. Okay, Mom. Mu-chun flipped the camera over to show his mother the dormitory environment, chatted casually for a few more minutes, and then hung up the phone. At the same time, Li Jiayong said with a smile, Mu-chun, you brought your computer too, right? Let's play a game of LOL together. Upon hearing this, Mu-chun shook his head. I didn't bring my computer. Our major probably doesn't require computers, right? You didn't bring it? Li Jiayong was somewhat surprised to hear Mu-chun's words. These days, are there still people who go to college without their computers? As we all know, high school is a busy time for studying, and there's simply no time to play games. University life is relatively free. No one cares if you play games. He didn't bring his computer. Mu-chun nodded. Yeah, you can't just play games all the time in college. It's better to exercise more. Upon hearing Mu-chun's words, Li Jiayong couldn't help but give him a thumbs up. At the same time, Mu-chun sighed, thinking about his life and his previous life. In his previous life, he failed his college entrance exam because he was addicted to games, and upon graduation, he became a 996 working slave. In this life, Mu-chun's idea is still to focus on his career. Only by doing a good job in our business can we give Su Tong a bright future. After Wang Baichuan finished showering, Mu-chun went into the bathroom. After a quick wash and shower, Mu-chun lay in bed chatting with his roommates for a while. After Mo.E added Han Yuxuan on his social media, he turned off the lights and fell asleep. Mu-chun didn't wake up until 10 a.m. the next day. He and his roommate were quite tired because they had played basketball all afternoon yesterday. They were all sleeping like dead pigs. When Mu-chun opened his phone, he found that Han Shuer had already sent him several messages. The gist of it is that he needs to go to the training session at 3 p.m. today, and the program to be performed needs to be finalized in the next few days. The training program will be held in classroom 301 of the Academy of Fine Arts. Mu-chun replied with a received message and then sent Su Tang a good morning message. At the same time, Su Tang quickly replied to his message. You stinky mukin, it's already past 10 o'clock. You didn't just wake up now, did you? That's right. So lazy. Su Tang sent him another disdainful emoji, followed by another message. Oh right. I've already signed up for violin. My advisor just told me to go to room 302 for practice at 3 p.m. What about you? Upon seeing the message from Su Tang, Mu-chun was taken aback. He and Su Tang were not even training in the same classroom. But upon closer reflection, it makes sense. He and Su Tang are not in the same college. It's just training now, and it's not yet confirmed whether they'll play. Mu-chun typed, I'm in 301. Next to you, let's go together sometime. Su Tang didn't think much about it. Tang, you're free right now, right? Come downstairs later. Let's have lunch together. And then we'll go to training in the afternoon. Okay, I'll wait for you downstairs at 11 o'clock. Mu-chun got up, washed up quickly, and went downstairs. At noon, the two had lunch together at the Tsinghua Peking University cafeteria. At 2:30 p.m., Mu-chun carried his guitar and Su Tang carried her violin, and they walked together toward the Art Academy's teaching building. After entering the teaching building, they quickly found classroom 301. We've arrived at Tang. Mu-chun saw classroom 301. This classroom was not small, at least 100 square meters. At the same time, Su Tang smiled and said, Then you go in first and practice hard. I'll come find you after you're done. Okay. Tang, you should practice hard too. Okay, husband. Su Tang waved to Mu-chun, and at the same time, Mu-chun pushed open the door to classroom 301. There weren't many people in the classroom at the time, only about 20 people, including about 7 or 8 girls. When the door opened, all the students in the class looked towards Mu-chun. When they saw Mu-chun's face, both the boys and girls looked somewhat surprised. This guy is so handsome. My God, is he from our college? At the same time, a girl's eyes lit up when she saw Mu-chun enter. She couldn't help but walk over and greet him. Hello? Mu-chun looked up at the girl in front of him. She was very beautiful, with well-proportioned features. She was about 17 meters tall and was wearing a white low-cut top and black wide-leg pants. She wore light makeup, had fair skin, and a particularly slender figure. Overall, she can already be described as a goddess, though she's not quite as good as Su Tang. Seeing that Mu-chun was looking at her, the girl began to introduce herself. Hello, my name is Xia Yusen, and I am the president of the arts department of Tsinghua and Peking Universities. Xia Yusen spoke with great confidence. After all, being able to become the president of a student union department in university is enough to demonstrate her ability. Hello? Mu-chun offered his assistance. Upon hearing Mu Chen's voice, Xia Yusin's heart skipped a beat, and a blush crept onto her face. To be honest, she had been at Tsinghua and Peking University for a whole year. Although she had seen many handsome men, she had never seen anyone as handsome as Mu Chen before. Mu Chen's looks are almost unbelievably handsome. Even she felt a flutter in her heart. This was the first time she had ever felt attracted to a boy. That's right, it was the first time. Xia Yusin was born into an aristocratic family and was spoiled from a young age. Having seen a lot of the world, she is very demanding of her partner. In the previous year, countless boys pursued her, but none of them caught her eye. This gave Xia Yusin a strange sense of confidence. They are usually very aloof towards people. Until she saw Mu Chen's good looks. To be honest, she was really smitten. Mu Chen's aura was different from that of other boys. Xia Yusin couldn't help but ask, "Hello, are you a student from the School of Energy who signed up for the program?" "Right?" Mu Chen smiled and nodded. "My name is Mu Chen, and I'm from Class 1 of New Energy. I signed up for a program last night, and my advisor asked me to come here to practice." Upon hearing Mu Chen's words, Xia Yusin's eyes darted around in their sockets. She had already memorized the name Mu Chen. At the same time, she asked, "Mu Chen, I see you have a guitar with you. Are you going to sing and play?" Mu Chen smiled slightly, and Xia Yusin then asked, "So, what song will you be singing?" For some reason, Xia Yusin couldn't help but want to know everything about Mu Chen. Faced with Xia Yusin's question, Mu Chen glanced at her and said, "Well, a love song, dedicated to a girl." Upon hearing this, Xia Yusin's face flushed red. At this moment, her mind was already buzzing. At the same time, her thoughts drifted to the heavens. When Mu Chen sang a love song just now, he looked her in the eyes while speaking, and he seemed a little hesitant. Could this be a decision Mu Chen made on the spur of the moment after seeing me? So this love song is for me. Xia Yusin is extremely confident about her appearance. After all, she was the most beautiful girl in the Department of Energy. She's never met a boy who doesn't like her. After careful consideration, Xia Yusin was certain that the love song was definitely sung for her. "So Mu Chen, what's the name of the song you're going to sing?" An original song." "What? An original song? Let me hear it." Xia Yusin warmly led Mu Chen to sit in the first row of chairs. The other boys in the class, seeing this, all showed expressions of jealousy. Damn, being handsome makes all the difference. Why didn't I receive the same treatment when I first joined? I'm so envious. At this moment, Xia Yusin followed Mu Chen around like a shadow. Very proactive. "Mu Chen, can I hear the song you want to sing?" Forehead. Mu Chen was somewhat surprised. Is this girl really that proactive? Mu Chen smiled awkwardly. "I haven't thought it through yet. Let me consider it." "Okay, it's all right. I'll wait for you." After a long while, Mu Chen finally decided on the song he wanted to sing. The system tasked him with singing a love song, preferably one that would make couples swoon. In my past life, there were many love songs that don't exist in this world. In the end, Mu Chen decided to sing Ma Liang's The Rest of My Life. This song was a huge hit back then, and it directly expressed his love and determination. The lyrics of this song are also exceptionally well written. Actually, this song is more suitable for confessing love or proposing marriage. But singing this song for Su Tang in front of the entire school is also particularly appropriate. After all, Mu Chen's goal was to torture dogs. He could even picture Su Tang's touched expression. Meanwhile, Xia Yusin kept staring at him from the side. This made Mu Chen feel embarrassed. Xia Yusin couldn't help but ask, "So, Mu Chen, have you decided what to sing?" Mu Chen shook his head. "I haven't decided yet. I'll think about it some more." Hearing Mu Chen's words, Xia Yusin couldn't help but smile. I never expected such a handsome young man to be so cautious. That's understandable, though he's probably being cautious because he's afraid he won't be able to express his love for himself in his singing. Thinking of this, Xia Yusin's thoughts drifted to the sky again. Looking at Mu Chen, he seemed pleasing to the eye no matter how you looked at him. How can there be such a handsome boy in the world? At the same time, Mu Chen was also speechless. This girl, she's not misunderstanding him, is she? P.S. Please urge me to upload more videos. I'm doing this for free out of love. Go to bed early on Qixi Festival. Good night. Chapter 113. Su Tang is jealous. When Mu Chen thought of this, he was speechless. The most dangerous thing is overthinking. Does she really think of herself as a beloved little princess? Sky? Rubbing his head, Mu Chen tried his best to stop thinking about these things. Meanwhile, Mu Chen ignored Xia Yusin's presence and began playing the intro to The Rest of My Life on his guitar, because he had gained the ability to play a basic musical instrument and had the sheet music in his head. Playing it was quite simple. As the beautiful melody entered her ears and she heard Mu-chen's performance, Xia Yusin's mind wandered once again. The way Mu-chen plays the guitar so earnestly is truly impressive. Moreover, the piece he played, though I didn't know its name, was simply too beautiful to behold. As we all know, if you like someone, everything about that person is good. After admiring the view for a while, Xia Yusin remembered that she still had work to do. She smiled slightly and said, Mu-chen, you continue practicing. I'll go check out the other students' performances and come back later. Mu-chen nodded slightly, and Xia Yusin waved to him before leaving. Only after seeing Xia Yusin leave did Mu-chen take a deep breath. Being constantly stared at by Xia Yusin was a really uncomfortable feeling. It seems I still need to announce that I have a girlfriend. Otherwise, if that little girl Su Tang finds out, she'll get jealous again. He knew that Su Tang was extremely possessive. Now that she's just started university, it's a time when she's particularly prone to feeling insecure. It would be better to make an official announcement. Mu-chen didn't think much of it and continued playing the guitar. As time went on, the number of students in the class increased. Mu-chen trained quietly. Xia Yusin would occasionally come over to chat with him and bring him water, and Mu-chen would politely respond with a smile. At 5 p.m., the head of the arts department gathered them together for a performance, which was the first round of selection. The School of New Energy doesn't have many programs. Most of them are songs. Soon, it was Mu-chen's turn. At this moment, 5 students from the Arts and Literature department sat in the front row to evaluate the students' performances. Of course, Xia Yusin was also among the 5 student council members. At this moment, she was looking at Mu-chen with infatuated eyes. The other boys, seeing this, all looked on with envy. When has Xia Yusin, who is usually aloof and cold, ever been so proactive? Indeed, looks are everything. Of course, Mu-chen isn't the most handsome. The most handsome is definitely the reader. At this point, one of the students spoke up. Hello, classmate. Please introduce yourself and the program you are going to participate in. Upon hearing this, Mu-chen nodded, smiled slightly, and then spoke. My name is Mu-chen, and I'm from Class 1 of New Energy. The song I'm going to sing today is my original song, called The Rest of My Life. Upon hearing this, the student council member nodded, a hint of envy in his expression. He noticed that Xia Yusin had been circling around Mu-chen the whole time. He was somewhat surprised when Mu-chen said that he was singing an original song. She's good-looking, tall, and incredibly talented. I'm so envious. Without much thought, the student council member said, Then please begin your performance. Okay. A smile appeared on Mu-chen's lips, then he plucked the strings, and as the melody began, Mu-chen entered the state of mind. Then, the singing began. Find the sun where there is no wind. To be a warm sun in your cold place. People change all the time. You're always too naive. For the rest of my life, I only want you. His deep voice carried with it the determination in Mu-chen's heart. Those present were somewhat shocked when they heard him sing. Did Mu-chen really write these lyrics? Shocking, absolutely shocking. He's so talented. Why didn't he go to art school? Mainly, his looks alone are enough to make him a star. At the same time, someone who can sing such a song must have someone they particularly like deep down, right? Hearing Mu-chen's song instantly awakened everyone's longing for love. Just like the lyrics in Mu-chen's song, For the Rest of My Life, I hope it's you who will be with me. The lyrics express a very ordinary meaning, but they also reflect everyone's longing for love. Without time to think further, they continued listening to Mu-chen's performance. For the rest of my life, you are the wind and snow, you are the ordinariness, you are the poverty, you are my glory, you are the tenderness in my heart, and you are everything I see. As the song ended, everyone present couldn't help but applaud Mu-chen. Splash, splash, splash. Mu-chen sang really well. They all felt it was incredible to hear such a song. Meanwhile, the most excited person was none other than Xia Yusin. This song truly touched her heart. Could the lyrics be what Mu-chen wanted to say to himself? I'm so shy. At this moment, Mu-chen smiled, stood up, bowed, and said, Thank you everyone. Meanwhile, 5 students gave Mu-chen a score on the evaluation form. Mu-chen stepped off the stage and put the guitar into its case, and Xia Yusin followed him over. She hadn't quite shaken off the song she'd just heard. With a shy expression, Xia Yusin hesitantly began to speak. Junior Mu-chen, you sang so well just now. Really? Thank you for the compliment. Mu-chen smiled slightly, and Xia Yusin said, Then how about we add each other on WeChat? It will be easier for you to notify me of the upcoming program schedule. Um, Upon hearing this, Muchin pondered for a moment. In Muchin's heart, he absolutely did not want to add Xia Yusin on WeChat. Although Xia Yusin said she was informing him about the program, Muchin wasn't stupid, and he saw through her true intentions at a glance. However, Muchin still nodded. Because if they add each other on WeChat, Xia Yusin will definitely see her WeChat moments. His WeChat moments are full of photos with Su Tang. Seeing those photos, if she really had feelings for him, she should give up. If Muchin directly tells Xia Yusin that he has a girlfriend, it will put Xia Yusin in an awkward position. Why not tell her indirectly in this way? I'll sweep you. Xia Yusin was overjoyed to see that Muchin agreed. She nodded repeatedly. Okay. As she spoke, she took out her phone, opened WeChat, and showed her QR code. At the same time, Muchin scanned the QR code and added her on WeChat. Xia Yusin immediately clicked agree. Muchin said, then I'll head back. First you continue with the audition. Contact me if anything comes up. Okay, take care then. Good. Without the slightest hesitation, Muchin picked up his guitar bag and left classroom 301, heading towards classroom 302, which was where Su Tang was staying. Meanwhile, Xia Yusin looked at her phone, admiring Muchin's profile picture. This profile picture clearly shows his profile. Her looks are absolutely stunning. Out of curiosity, Xia Yusin clicked on Muchin's WeChat moments. After all, he's the person she's been eyeing, so of course she wants to see what his daily life was like before. However, after seeing Muchin's WeChat moments, Xia Yusin felt a sudden pang of pain in her heart. Yes, it's heartache. When a person suddenly feels down, their heart can feel particularly uncomfortable and may even feel pain. As her fingers swiped across the screen, Xia Yusin's expression grew increasingly grim. I never expected Muchin actually has a girlfriend. It turns out I was overthinking things. The clown was actually myself. After seeing Muchin's WeChat moments, Xia Yusin suddenly felt like crying. Meanwhile, Muchin was already standing outside the window of classroom 302. Through the window, you can clearly see Su Tang, who is sitting obediently in a seat, waiting to go on stage. Like classroom 301, classroom 302 is also conducting program selection and evaluation. Before long, it was Su Tang's turn. Muchin looked at Su Tang in the classroom. Su Tang ran up to the stage, bowed, and began to play the violin. Meanwhile, the boys in the audience all stared at her intently. But that's normal. Su Tang is really beautiful. What guy doesn't like to look at a beautiful woman? About 5 minutes later, Su Tang finished her performance and stepped off the stage. After waving to a girl, Su Tang came out carrying her violin. Candy. After they came out, Muchin walked towards her at the same time. Su Tang pouted and gave Muchin a disdainful look. Seeing Su Tang's unusual expression, Muchin was taken aback, then gently rubbed her head and asked, Tang Tang, what's wrong? Who upset you? You. Upon hearing this, Muchin frowned slightly. When did I upset him? At the same time, Su Tang continued. I saw you chatting with a girl when I came out to use the restroom. She even handed you some water. Who? Upon hearing this, Muchin was startled. This girl was actually spying on him. However, seeing Su Tang like this, the girl was clearly jealous. P.S. This chapter has 2,700 words. There's another chapter to be posted before midnight. I'll make it 6,000 words in total. Chapter 114 Dormitory Get Together. This chapter will teach you something, so please read it carefully. TSK TSK TSK. Tang Tang, are you jealous? Snort. Upon hearing this, Su Tang huffed angrily. Su Tang is usually very possessive. How could she not be jealous? Of course, Muchin also knew that Su Tang was just jealous, not angry. He understood Su Tang. At this moment, Su Tang only wanted a word of comfort or a promise from him. Muchin turned his head slightly to look at her profile. There's nothing I can do. Who told your husband to be so handsome? He's always attracting women. So narcissistic. Su Tang gave her a disdainful look and continued. So what else did she say to you? Did you two add each other on WeChat? Muchin answered truthfully. She didn't say anything. Maybe she admires me. As for WeChat, we did add each other. Upon hearing this, Su Tang's face immediately fell. That expression looked extremely aggrieved. Because when she saw Xia Yusin, Su Tang also felt a little worried. Xia Yusin is very beautiful and has a great temperament. When she first entered university, she was really afraid that Muchin would be snatched away by other girls. At the same time, Muchin explained, however, I absolutely did not mean anything by adding her on WeChat. From the moment I entered classroom 301, she seemed to pay special attention to me, and that's when I realized what she meant. If we add each other on WeChat, she'll definitely be unable to resist looking at my moments, and my moments are full of photos of you, so you know what I mean. Hearing Mu Chen's explanation, Su Tang felt a little better. At the same time, Su Tang continued to ask, "So you're not interested in her either, are you?" "What are you saying?" Mu Chen gently rubbed Su Tang's head. "Silly girl, I already have you. How could I possibly be interested in other girls?" At the same time, Mu Chen was speechless. Is Su Tang worrying a little too much? When did she start overthinking things? Hearing this, Su Tang was secretly delighted, but she still pretended to be angry and said, "Aren't humans all visual creatures? Aren't we all driven by emotions and desires so?" Mu Chen stared at Su Tang, feeling that this girl was a bit strange. At the same time, Mu Chen asked, "You also know about the 7 emotions and 6 desires, so do you know what the 7 emotions and 6 desires are?" Su Tang pouted. "Anyway, I don't think it's a good word. Then I'll tell you." Mu Chen turned around, took Su Tang's small hand, and looked directly into her eyes. The 7 emotions are joy, anger, worry, thought, grief, fear, and shock. Each word represents an emotion. These are all literal meanings, and you should be able to understand them. Su Tang nodded, then asked, "What about the 6 desires?" The 6 desires are the 6 kinds of human desires, namely the desire for food, which is the desire to eat when hungry. Lust, the desire that comes from emotions. There is also possessiveness. For example, when you like someone, you will want that person to be yours. At this point, Su Tang couldn't help but purse her lips. Mu Chen is right, she is very possessive now. She considers Mu Chen as her own, otherwise she wouldn't have been jealous when she saw Xia Yusen today. Mu Chen continued. Secondly, there's the thirst for knowledge, the desire sparked by curiosity. The 5th one is sexual desire. I believe you understand this without me having to say it. Upon hearing this, Su Tang nodded. She then asked, "You only mentioned 5, so what is the 6th desire?" The 6th one." Mu Chen shrugged and gave a dry laugh. "The 6th one should be a desire buried deep in everyone's heart. This desire may interfere with other desires. For example, I really want to eat, but I'm on a diet, so I stop having this desire. Or I see a sea and I have a desire to swim, but I find that I can't swim, so I stop wanting to swim. For example, the senior who just brought me water, she is indeed very beautiful, but when I saw her, I suddenly thought of you. So this desire made me stop having any thoughts about her. Do you understand, my dear little princess Tang Tang?" Oh, asterisk forward slash 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 asterisk Q. Upon hearing this, Su Tang blushed. I was definitely overthinking it. Mu Chen's explanation immediately made her feel safe and secure. Su Tang nodded shyly, then softly hummed in agreement, saying, "Yes, I understand." Silly girl. Mu Chen couldn't help but pinch her cheek, and said at the same time, "Actually, you don't need to think too much. I've already decided on you in my heart also. The song I'm going to sing this time is for you, Tang Tang. You can look forward to it." Upon hearing Mu Chen's words, Su Tang's eyes lit up. She couldn't help but ask, "A song?" Honey, what song are you going to sing for me?" Seeing Su Tang's expectant look, Mu Chen explained, "A love song." "Love song? Oh, asterisk forward slash 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 asterisk Q." Su Tang suddenly hugged Mu Chen, who tilted his head up and looked at him expectantly. "Can you tell me the song title?" "Cannot." Looking at the clingy Su Tang, Mu Chen smiled slightly and said, "You'll find out then. I can't tell you now." Seeing that Mu Chen didn't say anything, Su Tang pouted. She quickly changed tactics, pleading, "Oh, please tell me, I want to know. Honey, please." "No." Mu Chen shook his head firmly. "You won't find it even if I tell you. It's my original song." An original song? Upon hearing this, Su Tang rolled her eyes. Although she acknowledged that Mu Chen was excellent, she asked when he had ever written a song. In such a short time. Haha, that stinky Mukin is really too bad. He's bragging again. "Yeah, you bragging again, you stinky Mukin." "I didn't." So Tang Tang shouldn't be so touched, she cries when she hears it. "I don't believe you for a second." The two of them went downstairs after a little playful tussle. Mu Chen held Su Tang's hand, looked at her delicate face, and said, "You must have had a tough training session this afternoon, Tang Tang. Is there anything you'd like to eat? I'll take you there." Upon hearing this, Su Tang, a self-proclaimed foodie, thought about it carefully. She said, "Actually, I'd love to eat your cooking, but unfortunately I won't have the chance once school starts." Yeah. Hearing Su Tang's words, Mu Chun felt very gratified. However, the food I cook is indeed very delicious. It's understandable that Su Tang likes him. Mu Chun continued, "I'll definitely cook it for you when I have the chance, but there's no opportunity right now." Oh, Su Tang pouted and said, "Hee hee. Honey, I'm craving barbecue. How about you take me away from school, and we go out for barbecue?" "Sure." Mu Chun gently rubbed her little face and said, "How about we go back to the dorm first, put down our instruments, tidy up a bit, and then go downstairs for a barbecue?" "Okay." Su Tang nodded heavily. Her expression was radiant with happiness. Seeing Su Tang's happy expression, Mu Chun felt especially happy too. This girl is still as childish as ever. The two returned to the Wisteria apartments hand in hand at the entrance of Building 4. Su Tang waved to him. "See you later. Honey, I'll definitely dress up beautifully." "Okay. Call me when you're ready. I'll come down." "Okay, bye-bye." The two waved to each other, and Mu Chun went upstairs, entered the elevator, and then went into his dormitory. At this moment, Li Jiayang, Moe, and Wang Baichuan were sitting in front of the computer playing League of Legends. Li Jiayang's hand speed was incredibly fast. He said, Baichuan, Baichuan, heal me just a little bit, just a little bit." "Pretty." Li Jiayang got a pentakill and excitedly slammed his hand on the table. Upon seeing this, Mu Chun suddenly thought of his university life and his previous life. It seemed that's how he spent it. At the same time, an excited Li Jiayang saw Mu Chun return and said, "Mu Chun, you're back. Did you go to train for the show?" Mu Chun nodded, then took off his t-shirt, revealing his six-pack abs. "I'm exhausted after a long day, but it's finally over." At this moment, Moe suddenly spoke up. "Hey guys, how about we go get some skewers tonight?" "Sure." Hearing Moe's words, Li Jiayang was delighted. Now that school had just started, he really should go out for a meal and drinks to catch up with his friends. At the same time, Moe asked Wang Baichuan, "Baichuan, are you alright too?" "No problem." Wang Baichuan patted his chest. When it comes to things like barbecue and drinking, he certainly couldn't back down. Seeing that neither of them had any objections, Moe turned her gaze to Mu Chun. "Mu Chun, are you okay with this too?" "This?" Mu Chun said. "Tang Tang and I were just about to take her out for barbecue. I'm asking her opinion to see if she'd like to come." Upon hearing this, Moe chuckled, raised an eyebrow at Mu Chun, and said, "Brother Chun, you absolutely have to let her bring Han Yuxuan. No, let her bring the whole dorm. It's my treat today." "Wow, they're really that generous." "That's right." Moe was delighted. Actually, it wouldn't be bad to have Su Tang bring her roommates. What if the people in the two dorm rooms hit it off, and both of them end up in singlehood? At the same time, Wang Baichuan said, "By the way, E.G., don't you have a younger sister? Why don't you let her come too?" "What?" Moe turned to look at Wang Baichuan. "You bastard, are you trying to hit on my sister?" Upon hearing this, Wang Baichuan chuckled. "Does your sister wear black stockings?" Roll. Seeing this, Mu Chun couldn't help but smile. "Moe, call your sister too. I'll call Tang Tang and see if her roommate is coming." "Good." Moe nodded without saying anything more. At the same time, Mu Chun took out his phone, stood on the balcony, and called Su Tang. Soon, Su Tang answered the phone. She said on the other end of the line, "Hey, honey, are you all ready already? I haven't even put on makeup yet." "Oh, the plan has changed." Mu Chun continued. "My roommate suddenly suggested we go out for some barbecue skewers and wants to invite you and your roommate. What do you say? Are you in?" Upon hearing this, Su Tang immediately understood what Mu Chun meant. This is supposed to be a dorm social event to help people find love. Since all her roommates were single, Su Tang said, "Oh, okay, I'll ask them." Ladies, my boyfriend said he's going to treat us to dinner. Are you guys going?" P.S. The 7 emotions and 6 desires should be considered a kind of knowledge, and Xiaoming still hopes that readers can learn something from them. That's all for today. I'm feeling much better now. Please urge me to post more videos. I'll support you with free videos and small gifts. Good night, dear readers. Chapter 115, I've taken a flirt with your sister. Upon hearing Su Tang's voice on the phone, Mu Chun was slightly taken aback. Goodness, when did he say he was going to treat us to dinner? This girl actually lied about military intelligence. It seems I'll have to teach her a lesson tonight. Mu Chun still vividly remembered the time he pretended to be drunk. If this time can. Thinking of this, he grinned mischievously. Meanwhile, in Su Tang's dormitory. Su Tang's roommates were all taken aback when they heard her words. Yesterday, they heard Han Yuxuan say how handsome Su Tang's boyfriend was. They were also curious about Su Tang's boyfriend's looks. Because Su Tang is so beautiful, they are really curious about how handsome a guy must be to catch her eye. In today's society, looks matter the most. At this moment, a girl named Li Ishi spoke up. Tang Tang, are you sure your boyfriend is treating us to dinner and not just showing off his love in public? Hearing Li Ishi say this, Su Tang chuckled. Of course not. This meal not only includes my boyfriend, but also 3 guys from his dorm. They're all single, and I heard they're really handsome. Huh? Really? Upon hearing this, Li Ishi cast a curious glance at her. She's just started college and wants to find a boyfriend soon. Who doesn't want a sweet romance? Would I lie to you? Su Tang asked. So, are you going or not? Okay. As she spoke, Li Ishi pursed her lips, already fantasizing about a sweet romance. She quickly got out of bed, sat on the chair below, opened her makeup bag, and began to put on makeup. At the same time, Su Tang turned to look at her other roommate. Xiao Jiao, you should go too. Zhang Xiaojiao nodded. Okay, then I'll go do my makeup. Finally, Su Tang turned her attention to Han Yuxuan. The little girl was a bit shy, but she still nodded. I'll listen to Sister Tang Tang. I'll go? Okay. Seeing that her roommates had all gone, Su Tang finally put the phone to her ear with satisfaction. Honey, my roommates all say we should go. Okay. Mu Chen had been waiting for Su Tang to speak, and of course, he had overheard their conversation. This girl is quite smart. It's really nice that he even knows his roommates are all single. It seems that Su Tang also understands what he means. At the same time, Su Tang said, but my 3 roommates are all putting on makeup, so it might be a while later. 7 o'clock. Shall we meet downstairs at 7 o'clock? Good. Then I'll hang up now, honey. You should also get ready and dress up to look handsome. No problem. Hearing Su Tang's words, Mu Chun smiled slightly. This girl also cares a lot about how others perceive her boyfriend. After hanging up the phone, Mu Chun said, Hey guys, everything's fine at Tang Tang's dorm. You guys should get ready too. We'll be downstairs at 7 sharp. Jiayong, shave your beard. Look how long it's grown. Okay. Li Jiayong continued playing League of Legends anyway. There was still a while before 7 o'clock, so he could finish the game and then pack up. After all, just like girls, boys wear makeup like foundation and eyeshadow. All boys need to do is wash their face and fix their hair. At the same time, Wang Baichuan said, By the way, e.g., don't forget to call your sister, and remember to make her wear black stockings. Upon hearing this, Moe gave Wang Baichuan a disdainful look, but still took out his phone and dialed his sister's number. Of course, he wouldn't let his sister wear black stockings. After the game ended, Li Jiayong, Wang Baichuan, and Moe began to pack up. They took tonight's dormitory get-together very seriously. Moe already had a clear target, but Li Jiayong and Wang Baichuan didn't think much about it. Just let things take their course. If you really find a girl you like, you can try to get to know each other. If not, we can still make friends. Mu Chen opened the wardrobe, changed into a clean set of clothes, then went into the bathroom to wash his face and shave before he was ready. Meanwhile, his 3 roommates all changed into new clothes, washed their faces and brushed their teeth, and dressed up very smartly. At 6:50, the 4 of them went downstairs together. At this moment, Wang Baichuan suddenly put his arm around Moe's shoulder and chuckled. Hey E.G., how's it going? Did you get your sister to wear black stockings? Get out. Get out. Get out. Moe rolled her eyes at Wang Baichuan. This guy has really fallen for black stockings' eyes. He keeps talking about black stockings. We've only known each other for 2 days, and he's already showing his true colors. Wang Baichuan is definitely the best driver in the dormitory. After going downstairs, the 4 of them headed straight for Building 1. Meanwhile, many girls passing by turned their attention to the 4 of them. Among the 4 of them, Mu Chun is undoubtedly the most handsome, but his other 3 roommates are not bad looking either. Although he wasn't as stunning as him, he was still considered handsome. At this moment, Wang Baichuan stared at a girl and said, Look, that girl seems to be looking at Met's TSK. Her legs are really nice. They must look really good in black stockings. Moe. Go away, she's clearly looking at me. Li Jiayong. Why do I feel like they're watching me? Mu Chen looked at his 3 roommates speechlessly. These 3 are so damn narcissistic. Just as they were talking, 4 beautiful figures suddenly appeared at the entrance of Gate 1. Su Tang was the leader, followed by 3 other girls. At first glance, These three girls are quite good-looking. Upon seeing Mu Chun, Su Tang quickly quickened her pace and ran towards him. My husband. Su Tang came to Mu Chen's side, a playful smile on her face. How do I look? Am I dressed up pretty today? Looking at the mischievous Su Tang, Mu Chun gently rubbed her little head. My little princess is the most beautiful. Today, Su Tang dressed very elegantly, with light makeup, wearing a white t-shirt and light blue wide-leg pants. Hee. By the way, let me introduce you. Su Tang turned her head and said, this is Li Yishi. She's from Yaodu. She's so nice to me. She gave me snacks as soon as I entered the dorm yesterday. Hello. Li Yishi greeted Mu Chun, her face flushing slightly. Mu Chun is indeed very handsome. No wonder he was able to win over Su Tang. Hello. Mu Chun smiled slightly. Li Yishi was quite good-looking, and her height was similar to Su Tang's, probably around 17 meters at this moment. She was wearing a white t-shirt and black shorts, and she had a great figure. Meanwhile, Su Tang continued, this is Zhang Xiaojiao, a spicy girl from Sichuan province. She probably eats spicy food. Hey, hello. Zhang Xiaojiao smiled and greeted Mu Chun. Her eyes lit up when she saw Mu Chun for the first time. Zhang Xiaojiao is 165 meters tall, with a slightly chubby face, the kind of baby fat, which makes her look quite cute. At this point, Su Tang continued, as for Han Yuxuan, you already know her. Why don't you introduce your roommate to my two sisters as well? Mu Chun nodded and introduced himself first. My name is Mu Chun, Su Tang's boyfriend. This is Moe, from northeast China. This is Wang Baichuan, a native of Kyoto. The tallest guy here is Li Jiayong, from Guangzhou. He likes to play basketball, by the way. If Yishi is also from Guangzhou, you can go back together during the holidays. Hello. His three roommates quickly greeted the two newly acquainted girls, and the other two girls were also immediately impressed. Just as Su Tang said, these three young men are all quite handsome. They didn't stand on ceremony, especially Li Yishi, who felt a strange sense of kinship upon hearing that Li Jiayong was from Shanghai. At the same time, Mu Chun asked, by the way, Moe, hasn't your sister arrived yet? I'll give her a call. Moe had just taken out his phone when a girl in a white dress ran out of the stairwell and called out, brother, when she saw Moe, elder brother. Upon hearing the sound, Wang Baichuan looked in the direction of the sound. Then he took a deep breath. Wow, this girl is really pretty and has a fantastic figure. At the same time, everyone present looked at the girl. Xiaowan, you're here. At this moment, the girl called Xiaowan was taken aback when she saw Su Tang and the others. Su Tang, Yishi, what are you doing here? Seeing this, Moe couldn't help but ask, do you know each other? Su Tang said, so Mo Linwan is your sister. We're in the same class, but not in the same dormitory. I see. So you all study fashion design, right? Moe smiled and said, that's even better. There's no need to introduce them one by one. He said, Xiaowan, these three are my roommates. Hello, everyone. Mo Linwan offered her a greeting and gave a brief introduction, and the nine of them finally became truly familiar with each other. By this time, it was completely dark. Mu Chun said, well, now that we know each other, let's go eat. Mu Chun had already checked the map in advance. There was a barbecue restaurant opposite the west gate of Tsinghua University, and he had already reserved a private room. Let's go to the west gate. Su Tang and her four classmates walked ahead. Meanwhile, Mu Chun and his roommate followed behind the girl. Mu Chun smiled slightly and looked at Li Jiayong and Wang Baichuan. So, have you found a girl you like? Upon hearing this, Wang Baichuan revealed a lecherous smile. He raised an eyebrow at Moe and whispered, Brother I've taken a liking to your sister. Chapter 116, Playing Games. What? Upon hearing Wang Baichuan's words, Moe rolled her eyes. This guy actually has a crush on his own sister? Damn it. Moe felt a pang of sadness upon hearing Wang Baichuan's words. I treated you like a brother, and you actually wanted to sleep with my sister? You want to be my brother-in-law? Seeing Moe's strange look, Wang Baichuan chuckled. How about it, E.G.? Why don't you and your sister discuss giving me a divine assist? Get out of here. You're like a divine assist to me. Moe looked at Wang Baichuan with disdain and said, there's no room for discussion. Besides, it's not even certain whether my sister will like you. At the same time, Moe suddenly thought of something. And you're not some kind of player, are you? You liked our counselor yesterday, and today you. Oh, well, our counselor has a boyfriend, hee. Moe's face darkened. My sister also has a boyfriend. I don't believe it. I won't listen. I don't care. I'm determined to pursue your sister. MOE. For some reason, upon hearing that Wang Baichuan was going to pursue his sister, he suddenly felt like the cabbage in his house was about to be eaten by a pig. Looking at the two of them, Mu Chen couldn't help but smile. At the same time, he turned his gaze to Li Jiayong. So, Jiayong, you should have someone you like by now, right? Upon hearing this, Li Jiayong blushed. He nodded. Well, actually, I had a girl I liked throughout high school, but she rejected me. I was quite sad during that period, but when I saw her just now, I felt like I had found the feeling of first love again. That's about it. Whoa. Hearing Li Jiayong's words, it was clear that he was interested in the girl he was talking about. Let me guess. Mu Chen looked at the 5 people walking in front of him and said, the she you mentioned, you must be Li Yishi, right? Li Jiayong didn't hide anything. He nodded, looking somewhat embarrassed. Not bad. Looking at Li Yishi's back, Mu Chen thought that this girl did have a great figure and was also very beautiful. I must say, the two of them do look very well matched standing together. I feel it's feasible. Mu Chen turned to look at his 3 roommates, and at the same time put his arms around Wang Baichuan and Mo Yi's shoulders. Hey you 3, since you all have your own goals in mind, let's put in some effort and try to help everyone in our dorm find a partner. Absolutely. Wang Baichuan revealed a gloating expression, while Mo Yi gave him a disdainful look. The 9 people quickly arrived at the west gate of Tsinghua and Peking universities. For a big city like Kyoto, the nightlife was just beginning. The surrounding area is particularly bustling, and this is also the time when the flow of people is at its peak. At the gates of Tsinghua and Peking universities, countless students were coming and going, and the streets outside were bustling with traffic. Mu Chen had never seen such a scene back in his hometown. At the same time, after leaving the gate, Su Tang turned around and ran to Mu Chen's side. She looked at him expectantly. By the way, Mu Chen, where are we going to eat? Have you made a reservation? Okay, come with me. Mu Chen stepped forward and took Su Tang's hand, completely disregarding the feelings of others. At the same time, Su Tang also catered to this. Her head was pressed tightly against Mu Chen's shoulder, and the two looked extremely affectionate. Seeing Mu Chen and Su Tang's affectionate backs, Mo Yi, Wang Baichuan, and Li Jiayong's faces darkened. This guy is at it again, showing off his love. No, I absolutely have to find a partner during this period. I can't keep being fed dog food, a Chinese slang term for witnessing public displays of affection every day. After crossing the road, they soon arrived at a barbecue restaurant called Leapeifeng Barbecue. This is it. This barbecue restaurant is very famous in Kyoto, and of course, the prices are a bit high. But anyway, today isn't his peak buying day. Mo Yi said he would treat everyone. Mu Chen turned to Su Tang and said, Tang Tang, you take your classmates inside first room 888. Let's discuss what to eat. I need to talk to my 3 older brothers. We'll order later. Uh-huh. Su Tang nodded obediently, then beckoned her sisters into the store. At the same time, Mu Chen turned his head and looked at his 3 eldest sons. The 3 of you, when you go in later, be proactive and thick-skinned. If the girls don't refuse, you can serve them some food. In short, you have to watch their expressions. I understand. Wang Baichuan gave Mo Yi a knowing look and said, your sister is about to be won over by me. I'll be your brother-in-law from now on. Mo Yi rolled her eyes. That depends on whether you have the ability or not. All right, let's stop dawdling and go into order. After entering the store, they walked towards 888. At this moment, the 5 girls were already seated inside the private room. Mu Chen sat down next to Su Tang. After everyone was seated, a waiter followed them in. Would you like to order now? Mu Chen took the menu from the waiter and handed it directly to Su Tang. Tang, let your sisters see what they want to eat, and just order. Okay. Su Tang didn't stand on ceremony. She ordered 5 or 6 of her favorite dishes in one go, completely lacking the reserve she had shown when they first met. Su Tang felt like an old friend they had known for several years. Of course, this also has its advantages. It makes getting along with classmates very comfortable and stress-free. Many people might imagine Su Tang as a cold and aloof goddess at first glance, but in reality, she's very outgoing and friendly. If you spend more time with her, you might even find that she's a bit naive. The 5 girls ordered several dishes they liked, and Mu Chen also ordered some barbecue. At this moment, Wang Baichuan spoke up. By the way, since we're having barbecue, we should also have some drinks. Absolutely. Mo Yi spoke up. Would you like some drinks, ladies? No. The girls shook their heads. They were all well-behaved girls who had never drunk alcohol before. Seeing this, Emo-e didn't say much after all. It was their first meeting, and it would be very impolite to ask a girl to drink. Then let's have a drink, brothers. Uh-huh. Li Jiayong said it was no problem at this moment. Su Tang pouted she knew she couldn't stop her boyfriend from drinking at the dinner party, but she still reminded him, "Honey, if you're going to drink, you should definitely drink less." Although Su Tang said that, her gaze was particularly sharp at that moment. Moreover, her right hand was pinching Mu Chen's thigh. What he was really saying was, "You bastard, if you dare to drink too much again you're finished." The incident that happened last time Mu Chen got drunk is still haunting Su Tang's mind. Mu Chen nodded. "Don't worry, I definitely won't drink too much." At the same time, Mu Chen said, "Mo-e, go order 5 cases of beer, 1 case each today. Let's drink until we drop." "Okay, I'll go order 7 cases of beer." With that, Mo-e ran out of the private room. Upon hearing this, Su Tang was stunned. That jerk Mu Chen, he just said he wouldn't drink too much, and then he ordered 5 cases of beer? The main question is Mo-e deaf? How did he hear 5 cases of beer as 7 cases? Seeing Mo-e's expression, Mu Chen was secretly delighted. My roommate is truly insightful. In fact, Mu Chen had already decided to go to a hotel with Su Tang tonight. Although I can't do that, at least I can feast my eyes and hands. There's a saying that goes something like this: "A man who's 3 tints drunk can make you cry." A short while later, the waiter brought in 7 cases of beer. At the same time, they started chatting. Mu Chen's 3 eldest sons were always bragging, without ever thinking before they spoke. To Ling Mukin's surprise, these girls actually really enjoyed listening to it. Everyone had a bright smile on their face, and they would occasionally chime in with a few words. Soon, all the dishes were served, and everyone began to eat. His 3 roommates began to pursue the girls they liked. At that moment, Mu Chen suddenly remembered a game that could help improve relationships. So he said, "Gentlemen, how about we play a game to have some fun? P.S. There will be a car tomorrow. I'll get my first blood soon. I originally planned to do it in the 2nd semester of my freshman year, but I want to speed things up. Please urge me to make more videos. I'm doing this for free out of love. Good night, dear readers." Chapter 117, Drink It All in One Gulp. Playing games. Upon hearing Mu Chen's words, both boys and girls cast curious glances at him. It's really nice to have some fun interactive games at a party. This can not only enhance the atmosphere at the dinner table, but also foster friendships among classmates. At the same time, Su Tang curiously turned her head and looked at Mu Chen expectantly. Honey, what game are we going to play?" Upon hearing this, Mu Chen glanced at Su Tang, then looked around at the people, and said, "It's very simple. Everyone should know the game 7 claps, right?" They nodded after hearing Mu Chen's words. The game of Pao Chi Ling is quite common at parties. The main reason is that the rules of this game are very simple. The rule is to say the numbers 1 through 99 in the order of seating. When it comes to a number that is 7 or a multiple of 7, you should not say it out loud, but clap your hands. Anyone who doesn't clap or speaks out will be punished. The advantage of this game is that it doesn't require any items and can be played anytime. Although the rules of the game seem simple, there will always be people who make mistakes. Seeing that everyone understood the game, Mu Chen continued, "Since you all know about the game of 7 orders, then I will explain the detailed rules." Upon hearing this, everyone around listened attentively to Mu Chen's speech. Mu Chen smiled faintly and said, "You all know the rules of the game, so I won't explain them again. How about we increase the difficulty a bit?" "No problem," Wang Baichuan said nonchalantly. "Anyway, I can hold my liquor. I can just keep drinking." Seeing this, Mu Chen continued, "When playing the game, after the person in front finishes speaking, the next person only has 2 seconds to answer. If they can't answer or answer incorrectly, they will have to accept a punishment. How about that?" "Thesis fine." Everyone nodded. 2 seconds was enough. Seeing that no one had any objections, Mu Chen continued, "In that case, we need to talk about the punishment rules. If you accidentally say 7 or a multiple of 7, or if you don't clap within 2 seconds, you have to drink a glass of wine as punishment. If you don't want to drink, we'll play truth or dare. Does everyone agree?" Upon hearing this, the boys didn't seem to care, but the girls' expressions all turned rather unpleasant. After all, the girls don't drink alcohol, so they can only play truth or dare. If the truth question is a bit too explicit. Seeing the girls' strange expressions, Mu Chen smiled slightly and said, "Of course, we're mainly here for entertainment, so we won't ask any particularly strange questions." Hearing Mu Chen speak, the girls present nodded silently. At the same time, Mu-chan turned to look at his three roommates and said, "How are you all doing? Are you all okay?" "Of course, no problem." Moe patted his chest, while Mu-chan turned to look at Su-tang. "What about you, honey?" "Of course I have no problem, and I'm sure I won't be wrong." Seeing Su-tang's haughty expression, Mu-chan nodded. "Since there are no problems, let's begin. Then let's start with me." Mu-chan said, 1. Li Jiayong then said, 2, 3, 6, 7. Upon hearing the number 7, everyone present couldn't help but look at Mo Linwan. Good grief, they were eliminated in the first round. Mo Linwan noticed everyone's gaze and quickly clapped her hands. But it was already too late. Seeing this, Wang Baichuan said, No, it's too late to clap now. How about little Wan? Have a drink." As Wang Baichuan spoke, he stood up to pour Mo Linwan a drink. Ahi! Mo Linwan was stunned. She hadn't really reacted yet. As a student at Tsinghua or Peking University, how could I make such a basic mistake? I'm so ashamed I can't face anyone. The students around her couldn't help but laugh. Xiaowan's reaction was a little slow. Seeing Wang Baichuan about to pour wine for his sister, Mo quickly grabbed him, saying, "My sister doesn't drink, please sit down." At the same time, Mu-chan asked, "Xiaowan, right? Since you lost, you should abide by the rules of the game. Choose truth or dare." "Oh, this." Mo Linwan pouted, her expression slightly aggrieved, and said, "Then I'll choose truth. I'll ask you." No sooner had Mo Linwan finished speaking than Wang Baichuan started shouting. He said, Little Wan, how many relationships have you had?" Upon hearing this, Mo Linwan breathed a sigh of relief. This question is not difficult to answer. She and her brother usually attend the same high school, and he is quite strict with her. Dating? Not a chance. Mo Linwan said humorously. "I've never had a boyfriend before. What's wrong? Are you going to introduce me to one?" Upon hearing this, Wang Baichuan was overjoyed. "If you've never had a boyfriend, then you're single." Wang Baichuan continued, "We've never dated. Can I introduce myself to you?" Upon hearing this, Mo Linwan immediately lowered her head shyly. Even she didn't expect Wang Baichuan to be so direct. "Get lost." Upon hearing Wang Baichuan's words, Mo rolled her eyes at him. "You think you can even pursue my sister? You're not good enough for her." However, Wang Baichuan didn't listen to Mo Yi's words at all, because Mo Linwan, who was sitting opposite him, blushed and looked shy. What does this mean? This means there's a good chance. At the same time, Mo noticed his sister's expression and couldn't help but be taken aback. Could this girl really have fallen for Wang Baichuan? Could it be that Wang Baichuan, that pig, is going to ruin our family's precious cabbage? Mo shrugged helplessly. After all, he couldn't interfere in his sister's affairs. What happens to the two of them in the end is not something he can control. Meanwhile, the game continues. 8910. 17. Immediately, everyone turned their attention to Mu-chan. Fool. Su-tang rolled her eyes at Mu-chan with disdain, but Mu-chan smiled slightly, because it was something he had done on purpose. How can you become a movie star without having a drink? "I drink." Mu-chan picked up the wine bottle, about to pour the wine into his glass, when Wang Baichuan quickly stopped him. "This cup won't do. It's too small. You should use a beer mug." Good heavens. Upon hearing this, Mu-chan was taken aback. They truly are brothers. Indeed, only men truly understand men. It seems Wang Baichuan has figured out his purpose tonight. A moment later, Wang Baichuan brought over a draft beer mug and filled it to the brim with beer. "Here, Brother Chun, have a drink." "You." Su-tang pouted and glared fiercely at Wang Baichuan. At the same time, Mu-chan gently ruffled Su-tang's hair. "It's okay, baby, I can't drink much." "How I don't believe you for a second." Mu-chan turned his head and winked at Wang Baichuan, who immediately understood. Finally, Mu-chan picked up his glass and looked at the wine. It should contain 600 milliliters, which is exactly one bottle. Without thinking twice, Mu-chan drank it all in one gulp. Chapter 118 Massage. After downing a whole bottle of wine in one gulp, Mu-chan couldn't help but let out a burp. He said, "Come on, Jiayong, continue." At the same time, Li Jiayong said, 18, 19, 20. Smack. 27. Wow, it's sister-in-law Chen this time. Seeing that Su-tang had made a mistake, Wang Baichuan egged him on. "Come on, since it's Sister Chun, let her drink. Honesty is no fun." Moe. Yes, let's drink. They can forbid other girls from drinking, but since she's Chen's wife, she absolutely has to have some. Upon hearing this, Su-tang pouted. She was furious. That stinky Mukun is so annoying. He actually drank an entire bottle of wine in one go. She was so angry that she forgot the rules of the game. Su Tang quickly shook her head. But I don't drink alcohol. Upon hearing this, Wang Baichuan's eyes lit up. It's okay if you can't drink. Let Brother Chen drink it for you. Goodness. Upon hearing Wang Baichuan's words, Mu Chun was stunned. I never expected that my good son Wang Baichuan would be so sensible. He knew perfectly well that only when he was drunk would he have a chance to get Su Tang to take him to a hotel. I must treat him to a meal next time. Mu Chun patted his chest. No problem. I'll drink it for my wife. Can. Before Su Tang could say anything, Mu Chun downed a glass of beer. Seeing this, Su Tang pouted. Sure enough, men's words are deceiving. He said he'd drink less. The game continues. The game continues. The game continues. When it was Mu Chen's turn, he deliberately made a mistake again. Brother Chun, drink up. We can't let him drink anymore. At this moment, Su Tang suddenly stood up. She glanced at Mu Chun and whispered, he drank too much, I'll drink it for him. As she spoke, Su Tang picked up a glass of wine and forced herself to drink it down. Seeing this, Mu Chen's heart warmed. This silly girl really loves him. But Su Tang has never drunk alcohol before. After drinking a small cup, her face turned bright red. Seeing Su Tang's expression, Mu Chen couldn't help but grab her hand. Silly girl, don't worry, I won't drink much, I know my limits. 10:30 p.m. Inside the 888 private room, the table was a complete mess. Meanwhile, they had already finished all 7 cases of beer they ordered. That's right, Mu Chun was the one who drank the most. However, he is in good physical condition and has a strong metabolism at this moment. He feels slightly dizzy, but he is not drunk. Mu Chen's roommates were similar. After all, it's just beer, and you won't get very drunk. But for the sake of his own plan, Mu Chun immediately channeled his inner actor. He lay on the table, his left hand on Su Tang's leg, dozing off. Meanwhile, Su Tang was staring at Mu Chun with disdain. Is this what he meant by not drinking too much? Knowing one's limits? As expected, men's words are never reliable. Moe stood up and paid the bill when he returned. Su Tang stared at him expectantly. Moe, you see Mu Chun has had too much to drink, so I'm asking you for help today? Oh no, I've had too much to drink. I'm dizzy. Before Su Tang could finish speaking, Moe covered his head, plopped down in a chair, and pretended to faint. Upon seeing this, Su Tang was stunned. This is so fake. She tried to turn her attention to Wang Baichuan and Li Jiayang. At the same time, Wang Baichuan and Li Jiayang noticed Su Tang's gaze and also began to pretend. Oh dear, Jiayang. I've had too much to drink. What day of the week is it today? Li Jiayang, the 8th or the 9th? Su Tang. This, Wang Baichuan said. Jiayang, I can't go on like this, let's go. Hurry, help me, I need to pee. Good. Li Jiayang slowly stood up, and with Wang Baichuan's help, the two staggered out of the private room. At the same time, Moe spoke up. Little sister, I'm dizzy too, come and help me, quick. Oh. Mo Linwan nodded, quickly came over to help Moe, and they left together. At this moment, only Su Tang and her roommate remained in the private room, staring at each other blankly. Su Tang pursed her lips and pouted, saying, sisters, you should go back too, my boyfriend drank too much again, so I settled him in a nearby hotel. Huh? Tang, are you sure you can do it? Zhang Xiaojiao was a little worried. After all, it was nighttime, and she was afraid something might go wrong. It's fine. Li Yishi saw through Mu Chen's thoughts at a glance. He was definitely in cahoots with his roommate. After all, Mu Chen's 3 roommates were acting way too fake. As for Mu Chen's purpose, well, I understand. Only naive girls like Han Yuxuan and Zhang Xiaojiao wouldn't notice. Li Yishi smiled slightly. Then Tang, take good care of your boyfriend, the 3 of us will head back now. Watching her 3 roommates leave, Su Tang stretched out her arm, wanting to hit Mu Chun, but in the end she couldn't bring herself to do it. That bastard. Su Tang pouted, rolled her eyes, put Mu Chen's arm on her shoulder, and slowly helped him up. At the same time, Mu Chun felt a surge of secret joy. The two slowly left the restaurant. Su Tang looked around, and thankfully there were no people around anymore. There was a hotel not far from them. After all, this is right in front of a university, and there are plenty of hotels here. Moreover, it's not low end. Su Tang turned to look at the drunken Mu Chun and said, You stinky Mu Chun, don't fall asleep. I'm taking you to a hotel right now. Mu Chun gave a soft and at the same time, Su Tang helped Mu Chun into a hotel and booked a room. Once inside the elevator, Su Tang quickly found her room. After swiping the card and opening the door, Su Tang's face flushed red the instant the room was lit up. WHWHY, is it a couple's suite? When we checked in, the owner didn't say it was a couple's suite. The entire room was decorated in pink. Moreover, because this room is quite special, all the beds in the room are heart-shaped. An open bathtub was right opposite the bed, with nothing to obstruct its view. Seeing this scene made Su Tang feel extremely embarrassed. How did things end up in a couple's suite by some twist of fate? At the same time, Muchin secretly glanced at the room and couldn't help but speak. TSK, Tang Tang, why did you book a couple's suite? Are you plotting something against me? Upon hearing this, Su Tang was taken aback. Wasn't Muchin drunk? How come? She suddenly turned her head to look at Muchin, who then pinched her cheek and said, Tell me, are you plotting something against me? You stinky Muchin, you lying. Before Su Tang could finish speaking, Muchin wrapped his arms around her waist and kissed her. Su Tang started to struggle, but Muchin held her very tightly, and Su Tang couldn't break free at all. With their chests pressed together, the atmosphere in the room, combined with the room's theme, became even more intimate. A moment later, Muchin picked up Su Tang, threw her onto the bed, and pressed himself against her body. You stinking Muchin, you dared to lie to me. Huh? My dear Tang Tang, how can this be called lying? You took me to a hotel room, and it even had this theme. You? At this moment, Su Tang's heart was pounding. Even if Muchin treats her like this, she won't be angry. After all, they are adults now. She also knew what Muchin wanted. In the afternoon, when Muchin was talking to her about the 7 emotions and 6 desires, he mentioned sexual desire. Isn't that his desire? At this moment, Su Tang spoke. Muchin, I have something to tell you. Muchin stopped what he was doing, looked directly into Muchin's eyes, and waited for Su Tang to speak. Muchin, I know you really need that right now. And I will give it to you too, but I feel I should wait a bit. Su Tang stammered as she spoke, and just as she was about to continue, Muchin suddenly covered her mouth with his tongue. The two gazed deeply into each other's eyes, and Muchin said, Tang Tang, you're right, I do need it, but so do you. Upon hearing this, Su Tang suddenly held her breath. Yes, Muchin is right. She really does need it. After all, she was already 18 years old, and she thoroughly enjoyed kissing him. The body will also react in some ways, even yearning for. Seeing Su Tang's blank expression, Muchin continued. So, Tang Tang. Muchin's words had already deeply penetrated her heart. Let me massage your acne. Chapter 119, I have something to give you. Well, what? Upon hearing this, Su Tang was taken aback. She was filled with shyness, but at the same time, she understood what Muchin meant. Dodo isn't that? You stinky Muchin, you re so annoying. Su Tang pouted, her mind going completely blank. However, Muchin's hands had begun to show understanding. Su Tang's skin is incredibly delicate and smooth, like solidified cream. As Muchin moved, 2 large white rabbits came into view. For some reason, the white rabbit has become swollen at this moment. Seeing this, Muchin smiled slightly. Although Su Tang said no, her reaction was quite honest. He ignored Su Tang, went about his business, and kissed her on the lips. At this moment, Su Tang no longer knew how to express her feelings. Su Tang's body trembled slightly. She bit her lip, her expression a mixture of ecstasy and shyness. But she didn't struggle. After all, her future husband was standing in front of her. At the same time, Su Tang couldn't help but let out a soft moan. Muchin looked directly into Su Tang's eyes, a slight smile playing on his lips. Their eyes were filled with tenderness, and the air was thick with romance. Just as Muchin said, it's not just Muchin who needs it. She needs it too. With Muchin around, Su Tang's worries completely disappeared. She had even secretly decided that she would give Muchin a special gift on his 19th birthday sometime later. A dozen minutes later, Muchin turned his head to look at Su Tang, whose face was flushed. She bit her thumb, looking pitiful. She really loves Muchin so much. At this moment, Muchin spoke up. Tang Tang, do you remember last time? Upon hearing this, Su Tang looked at Muchin with a puzzled expression. Last time. Okay. Muchin nodded, and whispered in Su Tang's ear. It was the night of the last class reunion. Omega. Upon hearing this, Su Tang's eyes suddenly widened. She exclaimed in shock, What? You stinky Muchin, you were faking it all last time too. Hee hee, silly girl, don't you know? Muchin smiled slightly, not expecting that this girl was only realizing it now. What a silly girl. At the same time, Su Tang pouted. She rolled her eyes that Mu Chun was so annoying. Mu Chun smiled slightly. All right, I'm not joking with you anymore, go to sleep. Uh-huh. The next morning, at 7:30, Mu Chun groggily opened his eyes. At this moment, Su Tang was lying in his arms, fast asleep. Mu Chun didn't deliberately wake her up, he put on his clothes first, and went into the bathroom to wash up. When Mu Chun finished washing his face and brushing his teeth, Su Tang had already opened her sleepy eyes. He looked like he hadn't woken up yet. Su Tang turned her head slightly to look at Mu Chun, and at that moment, she thought of the scene from last night. Just like yesterday, her face flushed red instantly. Tang Tang is awake. Mu Chun smiled slightly, noticing that Su Tang's face had suddenly turned red. Had this girl thought of something unhealthy again? Of course, Mu Chun didn't think much of it. I am awake, Su Tang said shyly, noticing that Mu Chun was staring at her intently and showed no sign of looking away. She couldn't help but speak. You stinky Mu Chun, I need to get dressed. Can you please stop looking? Seeing Su Tang's shy expression, Mu Chun didn't turn his head away, but strode towards her. Silly girl, let your husband dress you. He ruffled Su Tang's hair. The girl was as adorable as ever. Upon hearing this, Su Tang did not refuse. After all, they've known each other for 18 years. When I was little, I used to play house. We slept in the same bed and took the same bath together. She even wondered why she didn't have that thing. Of course, I was just ignorant when I was a child. Su Tang nodded her head like a chick pecking at rice and whispered, Okay. Tang Tang, be good. As he spoke, Mu Chun began to help her get dressed. After she got dressed, Mu Chun pinched her cheek. Okay, my baby, go wash your face, brush your teeth, and comb your hair first after you're all ready. Your husband will take you out for something delicious. He really? Su Tang didn't deliberately think about what happened last night. In fact, she would have experienced those things sooner or later. After all, everything has a beginning. You'll get used to it. Of course it's true. When has your husband ever lied to you? I'm going to wash up now. Okay, go ahead. Su Tang, wearing slippers, happily ran into the bathroom and started washing up. At the same time, Mu Chun stood by the bed, drew back the curtains, and stretched. Thinking back on everything that happened last night, it's truly unforgettable. After Su Tang finished washing up, the two went downstairs and checked out of the room. At 8 o'clock, they found a fast food restaurant, ate, and then returned to Tsinghua and Peking universities. Although I wasn't drunk yesterday, my head still feels dizzy after drinking. I must get a good rest tonight. Mu Chun took Su Tang's hand, and they arrived at the bottom of the Wisteria apartment building. Mu Chun said, Then, Tang Tang, I'll go back and get some more sleep. Su Tang nodded her little head, waved to Mu Chun, and said, Bye, honey-o, bye-bye-o. Let's go out for dinner together tonight. I have something for you. Good. Hearing Su Tang's words warmed Mu Chun's heart. Bye-bye. Bye. Su Tang turned her head with a smile and skipped towards Building 1. Meanwhile, Mu Chun went upstairs, intending to sleep a little longer. Chapter 120 Cotton Candy? Opening the door and returning to the dormitory, Mu Chun found that his 3 eldest sons were all sleeping like logs. Their sleeping postures are extremely unsightly, all crooked and sprawled out, but thankfully they don't snore. Thinking of this, Mu Chun recalled his roommate from his previous life, whose deafening snoring was comparable to thunder. That voice stayed with him for 3 whole years. For those 3 years, Mu Chun relied on earplugs to get through it all. They drank quite a bit last night. These 3 grown men will probably sleep all morning. Without thinking much, Mu Chun took off his shoes, climbed the ladder onto the bed, and fell asleep shortly after lying down. Noon. Brother Chun, get up and eat. Get up quickly. Help Dad get his military training uniform this afternoon. Wang Baichuan patted Mu Chun, who was fast asleep, and at the same time Mu Chun slowly opened his eyes. At this moment, Wang Baichuan was carrying a boxed lunch and a cup of porridge, which he placed on the table under his bed. Seeing Mu Chun's dejected appearance, Wang Baichuan couldn't help but say, Goodness, how many times did you come last night? You look so weak. I'll make you some goji berries another day. Get out, get out, get out. Mu Chun rolled his eyes at Wang Baichuan with a look of disdain. Wang Baichuan chuckled. All right, hurry up and get up to eat. I specially packed some food for you tomorrow. Is military training. Help Dad hand out the training uniforms this afternoon. Get lost, my good boy. Call me Godfather. Adopted son. Mu-chin couldn't help but smile. It seemed that there was this special father-son relationship in every dormitory in China. Of course, everyone would treat his roommate like their own son. I will always be my roommate's father, so no one will suffer a loss. Mu-chun got out of bed, sat on the chair below, opened the lunchbox, and was surprised when he saw the food. Good heavens, it was his favorite braised pork, with 2 steamed buns inside, and a cup of congee with preserved egg and lean pork on the side. This eldest son is so filial, very good indeed. Li Jiayong and Mo were not in the dormitory at the time. Mu-chun asked while eating. By the way, Baichuan, where are Mo and Jiayong? They went to the supermarket to buy some things. Oh. Mu-chin nodded without giving it much thought. He was scrolling through Douyin while eating when, a few minutes later, Li Jiayong and Mo walked in with smiles on their faces. At this moment, both of them were carrying a large bag of snacks. Good heavens! Upon seeing this, Wang Baichuan quickly stood up from his seat and went over. You bought a lot of things. What delicious food did you buy? Li Jiayong laughed and said, There's plenty, all kinds of snacks. Come and have some. Absolutely. Wang Baichuan didn't bother with formalities at the same time. Li Jiayong turned to look at Mu-chun and said, Mu-chun, come and have some too. I'll eat first. Li Jiayong nodded at this moment. Wang Baichuan had already opened the bag and started looking for his favorite snacks. While searching, Wang Baichuan suddenly exclaimed, Holy crap, how come there are sanitary napkins in here? Upon hearing this, Mu-chun turned his head sharply to look. Good grief, a grown man buying sanitary napkins? Of course, Mu-chun also bought sanitary napkins for Su Tang when he was in high school. Su Tang's relatives came that day, but she didn't bring any, so she had to ask Mu-chun to buy some for her. The scene was incredibly awkward. It's fine outside, but mainly in the school supermarket. Even now, he still hasn't forgotten the way the supermarket owner and several female classmates looked at him. Li Jiayong said, Oh, right, this is. Stop. Before Li Jiayong could finish speaking, Wang Baichuan said, This isn't a sanitary napkin. It's probably some kind of snack. Snacks? Upon hearing Wang Baichuan's words, Mu-chin thought about it carefully. Indeed, there was a trend online before of making marshmallows wrapped in sanitary napkins. The outer packaging is exactly the same as sanitary napkins, but the cotton candy inside is different. That thing is mainly used to prank your friends. At this moment, Wang Baichuan was treating the sanitary napkin like a marshmallow. He chuckled, tore it open without hesitation, and put it in his mouth. Mu-chun, Mo, Li Jiayong. Goodness. The 3 of them stared at Wang Baichuan with utter bewilderment. This is fucking ridiculous. Meanwhile, Wang Baichuan, who had just put the sanitary napkin in his mouth, also looked surprised. Holy crap, isn't this a marshmallow? Marshmallow my foot. Li Jiayong looked at Wang Baichuan with disdain. I bought this to use as insoles during military training, and you're treating it like a marshmallow. Wang Baichuan was stunned. Tu thought this was a cotton candy packaged in the sanitary napkin you bought. Your gummies are packaged in sanitary napkins? This? Seeing Wang Baichuan's bewildered expression, Mu-chin chuckled. Holy crap, that's hilarious. Is this Wang Baichuan some kind of clown hired by the monkeys? At the same time, Mo rolled her eyes. If that idiot Wang Baichuan really caught up with his sister, those 2. Mo shook his head, not daring to imagine such a scene. Because her younger sister is also slow-witted and often mistakes things for things. 2 people together. Tui. Wang Baichuan spat out what was in his mouth and said, You're sick in the head too, using this thing as an insult. What? You have a problem with that? Hey no. Wang Baichuan looked disappointed, and he lost his appetite for snacks. He sat down in the chair and continued watching the movie. After finishing his meal, Mu-chun checked the time. By the way, Baichuan, didn't you say you were going to distribute the military training uniforms? Wang Baichuan said with a smile. Our counselor just told me to call a few boys to pick up their military training uniforms at the main building at 3 p.m. and then deliver them to room 601. Okay, let's go again then. Okay. Wang Baichuan is now the class monitor, so it's normal that some tasks are assigned to him. At this moment, Wang Baichuan said, Hey guys, how about we play a game of League of Legends? Come on. Li Jiayong and Mo quickly sat down, turned on their computers, and logged into League of Legends. This kind of scene is all too common on universities. Nobody plays video games at that university now. At this moment, Wang Baichuan suddenly remembered something, and he looked at Mu-chun. By the way, Mu-chun, I asked our advisor, and she said that our major still requires computers. There are a lot of blueprints about new energy that we need to look at. You should get a computer too, and we can play games together sometimes. Upon hearing this, Mu-chan nodded. Yes, I understand. On 98K, Wang Baichuan didn't say much, and then started operating the machine. Then I'll choose the wet nurse. I choose Lee Sin. My Lee Sin is amazing. Then I'll play support. Soon, the three of them became fast friends. The entire dormitory room was filled with the sound of mechanical keyboards being pressed. At 2:40 p.m., Wang Baichuan took off his headphones and stood up. Hey guys, it's almost time. Could you please come with me to get our military training uniforms? MOE. No problem, no problem. Just treat me to some milk tea. No problem, plenty of milk tea. Li Jiayong also stood up, stretched, and loosened his neck before saying, Let's go then. The four of them left the dormitory together, and Wang Baichuan also called two other classmates. One of them is Gu Linci from Chao County. The other one was Gu Linci's roommate, named Su Jixiang. Chapter 1, 21A Box of Goji Berries. The six of them left the dormitory building together. Although it was already September and autumn had long arrived, the temperature was still very high. Li Jiayong looked up and squinted at the blazing sun, unable to resist complaining. Damn, it's already September. Why is the sun still so strong? We've been doing military training for 2 weeks. We'll probably get sunburned like coal balls. So what if you're a black coal lump? What's the big deal? Besides, you weren't even fair-skinned to begin with. What the hell did you say, Wang Baichuan? Li Jiayong quickly gave Wang Baichuan a greeting. Watching the two playfully bickering, Mu-chan smiled at Gu Linci and Su Jixiang. They're usually like this, it's normal. Gu Linci and Su Jixiang nodded without saying anything more. The six people arrived in front of the main building, where a crowd had already gathered. Countless students braved the scorching sun to collect their military training uniforms. There were at least several hundred people here. After all, Tsinghua and Peking universities are very large and have a lot of students. Led by Wang Baichuan, they soon arrived at the place where their college would receive their military training uniforms. Without exception, all the students from the Energy Institute were male. And right next to them is the Academy of Fine Arts. The students at the Art Academy are all art students, with a male-to-female ratio of 3:7. Most of them are girls. That's not the main point. The main point is that the girls in the art school are all incredibly beautiful. Long legs were exposed, and many girls were even wearing black stockings. It's very pleasing to the eye. Upon seeing this, Wang Baichuan was immediately drawn to the black stockings. He took a deep breath. Look, it would be so great if our college had so many girls. Stop dreaming, Su Jixiang said. But our class is already very lucky. With more than a dozen girls, the second and third classes of New Energy don't have a single girl. Wow, really? The six people lined up, chatting idly as the line moved forward. It was soon their turn. After completing the registration, we received our military training uniforms. The military training uniform is just ordinary camouflage clothing, including a top, bottom, belt, hat, and a pair of camouflage rubber shoes. These shoes are really uncomfortable to wear, especially when standing at attention. This is also why Li Jiayong bought sanitary napkins. Sanitary napkins are not only absorbent, but also exceptionally soft. These insoles are more comfortable than regular insoles when used as padding in shoes during military training. But there are always some unexpected events. Mu-chan still clearly remembers that when he was in college during military training in his previous life, some of his classmates' sanitary napkins that they had put in their shoes were sticking out. The scene became awkward at one point. Some classmates even thought the sanitary napkin had fallen out of his crotch. That scene terrified many students. Mu-chan carried 2 bags of military training uniforms and walked towards Building F. Because their class has a small number of students, they don't have many military training uniforms. 6 people can take it all. Meanwhile, the students in the class were already waiting in the study room to collect their clothes. As for the clothing sizes, Wang Baichuan had already made the calculations in advance. The 6 people entered the study room, and Mu-chan spotted Han Shuer at a glance. Unlike usual, the boys in the class were sitting very close to the front today. As for the reason, it's simply to properly appreciate the counselor. It has to be admitted that Han Shuer is really beautiful, far surpassing the other class advisors. However, Han Shuer did not wear black stockings today, but instead wore a white dress. If she was a mature and sophisticated woman on the day the news broke, then today she's a pure and innocent girl. The style is versatile, capable of being both mature and innocent, or even a combination of both. Most guys can't resist a girl who practices both matriarchal and virginal cultivation. They placed the military training uniforms on the podium, and at the same time, Wang Baichuan ran to Han Shuer's side. Instructor, the military training uniforms are all here. Here is the list. Wang Baichuan handed the list to Han Shuer, who nodded and said, "Okay, just distribute them according to the students' sizes." Okay. Wang Baichuan was overjoyed and quickly distributed the military training uniforms according to the students' sizes. After distributing the gifts, Han Shuer clapped her hands to signal for quiet, and then she said, "All right, everyone, quiet down. You've all received your military training uniforms. Now, starting tomorrow, our 2-week military training will begin. Of course, compared to high school military training, this military training will be more rigorous. I also hope that everyone will take it seriously, perform well during the training, and leave a good impression on the instructors." Upon hearing this, the students in the class all nodded. Although military training is tough and tiring, it is also a process of self-improvement. This process is worth cherishing. After all, this was their last military training session. All right, since that's the case, I won't waste everyone's time. Tomorrow is military training, so everyone should get some rest. Be sure to assemble in the classroom at 7:30 tomorrow morning. Oh, and don't forget to eat breakfast tomorrow morning. All right, everyone, let's disperse. After Han Shuer finished speaking, the students in the class left the classroom one after another. At the same time, Mu Chen took out his phone and sent a WeChat message to Su Tang. "Tang Tang, where are you?" Su Tang replied shortly after. "Honey, I'm in a meeting. It should be over soon. What about you?" "I just finished driving." "Then go wait for me at the Wisteria playground. I have something for you." "Okay, see you later." "See you later." Mu Chen smiled and put down his phone at that moment. Wang Baichuan walked over and put his arm around his shoulder. "Brother Chun, let's play some ball together. You still owe me 3 balls from last time." Upon hearing this, Mu Chen shook his head. "I won't go. My wife needs to see me. You guys go ahead." Cut. Wang Baichuan released Mu Chen and rolled his eyes. "You're such a womanizer." Looking at Wang Baichuan's expression, Mu Chen couldn't help but smile. Is this the envy that comes from single people? If he gets out of being single, he'll be glued to his wife every day. Without much thought, he quickly left Building F and went to the Wisteria playground. At this moment, there were many students on the Wisteria playground. Some 2nd and 3rd year students even organized club activities. Not far from Mu Chen, there was a person singing with a microphone. Mu Chen sat down on the grass on the playground, and a little while later, Su Tang came running over excitedly. She was carrying her newly issued military training uniform tucked under her arm and a heavy plastic bag in her hand. "My husband." Su Tang smiled slightly and quickly sat down next to Mu Chen. Mu Chen looked directly into his eyes. "Tang Tang, what are you giving me?" "There are so many things. Food and other necessities." Su Tang's lips curled up slightly as she opened the plastic bag and took out 4 bottles of sunscreen. "That's right, 4 bottles." Seeing so many bottles, Mu Chen was also taken aback. Su Tang smiled brightly and said, "This is the sunscreen I prepared for you. We have military training tomorrow, and I'll be heartbroken if my beloved boyfriend gets a tan, so you absolutely must wear it." "Oh right. Give these to your roommates so they can apply them too. Otherwise they won't be able to find girlfriends if they get tanned." Hearing Su Tang's words, Mu Chen's heart softened. This girl not only prepared for him, but she didn't even forget his roommate. Wow, even sugar can be so fine. "Okay, thank you, honey." "You're welcome." Su Tang took out a lot of insoles and said, "These are the insoles I prepared for your military training. There are a lot of them. The soles of these shoes are very hard. Remember to wear them during military training, so you'll be more comfortable. Of course, you can share it with your roommates, but I don't know their shoe size." Looking at Su Tang's innocent face, Mu Chen thought that although these things were cheap, they were all very practical. These things all come from Tang Tang's love. Su Tang looked up and giggled, then continued, "That's all. I have some snacks, and I also prepared a box of goji berries for you. You can mix them with water to drink. P.S. 2 chapters today. I'll resume 3 chapters tomorrow. I might be doing book title testing soon. I'll be changing the titles back and forth. Please don't mind. Preview. Recent chapters will teach some dating tips, although the author is also single, and the plot will be lighthearted and funny, without any pretentious or face-slapping moments. Finally, please urge me to make more videos. I'm doing this for free out of love. Good night, dear readers. Chapter 122, I know an old Chinese medicine doctor. What? Goji berries. Upon hearing this, Mu Chen was completely dumbfounded. Su Tang smiled playfully, nodded, and then took out a box of goji berries from the bag and waved it in the air. Here it is. Mu-chun. Upon seeing a box full of goji berries, Mu-chun was completely stunned. Good grief, is Su Tang saying he's no good? The main problem is that she's never tried it before. There's a saying that goes something like this. When you reach middle age, you have no choice but to soak goji berries in your thermos. But he's only 18 years old, and he's already drinking goji berry tea? Drink my ass. Mu-chun gave an awkward smile. Tang Tang, why did you suddenly think of giving me goji berries? Li, she said her dad drinks it often, and it seems to be good for his health, so I bought it for you. Well, thank you, Tang Tang. You're welcome, honey. Mu-chun. Su Tang put everything she had taken out into the bag, and then said, by the way, honey, what are your plans for the future? Hearing Su Tang's words, Mu-chun looked at her curiously. Why are you suddenly asking about this? Su Tang opened her big eyes wide, filled with anticipation for the future. Su Tang said, actually, I feel it's better to have a plan for the future, set a goal, and then work hard towards that goal. Upon hearing this, Mu-chun smiled and nodded. After thinking for a moment, he spoke. Well, as for future plans, the first priority is to marry you. The second is to help our parents run the shop well. And the last is to make a name for myself. Oh, and you have to give me 2 adorable children, okay? Mu-chun has always preferred a simple, peaceful life, and the current situation is already quite good for him. I'll try my best. Su Tang nodded shyly. She said with a grin. Then my goal is to marry you, to run mom and dad's shop together, to build a career with you, and finally to give you 2 adorable little babies. Good. Mu-chun rubbed Su Tang's head. This girl is still so childish. In his presence, I feel like a child who never grows up. Of course, that's not bad either. At this moment, Su Tang continued. Hee, actually I'd prefer to have a little home with you, to eat and sleep together every day. That would be enough. Upon hearing this, Mu-chun said, okay, then from now on we'll live a life of eating, sleeping, and kneading beans. Kneading beans? Upon hearing this, Su Tang froze. I couldn't help but think of the scene from last night. Su Tang pouted. Humph, you stinky mukin, you're making inappropriate jokes again. I'm ignoring you. As she spoke, Su Tang snorted and turned her head away, looking both cute and fierce. Seeing Su Tang's sullen expression, Mu-chun chuckled. He quickly admitted his mistake. I was wrong. I was wrong back then. We wouldn't have needed to knead the beans. We should have arranged the flours. Su Tang took a deep breath and turned to look at Mu-chun. You stinky Mu-chun. Snort. That stinky mukin. All he knows is how to make suggestive remarks. All right. Mu-chun gently rubbed her cheek, then picked up the bag from the ground. I'll take the things. Go back to your dorm first. It's hot outside. So get some rest when you get back. Oh, and don't forget to eat breakfast tomorrow morning during military training. You too. Su Tang pouted, her expression full of disdain. Standing up, Mu-chun took her small hand, and they left together. When he returned to the dormitory, none of his 3 eldest sons had come back. They must have gone to play basketball. Mu-chun put his things on the table, then climbed the ladder onto the bed and lay down. Looking at the dormitory ceiling, Mu-chun immediately brought up the system panel. It can be said that without the system, there would be no Mu-chun as he is today. Meanwhile, as always, the blue semi-transparent screen in front of him was recording his data. Host, Mu-chun. Height, 182. Appearance, 98. The most handsome and beautiful are always the readers. Physical fitness, 160. Skills/items. Advanced culinary skill, upgradable. Beginner martial arts, upgradable. Beginner basketball, upgradable. Beginner heavenly voice, upgradable. Basic instrument playing ability, can be upgraded. Remaining points, 7,000. Check-in scenario university. You can earn 10,000 points by checking in. Because he hadn't called up the panel for so long, Mu-chun didn't even know when a check-in button had appeared. However, upon closer reflection, he realized that the sign-in feature had indeed not appeared before, nor had there been any notification. Sign in. Ding, congratulations on successfully checking in. You have earned 10,000 points. The next check-in time is to be determined. Looking at the 17,000 points, Mu-chun decisively opened the points shop. Since keeping the points is pointless, I might as well exchange them for something. Looking at the items displayed, Mu-chun first spent 5,000 points to exchange for a 10 times comprehension ability. After all, he still needs to learn knowledge in university, and having 10 times the comprehension ability can greatly increase his learning efficiency. Turning to the next page, his eyes were suddenly drawn to a particular item. Little Mukin plus 1 cm, 10,000 points. Wow, they can even trade this for it. Mu Chun remembered the mission he was currently undertaking. It seemed that completing the mission would also grant him plus 1 centimeter. He took a deep breath and suddenly felt an urge to hoard points. If you accumulate 100,000 points and add 10 centimeters, then, goodness, I can't even imagine what that scene would be like. I'm afraid Su Tang would be shocked if she saw this. That thing definitely won't grow that fast. No. Mu Chun dismissed the idea, but the system issued far too few tasks, making it extremely difficult for him to accumulate points. Shaking his head, Mu Chun finally raised his martial arts to the intermediate level after a wave of pain. His physical fitness also increased from 160 to 240. Furthermore, a great deal of martial arts knowledge appeared in his mind. When he first learned basic martial arts, he only had the basic movements in his mind, but when he advanced to the intermediate level, the feeling was completely different. He now feels agile and energetic, and even has an urge to show off his skills. After closing the system panel, Mu Chun started watching a short film as darkness fell. His 3 eldest sons returned to their dormitory. Wang Baichuan casually tossed the ball aside, and then sat down in his chair. Hee. There was a girl who kept looking at me while I was playing basketball today. I think with my looks, she's already fallen deeply in love with me. Hee. That's just your opinion. Hey, what's this? Wang Baichuan saw the bag on Mu Chen's desk, and at the same time Mu Chen said, "This is what Su Tang gave me, and there's sunscreen inside that Tang gave you, take it out." Wow, my sister-in-law bought us sunscreen. Upon hearing this, Wang Baichuan was startled. He never expected that Su Tang was still thinking about them. Mu Chen nodded and said, "Yeah, she said you guys should apply sunscreen during military training too, so you don't get too tanned and can't find a girlfriend." Hee. Please tell my sister-in-law for me that I thank her. Wang Baichuan opened the bag, his eyes involuntarily drawn to the box of goji berries. He couldn't help but say, "Wow, your sister-in-law even gave you goji berries. Looks like you need to be more moderate, Brother Chun. I happen to know an old traditional Chinese medicine doctor. Why don't you have him treat you? P.S. I tried to give the system more screen time. I almost forgot it even existed." Chapter 123, Going to the Art Academy. I'll heal your sister. Mu Chun glared at Wang Baichuan with disdain. He chuckled. Those who know, Brother Chun. Take good care of your health, or you might really be incapacitated in another 10 years or so. Get lost, Wang Baichuan. Are you asking for a beating? Mu Chun rolled his eyes, and Wang Baichuan quickly shut his mouth, while throwing 2 bottles of sunscreen to Mo, E, and Li Jiayong. This was a gift from Su Tang, and the 3 of them were extremely happy. Of course, this was also thanks to Mu Chun. After tidying up, the 4 of them went to the cafeteria for dinner. They chatted for a while afterward, and went to bed early because they had military training the next day. The next morning, 6 o'clock in the morning, Mu Chun was woken up by the alarm clock. He put on his military training uniform, went to the bathroom to wash his face and brush his teeth, laid out the insoles Su Tang had given him, applied sunscreen, and then woke up his 3 eldest sons. Wake up, Baichuan. Don't sleep anymore. Jiayong, don't sleep anymore. Get up and eat. Moe. The 3 of them groggily opened their eyes, started putting on their military training uniforms, and after getting ready, they ate a meal together in the cafeteria before heading towards Building F. At this moment, the entire Tsinghua and Peking University campus was filled with students wearing military training uniforms. 2nd and 3rd year students don't get up that early, so you won't see any upperclassmen early in the morning. The morning air was exceptionally fresh, and the temperature was also low. The 4 of them quickly went up to Building F and arrived at their study room. At 7:25, Han Shuer walked in wearing black stockings and holding a document in her hand. When the boys in the class saw Han Shuer wearing black stockings again, they were all attracted to her. I couldn't take my eyes off it for a long time. At the same time, Han Shuer smiled slightly and looked at her classmates, saying, "All right, students, you all seem to be in good spirits. Now we're going to the playground for military training. When you see the instructors later, be sure to greet them. First, you must study hard during the next 2 weeks of military training and strive to get good results in the military training performance." At this moment, one of the boys in the class teased, "Instructor, aren't you going to join us for military training?" Yeah. Instructors, why don't you join us for military training too?" Upon hearing this, Han Shuer couldn't help but smile. "I'll pass, but if you do well in military training, I can bring you water and food, but it depends on your performance." "Good. The students were delighted to hear that the military training instructors were bringing them water and food. I love this kind of counselor. Seeing the students' expressions, Han Shuer said, "All right, everyone get ready, let's go to the central playground to greet the instructors. Baichuan. You'll lead the team." "Okay." Wang Baichuan nodded and said loudly, "All right, everyone follow the instructor's steps and go to the central playground together." The students in the class left their seats and followed Han Shuer downstairs, heading towards the central playground. Meanwhile, students from each class at Tsinghua and Peking universities came out and walked scattered toward the central playground. The central playground is located right in the center of Qingbei Middle School and is much larger than the Wisteria playground. A central sports field is large enough to accommodate freshmen from Tsinghua and Peking universities for military training. "Brother Chun, do you think our instructors are male or female?" "What?" Mu Chun turned to look at Wang Baichuan. "This guy, he's at it again." Nowadays, university military training is usually conducted by male instructors, with very few female instructors. Of course, the author had a female instructor during his military training, but that female instructor was even tougher than the male instructors. If classmates misbehave, they can call on the class leader and ask him to discipline them. "The scene, wow," Mu Chun said. "It's definitely a man, all right." Wang Baichuan, "Stop dreaming, you don't actually want to flirt with the instructor, do you?" "Hee, I have that idea." Wang Baichuan scratched his head, but Mu Chun ignored him. When we arrived at the central playground of Tsinghua and Peking universities, it was already packed with people. Wang Baichuan was also very responsible after arriving at the playground. He quickly had the students line up according to their height. The students in class 1 of New Energy were in good spirits, and Han Shuer nodded in satisfaction. She said, "Very good. When the instructors pass by the formation later, you must welcome them with the warmest applause, understand?" "No." As time went on, the freshmen from Tsinghua and Peking universities were divided into 2 groups and stood on both sides of the track. The path they left between them was for the military training instructors to pass through. About 20 minutes later, 2 buses drove into the school playground, and about 60 military training instructors got off the buses. They were dressed in camouflage uniforms, military boots, and military caps. They quickly lined up in formation under the vehicle and then marched toward the students in neat steps. At the same time, thunderous applause resounded throughout the entire playground. Splash, splash, splash. Soon, an instructor walked up to the front of their group. Mu Chun couldn't help but look at the instructor. He was 188 meters tall, looked to be in his 30s or 40s, had an extremely serious expression, sharp eyes, and a unique military bearing. At the same time, the presence of the instructors also created a strange sense of pressure for them. Looking into the instructor's eyes, Mu Chun felt a pang of sadness. This is the spirit of a soldier. The instructor first saluted the students, then said in a stern tone, "Hello, students. My name is Lu Zhan. I am very happy to meet you all and honored to be your instructor." "Okay, welcome, instructor." "Welcome, instructor." The students in the class suddenly applauded at this moment. Lu Zhan's expression changed, and his tone became more serious. "Don't try to make a scene, I'm telling you. No matter how handsome, unique, or beautiful you are, in the military, you are all the same as me. You are all soldiers. So, as a soldier, what you have to do is obey orders. Do you understand?" "I heard you." Lu Zhan's tone hardened. "Didn't you guys eat breakfast today? Did you all hear that?" "I heard you." Upon hearing the loud noise, Lu Zhan nodded in satisfaction. "Is there a class monitor?" "Have." Wang Baichuan raised his hand. Lu Zhan turned to look at him, and then said, "Okay, squad leader, step forward." "Yes." Wang Baichuan quickly ran out of the formation, while Lu Zhan said, "Take your classmates and find a cool spot nearby to stand at attention for a while. I'm going to a meeting." "Yes." Wang Baichuan nodded, and Lu Zhan temporarily left the area. At this moment, Wang Baichuan said, "Goodness gracious, brothers, where do you think we should go for military training?" Upon hearing this, a classmate suggested, "Of course I'd go to the art academy. It's full of pretty girls. There wouldn't it be uncomfortable to watch pretty girls doing military training?" "Yes." Hearing his classmate's words, Wang Baichuan was delighted. He said, "But will the instructor be able to find us later?" "Absolutely. There are only about 60 classes here. Come on. Let's go. Brother Chuan will take us to the Academy of Fine Arts." "Yes, yes, go to the art academy." Upon hearing this, the boys in the class became quite agitated. Because the training ground is very large, the location for military training has not been fixed. Wang Baichuan nodded. "All right, let's go, brothers, let's go to the Academy of Fine Arts. The squad leader is awesome. The squad leader is awesome. Soon, Wang Baichuan led his classmates toward the location of the Academy of Fine Arts. Meanwhile, Han Shuier, who was watching from a distance, couldn't help but smile when she saw this scene. Where is Wang Baichuan taking them? Chapter 124, A Nice Girl. The group quickly arrived near the art academy, where most of the people were girls. Suddenly, they saw a class of boys coming, which puzzled the girls nearby. "Sai, what's going on? Our art academy shouldn't have that many classes with boys, right?" "Yeah, you can tell they're from another college." "Really? But all the guys in there are so handsome." "Wake up, we're here for military training today, not to see handsome guys." When the girls from the nearby art academy saw so many boys arrive, they couldn't help but start gossiping. At the same time, Wang Baichuan walked up to Mu Chun, a mischievous smile on his face, and raised an eyebrow at Mu Chun. "Brother Chun, how about we look for fashion design majors and do military training near your sister-in-law's class?" Good heavens! Upon hearing this, Mu Chun was overjoyed. This is exactly what he wanted. Watching Su Tang undergo military training, it really feels quite good. At the same time, Moe also heard Wang Baichuan's words and nodded. "I think it's feasible. It's also good that I can keep an eye on my sister's military training." Wang Baichuan. "It's perfect so I can watch my future wife do military training." Hearing Wang Baichuan say this, Moe rolled her eyes. "Damn, you had something else planned all along." Hey. Wang Baichuan smiled slightly. They wandered around the playground for a while before finally finding Su Tang's class. Because there are no military training instructors in charge, the surrounding teams are all very disorganized. Without instructors, how could anyone stand at attention obediently? Arrive. Wang Baichuan was delighted. "Then let's be behind the fashion design class 1. Okay, Brother Chen?" "Can." Mu Chen nodded with satisfaction. He was standing here, and he could see Su Tang's back perfectly. The boys in the class were also looking around, admiring the girls from the art academy. Although we can't see girls with long legs now, we can still discuss which girl is pretty. This is a man's pleasure. All right. At this moment, Wang Baichuan suddenly said, "Everyone, start standing at attention. We'll be in trouble if the instructors come back later." "What?" Upon hearing Wang Baichuan's words, one of the boys in the class said, "Look, the students in the surrounding classes aren't standing. Let's wait for the instructor to come back before we stand up." "No." Wang Baichuan shook his head heavily and said, "Now that we're here, we're considered to be from another college. If we don't behave well, the instructors will definitely drag us back. If we behave well, the instructors might let us stay here. You can choose between seeing girls for 2 weeks or standing in military training for a short while." The boys in the class all felt that what Wang Baichuan said made sense. If you're lazy and disobedient, and it affects the instructor's mood, then no girls will be watching you. After careful consideration, the boys in the class dispersed and stood straight, and the girls could only follow suit. Meanwhile, the fashion design class 1. "Hey Tang, look behind our class. There's a line of guys. This class doesn't seem to be from our college." One of Su Tang's classmates patted her on the shoulder, and Su Tang turned her head away at the same time. Upon closer inspection, it really was true. But, just then, she saw Mu Chun, and Mu Chun was also looking at her. The two looked at each other, and Su Tang was startled when she saw Mu Chun. How did Mu Chun's class end up here? You should know that the Academy of Fine Arts and the Academy of Energy are quite different. Could it be that Mu Chun was behind this? Su Tang scratched her head, and then the goddess beside her continued. Tang, you saw that handsome guy too?" Ai Ying, who was next to Su Tang, also noticed Mu Chun. Seeing Mu Chun's good looks, she was immediately smitten. And that guy seemed to be watching her the whole time. Su Tang turned to look at Ai Ying, who shook her head and didn't say anything. About 20 minutes later, Lu Zhan walked over aggressively. He looked around, searching for his class. "These brats. I told them to find a cool place nearby. Where the hell have they all run off to?" Just as Lu Zhan was getting angry, a line of people standing straight suddenly came into view. That's a perfect military posture. Even he couldn't help but want to take a second look. If the students in my class also, etc. Upon closer inspection, Lu Zhan realized that the class standing at perfect military posture was none other than his own students. To be honest, the students in his class were in stark contrast to those in the surrounding classes. Compared to his class, other classes seemed out of place. By this time, Lu Zhan's anger had subsided considerably. He slowly walked over, while Wang Baichuan was still correcting the students' movements. This class monitor did a very good job. though you could also say that Wang Baichuan was slacking off. Instructor, you've arrived. Lu Zhan stood with his hands behind his back, looking at his classmates standing at attention with satisfaction. He laughed and said, "What's going on? How did you all end up here?" Hey. Wang Baichuan didn't speak, but instead gave a wink to those around him. Lu Zhan looked around and immediately understood what Wang Baichuan meant. Lu Zhan didn't press the matter further. He simply nodded. Okay, continue standing at attention for an hour and a half. The boys in the class were delighted to hear Lu Zhan's words. Just as Wang Baichuan had said, they stood at attention properly, and even the instructors couldn't bear to interrupt them. If we conduct military training here from now on, won't that become an undeniable fact? I've been looking at girls for half a month, and they're really great. Meanwhile, instructors from the surrounding classes also returned one after another. Seeing how straight Lu Zhan's classmates were standing, the other instructors immediately became angry. After all, soldiers have a strong competitive spirit. Everyone wants to build a better team. Just before they left, they told the students in the class to stand at attention, but not a single one of them obeyed. This is simply embarrassing for him. Soon, angry shouts from many instructors could be heard from all around. At the same time, Lu Zhan's expression brightened with joy. These kids, though a bit mischievous, really made him proud. This feeling is really great. Without thinking twice, Lu Zhan immediately started correcting the movements of his classmates. Stand at attention. Wipe your trouser seams with your hands, feet at a 45-degree angle, and lean your body slightly forward. Mu Chen's movements were perfect, but his gaze remained fixed on Su Tang's back. Su Tang's class was being severely reprimanded by the instructors for not doing their job properly. So let's have a moment of silence for Tang Tang. Of course, since their class was all girls, and the physical constitutions of men and women are different, the instructors would give them special care. Time flies. In the blink of an eye, an hour had passed. Although the temperature was not high in the early morning, many students were sweating because they had been standing for a long time. My legs started to ache too. Lu Zhan checked the time and said, "All right, students, take a 3-minute break. Call." Upon hearing this, the students in the class immediately sat down on the ground and began rubbing their legs. Mu Chun rubbed his knees as well. Just then, he noticed that Gu Linci in front of him was staring intently at a girl from Su Tang's class. Mu Chun was a little curious, so he asked, "Hey Linci, what are you looking at?" Hearing Mu Chen's words, Gu Linci turned his head with a smile. He said with a hint of shyness, "I saw a nice girl in the class in front of me. I'm a little tempted." Upon hearing this, Mu Chen smiled and said, "Then go for it. It's the beginning of the university semester, and most of the girls are single. If you make your move too late, you won't be able to get them. P.S. 6,600 words today. Has Xiaoming grown? Please urge me to make more videos. I'll support you for free. Good night. Dear readers, more exciting content tomorrow. Chapter 125 Military Training Activities. I'll try my best." Gu Linci nodded, while Mu Chen suddenly thought of something. Could the girl Gu Linci has his eye on be his future wife? Thinking of this, Mu Chen couldn't help but ask, "By the way, Linci, the girl you've got your eye on, isn't she the third girl in the last row?" Upon hearing this, Gu Linci turned his head and glanced at Su Tang's class, then shook his head. "No, that girl is too tall. I'm only 175 meters tall. I guess she wouldn't even be interested in me." "That's good." Mu Chun took a deep breath. It would be awkward if he had his eye on Su Tang instead. However, just as Gu Linci said, Su Tang is indeed quite tall. Upon hearing Mu Chen's words, Gu Lin smiled, giving him a knowing look. "Wait a minute, that girl you just mentioned, the third girl in the last row, could it be you've got your eye on her?" Hearing Gu Linci's words, Mu Chen couldn't help but smile, and he shook his head repeatedly. No, I was just asking. Hey, you were just telling me to hurry up and catch up. Shinji, you should hurry up too, but with your looks, there's definitely no problem. All right, you should think about how you're going to pursue her yourself first." After a 3-minute break, the military training resumed. Because they performed well, Lu Zhan didn't make them stand at attention for too long. Instead, he introduced them to marching. Marching in formation is a mandatory activity in military training. At the same time, during military training performances, it is also necessary to march in formation. Of course, although marching in step looks simple, it is actually quite difficult. The most important thing about marching in formation is neatness and uniformity. The height of the leg lift and the distance of the step must be the same as the other students. If you can't grasp it, it's easy to go astray. Marching in formation was not difficult for Mu Chun, but it might not be so for the other students. During military training at various universities, it's inevitable that some eccentric students will emerge and engage in some perplexing behaviors. For example, some students can walk perfectly fine normally, but when it comes to military training and they have to follow orders, their legs act like they're not listening to them. Some students also like to make some strange and unusual poses, but this is only a very small minority of students. Even the instructors were quite helpless when they saw it. It can only be said that those students lacked athletic talent. Secondly, problems such as pigeon-toed stances may occur during military training. The author got a severe scolding from the drill instructor during military training because of his pigeon-toed stance, seeking comfort sobs. At this moment, Lu Zhan walked up to the front of the group. Attention, all men. Right dress. Look ahead. Next, we will begin training in marching. I will first explain the key points of marching in step. The command for marching in formation is march in formation, and the command is divided into a preparatory command and a starting command. A prearranged order, that is. Lu Zhan carefully explained the key points of marching to his classmates, while the students around him listened attentively. All right, now I'll demonstrate for you. We'll start training from the very basics. Soon, the students entered the training phase. Just like when they were standing at attention, he had the students raise their left legs and maintain a fixed posture. Chest out, head up, left foot off the ground, right hand in front of your chest, left hand naturally extended backward, don't move. Lu Zhan took the military training very seriously, and the other students also gritted their teeth and persevered. While you can hold on to one leg for a short time, your leg will become extremely sore over time. However, they had no choice but to do as they were told. Time flies, and before we knew it, it was 11:50 a.m. The sun was blazing hot, and many students' backs were soaked with sweat. All right, everyone, attention. Meet at the same spot at 2 p.m. sharp. Okay, everyone, go have lunch. Following Lu Zhan's command, many students in the class plopped down on the ground. Damn, I'm exhausted. Wang Baichuan wiped the sweat from his forehead, rubbed his knees, and began to complain about military training. At this time, Su Tang's team had not yet disbanded. Her class spent the whole morning standing at attention. Su Tang is probably exhausted too. Wang Baichuan walked up to Mu Chun, and then his eyes turned lewd. Moe, I must say, your sister is indeed beautiful, but I wonder how she would look in black stockings. Get lost. Moe rolled her eyes. Wang Baichuan, all he knows is black stockings. 2 minutes later, Mu Chun spoke up. All right, guys, let's go buy a bottle of water together. We can give it to them after they break up. That's a bonus. Yes, buy water. Brother Chun is so smart. Let's go together. There was a vending machine not far from them, and Mu Chun and his 3 roommates went over to buy a few bottles of water. When they returned, Su Tang's class had just finished disbanding. Keep it up, guys. After saying that, Mu Chun ran towards Su Tang. Meanwhile, Su Tang was also looking around, searching for Mu Chun's figure. Candy. Mu Chun went over and patted her on the shoulder. Su Tang was startled and turned her head away. Good heavens. Looking at Su Tang's face, I saw that she had applied a thick layer of sunscreen. It wasn't spread evenly. Honey, you're still waiting for me. Of course, but Tang, you didn't apply your sunscreen evenly today. This makes the sun protection even better. Mu Chun unscrewed a bottle of water and handed it to Su Tang. You must be tired after standing all morning. Drink some water. Without hesitation, Su Tang took the water bottle and gulped it down. He drank more than half the bottle in one go. Drink slowly. You've lost all your ladylike demeanor. I already have a boyfriend. Why would I need to maintain a ladylike demeanor? Hearing this, Mu Chun rubbed her little head and said, All right, it's too hot outside. Let's go to the cafeteria for lunch first, and you can rest for a while at noon. Okay. Mu Chun glanced at Li Jiayong and Moe, who were chatting with Li Yishi and Han Yuxuan, and they seemed to be having a good time. They exchanged WeChat contacts when they had dinner together last time. In the past few days, Moe and Li Jiayong have been in contact with Su Tang's roommates. Mu Chun said, Your roommates are all busy dating. Let's just go. All right. Su Tang had no choice but to nod, and the two of them held hands and headed towards the cafeteria of Tsinghua and Peking universities. Meanwhile, several girls around them looked at the two of them with envy. Actually, several girls noticed Mu Chun during the military training just as they were about to ask for his WeChat. They discovered that this handsome young man had a girlfriend. Although he didn't want to admit it, his girlfriend was indeed very beautiful. Mu Chun and Su Tang walked along the road, and ahead of them was a lush green expanse filled with students in military training uniforms. By the way, husband. At this moment, Su Tang turned to look at him and continued. Our advisor said there will be recreational activities for military training tonight, and it seems like we can all have fun together. How about we skip our performance practice tonight and participate in the military training activities instead? Okay. Hearing Su Tang's words, Mu Chun nodded. To be honest, he's never participated in military training before. In his previous life, when he was in college, military training consisted of self-study sessions. There were no night patrols or military training activities. Seeing that Mu Chun agreed, Su Tang smiled happily. Then it's settled. Let's participate in this event together tonight. No problem. Seeing Su Tang's smiling face, Mu Chun couldn't help but step forward and pinch her cheek. Let's go eat then. Okay, I want to eat braised pork. Then I'll treat Tang Tang to braised pork. Soon, the two left and headed towards the school cafeteria. Chapter 126 The Flirting Plan. After finishing their meal, Mu Chun and Su Tang stood downstairs at the Wisteria apartment building. At this moment, Su Tang was holding a cup of milk tea and drinking it with relish. Seeing Su Tang's greedy expression, Mu Chun said, Tang Tang, you still have military training this afternoon. Go back and take a nap to rest. Yeah, you too, Su Tang said playfully. Don't forget to soak some goji berries. They're good for your health. Go away, girl, you're being naughty again. Su Tang smiled and waved to Mu Chun. Then I'll head back first. You should take a nap too. Okay, bye. After saying that, Su Tang happily skipped towards her dormitory building. At the same time, Mu Chun also went up to his dormitory building. As soon as he reached the 4th floor, he saw Gu Linsi standing at the door of his dormitory. Mu Chun walked over curiously. Linsi, what are you doing here? Oh, Brother Chun, you finally arrived. Gu Linsi walked over with a big smile, and Mu Chun was stunned. Unsolicited kindness is always suspicious. It can't be anything good. Hey, Gu Linsi scratched his head. Well, I do have something to discuss with you. Let's go inside and talk. Mu Chun nodded, opened the dormitory door, and the two of them went inside. His 3 older sons hadn't returned yet, so Mu Chun took a bottle of cola from the cabinet and tossed it to him. What's wrong? Tell me what happened. Gu Linsi said. Brother Chun, I need your help. Help? Mu Chun looked at him curiously. What kind of help do you need? Just tell me if I can help you. I definitely will. That? Gu Linsi seemed to want to say something, but hesitated. I saw you with your girlfriend today. She's so beautiful. So I'm hoping you can help me find someone like her. At this point, Mu Chun suddenly remembered that Gu Linsi had taken a liking to a girl in Su Tang's class today. He nodded. Sure, tell me which girl it is this afternoon, and I'll have my girlfriend give you her WeChat later. But you're quite handsome. You can just go over and ask for my WeChat. Oh, this. Gu Linsi quickly shook his head. Because I've never been in a relationship before, I'm quite straightforward, and I'm afraid to talk to girls, so. Mu Chun smiled and said, Okay, I understand. I'll have my wife give you her WeChat later, all right? Sure, but could you do it in a special way? Upon hearing this, Mu Chun looked at Gu Linsi with a puzzled expression. Gu Linsi continued, Could you do something like street matchmaking and try to set us up? That way, we can leave a good impression. Good heavens. Upon hearing this, Mu Chun immediately understood Gu Linsi's meaning. Does he simply mean he wants Mu Chun's WeChat, or does he want Mu Chun to play matchmaker for them in a special way? To be honest, he's not good at matchmaking. Ding, congratulations host for starting the mission. Just then, the system's voice rang in Mu Chun's mind. This mission is to help Gu Linsi win over Chun Xiaoqi. The reward for completion is plus 2,000 points and a mysterious blueprint. Upon hearing the system's voice, Mu Chun was also startled. He didn't expect the mission to be activated at this time. Now that the system has issued the task, Mu Chun will do his best to complete it. He nodded. Okay, then I'll help you come up with a plan to flirt with girls. There's a military training activity tonight. Let's see if there's an opportunity tonight. Let's do it tonight. Seeing that Mu Chun agreed, Gu Linsi was overjoyed and nodded repeatedly. Really? That's great. But I need to think about it. If I really manage to get it done, I have to treat you to a meal. Absolutely. In Gu Linsi's eyes, Mu Chun had exceptionally high emotional intelligence. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to win over such a beautiful girlfriend. Seeing Gu Linsi's smiling face, Mu Chun also felt the pressure. What kind of flirting plan should I come up with? Since the system has issued the task, the girl named Chun Xiaoqi should be single. I'll ask Su Tang later. At the same time, Gu Linsi said, Then, Brother Chun, I won't bother you anymore. You should rest for a while. You still have military training this afternoon. Mu-chun nodded after Gulinsi left. He climbed the ladder onto the bed and lay down. At the same time, he took out his phone and sent a WeChat message to Su Tang. Tang. Chin Xiaoqi in your class doesn't have a boyfriend, right? Su Tang quickly replied to his WeChat message. It seems so. What's wrong? Another boy in your class has a crush on a girl in my class, hasn't he? Goodness, Mu-chun was also a little surprised when he saw Su Tang's words. It seems that's really true. Wang Baichuan has his eye on Mo Yi's younger sister, Mo Linwan. Li Jiayong has his eye on Li Yishi, and Mo Yi has his eye on Han Yuxuan. These three girls are all from Su Tang's class. Now Gulinsi seems to be looking at Chin Xiaoqi. Seeing that Mu-chun did not reply, Su Tang did not ask any further questions, and soon she sent another message. I'm not very familiar with Chin Xiaoqi, but she should be single. As for what she likes, well, she likes to sing. Do you like singing? Upon seeing this message, Mu-chun thought about it carefully. He replied, Okay, I understand. Go take a nap, Tang. Good afternoon, my dear husband. Good afternoon, my wife. After putting down his phone, Mu-chun smiled faintly. He had already figured out how to help Gulinsi tonight. Gulinsi wasn't ugly, and although he was only 175 meters tall, which wasn't very tall, his family was from Chao County. People from Chao County lack everything except money. Soon, his three eldest sons also returned to their dormitory, exhausted. Seeing how weak the three of them looked, Mu-chun couldn't help but smile. Why are you three so weak? I still have some goji berries in my cabinet. Want me to make you some? Oh dear, don't even mention it. Wang Baichuan slumped into his chair and took a deep breath. Military training is tiring enough, and the cafeteria is so crowded, it's going to kill me. After saying that, Wang Baichuan climbed the ladder onto the bed. Mu-chun turned to look at him. By the way, Baichuan, how's it going with Mo Linwan? Good. Upon hearing Mu-chun mention Mo Linwan, the image of Mo Linwan wearing black stockings immediately flashed into Wang Baichuan's mind. He grinned lewdly and said, Brother E, keep an eye on your sister. Who knows? I might take her to a hotel room sometime. Get lost. Mo E rolled her eyes. It was truly a case of a fine cabbage being wasted on a pig, a beautiful flower stuck in cow dung. All right, let's go to sleep. We have military training this afternoon. Upon hearing this, the three of them didn't say anything more and quickly fell asleep. In the afternoon, they continued their military training as they had in the morning at 7:30 p.m. After dinner, the four of them walked out of the cafeteria. Hurry up, the military training is about to start. Guys, don't be late. P.S. Today was another short and sluggish day. Xiaoming went to soak goji berries. Although it's short and weak, Xiaoming still hopes for more videos and to continue creating content out of love. This is just a transition. Tomorrow's chapter will be even more exciting. Good night, dear readers. Xiaoming wants to start a new book on the same theme. Mainly about high school life. The style will remain the same. Still very pure. He wants to ask everyone for their opinions. Of course, this book will definitely not be abandoned or discontinued. It will definitely grow up to Su Tangxing having a football team. So please feel free to follow along. Chapter 127A Song. The four of them quickly ran to the central playground. At this moment, it was completely dark, and several floodlights around the playground suddenly turned on, illuminating the entire playground. The surrounding students ran towards their respective classes' military training location. Mu-chun and Wang Baichuan, along with their three friends, made their way through the crowd and quickly arrived at their class. At this moment, Lu Zhan was standing in front of the classroom, with Han Shuer standing next to him. The two of them were chatting and laughing. Han Shuer was still wearing the black stockings she wore that morning, and many students passing by were attracted by her long, slender legs. Damn it! Why is everyone else's advisor a beautiful woman in black stockings, while our advisor is a bald old man? This is so unfair. There's nothing we can do. That's just fate. The student who had been complaining left with envious looks, while many of his classmates had already lined up. Mu-chun quickly joined the group, and after a few minutes, the group was fully assembled. Upon seeing this, Lu Zhan's expression suddenly turned serious, and he shouted, Attention, all men. Upon hearing the instructor's command, the students in the class stood up straight. Right dress. Look ahead. First row, count off. 1, 2, 3, 4. After confirming that there were no issues with the number of students in the class, Lu Zhan spoke. Today, as required by the school, we will be conducting a military training activity. The purpose is simple. to allow students to get to know each other, communicate with each other, and cultivate the feelings between you. Good. Although the students knew about the event, many of them applauded when they heard Lu Zhan's words. As long as there's no military training or standing at attention, it's a good thing. Don't make a fuss, Lu Zhan said seriously. The school's idea is to have the 3 classes from your major participate in the activity as a group, if I remember correctly. You are in New Energy Class 1, so? Upon hearing this, the boys in the class all looked grim. Damn, according to the school, they're supposed to send them back. Going back my foot. It's worth noting that there are 3 classes in the New Energy major, and the other 2 classes don't have a single girl. All 3 classes are full of grown men. What's there to do? Fencing, you think? The students all stared wide-eyed and listened intently to Lu Zhan's words. They were extremely nervous. Seeing the nervous looks on his classmates' faces, Lu Zhan couldn't help but smile. Look how nervous you all are. I've already discussed it with your advisor this time. We'll form a small group with the students from the 1st and 2nd classes of fashion design to carry out this activity. Holy crap. Good. Pretty. The instructor is awesome. Long live the instructors. Upon hearing Lu Zhan's words, the students in the class all showed surprised smiles. It's great to participate in activities with classmates from the 1st and 2nd classes of fashion design. The girls in the fashion design department are all so gorgeous. It's so awesome. Seeing the students' happy faces, Lu Zhan couldn't help but smile. These kids are hilarious. At the same time, Han Shuer walked over and said, everyone is crossing colleges this time, so be sure to seize the opportunity. Good heavens. The boys in the class were stunned when they heard Han Shuer's words. The counselor's meaning is already very clear. Isn't this just encouraging them to find a partner? I was truly fortunate to have such an understanding and reasonable advisor in college. Meanwhile, the happiest people were none other than Mu Chen's 3 eldest sons and Gu Linci. The girls they like are all in the fashion design class. Isn't that a perfect opportunity? Seeing the students' happy expressions, Lu Zhan said, all right. Stop being so happy. Stand at attention for 10 minutes. I'll go talk to the instructors of the 1st and 2nd classes of fashion design. If it's feasible, then it'll be settled. If you don't stand at attention properly, then I'm sorry. I'll take you back right away. Upon hearing this, all the boys in the class stood up straight. Indeed, it's girls who can truly move a man's heart. Seeing his classmates standing so straight, Lu Zhan couldn't help but smile. Then, he walked towards the fashion design class. The military training instructors are all from the same unit, so they naturally know each other. Soon, Lu Zhan discussed the matter with the other 2 instructors. 5 minutes later, Lu Zhan returned. Everyone, please disperse now. Form a large circle with the students from Class 1 and 2 of the clothing design department, and we will begin today's activity immediately. Upon hearing this, Wang Baichuan shouted, hurry up, everyone move faster. The students from the 3 classes set off immediately. The girls in the other 2 classes were also delighted to hear the news. Like the boys, they also hoped to play with the opposite sex. At this moment, Gu Linci suddenly found Mu Chun, scratched his head, and said, Brother Chun, tonight. I know. Mu Chun smiled slightly this afternoon. Gu Linci had already told him about the girl he had his eye on. Mu Chun had also confirmed with Su Tang that the girl's name was indeed Chen Xiaoqi. I'll talk to you later, but you'd better stay away from Chen Xiaoqi for now, and try not to let her notice you. Okay, thank you, Brother Chun. Mu Chun said. Okay, you go ahead and get busy, just wait. Just then, Su Tang gently patted Mu Chen's shoulder from behind. When Mu Chun turned around, Su Tang was looking at him with her big, watery eyes. Honey, silly girl. Mu Chun rubbed Su Tang's little head, then took her hand. We're really destined to meet this time. I never thought we'd be able to participate in this event together. Yes, Su Tang nodded emphatically. Even she hadn't expected to participate in this event with Mu Chen's class. All right, let's find a place to sit down first. Oh, by the way, I have a favor to ask you. Upon hearing Mu Chen's words, Su Tang showed a curious expression. I told you at noon that one of my classmates has a crush on Chen Xiaoqi from your class. I have a plan that I need your help with. I'll tell you what kind of help I need later. Oh, Su Tang pouted. You really like to meddle in other people's business. It's just classmates helping each other out. Mu Chun didn't explain much. The students acted quickly, and in just a few minutes, they formed a large circle. Mu Chun and Su Tang sat at the junction of their 2 classes, while students from all 3 classes sat on the grass of the playground, waiting for the event to begin. At the same time, Lu Zhan seemed to have taken a speaker and placed it in the center of the circle. Mu Chun glanced around and saw that Moe Wang Baichuan, and Li Jiayong were with the girls they liked. Seeing his three good-looking friends, Mu Chen couldn't help but smile. Not bad, not bad. Quite proactive actually. You have to be thick-skinned to pursue a girl if you don't take the initiative. How can there be a story later? At this moment, Lu Zhan suddenly picked up the microphone and said, "All right, I hereby declare this event to begin. Would any student like to come up and perform a show to liven things up?" Upon hearing this, Su Tang immediately raised her hand. Me. As she spoke, all the students present couldn't help but look at Su Tang. The boys in Mu Chen's class were particularly stunned when they saw Su Tang. Wow, I hadn't noticed before, but there was such a beautiful girl among the people there. At the same time, Su Tang stood up and walked to Lu Zhan's side under the watchful eyes of students from 3 classes. Even Lu Zhan was stunned when he saw Su Tang. "This girl is so beautiful," Lu Zhan said. "Hello, classmate. What kind of performance are you going to give?" As he spoke, Lu Zhan handed the microphone to Su Tang. Su Tang put the microphone to her lips, then turned her gaze to Mu Chen, her small mouth slightly open. "I want to dedicate a song to my little one." Chapter 128. No music? Good heavens. Upon hearing this, all the students present were taken aback. Send her a song for her little baby? This is just public displays of affection. This is going to be a dog food feast. Upon hearing Su Tang's words, the boys from both fashion design classes turned pale. Among the 2 fashion design classes, Su Tang's looks are absolutely top tier compared to the other girls. Many people already regard Su Tang as a goddess and the most beautiful girl in the department, and many others are already preparing to pursue her. Unexpectedly, at this moment, Su Tang said that she had a little baby and wanted to give her little baby a song. This is so painful. Lu Zhan was slightly taken aback upon hearing Su Tang's words. Sending him a song for his little darling, this isn't just for fun, it's torture for couples. At the same time, Su Tang said, "That's right. I want to dedicate a song to my boyfriend, Mu Chen. We grew up together since we were little for the past 18 years. He has taken meticulous care of me every moment, and even risked his life to save my family. My dear Mu Chen, today's song is for you." Upon hearing this, Mu Chen's heart softened. Last time, Su Tang sang him a song called Little Dimples. Today, he never expected that Su Tang would sing him another song in front of so many classmates. Meanwhile, the students present, regardless of gender, all showed expressions of envy, especially the boys in Mu Chen's class. Seeing such a beautiful girl singing for him made me incredibly jealous. "Holy crap, Mu Chen, you're amazing. You're awesome. Is this your girlfriend? Wow, she's fucking beautiful. Wah, I don't want to eat dog food." Su Tang gave Mu Chen a deep look, and then she spoke. "The song I'm going to sing is called A Little Sweet. I hope that in the future, the 2 of us can always be as sweet as this song." After saying that, Su Tang turned to look at Lu Zhan. "Instructor, could you please connect to the speakers via Bluetooth and play some accompaniment for me?" Oh, Lu Zhan was stunned. He quickly turned on his phone's Bluetooth and connected it to the speaker, while playing a slightly sweet accompaniment. Light music soon came from the speakers, and at the same time, Su Tang put the microphone to her lips, her eyes fixed on Mu Chen. She had long considered Mu Chen as her whole world. As the intro ended, Su Tang began to sing. "I'll pick an apple and wait for you to pass by, then hand it to you to quench your thirst. Like cola in summer, like cocoa in winter, you are the right time and the right role." A sweet voice rang out from Su Tang's throat, and all the students present couldn't help but stare at her. Her figure is beautiful. Even in her green military training uniform, her purity and beauty cannot be concealed. With her sweet voice, everyone present couldn't help but feel a flutter in their hearts after hearing this song. Everyone longs for a sweet romance, and Su Tang's type is the ideal type for most boys. A naive young girl with an innocent heart. She seems particularly innocent. This kind of girl should be the type that every boy likes, right? Meanwhile, many people around couldn't resist taking out their phones to record the video and posting it on Douyin. Not far away, Wang Baichuan, Moe, and Li Jiayong kept their eyes fixed on Su Tang. Wang Baichuan couldn't help but say, "Brothers, our sister-in-law is just too beautiful. Yeah, my sister-in-law is really something, showing off their love in front of so many people." Wang Baichuan said, "Xiaowan, how about I go up and sing you a song later?" Upon hearing this, Mo Linwan blushed. She nodded, Okay. Upon hearing this, Wang Baichuan was startled and quickly turned to look at Mo Linwan beside him. The moment their eyes met, Mo Linwan lowered her head shyly. At the same time, Wang Baichuan was secretly delighted. Does this count as him winning? Mo Linwan is a very innocent girl, unlike him who is such a seasoned driver. After all, they are all at the age of just starting university, having left the high school campus, and without the constraints of their parents, their romantic feelings will naturally blossom. At the same time, Mo Yi's face darkened upon hearing his sister's words. Oh no, the cabbage in our house has really been eaten by the pig. My good classmate has suddenly become my brother-in-law. It's really painful. Mo Yi shook his head, trying his best not to think about these things. At the same time, Su Tang's song reached its climax. You made me see a flower bloom in the barren desert. You are the one who makes me want to write a love song for you every day. With the most romantic chorus, you gently echoed it, your eyes reaffirming our choice. Love needs to be carefully sculpted. I am Michelangelo, and I use my heart to sculpt the happiest style. As the song ended, the students in the audience immediately burst into thunderous applause. Wang Baichuan shouted loudly, Great! Sister-in-law, you sing so damn well. It sounds so good. That's great. That voice must be really beautiful, right? Su Tang smiled faintly, handed the microphone back to Lu Zhan, and ran towards Mu Chun. The students present all pouted, and the air was filled with the sour smell of love. I've really been fed a mouthful of dog food, a Chinese slang term for witnessing public displays of affection. Not only that, but many students from other teams couldn't help but look at Su Tang. Su Tang's voice is really beautiful, and all her songs are about sweet love. Singing to her boyfriend in front of 3 classes shows how much they love each other. Why won't any girl sing me a song? Yeah, I want a girlfriend like that too. Sob, I was fed dog food on the first day of military training. It's so uncomfortable. The students present expressed their different thoughts. Meanwhile, Su Tang had returned to Mu Chen's side, and upon her return, she couldn't help but hold Mu Chen's hand. At the same time, Mu Chen turned to look at her delicate face. What's wrong with you today? Why did you suddenly decide to sing for me? Snort. Upon hearing Mu Chen's words, Su Tang pouted, and her expression immediately turned fierce. There's something I haven't told you recently. There's a boy in class 2 who's been bothering me. I've already told him I have a boyfriend, but he's still like a simp, giving me gifts. It's so annoying. He happened to be here today, so I sang a song for you that way. He probably won't contact me again. Upon hearing Su Tang's words, Mu Chun frowned slightly. This is Tsinghua and Peking University. How come there are simps at Tsinghua and Peking University? But thinking about it carefully, it makes sense. There are even models here, so it's normal to have sycophants. After all, there are all kinds of people in this society. What kind of people aren't there? Some people have good grades, but that doesn't mean they have good character. Mu Chun said, Tang Tang, if he keeps bothering you, come to me and I'll help you resolve it. Su Tang nodded obediently, knowing that Mu Chun wasn't joking. If that boy really contacts her, she really needs Mu Chun to handle this matter. At the same time, Lu Zhan stepped forward and asked, Is there anyone else who wants to perform? Wang Baichuan suddenly raised his hand, and Lu Zhan narrowed his eyes when he saw him. Instructor, I also want to sing a song for my little baby. After saying that, Wang Baichuan ran up to him. Lu Zhan asked, What song do you want to sing? Wang Baichuan pondered for a moment. Mice love rice, right? As Wang Baichuan spoke, he directly took the microphone from the instructor's hand. Without the slightest hesitation, he immediately began to sing. I love you like a mouse loves rice. No matter how much wind and rain. Holy shit, that sounds awful. Wang Baichuan, get down here. The moment Wang Baichuan opened his mouth, a chorus of curses erupted from the surrounding crowd. The main problem is that he's not only tone deaf, but he also sings terribly. He even sang off-key. Get out, get out. At this moment, Su Tang rubbed her head. No. Honey, didn't you say you'd help Gulinci pursue Chen Xiaoqi? Why don't we go and discuss this? That works too. Mu Chen nodded, sent a message to Gulinci on his phone, called Li Jiayong, and then left temporarily. Meanwhile, Gulinci and Li Jiayong also caught up with Mu Chen's pace. The 4 of them came to a corner, and Li Jiayong looked puzzled. Huh? Mu Chen, did you call me for something? Mu Chen nodded. Tonight I'll help Gulinci make a match. By the way, Gulinci, can you sing? Upon hearing this, Gulinci nodded. I'm not good at anything else, but I'm good at singing. Good heavens. Upon hearing this, Mu Chen nodded. He continued. Do you even know about the no music program? Upon hearing Mu Chen's words, Gulinci was stunned. No music? What is that? P.S. These 2 chapters contain 5,000 words. Tomorrow is the Ghost Festival, and I need to get up early to visit the graves, so Xiaoming is going to sleep now. My grades have dropped again recently. Oh, please tell me what's wrong with them. Good night, dear readers. Chapter 129, Let me take you to meet him. Don't you know this? Haven't you ever used Douyin before? Seeing that Gu Linci didn't know, Mu Chen explained. Don't music is just a street matchmaking show. Tang Tang said that Chen Xiaoqi likes to sing, so I plan to use this special way to let you get to know each other. As he spoke, Mu Chen took out his phone, opened Douyin, TikTok, and showed Gu Linci the program, Don't Music. Mu Chen's idea was simple. First, have Gu Linci and Chen Xiaoqi sing a song. Then ask Chen Xiaoqi what her first impression of Gu Linci was. If the impression was good, then they could meet. After watching the video, Gu Linci was somewhat surprised. He nodded and said, I think this is feasible. Absolutely. Mu Chen looked at the 3 people beside him, then turned to look at Li Jiayong. Jiayong, you stay here with Lin Ci for now. Later, could you please record a video on your phone to capture this special moment? Li Jiayong nodded, indicating that there was no problem. At the same time, Mu Chen turned to look at Su Tang. Tang Tang, come with me to find Chen Xiaoqi later. You and she are classmates. Talk to her about it later. If I go, she probably won't pay any attention to me. I'll be the one to step in at crucial moments. Hee. Su Tang smiled happily. She discovered that Mu Chen was quite knowledgeable in this area, having used such a special method to introduce them. He's a master matchmaker. Mu Chen then turned his gaze to Gu Linci. You and Chen Xiaoqi will sing a song later. There's a duet feature on the app after you finish singing. I'll try to bring Chen Xiaoqi over so you can have some interaction. Okay, thank you for your help, Brother Chen. At this moment, Gu Linci was deeply moved. It seemed that Mu Chen had really gone to great lengths for this matter. It's all right. I'll treat you to a meal later. No problem. Mu Chen thought for a moment, then continued. As for what song to sing, I need to ask Chen Xiaoqi for his opinion. Keep an eye on WeChat. I'll send it to you later. Okay. Seeing that Gu Linci was all right, Mu Chen turned his attention to the 3 of them. Then let's not dawdle any longer. Lin Ci, keep an eye on your phone. I'm going there with Tang Tang. Now get ready. At this moment, Gu Linci was already somewhat nervous. He had never been in a relationship before, and he was afraid of saying the wrong thing when Chen Xiaoqi came over. At the same time, Li Jiayong looked at Gu Linci, who seemed a little nervous, and gently patted his shoulder. Don't be nervous. Just treat it like a normal conversation when you come over. Although Gu Linci verbally agreed, he was actually panicking inside. At the same time, Mu Chen and Su Tang had already headed towards the military training group. A few minutes later, they arrived at the performance area. At this moment, in the center of the circle, some students were still performing. Mu Chen turned his head and said, Tang Tang, you and Chen Xiaoqi will talk later. I'll record it if they get together. This recording will be a memento. You're so knowledgeable. Su Tang nodded. She often browsed Douyin and also frequently watched the Don't Music program, so she knew the specific procedures. By the way, use your phone to record it. I still need to send a message to Gu Linci. Good. Su Tang nodded and handed the phone to Mu Chen. Both of their phones had each other's fingerprints. After unlocking them, Mu Chen turned on the video recorder, and soon they were behind Chen Xiaoqi. Chen Xiaoqi wasn't very tall, about 165 meters, and had 2 braids. She was sitting quietly on the ground, watching the other students perform. Su Tang walked over and gently patted her shoulder, feeling someone patting her. Chen Xiaoqi slowly turned her head around. Upon seeing that it was Su Tang, Chen Xiaoqi's expression was full of confusion. She said, Tang Tang, is there something you need? Su Tang nodded and said softly, there is something I need to talk about. Let's go over here. Chen Xiaoqi did not refuse. After standing up, the 3 of them went to a quiet place. She looked at Mu Chen, who was recording a video, and was taken aback. Is this your boyfriend? What's going on between you two? Upon hearing this, Su Tang explained, let's record the moment you find love. I remember you're single. I know a really handsome guy here. Would you be interested in getting to know him? Little brother. Upon hearing this, Chen Xiaoqi immediately became interested. She just witnessed Su Tang singing to her boyfriend and felt like she was being fed dog food, a Chinese slang term for witnessing public displays of affection. Why not seize the opportunity to find a partner? Chen Xiaoqi's eyes lit up, and she asked with a smile, really? Is that guy handsome? Very handsome. Upon hearing this, Chen Xiaoqi glanced at Mu Chen and then asked, is he as handsome as your boyfriend? Eyes. Upon hearing this, Chen Xiaoqi was overjoyed. Really? Then give me his WeChat. You're going to sing a duet with that handsome guy, okay? Sing. Hearing Su Tang's words, Chen Xiaoqi was puzzled again. Seeing her puzzled look, Su Tang explained. Actually, this could be considered a matchmaking arrangement. You two can listen to each other's voices first. If you feel it's a good match, I'll take you to meet him. How about that? My God, we still need to pair up? We still need to see him. Chen Xiaoqi thought about it carefully and realized that it was true that singing a song together could indeed enhance the impression of both of them. After singing, the two of them won't feel too awkward when they meet again. Chen Xiaoqi nodded and whispered, Then what song should we sing? Should we use the karaoke app? Why don't you sing Unavoidable Love? According to Su Tang, she can sing any kind of song. However, since they are a couple, it would be best to sing love songs. Chen Xiaoqi's eyes darted around, and she said, Okay. Then I'll open Changba and sing a duet with you? Right? Su Tang nodded. Meanwhile, Mu Chun had already sent Gu Linci a message via WeChat asking him to sing a song. The song, Unavoidable Love, is very popular right now, and you could say everyone knows how to sing it. Soon, with Mu Chen's help, the two entered a room. Chen Xiaoqi put on her headphones and began singing a duet with Gu Linci. It has to be said that Chen Xiaoqi's voice is really beautiful. Her voice is the sweet and soft type. It's so sweet it'll make your ears pregnant. Unfortunately, Chen Xiaoqi was wearing headphones, so Mu Chun and Su Tang couldn't hear Gu Linci's voice. After the song ended, Su Tang asked curiously, How about it? Upon hearing this, Chen Xiaoqi's face turned red. She lowered her head shyly. His voice is quite nice. I wonder what he looks like. Su Tang was delighted to hear Chen Xiaoqi's words. She quickly said, Then shall I take you to see him? Oh. Upon hearing Su Tang's words, Chen Xiaoqi immediately became a little shy. Is it inappropriate to be wearing military training uniform today? It's okay. He's wearing his military training uniform too. He can just leave. Su Tang turned to Mu Chun. Honey, let me get the phone to take pictures. You can take over from here. Mu Chun nodded, looking at her shy expression. Come with me. This is a great opportunity. With a shy look in her eyes, Chen Xiaoqi followed behind Mu Chun. At the same time, Chen Xiaoqi was also looking forward to the boy who sang with him. After all, such opportunities are extremely rare. Chapter 130 Match Successful. Mu Chun turned his head and glanced at the shy Chen Xiaoqi. Nowadays, almost every young girl longs for a sweet romance. She was definitely looking forward to Chen Xiaoqi and Gu Linci's duet. At this moment, Chen Xiaoqi curiously turned her head to look at Su Tang. Sister Tang Tang, did you find that boy too? Or is he one of your classmates? Who meets Mu Chen's classmate? I see. Chen Xiaoqi nodded without asking any further questions. After walking for a few minutes, they arrived at the edge of the playground they had been on before. At the same time, the atmosphere around them became awkward. It's normal for an awkward situation to arise when two people who have never met before meet. At this moment, Gu Linci was facing away from Chen Xiaoqi. Chen Xiaoqi was taken aback when she saw Gu Linci's background. She couldn't help but ask Su Tang, Is it that handsome guy who had his back to me? Yes, Su Tang nodded. At the same time, Chen Xiaoqi carefully examined Gu Linci. This guy has a good physique, but he doesn't look particularly tall. Because most girls nowadays have a height of 18 meters as their ideal partner, and Chen Xiaoqi is no exception. Everyone has their own standards, but reality is often cruel. How many people's partners are exactly what they envision? As long as two people can get along well, have interesting personalities, and can take care of each other, that's enough. As for things like height, there's no need to worry about them too much. Upon seeing Gu Linci, Chen Xiaoqi felt a little shy. She turned her head and whispered to Su Tang. Sister Tang Tang, judging from his back view, I think this young man is pretty good. Really? I'm glad you're satisfied. But I am a little nervous. At this moment, Chen Xiaoqi's heart was pounding wildly. I was so nervous. She hadn't been in a relationship and had been studying diligently throughout high school. She hadn't felt awkward just now, but now she felt really strange. Mu Chun walked over first, and Li Jiayong also took out his phone and started recording. Li Jiayong whispered, Your little goddess is here. Oh, hearing this, Gu Linci became extremely nervous. That's so embarrassing. The atmosphere was strange, but also normal. After seeing Li Jiayong's video, Su Tang also put down her phone. Linci, look who I've brought. Upon hearing the sound, Gu Linci slowly turned his head. At the same time, he couldn't help but look at Chen Xiaoqi. Immediately, both of them became extremely shy. If a boy likes a girl, He will exaggerate her qualities and even feel that he is not good enough for her. Everyone does this. Because of liking someone, I feel like I'm not good enough for them. Upon seeing Chen Xiaoqi for the first time, Gu Linci shyly took 2 steps back. My heart was pounding. Chen Xiaoqi is the same. She covered her mouth with both hands, not knowing what to do. Of course, what both of them felt most was attraction. The fact that there was a camera filming them made it even stranger. The two looked at each other somewhat awkwardly when Mu Chen stepped forward. Lin Ci, what are you standing there for? I've brought him to you. Hurry up and say hello. Hearing Mu Chen's words, Gu Linci awkwardly walked up to Chen Xiaoqi. He shakily extended his right hand, his expression filled with tension. Hello, I am Gu Linci. Hello, my name is Chen Xiaoqi. Gu Linci and Chen Xiaoqi shook hands, both of them somewhat at a loss, with shy smiles on their faces. Come on, stand together. Jiayong, come here and record this. Li Jiayong smiled slightly goodness. Mu Chen's tactics are quite clever. The two of them look really sweet together. That's really great for bringing 2 people together. Although it looks a bit awkward, it's understandable. Gu Linci and Chen Xiaoqi stood side by side. Mu Chen turned his head to look at Li Jiayong, then turned his head back. I recorded this video to commemorate this moment. If you two really end up together, I'll cut the video out and send it to you. I hope you don't mind. I don't mind. At this moment, Chen Xiaoqi felt her face burning hot. Seeing Chen Xiaoqi's shy and bashful appearance, Mu Chen felt that there was something going on between the two of them. Gu Linci's only flaw is that he's a little short, but he's quite handsome. Judging from Chen Xiaoqi's behavior, it's clear that the two of them are attracted to each other. Mu Chen asked, so, Lin Ci, is this the girl you've got your eye on? I brought her over, isn't she pretty? Pretty. Gu Linci looked so shy and hesitant that Mu Chen couldn't help but laugh. Can't you act like a man and not be so timid? Say it again, isn't Chen Xiaoqi pretty? Pretty. At the same time, Mu Chen looked at Chen Xiaoqi and asked, Xiaoqi, do you think Gu Linci is handsome? He's all right, and his voice is quite pleasant. Really? When Gu Linci heard Chen Xiaoqi praising him, his old face immediately turned red. To be honest, this was the first time he had ever been praised by a girl. Real. Chen Xiaoqi nodded shyly. She began, actually, I've always wanted to find a boyfriend with a nice voice, so we can sing together. You sing really well. Upon hearing this, Gu Linci scratched his head, looking embarrassed. Thank you for the compliment. I think you sang very well too. Thanks. Both of them were very shy. At the same time, Gu Linci seemed to make a really good impression on Chen Xiaoqi. Mu Chen continued. All right, let's play a game. Describe your opponent using an animal. Girls first. Oh. Chen Xiaoqi was stunned when she heard Mu Chen's words. She looked up at Gu Linci, and the first thing that came to her mind was a cute little puppy. Little puppy. Looking at Gu Linci, Mu Chen thought, he really is quite cute. Cute, delicate, shy. That's the first impression Gu Linci gives everyone. Then Lin Ci, describe Xiaoqi using an animal as well. Gu Linci glanced at Chen Xiaoqi and said, my first impression of her is that she's like a little bird. Little bird. Gu Linci nodded. Yes, she reminds me of a little bird clinging to people, like a little bird, so cute. Upon hearing this, Mu Chen couldn't help but smile. He turned his head to look at Chen Xiaoqi. So do you think what he said is right? Chen Xiaoqi nodded. It's all right. Seeing that the two were still a little shy, Mu Chen said, well, I'll give you 10 minutes to talk alone for a while. There are still more activities to come. After saying that, Mu Chen turned his head and looked at Li Jiayong, who was eating dog food on the side, and couldn't help but smile. Jiayong, Tang, let's retreat first. The three of them left quickly, and Gu Linci became even more shy. For a moment, he was speechless. Chen Xiaoqi couldn't help but laugh. You're so nervous. By the way, what's your major? Mu Chen and I are in the same class, studying new energy. Oh. Upon hearing Gu Linci's words, Chen Xiaoqi looked as if she had suddenly realized something. She then asked, so it was you who contacted Mu Chen and asked him to contact me? Right? Seeing that he had been found out, Gu Linci did not deny it. Chen Xiaoqi chuckled and asked, then what is it about me that attracts you? Upon hearing this, Gu Linci suddenly felt uneasy. This is a question that could cost you your life. After thinking for a long time, Gu Linci spoke the truth. It started with your looks. I was attracted to you the moment I saw you. Hearing this, Chen Xiaoqi pouted. Gu Linci was really a straight man, but she was still a little excited inside. After all, girls like to be complimented on their beauty. Soon, the two started chatting casually. In the distance, Mu Chun was chatting with Su Tang and Li Jiayong. The three of them looked at Gu Linci and Qin Xiaoqi. Li Jiayong spoke up. Hee, those two seem to be getting along well. They've already started chatting. Indeed, it can only be said that the two people are destined to be together. Seeing Gu Linci and Qin Xiaoqi chatting so happily, Mu Chun was also in a very good mood. After all, if the two of them get together, he will receive a reward from the system. Although he didn't know what the system meant by the blueprints, he figured they wouldn't be too bad. At the same time, Su Tang said, Jiayong, you should also try your best. Li Yishi already has other guys pursuing her now. Really? Upon hearing this, Li Jiayong's heart sank. He suddenly felt pressured. But thinking about it, it makes sense. Li Yishi is indeed quite good-looking. She's second only to Su Tang. Girls like that definitely have other guys who like them. Would I lie to you? Hurry up. I will try my best. A dozen minutes later, Mu Chun checked the time. All right. They should have finished talking. Let's go take a look. The three of them walked over together, and when they saw the three of them return, Gu Linci and Qin Xiaoqi stopped talking. By this time, the two of them had gotten to know each other relatively well, and they no longer seemed as shy as before. Mu Chun walked over and asked, How was your chat, you two? Qin Xiaoqi lowered her head slightly. The chat went all right. Mu Chun continued, Would it be convenient for us to talk privately? Good. Then Linci, you should excuse yourself for a moment. Oh. Gu Linci nodded and quickly walked to a spot not far away. At the same time, Mu Chun moved closer to Qin Xiaoqi, while Su Tang and Li Jiayong listened from the side. So, after this brief encounter, what's your first impression of Gu Linci? Well enough. Qin Xiaoqi continued. Well, he's a bit of a straight man, a bit single-minded, but he's a decent person. Mu Chun nodded. Really? Do you have any plans to continue talking to him? Let's start by being friends. As she said this, Qin Xiaoqi's face turned slightly red, and she became a little embarrassed. Seeing her shy expression, Mu Chun said, All right, one last question. If you were to give him a score from 1 to 10, what score would you give him? Hearing this, Qin Xiaoqi thought for a moment and said, I'd say 7 points. Okay, then I'll go ask Gu Linci for his opinion. Mu Chun got up and walked to Gu Linci's side, while Gu Linci gave him a curious look. So what did Xiaoqi say about me? It's not bad. She said we can start by being friends. Yeah. Hearing this, Gu Linci couldn't help but feel overjoyed. At the same time, Mu Chun said, All right, she has a good impression of you. You must seize this opportunity. Let me ask you a question on a scale of 1 to 10. What score would you give Qin Xiaoqi? Upon hearing this, Gu Linci replied without hesitation. 10 out of 10. Absolutely 10 out of 10. She's my goddess. All right, that's enough. Mu Chun rolled her eyes at him. Come on. There's another stage you like the most. Mu Chun spoke mysteriously, then turned back to Su Tang and the others without looking back. Gu Linci quickly followed. At this moment, Mu Chun spoke up. Just now, Qin Xiaoqi and Gu Linci both gave each other scores of 7 or higher, so there is still one final challenge. The ultimate challenge. Both Qin Xiaoqi and Gu Linci were quite surprised to hear Mu Chun's words. Gu Linci asked, What ultimate challenge? Since you and Qin Xiaoqi both scored 7 points or higher, you've been successfully paired up. The ultimate challenge is to give each other a princess carry for 30 seconds. Whoa! Upon hearing this, Qin Xiaoqi's face flushed red. Good heavens, a princess carry. When has she ever been carried by a boy before? This. Mu Chun looked at Gu Linci. How is it, Linci? Is there a problem? Without. Gu Linci patted his chest, a surge of joy welling up inside him. Wow. A princess carry right after meeting. It's a bit fast, but it definitely helps to quickly warm up the relationship between two people. At the same time, Mu Chun asked Qin Xiaoqi, Xiaoqi, do you have a problem? Office. Qin Xiaoqi was a little hesitant. She turned to look at Gu Linci and said, I'm so heavy. Almost 100 pounds. It's okay. Even if you weigh 200 pounds, I can still pick you up. Goodness. Hearing this, Gu Linci is indeed no ordinary person. What a typical straight man. Mu Chun looked at Gu Linci. Since that's the case, then hug him. What are you standing there for? Do you want Xiaoqi to hug you? Jiayong, don't forget to record the video. Upon hearing this, Li Jiayong and Su Tang both took out their phones and started recording to capture this special moment. At the same time, after a brief hesitation, Gu Linci shamelessly stood behind Qin Xiaoqi. Then I want a hug. Qin Xiaoqi nodded shyly, and at the same time, Gu Linci picked her up in a princess carry. Qin Xiaoqi wrapped her arms around Gu Linci's neck and the two looked at each other shyly. Both of them looked shy, their eyes darting away yet unable to meet, creating a particularly sweet scene. It could be said that it was love at first sight. The air was thick with the sweet, sour smell of impending romance. This moment is especially sweet and also particularly memorable. Just then, Lu Zhan's voice suddenly came from beside them. "What are you five doing here? P.S. This chapter has 4,000 words and has been delivered to 6K. The book's rating has dropped from 97 to 96. I hope that the readers who have read this far can give it a 5-star review. This is very important to Xiaoming. The data has been dropping recently. Have you all started school yet? If so, remember to study hard. It would be great if you could come back and visit Xiaoming Degree. This book has 130 chapters and nearly 300,000 words. Thank you for reading this far, dear reader. I'm begging you all again to update the videos and to do some free support. Xiaoming wants to add a chicken leg to his dinner. Please help. Finally, as always, good night. Dear readers, see you tomorrow. Chapter 131, The Instructor's Amazing Move. The 5 people were startled by the shout. At the same time, Lu Zhan also came over. His face was as cold as ice, and seeing Lu Zhan's expression, all 5 of them felt a little intimidated. After Lu Zhan arrived, Gulinci instinctively put Qin Xiaoqi down. The 5 of them were like little lambs who had done something wrong, none of them daring to utter a sound. They were indeed at fault for leaving the military training activity without permission. Seeing the 5 students who looked like little lambs, Lu Zhan smiled. "What's going on? All the other students are watching the show. What are you doing here?" Lu Zhan sized up Gulinci and Qin Xiaoqi, and then glanced at Mu Chun and Su Tang, thinking of the scene where Gulinci was holding Qin Xiaoqi just now. He had already guessed what had happened. Lu Zhan said sternly, "You 5, stand at attention." Upon receiving Lu Zhan's order, the 5 men immediately stood up straight. Lu Zhan looked at the 5 people in front of him and then said, "Gulinci, step forward." Hearing this, Gulinci was taken aback. Good grief, this looks like they're going to punish him. Left with no other choice, he took a step forward and straightened up. Just when Mu Qin thought Lu Zhan would make Gulinci do push-ups or run a few laps, Lu Zhan suddenly said, "Gulinci, I just saw you hugging the girl next to you. Since you like hugging her so much, I order you to do 100 squats while hugging her right now." Upon hearing this, both Mu Chun, Su Tang, and Li Jiayong were stunned. Good grief, what's going on here? Damn, the instructor really gave us a huge boost. Although it sounds like a punishment, doing squats while holding a girl sounds really weird. Even Mu Chun believed that Lu Zhan was using punishment as an excuse to create an opportunity for him. Holy crap, such a great instructor, this guy is so lucky. Gulinci was completely dumbfounded when he heard Lu Zhan's words. He even doubted that he had heard correctly. Seeing Gulinci's hesitant expression, Lu Zhan said seriously, "What? Are you not listening to the instructor's orders anymore?" "Listen, it's the instructor." Gulinci gritted his teeth and walked behind Qin Xiaoqi. At the same time, Qin Xiaoqi was also confused, but she didn't dare to refute it at all. At this moment, she even suspected that Mu Chun and the instructor had conspired together. Qin Xiaoqi's face had turned bright red, just like a red apple. Gulinci took a deep breath, picked up Qin Xiaoqi again, and did squats as the instructor had instructed. At the same time, Lu Zhan turned to look at Mu Chun. "And you, just like him, you do 200 reps in squats." Good heavens. Upon hearing this, Mu Chun had to admit that this was a good instructor from China. If all military instructors were like this, there would definitely be many people who find a partner during university military training. Mu Chun turned his head and glanced at Su Tang without any hesitation. He picked Su Tang up. Because he upgraded his martial arts skills, his physical condition is now exceptionally good. Holding Su Tang felt completely stress-free. At the same time, Su Tang was also confused. Like Qin Xiaoqi, she didn't dare to refute. The instructor's brilliant move was truly amazing. 2 couples started doing squats, while Li Jiayong on the side looked completely bewildered. Damn, what the hell is going on? I'm the only single guy left standing here, just standing there dumbfounded. Damn it, I should have called Li Ishi over. Even though they are being punished, it feels so sour. Lu Zhan looked at Mu Chun and Gulinci. Both of them were in good physical condition. It's really impressive that he can do so many squats while holding his girlfriend. But thinking about it carefully, it makes sense. If you ask someone to carry a 100-pound rock, they might not be able to lift it. But if you ask them to carry a 100-pound girl, they can carry her and run. This is human potential. Su Tang and Qin Xiaoqi hugged their necks. their expressions full of shyness. As time went by, Gu Linsi also completed 100 squats. After a while, Mu Chen also finished 200 squats. Even Su Tang was somewhat surprised. Mu Chen's health is surprisingly good. It must be because Mu Chen listened to her and drank the goji berries she gave him. Wow, goji berries are so effective. I'll definitely send him more next time. After putting Chen Xiaoqi down, Gu Linsi took a deep breath. Although he was a little tired, he couldn't possibly show it in front of Chen Xiaoqi. A man should not say he is incapable, much less show it. Good. Lu Zhan clapped his hands and watched as Gu Linsi and Mu Chen finished their squats, and he couldn't help but praise them. You two are in great physical condition. Keep it up. At the same time, Lu Zhan turned to Li Jiayong and said, Li Jiayong, you should find a girlfriend soon. Aren't you jealous seeing other people hugging their girlfriends? Li Jiayong's face darkened. At that moment, he felt like a million alpacas were stampeding through his mind. There's something I'm not sure if I should say. Lu Zhan's expression returned to its previous seriousness, and he began to speak. All right, make sure this doesn't happen again next time. Hurry back. We have activities planned later. Upon hearing Lu Zhan's words, the five of them did not hesitate and immediately ran back. Lu Zhan looked at the five people running away and smiled helplessly. This is all the instructor can do to help you. Holy crap, that's so exciting. Gu Linsi wore a surprised smile, the scene he had just experienced still lingering in his mind. He never imagined that the instructor would use such a peculiar method of punishment. Isn't this just letting him take advantage? Mu Chen turned to look at Gu Linsi and said, this instructor is really great. Linsi, don't forget to treat him to a meal later. Okay. Gu Linsi nodded at this moment. Lu Zhan's favorability rating in Gu Linsi's mind increased by 999. Mu Chen continued. By the way, you two haven't added each other on WeChat yet, right? Add each other on WeChat first. Uh-huh. Hearing Mu Chen's words, Gu Linsi took out his phone and looked at the somewhat shy Chen Xiaoqi. I'll scan your QR code. Chen Xiaoqi did not refuse. She took out her phone, opened WeChat, and showed her QR code. They quickly added each other on WeChat. Mu Chen was overjoyed. At least his mission for today was complete. Judging from their interactions, they seemed to get along well, making it very easy to establish a relationship. Meanwhile, Li Jiayong, who was standing next to him, was also very envious. Why didn't he ask Mu Chen to arrange such an interaction? Although it's a bit awkward, it's really good to be serious in this special way. This way, you can leave a deep impression on the other party. Soon, the five of them returned to their class. Li Jiayong went to find Li Yishi, while Gu Linsi followed Mu Chen back to their class. After sitting down, Gu Linsi couldn't help but say, Brother Chen, thank you so much for today. You really went to a lot of trouble for me. Go away, just treat me to a meal. Mu Chen didn't take it seriously, and he continued. People say you can start as friends, which means there's potential. You must seize the opportunity and make the relationship official as soon as possible. Uh-huh. Gu Linsi nodded emphatically, while Mu Chen turned to look at Su Tang. Tang, you can ask Chen Xiaoqi for his opinion from time to time, and occasionally give him some help. I know. Su Tang nodded, indicating that there was no problem. Soon, the instructors from the first and second classes of fashion design walked to the center of the circle and began to speak. All right, next we're going to learn to sing. Does everyone know how to sing, returning from target practice? Chapter 132 is truly a straight man of steel. Back from target practice? Reporting to the instructor, we don't know how. Anyone know how to do this? At this moment, Mu Chen spoke up. I can. As soon as he finished speaking, all the students present turned their attention to Mu Chen. Because Mu Chen had attended university in his previous life, and he had also studied this song in university in that life. After returning from target practice, it is a training exercise that is required in almost every university's military training program, and this has become a Chinese tradition. Seeing a student stand up, the instructor said, All right, then this student will lead the class in learning. Everyone can take out their phones and search for the lyrics. Please study carefully. Led by Mu Chen, the students present quickly started singing. Time flies, and in the blink of an eye, 10 days of military training have passed. For the past 10 days, we have been undergoing tedious military training. Fortunately, their instructors were fun. Although they looked fierce, they easily became friends with the students. Military training during the day and singing practice at night, although it was tiring, university life was relatively easy. September 15th, noon, after military training ended. Under the scorching sun, Mu Chen and Su Tang left the central playground together. As usual, The surrounding area was filled with students in military training uniforms, a sea of green as far as the eye could see. For the past few days, Muchun has been waiting for the blueprint reward that the system mentioned, but he never got to see it. In other words, Gulinsi and Qin Xiaoqi have not yet established a relationship. He had recently asked Gulinsi about it, and Gulinsi said that he had been chatting with Qin Xiaoqi, so Muchun didn't think much of it. Oh right, Tang Tang. Muchun turned to Su Tang and asked, do you know how things are going between Gulinsi and Qin Xiaoqi from your class? Perhaps they weren't meant to be. Upon hearing Su Tang's words, Muchun was slightly taken aback. What happened? How come we weren't meant to be? Su Tang pouted. I recently asked Xiaoqi, and Xiaoqi said that Gulinsi is a total straight man who often kills conversations. Sometimes when Xiaoqi initiates contact, the conversation often dies. Maybe they're just not a good match. Upon hearing this, Muchun was stunned. Damn, are you kidding me? Gulinsi actually managed to kill the conversation? The main reason is that they made a good impression on each other when they first met. For Muchun, whether Gulinsi could be with Qin Xiaoqi or not was irrelevant. But he still has a task to complete. It's fine to break up after the mission is accomplished. I should go back and ask him. At this moment, Su Tang turned her head curiously. What's wrong? Why did you suddenly ask about this? Oh, it's nothing. Muchun shook his head. After all, I was the one who brought them together, so I just wanted to ask about their progress. Yes, but Gulinsi is indeed a bit too straightforward. Su Tang shook her head. She was exhausted after a morning of military training. She took Muchun's hand. Let's go to the cafeteria for lunch first, and then go back to rest for a while. I'm a little tired. Okay, sure. Without much thought, Muchun and Su Tang ate at the Tsinghua Peking University cafeteria and then returned to their dormitories. At this moment, his three eldest sons were sitting weakly in chairs, enjoying the air conditioning. Muchun took out his phone and sent a message to Gulinsi, signaling him to come find him. Gulinsi readily agreed. After entering the dormitory, Muchun tossed a can of cola to Gulinsi and then asked, Linsi, what's wrong with you? Have you been in contact with Qin Xiaoqi lately? We're in touch. Gulinsi nodded with a slight smile, completely unaware of the seriousness of the matter. Upon hearing this, Muchun said, but Tang Tang said that Xiaoqi's idea is that you two are not a good match. What? Upon hearing this, Gulinsi's eyes widened, his face filled with disbelief. He asked, what? Xiaoqi said we're not a good match? But we've been chatting a lot lately, and we seem to be getting along well. Then could I see your chat history? Can. Gulinsi nodded, took out his pineapple-shaped phone, opened WeChat, and handed it to Muchun. Meanwhile, Muchun saw the chat history between Gulinsi and Qin Xiaoqi. He discovered that during their conversation, Gulinsi was indeed a very straightforward and honest man. It's straighter than steel bars, and even a hydraulic press can't bend it. For example, this chat log. Qin Xiaoqi. Wah, I'm so Sado. Oh. Gulinsi, what's wrong? Qin Xiaoqi. Last night, I poured a cup of hot water into my thermos today during military training. I took a sip and burned my tongue. Gulinsi, huh? Qin Xiaoqi. Wah, it's burning me. I even got a blister on my tongue. Gulinsi. Goodness, your thermos keeps things warm incredibly well. Qin Xiaoqi. Qin Xiaoqi / smile. And this one. Qin Xiaoqi. Linsi, guess how old I was in this photo? Below is a photo of Qin Xiaoqi when he was 7 years old, probably around 13, wearing a swimsuit. Gulinsi. Gulinsi. That's not a good idea. I'm a little embarrassed to say it. Qin Xiaoqi, what's wrong with it? Just tell me. Gulinsi, eh? Qin Xiaoqi. Qin Xiaoqi. I'm talking about age / cracks open. Puff. Upon seeing this, Muchun couldn't help but laugh. This Gulinsi is so damn straightforward. There were no other problems. He was just very straightforward, and there was no flirting in our chats, just ordinary conversations, which made it boring and lacked any sense of anticipation. How about it? Seeing Muchun's expression, Gulinsi felt somewhat embarrassed. If I were Qin Xiaoqi, I wouldn't talk to you anymore either. It's amazing that she can talk to you for so long. Let me see. Wang Baichuan curiously leaned closer, and Muchun handed him the phone, continuing. Actually, your biggest problem is that you can't get her emotional, and you're not exactly straightforward. It seems like you really don't have much hope. Upon hearing this, Gulinsi began to panic. He squandered a perfectly good opportunity. No, that won't do. He quickly said. Then Brother Chun, is there still a chance for me to be saved? Forehead. Muchun nodded. It's not that there aren't any. Thinking of his system task, Muchun gritted his teeth and said, after military training this afternoon, I'll teach you how to chat with her. Okay, okay. Gu Linxi nodded in approval, while Wang Baichuan, who was standing next to him, suddenly burst out laughing. Ha 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 ha, Linxi, you're really unusually straightforward. This chat log is hilarious. Mu Chen rolled his eyes. All right, Wang Baichuan. Give the phone back to him. We'll talk to Linxi after military training this afternoon. I'll teach you how to talk to her then. Uh-huh. After returning the phone to Gu Linxi, he left the dormitory. At the same time, Wang Baichuan revealed a gloating smile. This Gu Linxi is too funny. He's even more straightforward than I was back then. All right, go to sleep now, or you'll pass out this afternoon. Mu Chun climbed the ladder onto the bed, rested his head on the pillow, and stared at the ceiling. Damn it. I absolutely have to come up with a plan to save this straight man, to save Gu Linxi. However, this is indeed a troublesome problem. The main issue is that 10 days have passed, and although Gu Linxi keeps sending Chen Xiaoqi good morning messages, Xiaoqi rarely responds to him. P.S. The data has plummeted. Write down any plot ideas you'd like to see here. My mind's blank. Please urge me to upload more videos. I'm doing this for free out of love. Thank you everyone for the little gifts. Good night, dear readers. Hope there's something funny tomorrow. Chapter 133 remains as straightforward as ever. It was 5:50 p.m. on the central playground. Military training is still ongoing. New Energy Class 1 team. Attention, all men. Lu Zhan shouted, and looking at the students standing ramrod straight, he nodded in satisfaction. You all did a good job today, so you can leave 10 minutes early. Everyone go eat first, and we'll meet again at 7:30 sharp tonight. That's all for now. Hearing the instructor's words, the students in the class were delighted. Every day, we would all leave the playground together and go to the cafeteria to eat together. If you were even a little late, it would be packed with people. Dismissing them 10 minutes earlier means they won't have to queue in the cafeteria. Long live the instructors. The students in the class headed towards the cafeteria, and at the same time, Gu Linxi found Mu Chun. Brother Chun, Before Gu Linxi could finish speaking, Mu Chun nodded. Let's go to the cafeteria for lunch first, and we'll talk while we eat. Uh-huh. Gu Linxi nodded. Mu Chun, seeing his 3 sons, said, Come on, brothers, let's go have a meal together. Gu Linxi is treating. Okay. Upon hearing this, Moe, Wang Baichuan, and Li Jiayong were overjoyed. Meanwhile, Gu Linxi looked completely bewildered. When did he say he'd treat us to dinner? The 5 of them went to the cafeteria together. Mu Chun had already told Su Tang in advance during the afternoon military training that she should have dinner with her roommates after the training. Su Tang readily agreed. Because they were exhausted from recent military training, they gave each other plenty of rest time. Soon, the 5 of them arrived at the cafeteria. Because the cafeteria was dismissed 10 minutes early, there weren't many people there. Most of them were upperclassmen in their 2nd or 3rd year, and the 5 of them got their food in just a few minutes. They sat down at a window seat, and after sitting down, Gu Linxi couldn't help but speak. Brother Chun, weren't you going to teach me chatting skills? Let's get started, I can't wait. Seeing Gu Linxi's anxious expression, Mu Chen thought carefully for a moment before speaking. First of all, let me address your problem. Your main problem is that you're too damn straightforward. You don't know how to respond to girls, and you're not flirting either. Mu Chen's view is that you have to be thick-skinned to pursue a girl. Compared to boys, girls are generally more reserved, so boys usually need to find topics to talk about and take the initiative. Oh, this. Gu Linxi scratched his head and said, I feel fine. We chat every day. Stop. Mu Chun said, although you two chat every day, it's just chatting. Haven't you noticed it's always been very bland? Your relationship hasn't progressed at all. It's even died out. Why chat? The purpose should be clear. To escalate the relationship and eventually become a couple. Don't you agree? I agree. At this moment, Wang Baichuan nodded, put a piece of braised pork in his mouth, and then said, Actually, when you're pursuing a girl, you have to create ambiguity. I've heard about you and Chen Xiaoqi since she doesn't dislike you. It means you have a chance, but after reading your chat history, I feel like you've wasted a great opportunity. Forehead. Gu Linxi was stunned. He said, So, how do I chat with her to create a flirtatious atmosphere? Wang Baichuan said, That's easy. Just treat Mu Chun like Chen Xiaoqi. Be shameless, and let's see how you perform. Upon hearing this, Gu Linxi turned to look at Mu Chun, as if asking for his opinion. Yes, Linxi, just treat me like Chen Xiaoqi, and then I'll see how you perform. Uh-huh. Gu Linxi nodded and said, Xiaoqi, how is it? Is your rice delicious? Upon hearing this, Mu Chen nodded. Yeah, it's all right. Gu Linxi, After a moment of silence, Gu Linxi continued. By the way, Xiaoqi, are you thirsty? Do you want some water? I'll go buy you a drink. Hearing Gu Linxi's words, Mu Chun was overjoyed. This kid had finally come to his senses. However, if a girl is more introverted, she will usually be very reserved. At the same time, Mu Chun put himself in Chen Xiaoqi's shoes and pretended to be reserved. No need. I'm not thirsty right now. Oh, then you can continue eating. After Gu Linxi finished speaking, he buried his head and continued eating. The scene before me was awkward. Beside him, Wang Baichuan, Mo, and Li Jiayang stared at Gu Linxi with bewildered expressions. Goodness, no wonder he's a straight-laced man. It's the kind of thing that even a hydraulic press can't bend. That's really awesome. Mu Chun was speechless after a long while. Gu Linxi did not speak again. He was slightly taken aback. So Linxi, is that all? Gu Linxi frowned. Yeah, that should be about it. Good heavens. Mo, who was standing next to her, chuckled and said, it would be strange if you could find a partner like this. I feel the same way. Mu Chun nodded emphatically. At the same time, Wang Baichuan couldn't help but speak up. Actually, Linxi's problem is already very obvious. He doesn't consider girls' feelings and doesn't understand girls' hearts. Hearing Wang Baichuan's words, Mu Chun nodded. Yes, Wang Baichuan is right, you are too straightforward, and just now, when Wang Baichuan told you to be more shameless, you didn't show any shamelessness. Mu Chun continued. Well, it was a good idea when you suggested buying water for Xiaoqi, but girls usually refuse because they're reserved. You could have just bought it for her then. Don't worry about whether she wants it or not, just put it in front of her, and she will definitely take it. Upon hearing this, Gu Linxi thought about it carefully and realized that it was indeed as Mu Chun had said. At the same time, Mu Chun continued. But that's normal, you've never been in a relationship and haven't experienced this kind of thing, you'll understand in time. Mu Chun took a deep breath, feeling somewhat speechless. Gu Linxi remains as straightforward as ever. However, for the sake of his system reward, he decided to play the good guy to the end. Mu Chun continued. All right, let's eat first. When we get back to the dorm, I'll use your phone to chat with Chen Xiaoqi, and you can learn something from her. Gu Linxi nodded, and the five of them quickly finished their meal. After leaving the cafeteria, they returned to their dormitory. Mu Chun opened the door to room 448, and Gu Linxi followed him inside. Seeing Gu Linxi following him around like a shadow, Mu Chun smiled slightly. This guy still cares about Chen Xiaoqi. It seems like true love. Mu Chun spoke. All right, give me your phone. I want to check the chat history again. Okay. Gu Linxi quickly took out his phone at the same time. Mu Chun looked at some chat history and sent a message to Chen Xiaoqi directly. Honey, what are you doing? Chapter 134 Chatting Tips. What did you send? Seeing Mu Chun typing, Gu Linxi quickly leaned closer. He was stunned when he saw the words, dear. Goodness, this? Gu Linxi was somewhat at a loss, and he couldn't help but say, this, I've never sent him this kind of message before. Is this inappropriate? Fine. Mu Chun shook his head and said, first of all, Chen Xiaoqi would be very surprised if she saw this message. She would never delete you. She is not that kind of person. But this is way too oily. Just as Gu Linxi finished speaking, Chen Xiaoqi sent 3 question marks. Looking at the 3 question marks, Mu Chun smiled slightly. If it were you, how would you reply to her? Of course, I apologize. The main problem is that we haven't even officially started dating, yet it's really inappropriate to call someone darling right away. Mu Chun smiled and said, let's continue watching. Mu Chun ignored Gu Linxi and started typing, while Gu Linxi moved closer to Mu Chun from behind. Seeing this, Wang Baichuan said, Brother Chun is flirting with girls. All of you brothers come and watch, and learn some techniques. Mu Chun's 3 eldest sons quickly gathered around, and at the same time, he sent out a message. It's nothing. I just used that to lure you out. So, have you finished eating? Chen Xiaoqi replied. Yes, I've eaten. I'm resting in my dorm now. Upon seeing Chen Xiaoqi's reply, Mu Chun smiled and continued. See? Chen Xiaoqi still has feelings for you. At least, she didn't completely ignore you. Wang Baichuan said. All right, keep talking. We'll see what tricks you have up your sleeve. Mu Chun continued typing. Okay, take a short rest. I've prepared some lightly salted water for military training for you. I'll bring it to you tonight. Upon seeing this, Gu Linxi couldn't help but say, no, Brother Chun, how could you lie to me? I clearly didn't prepare anything for him. Gu Linxi, are you stupid? Wang Baichuan rolled his eyes. The school supermarket sells lightly salted water now. You can just buy it for her later. Hold head high. At the same time, Mu Chun nodded. Yes, girls all want to be valued. And that's the key to advancing a relationship, of course. don't be a simp. Chen Xiaoqi quickly replied to his message. Oh, I'm so sorry, no need. At the same time, Mu Chun typed. I've already bought it, it's okay. I'll send it to you during military training, by the way. Do you believe in astrology? After sending the message, Mu Chun looked at Gu Linci and said, if you're a bit more assertive, the girl will definitely accept it. Imagine if you gave her a bottle of water when everyone was incredibly thirsty during military training, wouldn't she be happy? Indeed. Gu Linci nodded. These are the little details of life. Girls generally pay a lot of attention to details. I didn't know Mu Chun was so meticulous. Mu Chun continued. As for asking her later whether she believes in astrology, it's mainly to keep the conversation going, since girls generally believe in things like astrology. Gu Linci saw that Mu Chen's performance was indeed much better than his. A short while later, Chen Xiaoqi replied to the message. Huh? Horoscopes? Of course I believe in them. By the way, what's your zodiac sign? Upon seeing the message, Mu Chun smiled slightly. See? She's already asking you questions, which means she wants to know more about you. Mu Chun asked, by the way, Lin Ci, what's your zodiac sign? Libra. Mu Chun typed Libra and sent it to Chen Xiaoqi, who replied almost instantly. So it's a scumbag zodiac sign, huh? /disdain. When Gu Linci saw Chen Xiaoqi say that Libras are scumbags, he immediately became unhappy. How is he a scumbag? Mu Chun retorted. Yeah, how is he a scumbag? He typed quickly. So in your heart, I'm just a womanizer. After sending it, Mu Chun sent another question mark to express his feelings. Soon, Chen Xiaoqi replied with an emoji of scared and hiding under the blanket. Upon seeing the meme, Mu Chun explained, look, Chen Xiaoqi has already given in, so you should give him a way out too. Mu Chun continued typing. Then I'll give you another chance to call me handsome. Chen Xiaoqi quickly replied with a message. Hello, handsome. In this message, Chen Xiaoqi can be clearly seen to have a touch of playfulness. It basically means, hey, you want me to call you handsome? I'll say hello instead. Upon seeing this message, Mu Chun looked up at the four of them. What do you think I should do to respond to this message? Wang Baichuan thought for a moment, then said, shouldn't you say hello, beautiful lady? Hearing this, Mu Chun rolled his eyes. You've killed the conversation. After speaking, Mu Chun looked at Moe and Li Jiayong, who had remained silent, and asked, what do you think we should say in return? Moe thought for a moment, then said, whom should I reply? Hello, beautiful lady. How is this any different from what Wang Baichuan said? Mu Chun didn't expect his roommates to come up with anything, and he had even less hope for Gu Linci, that straight-laced guy. Mu Chun said, actually, Chen Xiaoqi's words had a hint of playfulness, so we should reply in a playful tone as well, and we can also take advantage of the situation. After saying that, Mu Chun typed, hello, handsome guy's wife. Send. Goodness. Upon seeing this, Wang Baichuan couldn't help but give Mu Chun a thumbs up. Mu Chun's lips curled up slightly. What is this called? This is called, since ancient times, true feelings cannot be retained. Only tricks can retain people's hearts. If true feelings could be retained, why would I need tricks? Awesome. At the same time, Chen Xiaoqi also sent 2 shy emojis. So, Lin Ci, did you learn anything? Seeing Mu Chen's scheme, Gu Linci nodded silently. He had to admit that Mu Chen's schemes were really deep. Gu Linci frowned. Although Mu Chun seemed to be having a good conversation, he really didn't know if he could do it if he were in Mu Chen's shoes. Looking at Gu Linci's furrowed brows, Mu Chun smiled. Actually, your goal is to flirt with her and then advance the relationship before sending her a message. Just think about whether you can use a trick to get her to cooperate. Mu Chun didn't continue chatting with Chen Xiaoqi. This was just to give Gu Linci a demonstration. After returning the phone to Gu Linci was slightly taken aback. But how should we end this? We can't just ignore her, can we? Just say something casually, oh. And don't forget to buy her some lightly salted water later. Bring it to her during military training tonight. And bring it to her often in the future. A man should be more careful. Gu Linci nodded. What Mu Chun had done truly impressed him greatly. No wonder Mu Chun has such a beautiful girlfriend. Turns out he's a player. Mu Chun also said, from now on, we can just use the same routine when we talk. If you really don't know what to say, just ask me on WeChat. Okay. The 4 of them praised Mu Chun, and after chatting for a while, Gu Linci left. At the same time, Mu Chun sighed. He wouldn't have done these things if it weren't for the tasks assigned by the system. I just hope that Gu Linci will confirm their relationship soon. Once he receives the system reward, he definitely won't care if they break up. P.S. The chatting tips in this chapter are for reference, only don't take them too seriously. You must observe the girl's attitude towards you. Otherwise, you might end up in the hospital, and Xiaoming won't be responsible for that. Chapter 135 Mooncakes prepared by Sister Schwer. Muchen didn't think much of it after resting for a while. He went to the playground with his roommate. They've been rehearsing for the past few days, and the program for the freshman orientation ceremony was finalized last night. Of course, both Muchun and Su Tang's programs were successfully selected. Therefore, Muchun did not plan to continue practicing the program, but instead participated in night training. Although it's called night training, it's really just standing at attention and doing some exercises compared to daytime military training. Night training is much easier and not tiring at all. 7:30 p.m. Muchun and his 3 sons arrived at the playground on time and stood in their class's line. Meanwhile, Lu Zhan was counting the number of students. After confirming that there were no issues with the number of people, Lu Zhan shouted loudly, "All right, everyone, attention. Right dress. Look ahead. At ease. Stand at attention." He looked at his classmates. Then Lu Zhan looked up at the moon and said, "Do you all know what day it is today?" Upon hearing this, the students in the class were taken aback. "What day is today?" Muchen thought about it carefully and realized today was the 15th, so it was the Mid-Autumn Festival. This is a parallel world. Don't compare it to reality. Just then, some students had already figured it out. One student said, reporting to the instructor, "Today is the Mid-Autumn Festival." "Right." Lu Zhan nodded with a smile and said, "That's right. Today is our traditional Chinese festival, the Mid-Autumn Festival. So according to the school's requirements, there will be no military training tonight." Yay! Upon hearing Lu Zhan's words, the students in the class all showed excited smiles. At the same time, Lu Zhan said, "However, you can't leave the playground. You can stay on the playground and move around until the end of the military training." "Okay, instructor." Immediately, the class became a bit chaotic. Seeing the somewhat chaotic cue, Lu Zhan's tone immediately became serious. "Stand up straight, or we'll have to continue military training today." Upon hearing Lu Zhan's words, the class immediately fell silent. In front of Lu Zhan, they were all a bunch of lambs. Lu Zhan continued, "Today, because of the special occasion, your advisor has prepared a small gift for everyone." Mu Chun, Wang Baichuan, stepped forward. "Yes." Upon hearing this, Mu Chun and Wang Baichuan immediately stepped forward. "You two go find your counselor. She's in the parking lot in the northeast. You'll see her when you get there." "Okay." Upon hearing this, Mu Chun and Wang Baichuan immediately ran towards the parking lot in the northeast. Wang Baichuan chuckled. "Brother Chun, what kind of gift do you think our advisor prepared for us?" "Have no idea." Mu Chun shook his head. Since it was prepared for the whole class, it should have some special meaning. Soon, he and Wang Baichuan arrived at the parking lot. Because they had helped Han Schwer move things before, the two of them recognized Han Schwer's car. There weren't many cars in the parking lot at the time, and the two quickly arrived at Han Schwer's car. Her car is a white Audi A7, which costs around 700,000 to 800,000 yuan, so it's considered expensive. Seeing Mu Chun and Wang Baichuan approach, Han Schwer opened the car door and stepped out with her long, slender legs. Her skin was very fair, making her particularly eye-catching even in the dark. Upon seeing Han Schwer, Mu Chun smiled slightly and said, "Sister Schwer." Mu Chun always called Han Schwer Sister Schwer in private, and Han Schwer never objected. It can be said that after Mu Chun performed his act of bravery in Shanghai, she began to regard him as a younger brother. "Mu Chun, Baichuan, you're here." Han Schwer smiled sweetly, got out of the car, opened the trunk, and said, "Isn't today the Mid-Autumn Festival? So I prepared some mooncakes for everyone. There are too many for me to carry. So could you two help me carry them?" Good heavens! Upon hearing this, both of them were startled. A few days ago during military training, Han Schwer gave her classmates water and ice cream, and she hasn't forgotten them even on the Mid-Autumn Festival. To be honest, I'm really lucky to have a counselor like this. The main thing is that the mooncakes Han Schwer prepared for them were all in gift boxes. The packaging is exceptionally exquisite. It must be extremely expensive. Mu Chun couldn't help but ask, "Sister Schwer, your mooncakes are all in gift boxes. They must be very expensive, right?" "Good." Han Schwerer smiled slightly. "The price isn't too expensive after all. Today is the first Mid-Autumn Festival that the students are spending at Tsinghua and Peking University. What's wrong with eating something nice? There are 6 mooncakes in this box, 2 for each student. You can take them and share them with your classmates." The counselor has gone to great lengths. Wang Baichuan was also deeply moved. These mooncakes must cost at least 50 or 60 yuan a box. There are 20 boxes of mooncakes here, and these mooncakes alone cost more than 1,000 yuan. More than 1,000 yuan is not a small amount. It can be said to be a college student's monthly food expenses. It's not about spending money. The main thing is to let the students have a special mid-autumn festival. Mu Chun and Wang Baichuan each carried 10 boxes of mooncakes and returned to the playground with Han Shuer. At this point, a small number of classes had already disbanded. Of course, many teams did not disband, such as Su Tang's class. When the classmates saw Mu Chun and Wang Baichuan returning with mooncakes, they were all delighted. At the same time, Han Shuer stood at the front of the line. With a radiant smile, she began to speak. Students, today is the Mid-Autumn Festival, a traditional Chinese festival. This is the first time everyone has spent the Mid-Autumn Festival at Tsinghua and Peking University, so I prepared some mooncakes. I hope everyone can have a happy and joyful Mid-Autumn Festival at Tsinghua and Peking University. Good. Long live the counselor. Sister Shuer is awesome. Splash, splash, splash. The students in the class couldn't help but applaud. Seeing her classmates' happy expressions, Han Shuer made a quiet gesture. All right, everyone quiet down. Mu Chun, Wang Baichuan. You two go and distribute the mooncakes. Okay. The two nodded, then opened the mooncake boxes and distributed them to their classmates. Meanwhile, many classmates around saw this and started to complain. Damn it. Why are other class advisors handing out mooncakes, but our advisor doesn't even show up? Not only that, their counselor is a stunning beauty, while our counselor is a bald old man. That's not fair. Our advisor hasn't shown up lately, has she? Why I want a counselor like that too. Students from other classes around them looked on with envy. It's extremely rare to find a counselor who loves their students so much. Meanwhile, in Mu Chen's class, the two quickly distributed the mooncakes as Han Shuer had instructed. The 40 students received the mooncakes and their faces lit up with joy. They could tell at a glance that the mooncake was of high quality. This one probably cost 10 yuan. Han Shuer saw Mu Chun and Wang Baichuan distribute the mooncakes and then hand 2 boxes to Lu Zhan. Instructor Lu, happy Mid-Autumn Festival too. Have some mooncakes. Huh? No, no, no. Lu Zhan quickly shook his head and waved his hands. Han Shuer smiled and said, You must be working hard taking care of these kids. Try it. After much pleading and cajoling, Lu Zhan finally reluctantly agreed. At this moment, Lu Zhan spoke up. All right, students, everyone can disperse now. Just remember not to leave the playground when it's time. Listen for my whistle to assemble. Soon, the students dispersed. Just then, Han Shuer suddenly walked towards Mu Chun. Mu Chun. Mu Chun jolted awake. Turning his head curiously, Han Shuer, with a sweet smile, said, Here, take a box of mooncakes and give it to your girlfriend. Oh. Upon hearing this, Mu Chun was stunned. Goodness, even now Han Shuer is thinking about him. Mu Chun shook his head repeatedly. Oh, no need, Sister Shuer. No. Han Shuer's face turned fierce. She said, Your girlfriend is watching you from not far away. Hurry up and deliver it to her, or I'll make you clean the office every day. Oh, this. Mu Chun scratched his head and smiled helplessly. All right, I'll accept it. Then I'll treat you to dinner later, Sister Shuer. Mu Chun didn't stand on ceremony. Han Shuer was a very assertive person, and it was generally impossible to refuse her. After taking the mooncake from Han Shuer, he quickly walked towards Su Tang's class. Chapter 136 Wang Baichuan's phone call. At this time, Su Tang's class had just been disbanded. She stood there blankly, having witnessed the scene unfold. When Mu Chun came to her side, Su Tang pouted and said with envy, Honey, Sister Shuer is so good to you. She even prepared mooncakes for you. Unlike my class advisor, I only saw her once at the beginning of the semester and haven't seen her since. Seeing Su Tang's envious look, Mu Chun couldn't help but smile. Mu Chun gently pinched Su Tang's cheek and said, Sister Shuer not only prepared them for the classmates, but this box in my hand is one she prepared especially for you. Oh. Upon hearing this, Su Tang was startled. She glanced at Han Shuer from afar, while Han Shuer greeted Su Tang in return. Wow, I'm so touched. Sister Shuer is so kind. Okay. By this time, all the surrounding classes had been dismissed, and the playground was full of people. Mu Chun looked around and then said, All right, you must be tired after a day of military training. How about we find a place and try some mooncakes? Hearing Mu Chun's words, Su Tang nodded heavily. However, upon seeing the mooncakes, Su Tang suddenly remembered something and felt somewhat unhappy. Mu Chen noticed Su Tang's unusual mood and asked, "What's wrong, my baby? Did you think of something that made you unhappy?" Su Tang shook her head and pouted. "No, I just miss my parents a little." Hearing Su Tang's words, Mu Chen took a deep breath. Yes, they always spent Mid-Autumn Festival at home when they were in high school. This is the first time this girl has spent the Mid-Autumn Festival away from home since starting university. It's normal to miss your parents. After all, she grew up in her parents' arms. Mu Chen gently ruffled her hair and then said, "If you miss your parents, give them a video call later." Okay. Su Tang nodded emphatically, and the two of them walked hand in hand to the stands around the playground and sat down. At this moment, the moon was very round, the stars were very bright, and the air was particularly cool. The floodlights illuminated the entire playground. Mu Chen and Su Tang sat side by side. The scene was ordinary, but it was also incredibly sweet. Mu Chen quickly opened the mooncake box, which contained 6 different flavors of mooncakes. Su Tang stared longingly at the mooncakes, her mouth practically watering. Oh dear. Mu Chen turned to look at Su Tang, who was staring intently at the mooncakes, and teased, "Hey Tang Tang, what's wrong? Why are you drooling?" "No way." Su Tang, with an arrogant expression, snorted and then completely changed her attitude, pouting and saying, "Oh honey, let's hurry up and try some mooncakes." Okay. Seeing Su Tang looking like a little glutton, Mu Chen opened the mooncake packaging and took out the mooncakes. This mooncake is jujube paste flavored. After Mu Chen broke it open, dark brown jujube paste appeared inside. It has to be said that the mooncakes Han Schwerer bought were of really good quality. Does Tang Tang want some? Uh-huh. Su Tang nodded, and Mu Chen broke off a small piece and brought it to Su Tang's lips. At the same time, Su Tang opened her cherry-like mouth. Upon seeing this, Mu Chen immediately withdrew his hand and put the mooncake into his mouth. Then he put his right arm around Su Tang's waist and pushed her towards his chest. Their chests pressed together, and at the same time, Mu Chen kissed her. Imported food tastes better. He put the mooncake in his mouth into Su Tang's mouth, and Su Tang's face immediately turned red. In my mouth, there was the aroma of sugar, mixed with the taste of mooncake. The combination of the two deeply stimulated Mu Chen's taste buds. Stinky stinky Mu Chen. Su Tang pushed him away with a little force, her expression shy. That stinky Mukin is so annoying. How dare they try to trick her like that? What's wrong, my dear Tang Tang? Do you like imported food? You? Su Tang pouted angrily, and seeing this, Mu Chen continued, "Want to do it again?" "No way." Seeing Su Tang's sullen expression, Mu Chen shrugged. Okay. Mu Chen gently patted her shoulder and handed her a mooncake. "Little Tang Tang, eat up. Didn't you just say you missed your parents? Let's video call them." "Oh right." Su Tang nodded, took out her phone, and made a video call to her father. Mu Chen quickly leaned closer, and after a dozen seconds, Su Jinfeng answered Su Tang's call. "Hello? Mu Chen." At this moment, Su Jinfeng is in the Mutong fish shop, not at home. Meanwhile, the sound on his end was quite noisy since it was the Mid-Autumn Festival. Mutanjiu should have quite a few people around. Hearing her father call out Mu Chen first, Su Tang immediately became unhappy. She pouted and said angrily, "Dad, I was the one who made the video call for you. Why are you only responding to Mu Chen and ignoring me? Your little head has been pushed off the screen by Mu Chen." Oh. At this moment, Su Tang realized what was happening and lightly punched Mu Chen's chest. "Humph, you stinky Mu Chen, you're so annoying." Then, with a blank smile, she said, "Dad, happy Mid-Autumn Festival. Are you still working at Mutanjiu?" Su Jinfeng, sitting opposite him, nodded and said, "Recently, there are fewer people from Monday to Friday, but it's basically packed on weekends. Especially during holidays, there are still quite a few people queuing outside." "Hee, that's good." Su Tang was overjoyed. It seemed that Mu Tongyu's shop had stabilized by now. At the same time, Mu Chen asked, "Dad, are there any problems with the dishes in the restaurant now?" Hearing Mu Chen say this, Su Jinfeng nodded. "It's all right, but the menu is really too monotonous. I've been discussing with the chef about adding some dishes. By the way, Mu Chen, do you have any opinions?" Mu Chen nodded. Now that he had acquired advanced culinary skills, he had a lot of delicious recipes in his mind. Mu Chen said, "I do have some ideas. I'll make a list when I get back today and then send it to you." "Okay, sure." Hearing Mu Chen's words, Su Jinfeng was also very happy. Mu Chen's culinary skills were beyond doubt. The high revenue of Mu Tang fish was all thanks to Mu Chen. Having a son-in-law like this is wonderful. By the way, Tang Tang, are you guys doing military training? Hmm. Su Tang flipped the camera over, filming the playground, and began to introduce it to her father. The father and daughter quickly started chatting. Just then, Mu Chen's phone suddenly rang. Upon taking it out, I discovered it was Wang Baichuan. After answering the call, Mu Chen put the phone to his ear. Hey Baichuan. Wang Baichuan's anxious voice came from the other end. It's bad, Brother Chen. Moe and Li Jiayang are arguing with someone. We're at the basketball court. Come over here right away. What? Upon hearing this, Mu Chen was slightly taken aback. Okay, I'll be right there. After saying that, Mu Chen hung up the phone. P.S. I've been focusing too much on supporting characters lately, so I'm going to keep spreading sweetness. I've recovered a little bit. I'll eat more sugar from now on. Tomorrow there won't be any mindless bragging and getting slapped in the face. That's not Xiaoming's style. Please urge me to upload more videos. I'm doing this for free out of love. Good night, dear readers. Chapter 137 Competition. Honey, what happened? Hearing Mu Chen's words, Su Tang sensed something was wrong, so she quickly turned to Mu Chen and asked him. It's nothing. My roommates might have had a little argument over at the basketball court. I'll go check it out. Tang Tang. You talk to Dad first. Mu Chen forced a smile, put the mooncake box on his lap aside, and then ran towards the basketball court. Sayu. Watching Mu Chen's departing figure, Su Tang pouted. She turned to look at Su Jinfeng on her phone and said, Dad, I'll go check on Mu Chen. It seems like Mu Chen's roommate had a fight with a classmate. I think I'll go and see. Of course, Su Jinfeng also heard Mu Chen's words. Su Jinfeng nodded in the video and instructed, Okay, keep an eye on Mu Chen. Don't let him get into a fight. Don't worry, Dad. He won't fight. I'll call him back for you later. Su Tang quickly hung up the phone, picked up the mooncake box, and hurriedly ran towards the basketball court. Even so, she was still eating mooncakes with her little mouth. Definitely a foodie. A few minutes later, Mu Chen ran to the basketball court. There are nearly 40 basketball hoops here, and many spotlights illuminate the entire basketball court. Since there's no military training tonight, many students are playing basketball here. Meanwhile, many girls were also watching. After all, no girl dislikes a guy who can play basketball. The guys who play basketball are all tall, strong, and physically robust, and they can play for a long time. Now that college has just started, finding a boyfriend who can play basketball is practically every girl's goal. Upon arriving at the basketball court, Mu Chen saw a group of people gathered not far away. Without hesitation, he quickly ran over. Excuse me. Pushing through the crowd, Mu Chen saw Moe and Li Jiayang arguing with two people. At this moment, the four of them looked like they were about to fight, hurling insults at each other, and the air was thick with the smell of gunpowder. Wang Baichuan, Li Yishi, and others were pulling Moe and Li Jiayang apart, while others on the other side were trying to break up the fight. As all students know, fighting in college has very serious consequences, especially top-tier universities like Tsinghua and Peking University. If a fight breaks out and the situation is serious, the person will be expelled immediately. Mu Chen walked over and grabbed Li Jiayang directly. What's going on? At the same time, Li Jiayang glared fiercely at the two people opposite him and said, Damn it, I was just teaching Ishi how to shoot, and I don't know what I did to offend this bastard. He said I'm just standing around doing nothing and wasting the court. Damn it, do you own this court? Meanwhile, a man with a middle parting on the other side retorted, I told you, you're just hogging the job without doing anything. Do you even know there aren't enough hoops? And you think you can teach people how to play? You're such a coward, you don't even deserve it. You son of a bitch, try saying that again. The two men's tone grew increasingly aggressive. Just then, a tall, thin man wearing black-rimmed glasses ran over and quickly apologized. I'm so sorry, my classmate just broke up with his girlfriend and was a bit harsh. Please forgive him. I'll take him home right away. Li Jiayang didn't listen to the tall, thin man's words at all. He was already angry, mainly because his future girlfriend was there and he couldn't lose face. Get out of here, try swearing again. Mu Chen couldn't stand it any longer and spoke up. All right, Jiayang, he said your basketball skills are bad, so why don't you have a game and prove your strength? That's right, grandson. Do you dare to have a match? Let's compete. Who's afraid of who? Both sides were aggressive at this moment. Li Jiayang turned to look at Mu Chen, Wang Baichuan, and Moe. Guys, listen to Mu Chen. Let's have a fight. No problem. Wang Baichuan took a deep breath, fearing that the two sides would start fighting. Hearing that we're going to play basketball is much better than fighting. Of course, Li Jiayang was indeed angry just now in the dormitory. Li Jiayong is the most normal person. He is usually quiet and has never caused such a fuss before. When Mu Chun suggested playing a basketball game, the students who were trying to break up the fight finally let go of each other's hands. However, both sides' eyes were filled with resentment. Just as things calmed down between the two sides, Su Tang appeared out of nowhere. Seeing so many people around, Su Tang was slightly taken aback. She asked, "Well, what's going on? There are so many people around. Did you have some kind of conflict?" "No." Mu Chun didn't explain. He said, "There's no conflict. We're just playing some ball to practice Tang Tang. You can watch from the sidelines." Ahokai. Unaware of the situation, Su Tang smiled, and, seeing Li Yishi and Han Yuxuan standing beside her, quickly shared the mooncakes with her two roommates. "Come on, try some mooncakes." Li Yishi smiled and nodded, without revealing what had just happened. "Tang Tang, they're about to play ball. Let's sit down and watch." "Oh, okay." The three girls quickly sat down on the chairs at the edge of the basketball court, and many of the students who had been watching dispersed, though some stayed behind. When Mu Chun appeared, a large group of girls gathered around him. Among all these people, Mu Chun's looks are undoubtedly the best. The readers are all incredibly handsome. Everyone who reads this far is a real heartthrob. A handsome guy who can play basketball is a huge plus. Mu Chun, Mo Yi, Wang Baichuan, and Li Jiayong stood together, while four people had already gathered on the opposite side. Li Jiayong took a deep breath. He was still seething with anger. "Brothers, let's fight hard and win back this honor. Rest assured." Wang Baichuan patted his chest, indicating that there was absolutely no problem. Meanwhile, on the other side, the man with the middle part hair was named Deng Tianyu. He was the one who first caused trouble for Li Jiayong. He also had three classmates. One was the bespectacled man who apologized earlier, named Zhang Jinlin, and the other two were fat guys, one named Lu Zhaojian and the other Cui Chiquan. Seeing the four of them, Mu Chun felt absolutely no pressure. Now that he has the advantage of being a beginner in basketball, winning this game will be a piece of cake for him. Soon, all four members of both sides were ready. Because there were many people, an instructor was brought in to act as the referee. Li Jiayong said, "I have a height advantage, so I'll go for the ball. Moe. You'll defend Mu Chun, you'll attack by Chuan, you'll adapt to the situation." The three nodded, and at the same time, Li Jiayong walked over and stood in front of the instructor. Across from him, Deng Tianyu also stood in front of the instructor. The two glared at each other fiercely, and at the same time, the instructor said, "It's about to begin." Just then, Deng Tianyu taunted, "Kid, don't let me beat you until you cry." Hee. Li Jiayong sneered. To be honest, he didn't take Deng Tianyu seriously at all. The instructor blew his whistle and then tossed the basketball in his hand into the air. Li Jiayong and Deng Tianyu jumped up at the same time because of Li Jiayong's height advantage. He touched the ball first and threw it directly towards Mu Chun. Mu Chun instinctively took the ball, and at that moment, the tall, thin man with glasses quickly stretched out his arm to defend. However, his body was somewhat uncoordinated. Mu Chun dribbled the ball with both hands alternately, then dodged past him and shot directly from beyond the three-point line. Clang! The basketball went in perfectly into the hoop, and a commotion erupted around them. Pretty. P.S. Because it involves contradictions, I don't know if this counts as mindless. If it does, please be gentle with your criticism. Please don't abandon the book. This is how I make a living. Chapter 138, An Even Cooler Shot. Seeing Mu Chun sink a three-pointer right away, Wang Baichuan, Li Jiayong, and Mo Yixin couldn't help but be overjoyed. Goodness, Mu Chun is too awesome. He made a three-pointer effortlessly. That's really awesome. Meanwhile, the girls present were completely stunned. This handsome young man is also incredibly good at basketball. That quick movement was so cool. And that three-pointer was executed flawlessly. The movement and the arc of the basketball were absolutely captivating. I absolutely love it. For some reason, the girls present were particularly excited when they saw Mu Chun shoot a three-pointer. At the same time, seeing Mu Chun's performance just now, Li Yishi couldn't help but say, "Tang Tang, is your boyfriend really that good at basketball?" Although she didn't understand basketball, Mu Chun's shooting motion was indeed very impressive and alluring. Upon hearing this, Su Tang smiled slightly. "He's just average." Upon hearing Su Tang's words, Li Yishi was taken aback. This is considered average? Is this even human language? Mu Chun is so handsome, and he just made such a good shot. Is Su Tang still not satisfied? At the same time, Su Tang smiled smugly. "Watch again, my husband will definitely have an even cooler shooting move later." Su Tang chuckled, then broke open a mooncake, watched the game, and ate it with relish. On the basketball court, Moe, Wang Baichuan, and Li Jiayong all came over and gave Mu Chen a high five. Mu Chen's performance had indeed surprised them. Meanwhile, the second round began. Mu Chen's move put considerable pressure on Deng Tianyu. Zhang Lin was also a little confused. He used to play basketball and even won quite a few games. But he never expected that Mu Chen's movements would be so skilled. It can be said that he had absolutely no room to resist. Then, the second round began. Mu Chen scored in the last round, so this time the ball is in the hands of the opposing defense. Cui Chikuan tossed it behind him, and the others quickly followed. Deng Tianyu knew that Mu Chen's team was quite strong, so he didn't dare to be careless and quickly followed suit. This time, it was Moe who got the ball. Just in time, the basketball landed right next to Mu Chen. At the same time, Deng Tianyu immediately began to defend. Mu Chen's three-pointer just now did put a lot of pressure on him. He wanted to steal the ball, but Moe wouldn't give him the chance. Although Moe's skills are not as good as Mu Chen's, he has at least played basketball for a few years. Facing Deng Tianyu's defense, Moe dribbled the ball between his legs and then tossed it directly up from behind. Deng Tianyu leaped forward, but ultimately failed to block the ball. At the same time, Moe's lips curled up slightly. This guy is still too young. You can't even figure out the opponent's moves, yet you want to steal the ball? Dream on. On the other side, Li Jiayong had a height advantage. He stretched out one arm and caught the ball directly. At the same time, Li Jiayong moved to the opposite basket. Cui Chikuan immediately began to defend. Just as Li Jiayong was about to shoot, Cui Chikuan snatched the ball from his hand. That's right, it was knocked off. Immediately, whistles rang out from all around. Foul, the instructor shouted, while Deng Tianyu was somewhat exasperated. What kind of teammates were these? Some didn't know how to steal, and some didn't know how to defend. Even Deng Tianyu was so angry that he spat blood. The penalty shootout phase. Left with no other option, both teams stood on opposite sides of the basket, and since Mu Chen was on the offensive side, he was given the opportunity to shoot free throws. On his first attempt, Mu Chen made the shot. Similarly, the second shot went in. Upon seeing this, Wang Baichuan, Moe, and Li Jiayong couldn't help but applaud. Good. Brother Chen is amazing. He hits the bullseye every time. Absolutely. Mu Chen smiled slightly after the free throws. Possession of the ball remained in their hands. At this moment, Deng Tianyu quickly waved his hand and said, Cui Chikuan, you go attack, I'll defend here. Cui Chikuan nodded and quickly switched places with Deng Tianyu. Meanwhile, Mu Chen and Wang Baichuan had already served. But to their surprise, Moe failed to receive the ball this time. Instead, a chubby guy on the other side got it. It's okay, continue. At that moment, Deng Tianyu saw his teammate steal the ball and was overjoyed. We finally got the ball, let's attack. Wang Baichuan rushed over to defend. It has to be said that although Cui Chikuan is a bit fat, his basketball skills are indeed not bad. Facing Wang Baichuan's defense, he turned around and stopped abruptly, making Wang Baichuan dizzy and disoriented. Soon, Cui Chikuan arrived under the basket on Mu Chen's side. Of course, since their team hadn't scored yet, Cui Chikuan didn't dare to attempt three-pointers or two-pointers. To be on the safe side, he decisively chose a passing option. Just as Cui Chikuan released the basketball from his hand, suddenly, a huge hand appeared. Mu Chen swatted the ball away with one palm. Of course, this has a lot to do with height advantage. Cui Chikuan is only about 17 meters tall, which is not an advantage in basketball. This is why Yimyukin was able to stop his shot. After all, in NBA international basketball games, the players are all over 2 meters tall. That's the advantage. Seeing his ball being smashed away, Cui Chikuan immediately felt furious. Although I was unwilling to accept it, I had to admit the truth. Li Jiayong was startled when he saw Mu Chen block the ball. Mu Chen's basketball skills are truly amazing. Even he, who has played basketball since childhood, admires him greatly. At the same time, Wang Baichuan caught the ball immediately. Mu Chen rushed over and shouted, Baichuan, give me the ball. Okay. Without any hesitation, Wang Baichuan dodged past Zhang Lin, then stopped abruptly, using a feint to fool Deng Tianyu. Although it was convenient for him to shoot, Wang Baichuan still threw the ball to Mu Chen. After catching the ball, Mu Chen immediately turned his attention to the opposite basket. Then, he bent down and faced the opposing player's defense, but Mu Chen felt no pressure at all. He dodged past Zhang Lin in a flash, then changed his footing and broke through Lu Xiaojin's left side. Upon reaching the free throw line on the opposite side, everyone leaped into the air. Oh my god, Mu Chun is going to dunk. Wow, this guy is so handsome. Ah, I love it. Tang Tang, your boyfriend is so handsome. Seeing Mu Chin's actions, everyone around him was stunned. Dunking is something not everyone can do, especially students. A basketball hoop that's over 3 meters high, you can't touch it without a really strong jump. Even Li Jiayong, who is 19 meters tall, cannot dunk. But Mu Chun is different. He is now in excellent physical condition, including his jumping ability. At this moment, Mu Chin's figure resembled a colossal beast. Its figure was fierce and powerful. He captured the hearts of every girl present. Bang! After a loud thud, yes, the ball went in. Holy crap! This scene left Wang Baichuan completely stunned. Mu Chin's strength is truly overwhelming. That was a dunk, a powerful dunk. It's not something you can just deduct money from whenever you want. Meanwhile, seeing Mu Chin's handsome figure, Su Tang's eyes were already sparkling. That scene was so cool. Wow! Li Yishi, standing next to Su Tang, couldn't help but say, Tang Tang, you look so cool. That's right. Su Tang looked smug. See that? That's the cooler shot I was telling you about. P.S. I don't have time to correct typos now. My dad drank too much, and I have to go pick him up. Please comment if there are any typos, and I'll correct them when I get back. Xiaoming can't play basketball, so he searched for a lot of information online today. Please don't criticize if it's not well written. Military training is about to end, and I know my writing hasn't been good lately. I will definitely improve. Good night, dear readers. Chapter 139, The Legendary Boyfriend Power? As she said this, Su Tang's eyes narrowed into slits with laughter. I feel very satisfied. Mu Chin's slam dunk was so cool, it even made her feel excited. At the same time, upon hearing Su Tang's words, Li Yishi revealed an envious look. Yes, she was envious. Mu Chin's powerful dunk just now caused a stir among the entire audience. The girls around him were all staring at Mu Chun with gleaming eyes. They've seen guys who are good at basketball, but they've never seen anyone who's this good. It's fair to say that Mu Chun was the center of attention at that moment. Holy crap! On the field, the most surprised were Mu Chin's 3 grown sons. A powerful dunk. A powerful dunk. Awesome, Brother Chun. Wang Baichuan couldn't help but come over and give Mu Chin a high five, although he wasn't the one who slammed the ball down. Seeing Mu Chin slam dunk such a cool shot made him feel proud. So, Mu Chun smiled slightly. The basketball game was not over, yet he did not become arrogant because of his brief lead, but continued to play seriously. Baichuan, you continue to defend from the back. Okay. The game continued, and more people gathered around to watch. Mu Chin's slam dunk just now was absolutely awesome. Even other students playing basketball on the court couldn't resist coming over to watch this special game. The game continued, and as time went on, Mu Chin's team had scored 12 points. Deng Tianyu's score remained at 0. Deng Tianyu's team was completely suppressed by Mu Chin's team. Because they hadn't scored for a long time, Deng Tianyu's team gradually lost their fighting spirit. Mu Chun, give me this ball. Upon hearing Li Jiayong's words, Mu Chun suddenly turned around, made a feint, jumped, and threw the ball to Li Jiayong. Upon seeing this, Deng Tianyu quickly prepared to defend. However, Li Jiayong didn't even get close to the basket. He stood outside the three-point line and shot the ball directly with a thud. The ball went into the basket accurately. Good. Many of the girls present had already been drawn into the basketball game, and when they saw Mu Chin's team score another point, the surrounding classmates cheered. At the same time, many students also burst into thunderous applause. Splash, splash, splash. This basketball game was anything but normal. It was truly extraordinary. Just then, the instructor who had just acted as referee walked over with a smile. Not bad. He looked at Mu Chun and Li Jiayong with great admiration. It could be said that both of these students had great basketball talent. Especially Mu Chun, whose pitches never miss, hitting the target every time, a perfect shot. This surprised the instructor. It's important to know that even after some major basketball games, there are instances of missed shots. Mu Chin's performance opened the eyes of everyone present. The match had ended, with Mu Chin's team winning 15-0. At this moment, Deng Tianyu was so embarrassed he didn't know where to put his face. He started the trouble first, and even said that the other person was bad at basketball. As a result, their team didn't score a single point, which was a real slap in the face. At the same time, Li Jiayong glanced at Deng Tianyu from afar. A smile appeared on Li Jiayong's lips. The two stared at each other for a few seconds, and Deng Tianyu and the others quickly slunk away. Li Jiayong felt incredibly happy. It's so satisfying to beat Deng Tianyu up like this. The four of them gathered together, and Mu Chun smiled slightly. Goodness, those four people just ran away. I guess they'll lose face, so they might as well leave. At this moment, Wang Baichuan's eyes suddenly lit up. By the way, Brother Chun, I didn't expect you could dunk. Holy crap. Were you hiding your strength? No, dunking is something anyone can do, isn't it? You think you can do anything with your hands? You're getting cocky. After a round of flattery, Mu Chun looked around for Su Tang, but couldn't find the girl at all. Where's Tang Tang? Mu Chun scratched his head. Just now, Su Tang was sitting on the chair next to him watching the game, but now only Li Yishi and Han Yuxuan were left. I guess that girl went shopping. Mu Chun felt a warmth in his heart. In fact, Su Tang was also very thoughtful. At the same time, Li Yishi and Han Yuxuan came over and started chatting with Li Jiayong and Moe. Although they haven't officially started dating, things have basically settled down. It's only a matter of time before we become a couple. Seeing that Li Jiayong and Moe were chatting happily with their future girlfriends, Mu Chun didn't go over to disturb them at this moment. Wang Baichuan came over. Brother Chun, keep playing. Teach me your dunk, it's so damn cool. Mu Chun nodded. Call me daddy, and I'll teach you how to call me daddy. Wang Baichuan gritted his teeth. Godfather. Holy crap. Upon hearing this, Mu Chun was startled. You're really going to yell? Hurry up and teach me. Seeing Wang Baichuan's anxious look, Mu Chun chuckled and said, Sorry, my wife is here. After saying that, he quickly walked towards Su Tang. At this moment, Su Tang was holding a bottle of Gatorade and happily walked towards him. Honey, you must be tired from playing basketball. I bought you some water. Thank you, honey. Under everyone's watchful eyes, Su Tang personally turned on the water for him and handed it to Mu Chun. Mu Chun gently ruffled Su Tang's hair, then tilted his head back and gulped down the drink. Many people around witnessed this scene and all wore expressions of envy and jealousy. Girls, in particular, were incredibly envious upon seeing this scene. Seeing that Mu Chun had drunk half a bottle of Gatorade, Su Tang chuckled. How about it? Are you not thirsty now? Okay. Mu Chun nodded slightly, and Su Tang looked at him expectantly. By the way, your dunk just now was so cool. I really liked it. As she spoke, Su Tang's eyes sparkled, her gaze fixed on Mu Chun with adoration. Yeah. Mu Chun flicked his little cheek. How about Tang Tang tries dunking? Upon hearing this, Su Tang thought for a moment, then pouted. You stinky mukin, you're talking nonsense. I'm so short. How could I possibly reach the basketball hoop? Seeing Su Tang's sullen expression, Mu Chun smiled. Why not? With your husband here, anything is possible. After saying that, Mu Chun turned to look at Wang Baichuan. Baichuan, give me the ball. Oh, although Wang Baichuan was unwilling, he still threw the ball over. Mu Chun handed the ball to Su Tang and squatted down. Tang Tang, steady yourself. I'm going to show you what it means to have overflowing boyfriend power. Before Su Tang could react, Mu Chun had already grabbed her ankle, lifted her up, and placed her on his shoulder. He lifted Su Tang up with just his arms, which shows how strong his arms are. Of course, this is thanks to the system and the craft. Doing a lot of manual labor can give you muscular arms. Su Tang was completely stunned by Mu Chun's sudden action. Her small body swayed in the air before she could barely steady herself. Come on, Tang Tang, try a dunk too. This? Su Tang nodded, and at the same time, Mu Chun walked towards the basketball hoop. The students around were stunned by what they saw. It's terrifying that someone could lift a girl up effortlessly with just their arms. Envy, jealousy, and sourness filled the entire basketball court. Not only that, Wang Baichuan was also somewhat dumbfounded when he saw this scene. Good heavens, is Mu Chun a monster? How strong must his arms be to lift his sister-in-law up and put her directly on his shoulder? I've really been fed a lot of dog food, a Chinese slang term for witnessing public displays of affection. Could this be the legendary boyfriend power? Chapter 140 The Gift. Of course, Mu Chun didn't care at all about the stares of those around him. After walking to the basketball hoop, Su Tang stretched out her arms and imitated Mu Chun's movements, deliberately slamming the basketball in with force. Bang! Seeing this, Su Tang chuckled, her expression full of sweetness. Honey, am I great? Tang Tang is great. Hee hee. Mu Chun put Su Tang down and playfully pinched her nose. All right, it's almost time. Let's go back to the playground, and we'll assemble soon. Su Tang nodded, and at the same time Mu Chun turned around and called out, Bai Chuan, Mo Jiayong, let's go back. Okay. Upon hearing Mu Chen's words, his three eldest sons immediately realized what was happening. At the same time, Mu Chen took Su Tang's hand, their fingers intertwined, and they left together with their roommates. Seeing this, the surrounding classmates all looked on with envy. Wow, this guy is so strong. I want to find a boyfriend who can lift me up in one go too. Sigh, I never thought I'd be eating dog food during the Mid-Autumn Festival. What a disaster. The 7 people walked together, with Wang Baichuan acting as a third wheel, shining brightly beside them. Soon, they arrived at the playground, where many students were sitting on the grass chatting. They sat on the playground enjoying the breeze and played a few rounds of Do Diju, a card game. Soon after, the instructors on the playground blew their whistles. Gather. Let's gather and head back. Upon hearing the command, Mu Chun immediately stood up, while Su Tang smiled mischievously and said, "Honey, wait for me when we're done. Let's go back together. I have something for you." Whoa! Hearing Su Tang's words, Mu Chun nodded. Okay, let's go to the assembly point. Uh-huh. Su Tang, Li Yishi, and Han Yuxuan walked together toward their class's location, while Mu Chun and his 3 best friends returned to their own class's group. Soon, all the students on the playground returned to their classrooms. Looking at his classmates, Lu Zhan said loudly, "All right, everyone at ease. Stand at attention. First row, call out your numbers. 1, 2, 3, 4. After confirming that the number of people was correct, Lu Zhan nodded with satisfaction. Very good. Everyone reacted very quickly today. Meet up at 7:30 tomorrow morning. Don't forget to call your parents when you go home for the Mid-Autumn Festival today. Now you can disperse. Goodbye, instructor." Goodbye, instructor. After the class was dismissed, Mu Chun and his 3 eldest sons waited on the side. Not long after, Su Tang's class was also dismissed. Su Tang skipped over, grinning, and looked at Mu Chun expectantly. "Honey, I'm leaving too. Let's go and get our things together." Upon hearing this, Mu Chun looked puzzled. "By the way, Tang Tang, what are you going to give me?" Upon hearing this, Su Tang stuck out her tongue at Mu Chun, looking mischievous. Hee, I won't tell you now. You'll find out later. Girl, you're quite mysterious." Mu Chun turned his head and looked at his 3 eldest sons, Baichuan, Mo Yi, Jiayong. "I'll go back first and spend some quality time with your future girlfriends." Go ahead. They were all busy dating, so they just gave Mu Chun a few perfunctory replies, and of course, Mu Chun was too lazy to pay them any attention. They're all flirting. Let's go back first. Uh-huh. Su Tang nodded, and the 2 of them, hand in hand, quickly left the central playground. The central playground was some distance from the Wisteria apartment, and the night view of Tsinghua and Peking universities was also beautiful. They walked slowly, enjoying the night view of Tsinghua and Peking universities as they made their way forward. About half an hour later, the 2 arrived at building 1 of the Wisteria apartments. At this time, many people were returning to their dorms. Su Tang tilted her head back and stopped Mu Chun, saying, "Honey, wait here for me a moment. I'm going upstairs to get something, and I'll be right back." "Okay, Tang Tang, no need to rush. Take your time." "Oh, I'm not a 3-year-old, okay? Honey, wait for me." After saying that, Su Tang happily left. Watching Su Tang's retreating figure, Mu Chun couldn't help but smile. What is this girl going to give him this time? He stood silently waiting at the entrance of Building 1 after more than 10 minutes. Su Tang finally came over carrying 2 heavy suitcases. Mu Chun was stunned when he saw the box in Su Tang's hand. One box likely contained mooncakes, while the other box had a ROG, Republic of Gamers, logo printed on it, clearly indicating it contained a laptop. "Wow, Tang Tang, you bought me a computer?" Upon seeing that it was a ROG, Republic of Gamers, brand laptop, Mu Chun was completely stunned. The main problem is that this thing is extremely expensive. It's estimated to cost over 20,000 yuan. Hey, Su Tang nodded. "Yeah, Li Yishi heard from Li Jiayong that you're the only one in your dorm without a computer, and I heard you need one for your major, so I bought one for you." Hearing this, Mu Chun felt a warmth in his heart. This little girl is quite thoughtful. He actually planned to buy a computer, but Mu Chun didn't intend to buy one that was too expensive. Well, he doesn't plan to play games, so there's no need for him to buy a high-performance laptop. A regular laptop will suffice for him. But Mu Chun never expected that Su Tang would buy such an expensive computer. "Tang Tang, did you ask your dad for money?" Hearing Mu Chun's words, Su Tang didn't deny it. She just chuckled. "It's okay, my dad agreed to buy it for you. Besides, we'll make a lot of money in the future with good equipment. We can make a lot of money, right?" Upon hearing Su Tang's words, Mu Chun found that he couldn't refute them. What Su Tang said it sounds like it makes sense. Seeing Mu Chin's dazed expression, Su Tang reached out her little hand. Here, the notebook is too heavy. You can carry it, oh. And this is a box of mooncakes, which I prepared for you in advance. Happy Mid-Autumn Festival, my darling. Looking at everything Su Tang had done for him, a warm feeling welled up in his heart. Mu Chun gently stroked her face and said, Happy Mid-Autumn Festival, my wife. Su Tang smiled blankly. Okay, here's your stuff, take it back. Now I need to go back to my dorm to take a shower. Otherwise my roommates will be lining up when they come back. How about a goodbye kiss? Hearing this, Su Tang pouted without hesitation. She tiptoed and kissed Mu Chun on the lips. Mua. Then Su Tang waved and said, Goodbye, honey. See you tomorrow, Tang Tang. The two waved goodbye to each other, and soon Su Tang went upstairs, while Mu Chun carried the computer mooncakes that Su Tang had bought for him back to his dormitory. P.S. Please urge me to make more videos. I'm doing this for free out of love. Good night, dear readers. Chapter 141 Military Training Performance. Call. Back in his dorm, Mu Chun took a deep breath, placed the mooncakes and computer on the table, and couldn't help but smile as he looked at the gifts Su Tang had prepared for him. Boys generally like electronic devices. If a boy has a high-performance computer, it can be said that it will bring him happiness for several years. Of course, Su Tang bought him such an expensive computer, but Mu Chun still had no intention of playing games. Normally, I'll just play King of Glory with Su Tang, but as for computer games, I try to avoid playing them if I can. Although university offers more freedom, I still try my best to study and control myself. Despite his thoughts, Mu Chun couldn't resist opening the box. After all, it was a gift that Su Tang personally told him about, so this computer had special significance for Mu Chun. After opening the box, the Asus ROG logo was revealed. This computer is incredibly heavy. With the entire front panel made of metal, there are also several RGB light strips around the computer, giving it a very aggressive look. It is definitely a performance monster. Moreover, when Mu Chun lifted the screen, he discovered that there was a secondary screen above the keyboard. A dual-screen laptop. Holy crap. Mu Chun took a deep breath, looked at the words Ice Blade on the box, and opened Taobao. After seeing the price through the search, Mu Chun was completely stunned. Wow, this computer costs 35,000. Holy crap, why did this girl buy such an expensive computer? Mu Chun took a deep breath considering Mu Tangyu's revenue. The current price of 35,000 yuan wasn't actually that much for either of them. However, 35,000 is still very expensive. Mu Chun carefully connected the power and pressed the power button. Just then, his three sons walked into the dormitory, chatting and laughing. Wang Baichuan grinned mischievously. "Moe, I've almost won over your sister. She even kissed me today. Hee, her little mouth smells so sweet." Upon hearing this, Moe gave Wang Baichuan a disdainful look. He never expected that Wang Baichuan would actually become his brother-in-law. The main problem is that this feeling is particularly awkward. In front of Mo Linwan, Wang Baichuan was a perfect gentleman, extremely courteous. But in the dormitory, we watch porn every night and rock the bed. He certainly wouldn't say anything if his sister had a boyfriend, and he wouldn't say anything if her boyfriend was his roommate. But Wang Baichuan is a completely different person in front of Mo Linwan compared to in front of others. This is really painful. After the three boys entered the dormitory, Wang Baichuan was the first to see Mu Chun fiddling with the computer, and he quickly walked over. Upon seeing the computer, he couldn't help but exclaim, "Holy crap, this is an Asus ROG Zephyrus." Wang Baichuan usually knows a lot about computers, but when he saw such an expensive computer, he was stunned and his mouth dropped open in surprise. Upon hearing Wang Baichuan's words, Moe and Li Jiayang quickly came over. "Wow, Mu Chun bought a computer. Does that mean we can play games together now?" Wang Baichuan continued. "I never expected that Mu Chun is a hidden tycoon, willing to buy such an expensive computer." Mu Chun turned his head and said, "I didn't buy this, my wife gave it to me." Upon hearing this, Wang Baichuan wore a sour expression. "My wife gave this to me, this makes me sour," he said with envy. "So my sister-in-law is a rich woman, I'm so envious. All right, get out of here." Hearing Mu Chun's words, Wang Baichuan didn't leave. He looked at the secondary screen on the keyboard and revealed a mischievous smile. "Brother Chun, look, your computer has two screens. You can watch two movies at the same time. Isn't that great?" Upon hearing this, Mu Chun gave Wang Baichuan a disdainful look. "This guy, all he does is watch porn," Mu Chun said with a look of disgust. "Get lost. Do you think I'm like you, watching porn every day? Hey. Wang Baichuan scratched his head, while Muchen said, I still have mooncakes on my table, which Su Tang gave me. Feel free to take them if you want. Muchen made some simple settings to the computer and then shut it down. Having worked up a sweat playing basketball, Muchen first took a shower. After showering, he lay down on the bed and took out his phone to video call his mother. Today is the Mid-Autumn Festival, and Muchen has been missing his parents quite a bit, having rarely contacted them recently. Muchen's mother answered the phone very quickly. At the same time, Muchen also chatted with his mother. Happy Mid-Autumn Festival, Mom. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye, and it was September 18th. Today is the day of the military training performance. Early in the morning, Lu Zhan called his classmates to the playground and lined up in the New Energy College. On the playground, the students, dressed in camouflage military training uniforms, stood ramrod straight. Meanwhile, on the dais, the presidents of Tsinghua and Peking universities, as well as the deans of various colleges, had already taken their seats. The military training performance is an assessment and scoring of the 2 weeks of military training. This will directly affect the instructor's performance evaluation. At this moment, Lu Zhan stood solemnly in front of class 1 of the New Energy program and said, Students, today is the day of our military training performance. You must give it your all. Do you all understand? I heard you. The students in the class spoke very loudly, and upon hearing this, Lu Zhan nodded. Okay, you will take the stage in turn according to the school's announcement. I will also be leaving after the performance. I am honored to be your instructor. I hope you can continue to study with the same attitude you had during military training. Lu Zhan took a deep breath. To be honest, of the more than 60 classes present, he felt that his class was the best. Although his classmates were quite mischievous and started visiting other colleges without permission at the beginning, their behavior over the past 2 weeks has truly broadened his horizons. Hearing this, many classmates were also very sad. Although Lu Zhan is usually very serious, he is truly a good instructor. He is very competent and a qualified soldier. They only had contact with their instructors for a short period of half a month, but even if they only had 1 day of contact, in a sense, they were already comrades in arms. All right, everyone, attention. Seeing his classmates' sad expressions, Lu Zhan immediately spoke up. The students instinctively obeyed the instructor's commands. About half an hour later, the military training performance officially began. Each class marched into the playground in neat steps, and under the introduction of the school host, they performed their military training show. Soon, we arrived at the School of New Energy. Lu Zhan led his class onto the playground. 1, 2, 1. 1, 2, 1. As they approached the podium, Lu Zhan shouted, Marching. 1, 2. The students in the class saluted the podium and marched in step. Splash, splash, splash. Their synchronized steps and voices truly exuded the air of soldiers. Seeing this, the deans on the podium all showed their admiration. The students in this class are doing well. Yes, that's how I feel too. Not bad. Not bad. These are students from our School of New Energy. The deans whispered among themselves, and under everyone's watchful eyes, the students from Class 1 of New Energy quickly walked over. Of course, military training is not just for a few minutes of performance, but to let students experience the life of soldiers and cultivate their willpower. This is the true meaning of military training. Chapter 142, The Suit Given by Su Tang. The students walked around the playground and returned to their starting positions. After all the students from Tsinghua and Peking universities had left, a group of girls ran to the center of the playground and started practicing military boxing. After the military-style boxing exercise, the students' faces suddenly turned particularly sad. That's right, the students were reluctant to part with Lu Zhan, and Lu Zhan was also reluctant to part with them. But all good things must come to an end, and this military training has indeed fostered a strong sense of cohesion among them. All instructors, please assemble below the platform. All instructors, please assemble below the platform. The loudspeaker announced the instructor's order to assemble, and at the same time, Lu Zhan forced a smile. All right, students, I have to go now. Study hard in the future, and take care. Lu Zhan saluted his classmates and then walked towards the podium. The students in the class watched Lu Zhan's departing figure with reluctance. At this moment, Wang Baichuan spoke up. Everyone, let's shout together. Thank you for your hard work, instructor. At the same time, the students in the class shouted in unison without any hesitation. Thank you for your hard work, instructor. Hearing the voices of his classmates behind him, Lu Zhan suddenly stopped, but did not turn around. This sentence reminded him of the scene when he saw his old comrade off when he retired from the army. He will be discharged from the army soon. The bond between soldiers is irreplaceable. Lu Zhan took a deep breath and continued walking towards the meeting point. Soon, the more than 60 instructors packed their things and boarded the bus. The students present all felt deeply saddened. After they boarded the bus, it immediately drove away from the playground. At the same time, Han Shuer walked over and said, "All right, students, everyone can disperse now. There will be a freshman orientation party at the Tsinghua Peking University Art Hall at 7 p.m. Those who are interested can go and check it out." Han Shuer understood her classmates' feelings, so she left without saying much. The students present also left the playground in small groups. Mu Chen stepped out of the group and quickly found Su Tang wiping away tears. At this moment, Su Tang's eyes were already a little red and swollen, and Mu Chen gently rubbed her head. "Oh dear, who bullied my darling Tang Tang? She's crying so pitifully." "Nobody's bullying me." Su Tang wiped away the tears from the corners of her eyes and shook her head. Of course, Mu Chen knew why Su Tang was crying. It's because the instructors left. Not only her, but many of the students present shed tears. All right, the instructors have their own tasks to complete. Don't cry. Tang Tang, if the instructors find out you're crying, they'll laugh at you. Reassured by Mu Chen, Su Tang nodded, forcing a smile, and continued. "Then let's go back. Honey, I have something to give you today." Hearing Su Tang's words, Mu Chen was slightly taken aback. "You dared to give me a computer a few days ago. What are you going to give me this time?" "You'll find out soon enough." Just like last time, Su Tang kept everyone in suspense, and of course, Mu Chen didn't ask any further questions. Even if he asked, Su Tang wouldn't tell him. The two left the playground hand in hand and arrived at the Wisteria apartment building a dozen minutes later. "Wait for me. I'll go upstairs and get it for you." Su Tang quickly went upstairs, and just a few minutes later, she came back with an exquisite paper box. "Look," she smiled, and Mu Chen was immediately stunned when he saw what Su Tang was holding. "Good heavens, is that a suit?" Seeing Mu Chen's surprised expression, Su Tang nodded. "Well, there's a new student enrollment event at the store tonight, and my dear husband has a show, so I ordered a suit for you online. You can wear it to sing tonight." "No problem." Upon hearing Su Tang's words, Mu Chen quickly pulled her into his arms. Mu Chen was genuinely surprised. He had to admit that Su Tang was thinking about him all the time. "Having this girl as my girlfriend would be the greatest happiness imaginable." At the same time, Su Tang said, "This suit was custom made to your size. I haven't started learning yet, but when I learn to design clothes in the future, I will definitely make a suit for you myself." Upon hearing this, Mu Chen nodded emphatically. "All right, then I'll wait for that day to come." "Okay." Mu Chen tidied Su Tang's bangs. "Okay, Tang Tang, go upstairs and change into your military training uniform. First, keep the uniform as a souvenir later." "Uh-huh." Su Tang nodded like a chick pecking at rice. "Then let's go out for lunch together. I'll call you then." "Good." Hee hee. Su Tang smiled blankly, waved, and went upstairs. Mu Chen looked at the suit box in his hand and smiled slightly. This suit must cost at least several thousand yuan. Mu Chen took a deep breath. It seemed he needed to make some money quickly to prepare a diamond ring for Su Tang. Although they've only been dating for a little over 2 months, it's a bit early to talk about proposing. But if they really did, Su Tang would definitely be incredibly moved. Imagining Su Tang's touched expression, Mu Chen couldn't wait for the day he would propose. When he returned to his dormitory, none of his 3 eldest sons had come back. Recently, all 3 of them have been working hard to find love, hoping to establish a relationship as soon as possible and get rid of their single status. Mu Chen didn't think much of it. He took off his military training uniform and put on the suit that Su Tang had given him. After putting it on, he looked really handsome. He wore a black suit, a white shirt, and a tie. The only flaw was that he was missing a pair of black leather shoes. "If I had a pair of leather shoes, that would be perfect." However, he did look more mature in a suit. Mu Chen admired himself in front of the mirror for a while before taking off his clothes. "The freshman orientation ceremony isn't until tonight, so I'll wear it then." After changing his clothes, Mu Chen picked up his guitar and sang a few songs. He had lunch with Su Tang at noon and spent the afternoon playing in the gymnasium. Soon, it was 6 o'clock in the evening. Mu Chen and Su Tang walked out of the cafeteria at the same time. Su Tang said with a playful smile, "Honey, the art hall is probably open by now. Let's hurry upstairs, get our instruments, and get there as soon as possible." "Okay, sure." Mu Chen nodded. Su Tang's program was second, and Mu Chen's song was right after Su Tang's. The freshman orientation ceremony starts promptly at 7 o'clock, so they still need to get there early. The two went up to their dormitory building. Mu-chun changed into his suit and put on Li Jiayong's leather shoes. The two of them had the same shoe size, and Mu-chun was neither a germaphobe nor did he care about whether he liked or disliked it. After he went downstairs, many girls looked at him curiously. When Mu-chun put on the suit, he looked not only mature but also sunny and refreshing. Arriving downstairs at Su Tang's building, we waited for more than 10 minutes before Su Tang finally came out carrying her violin case. At this moment, Su Tang changed into a white dress, wore light makeup, had her hair down, and wore a crown-shaped headband. Just like a princess. She was wearing a pair of crystal high heels. To be honest, this was the first time Mu-chun had ever seen Su Tang wear high heels. Su Tang usually dresses in a very cute and adorable way, but this time she gave Mu-chun a very mature feeling. But her face remained as innocent as ever. So beautiful. Seeing this, Mu-chun was incredibly moved. At the same time, seeing Mu-chun wearing a black suit, she also felt that Mu-chun was particularly handsome. When she saw Mu-chun wearing a suit, she immediately imagined what their wedding would be like. Sacred and beautiful. Honey, you look so handsome in that suit. Yeah. Mu-chun smiled slightly, while Su Tang nodded emphatically. Yes, he's so handsome. Su Tang's eyes began to flicker as she looked at Mu-chun. Mu-chun, dressed in a suit, had a certain inexplicable charm about him. At the same time, Mu-chun said, Tang Tang, you look beautiful today too. That's. Su Tang handed the violin to Mu-chun, then stood up and took Mu-chun's arm. Hee. Okay, stop flattering each other. Let's go to the art hall. I'm not flattering you. I'm just telling the truth. Su Tang smiled slightly. The two linked arms and walked toward the art hall. P.S. I'll try to post another chapter before 12 o'clock. Chapter 143. The song prepared for Tang Tang. At 6:30 p.m., the Tsinghua Peking University Art Hall, with more than 2,000 seats, was already more than half full. Tsinghua and Peking universities hold special freshman orientation ceremonies every year. It will also give freshmen a chance to perform. When Mu-chun and Su Tang stepped into the hall, they attracted the attention of many classmates. The two figures exuded charm at all times. Both men and women were quite surprised when they saw the two of them. My God, this couple is definitely blessed by the gods. Yes, they must be the hosts, right? He's so handsome. I'm a guy, and I'm actually smitten with that guy. Something's wrong with you. Mu-chun ignored the comments from his classmates, while Su Tang was already used to it. They walked straight backstage, and as they entered, Mu-chun immediately spotted Xia Yusin. At the same time, Xia Yusin also saw Mu-chun. But when Xia Yusin saw that Su Tang was with him, she immediately felt a surge of anger. Recently, Xia Yusin has been talking to him occasionally while he's practicing singing. But whenever Su Tang came to see him, Xia Yusin would look at Su Tang with a strange gaze, always staring at Su Tang fiercely. Mu-chun had already noticed this. You've come over. Xia Yusin walked over with a big smile. She was wearing a long red dress, heavy makeup, fiery red lips, and her makeup was somewhat glamorous. Anyway, Mu-chun couldn't appreciate this kind of aesthetic. Mu-chun nodded slightly. Without saying much, she knew that Xia Yusin was interested in him, and through their recent interactions, it seemed that she had some issues with Su Tang. Mu-chun's instinctive reaction was to stay away from her. He took Su Tang's hand and walked forward, while Xia Yusin glared at Su Tang fiercely once again. Let's find a place to rest. It's almost 7 o'clock, and it'll probably start soon. Good. Mu-chun and Su Tang found a chair and sat down. There were many classmates around them setting up equipment, but Mu-chun didn't recognize them, and they ignored him and Su Tang. Su Tang opened the violin case, took out the violin, and placed the tailpiece on her shoulder. Holding the bow in his right hand, he gently began to play. Su Tang played Joe Hisaishi's Castle in the Sky, a particularly classic piece that you can listen to endlessly without getting tired of it. Upon hearing the pleasant music, Mu-chun couldn't help but say, Tang Tang, your violin skills have improved again. He really? Hearing Mu-chun praise her, she felt a surge of joy. Girls generally like to be praised, especially when praised by someone you like. Of course, when have I ever lied to you? You're already here. Just then, Han Schwenner's voice suddenly came from beside them. Upon hearing the voice, Mu-chun and Su Tang quickly looked up. Han Schwer wore a white dress and light makeup today, looking very ethereal. She was smiling as she looked at the two of them. Mu-chun asked curiously, Sister Schwer, you're hurried? Oh, you have something planned? That's right. Han Schwetter smiled and nodded. The school also asked me to put on a show, but it's mainly a speech to represent the whole school in welcoming the new students. Good heavens. Upon hearing this, Mu-chan nodded. Being able to give a speech on behalf of the entire school shows that Han Schwetter has considerable ability. Looking at Mu-chan and Su Tang, Han Schwetter asked, "By the way, what song are you planning to sing today?" Upon hearing this, Mu-chan turned to look at Su Tang. A love song. You could say it was specially prepared for Tang Tang. A love song prepared for Tang Tang? Hearing this, Han Schwetter looked on with envy. Singing a love song to his girlfriend in front of the whole school? That's so romantic. Yes, that's right. Recently, Mu-chan and Su Tang have been rehearsing in different classrooms, so Su Tang doesn't know what song Mu-chan is going to sing. Of course, she knew it was a love song. Okay, then you sing well. I'll go get busy. Han Schwetter left quickly, while Xia Yusin and her partner Song Juanza walked onto the stage together. At the same time, the auditorium was almost full, but students were still entering the art hall. Wang Baichuan, Mo Yi, and Li Jiayang sat together with Mo Linwan, Han Yuxuan, and Li Yishi. Wang Baichuan, look, the seats are almost full. Let's save a seat for sister-in-law Mu-chan. Oh. Upon hearing Li Jiayang's words, Wang Baichuan immediately put his legs up on the chair. One person took up 3 chairs. Seeing this, Li Jiayang couldn't help but give him a thumbs up. Meanwhile, the students who couldn't find a seat looked at Wang Baichuan with disdain. This guy is taking up the seats of 3 people. Buttocks are so big. Meanwhile, on stage, hosts Xia Yusin and Song Juanza had already gone up. Xia Yusin put the microphone to her mouth and began to speak. In this beautiful season of golden autumn harvest, we welcome the freshmen of Tsinghua and Peking universities in 2018 with great joy. At the same time, Song Juanza began. First of all, please allow me, on behalf of all the teachers and students of Tsinghua and Peking universities, to welcome the freshmen of 2018. Splash, splash, splash. Thunderous applause erupted from the audience. After finishing his opening remarks, Song Juanza said, "Next, please enjoy a belly dance performed for us by 20 young ladies from the Academy of Fine Arts." P.S. This is a short chapter, 1,600 words, but today's word count is already 6,000. I'll be writing at least 6,000 words tomorrow, so I'm going to enjoy some sweet moments. My darlings, school is about to start, so you must study hard. You don't have to read novels, but you must study hard, because you are the future flowers of our country. Whispering. If you can watch it during the holiday, come back and check on Xiaominghua. My income is going to drop in September. I'd like to ask again for more videos and to continue creating content out of love. Good night, dear readers. Chapter 144, Sky City. Wow, belly dancing. Upon hearing this, Wang Baichuan was startled. His eyes were fixed straight on the stage in front of him, and the boys in the audience were in a similar situation, immediately becoming interested when they heard about belly dancing. The girls at the art academy are already very pretty, and if they also do belly dancing, wow, that scene would be absolutely amazing. The 2 hosts, Xia Yusin and Song Juanza, stepped off the stage, followed by 20 young women in performance costumes who walked onto the stage from backstage. They all had exceptionally good figures, with slender waists and fair thighs that captivated the students present, making it difficult for them to look away. Holy crap, that's awesome. This must be the legendary A4 waist. Seeing so many beautiful girls, Wang Baichuan excitedly grabbed Mo Yi's arm, a look of smug satisfaction on his face. At the same time, Mo Yi rolled his eyes and said, "See, Linwan, I told you long ago that Wang Baichuan is this kind of person, but you just wouldn't believe me. Now his true colors have been revealed." Upon hearing Mo Yi's words, Wang Baichuan was stunned. Damn, I was so engrossed in looking at that girl that I forgot my future wife was here. At the same time, upon hearing Mo Yi's words, Mo Linwan gave Wang Baichuan a disdainful look. Seeing this, Wang Baichuan quickly offered an explanation. "Linwan, let me explain. I'm not usually like this. I was just looking. I was wrong." Upon hearing this, Mo Linwan rolled her eyes. "What did you do wrong?" "Tu did everything wrong. If you say east, it's east. If you say west, it's west. I'm never looking at girls again. Look, I've even closed my eyes." Seeing Wang Baichuan's cowardly expression, Mo Linwan's lips curled up slightly. This is what you call status within the family. Just then, the lights in the art hall suddenly went out. Meanwhile, pleasant music played from the lobby's sound system. Several spotlights suddenly shone on the center of the stage, where 20 beautiful figures struck different poses, creating a stunningly beautiful scene. The students in the audience all looked towards the stage. Even Wang Baichuan, who had his eyes closed, couldn't help but look over. It smells so good, principle will always exist. As the music played, the young lady on stage began to perform a belly dance, swaying her hips and attracting a lot of attention. The audience was incredibly excited, with many taking out their phones to take photos and videos. Some people have even started posting about the white wall. Meanwhile, behind the scenes, Su Tang took a deep breath, picked up her violin, and looked a little nervous. Seeing Su Tang's nervous expression, Muchen couldn't help but ask, "What's wrong, Tang Tang? Are you nervous?" Su Tang nodded, steadying her breathing and trying not to think about these things. "Take a deep breath. You're playing the violin wonderfully. There's no need to be nervous." At this moment, Su Tang pouted and said, "But you can't hear my performance actually. I really want you to hear it." Upon hearing this, Muchen pinched her cheek. "Don't worry. You can still hear clearly from behind the scenes. If you really can't hear it, you can pull it for me yourself next time." Sure. At this moment, Muchen said, "By the way, after your show ends, just go find your roommates there in the 5th row, and they've already saved you a seat." "Okay, sure." Su Tang nodded and rested her head on Muchen's shoulder. Not long after, the 20 belly dancers returned to the backstage area. At the same time, the host's voice came again. "You probably didn't get enough of the belly dance just now, right? The next performance will also be brought to us by the girls from the Academy of Fine Arts. Please give a warm round of applause to Su Tang, who will be performing a violin piece called Castle in the Sky." Upon hearing the host's words, Su Tang immediately stood up. "I went to my husband's place." "Okay, good luck." "Okay." Su Tang made a cheering gesture and walked towards the stage at the same time. Muchen quickly went to Han Shuer's side and said, "Sister Shuer, can you do me a favor?" On stage, Su Tang, dressed in a white evening gown, walked up to the stage at the same time. Wang Baichuan pointed at Su Tang and couldn't help but say, "Holy crap, is that our sister-in-law? She looks so beautiful today." Of course, Mo Yi and Li Jiayong also saw Su Tang, and they both showed shocked expressions when they saw her. At this moment, Su Tang was like Snow White, so pure and innocent, like a fairy with her own holy light. Beautiful, beyond compare. It's fair to say that all the students present were extremely shocked when they saw Su Tang. This was the first time the school had organized such an event, and it was also the first time Su Tang had appeared in front of the entire school. When she stepped onto the stage, she was absolutely captivating. Su Tang's pure and innocent appearance is exactly what everyone's first love looks like. Su Tang first glanced at the principal and dean in the front row, then at the students in the audience, then bowed and placed the tail of her violin on her shoulder. At the same time, a student council member placed a microphone stand in front of Su Tang. "Thanks." She whispered a thank you and began to play. As the bow touched the strings and a beautiful melody began to play, Su Tang also got into the zone. The music of Castle in the Sky was very gentle. With a beautiful and light melody, Su Tang closed her eyes and was completely immersed in the music of Castle in the Sky. At the same time, when the music started, the entire venue fell silent. In the vast art center, not a single person spoke. All the students listened attentively. The melody of Castle in the Sky is so gentle and intoxicating that it's as if a cloud truly appears before them, parting the mist and revealing Castle in the Sky. The performance ended 4 minutes later. Su Tang opened her eyes and bowed deeply to the audience. "Thank you, everyone." Immediately afterwards, thunderous applause erupted from the audience. Splash, splash, splash. Countless students cheered with joy. Su Tang's performance of the piece had truly touched their hearts. Some students even fantasized that a girl would descend from the sky and reunite with them. Su Tang didn't linger on the stage. She looked up and quickly saw Wang Baichuan waving then. Su Tang walked off the stage and headed towards Wang Baichuan. Many students who passed by along the way were attracted by Su Tang's good looks. "Damn, your sister-in-law does a really good job." After Su Tang came over, Wang Baichuan quickly made way for her, and Su Tang sat down next to him. "Really? Thank you for the compliment. It's really great." Looking at Su Tang's playful smile, Wang Baichuan was truly envious of Mu Chun. He has such a pure and innocent girlfriend. After Su Tang stepped off the stage, Xia Yusin and Song Juanza returned to the stage. Meanwhile, Xia Yusin recited her lines. Su Tang's performance of Castle in the Sky just now left us with a lasting impression. Song Juanza. Indeed, but the next song also has a special magic. Oh, next, Please enjoy the original song The Rest of My Life, performed by Moo Chun from the School of New Energy. Please give him a round of applause. Splash, splash, splash. The students below the stage burst into thunderous applause. Meanwhile, Moo Chun, who heard the sound from behind the scenes, grabbed his guitar and quickly went over. At this moment, Han Schwerer stood in front of Moo Chun and said, "Everything you just told me is ready, just perform to your heart's content." "Yes, thank you, Sister Schwerer." Moo Chun nodded and walked towards the stage. Chapter 145 For the Rest of My Life, I Only Want You. The moment Moo Chun stepped out from behind the scenes, his figure attracted the attention of many girls. Similar to the situation when Su Tang came on stage, most of the girls present stared straight at him. Wearing a suit, Moo Chun exudes a mature yet sunny aura, with sharply defined features that make him incredibly handsome. Holy crap, Moo Chun is out, I have to say. Brother Chen looks really handsome in a suit. Wang Baichuan said with envy. With that kind of looks, who wouldn't be envious? At the same time, Li Yishi said, "Yeah, Tang Tang. I'm so envious of your handsome boyfriend, why don't you give him to me?" Hearing this, Su Tang nodded with a smile. "Okay, Moo Chun might eat you up, he'll eat you out of house and home. It's okay, I can afford to support him." Hearing their conversation, Li Jiayang's face darkened. "Yishi, have you considered my feelings? Don't you love me anymore?" "I'm sorry, I've never been in love." "It hurts." Su Tang chuckled, of course, they were just joking. How could she bear to give Moo Chun away? Meanwhile, on stage. Standing on the stage, Moo Chun spotted Su Tang at a glance. Su Tang kept staring at Himyukin. At this moment, Moo Chun brought his mouth close to the microphone and said, "The following song is dedicated to my precious little princess. This song was written just for you." Upon hearing this, wow, all the girls in the room immediately became restless. When Moo Chun came on stage, many girls already regarded him as their male god. Hearing that my crush is going to write a song for a girl makes me feel really bad. But the fact that he wrote a song for a girl shows just how much he loves her. After hearing Moo Chun's words, Wang Baichuan turned to look at Su Tang and exclaimed, "Holy crap, sister-in-law is amazing. Can Moo Chun really write songs?" I don't know either. Su Tang was also a little confused. She had been asking Moo Chun what songs he sang, but Moo Chun kept saying she had never heard them before. He wouldn't have listened to the songs he wrote himself, would he? The main point is that this song was created by myself. At this moment, Su Tang was filled with anticipation. My heart was filled with excitement. Just then, all the lights in the art center suddenly went out. Even the large screen behind the stage went dark. Immediately afterwards, a spotlight suddenly shone on Su Tang. In the darkness, the light stood out so starkly. Now, Su Tang is the focus of the entire event. The students present weren't stupid. They could figure out even with their toes that the person in the spotlight was Moo Chun's girlfriend. This song was definitely written for her. Moo Chun spoke again. "That's right, this song is one I prepared for you. Tang Tang, you sang a song for me during military training, and today I'm going to sing one for you. The lyrics of the song below are what I want to say to you. I hope you will like it for the rest of my life." The lights shining on Su Tang went out, and then all the lights in the venue came on. Moo Chun's figure reappeared in the audience's sight. Meanwhile, none of the students present expected such a scene to unfold. That's so charming. Most girls can't resist this kind of flirting. The people below the stage looked at Moo Chun with envy. At the same time, Moo Chun also got into the zone. The song The Rest of My Life has no instrumental accompaniment. He relied entirely on flicking with his fingertips. Moo Chun gently plucked the strings, his eyes fixed on Su Tang. When the melodious piano music came out, Su Tang covered her mouth, her eyes filled with excitement, and she couldn't bear to look away. After the prelude ended, Moo Chun spoke softly. "Find the sun where there is no wind. To be a warm sun in your cold place. People change all the time. You're always too naive. For the rest of my life, I only want you." Moo Chun's voice was deep and powerful, with a lingering, melodious quality. He expressed his love for Su Tang to the fullest extent. Every lyric is what he wants to say to Su Tang. Although the lyrics were simple, they resonated deeply with the audience. Both the lyrics and melody of this song are filled with his unwavering commitment to love. At this moment, the girl in the audience had already identified herself with the woman Moo Chun was talking about, and imagined that Moo Chun was singing this song for her. After all, who wouldn't love a handsome guy who's good-looking, has a great physique, a nice voice, and can write songs? I'm so envious, so incredibly envious. Upon hearing the singing, Wang Baichuan couldn't help but speak up. "Holy crap, Did Mu-chin really write this song? He felt that the song Mu-chin sang could easily outshine many popular songs. Wang Baichuan turned to look at Su Tang. Sister-in-law, why don't we just stop sending Mu-chin to school and let him debut? By the way, you two could debut together as a couple with your good looks. You'd definitely dominate the entertainment industry. Sister-in-law, sister-in-law. All right, Wang Baichuan, stop babbling. Mo.E couldn't help but pat Wang Baichuan on the shoulder. At this moment, Su Tang didn't hear Wang Baichuan's words at all. Her whole heart was captivated by Mu-chin's singing. Su Tang savored every lyric sung by Mu-chin. For the rest of my life, I only want you. Although it's just 8 simple words, it can be said that this is Mu-chin's promise to her for a lifetime. She really liked this song. She loved it so much. Mu-chin also noticed that Su Tang was staring directly into his eyes, her hands constantly vibrating the strings, while Mu-chin continued singing. For the rest of my life, the wind and snow are you. Ordinary is you. Poverty is also you. Manhwa is you. You are the gentlest thing in my heart. What I see is you. The singing was melodious and pure, and everyone present, whether students or teachers, principal or dean, was captivated by Mu-chin's voice. Mu-chin's abilities far exceeded their expectations. It's safe to say that if Mu-chin's song were released online, it would definitely become a viral hit. Of course, Mu-chin had specifically told Han Shuer to record the original file of his song and the live music video, and Han Shuer readily agreed. Mu-chin plans to find these photos and videos after he and Su Tang retire, so they can see what crazy things they did in their youth. When I see it then, I'll probably feel a lot of emotions and have endless memories. Under the watchful eyes of everyone, the song quickly came to an end. For the rest of my life, winter snow is you. Spring blossoms are you, and so is the rain. Autumn's golden hues are you. The warmth of all 4 seasons is you. What I see is you. What my eyes see is you. Thump, thump, thump. Mu-chin plucked the strings one last time, and as the song ended, thunderous applause erupted from the audience. Splash, splash, splash. Good. It sounds great. My idol is amazing. I love you, my idol. My idol, one more song. I could say I haven't had enough of this song. Although this was sung by Mu-chin for Su Tang, they were very addicted to listening to it. It was really fun. Songs can affect people's moods after hearing this song. Everyone present began to look forward to a sweet romance. The song that Mu-chin sang was more than just a song. He still passed on his flirting skills. Singing a song for a girl in front of the whole school is very meaningful and romantic. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the mission and gaining 2,000 points. The system's voice suddenly sounded in his mind, and at the same time, Mu-chin was overjoyed. The mission is finally over. He smiled slightly, brought his mouth close to the microphone, and said, Tang Tang, for the rest of my life, I only want you. This song is dedicated to you. Su Tang, thank you everyone for listening. After speaking, Mu-chin bowed deeply and walked off the stage. Chapter 146, A Mysterious Blueprint. Good. Wang Baichuan clapped again from below the stage. With a smile, Mu-chin quickly walked to the 5th row, and Wang Baichuan hurriedly made way for him, letting Mu-chin sit next to Su Tang. After Mu-chin sat down, Wang Baichuan couldn't help but say, Brother Chin, you're fucking awesome. You can even write songs now, and they're so good. Holy crap, that's amazing. Hey. Mu-chin smiled slightly and turned to look at the somewhat shy Su Tang. So, Tang Tang, do you like this song? Su Tang nodded gently, her eyes showing a hint of shyness, but mostly excitement. Seeing Su Tang's shy expression, Mu-chin couldn't help but rub her head. Is it too much for me to ask for a kiss? Mua. Without any hesitation, Su Tang kissed Mu-chin on the lips. She smiled slightly. I'll give you whatever you want, because for the rest of your life, you're mine too. Good heavens. Upon hearing this, Mu-chin was slightly taken aback. Hearing that he would give her anything she wanted, for some reason, Mu-chin immediately thought of that. At the same time, Su Tang kissed Mu-chin, and his 3 eldest sons all looked on with envy. Damn, they had to go and show off their love in front of them. Are you polite, Mu-chin? Meanwhile, in a corner of the audience, Gu Linci and Chen Xiaoqi were sticking together. These past few days, Gu Linci has remained as straightforward as ever. He often pesters Mu-chin to teach him conversation skills, and Mu-chin has been helping Gu Linci in order to complete the tasks assigned by the system. In just a few days, their relationship quickly heated up. I just saw Mu-chin sing a song for Su Tang, and Chen Xiaoqi is incredibly envious. Seeing Chen Xiaoqi's envious gaze, Gu Linci said, Little 7. Um, Chun Xiaoqi looked at Gu Linci curiously, while Gu Linci turned his head to look at her. Next time I have the chance, I'll sing you a song, okay? Really? Hearing this, Chun Xiaoqi felt very happy. Seeing Chun Xiaoqi's happy expression, Gu Linci nodded, and then he said hesitantly, "Of course it's true, so Xiaoqiu." What do you mean, I? Seeing Gu Linci's stammering, Chun Xiaoqi pouted. "Will you be my girlfriend?" Oh. Upon hearing this, Chun Xiaoqi's mind went completely blank. She didn't expect Gu Linci to confess his feelings so early. However, after careful consideration, Gu Linci, though a bit straightforward, was still quite good to her. Anyway, it's worth a try. Chun Xiaoqi lowered her head shyly. Then you have to be good to me, okay? I will. Gu Linci nodded firmly, a surge of secret joy welling up inside him. All right then. Chun Xiaoqi nodded, almost blushing with embarrassment. Yes, Xiaoqi, I will definitely treat you well. At the same time, ding, congratulations to the host for completing the mission and gaining 2,000 points and a mysterious blueprint. Just then, a voice in Mu Chen's mind said that the mission was complete. Mu Chen was slightly taken aback. Good heavens. He didn't expect Gu Linci to get Chun Xiaoqi so quickly. Of course, this is thanks to the tricks he taught Gu Linci. However, Mu Chen is now eager to know what the system's reward for him is. A mysterious blueprint. How mysterious. Mu Chen didn't think much of it. He could just wait until the freshman ceremony was over and then go back to his dorm to check. Soon, many more students came up on stage to perform. There are crosstalk performances, skits, magic tricks, and singing. They have all kinds of programs, and it has to be said that this year's freshmen from Tsinghua and Peking universities are indeed very talented. Of course, as for singing, none of them sing as well as Mu Chen. Mu Chen's song, "The Rest of My Life," has been deeply engraved in the hearts of his classmates. Time flies. After 16 or 17 performances concluded at 9 o'clock in the evening, Han Shuer stepped onto the stage with a smile to deliver her speech. Respected leaders and teachers, dear students, good evening. Today is. As with any other speech, Han Shuer first introduced the history of Tsinghua and Peking universities, highlighting the many famous figures who have emerged from them. She then explained the various systems and regulations that would govern the universities before stepping off the stage. After speaking for more than half an hour, Mu Chen was already feeling drowsy. Su Tang had already rested her head on Mu Chen's shoulder and fallen asleep. After the speech, today's freshman orientation ceremony came to a close. Xia Yusin and Song Juanza returned to the stage. Dear students, our freshman orientation ceremony is coming to an end today. Tomorrow, everyone will have their first class at Tsinghua and Peking universities. I hope that everyone will study hard and help each other in the future. I believe that Tsinghua and Peking University can give you a bright future. After a round of applause, the freshman orientation ceremony came to a complete end. At the same time, Mu Chen gently patted Su Tang's shoulder. Tang, don't sleep anymore. It's over. Go back to the dorm to sleep. Su Tang groggily opened her eyes, and soon they left the art hall together. Mu Chen couldn't wait to find out what the mysterious blueprint was. P.S. That's all for now. Tomorrow, August 30th, many of you will be starting school. Dear readers, you should prioritize your studies, work hard, and get into a good university in the future. Xiaoming's book has been in print for exactly 2 months. Thank you to everyone who read this far. The royalties I've received in the past 2 months are more than I earned working for half a year. Thank you so much for reading this far, and thank you to everyone who sent gifts to this book. Even after you all start school, Xiaoming will continue updating. I don't care about the amount of money anymore. I will definitely write until the book is finished. After all, I really like Mu Chen, I really like Su Tang, and I absolutely love this book. I also hope that when you have time off, you can come back and visit Xiaoming and ask for more videos and free electricity. Good night, dear readers. Chapter 147 Blueprints. At 10:30 p.m., Mu Chen took Su Tang's hand, and they returned to the Wisteria apartment building together. His 3 eldest sons did not follow him. They were all striving for their own love. My husband. At this moment, Su Tang suddenly turned her head and looked directly into Mu Chen's eyes. Mu Chen also turned his head to look at Su Tang. Su Tang pursed her lips. Her pretty face flushed, and then she smiled and said, "Thank you for singing for me today. I will really love it for the rest of my life. You really gave me a big surprise." Thinking back to the music of the rest of her life, Su Tang felt a warm current in her heart. Girls are emotional creatures and are easily moved by their boyfriend's thoughtful gestures. Su Tang still fondly remembers the song Mu Chen sang to her. Silly girl, I'm glad you like it. I promise to keep surprising you in the future, and I can even write a lot of songs for you. Yes, I'm really looking forward to it. Su Tang nodded heavily, a tear of emotion welling up in her eye. Then, she hugged Mu Chun tightly in her arms. Mu Chun gently patted her shoulder. Su Tang, this girl is still like a child who never grew up. A single song can move me to tears. However, after putting himself in Mu Chen's shoes, he realized that it was indeed the case. After all, it takes a lot of courage to stand on stage and sing a song for a girl. After a long while, the two gradually loosened their grip. Mu Chen smiled faintly. Tang Tang, classes start tomorrow. You need to study hard, just like you did in high school. I hope all the clothes I wear from now on will be custom made for me by you. Upon hearing this, Su Tang nodded emphatically. Yes, I'll do my best. And so will you. We must make a name for ourselves in the field of new energy. You said I'd be responsible for being beautiful, and you'd be responsible for earning money to support the family. Mu Chen chuckled. And flower arranging too. Hearing this, Su Tang pouted. You stinky mukin, you're doing it again. It's so annoying. Su Tang playfully punched Mu Chen's chest with her tiny pink fist, and Mu Chen pinched her cheek. All right, I'll definitely be able to support you from now on. It's late now. Go back and rest. Remember to eat breakfast tomorrow morning. Yes, my husband too. Su Tang chuckled, waved to him, and headed towards her dormitory building. At the same time, Mu Chen smiled, thinking that while his three eldest sons were still away, he should hurry back and find out what that mysterious blueprint was. Mu Chen went upstairs without stopping, and after entering the dormitory, he brought up the system panel. There was an item in his inventory called a mysterious blueprint. Mu Chen used his mind to retrieve the blueprint. Immediately afterwards, a blueprint appeared out of thin air in Mu Chen's hand. If his three eldest sons saw this scene, they would be absolutely stunned. Of course, Mu Chen wouldn't be so foolish as to let his roommate see it. He examined the drawing in his hand. It was just an ordinary piece of white paper, about the size of a newspaper. This sheet of paper contains a lot of information, most of which is related to new energy. What is the difference between a storage battery and a particle battery? Mu Chen stared blankly at the inner cylinder on the drawing. The drawing described various batteries, and the part that followed was about sodium-ion batteries. Speaking of sodium-ion batteries, Mu Chen also has some knowledge of this type of battery. Sodium-ion batteries have low energy density, but are relatively stable. Lithium-ion batteries have high energy density, but they are particularly unstable. This is why some electric vehicles explode while charging. Lithium-ion batteries will explode and catch fire if punctured by a sharp object. Sodium-ion batteries, however, are different. They are very stable and less dangerous, but because of their low energy density and limited energy storage, they have now been completely replaced by lithium-ion batteries. Looking at the blueprint, Mu Chen was puzzled. What was the point of the system giving him such a blueprint? After careful observation, Mu Chen realized that the blueprint seemed to have led him into a new world. Increase the energy density of sodium-ion batteries. After seeing the contents of the drawing, Mu Chen took a deep breath. Lithium-ion batteries are very expensive, and lithium is becoming increasingly scarce. But sodium is different. For example, the salt we use for eating is actually sodium chloride. If we can increase the energy density of sodium-ion batteries, then we will definitely be able to make a difference in the future. Upon seeing this, Mu Chen immediately became interested. Just then, his roommate suddenly opened the dormitory door. Wang Baichuan was taken aback when he saw Mu Chen reading a book. Goodness, Brother Chen, what kind of little article are you reading? Upon hearing this, Mu Chen was taken aback. Short article? Is he serious about this short article? At the same time, Wang Baichuan had already walked over. He glanced at the blueprints in Mu Chen's hand and froze. Wow, Brother Chen, you've already started previewing our major courses? That's awesome. All right, go play somewhere else. Mu Chen rolled his eyes and threw the blueprints on the bed. Of course, his three eldest sons would never be interested in such things. Mu Chen didn't intend for them to see this. Hey guys, I'm going to take a shower now. Mu Chen took off his clothes and went into the bathroom. After taking a shower, he lay on the bed and continued studying the blueprints. Meanwhile, his three roommates also went into the bathroom to take a shower one by one. Ding dong. Just then, Mu Chen's phone suddenly vibrated. Mu Chen picked it up and saw that it was a WeChat message sent to him by Su Tang. My dear husband, have you finished showering? Upon seeing this message, Mu Chen smiled slightly. Yes, I've already finished washing. How about you? Me too. Then, Su Tang sent him a little bunny emoji. Mu Chun continued. So, Tang Tang, what do you need me for? Su Tang paused slightly on the other end of the line, then typed, Can I contact you if there's nothing wrong? Upon seeing this message, Mu Chun quickly typed, No, no, the girl is still as clingy as ever. Su Tang sent a disdainful emoji and then asked, By the way, honey, you need to take good care of your voice, okay? I want you to sing for me every day from now on. No problem. At this moment, Mu Chun suddenly remembered something. He grinned mischievously and typed, Tang Tang, could you send me a voice message? Question mark. Su Tang sent a question mark, followed by a voice message, which Mu Chun then opened. What's wrong? We talk every day. Our voices shouldn't be that strange, right? After hearing Su Tang's voice, Mu Chun continued typing. Tang Tang, not that kind of voice, it's that kind. That kind. Su Tang was a little confused. Meanwhile, Mu Chun typed. It's that kind, you know. When Su Tang saw the words, you understand, she scratched her head. I understand. This. Suddenly, Su Tang realized something. Her little face turned bright red. As a girl who was already 18, she naturally understood what Mu Chun meant. Coco, my roommates are all in the dorm. You can't just send those kinds of voice messages casually. If your roommate hears them, they'll be in big trouble. That stinky Mukin, he's so annoying. Heh, you stinky Mukin, you're at it again. My roommates are all in the dorm. You're dreaming. Upon seeing Su Tang's message, Mu Chun typed, Then go to the stairwell and send it to me. Chapter 148, the first lesson. Go to the stairwell? That stinky Mukin is overthinking it. Su Tang pouted, thinking that Mu Chun was really indulging in wishful thinking. They actually made her go to the hallway to send him that kind of thing. How shameless. Su Tang sent a rejection emoji, then typed, Impossible, you're overthinking it, you stinky Mukin. Upon seeing this message, Mu Chun teased, My dear Su Tang, didn't you say you'd give me anything I wanted today? Could it be that you've changed your mind? Oh, this. Su Tang was immediately at a loss for words. She did say that today, but for Mu Chun to use it in such a way is just too inappropriate. You stinky Mukin, I'm ignoring you now. I'm going to sleep. Good night, honey. Su Tang sent a message that sounded like she was both angry and exasperated, then placed her phone next to her pillow. Meanwhile, Mu Chun typed, Okay, then next time we go to a hotel, you must let me hear your voice. Good night. After putting down his phone, Mu Chun stretched. Because they had to get up early for breakfast and class the next morning, their roommates didn't chat and went straight to bed with the lights off. The next morning, Mu Chun woke up early in the morning because he had been in military training for the past few days. His biological clock was perfectly normal. Go to bed on time, and you'll be in great health. He took out his phone and looked at the class schedule. The first class this morning was a major course. Because I'm a freshman, my schedule is basically full of classes from Monday to Friday. There are no classes on Friday afternoons, and of course, there are no classes on weekends either. Although you can skip classes in college, if you frequently miss them, your professor will definitely fail you. Especially schools like Tsinghua and Peking University. Of course, students who can get into Tsinghua and Peking University generally don't skip classes. Mu Chun got up, dressed, and washed up in the bathroom before waking up his eldest son. Moe, get up. Jiang, get up quickly, or you'll lose Li Yishi. Wang Baichuan. Mo Lin Wan is asking you out. Huh? Lin Wan, where is Lin Wan? Upon hearing this, Wang Baichuan immediately sat up. At the same time, Wang Baichuan's actions startled Mu Chun. Damn, Wang Baichuan, you're really something else. Mo Lin Wan, my foot. Get up and go to class now. You lied to me. Wang Baichuan glared at Mu Chun and said, Do you know that I was playing Ludo with Xiaowan in my dream? You owe me Xiaowan. Mu Chun. Upon hearing Wang Baichuan's words, Mu Chun was rendered speechless. Playing Ludo? Let's play a game of flying chess. All right, get up now. The first class today is a major course. Hurry up and go to class. Oh. Wang Baichuan nodded and quickly began to get dressed. Meanwhile, Mu Chun called Moe and Li Jiayang twice more before they groggily opened their eyes and got dressed. At 7:20, the three of them were finally ready. Fortunately, Tsinghua and Peking universities do not have morning self-study sessions. The first class starts at 8:20, so they have an hour to eat. Seeing that his three roommates were almost ready, Mu Chun spoke up. Hello everyone, are you all almost ready? Don't forget to take your textbooks. Let's go to the cafeteria for lunch first. The three of them quickly grabbed their textbooks from their desks. Mu Chun glanced at Wang Baichuan and rolled his eyes. Wang Baichuan, are you still dreaming about playing Ludo with your Xiaowan? It's our first professional class. What are you doing talking about ideological and political theory? Huh? Oh, Wang Baichuan looked like he hadn't woken up yet. Needless to say, he must have been rocking the bed again last night. After Wang Baichuan changed his textbooks, the four of them left the dormitory, closed the door, and went to the school. The air at Tsinghua and Peking University is wonderful this morning. It's already mid to late September, and the weather in Kyoto is gradually cooling down. This temperature is really comfortable. The only downside is we can't see the girls' thighs. Because it was the first day of class, the students were especially energetic. I've heard that the teachers at Tsinghua and Peking Universities are all renowned professors, and many students are already eager to hear their lectures. Mu Chun and his roommates went to the cafeteria, bought some pancakes and milk, and after eating, they headed straight for Building F. Their classroom was 304, a large lecture hall. This class was not only for their class, but also for students from the second and third classes of the New Energy program. When Mu Chun and his four roommates went in, the surrounding classmates began to whisper among themselves. Mu Chun's rendition of The Rest of My Life yesterday became an instant hit, garnering a huge number of likes on both Douyin and the school's Weibo account. His singing video was even shared on major media platforms, and the song became an instant hit across the internet. Talent scouts are already looking for Mu Chun. People who are both good-looking and talented are welcome everywhere. Brother Chun, look, so many people around are looking at you. Forehead. Upon hearing Wang Baichuan's words, Mu Chun frowned slightly. Indeed, after he came in, many of his classmates looked at him. Mu Chun could probably handle it if it were a girl watching it. But the main problem was that all the classmates in his class were guys. Hey Chun, after singing that song yesterday, you gained a bunch of male fans too. Go play somewhere else. Mu Chun rolled his eyes at Wang Baichuan. They arrived at the first row of the lecture hall, and Mu Chun began to speak. Hey guys, since we're here to learn, let's just sit in the front row so we can listen to the lecture properly. At this time, no students sat down in the first row. In fact, many students in university do not choose the first row. Being too close to the professor makes me feel really awkward. But Mu Chun doesn't think so. Since we're here to learn, it's best to be as close to the professor as possible. Seeing that Wang Baichuan, Moe, and Li Jiayong had no objections, Mu Chun quickly sat down next to them. The field of new energy studies a wide range of topics, including the origins of energy and the historical discovery of electricity. Of course, since it's an energy major, the internal combustion engine of a car is also indispensable. At 8:15, an elderly professor who looked to be in his 50s walked onto the podium. He was wearing a black Zhongshan suit and glasses and looked very cultured. Upon seeing the students, he smiled kindly and said, "All right, welcome everyone, class monitors of the three classes. Please call out names, and we'll start class right away." Then, Wang Baichuan called out names according to the class's attendance sheet. Students at Tsinghua and Peking universities generally have excellent self-discipline and rarely skip the first class. After confirming that the number of attendees was correct, the professor on the podium turned on the microphone, then plugged the USB drive into the computer and started playing the PowerPoint presentation. Dear students, I will be your major's advisor from now on. My name is Huang Qili, and you can call me Teacher Huang. After Huang Qili finished speaking, he turned his gaze to the students and began to say, "Since you all already know me, I don't know you all yet since there are too many people here. I won't let you all introduce yourselves one by one now. Please answer the questions and briefly introduce yourselves. Please take a look at the questions." Huang Qili flipped through the PPT, and the problems on it became apparent. Why did you choose new energy as your major? This question is very simple, and many students already have the answer in mind after seeing it. At the same time, Huang Qili turned his attention to Mu Chun. You can answer first, student. Me? Mu Chun was slightly taken aback at first, while Huang Qili nodded. That's right. It's you. You can introduce yourself first, and then answer the questions on the PPT. Mu Chun stood up confidently and said, "Hello, Professor Huang. My name is Mu Chun from the New Energy Class 1. As for why I chose New Energy as my major, my answer is for environmental protection." Upon hearing this, Huang Qili asked, "Oh, for environmental protection? P.S. Chapter 145 is under review. I will let everyone know when it is released. Chapter 149, invite me to dinner." Yes, that's right. Mu Chun nodded, and then continued. In recent years, my country's vehicle emission standards have changed frequently, from China V to China 6. Moreover, China has always relied on imports for 70% of its oil. I feel that new energy sources will replace internal combustion engines in the future. Hearing Mu Chen's words, Huang Qili nodded. What Mu Chen said is indeed the current situation. Although China has a lot of oil reserves, it still needs to import a lot of oil. At the same time, Mu Chen continued. Currently, some new energy vehicles from abroad have entered our market, but the battery technology is not yet mature. The range of most new energy vehicles is only 300 kilometers, and the range will decrease in winter. I feel that new energy vehicles are very likely to replace gasoline vehicles, and new energy vehicles are more environmentally friendly than gasoline vehicles. The problem we are facing now is how to increase the driving range. Not bad. Huang Qili looked at Mu Chen with admiration. What Mu Chen said was indeed very reasonable. Now, Tesla, which seems to have lost all momentum, has entered China, and at the same time, many Chinese automakers have started to develop new energy vehicles. Although China lags behind foreign countries in the automotive industry, it is a new starting point in the field of new energy. With the progress of the times, many people no longer have the idea of blindly worshipping foreign things. As long as the quality is improved, consumers will definitely buy it. Huang Qili could sense that Mu Chen must have understood the market and new energy to say such a thing. Mu Chen is no ordinary student. He must have done his homework beforehand. At the same time, Huang Qili couldn't help but ask, "So, Mu Chen, what are your thoughts on current energy technology?" Mu Chen thought for a moment, then continued. Actually, China's battery technology is quite mature, and the world's battery standards are about the same. My idea is to see if we can increase the energy density of sodium-ion batteries, which would reduce costs and make them relatively safer. Mu Chen, what you said is very good. Please sit down. Mu Chen nodded and then sat down. Meanwhile, Moe, Wang Baichuan, and Li Jiayang all looked at Mu Chen with surprised expressions. Although they all knew about these things, they didn't know them as thoroughly as Mu Chen. Wang Baichuan, who was standing to the side, couldn't help but say, "Brother Chen, you're really something else. How much homework did you do in advance?" "I didn't prepare beforehand. Isn't that common sense?" Mu Chen's answer was casual, and Wang Baichuan was taken aback when he heard Mu Chen's words. Good grief, common sense? Am I a complete failure? Seeing Wang Baichuan's astonished look, Mu Chen chuckled. All right, now pay attention in class. Huang Qili then asked the other students to answer some questions before beginning to introduce the course. Since it was the first day of class, I didn't learn much useful stuff. The professor simply introduced himself to the students briefly. The morning passed quickly. At 11:50 a.m., Huang Qili shut down the computer and then said, "All right, class dismissed. Go back and study your books. Next class will go to the lab to do experiments on electrolytes." After speaking, Huang Qili left the classroom first. At the same time, Wang Baichuan took a deep breath. Damn, what kind of major is this? I don't understand it at all. If you don't understand something, read more books. Mu Chen stood up and looked at Moe and Li Jiayang. The two of them were in much better condition than Wang Baichuan. You three go eat. I'm going to find Su Tang by everyone. Mu Chen chuckled and slunk away from the classroom, while Wang Baichuan was overjoyed. Brother E, I'm going to find your sister. I'll try to play Ludo with her as soon as possible. At noon, many people headed to the school cafeteria. After Mu Chen went downstairs, he had just taken out his phone when Su Tang called him. Looking at the word wife on the screen, Mu Chen smiled slightly, then pressed the answer button and put the phone to his ear. Hey, Tang, you called me right after class. Do you want me to hear your voice? Su Tang hummed in response on the phone. That voice. Immediately, Su Tang remembered the request Mu Chen had made the night before. That stinky Mukin, he's at it again. Su Tang said in a disdainful tone. You stinky Mukin, you're overthinking it. By the way, where are you? I'll come find you. Let's go eat together. Okay, sure. Mu Chen said. I just came downstairs. You live closer to the cafeteria, so you can wait for me at the cafeteria entrance. Okay. Su Tang didn't say much and hung up the phone directly. At the same time, Mu Chen also headed towards the cafeteria without stopping. 8 minutes later, Mu Chen saw Su Tang in the distance. As the weather gets cooler, Su Tang is wearing a white sweater and light blue jeans today. With her long hair flowing freely, she stood there and became a beautiful sight. Upon seeing Mu Chen, Su Tang excitedly ran towards him. Darling. Su Tang walked over and took Mu Chen's hand, clinging to him like a clingy person. What's wrong, my little darling? Su Tang's behavior today is a bit unusual. Upon hearing this, Su Tang smiled brightly. Don't you know? The song you sang for me last night has become a hit. Upon hearing this, Mu Chen remembered what Wang Baichuan had told him that morning. The song, The Rest of My Life, became an instant hit. No wonder Su Tang was so happy today. It turns out it was because of this. Mu Chen gently rubbed Su Tang's head. Isn't it understandable that she was angry? After all, her husband is so outstanding. So narcissistic, he gets all high and mighty after a few compliments. Although Su Tang said Mu Chen was narcissistic, she was secretly overjoyed. Su Tang felt proud that her boyfriend could make a song a hit. Mainly, this song is still sung for myself. Now, many girls on Weibo and Tieba are extremely envious of her. Writing a song for someone is so romantic. At the same time, Mu Chen said, Tang Tang, now that my song has become a hit, shouldn't you show your support and give me a reward? For all. Upon hearing this, Su Tang immediately thought of something strange. A reward. Tu will give it to you, but Mu Chen not now. I'm ready. I'll definitely give it to you. Su Tang stammered, and Mu Chen chuckled. Tang Tang, what are you thinking? I'm not talking about that kind of reward. Upon hearing this, Su Tang was stunned. Could it be that I'm overthinking things? At this moment, Mu Chen revealed a mischievous smile. TSK. Tang Tang, something's not right. I mean, you can just buy me milk tea and a meal. So what were you thinking just now? Chapter 150 Club Recruitment. Oh, I wasn't thinking anything. Yes, I wasn't thinking about anything. Su Tang pouted and rolled her eyes. At the same time, Mu Chen pinched her little cheek. Then why is Tang Tang's face red? I am not blushing. She playfully punched Mu Chen's chest with her little fist, pouting her lips. You stinky mukin. It's all because I've been with you for so long that I've become like this. I hate you so much. All right. Mu Chen held Su Tang's little hand. Let's go eat first, by the way. Tang Tang, how were your classes this morning? That's great. Hearing Mu Chen change the subject, Su Tang immediately became excited, and she raised her little head. Our mentor is a very famous fashion design teacher. She showed us a lot of her work, although we haven't started learning yet. I feel it's quite simple. Okay, then I'll wait for Tang Tang to design my first outfit. Hee. Okay, honey, I'll definitely design your first set of women's clothing. Upon hearing this, Mu Chen was taken aback. You little rascal. Su Tang playfully stuck her tongue out at Mu Chen. You would look absolutely stunning in women's clothing. Looking at Mu Chen's delicate features, Su Tang thought to herself, Mu Chen's skin was naturally fairer than other boys. If he shaved his leg hair, put on makeup, wore a skirt, and then wore a wig, he should be very pretty. With this in mind, Su Tang made up her mind to make Mu Chen dress up as a woman at least once. And it's even women's clothing that I designed myself. The two entered the cafeteria hand in hand, and many students noticed Mu Chen and Su Tang. The surrounding classmates were talking about it, but Mu Chen ignored them completely. Honey, what do you want to eat? I'll buy it for you. The two of them came to a window and looked at the dishes. Mu Chen thought for a moment and said, I want to eat the dishes that Tang Tang made herself. At this moment, a happy smile appeared on Su Tang's face, and she nodded. Our school allows students to live off campus in their second year. Why don't we move in together in our second year? I'll cook for you every day then. Wow, you actually want to live with me? Upon hearing this, Su Tang pouted. I should be able to design clothes by then. Of course I'll go out. My goal is to open a company in my senior year. Hearing Su Tang's words, he pinched her cheek. Okay, it's settled, then we'll move out in our second year. Seeing Su Tang's happy expression, Mu Chen was also delighted. What does it mean to live together? It means I can sleep with Su Tang every day. Then at night, hee. Thinking of this, Mu Chen revealed a mischievous smile. Just then, Su Tang gently tugged at Mu Chen. Mu Chen, tell me quickly what you want to eat. Just a braised pork rice bowl will do. Mu Chen's favorite food is braised pork. Su Tang nodded and said, Auntie, give me a braised pork rice bowl and a potato rice bowl. Hearing this, Mu Chen turned his head curiously. What's wrong, Tang Tang? Don't you eat meat anymore? I need to lose weight. I've only lost 3 pounds since school started. I must maintain my figure. I only lost 3 pounds after school started? Lose weight. Hearing this, Mu Chen was truly confused. I've already lost 3 pounds, and I still need to lose weight. I don't understand the world of women. The two carried their trays to a quiet spot by the window, and Mu Chen placed a piece of braised pork on Su Tang's plate. Tang Tang, eat more meat. You've already lost 3 pounds. Why are you trying to lose weight? I don't want to. Su Tang quickly put the braised pork back on Mu Chen's plate and said, I only want you to eat the braised pork. I made the one in the cafeteria. Doesn't taste good. Upon hearing this, Mu Chen shrugged and did not insist. At this moment, Su Tang suddenly thought of something and said, "By the way, honey, isn't today the first day of classes? I heard that many clubs are recruiting new members on the playground tonight. Let's go check it out together tonight." Club recruitment? After thinking about it carefully, Mu Chun realized that it made sense. Tsinghua and Peking universities do not have evening self-study sessions, so the schools allocate many classrooms to student clubs, and evenings are generally the time for students to interact with their clubs. Of course, many students don't join clubs and just play games in their dorm rooms. In his previous life, Mu Chun spent his life in this way. After hearing Su Tang's words, Mu Chun asked, "Does Tang Tang have any clubs she'd like to join?" "Have?" Su Tang nodded emphatically, then pouted her little lips. "I want to join the anime club, the Hanfu club. I also want to learn to sing, skateboard, and guitar sai. I don't know what to join." Upon hearing Su Tang's words, Mu Chun chuckled. This girl seems to want to join quite a few clubs. Mu Chun nodded. "Let's go to the playground tonight, and then make a decision." "Okay, sure." Su Tang nodded obediently, and then said, "By the way, honey, I remember I asked you to bring the Hanfu you won at the comic convention. Did you bring it?" "Yes, I did bring it." Mu Chun nodded. Su Tang chuckled. "Then how about you wear Hanfu tonight? Summer Ginkgo sent me a few more Hanfu recently. I haven't updated my Douyin in a long time, so I'll update it now." "Yes, that's fine." Su Tang had almost forgotten about it until she mentioned it. She's still a trendsetter now. I can earn some pocket money by taking pictures of clothes, mainly because I get to wear free clothes. Seeing that Mu Chun agreed, Su Tang's eyes seemed to sparkle. Has he never seen Mu Chun wear Hanfu? Mu Chun in Hanfu must be very handsome. Su Tang usually enjoys watching period dramas and is particularly fascinated by young men wearing Hanfu, traditional Han clothing. She had always wanted to see Mu Chun wear Hanfu, but she never had the chance. Tonight is a very good opportunity. After finishing their meal, Mu Chun and Su Tang went back to their respective dormitories. Since I have classes in the afternoon, it's better to take a nap during lunch break. The afternoon classes were relatively simple, consisting of one period of ideological and moral cultivation and one period of college English. These courses are required in university and are related to whether students meet the credit requirements, so students generally do not skip them. The afternoon classes flew by, and soon it was 6 o'clock in the afternoon. Mu Chun and Su Tang had a meal in their dorm when they arrived at the dorm building. Su Tang said with a smile, "Honey, go upstairs and change into your Hanfu. I need to do my makeup, which will take a while. I'll message you when I'm ready, and then you can come downstairs." "Okay, honey." Mu Chun nodded, and Su Tang stretched out her arm and made a heart shape with her hands for Mu Chun. "I love you. Honey, go upstairs now." Mu Chun went up to his dormitory building, where his 3 eldest sons were playing games. Wang Baichuan was overjoyed to see Mu Chun return. "Brother Chun, you're finally back. I've installed PUBG on your computer. Want to play squads?" No. Mu Chun shook his head. "The clubs are recruiting new members over at the playground tonight. I'm going to go check it out with Tang Tang later. You guys have fun first." Oh, seeing that Mu Chun wasn't playing games, Wang Baichuan didn't say much. At the same time, Mu Chun opened the wardrobe and took out the Hanfu that had been stored away for a long time. Speaking of which, he doesn't seem to know how to wear Hanfu properly. P.S. Study hard and don't stay up late. It's so chilly, so very chilly. Good night, dear readers. Chapter 151, Little Fairy. Looking at the white and dark green Hanfu, Mu Chun finally chose the white one. Green saying it like that is a bit unlucky. As for how to wear Hanfu, Mu Chun simply took out his phone and asked Baidu. The men's version of Hanfu is not much different from the women's version. Following the steps on Baidu, Mu Chun put on the clothes one by one. The dormitory doesn't have air conditioning, so the temperature isn't too low. Wearing Hanfu won't make you cold. This is a white Hanfu with red embroidery. The sleeves are long and loose, and the material is very light. It is similar to the clothes worn by the main characters in ancient costume dramas. After getting dressed, Mu Chun straightened the neckline and straight skirt, and finally tied the belt, completing the task. At this moment, Mu Chun felt as if he had truly traveled back to the Han Dynasty and become a refined and cultured scholar. If you were to give him a sword and a straw hat at this moment, you could easily mistake him for a chivalrous knight. At the same time, his 3 eldest sons also noticed Mu Chun. Wang Baichuan turned his head, looked at Mu Chun's white Hanfu, and couldn't help but ask, "Wow, Brother Chun, you've started doing cosplay?" "What?" Upon hearing this, Mu Chun was taken aback. "Cosplay? When did Hanfu, traditional Han clothing, become cosplay?" Mu Chun rolled his eyes. "All right, if you don't understand, Don't talk nonsense. TSK tisk TSK. Wang Baichuan pursed his lips. Looking at Mu Chun dressed in hanfu, he had to admit, Mu Chun looked really handsome in hanfu. He's even more handsome than the male leads in period dramas. If you wore this hanfu on the street, you would definitely turn heads. Moe and Li Jiayong praised Mu Chun highly when they saw him wearing hanfu. Brother Chun, I have to say, you really look good in this. Yes, I'm tempted. It makes me want to wear hanfu too. Mu Chun smiled slightly. Tang Tang asked me to wear this, by the way. You three should come down together later. Don't just stay in the dorm playing games. Wouldn't it be better to join a club with your future girlfriend? Yes. Hearing Mu Chen's words, his three eldest sons all nodded. The game is secondary. It's better to establish a relationship first. Once the relationship is established, we can play Ludo on weekend nights, which is more comfortable than a rocking bed. Besides, we live in a society where there are more men than women. If we delay things, someone else might take her away. Mu Chun didn't pay much attention to the three of them. He went into the bathroom and looked in the mirror. He did look very sunny in his hanfu. It would be even better if she had long hair. After tidying his hair a bit, Mu Chun returned to his seat at 6:45 p.m. His phone rang. He picked it up and saw that it was Su Tang calling. Mu Chun answered the call, put the phone to his ear, and said, "Hey Tang Tang." "Hey honey," Su Tang said with a grin from across the table. "I'm all done with my makeup and ready. How about it? Are you wearing your hanfu yet?" "Yes, I've already put it on." "Wow." Su Tang's tone was full of curiosity, and she hurriedly said, "Then let's go downstairs. Honey, the clubs over there on the playground have already started recruiting. I heard it's quite lively there." "Okay, I'll come downstairs now." "Okay, I'll wait for you downstairs." After hanging up the phone, Mu Chun stood up from his seat, looked at his three sons who were still playing games, and said, "I'm going downstairs first. Guys, don't just keep playing games. Get some exercise." Okay, you can go now." Wang Baichuan was still playing PUBG. Mu Chun shrugged, didn't think much of it, and quickly left the dormitory and went downstairs. It was almost 7 o'clock, and the sky had completely darkened, but the lighting system on the Tsinghua and Peking University campuses was excellent, and the streetlights were very bright. At this time, there were many people on campus. After Mu Chun went downstairs, many people around him turned their eyes to him and whispered among themselves. Of course, no one said he was dressed strangely in today's society. Hanfu has been accepted by most people. Although this kind of clothing is more common at anime conventions, you can still see people wearing it on campuses. Upon arriving at apartment building number 1, Su Tang happened to be walking out of the stairwell at the same time. Su Tang was dressed in a pink hanfu that reached her waist, holding a round fan in her hand. Her hair was styled in a phoenix bun and adorned with various hair accessories, making her look like a fairy from an ancient costume drama. Not only that, Su Tang also wore light makeup, with pink eyeshadow and blush, and her lipstick was pink and plump, making Mu Chun feel an urge to kiss her. As I approached Su Tang, a fragrant aroma immediately wafted towards me. Wow! When Su Tang saw Mu Chun wearing hanfu, she was completely mesmerized. She looked Mu Chun up and down carefully, and she had to admit that Mu Chun looked absolutely stunning in hanfu. It's a pity he didn't grow his hair long. If he had, he would have really looked like the male lead in a TV series. Seeing Su Tang's surprised expression, Mu Chun smiled and said, "How about it? Isn't your husband handsome?" "I'm so handsome I've blinded you." TCH. Su Tang pouted and rolled her eyes. "No, not at all. You're just a little bit more handsome, but I must say, you look absolutely stunning in hanfu. I'm sure you'd be even more beautiful in women's clothing." Upon hearing this, Mu Chun was taken aback. Women's clothing? What a load of crap, wearing women's clothes. There are two kinds of cross-dressing, 0 times and countless times. He certainly didn't want to be the latter. "Go away, you little brat. You've got some nerve. I'll teach you a lesson next time we go to a hotel." Su Tang stuck her tongue out at Mu Chun, struck a pose, and with a playful smile, asked, "How do I look, honey? Am I beautiful today?" Mu Chun went over and pinched her cheek. Seeing you reminds me of a poem." "What poem?" Su Tang opened her big, watery eyes, eager to hear Mu Chun praise her. At the same time, Mu Chun stared into her eyes and said, "Even the lotus cannot compare to a beauty's makeup. The breeze from the water pavilion carries the fragrance of pearls and jade." But there aren't any hibiscus flowers here." "Silly girl, I was just using a metaphor. You look as beautiful as an ancient palace made right now. No, even more beautiful than the 7 fairies." Su Tang blushed when Mu Chun praised her. Is that so? Then this fairy is yours from now on. What are you planning to do to me? Do what? This question startled Mu Chun, and he replied, what else can we do? Flower arranging, of course. This. Upon hearing this, Su Tang was taken aback. Even this lousy road, no wonder Mu Chun. Humph, you stinky mukin, you again. Okay. Mu Chun took Su Tang's hand and said, it's getting late. Let's go to the playground and check on the clubs. Su Tang nodded like a chick pecking at rice. She pursed her lips and walked towards the central playground with Mu Chun. Both of them looked ethereal, especially Su Tang in the gentle breeze. Her skirt fluttered gracefully, making anyone who saw her unable to resist having a moment of daydreaming. It's common to see young men and women wearing hanfu, but this is the first time I've seen someone so good-looking. Soon, Mu Chun and Su Tang arrived at the central playground, where many students were already watching. There are many club booths on both sides of the playground, such as the music club, art club, guitar club, and so on. Wow! Upon arriving at the playground, Su Tang's eyes lit up. She grabbed Mu Chun's hand and started running ahead of him. Mu Chun, there are so many clubs. Let's go check them out. Chapter 152 Taekwondo Club. Tang, slow down, what's the rush? At this moment, Su Tang felt just like when he was a child and saw a toy he liked. He couldn't help but want to go and take a look. Hurry up, look, there's a hanfu club over there, lots of like-minded students there. Su Tang led Mu Chun by the hand to the hanfu shop. The stall was small, but it was very eye-catching. Why? Because the people in the hanfu club all wear hanfu. There are 6 young men and women here, all dressed in hanfu, each wearing a different style. Moreover, all 6 of them were quite good-looking, and their stall displayed various kinds of hanfu, traditional Han clothing, attracting many students. Of course, there are more boys than girls. Upon seeing Mu Chun and Su Tang arrive, a girl dressed in JK-style hanfu quickly stepped forward to greet them. This girl is the prettiest of the 3 girls. She is about 165 meters tall, has a slender figure, is wearing black stockings, and most importantly, has an enviable 36D bust. When she saw Mu Chun's handsome face, she recognized him immediately. You are Mu Chun? Upon hearing this, Mu Chun frowned slightly. You know me? Of course I know him. The young woman said, Hello, my name is Wang Xiaoyu, and I am the president of the Hanfu Club in my 2nd year of university. It's nice to meet you. Wang Xiaoyu extended her right hand, and just as Mu Chun was about to shake her hand, Su Tang suddenly grasped Wang Xiaoyu's hand. Hello, it's nice to meet you, Sister Xiaoyu. Wang Xiaoyu was a little confused when Su Tang suddenly grabbed her hand. However, she knew why. She had indeed been too excited, which inevitably led to misunderstandings from Mu Chun's girlfriend. Hello, you must be Su Tang. Your Sky City performance yesterday was amazing. Thanks. Su Tang smiled slightly. Honey, let's go look at other places. I don't want to join the Hanfu Club for the time being. Oh, okay. Mu Chun couldn't help but smile. Su Tang had been clamoring to come over, but then she wanted to leave again. She was clearly jealous. TSK. This little girl, is she that jealous? Su Tang took Mu Chun's hand and left after they were a distance away. Mu Chun chuckled and said, Tang, were you jealous just now? Upon hearing this, Su Tang pouted. I didn't do it, but you know perfectly well what you did. Mu Chun was stunned. What did I do? At the same time, Su Tang rolled her eyes. You get distracted by someone's legs, and your heart is captivated by someone's breasts. Isn't that right? Upon hearing this, Mu Chun was completely dumbfounded. Goodness, Su Tang is such a keen observer. I only glanced at it briefly, and this little girl noticed. Women are absolutely terrifying. Seeing Su Tang's sullen expression, Mu Chun was stunned. I only glanced at it for a little while. I was wrong. Snort. Su Tang pouted. You stinky mukin. You're not allowed to look at other girls anymore. I can wear the same clothes as them. Okay. Mu Chun grinned mischievously. Then how about you come in a black stockings maid outfit next time, my dear Tang? A maid in black stockings? Upon hearing this, Su Tang rolled her eyes. As expected of Mu Chun, he really enjoys watching these strange and unusual things. She pouted and thought for a moment. Well, that depends on your performance, humph. Su Tang looked adorably fierce, and Mu Chun couldn't help but smile. Then I'll be waiting for that day to come. You stinky mukin. The two continued strolling around the playground. It has to be said that there are an extraordinary number of clubs and societies on the Tsinghua and Peking University campuses. There are even some very rare clubs. For example, fitness clubs, swimming clubs, or even shooting clubs. Tsinghua and Peking universities have a wide range of entertainment facilities, including cinemas, shopping malls, gyms, and even a shooting range. These facilities did indeed refresh Mu Qin's impression of Tsinghua and Peking universities. This is in stark contrast to the university he attended in his previous life. Mu Qin, there's a music club up ahead. Why don't we go check it out? That works too. The members of the music club are sitting on the speakers and singing the iconic song, Glorious Years. Two young men were playing guitars and singing, attracting a large crowd of girls. Of course, since it's a music club, their singing wasn't bad. Mu Qin and Su Tang slowly approached each other. Su Tang listened with a smile, actually quite enjoying it. There was a registration desk next to the singing boy, and several club staff members were there to greet people and explain what they could learn in the club. So, Tang, do you want to learn to sing? Su Tang shook her head. I feel that my singing voice is already very good, so I don't have that idea yet. Su Tang probably doesn't even know which club she wants to join. Since I just arrived, I can wander around a bit more. Let's go. Honey, let's go to the next club. Su Tang pulled Mu Qin's hand, and they wandered around aimlessly. Su Tang only glanced at the basketball club, badminton club, guitar club, and so on, without intending to sign up. Sigh. At this moment, Su Tang turned her gaze to the northernmost position. She couldn't help but ask, Honey, look, what's that club up ahead for? Upon hearing this, Mu Qin looked in the direction Su Tang was looking. Not far to the north, a large group of people had formed a circle, seemingly engaged in a martial arts competition. The area ahead should be the Taekwondo club. Taekwondo. Upon hearing this, Su Tang immediately became interested. Mu Qin, why don't we go take a look? Actually I think learning Taekwondo would be pretty good for me. Looking at Su Tang's petite and delicate appearance, Mu Qin gently rubbed the back of her head. What? Tang, are you saying I can't protect you? No. Su Tang shook her head heavily. But there will definitely be times when we are not together in the future, and it would be troublesome if we encountered bad people, so it is better to learn some self-defense skills. All right. Hearing Su Tang's words, he felt that what the girl said made sense. Okay, let's go then. Su Tang skipped and hopped ahead, and Mu Qin felt a warmth in his heart as he watched her back. Soon, they arrived at the Taekwondo club. At this moment, a Taekwondo competition is taking place in the center of a large circle. There was an advertising billboard in front of the two of them. Mu Qin looked at the billboard curiously. Tsinghua Peking University Taekwondo Club, join us to learn self-defense techniques. I'm open to any sparring match on the spot. If I defeat the club president, I'll be rewarded with 5,000 yuan in cash. Good heavens. Mu Qin was stunned at first. Such good benefits? Mu Qin curiously approached the empty space, where they were indeed sparring. Ding, congratulations, host. You have started a mission. P.S. It's getting even colder today. Never mind all that. This book will definitely be completed normally, and it will never be abandoned. Good night, dear readers. Chapter 153, Disrupting the Event. Upon hearing the system's voice, Mu Qin was taken aback. The mission starting at this time, could it be related to Taekwondo? Mu Qin suddenly sensed something was wrong, and then the system's voice came again. Ding. This system has detected your extraordinary physique in this mission. Defeat the Taekwondo Club President reward, 2,000 points, and a basic energy battery blueprint. Note, using a more assertive tone can improve how others perceive you, which is beneficial for your career development at Tsinghua or Peking University. Side quest, domineering tone, extra points plus 1,000. Primary energy battery blueprints, domineering tone, what the heck? Upon hearing this, Mu Qin pondered for a moment. Is the system now guiding him to research technologies related to his profession? The blueprints he received last time were related to his chosen major. This one is the same. Regardless, this is a good thing. It's even possible that he might establish a new energy company in the future. Mu Qin, what are you looking at? Su Tang turned her head to look at Mu Qin, who was in a daze at the same time. She also saw the Taekwondo Club's advertisement. Su Tang was slightly taken aback. This challenge bonus? Su Tang couldn't help but ask, Honey, you don't want to challenge the president of the Taekwondo Club, do you? Mu Qin smiled slightly. Let's see, do you think I can win? I don't want you to participate. Su Tang shook her head emphatically. We just came to take a look, not for you to have a match. If you want to spar with them, I'm ignoring you. Su Tang pouted, looking both cute and fierce. All right, let's go take a look first. Mu Chun led Su Tang to a spot with a relatively large gap and looked into the circle. At that moment, two students dressed in white taekwondo uniforms were sparring. The two students, both boys, were wearing black belts and were sparring casually. Of course, their skill level is definitely not at the black belt level. They're just putting on an act. Drink up. One of the boys shouted and delivered a powerful roundhouse kick. Because the student who was kicked was wearing a protective mask, he went straight for the kicker. The other student showed no mercy either. The next moment, the student kicked another student in the neck, and the student who was kicked did a 360-degree flip in the air and fell to the ground. Of course, the floor was covered with a relatively soft sponge. Good. Splash, splash, splash. At this moment, the surrounding students burst into enthusiastic applause. Especially the girls, the way they looked at that boy changed. At the same time, a burly boy dressed in taekwondo uniform stepped forward. A smile appeared on his lips. See this? This student joined a taekwondo club last year. He was quite thin back then, but he has changed so much in just 1 year. Ziyang, can you show everyone your abs? Okay. The boy called Ziyang nodded and lifted his shirt to reveal 6 barely visible abs. Wow, that guy's abs are so cool. I love it. Can girls learn taekwondo? The girls around him stared at Lin Ziyang, who was showing off his abs with shining eyes, while Lin Ziyang nodded. Yes, of course girls can learn taekwondo. In fact, I feel that girls should learn it even more so that they can protect themselves when they are out and about. Enroll now for a discount. No need for 998, no need for 888, just 288 for a year of taekwondo training. Good grief, they charge a fee for it. Mu Chin remained calm, as charging fees for university clubs was actually quite reasonable. After all, there's no such thing as a free lunch. You have to pay to learn something. Of course, taking taekwondo classes outside is quite expensive, 288 yuan a year, which is indeed a good deal. Of course, it remains to be seen how well they can be taught. I want to sign up. I'll sign up too. In an instant, many people around rushed to squeeze through. Seeing so many people clamoring to sign up, Lin Ziyang said, "Everyone, don't rush, line up properly, and don't crowd." At the same time, he glanced at the Taekwondo club president with a smile. At this moment, Lin Ziyang continued. "By the way, everyone, the sparring session continues. If you can beat me and the president of the Taekwondo club, you'll get a cash prize of 5,000 yuan on the spot. We'll accept any challenge. No matter where you are, anyone want to participate?" Upon hearing this, many boys around were eager to try, but imagining Lin Ziyang's whip kick just now, they were all somewhat timid. Of course, ordinary people generally wouldn't dare to spar with someone who has practiced Taekwondo. Is nobody here? Lin Ziyang looked at everyone, and just then, Mu Chun suddenly raised his hand. Upon hearing Mu Chen's words, many people around him turned their attention to him. Meanwhile, the girls were all stunned by Mu Chen's good looks. Holy crap, when did a young man dressed in hanfu appear? And he's so handsome. Many girls even recognized Mu Chun. Wasn't this the young man who sang last night? Mu Chun, what are you doing? Upon hearing Mu Chen's words, Su Tang was undoubtedly the one with the strongest reaction. Mu Chen smiled and said, "I'll win some money for the hotel flower arrangement room." What? Su Tang was stunned at this moment. Lin Ziyang looked at Mu Chun, who was dressed in hanfu, and frowned slightly. Are you sure you want to have a match with me? Looking at Mu Chun, who was dressed in hanfu, Lin Ziyang felt like he was bullying a weak scholar. That's right. I'm here to cause trouble. Ding. Congratulations, host. For completing the side quest, you have earned 1,000 points. Whoa. Upon hearing this, the people around him all showed expressions of surprise. The young man in front of me, dressed in hanfu, is so arrogant. Wow, they've come to cause trouble. How impressive. At the same time, upon hearing Mu Chen's words, Lin Ziyang gave a slight, disdainful smile. Junior, Tisk, you'd better watch your mouth trying to cause trouble. Not that I look down on you. But how about we have a spar? Hearing this, Mu Chun felt bitter inside. He wouldn't have said such arrogant things if it weren't for the points. But now that I've said it, I have to keep going. All right, let's have a friendly spar. Mu Chun, you. Su Tang quickly grabbed him. She was furious. We agreed to just watch. Why the sudden urge to go up and spar? How annoying. It's okay, Tang Tang. I'll just go up and have some fun. Watch your husband perform. Mu Chun untied the belt of his hanfu and took it off. Of course, he was wearing a white vest and shorts underneath, and after taking off his hanfu, his strong arm muscles were immediately revealed. Since Mu Chun upgraded his martial arts to the intermediate level, his muscles have grown considerably. Although it wasn't quite an inverted triangle shape, it still looked very robust. Wow! Upon seeing Mu Chen's muscles, the girls around him immediately lost their composure. No wonder this young man dared to say such arrogant things. He must be a trained fighter. Although you can't see his abs, his muscles are miles ahead of Lin Xiang's. At this moment, Lin Xiang pursed his lips. Just now, he was wearing hanfu, so it wasn't obvious what was going on. But the muscles that show when he takes off his hanfu do prove that he is no ordinary man. Chapter 154, Challenging the President. However, since there was a challenger, Lin Xiang had no intention of backing down. This is just a martial arts competition, a mere exchange of skills. If you can't beat them, you can just admit defeat. Put on your protective gear. Lin Xiang tossed the protective mask and knee pads to Mu Chen, since this was a martial arts competition and they couldn't afford to injure vital areas. Mu Chen cooperated, putting on the protective gear before asking, "What are the rules?" Upon hearing this, Lin Xiang replied, "The rules are simple. Knock the opponent down, and whoever is knocked down loses." Mu Chen nodded, and then said, "So you're the club president?" "I am not the president of the company." Lin Xiang smiled slightly. "The president is this man, named Lu Yong." He pointed to the burly man next to him. Mu Chen and Lu Yong exchanged a glance and nodded. At the same time, Lin Xiang patted his chest. "Only those who defeat me are qualified to spar with the president. Enough talk. Let's begin." Mu Chen closed his eyes, then opened them again, and instantly, his aura changed. The surrounding classmates stared intently at the two students, and they were also taken aback by the imposing aura emanating from Mu Chen. Why is Mu Chen acting a little different from before? He does indeed possess a unique aura. Could it be that, as he said, they're here to cause trouble? At the same time, Su Tang was extremely nervous. That stinky Mu Chen, he actually went up there without a second thought. Why use the excuse of earning money from flower arranging? Even making her pay for her own hotel room would be fine. What if something goes wrong? She pouted and looked at Mu Chen with considerable worry. Meanwhile, in the center, "Let's begin." Lin Xiang spoke calmly, while Mu Chen stared at him cautiously. Taekwondo has exceptionally strong explosive power, and attacks are generally made using the legs. Lin Xiang's move just now was particularly powerful. He is very fast. At this moment, Lin Xiang was also watching Mu Chen very cautiously. He could tell that Mu Chen didn't know Taekwondo. The posture he was striking seemed to be Chinese martial arts. Martial arts and Taekwondo each have their own advantages. The two looked at each other in bewilderment. The surrounding classmates remained silent. A minute later, Lin Xiang suddenly shouted, "Drink it." He bent down and arrived in front of Mu Chen with lightning speed. At the same time, he straightened his left leg, flipped his body 360 degrees, and kicked Mu Chen with his back foot like a yelpy. This set of movements was performed in one smooth motion, without any hesitation or slack. At the same time, Mu Chen reacted immediately. Others might think he's fast, but in Mu Chen's eyes, he's still a little short. Mu Chen seized the opportunity and quickly bent down to dodge the kick. However, Lin Xiang clearly expected Mu Chen to dodge, so he quickly changed his position and threw a punch at Mu Chen's chest. Mu Chen smiled and quickly dodged the fist by sidestepping it, while simultaneously clamping Lin Xiang's arm under his armpit. With her other hand, she quickly joined in, gripping his arm firmly. Lin Xiang felt a sharp pain in his arm and struggled to move, but then he heard Mu Chen's voice in his ear. "You lost." "What?" Before Lin Xiang could react, he felt his body fly up and then crash heavily to the ground. "That's right." Mu Chen gave him a judo throw. "Good. Holy crap." Those around them applauded. "Wow, bro, you took him down in one move. You're so handsome. Let's add each other on WeChat later." "Wow, that's impressive." No wonder they came here to cause trouble. The surrounding classmates couldn't help but praise him, and of course Su Tang also saw Mu Chen's move just now. So handsome, so damn handsome. In her mind, Mu Chen was like a peerless hero. Mu Chen turned his head to look at Su Tang and raised an eyebrow at her. Su Tang pouted and rolled her eyes. Mu Chen smiled slightly, looked at Lin Xiang lying on the ground, and stretched out his arm towards him. Lin Xiang hesitated for a moment, but still grabbed Mu Chen. "Your skills are indeed impressive. I've lost." Mu Chen helped him up, and Lin Xiang showed no sign of resentment. He has virtually no real combat experience. He can handle dealing with some thugs and hooligans, but he's no match for a trained fighter. Mu Chen, on the other hand, is definitely a trained martial artist. He accepted his defeat wholeheartedly. You're not bad either. Mu Chen's lips curled up slightly, and at the same time, he turned his gaze to Lu Yong beside him. Noticing Mu Chen's gaze, Lu Yong also stood up. He is about 188 meters tall, much taller than Mu Chen. He has an unusual build, but he has a lot of muscle. The main difference between him and Lin Xiang is like heaven and earth. As the president of the Taekwondo club, he naturally has some skill. This junior is quite skilled. What Mu Chen had just done had really opened his eyes. Mu Chen asked, "Is it true that you'll give me a 5,000 yuan reward if I win?" "Certainly." Lu Yong nodded. "The cash is ready. As the president of the Taekwondo club of Tsinghua and Peking universities, I will never go back on my word." Upon hearing this, Mu Chen nodded and said, "How about this? I'm not interested in your 5,000 yuan bonus. How about I beat you and waive the 288 yuan fee for everyone who joins the Taekwondo club today?" Oh, hearing Mu Chen's words completely piqued Lu Yong's interest. In this day and age, there are still people who don't want 5,000 yuan. 5,000 yuan is not a small amount. For today's college students, it's 3 months' living expenses. However, since he said it, I should accept it. Can? Lu Yong nodded, and then he said, "As you all heard, if this student can beat me, everyone can join the Taekwondo club for free today. I mean what I say." Wow, that's awesome. Great. This guy is not only handsome, but also a very nice person. But I have a feeling he can't win. More and more students gathered around to watch, and they had all sorts of opinions. Seeing that Lu Yong agreed, Mu Chen nodded in satisfaction. Well, in that case, let's begin, with the same rules as before. That's right. Lu Yong stretched his neck and wrists. To be honest, it had been a long time since he had had a real sparring match with anyone. As the president of the Taekwondo club, most people are no match for him. The sudden appearance of Mu Chen did indeed stir his emotions. In that case, let's begin. Keep it up, bro. I'm rooting for you. Yeah, keep it up, bro. I'm rooting for you. His name is Mu Chen. He's the heartthrob of our school. Good luck to him. Many of Mu Chen's classmates became his fans, and the other members of the Taekwondo club cheered him on. Go, President. President, we can't let our Taekwondo club down. Yeah, keep it up, Club President. P.S. I feel like I'm being a bit brainless. I don't know if that counts. I'm not going to play the victim anymore. Everyone should study hard and manage their time wisely now that school has started. I heard that many books were abandoned after the start of the semester. I wonder if that's true. Anyway, Xiaoming won't. I'm asking for free videos to urge you to update more content, and I'm also doing this out of love. Good night, dear readers. Chapter 155, I Admit Defeat. Looking at the club members around him cheering him on, Lu Yong nodded. He said, "Xiang, come and be the referee." "Yes, President." Lin Xiang quickly stepped between the two. He looked around at his classmates and saw that in just a few minutes, more than 100 people had gathered to watch. Of course, this is normal. After all, their president is quite famous at Tsinghua and Peking universities. Some students heard that a junior was sparring with Lu Yong, so they rushed over to join in the fun. At this moment, Su Tang couldn't help but speak up. "Mu Chen, you can do your best, but don't push yourself." Su Tang looked at Mu Chen nervously, afraid that something might happen to him. "Yes, don't worry." Mu Chen turned his head and nodded to Su Tang. Then, Lin Xiang said, "Please salute, both of you." Upon hearing this, Lu Yong bowed to Mu Chen. Bowing is a basic etiquette in Taekwondo. Mu Chen also clasped his hands in a gesture of respect. "All right, then I declare the competition open. The rule is to knock down the opponent or for the opponent to voluntarily admit defeat." As Lin Xiang finished speaking, Lu Yong also became cautious. He hopped slightly in place, watching Mu Chen very cautiously, while simultaneously preparing to meet Mu Chen's attack. Looking at Lu Yong's cautious demeanor, Mu Chen could sense that his strength was much higher than Lin Xiang's. The next moment, Lu Yong did not hesitate at all. He quickly moved his feet and arrived at Mu Chen's side with lightning speed. Even Mu Chen was somewhat stunned by his speed. "That's incredibly fast. Man, you can't be this fast." Taekwondo generally uses leg attacks. Lu Yong suddenly raised his right leg. His purpose was clear, his head. Of course, Lu Yong didn't use his full strength. This was, after all, just a simple exchange of skills. At the same time, seeing Lu Yong's aggressive appearance, Mu Chen quickly dodged to the side and took a few steps back. But Lu Yong didn't give him a chance to counterattack. Seeing that his move had missed, he landed on his right leg, raised his left leg, and then delivered a side kick to Mu Chen. Whoosh! Mu Chen suddenly bent down, and even heard a whooshing sound as it passed overhead. Lu Yong is really fierce. Good. Seeing that Lu Yong had already overpowered Mu Chun at the start, the members of the Taekwondo club cheered. As expected of the president, he's really awesome. Go for it, president. Meanwhile, the other students around them were also staring intently at the two of them. Although Mu Chun did not attack, his skills were indeed quite good. If it were them, they definitely wouldn't be able to avoid Lu Yong's attack. Su Tang looked at Mu Chun, who was slightly losing, clenched her small fists and placed them on her chest, extremely nervous. Oh, Lu Yong looked at Mu Chun to him. These two moves were just an appetizer, he just wanted to know how strong Mu Chun was. The kid in front of him was indeed very fast, but he kept dodging, so he couldn't figure out what moves Mu Chun was going to use. Isn't it pointless to keep hiding? Don't rush. Mu Chun smiled slightly, and then Lu Yong showed a disdainful smile, said nothing, and continued his attack. He quickly ran to Mu Chun's side, and then swept the ball across the room. I'll go. Mu Chun stared at the leg and quickly dodged to the side, but the next second, after Lu Yong's right leg landed, his body spun around in place, and his left leg followed immediately. That's a spinning back kick. Combo. Mu Chun took a deep breath. Lu Yong used a lot of force each time, and he dared not confront him head-on. After dodging the second attack, Lu Yong's combo had not stopped. He jumped up on the spot, leaping forward like Ultraman Leo kicking a monster, and kicked towards Mu Chun. Is that a double flying kick? Mu Chun was taken aback. Double flying kicks are considered advanced attack techniques in Taekwondo. However, Mu Chun did not dodge this time. At the same time, seeing Mu Chun's somewhat stunned expression, Lu Yong's lips curled into a smile. That kick was incredibly powerful. Kicking him down would be an easy task. At the same time, everyone present held their breath. Wow, Lu Yong is so handsome. Although Lu Yong is on the heavier side, it is quite remarkable that he can jump so high and perform a double flying kick. A huge foot came flying towards Mu Chun, who quickly blocked it with his elbow. Throat. As the kick struck Mu Chun's elbow, Mu Chun let out a muffled groan. His leg bent, and he barely managed to steady himself. The kick was very powerful, but Mu Chun's physical fitness had reached an astonishing 240, so he didn't feel any pain. His arms were encased in strong muscles, which provided excellent protection. What? Upon seeing this, Lu Yong was taken aback. How did he manage to steady himself? I used so much force, yet he didn't even try to back away. Holy crap. The surrounding classmates looked on in surprise. Mu Chun actually managed to withstand that flying kick? This is unbelievable. Mu Chun. Su Tang couldn't help but shout it out, and at the same time, Mu Chun's lips curled into a smile. Just as Lu Yong landed, Mu Chun stretched out his fist and struck directly at his chest. Lu Yong quickly stretched out his arm to block, while Mu Chun grabbed his right wrist with his left hand. And with a slight twist. Hiss. Lu Yong felt a slight pain in his wrist. Mu Chun had used just the right amount of force. If he didn't struggle, he wouldn't feel any pain. But even the slightest movement causes excruciating pain. Lu Yong failed to defend against Mu Chun's punch, which indeed struck him in the chest. But instead of dodging the punch, Lu Yong grabbed Mu Chun's arm, turned around, and threw him over his shoulder. Lu Yong was incredibly strong. He easily flipped Lu Yong's body over. Meanwhile, Mu Chun maintained his balance in the air and landed on his feet the instant he touched down, taking a few steps back. I'll go. The surrounding audience watched in shock as Mu Chun performed a scene that was truly amazing. He can even maintain his balance during an over-the-shoulder throw. He's definitely got some skills. Seeing this, Su Tang took a deep breath. She was incredibly nervous, but thankfully Mu Chun managed to stay upright and didn't fall to the ground. When Lu Yong turned his head, his expression froze. How did he do it? An over-the-shoulder throw will greatly disrupt a person's balance. Is his physical coordination really that good? Mu Chun looked directly into Lu Yong's eyes. To be honest, after this written test, he had basically figured out Lu Yong's attack methods. He is skilled with his legs, and he is very fast and strong. The combined strength of these three elements is truly extraordinary. Knowing his fighting techniques, Mu Chun also began to prepare to attack. The match is about to end. Mu Chun stretched out his finger, making a provocative gesture. Upon seeing this action, Lu Yong couldn't help himself. He, a respectable president of the Taekwondo club, has never suffered such humiliation. Drink it, Lu Yong shouted and continued his attack on Mu Chun. Of course, he still used his legs. Mu Chun leaped into the air and extended his fist, the size of a sandbag. Lu Yong looked up at Mu Chun, who whose figure blocked the moonlight from the sky, making him look as ferocious as a beast. I'll go. Seeing this, Lu Yong had no choice but to abandon his attack and evade. Mu Chun missed Lu Yong. The moment Lu Yong landed, a leg was already outstretched. Mu Chun used his elbow to block it, then grabbed his ankles with both hands. Lu Yong sensed something was wrong and attacked with his fist to protect himself. Mu Chun had to release his ankle to defend himself. Knock, knock, knock. The two men's arms collided, just like in a martial arts movie, at such a fast speed that many people couldn't even see their movements. At the same time, Mu Chun had many opportunities to hit him in the face, but he didn't go for it. Lu Yong also noticed this. Although he was fast, he was still far inferior to Mu Chun. Oh no, this doesn't look good. Yet could it be that our club president is going to lose? It's possible. It seems that this junior named Mu Chun does indeed have some real skills. At the very beginning, Lu Yong had the upper hand. But now, Lu Yong is clearly being suppressed by Mu Chun. Although neither of them managed to injure the other, it was clear to everyone that Mu Chun had completely gained the upper hand. Seeing Lu Yong's increasingly grim expression, Lin Xiang, who was standing to the side, couldn't bear to watch any longer. He was somewhat worried about Lu Yong's health. Although the race had only lasted a few minutes, his speed had noticeably slowed down. Taekwondo has strong explosive power, but it is not suitable for prolonged combat. Mu Chun smiled slightly. His attacks were very methodical, and Lu Yong had also grasped this methodical approach, allowing him to accurately block each attack. The next moment, Mu Chun suddenly changed his attack. His right arm tensed, and his fist suddenly rose. Lu Yong quickly ducked to avoid it. Meanwhile, Mu Chun's left leg was ready. Just as Lu Yong lowered his head, he imitated Lu Yong's previous action, suddenly raising his left leg to deliver a flying kick, a spinning back kick, catching him off guard. That move was really cool, especially with his good looks, which made the girls in the audience sigh in admiration. Wow, that guy is so handsome. Yes, seeing him almost melted my heart. A strong sense of security. Lu Yong hadn't expected Mu Chun's attack at all, and had no time to dodge it. When he saw Mu Chun attack, he knew he had already lost. Stop! I lost! Lu Yong suddenly shouted. At the same time, Mu Chun suddenly stopped moving. What? The president has admitted defeat? Holy crap, no way. Upon hearing this, the members of the Taekwondo club all looked on in disbelief. They just gave up like that. Lu Yong was panting heavily. He glanced at Mu Chun, whose skills were indeed superior to his. Lu Yong raised his head and looked at the people around him. That's right, I lost during the sparring just now. Mu Chun had several chances to hit my face, but he didn't. He was obviously letting me win. In terms of martial arts, I am not as good as him. Good. That guy is so handsome. I like him so much. Wow, that's awesome, bro. Is that martial arts? Is your master it, man? Splash, splash, splash. Thunderous applause erupted from the audience, accompanied by screams from many girls. Mu Chun smiled slightly, looking at Su Tang, who was watching him from below the stage. Su Tang had a happy smile on her lips, and her eyes seemed to sparkle with stars. Her eyes were filled with admiration and love for him. Although she didn't want Mu Chun to participate in the competition, Mu Chun's performance completely exceeded her expectations. Lu Yong turned to look at Lin Xiang. Xiang, bring me 5,000 yuan. Yes. Lin Xiang nodded and quickly took out a stack of cash from behind his desk. He then handed it to Lu Yong. After receiving the cash, Lu Yong went to Mu Chun and first extended his right hand to shake hands with Mu Chun. Here, this is what you deserve. Mu Chun was slightly taken aback. He shook his head and said, Didn't I just say that you can waive the fees for the students who registered today? I don't want the money. Take it. Lu Yong didn't care whether Mu Chun accepted it or not, and put the money directly into his arms. Your skills are indeed impressive. I lost for a fair price today here. Take the money and buy your girlfriend some food. I'll still waive the cost. Hearing this, Mu Chun smiled helplessly and nodded. Then I won't stand on ceremony. Meanwhile, many classmates around them overheard Mu Chun and Lu Yong's conversation. Hearing that it was still free, they were indeed getting restless. Although Lu Yong lost the martial arts competition to Mu Chun, he is still considered very powerful by everyone. Mu Chun smiled slightly. Then I'll head back now. Take care. Without any hesitation, Mu Chun took off his protective mask and returned to Su Tang's side. Su Tang smiled blankly and said with admiration, You stinky mukin, your last move was so cool. I didn't expect you to make the Taekwondo club president admit defeat. You're really amazing. That's right, without such skill, How could I protect my little princess? Su Tang handed the hanfu to Mu Chun. Then you should put on the hanfu quickly. You've been sweating so much. You'll catch a cold. Seeing how concerned Su Tang was about him, Mu Chun pinched her cheek. No need. This is fine. Wearing this is too much trouble. Okay. Su Tang didn't say much. Mu Chun looked at the 5,000 yuan in his hand and grinned. I'll keep this 5,000 yuan for now, as our startup fund in the future. Okay. Su Tang nodded obediently, and Mu Chun continued. Then Tang, do you still want to sign up for Taekwondo? Oh. Upon hearing this, Su Tang glanced at the students who were registering and shook her head. How about we forget about it? I don't really want to go now. How about we go to the film association instead? We can shoot some short films and take some nice photos. What do you think? I feel like it's okay. Mu Chun nodded emphatically. He respected Su Tang's opinion. Moreover, most girls nowadays are quite artistic, so joining the film association would be a good option. As long as it makes me happy and I learn something, that's fine. Okay, let's hurry up and register. With a bright smile, Su Tang quickly took Mu Chun's hand and ran forward. Go, darling. Ding. Congratulations to the host for completing the mission. You have received 2,000 points and a basic energy battery blueprint. A voice echoed in his mind saying the mission was complete, but Mu Chun didn't pay it any mind. The two quickly arrived at the Film Association Club. Su Tang hurried over and said, Hello, sister. I want to sign up for the Film Association. Upon hearing this, the staff of the Film Association looked up and their eyes lit up when they saw Su Tang's pretty face. Although I don't want to admit it, Su Tang is still pretty. Mu Chun is the same. Okay, which department do you want to go to? Now we have an acting department, an editing department, and a filming department, where you can learn a lot of great things. Su Tang thought for a moment, then looked at Mu Chun expectantly. Mu Chun, how about we go to the acting department? Can. Mu Chun nodded, having no objections in this regard. Okay. Su Tang chuckled. We've applied to the acting department. Okay. Then please fill in your information. We can officially start classes next Monday. Good. Su Tang nodded, and then began filling in her and Mu Chun's information. After filling out the information, they were officially considered to have a club. Su Tang linked arms with Mu Chun. Well, honey, let's hurry up and take some photos. I haven't updated my Douyin in ages. You should put on your hanfu too. I want to take pictures of twins. P.S. I don't want to write today. 4,400 words, one chapter. Subsequent plot developments. Conducting battery experiments in class. Going home for National Day. Autumn sports. Meet at the start of the new semester. Flower arranging. What you want to see. It's still quite long. I don't know if everyone will be able to read to the end, but I don't want it to be abandoned. I really wrote this chapter about sparring very poorly. I won't write about sparring matches anymore. Good night, dear readers. Chapter 156, School Hunk and School Beauty Ranking. Then I'll have Tang dress me up. Okay. Su Tang nodded obediently. She was most skilled at wearing hanfu, especially for her boyfriend to wear. Su Tang smiled mischievously, looked around, and then said, Let's find a good place to take pictures first, and I'll call Yuxuan over so she can take pictures for us. Okay. Su Tang took out her phone and called Han Yuxuan. Han Yuxuan found them shortly afterward. Seeing Han Yuxuan approach, Su Tang quickly went over to her. Yuxuan, which club did you choose? I chose vocal music. Oh. I called you over because I wanted to trouble you to take some photos of me and Mu Chun. No problem, Sister Tang. It's no trouble at all. Han Yuxuan looked at the hanfu in Su Tang's hand and nodded. Soon, the three of them strolled around the Tsinghua and Peking University campuses. They found a well-lit spot, and Mu Chun and Su Tang, dressed in hanfu, had Han Yuxuan take many photos of them. As a well-behaved girl, Han Yuxuan always cooperated with them. At the same time, she also got a mouthful of dog food, a Chinese slang term for witnessing public displays of affection. It wasn't until 9:30 p.m. that the students started heading back to their dormitories. Mu Chun turned to look at Su Tang. Tang, let's go back too. At this moment, Su Tang was using her phone to edit photos and add special effects to some videos. Upon hearing this, Su Tang checked the time and nodded. Well, it's getting late. We have class tomorrow morning. Let's go home. You don't need mom to tell you a story tonight, right? Tang, you're being naughty again. Mu Chun rolled his eyes, while Su Tang quickly dodged away, playfully shaking her head. Mu Chun shrugged and quickly chased after her. Tang, will you behave if I spank you? Come and catch me. Looking at Su Tang's childish appearance, Mu Chun sighed. This girl is still so immature, just like a little kid. I don't know when I'll grow up. It was almost 10 o'clock when Mu Chun returned to his dormitory. Upon opening the door, Mu Chun was astonished to find that his 3 roommates were not playing games. Hey, you guys aren't playing games. No game is as appealing as a girl. Wang Baichuan chuckled, scrolling through his phone, probably looking at something. At the same time, Li Jiayong turned her head and asked, "So, Mu Chun, what club did you and your sister-in-law choose?" "The Film Association says Su Tang wants to take more photos." Oh, Li Jiayong nodded, while Mu Chun asked, "So, you and Li Ishi chose clubs together too, right?" Li Jiayong scratched his head. "I chose basketball, and she's been liking basketball lately too, so we signed up together." "Sure. Does that mean you can say you're already in control?" "More or less." Li Jiayong chuckled hearing this. Mu Chun turned to look at Moe. "Moe, what about you?" Forehead. Moe was taken aback. "Me too, yeah, pretty much." "Hurry up, Jiayantu is almost done." Just then, Wang Baichuan excitedly said, "Brother Chun, why didn't you ask me? Let me tell you I've already won over Moe's sister." What?" Upon hearing this, Moe reacted even more strongly than Mu Chun. Wang Baichuan grinned mischievously. "Today I kissed her right away, e.g. your sister gave me her first kiss, and I must say, her lips smelled amazing." Moe. His face darkened, and he sighed helplessly. Seeing this, Mu Chun couldn't help but laugh. Not bad, not bad. Thick-skinned is really something else." "Go away, who are you calling shameless?" Upon hearing Mu Chun's words, Wang Baichuan immediately became displeased. He said, "What do you mean I'm shameless? I'm just capable. Haven't you seen how gentlemanly I am usually?" Moe rolled his eyes. "Heh, watching porn every night while rocking the bed. How gentlemanly. What are you saying? I'm your brother-in-law." "Huh. I'd rather not have you as my brother-in-law." Seeing that the two were about to start arguing, Mu Chun didn't interfere after taking a shower in the bathroom. He was just about to get into bed when Wang Baichuan suddenly called out. Holy crap! This shout startled Mu Chun, who rolled his eyes at Wang Baichuan. "Wang Baichuan, are you out of your mind?" Moe and Li Jiayong both turned to look at Wang Baichuan, their expressions showing disgust. At the same time, Wang Baichuan did not answer Mu Chun's question. He couldn't help but say, "Brother Chun, look at the school forum. Someone's made a list of the most beautiful and handsome students at Tsinghua and Peking universities, and you're the school's most handsome guy." Upon hearing this, Mu Chun was slightly taken aback. "Wow, I'm the school heartthrob, right?" Wang Baichuan approached Mu Chun with his phone in hand. "Look, the 2018 campus heartthrob list. Top 1 Mu Chun, School of New Energy." Holy crap. Looking at the list above, you can be sure it's him. The main problem is that he doesn't even know when the photos above were taken. The photos, taken like they were taken by paparazzi, mostly showed him looking quite handsome. There were people playing basketball, people doing military training, and even people eating with him. Of course, none of these photos are unflattering. Wang Baichuan scrolled through the screen, and below the list of school heartthrobs was the list of school beauties. When Wang Baichuan saw the #1 spot on the school beauty list, he took a deep breath. Just as I thought, the first place goes to my sister-in-law. Su Tang's photos appeared on the screen, and like his, most of them were details of his daily life. In fact, a person's beauty can be best revealed in a particular moment in life. Upon seeing Su Tang's photos, my first impression was that they were exceptionally pleasing to the eye. It feels very comfortable when it's on. Holy crap, my wife is the second-place winner. Upon hearing Wang Baichuan's words, Li Jiayong immediately opened the school's forum. The second place on the list of school beauties is Li Ishi. Of course, Mu Chun also saw Li Ishi's photo. He turned to look at Li Jiayong. "Jiayong, Li Ishi is already on the school beauty list. You'd better hurry up, otherwise you'll be under a lot of pressure." Li Jiayong nodded solemnly. Fortunately, he acted quickly and had the situation under control. "Brother Chun, I'm so envious of you. You're the school heartthrob, and your girlfriend is the school beauty." Wang Baichuan stared at him expectantly, and Mu Chun almost punched him in that look. Get out of the way. For him, the list of the most handsome and beautiful students on campus was of no use. Of course, this would certainly make him more famous at Tsinghua and Peking universities. However, I am indeed very good-looking. The readers are even more attractive. The readers are the most handsome. It's normal to make it onto the school's heartthrob list. #happyface hashtag. After Mu Chun got into bed, she took out her phone. Su Tang had already sent her several messages. Mu Chun clicked on them and saw that they were about the school heartthrob rankings. Mu Chun replied patiently and chatted with Su Tang for a while before bringing up the system panel. At this moment, Wang Baichuan was watching a short film with a smile, while Li Jiayong and Moe were also playing on the computer, and no one paid any attention to him. Mu Chun took a deep breath and then used his mind to retrieve the blueprint for the primary energy battery. He glanced at his 3 roommates. Thankfully, none of them noticed. Then, Mu Chun curiously looked at the blueprints the system had given him. Chapter 157 Teacher Wang's Phone Call. The blueprints roughly depict the combination of sodium-ion and lithium-ion batteries to create a relatively stable battery with high energy density. Of course, there are many steps involved in the blueprints, most of which can only be completed in a laboratory. This is somewhat complicated for Mu Chun, who is a freshman in college. He didn't think much of it, because he had class the next day, so he sent Su Tang a goodnight message and went to sleep. Time flies, and years slip by. Time flies, and 10 days have passed in the blink of an eye, until the end of September. That means the National Day holiday is approaching. Over the past 10 days, Mu Chun has gradually settled into a study routine. At the same time, I got used to the schedule of Tsinghua and Peking universities. He had 10 times the comprehension ability, so his learning speed was naturally exceptional. Meanwhile, Mu Chun has also begun researching batteries. However, progress has been somewhat slow, which is normal. September 30th, 3 p.m. After the meeting, Mu Chun and his roommates went back to their dorm to pack their things. Li Jiayong took a deep breath and yawned. Wow, I can't believe how fast time flies. A month of school has already passed. Yes, but I'm also a little homesick. I'm so glad I can go back now. Brother Chun, be careful on your way back later. Yes, Baichuan, you too. Mu Chun folded the clothes and took out his phone to check the time. Because it's currently peak holiday season, all the universities and colleges in Kyoto are on holiday today. So Mu Chun had a hard time managing to snag a train ticket for 8 p.m. Traffic congestion during the National Day holiday is normal. He took out his phone and sent a message to Su Tang. Honey, how's the packing going? He sent the message, and just then his phone rang. Mu Chun stared at the scrolling text of the name, Wang Qibei, on his phone, and he was taken aback. Isn't Teacher Wang his high school homeroom teacher? Why did you suddenly call him? Without hesitation, Mu Chun pressed the answer button, turned on speakerphone, placed the phone on the table, and continued folding clothes. Hello, Teacher Wang. Hey, Mu Chun. Mu Chun felt a warmth in his heart upon hearing Teacher Wang's voice. It sounded very familiar. The image of Jinhua, No One High School, became clear in his mind. Mu Chun asked, Teacher, why did you suddenly decide to call me? How are the new students in the class doing? Are they all behaving well? It's all right, and a dark horse has emerged recently. Wang Qibei chuckled and continued. Here's the thing. You got the highest score in Jiangbei province in this year's college entrance examination. It's the National Day holiday. And Director Pan just contacted me. He said he'd like you to come and give a speech to the senior students to inspire their motivation to study. Good heavens. Upon hearing this, Mu Chun was taken aback. Speech. He can't give a proper speech. Moreover, Mu Chun himself knows exactly how he got first place. Teacher Wang this. Wang Qibei interrupted Mu Chun. Mu Chun, you have to give your teacher face, although I don't know why you were able to do so well on the exam. You can't forget me now that you've gotten into Tsinghua or Peking University. You have to come this time, and bring your girlfriend too. All right. As long as Mu Chun agrees, Wang Qibei continued. Yes. I've already heard that Tsinghua and Peking universities are giving us a 9-day holiday. Come to Jinhua, No One High School at noon on October 6th, and call me then. Good. Mu Chun said there was no problem, and after chatting for a couple more minutes, they hung up the phone. At the same time, Wang Baichuan, Moe, and Li Jiayong rushed over. Wang Baichuan couldn't help but exclaim, What? Brother Chun, you're actually number 1 in Jiangbei province, the top scorer in the college entrance examination. Mu Chun nodded after entering the school. He indeed did not tell them about his college entrance examination results. Upon hearing Mu Chun's words, the 3 young men immediately became agitated. Holy crap, the academic genius was right next to me. Wow, the top scorer in the college entrance exam. That's awesome. Why don't you say that? You're number 1 in the province, so you must be in the top 20 nationwide, right? Upon hearing this, Mu Chun smiled slightly. 6th. Awesome. The 3 of them couldn't help but give Mu Chun a thumbs up. Just then, Mu Chun's phone rang. It was a message from Su Tang. Mu Chun quickly opened his phone to check. Honey, I've packed my things and I'm waiting for you downstairs. Seeing Su Tang's message, Mu Chun said, The 3 of you. Tang Tang is about to come downstairs to wait for me, so I'll head over first. Okay. Wang Baichuan patted Mu Chun on the shoulder. Brother Chun, don't forget to bring me some local specialties when you come back from your holiday. Brother Chun, take care. Have a safe journey, Brother Chun. Okay. Take your time when you go back later. After Mu Chun finished speaking, he put the clothes in his suitcase, then put the computer in, slung his bag over his shoulder, pulled the suitcase, and walked out of the dormitory. After leaving the dormitory building, Mu Chun felt a great sense of relief. I haven't been home for over a month, and it would be a lie to say I don't miss my parents. Of course, tomorrow is National Day, and the children are all on holiday, so the store should be especially busy. Mu Chun had only taken 2 steps when Su Tang came running over. As the weather gradually gets colder, Su Tang is wearing much thicker clothes. Today she was wearing a white shirt underneath a light pink sweater. She wore a JK plaid skirt, thin sheer tights, white lace stockings, and black kidney-shaped shoes. A few days ago, Su Tang got her hair permed and then tied it into 2 low ponytails. She was pulling a pink suitcase behind her. This outfit still makes her look as innocent as ever. Darling. Su Tang came to Mu Chen's side with a big smile. Mu Chen stepped forward and pinched her cheek. Did you bring everything? Let's go eat hot pot first. Uh-huh. Su Tang has been clamoring for hot pot lately. They both have tickets for 8 p.m., so having dinner would be perfect for heading to the train station to go home. Su Tang took Mu Chen's hand, her expression filled with joy. That's wonderful. I can finally go home and eat your cooking. What a little foodie. The two walked hand in hand toward the gates of Tsinghua and Peking universities. Meanwhile, Mu Chun had already booked a Didi ride on his phone, so he could just get in the car as soon as they arrived. Tang Tang, what kind of hot pot do you want to eat? After thinking for a moment, Su Tang continued. Let's go to Hedaleo, which has the best service. The ingredients are a bit expensive, but it's on me. Yes, that's fine. Mu Chun chose a location in the most bustling area of Kyoto now. The riverbed is everywhere, so there's no need to search for it deliberately. After the two left the school gate, they got into the car that Mu Chun had booked in advance. 30 minutes later, the car stopped at Kyoto World Trade Center. Come on, Tang Tang, there's a river bottom fishing spot right here. Okay, darling. Su Tang chuckled, took Mu Chen's hand, and ran towards the main entrance of World Trade Plaza. Tang Tang slowed down. P.S. I'll update to 6,000 words tomorrow. Please urge me to update with videos and give me free electricity. Good night, dear readers. Chapter 158, We're finally going home. The two quickly entered the World Trade Center, where there were many people shopping since tomorrow was National Day. Hedi Lao is open 24 hours a day, so you don't need to go during mealtimes. Looking at the shops around her, Su Tang chuckled and said, Mu Chun, why don't you accompany me shopping and look at some clothes? Sure. Upon hearing Mu Chen's words, Su Tang smiled happily and quickly took Mu Chen's hand and walked into a women's clothing store. She looked at the dazzling array of clothes and then spoke. Mu Chun, I think you would look quite good in that low-cut dress. Would you like to give it a try? What? Looking at the mischievous Su Tang, Mu Chun rolled his eyes. Good grief. They actually made him wear a low-cut top? The scene was absolutely stunning. Su Tang chuckled. Yeah, you'd look really good in a low-cut top, a little skirt, and a wig. The thought of himself dressed as a woman made Mu Chen's hair stand on end. That scene must have been a muscle Barbie, right? Hee hee. Next time I'll definitely make you wear women's clothes. Mu Chun. The two browsed in the clothing store for a while, but Su Tang didn't buy any clothes. She just looked around. They bought 2 cups of milk tea and went up to the 4th floor together. There is a river dip hot pot restaurant here. In his previous life, Mu Chun had eaten at Hedaleo a few times, and he had to admit that Hedaleo's service was truly excellent. For girls who don't tie their hair up, they will be given small hair ties. If you wear glasses, they will also provide you with wet wipes to clean them. Very fine. Of course, the dishes at Hedaleo are also much more expensive than those at regular hot pot restaurants. After all, Hedaleo's main selling point is its service. The taste is similar to other hot pot restaurants. As soon as the two arrived at the entrance of Hedaleo, a young man came over to greet them. Welcome to Hedaleo. The greeter bowed to the two of them, then looked at Mu Chun and Su Tang and said, Gentlemen, let me store your suitcases for you. Good. Su Tang is quite familiar with the services offered by Hedaleo. The two handed their suitcases to the greeter, who pointed inside and said, Please come in. There will be someone to assist you. Mu Chun smiled and nodded. Then, he took Su Tang's hand and entered the Hedaleo restaurant. This River Dip hot pot restaurant is quite large. The main reason is that the location here is very good, and business is usually booming. After the two entered the restaurant, a young lady with a tablet computer came to serve them. Hello, gentlemen. Welcome to Hedaleo Restaurant. Please choose a seat. The young woman was deeply attracted by Mu Chen's good looks. Good heavens, she'd never seen a boy this handsome before. That's so cool. Moreover, the girl next to him was also exceptionally beautiful. The two of them standing together look absolutely perfect together. It has to be said that she was very envious after seeing Mu Chen and Su Tang's good looks. Tang, where do you want to sit? Mu Chen looked around and saw that there were still many empty seats in the restaurant. Su Tang pondered for a moment, then stared at a window seat. It's quieter there. Let's go there. Mu Chen knew that Su Tang preferred quiet places. Good. Mu Chen looked up at the waitress and said, let's get a window seat. Please. The young lady nodded and quickly led the two people to the location Su Tang had indicated. After the two were seated, the waitress took out a tablet, entered their seat numbers, and said, you can order here. As she spoke, the young woman placed the tablet in front of Mu Chen. You order. Mu Chen naturally handed the tablet to Su Tang, who didn't stand on ceremony, and chuckled. Okay. Su Tang pouted as she looked at the tablet. She ordered a tomato broth and a clear broth, both of which were rather bland. Then, the girl ordered 2 more beef rolls, 2 more lamb rolls, some lamb meatballs, white rice noodles, and some vegetables. She's such a little glutton. After ordering, she gave a blank smile. I'm done ordering, honey. Is there anything else you want to add? Mu Chen took the tablet and looked at it. Goodness, this girl ordered so many things. It's uncertain whether the two of them can finish the food. Seeing so much food, Mu Chen realized that Su Tang had ordered everything he wanted to eat, and he wasn't picky at all. He nodded. Then let's do it this way. Just as Mu Chen was about to hand the tablet to the waitress, Su Tang suddenly stopped him. Etc. Su Tang suddenly said, add another serving of pig brains. Mu Chen. The waitress nodded, amused by Su Tang's adorable, food-loving expression. Indeed, student days were the best. After entering society, I was reduced to a miserable working-class person. But now is not the time to lament about life. The waitress nodded and said, okay, I'll add the pig brains to your order. Please wait a moment. Yes, thank you, sister. Su Tang smiled brightly and nodded. You're welcome, little sister. Soon, all the dishes were served. In front of Mu Chen, Su Tang still ate with unbridled abandon. As before, her eating manners were terrible, completely lacking any ladylike demeanor. Seeing Su Tang wolfing down her food, Mu Chen pulled out a tissue. Eat slowly. No one's going to take it from you. Why are you eating so fast? Wipe your mouth. Su Tang pouted. Honey, I want you to wipe it for me. What a lazybones. Mu Chen had no choice but to get up and wipe the grease from Su Tang's lips. Come here, honey, I'll feed you. Su Tang picked up a piece of beef roll, dipped it in the pot for a few seconds, then dipped it in the sauce in her bowl and held it to Mu Chen's lips. Oh woo. Mu Chen ate it in one bite. Meanwhile, Su Tang looked at him expectantly. How is it? Is it delicious? It has to taste delicious. Come on, let mommy continue feeding you. The waitress watched the two of them showing their affection and felt a pang of envy. All right, Tang, stop being naughty and eat up. The meal took more than an hour to eat. An hour later, Su Tang leaned back on the sofa. He patted his very full stomach. Oh, I'm so full. How could I not be full? Mu Chen rolled his eyes. We ordered 4 plates of meat, and this girl ate 3 of them. As expected of Su Tang, she still has such a big appetite. The best part is that you can eat a lot without gaining weight. She smiled, looking completely satisfied. The true meaning of life is simply good food. All right, we've eaten enough in that case. Let's head to the train station. Mu Chen checked the time. It was almost 6 o'clock. The train leaves at 8 o'clock, and the journey takes a long time. So this is the perfect time to go. After paying, Mu Chen led Su Tang away from Hedaleo. Having eaten so much, Su Tang walked much slower. After retrieving their suitcases, the greeter bowed to the two of them again. Welcome to visit again next time. Mu Chen smiled and nodded. I heard that if you don't bow when seeing off customers at Hedaleo, you'll be fined. But there's no other way. It's all about survival. Pulling her suitcase, Su Tang skipped and jumped excitedly as she walked through the streets of Kyoto. Honey, we're finally going home. Chapter 159. Is this the outfit you designed for me? Will you still want to eat the dishes I cook for you when we get home? Uh-huh. Su Tang nodded emphatically, and Mu Chen said, okay, I'll cook for you myself tomorrow. Okay, honey. Oh, right. Tang Tang. Teacher Wang called me today and asked me to come over and give a speech to the senior students. Mu Chun told Su Tang about Wang Qibei looking for him, and the two of them took a taxi to Kyoto railway station. At 8 p.m., the two boarded the Fuxing bullet train together. Mu Chun bought a first-class seat, so there weren't many people in the carriage. After sitting down, Su Tang took out her notebook from her suitcase, a bright smile on her face. By the way, honey, I've started trying my hand at designing clothes these past few days. I even designed an outfit for you. Would you like to take a look? Huh. Upon hearing this, Mu Chun was slightly taken aback. They've already started designing clothes? Seeing Mu Chin's surprised expression, Su Tang opened her laptop, turned it on, and opened a picture. Here, take a look and see what I think. As Su Tang spoke, Mu Chun had already turned his gaze over. But when Mu Chun saw the picture on the screen, he was completely stunned. Contrary to what Mu Chun had imagined, the picture on the screen was clearly of women in clothing. She's still wearing a pink dress. Tang Tang, is this the outfit you designed for me? Su Tang glanced at the screen, paused, and quickly shook her head. Oh no, I just drew this for fun, sorry. Hearing Su Tang's words, Mu Chun took a deep breath. Goodness, he thought Su Tang really designed women's clothing for him. Su Tang opened another picture, which was a casual workwear jacket, mainly black with a white chest and blue stripes on the shoulders. The clothes are a relatively loose fit, and the contrasting colors create a strong visual impact. Mu Chun felt that he would look pretty handsome in it, though it wasn't without its flaws. Su Tang stared at Mu Chun expectantly, her eyes filled with anticipation, eager to hear his evaluation. How is it? Does it look good? It's all right. Mu Chun nodded. He had studied design in his previous life, so he had some unique insights into this area. Tang Tang, the color combination of your jacket is good. It should be considered a workwear jacket, but the pockets could be a bit more exaggerated. Exaggerate. Su Tang thought about it carefully and nodded as if she understood. Seeing Su Tang's slightly bewildered expression, Mu Chun smiled slightly. Yes, we can make the pockets bigger, and we can also add some small pockets as decorations, which will make it more layered. As Mu Chun spoke, he opened the CAD source file of the image and then made some detailed modifications to the garment according to his own ideas. Su Tang was extremely surprised by Mu Chun's actions. She opened her big eyes and said in surprise, Mu Chun, when did you learn CAD? Mu Chun said in a teasing tone, do I even need to learn this? Upon hearing Mu Chun's words, Su Tang's face darkened. Do I still need to learn it? Is this something a human being would say? The teacher spent a whole week just teaching the basics of CAD software. It took Su Tang more than a week to barely understand the functions of this software. I'm not very familiar with it yet. But Mu Chun said, you actually say there's no need to learn? Mu Chun, you. Okay. Mu Chun smiled. I secretly learned this. Don't you think my point of view is pretty good? Doesn't it look even better after the adjustments? Su Tang looked at the changes Mu Chun made on the screen. After Mu Chun made the changes, it was indeed much better than her original design. Immediately, Su Tang pouted. Wah, I'm a fashion design student, and I'm not as good as you. Mu Chun rubbed her head. You're just starting out, and everyone's aesthetic sense is different. I believe in you. Take your time. Su Tang nodded, and then showed Mu Chun other clothes she had recently drawn. Look, isn't this dress pretty? And a suit. Mu Chun. Do you think I can start my own company in the future? Of course. The train traveled through the darkness, and an hour and a half later, it finally stopped in Beijing. Dear passengers, this train has arrived at Beijing City Station. Thank you for your ride. The announcement came over the loudspeaker that the train had arrived. Mu Chun turned to Su Tang and said, Tang Tang, we've arrived. Let's get off and go home. Okay. Su Tang had already put her laptop in her suitcase, and she quickly pulled her suitcase and left the carriage. After leaving the carriage, Su Tang took a deep breath and sighed. It feels so good to be home. Oh, right? Dad's here to pick us up. He's in parking lot C right now. Dad's here. Mu Chun thought about it for a moment and realized that this was normal. Su Jinfeng hadn't seen his daughter for a month, so it was perfectly normal for him to come and pick her up during his vacation. Yes, honey, let's go over there quickly. The two held hands and had just stepped out of the station exit when they saw Su Jinfeng not far away. Tang Tang Mukin, he shouted, and at the same time, Su Tang was overjoyed. Dad, she let go of her suitcase and ran towards Su Jinfeng, throwing herself into her father's arms. It's often said that daughters are closer to their fathers, and that's absolutely true. A daughter is like a warm cotton padded jacket to her father. but the padded jacket might let in the wind. Seeing such a heartwarming scene, Mu-chun was also very happy. The Su-tang of this life is a stark contrast to her past life. Dad, I miss you so much. Su-tang hugged Su Jinfeng tightly, and Su Jinfeng gently patted Su-tang's shoulder. All right, Dad, that's not true. A month has passed. How is my dear daughter doing at Tsinghua and Peking University? Very good. Su-tang looked at her father with her big, watery eyes. Mu-chun has been taking care of me for the past month. He's been so good to me. Yeah. Su Jinfeng looked at his daughter with a smile, and then glanced at Mu-chun behind Su-tang. Mu-chun, has Su-tang caused you any trouble? No. Tang-tang is very well behaved. Mu-chun pulled Su-tang's suitcase and came to Su Jinfeng's side. It's good that you didn't cause any trouble, Tang-tang. You must be good when you're out there, okay? Dad, I understand. Okay, let's go, let's drive home. Su Jinfeng helped them with their suitcases, while Mu-chun asked, Dad, how's business at Mu-tang Fish Shop these days? Great. Su Jinfeng had gotten used to Mu-chun calling him Dad, and he said with a happy expression, the store has now stabilized apart from the limited selection of ingredients. Everything else is going well, and we can say that we have already established a good reputation. Mu-chun nodded. I also prepared some new ingredients for this trip back. We can try them out during the National Day holiday. I'll go over tomorrow. Yes, that's fine. Su Jinfeng glanced at Mu-chun with admiration. He had no doubts about Mu-chun whatsoever. The store's excellent reputation is entirely thanks to Mu-chun. Chapter 160. Should I join Mutangiu? Su Jinfeng led Mu-chun and Su-tang to the car. Looking at the dilapidated car, Mu-chun couldn't help but say, Dad, since Mutangiu's business is doing well now, you could consider getting a new car. Let's forget about changing cars. Su Jinfeng smiled slightly. Although Mutang Fish's revenue is good right now, but he turned to look at Mu-chun. To be honest, he wanted to prepare a house for Mu-chun. As for the dowry, when Mu-chun and Su-tang get married in the future, it is optional. His idea was simple. He just wanted his two children to live a peaceful life. Of course, he also hoped that Mu-chun could make something of himself. However, he didn't want Mu-chun to have the pressure of buying a house in the future. Although his parents would help, as Mu-chun's father-in-law, he would help if he could. For years have passed in the blink of an eye. Once the two children graduate, it will be time for them to get married. Back then, how could we survive without a house? Su Jinfeng didn't say his last sentence. Mu-chun couldn't help but smile when he saw Su Jinfeng's hesitant expression. Even if Su Jinfeng didn't say it, Mu-chun could guess the general idea. Dad, you don't need to save money for me. I have my parents, and I've already thought about my goals for the future, so you don't need to worry about them. Okay, huh? Su Jinfeng smiled, opened the trunk, and put the two children's suitcases inside. Mu-chun, you've really grown up, unlike Su-tang, who doesn't even know what she'll do in the future. Snort. Upon hearing Su Jinfeng say that he had no plans for the future, Su-tang immediately became indignant. Dad, I've already decided what I want to do, okay? I'm going to be a great fashion designer. Okay, you must design clothes for Mom and Dad in the future. Okay, Dad. All right, get in the car. Su Jinfeng opened the car door, and Mu-chun and Su-tang sat in the back seat, while Su Jinfeng drove the car. Throughout the journey, Su-tang kept sharing her life at Tsinghua and Peking universities with Su Jinfeng, who listened attentively the whole time. Because it was National Day, Beijing, a second-tier city, was not spared from traffic jams. By the time they got back to their neighborhood, it was already 11 p.m. That's right, it took me an hour and a half of traffic to get home. Su Jinfeng parked the car in the underground garage, and Mu-chun got out of the car and took out his and Su-tang's suitcases. Su-tang came over excitedly and chuckled. Darling, thank you for helping me with my suitcase. Don't mention it. Why don't you come to my place to sleep tonight? I'll hold you close. Upon hearing this, Su-tang was slightly taken aback. Good heavens, that brat Mu-chun dares to say this in front of her father. Her pretty face flushed red, and she pouted. I don't wanna, you stinky Mu-chun, what are you thinking? Mu-chun stepped forward and pinched her cheek. Okay, I was just kidding. You should go home now and get some sleep and rest tomorrow. Su-tang nodded like a chick pecking at rice, while Mu-chun turned his gaze to Su Jinfeng. Dad, I'll head back now. You should get some rest. Mu-chun, are you going home already? Aren't you going upstairs to play for a while? No, you should take Tang-tang home right away. Okay, you two can play together tomorrow. Mu-chun waved to Su-tang. Goodbye, Tang-tang. Goodbye, my love. Su-tang waved obediently to Mu-chun, then walked towards the elevator with her father. At the same time, Mu-chun also entered the elevator that belonged to his building. Having not seen his parents for a month, Mu-chun also missed them very much. After entering the elevator, Mu-chun pressed the button for the 15th floor. The elevator slowly ascended, and with a ding-dong sound, the elevator doors opened. Mu-chun took out his key, opened the door, and went inside. The living room lights were on, and Mu Tongyu should have closed the door by now. "Mom and Dad, I'm home. Mu-chun is back." Upon hearing Mu-chun's voice, Zhou Ping quickly came over. "Yes, I'm back." Mu-chun looked around. "By the way, Mom, where's Dad?" "Your dad went to discuss a collaboration with someone." "Discussing cooperation?" Upon hearing this, Mu-chun immediately became interested. "Right?" Mu-chun sat down on the sofa, and Zhou Ping brought him a basket of strawberries. "Recently, some people have wanted to join our Mu-tang fish franchise. They invited your dad to dinner." "Good heavens." Upon hearing this, Mu-chun was taken aback. "I joined Mutangiu, and it's only been a month. How can Mutangiu's reputation spread so quickly?" Of course, there are both advantages and disadvantages to joining Mutangiu. The downside is reputation. Franchising means opening stores in other places. If you can't build a good reputation, the Mutangiu brand is doomed. The advantage is that they collect a high franchise fee, and while other stores are operating, the headquarters can also earn more profit. But Mu-chun feels that, given Mutangiu's current situation, it is far from being ready to be franchised. "What did my dad say?" "He currently has no plans to let anyone else join Mutangiu." Hearing his mother's words, Mu-chun nodded. His father was a smart man and had some insights into the shop's situation. "By the way, Mu-chun, how has your time at Tsinghua and Peking University been?" "Not bad, no problems." Mu-chun's answer was light and easy. Zhou Ping nodded. "Yes, by the way, Mu-chun, your grandparents miss you a lot lately. When you come back for vacation, go and see them too." "My grandparents?" Mu-chun took a deep breath, and the two elderly figures appeared in his mind. He hasn't seen his parents since his rebirth. In his previous life, his grandfather passed away when he was 24 years old. After his grandfather's death, his grandmother also suffered from severe Alzheimer's disease. "Yes, the fruit in your grandparents' orchard is ripe, and your dad and I discussed it and planned to go there in the next day or two." "Yes, that's fine." Mu-chun nodded. He really should go and see his grandparents. It's 2018, now his grandparents are still in good health and live in a mountain village where they run an orchard. Just then, the door was opened. Mu-chun quickly stood up when Mu-yong saw his son return. He couldn't help but say, "Oh, Mu-chun is back. Dad." Mu-chun stood up and said, "I heard someone wants to join Mu-tang Fish, right?" At this point, Mu-yong smiled slightly. "Recently, the profits of Mu-tang's store have been good, and some people want to join as franchisees, but I don't know anything about that, so I refused." "Okay, then there's no problem." Mu-chun's father continued. "These are all minor matters, but when are you going to get Su Tang to give me a healthy baby boy? P.S. School starts tomorrow, dear readers. Study hard. Xiaoming is waiting for you to come back. I'd also like to request some short videos in electricity generation. Good night, dear readers." Chapter 161. Mu-chun is the source of his pride. "What? A chubby little boy? Good heavens." Mu-chun was slightly taken aback, not expecting that his father was still thinking about his chubby son. The main problem is, he hasn't even gotten his first blood yet. So what kind of fat baby is he going to have? But his parents don't see it that way. After all, he and Su Tang have such a good relationship, and they've been caught kissing each other before. Now that they're in university, there's bound to be a more in-depth development between them. After all, they're not children anymore. "Dad, I'm focusing on my studies and career now. After I graduate, I'll definitely have Tang Tang give you a big, healthy son." Hearing Mu-chun's words, Mu-yong nodded. "Indeed, I was getting a little anxious. Mu-chun and Su Tang are only 18 years old now. It's really a bit scary that they got pregnant at 18. However, judging from Mu-chun's words, it seems that he and Su Tang have already. Not bad, not bad. Nowadays, very few 18-year-olds can lose their virginity by the time they enter college. For example, the author is already 21 and still /Todd /. Mu-chun is already doing a great job." At the same time, Mu-chun asked, "By the way, Dad, I heard we're going to the countryside to visit Grandpa and Grandma the day after tomorrow, right?" Mu-yong sat on the sofa, poured himself a glass of water, took a sip, and then said, "It's early October now, and your grandparents' orchard has a bumper harvest this year, so we're going over to help out. The shop has settled down. You can leave your Uncle Feng to look after it for the next few days." "Yes, that's fine." Mu-chun thought of what Su Jinfeng had told him, and he continued, "By the way, Dad, Su Tang's dad told me today that our shop's ingredients are a bit limited. So I'm planning to enrich the ingredients. Let's get up early tomorrow morning, and you can drive me to buy some things. Then we'll go to Grandma's house together in the afternoon. I'll book the train tickets. Hmm? Okay. At this point, Mu Yong remembered that Mu Tang fish did have a very good reputation, but some customers would get tired of eating it. The surrounding customer traffic is fixed. After all, this isn't a tourist attraction. If things continue like this, business will gradually decline. If we use innovative ingredients, repeat customers will come back again. Seeing that his father agreed, Mu Chun continued. Okay, it's settled. Then I'll make some promotional posters. Tomorrow's October 1st, so it's a good time to do a promotion for the store. As Mu Chun spoke, he pulled his suitcase into his bedroom. His bedroom was spotless and the bed was neatly made, indicating that his mother had prepared it in advance. Mu Chun took his computer out of his suitcase and, based on his memory, designed a recipe using Photoshop. He then created a poster for Mu Tang's National Day event. Since it's National Day, Mu Chun plans to offer a 50% discount on the new dishes. Of course, now that he understands the market, he won't lose money even if he offers a 50% discount. As for his parents, they will definitely support his decision. After exporting the image, Mu Chun sent it directly to Su Tang. Soon, Su Tang sent a Sigma, a emoji. Wow. Is this our store's National Day promotion? Omega. Mu Chun typed. How about it? This event's promotional poster is pretty good, isn't it? That's absolutely fantastic. Was the grilled meat on top freshly added? I want some too, honey. Can you make it for me? Su Tang is a total foodie. Just looking at the pictures of delicious food would probably make her drool. Hee hee, I'm going to my grandma's house tomorrow afternoon. I'll cook for you when I get back. Going to the countryside? Su Tang then sent a voice message, which Mu Chun opened without hesitation. You're going to the countryside? What? Aren't you going to take this little cutie with you? Su Tang's tone was full of coquettishness, and Mu Chun felt a surge of tenderness upon hearing her sweet voice. This girl is so cute. Actually, taking her to the countryside isn't a bad idea. Wouldn't it be great to bring along a free laborer? Mainly, the two grew up together, and his grandparents also knew Su Tang. Even when he was little, his grandfather said that Mu Chun should marry Su Tang. Does Tang Tang want to go? Go. Seeing this exclamation mark, Mu Chun knew what Su Tang was thinking. Okay, tell your parents if they agree. I'll book a ticket for you. Okay. Su Tang sent a panda emoji, and 2 minutes later, she sent a voice message. Honey, my mom and dad have agreed. Omega. Okay, I'll book the tickets right away. Mu Chun open trip. His grandmother's home was in Jiangnan province, which was a 4 or 5 hour high-speed rail journey from Jiangbei province. After entering his parents' and Su Tang's ID numbers, Mu Chun bought 4 train tickets. The train ticket is for noon, which means I should arrive in Jiangnan province around 4 p.m. Then take a bus to the town, and from there you can go to the village. The hometown of my grandparents is also the hometown of Mu Chun Tang. However, Su Tang's grandparents have moved away from there and now live in the city. The countryside was where they both spent their childhood. After booking the tickets, Mu Chun sent a message to Su Tang. The tickets are booked. You can sleep in a little longer tomorrow morning. I'll come find you at 10 a.m. Good. Su Tang appeared unusually excited, completely free of worries. Okay, then go to sleep quickly. I'm going to take a shower, and then go to bed. Good night, honey. Good night, my husband ZZZ. Mu Chun smiled slightly, put down his phone, went into the bathroom, took a shower, and then fell asleep. 5 o'clock the next morning. Mu Chun was woken up by the alarm clock. After getting dressed, he went to the bathroom to wash up quickly before coming to the living room. His parents were still asleep at that early hour. It's normal that they're usually quite tired from work. Mu Chun went to the kitchen, looked at the ingredients, and decided to make breakfast for his parents. Of course, breakfast is also quite simple. He made a few pancakes on an electric griddle, rolled them with some side dishes, eggs, and ham, and then made 3 cups of soy milk using a soy milk maker. A simple breakfast was ready. Then, Mu Chun knocked on his parents' bedroom door. Knock, knock, knock. Dad, Mom, get up and eat. Okay. Zhou Ping and Mu Yong got up quickly and came to the living room, where they were taken aback. Mu Yong looked at the breakfast on the table. Goodness, son, you've already prepared breakfast. Mu Chun nodded and then said, eat quickly, we'll buy some things later and print out the National Day event posters while we're at it. Looking at the sensible Mu Chun, Mu Yong took a deep breath. This kid was so carefree before the college entrance exam, but now he can take care of the whole family. Thinking about it now, I can hardly believe it. Of course, Mu Chun's actions greatly excited him. When others ask Mu Chun how he is doing now, he can proudly say that Mu Chun got into Tsinghua and Peking universities, got a girlfriend, and even led them to open a restaurant. That's right, Mu Chun is the source of his pride. Chapter 162, Transformation into a Hot Girl. After finishing his meal, Mu Chun went back to his bedroom, slung his bag over his shoulder, and came out with his USB drive. Dad, let's hurry over, my train ticket is for 12 noon, so time is actually quite tight. By the way, I asked Tang Tang yesterday, and Tang Tang also went to her grandparents' house with us. Upon hearing this, Zhou Ping couldn't help but say, Tang Tang is going too? Great. Now that girl is really clinging to you. Isn't this your son, and I'm charming? Mu Chin spoke with a narcissistic air, and Zhou Ping rolled her eyes, turning to look at Mu Yong. Old Mu, hurry up and eat. Look, your son has already finished eating, I don't know what you're dawdling for. Hold head high. These words directly revealed his family's status. Mu Chin chuckled and silently mourned for his father for 3 seconds. Use the remaining 57 seconds to laugh. However, Mu Chun did feel sorry for his father. I've married such a wonderful wife as Tang Tang. I'm sure things won't turn out like this in the future. Definitely not. After Mu Yong finished eating, the two of them walked out of the house together. Once in the elevator, he couldn't help but ask, Mu Chun, what ingredients are you planning to add this time? Some grilled meat, some snacks, and 3 different flavors of grilled fish. Mu Yong was taken aback after hearing Mu Chin's words. Is it really okay for a fish shop to offer barbecue? He asked himself this question, but didn't say it aloud. After all, having another ingredient isn't a bad thing. As long as someone likes to eat it, they'll order it. The more ingredients you have, the more customer needs you can satisfy. After arriving at the underground parking garage with his father, Mu Chin sat in the passenger seat. Meanwhile, Mu Yong sat in the driver's seat. Where are we going? Let's go to the wholesale market and buy more mutton. As for fish, Dad, you can contact the supplier and ask them to send some Mekong and Woohoo fish today. We mainly want to buy some skewers for meat and some seasonings, and also print out some posters. Okay, Mu Yong nodded, then started the car and drove away from the basement. The father and son arrived at the food wholesale market. On the way, Mu Yong contacted the supplier of Xinjiang fish and ordered 200 Woohoo fish and 200 Mekong fish. Today is October 1st, and the customer flow is definitely huge, so we ordered a total of 100 jin of pork and mutton after buying some barbecue skewers and ingredients. Mu Chin also printed out a storefront poster. At 9:10 a.m., the father and son arrived at Miching No. 1 Plaza. The mall opens at 9 a.m. sharp. The mall management committee holds a meeting for the store employees in the morning, so this is also the time when the store employees start work. Mu Yong brought Mu Chun to the outside of Mu Tang fish shop. Seeing the shop, Mu Chun felt like he was coming home. He set up the poster for Mutanjiu's National Day event, and then a familiar voice came from behind him. The boss is here. Oh, Master Mu Chun is here too. Master Lu walked over and felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity with Mu Chun when he saw him. Good morning, Uncle Lu. Mu Chun gave him a friendly greeting. At the same time, Master Lu said, Master Mu Chun, are you on vacation? How are you doing? Are you adjusting well to your month at Tsinghua and Peking University? Of course. Mu Chun nodded. Uncle, it's hard on you to work during the National Day holiday. It's not hard work at all in the chef's profession, the busier you are during holidays. Indeed, these days, chefs are busy only when others are on holiday. Of course, since it's a holiday, Mu Chin's father will also pay them triple wages in accordance with the law. Master Lu handed Mu Chin's father a delivery note. Boss, the supplier just delivered another 400 fish, and they're now in the mall's warehouse. I see the list shows 2 new types of fish. Are they expanding their food offerings? You'll have to ask Mu Chin about that. Yes. Mu Chun pointed to the National Day event poster behind him. During this holiday, I also found that the ingredients for Mutong fish are relatively limited, so I plan to expand to 3 different flavors of fish. I'll make one of them later. Upon hearing this, Master Lu nodded. Master Mu Chun hasn't forgotten the shop, even while he's in college. That's really great. Hee, it's all for the sake of the shop. After opening the shop door, Mu Chun went directly to the mall's cold storage and took out more than a dozen fish, and then went to the car to take out the ingredients he had bought. Upon arriving at the kitchen, 5 or 6 chefs had already gathered around. Mu Chun first took out the printed ingredient list and then began to cook the fish. Many people enjoy spicy food these days, so Mu Chun prepared a grilled fish dish with pickled pepper flavor. The other 2 are pickled fish and regular grilled fish, but with different types of fish. Of course, the taste will be different too. Master chefs, you can actually be innovative in your methods. You can send some to customers that you made using your own methods and ask for their feedback. The people around him simply nodded. Mu-chun was right. But when people are busy, who has time to do that? Mu-chun patiently prepared the fish dish step by step, and an hour later, the 3 fish dishes were successfully completed. Along the way, Su Jinfeng also arrived at the restaurant. He tasted the 3 new dishes and praised them highly. After all, he has now elevated his culinary skills to an advanced level, and the taste of his dishes is now better than that of some senior chefs. After everything was settled, Mu-chun found his father. Dad, it's about time, shouldn't we go? Okay. Mu-chun had just discussed the interaction with Su Jinfeng, and they decided to do as Mu-chun suggested. The barbecue restaurant also has a grill, and you can start grilling when a customer orders. Old Su, we're leaving. Goodbye, Dad. Mu-chun waved to Su Jinfeng, who smiled and nodded. Have fun in the countryside. If Tang Tang causes you any trouble, just tell me. Haha. Tang Tang is very well behaved. She won't cause any trouble. After chatting for a bit, the father and son went to the garage and returned to the community a few minutes later. Dad, I'm going to find Tang Tang. You go back and pack your things. We'll leave in a bit. Okay, go ahead. Mu Yong smiled and nodded, while Mu-chun walked towards Su Tang's building. Arriving at the floor where Su Tang lived, he gently knocked on the door. Soon, Su Tang opened the door. Upon seeing that the person who arrived was Mu-chun, Su Tang immediately revealed a delighted smile. At the same time, Mu-chun was stunned when he saw Su Tang's outfit. Su Tang's style of dress today is completely different from her usual style. Normally, Su Tang's favorite outfit is a JK skirt, usually in blue or pink, which is very cute and adorable. But today, she was wearing a black workwear jacket. Her hair was braided into countless small braids, and she was wearing a pair of black-rimmed flat glasses. She wore a black skirt, tights, and white sneakers. The leg lines are extremely defined. Too straightforward. She's completely transformed from an adorable, innocent girl into a sexy one. But the biggest pity is that she wasn't wearing black stockings. Chapter 163 Convenience Store. You stinky Mukin, what are you looking at? As soon as the door opened, Mu-chun stared at her legs with an infatuated look. Of course, Mu-chun staring at her legs made Su Tang very happy. Girls generally hope that their figure or facial features can attract their boyfriends. It even made her boyfriend obsessed. What Mu-chun valued most was her legs. Definitely a leg fetishist. Mu-chun glanced at Su Tang's living room and lowered his voice to ask, Tang Tang, is your mother home? At the same time, Su Tang also chimed in, whispering, No, it's not here. Not here. Upon hearing that he wasn't there, Mu-chun was secretly delighted. Without hesitation, he went over, put his arm around Su Tang's slender waist, and kissed her directly. Mu-chun's sudden action caught Su Tang off guard, but she still went along with it, putting her arm around Mu-chun's muscular shoulders, closing her eyes, and kissing him. Su Tang's occasional moaning sounds deeply stimulated Mu-chun's brain nerves. Experts say that kissing can exchange bacteria in the mouth, which can significantly boost immunity. Moreover, a 10-minute kiss is equivalent to a 3-kilometer jog, which can not only improve physical health, but also bring joy. In short, kissing can keep you young, improve blood circulation, and reduce the chances of getting sick later in life. So, dear readers, you absolutely must kiss your girlfriends. After a long while, their lips reluctantly parted. At the same time, Mu-chun rubbed Su Tang's little head. Tang Tang, have you packed your things? Uh-huh. Su Tang nodded heavily. She had already packed her things. Mu-chun checked the time. It wouldn't take more than an hour to get to the train station by subway. In other words, they have 20 minutes to do other things. Mu-chun grinned mischievously. Hey Tang Tang, would you like to give me a massage and rub my shoulders? What? Upon hearing this, Su Tang was stunned. Massage? Su Tang couldn't help but ask. Hey Mukin, what's wrong? Is your back bothering you? Yeah, a little. Mu-chun nodded. I've been looking at blueprints on the computer a lot lately, and I've gotten a stiff neck. Tang Tang, your massage technique is pretty good. Why don't you massage my shoulders for me? Oh, okay. Su Tang nodded obediently. Mu-chun nodded. Hee hee. Thank you. Wife, to repay you, I'll cook for you another day. Hee hee, okay. Hearing that Mu-chun was going to cook for her, Su Tang nodded happily. Mu-chun took Su Tang's hand, and they went to her bedroom together. At the same time, Mu-chun sat on the bed. He grinned mischievously and said, My dear wife, let's begin. When she saw Mu-chun's mischievous smile, she immediately understood what he meant. Su Tang rolled her eyes. Humph, you stinky Mukin. This is the last time. After Su Tang finished massaging Mu-chun, Mu-chun also massaged her. I must say, massage can unblock meridians, and it feels really good. At 10:50, Su Tang, her face flushed, pulled her suitcase and went downstairs with Mu-chun. Seeing Su Tang's shy expression, Mu-chun chuckled. Candy. Oh. Su Tang was stunned for a moment. Then she realized what was happening and turned to look at Mu-chun. Next time, could you massage my shoulders again? I must say, you actually made me feel quite comfortable. Su Tang, we'll see how you behave next time. This girl doesn't just give massages to anyone. She pouted, her tone quite arrogant. His expression was also somewhat fierce. However, she still looks as cute as ever. It's so good that anyone who sees it would want to rush up and give it a kiss. The two of them went downstairs together and arrived at Mu-chen's house. At this moment, Mu-yong and Zhou Ping had already packed their bags and were just waiting for Mu-chen to arrive. Aunt Ping, good morning, uncle. Upon entering, Su Tang greeted Mu-chen's parents with a smile. Oh my, it's Tang Tang. You look so pretty today. Su Tang's unique outfit today immediately caught Zhou Ping's eye. To be honest, after not seeing Su Tang for more than a month, they all felt that Su Tang's figure was getting better and better. Su Tang's height of 17 meters is exactly the standard of a goddess. After Su Tang has her child, her looks and figure will be absolutely amazing. Hee. Thank you for the compliment, Aunt Ping. Su Tang said with a smile, and she quickly started chatting with Zhou Ping. Meanwhile, Mu-chun entered the room, pulled his suitcase, slung his bag over his shoulder, and came out after packing. Mom and Dad, it's getting late. Let's head over now. Okay, Lao Mu, take the things and let's go. The four of them went downstairs together, took the subway to the train station, and at 12 o'clock, the train departed on time, heading towards Jiangnan province. There are many people during the National Day holiday, as many migrant workers want to go home to spend the holiday. The train moved slowly, and Su Tang leaned on Mu-chen's shoulder and soon fell asleep. At 4:30 p.m., the train stopped in Yongzhou City, Jiangnan province. Dad, Mom, we've arrived. Temperatures in Jiangnan province are higher than normal, much warmer than in Jiangbei province. After getting off the train, a wave of heat hit me instantly. Su Tang pulled her suitcase, held Mu-chen's hand, and was extremely excited. Mu-chun, we're finally back. They went to Beijing when they were in elementary school, and could only come back for a few days during the Chinese New Year. But Mu-chun was different. In his previous life, he had not been to Jiangnan for many years. Seeing Su Tang's happy expression, Mu-yong walked over and looked at the two children. Mu-chun, Tang Tang, we still need to take a bus to Lishui County. Let's catch a ride first. Lishui County is a small county in Yongzhou City, and Mu-chen's grandmother's home is in a small village near the county seat. The four of them arrived at the exit together. Since it was a train station, there were many taxis waiting there. They got into a taxi. Mu-chun and Su Tang sat in the back seat, looking at the scenery along the way, and a strange sense of familiarity welled up in their hearts. He used to ride in his father's car through this area every year during the Spring Festival. This road is both unfamiliar and familiar. An hour later, the car finally stopped in Lishui County. After getting off the bus, Mu-chun took a deep breath. The air in the county town was so much better. This county town is not very big. The houses are at most 3 stories high, and it is quite backward compared to big cities. But the more it's like this, the more it evokes a sense of childhood. Mu-chun, come with me to buy some things. Okay, sure. Mu-chun nodded, then turned to look at Su Tang. Tang Tang, what do you want to eat tonight? Upon hearing this, Su Tang chuckled. Barbecue. Goodness. This girl can't stop thinking about barbecue. Mu-chun looked at his father and said, Dad, how about we have barbecue tonight? We can buy some meat here and grill it ourselves when we get home. Yes, that's fine. Although grilling meat is a bit of a hassle, since she's his daughter-in-law. What's a little trouble? If your daughter-in-law wants to eat something, you have to make it. Let's go, Tang Tang. Let's go buy some barbecue. Okay. Su Tang didn't stand on ceremony at all. The two strolled around the town, and then Su Tang suddenly grabbed Mu-chun. Mu-chun, look. Upon hearing Tang Tang's words, Mu-chun looked to the side. Then, a memory surfaced in his mind. In front of the two was a small shop. Both of them attended kindergarten in this county when they were little. Mu-chun often pestered his grandma to go to the convenience store to buy snacks such as Xiao Wuzi spicy strips or figs. He often came here with Su Tang when he was a child, so this little shop can be said to hold his and Su Tang's memories. Seeing this store again was such a surprise. Mu-chun spoke softly. Tang Tang, why don't we go inside and buy something? Hee. That's exactly what I was thinking. With that, the two of them went inside. Chapter 164. Tang Tang is your granddaughter-in-law. Hello, boss. Upon arriving at the convenience store, everything felt so familiar. The broken glass display case, covered with tape, contained various kinds of instant noodles, spicy strips, lollipops, scallions, tofu, and also sold some notebooks, pencils, and Ultraman stickers, which are children's favorites. On the ground were bottles of iced cola and lay-by, both of which cost 50 cents a bottle. Although they are all knockoffs, many children really like them. The author used to really enjoy drinking this, but it's no longer available. Hello. The shopkeeper was an elderly woman in her 60s. Mu-chan still clearly remembered that she was the shopkeeper when he was in elementary school. The shopkeeper, an elderly woman, could tell at a glance that the two well-dressed children were from the city. Mu-chan smiled slightly. Tang Tang, what would you like to order? You and I want to eat spicy strips. Okay. Mu-chan looked at the store manager, and he vaguely remembered that the store manager's grandmother's surname was Liu. Grandma Liu, would you like a bag of large gluten balls? Upon hearing this, the shopkeeper was slightly taken aback. She looked at the two little ones and asked, Do you know me? Of course. Su Tang smiled sweetly. Grandma, we went to the kindergarten next door. We used to come here to buy things often when we were little. Yeah. Hearing this, she was somewhat moved. Time really flies. The little girl has grown into a beautiful young woman. After all, it had been more than a decade since they last met, and even if she had a memory of it, she had forgotten it. Right? Su Tang nodded, and at the same time, Grandma Liu asked, Are you all in college now? Are you back for National Day? Yes. As she spoke, Grandma Liu brought over a large bag of gluten. Mu-chan scanned the 2 yuan and 50 cents with his phone, and Su Tang waved and said, Goodbye, Grandma. Goodbye? They didn't linger in the store after leaving. Mu-chan handed the large gluten puff to Su Tang. Thank you, honey. Eat less spicy snacks. Su Tang couldn't resist opening the bag, taking out a spicy strip, and putting it in her mouth. Here, honey, you should try some too. Su Tang held a spicy snack to Mu-chan's lips. He smiled slightly, opened his mouth, and ate it. Look at these two kids. They remind me so much of us back in the day. Looking at the loving relationship between the two children, Mu-yong was immediately reminded of his own youth. All right, go buy the meat. Mu-chan and his father bought some meat skewers and charcoal, as well as some vegetables and fruits, and then headed towards Lishui village. Because Lishui village is right next to the county seat, only a little over a kilometer away, they didn't take a car and just walked there. Walking along the country lanes, you see crops on both sides of the road, and looking straight ahead at the village, you can see wisps of smoke rising into the sky. It was sunset, and the afterglow painted half the sky red as the sun hid behind the distant mountain peaks. This scene is very warm and pleasant. Looking at the fields in the distance, Su Tang couldn't help but sigh. Wow, this place is so beautiful. Honey, seeing this scene here reminds me of a poem. Upon hearing this, Mu-chan asked curiously, Oh, what poem? Green hills rise outside the city walls, and jasmine fragrance wafts from the fence. A golden goblet is offered to a close friend, and the sounds of music linger in the thatched cottage. Su Tang recited 6 quatrains, a rural sketch, a poem she had learned in school. However, this poem is indeed quite good for depicting the current pastoral scenery. Upon hearing Su Tang's words, Mu-yong and Zhou Ping couldn't help but laugh. At this moment, Mu-chan's mother spoke up. Mu-chan, look, Tang Tang can even recite a poem when she sees such a scene. Why don't you do one too? No problem. Mu-chan pondered for a moment, then said, The late spring sun shines on the beautiful landscape. The spring breeze carries the fragrance of flowers and grass. The mud melts and swallows fly. The sand is warm and mandarin ducks sleep. Haha. Mu-chan, you're not bad either. That's. The 1-kilometer journey is not far, and walking here feels like returning to his childhood. Tang Tang, look at this tree. When I was little, I climbed it. And you seem to have fallen here, right? Humph, that stinky Myukin didn't. Look at the riverbank. We used to play house with our friends back then. Yes. Su Tang's clear eyes observed everything around her, and childhood memories kept surfacing in her mind. After walking for more than 10 minutes, they finally arrived at Mu-chan's grandmother's house. His grandmother's house was very old, a triangular tiled house from the last century, and even the yard was enclosed with tree branches. There is a kitchen, a living room, and 3 small bedrooms. In the yard, Grandma planted some vegetables and also put a lot of fruit there. Grandmother! Mu-chan shouted loudly, And then Mu Chen's grandmother, Wang Xiangling, came out of the kitchen. When she saw Mu Chen and his family with Su Tang, she was both surprised and delighted. "Oh, little Chen, you're here?" His grandmother used to call him Xiao Chen. When he was a child, hearing his grandmother call him by that name again made him feel really happy. "Mother." Wang Xiangling looked at Su Tang, examined her closely, and couldn't help but say, This is Tang Tang?" "Hee hello, Grandma." "Oops." Wang Xiangling clapped her hands. "It really is Tang Tang. You came along too." Mu Chun, who was standing to the side, laughed and said, "Grandma, Tang Tang is your granddaughter-in-law now." "What?" Upon hearing this, Wang Xiangling was taken aback. Mu Chun and Su Tang had a very good relationship when they were young, and she wanted them to be betrothed as children. However, they didn't say it out loud in the end. After all, there was a generation between them, and their views were completely different. He was genuinely surprised to hear that Su Tang was his daughter-in-law. That's amazing. It's truly a stroke of good luck that Mu Chun was able to marry Su Tang. "So, are you satisfied with your granddaughter-in-law?" "Satisfied, extremely satisfied." Mu Chen's grandmother looked at Su Tang. "This girl has both height and looks. How could she not be satisfied?" At this moment, Mu Yong stepped forward. "Mom, where's Uncle?" In rural Shandong, fathers usually call their own fathers uncle. "Your uncle has gone to play chess. Come in and sit down." Grandma ushered the four of them into the house, and at the same time, Mu Chen said, "Dad, let's marinate the meat first, then we can grill it." "I'll help too." Su Tang ran over excitedly, and Mu Chen nodded. "Okay, sure." He went into the kitchen and took a stainless steel basin to marinate the meat. Meanwhile, Mu Chen's father had already placed the meat on the cutting board and started cutting it. Zhou Ping opened the seasoning packet, and Su Tang, standing beside her, paused, her gaze shifting to the bag of charcoal. "Hey Tang Tang, don't touch the charcoal. Just play over there." Mu Chen quickly went over to stop her. Good heavens. He didn't trust Su Tang to light the charcoal. "I don't want it. I'm here to help." "Then go help Mom make the marinade, okay?" "Okay, honey." Su Tang got busy, and after a while, Mu Chen's grandfather came back with a box of chess pieces. "Huh? Grandpa, you're back." Upon seeing Mu Chun, Mu Guangda was taken aback, then smiled. "Mu Chun, you little rascal, why didn't you tell me you were coming?" Mu Guangda quickly came over, and at the same time, Su Tang came out and called out Grandpa after hearing the sound. "Grandfather. P.S. I wrote about the countryside because Xiaoming really likes this kind of cozy life. At the same time, everyone should spend more time with their grandparents. Xiaoming's grandfather has already passed away, so don't lose him and regret it later. Good night, dear readers. Also, please urge me to update with more videos and send more emails. Hehe. Chapter 165, A Gift for Tang Tang. Upon hearing Su Tang's sweet voice, Mu Chen's grandfather turned his head to look towards the kitchen. Upon seeing Su Tang, he paused for 2 seconds, then said, "Oh my, Tang Tang, you're Tang Tang, right?" When he saw Tang Tang, Grandpa Mu Chen's lips curled up noticeably. When she was little, this little girl often followed Mu Chen around playing. Every day after kindergarten, the two of them would lie on the stones in the yard to do their homework. At that time, the locust flowers were ripe, and this little girl kept clamoring to eat them. He would also tie a sickle to a long stick and use it to hook locust flowers for the two children. Scenes from his two children's childhood flashed through his mind. He never imagined that time would fly by and they would grow up so much. To be honest, he also had a strange fondness for Su Tang. Hee, Grandpa, you still remember me. At this moment, Mu Chun smiled slightly. Grandpa, Tang Tang will be your granddaughter-in-law from now on. Upon hearing Mu Chen's words, his grandfather appeared somewhat surprised. It couldn't be better if Mu Chun and Su Tang were together. The main reason is that he watched Su Tang grow up since she was a child, and he feels at ease knowing that Su Tang is with his grandson. Of course, he also hopes to hold his great-grandson before he dies. Okay. Grandpa Mu Chun looked at Su Tang with a smile. This girl was pleasing to the eye no matter how he looked at her. Come here, granddaughter-in-law. Come here for a moment. Grandpa has something to give you. Oh. Upon hearing this, Su Tang was slightly taken aback. She looked at Mu Chun, somewhat at a loss, and Mu Chun spoke. Tang Tang, Grandpa wants you to go with him, so just go with him. Seeing Su Tang's shy expression, Mu Chun chuckled. This girl is so shy in front of her grandfather. She's so adorable. Su Tang nodded and quickly followed in Mu Guangda's footsteps. Seeing Tang Tang approach, Mukin's grandfather put his hands behind his back and slowly walked towards the main room. At the same time, Su Tang's heart was pounding. Her mind raced, trying to guess what her grandfather was going to give her. After entering the house, Mu Guangda turned on the light, but he remained silent. Su Tang patiently followed behind them. Upon entering the bedroom, Mu Guangda's gaze fell upon a large wooden box. This box is covered in dust. It was bought when my grandparents got married. These days, you can't see boxes like this anymore. Mu Guangda took out an old key from under the tablecloth and then unlocked the rusty lock on the box. He rummaged through the box for a while before finding a box wrapped in a red handkerchief. After carefully taking it out, Su Tang couldn't help but look at it. Mu Guangda glanced at Su Tang, then opened the handkerchief, revealing a delicate little box. It looks like it's made of peach wood. The moment Su Tang saw this small box, she knew that the contents inside were very valuable. Grandpa, what's wrong? Su Tang couldn't help but ask, while Mu Guangda had already opened the box. Inside was a gold bracelet that had oxidized slightly. The bracelet appeared to be handmade, with all the carvings done by hand. Judging from its appearance, this gold bracelet is not pure gold. It contains many impurities and has a distinctly vintage feel. Upon seeing the gold bracelet, Su Tang was taken aback. She asked, "Grandpa, what's this?" "This is the gold bracelet I gave to your grandmother, who is also my husband, when we got married." Mu Chen's grandfather looked at the bracelet in his hand, sighed, and his thoughts went straight back to 50 years ago when he and Mu Chen's grandmother got married. Although this is not pure gold, it can be said that it witnessed the love between my husband and me in the blink of an eye. 40 or 50 years have passed, and I have grown old, so I plan to give this bracelet to you. What? Upon hearing this, Su Tang hurriedly shook her head. "No, Grandpa, this is too valuable. I can't accept it." Tang, here you take it." Mu Guangda stuffed the gold bracelet into Su Tang's hand. His hand was very dry and full of the marks of time. "No, Grandpa and Grandma would know too." Before Su Tang could finish speaking, Grandpa Mu Chen interrupted her. "I've already discussed it with my wife. She said that once Mu Chen finds a girlfriend, she will give this bracelet to your future granddaughter-in-law." When talking about his granddaughter-in-law, Mu Guangda's lips curled up noticeably. Then, he looked at Su Tang with kind eyes. "Granddaughter-in-law, I'm giving you this bracelet in the hope that you can pass it down to your children. I hope that in the future, you can give this bracelet to your future granddaughter-in-law, so that this bracelet can witness the love of the Mu family generation after generation. You and Mu Chen have known each other for 18 years. You were inseparable from him. When you were little, I feel at ease sending him to you, of course. I believe Mu Chen will be able to take good care of you in the future." Hearing Mu Guangda's words, Su Tang's eyes were already a little moist. She thought for a long time before nodding. "Yes, Grandpa, I'll accept this bracelet. I'll keep it safe for you, and then pass it on to future generations." Of course, that's what Su Tang was thinking. This bracelet holds extraordinary significance for Mu Chen's grandfather. Giving the bracelet to Su Tang was also a way for him to untie a knot in his heart. Seeing that Su Tang accepted it, Mu Chen's grandfather nodded with a smile. "Haha. Thank you for accepting it. I'm really looking forward to holding my great-grandson. I don't know if I'll even live to see that day." As Mu Guangda spoke, he walked out with his hands behind his back. At the same time, Su Tang said, "Oh dear, Grandpa, you're sure to live to be 100 years old. What nonsense are you talking about?" She followed in Grandpa Mu Chen's footsteps, and the two of them went to the courtyard and started working. "Today, Mu Chen and his family of four are coming over, so we absolutely must treat them well." Outside, Mu Chen had already set up a simple barbecue grill and lit the charcoal. "The meat is here." Mu Chen's father brought over the skewered meat, while Mu Chen smeared salad oil on the grill and placed the meat on it. At this moment, Su Tang came running over to Mu Chen's side. She stared longingly at the meat on the grill, her mouth practically watering. What a little glutton. At the same time, Mu Chen turned his head slightly to look at Su Tang's profile. Tang, what did Grandpa give you?" "This." As she spoke, Su Tang took out the small box that her grandfather had given her. Upon seeing the small box, Mu Chen was slightly taken aback. He knows about this box. When he was a child, he was very naughty and often rummaged through drawers and cabinets. He found this little box more than once. Back then, when his grandfather saw him doing homework, he would often whip him with a small leather whip. Grandpa said he would give this box to him when he got married. However, in my previous life, my grandfather passed away before that day came. He also knew about the gold bracelet inside. This bracelet was a gift they gave to Grandma when they got married. Mu Chen took a deep breath and looked at the box in Su Tang's hand. Tang, you must protect it well. We must pass it on to Grandpa." Yes, honey, I will. Chapter 166, Going to the Pear Garden. Okay, put it away. Mu-chun didn't take it seriously, and the lamb skewers were cooked in no time. Mu-chun sprinkled some salt and cumin on it, then handed one to Su-tang. Here's some candy. Try it and see if it's good. Uh-huh. Su-tang's stomach had been growling non-stop while she was squatting here watching when Mu-chun handed her the lamb skewers. Su-tang quickly took them and took a bite. Delicious, so delicious. Su-tang ate something oily, but she chewed it with gusto, finding it delicious. Eat your candy slowly. You have no ladylike manners at all. Hee hee, shouldn't I stop being a lady when I'm with you? After finishing a skewer of grilled meat, she smiled and said, Honey, I'm going to take these to Mom, Dad, and Grandpa. You keep grilling, okay? Su-tang has become much more sensible now. He carried a small plate full of roasted meat and happily walked into the kitchen. Mom and Dad, Grandpa and Grandma, come and try some barbecue. Mu-chun continued grilling the meat after he finished grilling the meat. He cooked a few dishes so that his grandparents could also taste his cooking skills. At 8 o'clock in the evening, Mu-chun set up a table outside, which was filled with dishes. The weather was very clear tonight. The stars were clearly visible in the sky, and insects were chirping in the distant grass. Everything felt like a return to my childhood. The 6 people sat at the dining table, the family enjoying each other's company without any distractions. Tang Tang. Hurry up and eat some cicada larvae. Grandpa caught them himself last night. Mu-chun picked up a tortoise shell for Su-tang, but Su-tang looked at the strangely shaped insect and shook her head firmly. This it's so ugly. Can we eat this? Seeing Su-tang's frightened expression, Mu-chun chuckled. He vaguely remembered that Su-tang especially liked to eat this when she was a child. However, since I started elementary school and moved to the city, I've hardly seen turtles anymore. You can only see it in rural areas. Tang Tang, you loved eating this when you were little, didn't you know that? Oh, this. Su-tang was stunned. Did she like to eat this when she was a child? She didn't remember. Hurry up and try the candy. Turtle shells are rich in protein. Eating them can whiten your skin and even help you lose weight. Really? Then I'll try it. Upon hearing that it could make her skin whiter and help her lose weight, Su-tang didn't hesitate and started eating it right away. Seeing Su-tang like this, everyone around her couldn't help but laugh. Grandpa and Grandma, you should try my cooking too. Your grandson is really good at cooking now. Okay, come on, let me try the dishes Xiao Qinshan made. 10 p.m. After everything was tidied up, it was time to go to bed. After taking a shower, Mu-chun and Su-tang entered the kitchen in their pajamas. In rural areas, kitchens typically use large cooking pots, and a heated brick bed is usually built opposite the pot. In winter, my grandparents would cook over a fire in a large pot, and after eating, they would lie down on the heated kong, a traditional heated brick bed, to sleep. This is generally the case in rural areas, especially in rural areas of the north, where this phenomenon is very common. When he was little, Mu-chun often slept on a heated kong bed, and even slept with Su-tang in his arms. Today, he and Su-tang will sleep on the kong, a heated brick bed. Of course, we didn't use a large pot to cook today. Xiao Chun, I've lit the mosquito coil for you. There's water on the table next to you. You can drink water if you get thirsty tonight. Yes, Grandma, I understand. Just let me know if you need anything. Go to sleep. After giving her instructions, Grandma Mu-chun left the room. Mu-chun smiled at Su-tang, a mischievous grin on his face. Ahem, Tang Tang, tonight. Before Mu-chun could finish speaking, Su-tang pouted. You stinky mukin, let me tell you, don't even think about me for the next few days. I won't eat bananas or drink Anmuxy yogurt. Su-tang looked sullen, and Mu-chun chuckled upon hearing this. To be honest, he really wanted to treat Su-tang to bananas again. However, since she had said that, Mu-chun did not force her. Sweetie, then a kiss is fine, right? Hearing Mu-chun's words, Su-tang nodded. Kissing is still okay. Upon hearing this, Mu-chun revealed a mischievous smile. Hee hee, then I also want to eat white rabbit gummies, seafood, and candy beans. You stinky Mu-chun. You're so annoying. Come on, wife. Mu-chun pushed Su-tang away, then kissed her. At the same time, Mu-chun started to become unruly. The night was very quiet. The atmosphere inside the room was also very lively. Tonight in the countryside, Mu-chun and Su-tang will never forget it. The next day, early in the morning, at 7 o'clock, Mu-chun woke up naturally, turned his head to look at Su-tang, who was sleeping soundly, and gave her a big kiss on the cheek. Mu-chun opened his suitcase and changed his clothes, because the purpose of his visit to his grandmother's house was to collect fruit, so today was destined to be a busy day. The temperature in Jiangnan province is not low, so to avoid getting sunburned, Mu Chun wore long sleeves and trousers. After getting dressed, Mu Chun quickly washed up in the yard and then started cooking. For breakfast, anything is fine. Grandma's house has a lot of noodles, so Mu Chun plans to make a pot of stir-fried noodles with tomatoes and eggs. While Mu Chun was cooking noodles, Su Tang also got dressed and came out rubbing her eyes. She knew she was going to help out at the orchard today and said that Su Tang had specially prepared herself fully armed. She was wearing blue denim overalls with a white short-sleeved shirt underneath, but she also had 2 pairs of silk sleeves to protect herself from the sun. Girls generally pay special attention to these things. Tongs up. Su Tang looked like she hadn't woken up, yet she rubbed her eyes and yawned. Go and wake up our parents, grandparents, and other family members. Once they're up, we can have breakfast, and then we'll go to the orchard. Okay. Su Tang nodded, and she happily walked out of the house to call her grandparents and parents for dinner. After his parents and grandparents got up, Mu Chun cooked noodles. After eating, Mu Chun went to sit with his father. Dad, what's the task for today? Well, our task today is to pick pears from the orchard and then deliver them to the village committee. The village has already hired some very famous live streamers who can help us sell the pears. Hearing his father's words, Mu Chun nodded. Indeed, online shopping has become a well-established practice, and many live streaming e-commerce hosts help farmers sell their products. In this way, villagers can sell their fruits and vegetables, the village's economy can be improved, and the online influencers can also earn a good income. Overall, this situation represents a win-win situation. At this moment, Su Tang, carrying a bamboo basket on her back, ran excitedly to Mu Chun's side. She chuckled and said, Mu Chun, let's go to the pear orchard. P.S. Please urge me to make more videos so I don't have to generate electricity. Good night, dear readers. Chapter 167, Stealing My Granddaughter-in-Law. Still too naive. Why is Tang Tang in such a hurry? It's rare to see Su Tang, who is usually very lazy, so hardworking today. That's. Su Tang puffed out her chest and put her hands on her hips. Since I'm here, I have to help out. Isn't this to relieve some of the pressure on Grandpa and Grandma? Look how eloquent my granddaughter-in-law is. Mu Chun's grandmother came over and rubbed Su Tang's head at the same time. Su Tang shrank her neck like a kitten and giggled foolishly. Mu Chun also took a bamboo basket and carried it on his back at the same time. Mu Chun's parents changed their clothes and prepared for today's work. Mu Yong walked over and said, Mu Chun, you go with your grandparents first. Your mother and I will drive the tricycle. Don't forget to bring a bottle of water and drink more water. Working in the orchard is very tiring. Okay, I understand. Mu Chun nodded, picked up the prepared cooled boiled water, threw a few pairs of knitted gloves into the basket, and then left the yard with his grandparents, heading towards the pear orchard. Grandpa and Grandma led the way, with Mu Chun and Su Tang following closely behind them. The mornings in the countryside are especially beautiful. There is no hustle and bustle of the city, and everything around is so peaceful. The sun hung in the eastern sky, its golden rays shining on their faces. A gentle breeze ruffled Su Tang's golden hair. Mu Chun looked at Su Tang's face. She was truly beautiful at that moment, pure and flawless like an angel. Su Tang tucked a strand of hair behind her ear, glanced at Mu Chun with a smile, and then said, Honey, can I eat lots of delicious fruit later? Upon hearing this, Mu Chun chuckled. This girl is so delicious. Of course you can. I heard that the fruits here are all natural and pesticide-free, so you can eat them whenever you want. Okay. Su Tang nodded with a smile. Early in the morning, many other villagers were also heading towards the orchard along the country road. The people of Lishui village mainly make a living by growing fruit. Everyone in the village grows all kinds of fruit. Moreover, with the rapid development of the internet and the implementation of e-commerce policies by the government, some rural residents now have higher incomes than urban residents. Mu Chun's grandparents also contracted an orchard in recent years, mainly planting pear trees, as well as some pomelos, oranges, lychees, etc. Of course, pears usually ripen in August and September and are harvested in October because pears have a relatively short shelf life. They need to be sold quickly, so today they are mainly focused on picking pears. Led by their grandparents, they soon arrived at an orchard. Upon seeing Mu Chun's grandparents arrive with the 2 children, an older woman with a large mole on the corner of her mouth quickly came over. Oh my, let me see who this is. The middle-aged woman with a mole on the corner of her mouth looked at Mu Chun and Su Tang. Of course, since Mu Chun's grandparents had brought them over, she knew that the boy was Mu Chun. Hello, Aunt Wong. Mu Chun recognized Aunt Wang at a glance. Aunt Wang's son was the same age as him, and they often played together when they were young. Wow, it's been years. Mu Chun has grown into such a handsome young man. How are you doing? Are you in college now? Mu Chun nodded at the same time. Aunt Wang looked at Su Tang next to Mu Chun and asked, "Oh, by the way, who is this?" Upon hearing this, Su Tang smiled brightly and said, "Aunt Wang, don't you recognize me? I'm Su Tang. You are Su Tang." When she heard Su Tang's name, she was taken aback. Although Su Tang was pretty since she was a child, he never expected that Su Tang could grow up to be so beautiful. That face, that figure, absolutely stunning. At the same time, Aunt Wang smiled slightly. "Oh, it's Tang Tang. We haven't seen each other for almost 10 years. I didn't even recognize you. I hope you won't blame me." "It's all right, Aunt Wang." Su Tang smiled slightly, indicating her understanding. At the same time, Aunt Wang looked Su Tang over, then suddenly remembered something and said, "Tang Tang, you're 18 now, right? Do you have a boyfriend? If not, my Zhou Xiaoping is also single, and you two know each other. How about I give you his WeChat?" Mu Chun was stunned after hearing what Aunt Wang said. Goodness, Aunt Wang has taken a liking to Su Tang. But thinking about it, it makes sense. Su Tang is such an outstanding girl. Anyone would be interested in her. At the same time, Su Tang was also stunned. Before she could even speak, Mu Chin's grandmother suddenly glared at Wang Tsohua with a fierce expression. She said loudly, "Granddaughter-in-law, all right, stop chatting, let's hurry up and pick some pears. Grandma will cook lunch for you herself." Grandma Mu deliberately emphasized the words granddaughter-in-law, as if asserting her dominance. Even Mu Chin couldn't help but smile when he heard this. Goodness, it seems Grandma is jealous. It's easy to imagine how much Grandma loves Su Tang. "Here you are." Su Tang smiled slightly. She ignored Wang Tsuehua and took Mu Chin's hand, saying, "Come on, darling, we still have work to do." At the same time, Mu Chun gently ruffled her hair. "Aren't you going to kiss your dear husband?" "Mua." Su Tang tiptoed and kissed Mu Chun on the cheek, then skipped and hopped away. Wang Tsuehua stood there, completely bewildered. She rolled her eyes, feeling quite uncomfortable. Then, she gave a cold laugh. I might not even be interested in you. What are you so smug about?" Just then, her son Zhou Xiaoping ran over. "Hey Mom, isn't that Mu Chun and Su Tang up ahead? Su Tang is so beautiful, and she has such a great figure. I wish I could marry a wife with such a great figure." "What kind of woman are you going to marry? Get back to work." Upon hearing this, Zhou Xiaoping was stunned. Did he do something wrong? Meanwhile, Mu Chun, walking on the road, couldn't help but say, "Grandma, why did you react so strongly just now? Were you jealous?" Upon hearing Mu Chin's words, Mu Chin's grandmother, Wang Xiangling, turned cold and spoke up. You're still too green to try and steal my granddaughter-in-law." Hearing her grandmother's words, Su Tang was overjoyed. In fact, she was especially happy to be recognized by her elders. Hee, don't worry, Grandma. I'm determined to marry no one but Mu Chun in this lifetime from now on. You'll be my real grandma. Oh, my good granddaughter, what do you want to eat for lunch? Grandma will make it for you. I want to eat braised pork. Okay, I'll make some delicious braised pork for my granddaughter at noon. The four of them chatted amongst themselves, and soon they arrived at the pear orchard area where Grandma Mu Chun belonged. There are hundreds of pear trees here, laden with yellow pears. The pears were all wrapped in craft paper, and the grass on the ground was quite lush. So many rotten fruits had already fallen to the ground. Grandpa, is this it? Right? Mu Chin's grandfather nodded. You and your granddaughter-in-law can pick the fruits that are close to the ground first, and we will pick the taller ones together. Yes, Grandpa. Mu Chin nodded, and at the same time, Mu Chin's grandfather gave him some instructions. By the way, there are also a lot of jujube stingers on the pear trees. Be careful when picking the fruit. Wear gloves, and don't get stung by those things. It hurts a lot when you get stung. Okay, Grandpa, I understand. At this moment, Su Tang smiled slightly. Then Grandpa, Mu Chun and I are going to pick fruit. As she spoke, Su Tang grabbed Mu Chin's hand and ran deeper into the orchard. Chapter 168, So sensible, it's heartbreaking. Tang Tang, slow down, or you might step on a snake and get bitten. Oh. Upon hearing this, Su Tang jumped up and hugged Mu Chin tightly, wrapping her legs around him in a comical manner. Upon seeing this, Mu Chin chuckled. Nowadays, girls are generally very afraid of snakes and some strange-looking small insects. Boys too. For example, if a strangely shaped little flying insect flies onto the author will immediately perform a breakdance. Haha. Tang Tang, look how scared you are. Don't worry. Even if there are snakes, they won't bite you, just focus on picking your fruit. You stinky Mukin, you lied to me again. Su Tang let go of Mu Chun and walked cautiously, afraid that a snake might suddenly appear and bite her. Okay, Tang Tang, let's pick fruit here. Okay. Su Tang nodded, put the bamboo basket on her back on the ground, and then began to put the pears into the basket one by one. Pears are usually ripe at this time of year, so there's no need to worry about picking the wrong one. Su Tang first picked one from the tree, then tore open the craft paper and took a bite. Her mouth was full of pear juice, and she kept chewing. Seeing this, Mu Chun, who was standing next to her, gave Su Tang a look of disdain. Tang Tang, you've stolen food again. Hey. Seeing that she had been discovered, Su Tang made no attempt to hide it. She skipped over to Mu Chun, held up a half-eaten pear to his lips, and said with a smile, Honey, you should try some too. This pear is so sweet. Upon hearing this, Mu Chun shook his head. I won't eat it. You can eat it. Hearing Mu Chun's words, Su Tang's face fell. What? You stinky Mu Chun, are you disgusted with me? Why would you think that, Tang Tang? I've eaten your seafood before. How could I possibly look down on it? As he spoke, Mu Chun took a bite of the pear that Su Tang had bitten. How could he possibly dislike Su Tang? Su Tang smiled only after seeing Mu Chun eat it. Hee, you did a great job. This princess is quite satisfied. Su Tang glanced at Mu Chun with a happy expression, then continued picking pears. Picking pears looks easy, but the weather is quite hot now, and you have to keep your arms raised at home for a long time, which can be tiring. It was all right for Mu Chun, but it was a different story for Su Tang. As a girl, Su Tang's physical condition is very different from that of a boy. After picking half a basket of pears, sweat appeared on her forehead, and her hair was stuck to her eyebrows. Is Tang Tang tired? No. Although she was a little tired, she didn't feel tired at all. Seeing Su Tang's stubbornness, Mu Chun couldn't help but smile. This girl has a stubborn streak. However, it's not bad that he has such a strong personality. Previously, Su Tang was rather naive, but when doing certain things, she could also act like a strong woman. Although it was all an act, Mu Chun genuinely liked her that way. Tang Tang is now capable of handling things on her own. Darling, don't push yourself too hard. You'll feel better after a rest. He was much faster than Su Tang, and Mu Chun had already filled a basket. In the distance, his father also drove over in a farm tricycle to haul away these pears. Tang Tang, you rest for a while. I'll go and put the basket of pears on the car. Okay, darling, go ahead. Su Tang nodded, picked up the water from the ground, and gulped it down. Seeing this, Mu Chun smiled slightly without any hesitation. He picked up the basket and walked towards the parking area. Watching Mu Chun's retreating figure, Su Tang gave him a deep look. Mu Chun is so strong and powerful. I don't know how things will turn out on that side. Never mind. I'll find out on October 15th, Mu Chun's birthday. At that time, Cho Mukin must have been extremely excited. Thinking about this, Su Tang felt a sense of anticipation. After all, she was already 18. It is also necessary to. Dad. Mu Chun walked over, and at that moment, his father also put a basket of pears into the car. Wow, Mu Chun, you've gotten a lot stronger. This basket of pears must weigh at least several dozen kilograms, and Mu Chun was able to lift it easily, which shows that he is indeed very strong. That's right, your son is very strong. Mu Chun smiled slightly, then slowly took the pears out of the basket and placed them in the back of the tricycle. The pear's skin is quite brittle, so Mu Chun didn't dare to pour it directly. It can easily break if it gets hit. After taking all the pears out of the basket, Mu Chun took the basket and went back. At this moment, Su Tang was still picking pears. Where she couldn't reach, she would tiptoe, sometimes even hopping. The actions were extremely comical. Tang Tang, next time you should come over on a high bridge. Snort. Upon hearing this, Su Tang pouted. There's nothing I can do. I'm just too short. I can't reach it. Goodness. Su Tang is now 17 meters tall, which is considered tall for a girl. What would other girls think if they heard what she said? Silly Tang Tang, why don't you pick the lower ones first? There are so many other trees around. I don't wanna, I can still pick it by jumping. Su Tang started to act willfully, and she continued. Look, honey. As she spoke, Su Tang jumped up, grabbed a pear, and then pulled it off the tree. At the same time, the tree branch was bounced and shook. Just then, a small green insect suddenly fell from the tree. It landed on Su Tang's arm. Most importantly, Su Tang saw it. Oops! Su Tang screamed and immediately started breaking into a dance, struggling with her arms and swatting at the insect with her hands. Don't, Tang Tang. Oh. Then she called out again. Oh no, Mu-chun quickly ran over. Looking at the flat, callous skin on her arm, I took a deep breath. I got stung by this thing, and it hurt like hell. Su Tang must have been stung by the thorns when she slapped him just now. Tang Tang, are you alright? Pain. Su Tang pouted, and her eyes immediately turned red. Getting stung really hurts. The body of the venomous caterpillar has many poisonous spines. Being stung will cause pain for at least 3 days. Quickly take off the ice silk sleeves. Mu-chun gently helped Su Tang remove the silk sleeves and asked, was I stung on the hand or the arm? Arm. At this moment, tears were already streaming down her face. The spot on his arm where he had been stung had turned bright red, and Mu-chun knew he couldn't touch it at this moment. It will absolutely hurt terribly if you touch it. It feels like being pricked with a needle. Especially at night, the pain might keep you awake. Sigh, it's all my fault. Tang Tang. I shouldn't have let you pick it. No. Su Tang shook her head heavily. Honey, it's not your fault. It's my fault. I was disobedient, and shook the caterpillars off the tree. Hearing Su Tang's words, Mu-chun took a deep breath. I feel so awful. At this moment, Su Tang is so sensible that it breaks your heart. P.S. Has anyone been stung by a jujube dog, a type of venomous plant? Feel free to share. Power Generation, video, you get it? Good night, dear readers. Chapter 169, such a huge difference in strength. Seeing Su Tang's distressed expression, Mu-chun sighed. It's best not to touch it, Tang Tang. Why don't you rest over there for a bit? It's okay, it won't hurt much as long as you don't touch it. Su Tang endured the pain and said, but Mu-chun knew that being stung by a stinging caterpillar was an unbearable pain. Su Tang said that only because she didn't want him to worry. Just then, a voice suddenly echoed in his mind. Ding, reporting to the host. We recommend that you use 1,000 points to redeem Young Lotzi's exclusive medicine spray, which can relieve 99% of the pain. Upon hearing the system's voice, Mu-chun was taken aback. Goodness, the system can exchange for this kind of thing? Mu-chun thought to himself without hesitation. Change it. We must change it. He'd exchange for 10,000 points, let alone 1,000. After all, points can be earned again. He couldn't bear to watch Su Tang suffer. Ding! Congratulations on your successful redemption. The reward has been placed in your inventory, and you can retrieve it at any time. After hearing the system's feedback, Mu-chun gently rubbed Su Tang's head. Tang Tang, rest here for a while. I was stung by many caterpillars when I was a child. I remember the clinic in town sells a medicine that works very well. I'll go buy it for you now. Sigh, no need. Mu-chun. Before Mu-chun could finish speaking, he took off running at a speed comparable to Lu Xiang. Of course, this was just Mu-chun's excuse. After all, he couldn't just conjure up a bottle of potion out of thin air. That would probably scare Su Tang. Watching Mu-chun run away so fast, Su Tang's lips curled up slightly. Although her arm was burning with pain, her heart was warmed at that moment. Mu-chun arrived at a secluded spot, looked around, and found no one there. So he opened the system panel. His various information was displayed on it. Mu-chun relied on his will to reach out and take out the spray medicine that the system had mentioned. The bottle isn't big. It's like a spray bottle for Yunnan Baiyao, a traditional Chinese medicine. There was some text on it that he couldn't understand, but since it was something he redeemed using system points, he didn't doubt it. As for its effects, we'll find out soon enough. Since the orchard was some distance from the town, Mu-chun did not go back immediately. If he runs back now, Su Tang definitely won't think he went to town. After waiting for nearly 20 minutes, Mu-chun finally ran towards the location of the orchard that his grandparents had contracted. A few minutes later, he saw Su Tang sitting on a farm tricycle eating a pear. She didn't tell Mu-chun's parents and grandparents about being stung, so as not to worry them. It's just an excuse to take a break. Candy. Mu-chun ran over quickly upon hearing Mu-chun's voice. Su Tang jumped and turned her head away. Darling, you're back. You came so fast. So fast. Mu-chun smiled slightly. His mind was always filled with impure thoughts. Okay, come here, Tang Tang. I've already bought your medicine. Su Tang nodded. It was already a miracle that she didn't cry after being stung by that thing. Since Mu-chun bought medicine for her that can relieve the pain, she should give it a try. Mu-chun came to Su Tang and saw that her arm was already red and swollen. The sting site was red, and there were many small red pimples. After all, the caterpillars are full of poison, and their skin will react in some ways to fight against the toxins. Seeing her red and swollen arms, Mu-chun immediately felt sorry for her. Without hesitation, he shook the bottle and sprayed the medicine directly onto the spot on Su Tang's arm, where she had been stung. Sizzle. A clear liquid sprayed out of the bottle, along with a pleasant fragrance. Ah, it's so cool. Su Tang couldn't help but say, and Mu Chun didn't dare to touch the place where Su Tang had been stung. Mu Chun sprayed a few more times, then asked, "How do you feel?" "Admit it doesn't hurt anymore." "Real?" Mu Chun was slightly taken aback. Goodness, this medicine works so quickly? Even Mu Chun suspected that Su Tang was lying to him so that he wouldn't worry. "Real?" Su Tang was also somewhat surprised. After spraying the medicine, the stung area felt cool and refreshing, and it really didn't hurt at all. Amazing, absolutely amazing. Mu Chun gently ruffled Su Tang's hair. The things the system provides are incredibly effective. Just then, a smile reappeared on Su Tang's face. "Darling." Su Tang stepped forward and gave Mu Chun a quick kiss on the lips. Then she said, "Thank you." These words came from the bottom of Su Tang's heart. Although it was just a very ordinary little thing, it was this kind of thing that showed Mu Chun's love for him. The more subtle the moment, the easier it is to remember. No need for thanks. You're my wife, and wives are meant to be cherished. Mu Chun rubbed her head and then said, "All right, I'll go take care of things now. You can continue to rest here for a while." "Don't want." Su Tang pouted. She shook her head. "I have to go back to my work and help you pick pears." Mu Chun smiled slightly. "Isn't Tang Tang afraid of getting stung by the stinging caterpillars again?" Su Tang rolled her eyes. "You stinky mukin. Can't you be a little like me?" "Okay, put on my coat. That way my little princess won't get stung." Mu Chun took off his coat and gave it to Su Tang to wear, and then the two of them continued picking pears. An hour later, Mu Chun looked at Su Tang's arm. The redness and swelling on her arm had completely disappeared, as if she hadn't been stung at all. This medicine is incredibly potent, and Mu Chun plans to leave it for his grandparents before he leaves. When working in the countryside, especially in fruit cultivation, you often encounter stinging caterpillars. Normally, when they get stung, they have no choice but to endure it. This spray can reduce a lot of pain. At noon, Mu Chun's grandmother cooked braised pork for Su Tang, who ate it with great relish. In the afternoon, the 6 people continued to work in the pear orchard. Because there are so many pears, it will take at least 10 days to harvest them all. At 6 o'clock in the evening, the sun was setting in the west, and just like yesterday, the afterglow of the setting sun dyed half the sky red. "Mu Chun, there's no need to pick any more. The truck is already full. We can deliver it to the village now." "Okay," Mu Chun responded, while turning his head to look at Su Tang, who was still picking pears. "Tang Tang, there's no need to pick anymore. Let's go back." Su Tang nodded heavily. "I'll take my basket of pears over first, then I'll come back to get yours." Mu Chun easily lifted the basket of pears. Seeing how strong Mu Chun was, Su Tang also tried to lift it a couple of times. However, the bamboo basket did not budge. Su Tang was stunned. Am I really that much stronger than Mu Chun? Chapter 170, Grandma's Red Envelope. Tang Tang, you're too small to lift it. Mu Chun chuckled as he watched Su Tang put on a brave face. Although Su Tang is quite tall, she has a small frame. Especially with such thin arms and legs, what strength could they possibly have? Upon hearing this, Su Tang pouted. She said angrily, "Why is there such a big difference in strength between boys and girls? I probably don't even have half your strength. Hey, I'm here. Why do you need so much strength? I'll protect you from now on." Mu Chun smiled and glanced at Su Tang, then picked up the bamboo basket next to her. Su Tang looked at Mu Chun with envy and said, "I want to be a boy in my next life, so I can experience what it's like to be a strong man." "Okay." Mu Chun smiled slightly. "Then I'll be a girl in my next life and be your girlfriend." At that time, I was also able to try out the art of flower arranging. Upon hearing this, Su Tang was stunned. Boys, I think are all very curious about that feeling, right? Anyway, the author was very curious and even searched on Baidu. After delivering the last basket of pears to the car, Su Tang opened a pack of wet wipes and helped Mu Chun wipe the sweat from his forehead. "Honey, don't move. Your face is all dirty." She gently cradled Mu Chun's chin with her small hand, her expression incredibly attentive, especially those clear eyes. At this moment, the two people's heads were very close, and Mu Chun could even feel Su Tang's breathing. This feeling is very appealing. Although the two are now an old married couple, the feeling of their initial romance still lingers around them. "It's okay, Tang Tang. I'll just take a shower tonight." It's perfectly normal to get dirty when working in the countryside. Even so, your face still needs to be clean. Mu Chun's parents and grandparents, who were nearby, all smiled as they witnessed this scene. I must say, Su Tang is really meticulous in her work. After wiping Mu Chen's face clean, Su Tang turned to look at Zhou Ping, Mu Yong, and her grandparents. Su Tang ran over excitedly. Grandpa, Grandma, Mom and Dad, I'll wipe you down too. Upon hearing this, Mu Chen's parents quickly shook their heads and refused. No need. Tang Tang, you can wipe it yourself. Hey, you all need to be clean too, come on. Su Tang carefully wiped her parents and grandparents. In fact, her actions left a very good impression on Mu Chen's parents. After wiping his face clean, Mu Yong drove his farm tricycle toward the village committee. There's a warehouse/packaging area near the village committee. Fruits are packaged and transported there, and various online celebrities also livestream from there in the evenings to sell the fruit. The sales channels are very convenient now. In the past, there were many times when we had a bumper harvest of fruit but couldn't sell it, and we could only stay at home doing nothing. But with the help of online celebrities, things are completely different. As the car drove away, Mu Chun, holding Su Tang's hand, turned his head to look at her face. Tang Tang, you've worked hard today. What would you like to eat tonight? I'll make it for you. Huh? Really? Su Tang put her finger to her lips and thought for a moment. Then I want to drink black chicken soup. It's very nourishing. Black chicken soup? Good heavens. Black chicken soup is very nourishing. Could Su Tang be implying something? Mu Chun nodded. To be honest, I do know how to make black chicken soup, but we'll have to see if there are any black chickens for sale in town. And of course, we'll need to buy some seasonings. Why don't we go and take a look together? Good. At the same time, Mu Chun turned to look at his mother and grandparents. Mom, Grandpa, Grandma, Tang Tang and I are going to town to see if they sell black-boned chickens. You don't need to cook when you get back. I'll cook when I get back. At the same time, Mu Chen's grandmother said, What are you saying? Grandma will go buy it, my dear granddaughter-in-law. How about Grandma makes you some black chicken soup tonight? No need, Grandma. Su Tang said sensibly. Grandma, Mu Chun can cook. You've been busy all day, so you should rest a bit more. Before Mu Chen's grandmother could reply, Su Tang took Mu Chen's hand and said, Honey, let's go to town quickly. Seeing that Mu Chen agreed, Su Tang chuckled and took Mu Chen's hand, and they started running ahead. Grandma Mu Chun watched the two children's backs as they walked away, feeling incredibly happy. She's really growing to like Su Tang more and more. Time flies. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye, and it was the evening of October 4th. These past few days, rural life has been wonderful. The two of them picked pears and lychees in the orchard, and even caught dragonflies like they did when they were kids, revisiting all the places they used to frequent as children. Rural life is truly heartwarming, especially on the days spent with my grandparents. They always have happy smiles on their faces. For the two elderly people, having children around is truly a source of great joy. Furthermore, the concept of grandparental affection is also popular in this era. It's 8:30 p.m. In the courtyard, many small flying insects hovered around the yellow light bulb as a family of 6 sat at the dining table eating dinner. Tomorrow will be the day Mu Chun says goodbye. Of course, he had already told his mother beforehand. It was a great honor to speak on behalf of the senior class at Manhwa No 1 High School. It's a good thing for the whole family. Grandma, Tang Tang, and I are going back tomorrow. Please take good care of yourself. Mu Chun felt a lot of reluctance in his heart as he grew older. He had fewer and fewer opportunities to see his grandparents. Okay, don't worry. Grandpa and Grandma can take good care of themselves after school starts. Mu Chun, you have to take care of Tang Tang too. Rest assured. Mu Chun turned to look at Su Tang, who was smiling, and then said, We'll get married when we're in our junior or senior year of college, and Grandma will try to let you hold your great-grandson. Ha ha. Grandma has been waiting for this day. Then, Mu Chun turned to look at his grandfather. He knew his grandfather had diabetes, a disease that was incurable and could only be managed with medication. Grandpa, you should eat less sweets and exercise more if possible. You can also go live in the city. No. Mu Chen's grandfather shook his head and sighed. I'll never be able to go to the city in my life. The village is so nice. I can grow flowers, raise birds, and play chess with the old people in the village. This kind of life is enough for me. Upon hearing this, Mu Chun remained silent for a moment. His grandfather was right. In fact, many rural people don't like living in the city at all. If you go to the city, you'll find it hard to adapt to various things. Okay, Grandpa, please take care of yourself. Oh, right. Just then, Mu Chen's grandmother suddenly said, I'm going to get something for my granddaughter-in-law. As she spoke, Mu Chen's grandmother stood up and walked into the house. A moment later, she took out a bulging red envelope. Mu Chen glanced at it and thought, wow, there's at least 20,000 yuan inside. Granddaughter-in-law, this is a little something from Grandma for you, please accept it. Oh. Upon hearing this, Su Tang shook her head repeatedly. No, no, no. Grandma, I can't take this. Take it, take it. P.S. Starting tomorrow, I will update 6,000 words a day and 10,000 words for the Mid-Autumn Festival. This is Xiaoming's goal. I want to write 500,000 words by the end of the month. I still want to thank everyone for reading this far. This book once had a daily readership of 960, but now it's less than 200. I'm really sad. QAQ. In terms of length, it will be at least 700,000 words long, and the ending will be absolutely perfect. Follow-up events. Giving a speech at Manhwa, No 1 High School Autumn Sports meet at the start of the new semester. Flower arrangement art. What you want to see. Good night. Dear readers who wish to go to bed early. Chapter 171. Going home. No. Grandma, you all work so hard to earn money. I really can't accept this money. It's okay. Take it, buy some good food at school, and grow up healthy and chubby, okay? Mu Chen's grandmother tried to shove the baby into Su Tang's arms, but Su Tang kept refusing. 20,000 yuan, though not a lot for Mu Chen's grandparents, is still a considerable sum. Seeing that Su Tang kept making excuses, Grandma Mu Chen suddenly stuffed the money into Mu Chen's hand and said, Mu Chen, take the money and buy my granddaughter-in-law some food and a couple of outfits when you go back to school, okay? Yes, I understand, Grandma. Mu Chen nodded emphatically. Su Tang didn't want him, but he did. Of course, Mu Chen could transfer this money directly to Su Tang. Now, Alipay doesn't need anyone else to receive the funds. They can directly deposit them into your balance. At that point, Su Tang won't be able to refuse even if she wants to. Mu Chen, you. Su Tang pouted when she saw Mu Chen take the red envelope. Forgot that he and his grandmother are in cahoots. Hearing this, Mu Chen said smugly, Grandma, I'll definitely raise Tang Tang to be plump and healthy, but it seems I've already conquered her stomach. Hearing Mu Chen's words, Su Tang rolled her eyes. But thinking about it, it's true that Mu Chen's cooking skills are getting better and better. I feel uncomfortable if I don't eat his cooking for a meal. She even wanted to live with Mu Chen as soon as possible. That way, I can eat bananas and drink milk every day, serve Mu Chen, and eat the meals Mu Chen cooks. The benefits of living together are simply too numerous to list. Upon hearing Mu Chen's words, Grandma smiled kindly and nodded. Okay, let's eat quickly, then you should go to bed early tonight. What time did you book your train tickets for tomorrow? At noon. Okay, then you guys should eat quickly. Mu Chen turned his head to look at Su Tang. Wife, hurry up and eat. Su Tang picked up her chopsticks, and the family of 6 began to eat. That night, Mu Chen still slept with Su Tang. The next morning, it's 8:30 in the morning. After waking up, Mu Chen and Su Tang got dressed and started packing their luggage. Because the orchard hasn't been fully processed yet, Mu Chen's parents will need to stay here for a few more days to help out. Mu Chen packed the clothes into the suitcase, looking at Su Tang's playful smile. How was it, Tang Tang? Did you have a good time these past few days? I'm happy, but I don't know when I'll be able to come back next time. Su Tang's expression was somewhat unpleasant, and after hearing Su Tang's words, Mu Chen also fell into deep thought. Su Tang is right. There will be fewer and fewer times when we can come back to the countryside. In the future, they will both have their own studies and careers, and they probably won't be able to find the time to come back. It's okay. We can come back next summer vacation, or we can come back to play during the new year this year. Okay. After packing their luggage, Mu Chen and Su Tang went outside to the courtyard. Looking at this familiar courtyard, it hasn't changed much since more than a decade ago. Even traces of his childhood play can be found here. For example, when Mu Chen was a child, he liked to play with glass marbles, and you can definitely find a lot of glass marbles in certain corners of this yard. After stretching, Mu Chen took a deep breath. Just then, Su Tang's voice came from beside him. Hey, honey, where did Grandma go so early in the morning? Upon hearing this, Mu Chen looked towards a corner outside the courtyard. At that moment, his grandmother was walking into the yard with a hunched back. She was also holding a woven bag in her hand. It's bulging inside. In that instant, Mu Chen realized that his grandmother's figure had shrunk considerably. My grandmother is now only about 15 meters tall because she has a hunchback. Seeing this, Mu Chen felt a strange pang of sadness. Meanwhile, Mu Chen's grandmother saw that the 2 children had gotten up, and with a smile on her face, she walked happily to their side. Mu Chen, granddaughter-in-law, you're up. Mu-Chun quickly went over and took the woven bag from her grandmother's hands, asking with concern, Grandma, where did you go so early in the morning? Look at all that you're carrying. Before Mu-Chun could finish speaking, his grandmother interrupted him. These are lychees and some other fruits that I picked for you, and Tang they're fresh from the morning, so you can eat them on your way back. Grandmother. Mu-Chun looked at his grandmother's arm, which had some scratches from the vines. Seeing this, tears welled up in his eyes. Mu-Chun hugged his grandmother tightly, just like when he was a child, and she would comfort him when he was bullied. Grandma was a little surprised to be hugged so suddenly. Of course, as his grandmother, she knew what Mu-Chun was thinking. To be honest, she didn't want Mu-Chun to leave either. He wanted Mu-Chun to spend a few more days with him. As they get older, the days they will have to see their grandchildren will become fewer and fewer. Who knows how many more times we'll see each other in the future. All right, you haven't eaten yet, have you? Grandma will go make you some food. After gently patting Mu-Chun's shoulder, his grandmother walked towards the kitchen. Su Tang, who was standing nearby, saw this scene and was reminded of her own grandmother. Mu-Chun noticed Su Tang's expression and went over to her, saying, Do you miss your grandma too? I'll go with you to see her during the new year. How about that? Su Tang nodded softly, while Mu-Chun rubbed her little head. All right, let's go see what Grandma made. We should set off after we finish eating. 20 minutes later, Mu-Chun's grandmother finished cooking, and at the same time, his grandfather got up. His parents had gone to the orchard earlier, so his grandmother only made breakfast for the four of them. Mu-Chun, granddaughter-in-law, come and eat. Here I am. Mu-Chun and Su Tang sat at the dining table, but their moods were both very heavy. After finishing our meal, it was already 9:30 in the morning. The town is some distance from the train station, so they had to leave early. Grandma, I'll do the dishes. Mu-Chun took a deep breath and volunteered to wash the dishes, and of course his grandmother did not refuse. By 10 o'clock, Mu-Chun and Tang had finished getting ready. The two turned to look at the familiar courtyard, feeling a deep sense of reluctance. Grandma, Grandpa, Tang, and I will head back now. Upon hearing this, Mu-Chun's grandmother quickly brought over the washed fruit and handed it to Mu-Chun. We can eat these fruits on the road, and come back whenever we want to eat them. Mu-Chun nodded. Then, Grandma, please take care. After saying that, Mu-Chun turned to look at his grandfather. Grandpa, please take care of yourself too. Go ahead. His grandfather waved with a smile, pretending to be relaxed at the same time. Mu-Chun took Su Tang's hand, and after Su Tang said goodbye to her grandparents, the two walked hand in hand toward the town. Mu-Chun's grandparents kept staring at the two children's backs, and soon tears streamed down their faces. Just like the lyrics in the song Father, he always pretended to be relaxed when he left. She smiled and said, Go back, but tears welled up in her eyes as she turned away. Chapter 172. Returning to Manhwa No 1 High School. Throughout the journey, both Mu-Chun and Su Tang felt very heavy-hearted. The grandparent's son, Mu-Chun's father, is now married and has established his own career. They have pinned all their hopes on Mu-Chun. Mu-Chun and Su Tang arrived at the town's bus station, hailed a taxi, and headed towards Yongzhou railway station. At noon, the two boarded the train on time. They took a nap during the journey, and at 4:15 p.m., the train stopped at Beijing railway station on time. Having returned from the south of the Yangtze River to the north, the air temperature has dropped significantly. The temperature in Jiangbei is quite low, so take out your coat and put it on. Su Tang nodded and put on her coat, while Mu-Chun also put on his coat. The two then left the train station together, took the subway, and went straight back to their apartment complex. Because the National Day holiday is not over yet, some commercial areas still have a large flow of people. These past few days have been tiring farm work, and Mu-Chun didn't feel like continuing to stroll around with Su Tang coming downstairs. He ruffled Su Tang's hair and said, Tang, go back first today. You've been quite tired these past few days, so get some rest. We'll go back to Manhwa together tomorrow morning to give the speech, and I'll take the opportunity to review the speech draft. Su Tang nodded obediently, just as Mu-Chun had said. She was indeed quite tired from farm work these past few days. She really wanted to take a bath, lie down on the bed, and have a good, comfortable sleep. Goodbye, my dear. Su Tang waved to Mu-Chun and walked towards the stairwell. At the same time, Mu-Chun walked towards his own building. Upon arriving on the 15th floor, Mu-Chun opened the door without hesitation. Call. He put down his suitcase, took a bottle of Coke from the refrigerator, and lay down on the sofa to drink it. Then, Mu-Chun watched the Marvel movie with great interest. After watching the movie, he glanced at the speech he had prepared in advance actually. Giving a speech is very simple. As long as you don't get stage fright, you're good to go. As for the content of the speech, it could summarize some learning experiences or learning techniques. Of course, being a poor student, he didn't have any special skills. But I still had to bite the bullet and give the speech after all. The spot in Tsinghua or Peking University was a real one. The next morning, early in the morning, Mu Chun rolled over and sat up in bed. He stretched, loosened his neck, put on a smart and clean set of clothes, and ran into the bathroom to wash up. If he remembers correctly, Jinhua No 1 High School only had a 3-day holiday for National Day. Every month after the monthly exam results are released, Jinhua No 1 Middle School holds a speech. The student who made the most progress across the 3 grades at Jinhua No 1 Middle School was invited to speak on stage, and then the students were asked to set their learning goals for the month. After everything was ready, Mu Chun was too lazy to make breakfast. He took out his phone and dialed Su Tang's number directly. Soon, Su Tang answered the phone. "Hey, honey, are you all packed yet?" Mu Chun said. "Everything's almost ready, honey. Did you dress up nicely today?" Of course, Su Tang usually pays great attention to her image, so she had to dress up nicely for her return to her alma mater. "Okay, let's go later. Our classmate Xian Tiansheng is repeating a year and has even registered to live at school. Let's go to the supermarket to buy him some things, and also buy some gifts for our homeroom teacher. Will treat them to lunch." You've thought this through quite carefully. Su Tang did not refute Mu Chun. She supported Mu Chun's words. Of course, after all, he's our former classmate and homeroom teacher. How about we come downstairs in 20 minutes? Can. Su Tang continued. "Honey, let's ride our bikes there, just like we used to go to school. I want to relive that feeling." Upon hearing Su Tang's words, Mu Chun chuckled. "Okay, I'll listen to my wife. See you later." Su Tang quickly hung up the phone. Meanwhile, Mu Chun packed his things, grabbed a pack of wet wipes, and then took the elevator to the basement. Why say you're sitting when you're standing in an elevator? His bicycle has been sitting in the basement for a long time and hasn't been ridden in ages. It's probably covered in a layer of dust by now. This is also why Mu Chun brought wet wipes. When Mu Chun arrived at the basement, just as he had expected, his bicycle was completely covered in dust. After pushing it out, he wiped it with a wet wipe before riding on it with satisfaction. When I arrived at Su Tang's building, I waited for a few minutes before she came out pushing her bicycle. Su Tang looked as beautiful as ever today. A white shirt, a white sweater over it, loose blue jeans, and white flat shoes. She wore her hair in 2 low ponytails with wispy bangs and a pair of black framed flat glasses. Of course, she also wore light makeup. I simply applied some eyeshadow, blush, and lipstick. Although he had known Su Tang for 18 years, Mu Chun still couldn't help but be moved when he saw Su Tang's angelic face again. Most importantly, Su Tang's features are not only beautiful, but also very pleasing to the eye. It's the kind of show you can watch over and over again without getting tired of it. "How do I look today?" Su Tang smiled slightly, her big, bright eyes looking absolutely gorgeous. "All right, Tang Tang, stop being so vain, let's hurry back." Upon hearing this, Su Tang was taken aback. Vanity? Good heavens. Even that stinky Mukin dares to call her vain. "You stinky Mukin, what are you saying?" Seeing Su Tang's somewhat exasperated expression, Mu Chun chuckled. It's nothing. I just think you look absolutely stunning right now. My beautiful princess, let's hurry back to school." "Oomph. You brat. Watch your mouth next time, or I'll definitely teach you a lesson." Su Tang gave Mu Chun a hard time, and seeing her fierce look, Mu Chun immediately backed down. He knew that a good man doesn't argue with a woman. The two rode their bicycles away from the neighborhood, and on the road, it felt as if they had truly returned to the time when they went to school together. For Su Tang, only a few months have passed, but for Mu Chun, several years have passed. After all, he was reborn. 15 minutes later, the two arrived at the gate of Jinhua No 1 Middle School. At this time, the students in the school had just finished class, and Mu Chun couldn't help but feel a sense of emotion as he watched the students walking around outside the teaching building. Actually, high school was the most carefree time. Although the academic pressure is high, it is often the high school years that leave the deepest impression. Of course, high school romances are also the purest. Su Tang, like him, kept gazing at the campus. Mu Chun gently flicked Su Tang on the forehead and said, "Okay, Tang Tang, stop looking here. Let's go to the supermarket to buy some things, and then go in." "Uh-huh." Su Tang nodded, and the two of them pushed their bicycles to the RT Mart supermarket across from the school. This supermarket is huge, with 3 floors. The place was filled with all sorts of things. You could say it had everything. After entering the supermarket, Su Tang turned to her and asked, "Honey, what are you going to buy for Xian Tianxing, the homeroom teacher?" Just buying some food will do." Chapter 173, A Show of Force. After hearing Mu Chen's words, Su Tang nodded. At that moment, she suddenly thought of something and said, "Do you remember, Mr. Wang seemed to really like eating meat floss sticks? I remember there was always a box of meat floss sticks on his desk in his office." At this point, Mu Chen thought back carefully. When he was in school, he was called to the office many times because he didn't finish his homework or did poorly on tests. It seems there really is a box of meat floss sticks on the homeroom teacher's desk. Really? Mu Chen nodded. Then how about we buy some meat floss sticks for Teacher Wang? The weather is getting colder and colder, so let's also buy him a thermos. Uh-huh. Su Tang nodded, and the two went to the snack area and bought 2 boxes of meat floss sticks. Mu Chen also bought some potato chips, drinks, and snacks for Xian Tianxing, and then picked out a good quality thermos. This thermos is priced at 388 yuan, which is relatively expensive. Of course, since it was a gift for his homeroom teacher, he wouldn't mind the price. After all, he'll be a man who's never short of money in the future. After buying their items, the two paid the bill and crossed the road to the gate of Manhwa No. 1 Middle School. Classes have started now, and the school is rather deserted. When the security guard saw Mu Chen and Su Tang, he felt that the 2 students looked somewhat familiar. But for a moment, I couldn't quite remember who they were. As Mu Chen and Su Tang approached, the security guard stopped them. "You two, where are your leave slips?" Manhwa No. 1 Middle School has relatively strict school rules. Entering the campus outside of the designated time will be treated as a leave of absence. A leave slip is an essential permit. "Uncle Lu, we've already graduated. There's a speech to give today, and my class teacher, Wang Qibei, asked me to come." Oh. Uncle Lu nodded upon hearing the name Wang Qibei. He knew that the 2 children in front of him wouldn't lie. He had seen them before, so it was no wonder he remembered them. "All right, you can go in now." "Yes, thank you, Uncle Lu." Mu Chen and Su Tang smiled at each other, and then walked into the campus. Manhwa No. 1 High School is the best high school in the area, with exceptionally rich campus facilities. It has everything: a library, a laboratory building, a gymnasium, and more. There is even a church that can accommodate more than 3,000 people. Mu Chen and Su Tang strolled hand in hand through the campus, reminiscing about the past. "Hey, you two in front, stop! Which class are you from?" Suddenly, Director Pan's voice came from behind them. "That's right, it's Director Pan. Director Pan, who said that no one at Manhwa High School is in a relationship." Good heavens! Upon hearing Director Pan's voice, Mu Chen was taken aback. Master Pan has a sharp eye. They always appear out of nowhere. He probably considers him and Su Tang to be students at Manhwa No. 1 High School now. Holding hands on campus means they're dating too early. Isn't that a blatant slap in the face? I'm telling you, this is puppy love. Why aren't you wearing your school uniform today? What were your scores on the September monthly exam? Do you know that's skipping class? Behind them came Director Pan's fierce voice, and at the same time, Mu Chen and Su Tang both showed speechless expressions. Sure enough, Director Pan is still Director Pan, unchanged. The two turned their heads helplessly, and when they saw Mu Chen and Su Tang, Director Pan was taken aback. He pushed up his glasses, looking somewhat embarrassed. He certainly recognized the 2 people in front of him. It was he who asked Teacher Wang Qibei to inform Mu Chen. Mu Chen ranked first in Jiangbei Province, which made him, as the Dean of Students, proud. That's why he wanted Mu Chen, the top scorer in the Jiangbei College entrance examination, to give a speech and share his learning experience. Mu Chen chuckled, glancing at Director Pan, whose expression was somewhat awkward. "Director Pan, you are still as unrivaled as ever." Cough, cough. Director Pan coughed for a moment. His fierce tone vanished instantly, and he began to speak. "Oh, it's Mu Chen and Su Tang. I didn't expect you to arrive so early. Have you had breakfast?" "Have eaten," Mu Chen said with a smile, while Director Pan looked at Mu Chen and Su Tang's affectionate appearance and asked, "You two are together?" Upon hearing this, Mu Chen nodded. At this moment, Su Tang's expression also showed a hint of shyness. After all, this was happening in front of Director Pan. No students have ever dared to hold hands like this in front of the Dean of Students. "We're together now, actually. I've liked Su Tang since high school." As he spoke, Mu Chen moved even closer to Su Tang. "What? You mean you were dating back in high school?" No. Mu Chen quickly shook his head. "We weren't together back then, so it was just unrequited love." "You? At this point, Director Pan was furious. That's a real slap in the face. But thinking about it carefully, Jinhua High School definitely had quite a few students who were in early relationships. He just didn't notice. Director Pan didn't delve into it further. He said, all right, are you ready for your speech? Go upstairs and find your homeroom teacher. I have other things to do. Okay, goodbye, Director Pan. Goodbye, Director Pan. The two men waved to Director Pan, who then left to attend to other matters. Mu Chun turned his head and pinched Su Tang's tender cheek. Wife, let's go up too. Don't you know Teacher Wang is teaching a class? Okay, let's go to his office. The two of them went up to the teaching building and arrived at the third floor at this time. Classes were in session and the students were listening attentively. Since it was the start of the new semester, they didn't know which class Mr. Wang was the homeroom teacher for. However, Teacher Wang's office should still be the same. Mu Chun and Su Tang arrived at the office door. Seeing this, Mu Chun remembered how often he was punished by being made to stand in the corner when he was in high school. Knock, knock, knock. Mu Chun knocked on the door. At the same time, a voice came from inside saying, please come in. When they opened the door, they saw Wang Qibei preparing his lesson. There were no other teachers in the office. They were probably all teaching classes. When Wang Qibei saw that the person who came was Mu Chun Su Tang, his expression lit up with joy, and he quickly and enthusiastically stood up. Oh, it's Mu Chun and Su Tang. Please come in quickly. Hello, Teacher Wang. Su Tang greeted Teacher Wang and placed the meat floss sticks and thermos she had bought for him on the table. Upon seeing this, Teacher Wang was slightly taken aback. Oh dear, you've come all this way. Why did you bring a gift? Well, this cup is quite nice, Mu Chun. I can't accept this. It's just a small token of my appreciation. Please accept it, teacher. No, this won't do. Seeing that Teacher Wang showed no intention of accepting the money, Mu Chun came up with a plan. Teacher Wang, if you don't accept this, I won't give a speech today. Good heavens. Upon hearing this, Wang Qibei's lips twitched slightly. I'm being threatened. Did his former student give him a hard time? The main problem is that there's still no solution. He nodded reluctantly. All right, then I'll accept it. Chapter 174 Two Basketball Teams. That's more like it. Seeing that Teacher Wang agreed, Mu Chun smiled and nodded. At the same time, Wang Qi noticed that Mu Chun and Su Tang were still standing. He quickly pulled over two chairs and said, come on, sit down. University life shouldn't be too tiring, right? How's it going at Tsinghua or Peking University? Good. Mu Chun turned to look at Su Tang, then asked, by the way, Teacher Wang, are you still the homeroom teacher? Right? Wang Qibei nodded. I am still the homeroom teacher of Class 3, Grade 12. Although I am not teaching the intensive course, the students in my class are doing quite well in their studies. Especially a classmate named Xiao Ming, who jumped from 10th from the bottom to the top 3 in this monthly exam, which is still a bit unbelievable when I think about it now. Upon hearing this, Mu Chun was taken aback. Indeed, at Jinhua High School, it is truly incredible to go from 10th place in the class to the top 3. That's incredibly powerful. Soon, Wang Qibei started chatting with Mu Chun Sitang. I asked them about their majors and what interesting things happened at Tsinghua and Peking universities. At this moment, their relationship was like that of old friends who hadn't seen each other for over a decade, and they chatted enthusiastically. Half an hour later, it was time for get out of class to end. This was the end of the third period, and there was only a 10-minute break. Mu Chun said, then, Teacher Wang, I'll go find Xian Tianxing and give him some things. First, we can go out for a meal together after school, otherwise I won't give the lecture. Upon hearing this, Wang Qibei was taken aback. Good grief, Mu Chun is at it again. However, he had no choice. Wang Qibei nodded and said, okay, let's go eat together then. Mu Chun nodded, picked up the snacks he bought for Xian Tianxing, and left the office with Su Tang, arriving at the door of Class 3, Grade 12. To be honest, Xian Tianxing and Teacher Wang are quite destined to be together. He was the homeroom teacher of the previous grade, and he was also the homeroom teacher of the grade he repeated. At this time, many students left the classroom to go to the toilet. While many students in the classroom secretly started reading novels, the good students took out their books and began to preview the content of the next lesson. Without the slightest hesitation, Mu Chun and Su Tang went straight into Class 3 of Senior 3. Of course, many classmates immediately recognized Mu Chun and Su Tang. Because Mu Chun and Su Tang have always been the school's most popular and most beautiful students, most of the younger students know them. When Mu Chun walked in, many girls showed infatuated expressions. Wow, this looks like our senior. How come he's back at Jinhua? He's so handsome. Yeah, yeah, Mu Chun is as handsome as ever. Senior Su Tang is pretty too. Okay. Ah, I love it. The students were buzzing with discussion, but Mu Chun ignored them. When Jinda heard his classmates talking, he looked up and met Mu Chun's gaze. When he saw that the person who came was Mu Chun, he was slightly taken aback, and his expression was full of disbelief. Holy crap, Brother Chun, what brings you here? I came to see you. Mu Chun walked over to Xian Tianxing's side, and at the same time, his eyes unconsciously glanced at the desk in front of Xian Tianxing. Jinda's previous work was the one where he and Su Tang were. A man and a woman are sitting here at this moment. The main thing is that, whether they're male or female, both of them are incredibly good-looking. The girls, in particular, are very pure and innocent, even comparable to Su Tang. It's just like him and Su Tang back then. Oh my god, Brother Chun, you're so good to me. When Xian Tianxing saw the bag in Mu Chen's hand, he was delighted and quickly took it without any hesitation. Mu Chen rolled his eyes. This guy is shameless. I didn't even tell him it was for him before he accepted it. Mu Chen said, there are too many people in the classroom. Shall we go outside to chat? Okay. Jinda nodded and said to the person in front of him, Ming-ji, Tianjia, your group leader is going out to play with some friends for a while. You can teach me how to do the problems when I get back. Yes, go you beast. Jinda looked at him with disdain, said nothing, and left the classroom with Mu Chun and Su Tang. After arriving in the hallway, Mu Chun patted Xian Tianxing on the shoulder. Xian Tianxing, you're not doing well in class. Look, even the person in front of you is calling you an animal. Sigh, I'm used to it. He really didn't like the name Jinda, but there's nothing I can do about it. It is said that Jinda's name comes from the fact that his mother was doing farm work in the fields, and in the process, she unknowingly gave birth to him. It just so happened that his father's surname was Xian, so they named him Xian Tianxing. I never expected the word beast. However, Mu Chun was a little puzzled when he heard Xian Tianxing say that. His mother carried him for 10 months, and even when he was almost born, she was still doing farm work in the fields. That's amazing. You'd better do well. At this moment, Su Tang, who hadn't spoken until now, suddenly asked, by the way, Shengji, how are your grades doing lately? That's fine too. I ranked 20th in the class in the September monthly exam. Not bad, 20th, that's pretty good. You should know that Jinda usually ranks last in his class. To be ranked 20th is truly a stroke of incredible luck. At this point, Jinda suddenly seemed to remember something and said, by the way, Chun, you actually got into Tsinghua or Peking University. I thought you were lying to me at the class reunion. Upon hearing this, Mu Chun rolled his eyes. When have I ever lied to anyone? I also heard that you got first place in Jiangbei province. Brother Chun, holy crap, you're amazing. Keep it low-key. Mu Chun smiled slightly. That's why I'm here to give a speech as for you. Have you decided which university to apply to? Hey. Jinda chuckled and continued. You're at Tsinghua or Peking University, so I also want to get into a university near you. I don't want to go to Tsinghua or Peking University, but getting into a university near you shouldn't be a problem. I'll make you treat me to drinks then. Absolutely no problem. I'll make sure you have plenty. Uh-huh. Xian Tianxing glanced at Su Tang, then revealed a mischievous grin. Brother Chun, you and your wife are already in college. Aren't you getting married soon? Upon hearing this, Mu Chun was stunned. What kind of logic is this? Getting married right after starting university? Damn, Jinda, there's something wrong with your logic. No. Jinda shook his head. What I mean is, you should get married quickly and let your sister-in-law have a child, so I can be the child's godfather. Screw you. Ding, ding, ding. At that moment, the alarm clock suddenly rang, and many students returned to the classroom to continue their lessons. Brother Chun, class has started. I'm going back to class now. You're not leaving, right? Let's go eat together after school. I've already made plans with Teacher Wang to go out to eat after school. Why don't you come with me? Sure. Jinda didn't stand on ceremony at all. He was shameless. Okay, then come to my office after school. Okay. Jinda strode back to the classroom at the same time. Mu Chun turned to look at Su Tang and asked, Tang, how many children do you think we should have in the future? Upon hearing this, Su Tang pondered for a moment. Before Su Tang could speak, Mu Chun suddenly said, how about we have 2 basketball teams? What? Good heavens. Have 2 basketball teams? This. Su Tang rolled her eyes. You stinky mukin. Are you trying to work me to death? P.S. I went out for dinner today, so I'm posting this a little early. I'll try to write another chapter when I get back, but I might not be able to. Please urge me to update the videos and send me virtual gifts, gentlemen. Go to bed early. Chapter 175 Su Etian. It's not you who'll die from exhaustion, it's me. Seeing Mu Chin's smug expression, Su Tang rolled her eyes. Actually, for her, it would be best to have 2 children. Twins, a boy and a girl, are the best. If all else fails, then have a girl first, and then a boy. That way, the older sister can take care of her younger brother. After all, she is an only child. She has always been taken care of by Mu Chun since she was a child, and she is truly blessed. Su Tang retorted. TCH, you deserve to be exhausted. You're dreaming of having 2 basketball teams. Then let's just have a couple of kids and have some fun. Do you think having a baby is a game? Su Tang gave Mu Chun another disdainful look. At the same time, Mu Chun chuckled. Hee hee, just kidding, honey. Let's go to the office and sit for a while. I have a speech this afternoon, so I'll watch your performance then. Su Tang didn't dwell on the issue of having children, but of course, she wasn't opposed to having children. As a woman, no matter how painful it is, I must give birth to 2 children for Mu Chun. In this way, the woman will have no regrets. Secondly, both her parents and Mu Chin's parents are waiting to hold the baby. The 2 entered the office, but Professor Wang was supposed to be teaching a class and wasn't in the office at the moment. There was only one unfamiliar female teacher in the office, of course. She didn't say much when she saw Mu Chun and Su Tang come in. Mu Chun and Su Tang sat quietly in the office waiting. They didn't touch any of Teacher Wang's things. 45 minutes passed quickly after school. Teacher Wang opened the office door. Seeing that Mu Chun and Su Tang were still there, he was slightly surprised. So you 2 were waiting here, so. Mu Chun, have you decided what to eat for lunch? Let's go to Hongyanla across from the school and order a few dishes. That works too. Teacher Wang packed her things and left the office with Mu Chun and Su Tang. Meanwhile, Jinda was also waiting for them at the office door. Upon seeing the 3 of them come out, he quickly stood up straight and said, Hello, Teacher Wang. Teacher Wang gave Xian Tianxing a look of appreciation. Although Xian Tianxing was repeating a grade, he had been studying very hard recently and did well in the September monthly exam. Overall, he had made great progress. As for Jinda being born here, he could have guessed that. He and Mu Chun usually have a very good relationship, so it's normal that Mu Chun invited him to dinner this time. Brother Chun, where are we going to eat? He glanced at Wang Qibei. Although Teacher Wang usually treated students very well, he felt a little uncomfortable eating with the homeroom teacher. Let's just go to Hongyanla. By the way, Tianxing, did you manage to win over that girl you said you liked before? Upon hearing this, Jinda was taken aback. Depend on. What is Mu Chun saying? This happened in front of the homeroom teacher. Then, Jinta quickly shook his head. As an excellent student with outstanding character and academic performance, how could I possibly have a girl I like? No. At the same time, after hearing Jinta's words, Teacher Wang couldn't help but speak up. Xian Tianxing, haven't you won over Zhao Yalu yet? This is the girl who confessed her feelings to the protagonist. Upon hearing Wang Qibei mention Zhao Yalu, Xian Tian abruptly turned to look at Teacher Wang. His crush on Zhao Yalu was discovered by their homeroom teacher. Surprise. That's amazing. How did the homeroom teacher figure it out? Wang Teacher Wang Yu. Seeing Jinta's nervous expression, Teacher Wang chuckled. What do you mean, You can't hide your feelings for someone. Don't worry. I won't tell Director Pan, but you can't let your feelings for a girl interfere with your studies, you know? Yes, I understand that, Teacher Wang. Jinta nodded. Zhao Yalu's grades were much better than his. He also needs to study hard so that he can get into the same university as the girl he likes. At the same time, Teacher Wang looked at Xian Tianxing and thought, this child is still too naive. He often stole glances at Zhao Yalu during class and frequently mentioned her after class. He even frequently wrote her name in books. The author did just that. This is what it means to like someone. Teacher Wang noticed all of these unintentional actions. After leaving the teaching building, Mu Chun, Su Tang, Xian Tianxing, and Wang Qibei walked towards the school gate. Upon arriving at Hongyanla, Mu Chun casually ordered a few dishes. The main reason for his visit was to give a speech, and secondly, to catch up with his homeroom teacher. The 4 of them had a great time chatting over the meal. Mu Chun also introduced Xian Tianxing to university life and encouraged him to try his best to get into a good university. After all, there is a world of difference between good universities and bad universities. For example, the author had terrible grades and ended up in a lousy university where the counselor constantly made the students in the dorm run to the office. The main thing was that he ran over there to ask his classmates to sweep the floor for him. He's not without arms and legs. So dear readers, you must study hard and get into a good university. After lunch, Teacher Wang led the 3 students back to campus. The school-organized lecture conference was held very quickly. At 1:50 p.m., all the senior students of Manhwa No 1 High School arrived at the church meeting hall and took their seats. At the same time, Director Pan, holding a microphone and wearing a suit, walked to the center of the stage with a big smile. When Director Pan entered the stage, the students fell silent, and Director Pan began to speak. Today is the first speech meeting for the senior students after the start of the new semester. Let me start by saying a few words. Many students have made progress in this exam. I hope that students who have made progress will not be arrogant and will maintain their grades, of course. Students who have not made progress should not be discouraged. Study hard, and your efforts will definitely pay off. There are 3 speakers in this speech. Our top student in the grade, Su Etian, the rising star, Xiao Ming, and your senior, the top scorer in the college entrance examination in Jiangbei Province, Senior Mu Chun. Immediately, thunderous applause erupted from the audience. Splash, splash, splash. They were especially surprised when they heard that Jiangbei Province had achieved the top score in the college entrance examination. Although Manhwa has cultivated countless outstanding students, this is the first time that someone has been able to get the top score in the province. This is amazing. The fact that Manhwa No 1 Middle School can produce students who rank first in the province speaks volumes about its strong teaching qualifications. It can be said that the name Mu Chun will be recorded in the history of Manhwa No 1 High School. All right, everyone quiet down. Director Pan gestured for silence before continuing. Now, please give a warm round of applause to welcome our Manhwa's top student, Su Etian, to the stage to give a speech. Splash, splash, splash. Another round of loud applause followed. At that moment, a girl wearing a blue school uniform walked onto the stage. Su Etian's appearance drew cheers from many people. If we exclude Su Tang, Su Etian is definitely the school beauty of Manhwa No 1 High School. Mu Chan turned to look at Teacher Wang beside him. Teacher Wang, I've seen this student in your class before. She's your student, isn't she? Wang Qibei nodded, glanced at Su Tang, and then said, Su Etian was indeed my student, and her grades were excellent. I feel that she is somewhat similar to Su Tang back then. P.S. Can you guess who Xiao Ming and Su Etian are? I will try my best to update 6,000 words a day in the future and update during the daytime. Good night, dear readers. Chapter 176 Speech. Somewhat similar to Su Tang. After hearing Teacher Wang's words, Mu Chun turned to look at Su Tang, who was staring at Su Etian in the distance with her big, bright eyes. Both of them are very beautiful, but Su Tang and Su Etian have completely different temperaments. Su Tang's style has always been fresh and cute, leaning towards anime and manga, with a soft and sweet look, belonging to the naive and sweet type. As for Su Etian, Mu Chun felt that she was more like a strong woman. As if he had been through a lot, he looked much more mature than Su Tang. It can be said that the two of them each have their own unique characteristics. Of course, Mu Chun prefers Su Tang's cute and adorable type. Dear classmates and teachers, I am Su Etian from Class 3 of Senior 3. Today, I would like to share my study methods with you. First, Su Etian began her speech, and at the same time, Mu Chun looked at Teacher Wang and asked, Does it look like her? Teacher Wang nodded. Maybe it's because Su Tang and Su Etian both have excellent grades, which gives me the wrong impression. However, when I see her, I always think of Su Tang. Mu Chun nodded. Could it be because she was sitting in Su Tang's seat? Possibly. Mu Chun didn't speak and continued listening to his classmate's speech. Su Etian carefully explained her understanding of the learning method, but of course, Mu Chun, being a poor student, couldn't understand it at all. After her speech, Xiao Ming, the rising star, gave another speech, and it must be said that his speech was also quite good. After the speech, Director Pan walked onto the stage with a big smile and began. Now, please give a warm round of applause to welcome your senior from last year, who is also the top scorer in the college entrance examination, Mu Chun, to the stage to give a speech. Splash, splash, splash. A thunderous round of applause erupted, mixed with screams from many people. Mu Chun turned to look at Wang Qibei. Teacher Wang, I'm going up first. Okay, let's go up. Mu Chun nodded, then went to Su Tang's side and gently flicked her forehead. Su Tang hissed, turned her head fiercely, and punched his chest with her pink little fist. You stinky mukin, you're bullying me again. I'll bully you every night from now on. With a mischievous smile, Mu Chun continued. All right, I'm going up to give my speech now. Listen carefully to your husband's speech, okay? TCH. Su Tang rolled her eyes. Mu Chen walked towards the center of the stage, and at the same time, Su Tang suddenly remembered what he had just said. Do you bully her every night? This. Su Tang suddenly realized that her thoughts were no longer pure. It must be because of that stinky Mukin. Mu Chun walked to the edge of the stage, and Director Pan patted him on the shoulder with a big smile. Give a good speech, just speak the truth, and tell us all the secrets to getting high scores. Don't hold back. Mu Chen frowned. Yes, I'll try my best. Okay. Director Pan nodded and handed him the microphone. Mu Chun walked to the center of the stage, and Director Pan looked at his back with a big smile on his face. He couldn't wait to hear Mu Chen's speech. Meanwhile, in front of Mu Chun were all the senior students. They all stared intently at Mu Chun, their eyes glued to him. After all, to anyone, the top scorer in the college entrance examination was like a god. They are shining examples. Hello, everyone. Mu Chun smiled and bowed to his classmates. He put the microphone to his mouth, looked around at the students, and began to speak softly. First of all, I would like to thank Jinhua No 1 High School for giving me this opportunity to give a speech. I also hope that this speech will be of some help to the students. Before I begin my speech, I'd like to ask you a question. Why do you read books? What is the purpose of reading and learning? The question Mu Chen asked was very simple. Anyone could answer it. Some might say it's all for getting into a good university and obtaining a good degree. Or perhaps it's so that they can find a good job and have a stable income in the future. In fact, all of these answers are correct. After all, everyone has different ideas and their own views on reading and learning. Mu Chun continued. Now everyone can speak and share their opinions. Upon hearing Mu Chen's words, most of the students below began to discuss among themselves. Mu Chen asked a very simple question, but upon closer examination, it was difficult to answer. In fact, many students nowadays go to school just for the sake of going to school and study just for the sake of studying. Everything was arranged by my parents. Of course, this is normal. We are still students, and everyone has to go through the path of education in life. Mu Chen looked around at his classmates at that moment. A girl who was very close to him raised her hand, wanting to speak. Mu Chen saw her and extended his arm. Okay, young lady, please share your opinion. Upon hearing this, the girl stood up, and the surrounding students' chatter subsided. She began to speak. Of all professions, only studying is noble. I believe that studying can help me acquire knowledge, find a job I like in the future, and then take good care of my parents. Not bad. After hearing what the girl said, Mu Chen nodded. She's right. In fact, that's what most students think. But for Mu Chen, this answer was just a simple statement about his future life goals. Some jobs don't require a degree. Ability also plays a significant role. For example, the country has now begun to fully support vocational high schools in the future. Half of junior high school graduates will go to vocational high schools, and the other half will go to regular high schools. What this girl said could be described as having a utilitarian purpose. Utilitarian means only pursuing positive outcomes and having everything go smoothly. But the work that followed was completely different. Everything has its setbacks. If she always reads with a utilitarian purpose, then she will definitely be adopting a success-oriented value system. The consequence of a success-oriented value system is that it makes people unable to accept setbacks. Okay, please have a seat. Mu Chun gestured for the girl to sit down, and then he continued. Next, I'll share my thoughts on why we read and learn. Mu Chen took a deep breath and then said, if you ask me why we study and what the purpose of learning is, I will tell you it is to prevent being classified by society. Upon hearing this, some students looked puzzled, while others seemed to suddenly understand. Mu Chen continued, yes, it's about grading. Actually, I feel that the college entrance examination is a dividing point. Students who do well go to prestigious universities, which is one level. Students who do poorly go to vocational colleges, which is another level, and those who don't get into university enter society earlier. Of course, I'm not saying that students who enter the workforce will necessarily do worse than those who go to university. I feel that the real purpose of our studies is not to get high scores, but to broaden our horizons. Chapter 177 Studying for the Rise of China. Expand your horizons. Upon hearing Mu Chen's words, Wang Qibei, who was sitting below the stage, nodded with satisfaction. What he said wasn't without merit. Getting into university broadens one's horizons and allows one to understand a new environment. Moreover, universities today are essentially miniature societies. Mu Chen on the stage continued. Yes, learning is actually about broadening one's horizons. For example, the math we are learning now can be used in the college entrance examination in the future, When we go out to buy groceries, we will not need to do two linear equations in two variables, nor will we need to solve monotonically increasing or monotonically decreasing problems. Upon hearing this, the students unanimously expressed their agreement. As Mu-chan said, modern mathematics is indeed only useful for the college entrance examination. Normally, math is really not very useful. Mu-chan continued. Actually, my parents don't have much education. My mom used to run a laundry shop, delivering clothes to nearby communities every day. She was exhausted every day and didn't earn much money. My dad is a ride-hailing driver. He leaves home at 6 in the morning and comes back at 10 at night. He works more than 10 hours a day and can only earn a few thousand yuan by working himself to the bone. They took a lot of revenge on me. My parents were uneducated, and according to the social hierarchy, they were actually at the bottom of the hierarchy. What I can do is learn how to make money studying, and reading may not be the only way out, but it is definitely the shortcut. When Mu-chan said this, many students already deeply understood. I immediately thought of their parents. Most of the students at Manhwa No 1 middle school come from other places. Most of them come from rural areas, and their families are of average means. Mu-chan continued. I'm just briefly stating my opinion actually. The person who motivates me the most is her. Mu-chan pointed directly in Su Tang's direction, and at the same time, all the students' eyes turned to Su Tang. Upon hearing Mu-chan's words, Director Pan, who was standing next to the station master, immediately sensed that something was amiss. Good grief, what does Mu-chan mean by this? Many students present saw Su Tang, of course. Su Tang was a year ahead of them. She was a former school beauty and the top student in her grade. It's safe to say that everyone knew the name Su Tang. Mu-chan continued. Yes, it's Su Tang. She's my girlfriend now. If improving my family's financial situation is my goal, then Su Tang is like giving me a buff. Actually, at this senior year of high school, liking someone can really bring a lot of motivation. Although Director Pan doesn't allow everyone to date, I feel that as long as it doesn't affect your studies, I fully support everyone. Good. What the senior said is so true. Ah, I love it. Splash, splash, splash. Thunderous applause suddenly erupted from the audience. What Mu-chan said was indeed very realistic. At this age, who doesn't have someone they like? It would be truly fulfilling if two people studied hard together in high school and got into the same university. This is youth. Meanwhile, hearing Mu-chan's words almost made Director Pan furious. He had planned everything meticulously, but he never expected Mu-chan to say this. At the same time, Mu-chan slightly turned his head to look at Director Pan. Director Pan, you just told me to speak the truth, and I have to say it. In fact, if a girl encourages you, your grades will really improve by leaps and bounds. He turned his head and said, at the same time, you will all face many setbacks on your path to growth, and you must face them squarely. Finally, I hope that everyone will stay and develop in China in the future and not blindly worship foreign things, but study for the rise of China. That concludes my speech for today. Thank you, everyone. By the way, I'll be waiting for you at Tsinghua or Peking University. If you get into Tsinghua or Peking University, I'll treat you to a big meal. Mu-chan bowed to the students, and at the same time, thunderous applause rang out again from below the stage. Okay, what Senior Mu-chan said is very good. Senior Mu-chan, I love you. Senior Mu-chan, you must wait for me at Tsinghua or Peking University. Mu-chan walked off the stage with a smile, while Director Pan stared with wide eyes, as if he wanted to see right through Mu-chan. After getting off, Mu-chan smiled slightly. How was my presentation, Director Pan? Not bad, right? Not bad. Aren't you encouraging them to fall in love too early? No. Mu-chan shook his head heavily. Actually, there are some things that you can't control. Director Pan, for example. If you take coercive measures against certain couples, it will only harm them. After Mu-chan finished speaking, he handed the microphone to Director Pan, who was slightly taken aback. Did it harm the students? No, we don't have any early romances at Manhwa. Mu-chan returned to Wang Qibei's side with a big smile, and Su Tang also quickly came over. Mu-chan's speech was very realistic. Learning is about broadening one's horizons. Most importantly, Mu-chan spoke the minds of many people today. Actually, being in a relationship won't affect your studies. On the contrary, it can promote learning and allow both parties to supervise each other. Of course, good students can maintain their grades no matter what method they use to study, while forcing a student who doesn't want to study won't have any effect. Teacher Wang, the lecture is over, so I'll be leaving now. Wang Qibei did not comment on Mu-chan's speech. He nodded and said, I guess Director Pan will be angry for a while. Hee hee. I was just saying what I was thinking. Mu Chun then took Su Tang's hand and said, Tang Tang, now that the speech is over, let's go back. Uh-huh. Su Tang nodded obediently, and the two waved to Teacher Wang before leaving the church. At the same time, Su Tang couldn't help but ask, You stinky mukin, did you really like me when you were in high school? Was it really me who motivated you to study so well? No. Mu Chun shook his head. Oh. Su Tang was momentarily stunned. A smile appeared on Mu Chun's lips. Actually, I've liked you since we were in kindergarten. TSK tisk TSK. Su Tang looked incredulous. She asked, Stop bragging. I wasn't bragging. Mu Chun said. Back then, it was just simple liking, wanting to be with you. Upon hearing this, Su Tang asked, And now? Now. Mu Chun smiled slightly. Of course I want to arrange flowers. You stinky mukin, you're doing it again. Then Tang Tang, get ready for me when you're ready. P.S. This presentation is really giving me a headache. I'll post it today and revise it tomorrow. Please forgive me if the writing is not good. Anyway, it doesn't affect the plot. Good night, dear readers. Chapter 178 Fuji Hospital. Huh. You're dreaming again. Wait until you get married. Hee okay. Mu Chun gently rubbed her little head actually. What Su Tang said was not wrong. It's safest to do that after you're married. This is also a way for girls to respect themselves. At the same time, Mu Chun also respects Su Tang. He continued, Tang Tang, look, the speech is over, and there are still 3 days of holiday left. Is there anywhere you want to go or have fun recently? Upon hearing this, Su Tang put her finger in her mouth, thought for a moment, and then said, it seems like we haven't gone shopping in a long time since we started college. How about we go to Yida Plaza and take a stroll? Okay, I'll be your tool. Puff. Su Tang chuckled and quickly covered her mouth looking at Mu Chun's expression. She had to admit that what he said made sense. When we go shopping, he's the one who carries the bags. But what's wrong with letting your boyfriend carry your bag? That's perfectly normal. It should be his honor to carry the bag for someone as beautiful as himself. The two left Jinhua No 1 High School together and arrived at the entrance of RT. Mart. Mu Chun unlocked his bicycle and asked, Tang Tang, should we ride our bikes or take the bus? Let's take the bus. Because it's quite far from Yida. Su Tang, being a lazybones, didn't want to ride a bicycle at all. Let's park our bikes at the entrance of the community first, then take the bus directly there. After we finish shopping in the afternoon, we can go to the store in the evening and help out. Okay, sure. Su Tang nodded with a smile, and soon the two of them rode their bicycles away. After locking the bicycles at the entrance of the community, they boarded a bus heading to Yida. Su Tang sat down by the window, took out her phone, and prepared to wear a watercolored dress. But when she opened QQ, she discovered that the fan club for one of her favorite novels had disbanded. Su Tang immediately became unhappy. Because the author of this novel often participates in group chats, you can chat with the handsome author up close, urge for more updates, or discuss the plot. The author even gives out small red envelopes and perks. Of course, Su Tang didn't join the group chat because the author is handsome, but because she likes the book. However, in Su Tang's opinion, no matter how handsome the author of this book is, he is not as handsome or beautiful as Tomato's readers. Getting back to the point, when she saw the book club being disbanded, she immediately pouted and her face fell. At the same time, Mu Chun happened to see this scene. He turned to look at Su Tang and couldn't help but ask, What's wrong, Tang Tang? Who upset you? Why is your face all down? Su Tang said aggrievedly, Wah, the book club for my favorite novel has disbanded. I'm a little sad. Mu Chun also enjoys reading novels, so he asked, What novels are you reading? I'll go find them for you. Xiaoming's work is so pure. Wah, it's so beautiful. It's a pity there are no skirts left. Upon hearing this, Mu Chun took out his phone. He opened Tomato Novels, and then opened the work of Pure Little Ming. I clicked the tip button directly. Hey, Tang Tang, this author has already created a new group. Su Tang looked over curiously, and just as Mu Chun had said, there were indeed skirt numbers here. Hee. Okay, honey, I'm going to chat in the group now. Seeing Su Tang's excited expression, Mu Chun couldn't help but ask, Is this book really that good? You look so happy. Hee. You'll know once you read the book I'm ignoring you. You stinky mukin, I'm going to chat with the author now. I'm not talking to you anymore. Heh. Upon hearing this, Mu Chun rolled his eyes. Is the author of this novel very handsome? And does he write very well? By this time, he was already quite curious about the book Xiaoming had written. So, Mu Chun started reading. I must say, this book is actually quite well written. It's very sweet. It suits his taste perfectly. The author must be single to write such a sweet novel. 40 minutes later, the bus's announcement system came on. Ding dong. Dear passengers, we have arrived at Yida Plaza Station. Passengers who need to get off, please exit through the rear door. Please be careful when opening the door and walk carefully when you get off. You stinky mukin, we've arrived at the station. Su Tang rolled her eyes. This stinky mukin was actually engrossed in reading a novel. Huh? Oh, okay. Mu Chen nodded. Then his face darkened. Depend on. I got so engrossed in reading the novel. Therefore, Mu Chen promptly gave the author a master certification. All right, let's go for a walk. After getting off the bus, Mu Chen took Su Tang's hand, and they went downstairs to Yida Plaza. Because it was still during the National Day holiday, Yida Plaza had a large flow of people. The car park was almost full, and there were people all around. It was incredibly crowded. But this did not affect Su Tang's mood. She held Mu Chen's hand and skipped around, pulling at him. Mu Chen, do you remember when we came here after the college entrance exam and you and I won some plush toys? Why don't we go play some more plush toys? Yes, that's fine. Mu Chen nodded. He still clearly remembered how he had used the claw machine's special mode to win a lot of plush toys for Su Tang. Girls generally like these kinds of plush toys, especially girls like Su Tang. I have absolutely no resistance to plush toys. Come on, honey, you have to catch 10 plush toys for me today. Hee, I'll try my best. The two entered Yida hand in hand and went to the claw machine area together. These claw machines are the same as last time. Nothing has changed. Actually, these dolls are very cheap to produce, costing only 5 or 6 yuan each. It costs 2 yuan to play the claw machine at Yida, and the success rate is less than 20%. It's easy to imagine how profitable the claw machine industry is. Of course, this should also be factored into the cost. After all, rent and electricity are significant expenses. They arrived at a claw machine, and Mu Chen turned to look at Su Tang. Tang, go buy some game tokens from the vending machine. Okay, sure. Su Tang skipped away, while Mu Chen began adjusting the claw strength of the claw machine, just like last time. After adjusting the intensity to 10, Mu Chen smiled. It can be said that as long as you don't miss the mark, you will be able to hit the target every time. About 3 minutes later, Su Tang came running over excitedly, carrying a small bag. Mu Chen was slightly taken aback when he saw the game coins in the bag. There were a lot of game coins in the bag at this time. Otherwise, Su Tang wouldn't be using bags to package it. Mu Chen couldn't help but ask, Tang, how many game coins did you buy? Su Tang said with a grin. 60 yuan gets you 30 chances to grab the prize. 60 yuan. Mu Chen was speechless. Su Tang nodded with a grin. Hee. Okay, honey, let's get started. Then, Su Tang couldn't wait to put 2 game coins into the claw machine. All right, watch your husband put on a show. Su Tang nodded emphatically, staring longingly at the plush toys in the claw machine. She held onto the glass with her hand and leaned closer, saying, I want the little tiger inside. Little tiger. This? Su Tang is still so naive. Okay, then how about I give Tang the little tiger? Mu Chen manipulated the lever and pressed it directly. It just so happened that Su Tang had been longing for the little tiger. They're out. Hee, honey, you're awesome. Su Tang stretched out her fair little hand and gave him a thumbs up. Here, Tang, you try it. Hee, okay. Su Tang nodded emphatically. Then, they started playing the claw machine. 10 minutes later, after using all 60 coins, the two of them caught a total of 24 plush toys. Even the sales clerk next to them was stunned. They tried to catch him 30 times and only failed 6 times. This is terrifying. Although these dolls are not big, you definitely can't buy them for 60 yuan. Of course, Su Tang knew that Mu Chen had cheated again. However, cheating is also a skill. Su Tang asked the salesperson for a large bag and left the doll there. After all, dragging a bag full of dolls around the street is bound to attract attention. The two continued shopping in Wanda Plaza when a promotional poster for a horror experience center suddenly caught Su Tang's eye. Mu Chen, look. Su Tang stopped and gently tugged at Mu Chen. Mu Chen followed Su Tang's gaze, looked at the poster, and then read it aloud. Horror-themed game experience center? Fuji Hospital? A silent cross. The woman on the rooftop is singing softly. The man inside was pounding heavily on the window. The entire hospital has become a slaughterhouse. Upon seeing this eye-catching headline, Mu Chen was taken aback. Could it be that Su Tang is going to play this game? Mu Chen had heard of the haunted house, Fuji Hospital. In fact, Fuji Hospital is very popular throughout China. Generally speaking, Each location of the Fuji Hospital Horror Experience Center will only be open for 1 or 2 months, similar to a tour. This way, people all over the world can experience it. The reason is that many people, after experiencing a haunted house once, will not experience it again, and the tour will always bring in new customers. Mu-chan turned his head and glanced at Su Tang. Tang Tang, do you want to go play at this Fuji hospital? This poster is very eye-catching. The cover features a nurse wrapped in bandages. Bright red blood was still seeping through the gaps in the bandages, just like the monsters in the movie Silent Hill. Its appearance was quite frightening. Of course, Mu-chan didn't expect Su Tang to do this. She's very timid. If she went to Fuji Hospital, she'd probably be too scared to walk. Right? Su Tang nodded after hearing Su Tang's words. Mu-chan even doubted whether he had misheard. What? Su Tang is actually going to play in this super scary haunted house. Tang Tang, did I hear that right? Mu-chan couldn't help but touch Su Tang's forehead. Or are you sick? Upon hearing this, Su Tang scoffed. She rolled her eyes. You silly Mu-chan, you're not scared, are you? It's okay, Mom will protect you later. Upon hearing this, Mu-chan was taken aback. Good grief, he doesn't dare? Who gave her the courage to say such a thing? Goodness, I don't dare. I'm afraid you'll be too scared to walk inside and start crying. I won't. Su Tang stood with her hands on her hips, looking rather arrogant. I watched a lot of horror movies at school a few days ago, so this haunted house with a horror theme is nothing to me. Yeah. Mu-chan said with a hint of doubt. Seeing Mu-chan's disbelieving look, Su Tang put her hands on her hips and said, Why don't we go in and have some fun? Let me see how brave I am. No problem. He was delighted to hear Su Tang say that. If I'm really brave, then Mu-chan, you'll have to cook for me for the next 3 days. No problem. Mu-chan nodded and said, What if you're so scared you can't walk and you're whimpering in my arms? Whatever you say goes. Good heavens. Mu-chan grinned mischievously. Really? Right? Let's go then. Mu-chan quickly grabbed Su Tang's hand and boarded the elevator. Fuji Hospital is located on the 4th floor of Yida Plaza, covering an area of over 400 square meters. It's a pretty big haunted house. The main thing is that nowadays, these haunted houses usually require a group of people to go in. One group can enter only after the other group has finished playing. In a space of over 400 square meters, it would definitely take the two of them quite a while to walk out. The two quickly arrived at the 4th floor of Yida Plaza because of the National Day holiday. There were many people queuing outside Fuji Hospital. There were about 7 or 8 people. It will probably take quite a while. Outside the Fuji Hospital, the two could clearly hear the terrifying music playing inside. There were screams of women, the sound of chainsaws, and some particularly piercing noises. Su Tang, who had just boasted that she wasn't afraid at all, suddenly became a little timid after hearing these voices. Her expression slowly tensed up at the same time. Mu-chan noticed her face and asked, Oh dear. Tang Tang, you look a little nervous actually. It's not too late to back out now? I'm not afraid at all. Su Tang showed no sign of backing down. In fact, she was extremely nervous. She even regretted making that bet with Mu-chan. These horror-themed experience centers are all very dark inside. At the same time, there will also be many real-life NPCs in it. It's really scary when someone suddenly jumps out and scares you. Especially girls. It's not impossible that they would be scared out of their wits. Just as Su Tang was feeling quite nervous, several staff members suddenly carried a girl out. That's right, they're carrying it. Behind these staff members were 3 boys. Upon seeing this scene, Mu-chan was taken aback. Good heavens. Could it be that this girl fainted from fright? The girl who was carried out was deathly pale, clearly having suffered a severe shock. Those in line ahead of them saw this and immediately chose to abstain. That means it's now Mu-chan and Su Tang's turn. That's absolutely outrageous. With a mischievous smile, Mu-chan teased, My dear Tang Tang, it's not too late to regret it now. No, I will not back down. Su Tang said she wouldn't back down, but her expression completely deceived him. All right then. Mu-chan took Su Tang's hand and led her directly to a staff member. He began by asking, Hello, how much are the tickets for Fuji Hospital? Chapter 179 Case Study. Upon hearing this, the staff member looked at Mu-chan and Su Tang, and then came to his senses. The couple who came in are a popular choice for many couples to visit haunted houses to strengthen their relationship. It's mainly because it's dark inside, which scares girls. This is when your boyfriend needs to step in and protect you. They can even engage in some intimate behaviors. Hello, 99 per person. Mu-chan nodded. 99 per person wasn't expensive. Meanwhile, The staff member continued. However, there are only two of you. Our Fuji hospital is different from other haunted houses. It is more challenging and leans more towards escape rooms. We recommend that 5 or 6 people go together actually. I would recommend that you team up with others. 5 or 6 people. Mu-chan turned his head to look behind him, and at that moment, 4 boys were standing in line behind Su-tang. However, Mu-chan had no intention of teaming up with others on the spot. When you're out with your girlfriend, some physical contact is inevitable in this kind of setting. It's so dark inside. If there are a lot of people, someone might have bad intentions and try to take advantage of Su-tang. Can't it just be the two of us? Sure. The staff member smiled and nodded. Then please buy your ticket first, and then select the difficulty level. Mu-chan scanned a QR code and paid 198 yuan at the same time. The staff member spoke. Fuji Hospital currently offers 3 difficulty levels: normal, hard, and nightmare. Normal difficulty is the easiest. The NPCs in the hospital will only scare you and won't move. It's the best game for couples. The difficulty level is medium. The NPCs inside will move around in a specific area, and if they catch you, they may lock you in a cabinet. Nightmare difficulty is the hardest. NPCs will roam throughout the entire Fuji hospital, and there's a chance to activate hidden levels, or even be put on an operating table for surgery. The staff member spoke in a sinister tone, and seeing Su-tang's frightened expression next to Mu-chan, he couldn't help but smile. In short, nightmare is the most difficult difficulty. The group we just saw played on nightmare difficulty, and they were scared unconscious. If you are 2 people, I don't recommend playing this difficulty. Please choose 1-0, and this is a waiver, which you also need to sign. As he spoke, the staff member handed him a sheet of A4 paper. At the same time, Mu-chan was slightly taken aback. Good grief, there's even a liability waiver. The agreement essentially states that the person was frightened at Fuji Hospital and that it had nothing to do with the haunted house. If you have heart disease or high blood pressure, you can't play. If something goes wrong, you have to solve it yourself. Of course, neither he nor Su-tang had heart disease or high blood pressure after signing the agreement. Mu-chan turned his gaze to Su-tang. Tang, what difficulty level do you want to play? This? Actually, Su-tang really wanted to say she was done playing. What would it matter if she admitted defeat and granted Mu-chan's request? Play. Su-tang started stammering, and at the same time Mu-chan said, Okay, Tang. I know what you mean. You mean you want to play on nightmare difficulty? Upon hearing this, Su-tang was taken aback. Nightmare difficulty? No. Su-tang quickly shook her head, while Mu-chan grinned mischievously. So, Tang, you don't want to play on normal difficulty, do you? You chickened out. Su-tang pouted. How about we play on the difficult level, which is medium difficulty? Sure. Mu-chan nodded. Actually, his idea was to play on the medium difficulty. He said to the staff, Then let's play on the hard difficulty. Well, now please come with me, both of you. The staff led the way, while Mu-chan and Su-tang followed behind him. After entering through a tattered curtain, endless darkness enveloped them. Seeing this, Su-tang couldn't help but grab Mu-chan's hand and get very close to him. Her eyes were filled with terror. It was dark enough, but the main problem was the terrifying howls all around. The atmosphere was rendered perfectly. At the same time, the staff member in front spoke up. You will be playing the roles of 2 students who have come to the hospital for treatment. The starting point is in a ward, and your goal is to leave the hospital. This game has 3 levels. The first level requires you to find a piece of paper with a password written on it to open the password door. The second level requires you to find a mirror. The third level is up to you to find it. There are 12 NPCs in the hospital. If you encounter any difficulties or get stuck, you can seek help from the NPCs. However, you must not attack the NPCs if you want to end the game in the middle. Just shout in place, and an NPC will take you out. As they spoke, the staff led them to a room. The staff handed Mu-chan 2 specially made flashlights, and then spoke. These 2 flashlights are your props. The light has been dimmed, so you can use them to illuminate the way and look for clues. Mu-chan nodded, took the 2 flashlights, and then the staff opened the door to the side. All right, you can go in now. Once inside, the game will officially begin. Tang, let's go inside. Su-tang gave a soft, gripped Mu-chan's hand tightly, and slowly moved her feet to walk inside with Mu-chan. At the same time, the door behind him slammed shut. Su-tang's heart skipped a beat. At the same time, Mu-chan turned on his flashlight, which emitted a bluish-purple light that would appear particularly jarring on white objects. At this moment, he and Su-tang should be in a hospital ward. The light made it possible to vaguely see 3 hospital beds and some cabinets. There was a lot of uneven debris on the ground. Inside the ward, there could still be sounds of a woman crying, as well as the clanking of chains. The atmosphere was particularly oppressive. Mu-chin whispered, "Tang Tang, the game has already started. Let's figure out how to get through the first level first." Su Tang nodded quietly. Although she was panicking inside, she still had to face it. After all, it was her idea to play, and she had even made a bet with Mu-chun. If I were to embarrass myself in front of Mu-chun, wouldn't that be incredibly embarrassing? Seeing that Su Tang agreed, Mu-chun let go of her hand and then began to observe the ward. All 3 hospital beds were covered with white sheets because the room was quite dark. Black bloodstains could be seen on the sheets when a flashlight was shown on them. There were obvious bloodstains not only on the bed sheets, but also on the floor and walls. There should be an NPC in this room. Tang Tang, be careful. I want to follow you. Su Tang clung to Mu-chin's arm like a frightened kitten. This contrasts sharply with her appearance just now. Then you can come with me. Mu-chin slowly moved his feet and came to one of the hospital beds. I must say, the environment at Fuji Hospital is truly exceptional. Many details were handled very well. On the bedside table were pills, a water glass, and a medical record. Tang Tang, can you shine some light for me? I need to look at this medical record. Oh, okay, Su Tang said nervously, while Mu-chin opened the medical record. The patient's medical records are displayed above. Name, Wu Qian. Age, 31. Symptoms, short and weak. Mu-chun was slightly taken aback. It seems there's nothing he's looking for here. Just then, he suddenly felt his ankle being grabbed. Accompanying this was a zombie-like howl. Ugh. Holy crap, what is that? Mu-chun was taken aback. At the same time, Su Tang's scream came from nearby. Chapter 180, I want a mirror. Mu-chun grabbed Su Tang's hand and couldn't help but take 2 steps back. At the same time, Mu-chun shone his flashlight on the person who had just grabbed his foot. This is an NPC, dressed in prison clothes, with makeup that makes him look like a zombie, just like in Resident Evil. He was still bound by chains, seemingly trapped here. Seeing the zombie's ferocious expression, Mu-chun felt like vomiting. Meanwhile, Su Tang, standing beside him, didn't even glance at the NPC, and instead meekly hid behind Mu-chun. Holy crap, this makeup is so realistic. Mu-chun took a deep breath anyway. It was fake, but the makeup was so realistic that it could be mistaken for the real thing. The NPC remained silent, while Mu-chun asked, "Excuse me, NPC, where's the note to get past this level?" "There." The NPC pointed to a hospital bed, and Mu-chun nodded. "Okay, thanks." The NPC nodded, then retreated under the bed and started playing on his phone. It's fair to say that this NPC is very dedicated. At the same time, Mu-chun turned his head and whispered, "Tang Tang, it's all right. It's nothing, it's just an NPC. Why are you so scared?" Su Tang was already choking up, squatting down looking extremely aggrieved. It's normal for girls to be naturally timid. The 2 slowly stood up and came to the hospital bed indicated by the NPC. Mu-chun lifted the blankets, and what came into view were human eyeballs. Of course, these are all props. And right below the eyeball, there was a brand new note. This should be it. Mu-chun shone a flashlight on the bed and teased Su Tang. "Tang Tang, look, the note with the password is right here, why don't you come and get it?" Upon hearing this, Su Tang peeked out from behind Mu-chun, and after seeing the eyeballs above, she quickly looked away. She shook her head vigorously. No, no, no. I'm scared." Seeing Su Tang's frightened expression, Mu-chun chuckled. "This girl is so stubborn in public. I didn't expect to become so timid after coming in." Of course, he didn't force him, he simply reached out and picked up the paper with the password written on it, then shone a flashlight on it. 1382. 43,074. There were 2 lines of numbers like this above. Mu-chun knew that this should be the password to pass the first level. After memorizing the password, he put the note in his pocket. Then, taking Su Tang's hand, he opened the only door to the ward. Upon opening the door, a dark green corridor came into view. The passageway is so narrow that only 2 or 3 people can pass through at a time. The paint on the walls had peeled off, and the tiles were covered in dust. At the end of the passage was a keypad door. There shouldn't be any NPCs here because the passage is too narrow. Mu-chun and Su Tang moved slowly forward, and the light bulbs not far ahead began to flicker. The light flickered intermittently, sometimes bright and sometimes dark, and Su Tang held tightly to Mu-chun's shoulders, never letting go for a moment. Just as the two were about to approach the door, the only light suddenly went out. The two of them were plunged into the pitch-black darkness once again. Haunted houses don't have many scary things. The main purpose is to create atmosphere or to have NPCs suddenly appear and startle them. Honey, it's so dark around me. I'm so scared. Su Tang curled up into a ball, and Mu Chun released her hand and pulled her body directly into his arms. It's okay. I'm here, but Tang Tang, you lost the bet this time. I give up, you stinky mukin. Let's get out of here quickly. At this moment, Su Tang didn't want to stay here for even a minute longer. The main reason is that it's just too oppressive inside. Visiting a haunted house is really different from watching a horror movie. Most importantly, the atmosphere of this haunted house is very well done. The sense of immersion is thus stronger. Okay, let's get through this quickly. Mu Chun quickened his pace, and just as they were about to reach the keypad door, a sound of something hitting the iron bars suddenly rang out beside them. At the same time, a pair of blood-stained hands reached out from the fence next to them. Su Tang was even more startled. She hugged Mu Chun tightly and buried her head in his arms. The scene just now didn't scare him. Of course, this kind of scene is a common trope in haunted houses. Mu Chun ignored the NPC and, with Su Tang in his arms, went straight to the keypad door. Following his memory, Mu Chun entered the password. At the same time, with a click, the door was opened. First stage passed. Due to limited space, the overall layout of the Fuji hospital scene is quite casual. After entering this door, he and Su Tang seem to have entered a laboratory. There are many bottles and jars here, and these bottles contain information about civil war. Although they were all props, they were really disgusting. At the same time, although she also caught this scene, she whispered, Mu Chun, you should just clear the level on your own. I really don't want to play anymore. Mu Chun turned his head and looked at Su Tang, who looked terrified, and took a deep breath. This scene is truly disgusting. No wonder it can scare people to death. Mu Chun believes that anyone with a weak heart would be too scared to move after seeing such a scene. According to what the staff just said, this step requires a mirror. Mu Chun was a little puzzled, mainly because she didn't know the size of the mirror. The lighting was quite good, and Mu Chun held Su Tang's hand as they strolled around the laboratory. But nothing was found. We didn't even see any NPCs. Just as Mu Chun was somewhat at a loss for words, Su Tang, who had been silent until now, suddenly spoke up. Honey, look, isn't this the exit? Su Tang pointed in a direction and mustered up her courage to speak. Upon hearing Su Tang's words, he quickly looked in the direction she was pointing. This is a shelf, but there's a dark hole behind it. Let's go take a look. Mu Chun went to the shelf and tried to move it. Sure enough, he moved the shelf easily. Let's go inside. Mu Chun took a deep breath. The cave was very dark, so he had to turn on his flashlight again. After going inside, they walked about 2 or 3 meters and arrived at an operating room. Mu Chun shone his flashlight over and found another person lying on the operating room bed. Of course, he is an NPC. The NPC was groaning in pain and seemed to be saying, I want a mirror? P.S. Which do you prefer, a sweet high school romance or a female professor in black stockings? /Doge, seeking answers. Good night, dear readers. Chapter 181. Su Tang has become much more sensible. Mu Chun. Upon seeing the patient on the operating table, Su Tang gently tugged at him and hid behind Mu Chun in fear. At the same time, after seeing people enter the operating room, the NPC on the operating table suddenly raised his head and turned his gaze to the two of them. The NPC's face was covered in makeup depicting severe burns, and his gaze was terrifying. He first glanced at Mu Chun, then turned his gaze to Su Tang, who was hiding behind Mu Chun, and said in a hoarse voice, Little sister, do I look good now? After hearing what the NPC said, Su Tang didn't dare to show her face at all. My calves were trembling. The two little hands gripped Mu Chun's clothes tightly, like a frightened little rabbit. Mu Chun said in a sinister voice, Tang Tang, someone is talking to you. I'm not going to pay any attention to him. Puff. He was not surprised by Su Tang's behavior. He ignored Su Tang and instead focused his attention on the NPC. The NPC noticed Mu Chun's gaze and said, Do I look good to you? My face hurts a little. Could you help me find a mirror? Can you help me find a mirror? Find me a mirror. Mirror. At this moment, the NPC is like a madman repeatedly looking in the mirror, and with the surrounding environment and music, the sense of immersion is indeed very strong. Of course, Mu Chun was not afraid. The mirror mentioned by the NPC was the key to clearing the level. He took a deep breath and began searching. Of course, The mirror wouldn't be hidden in a hard-to-find area. Mu-chun took Su Tang's hand and started strolling around the operating room. Soon, he found a small mirror. They handed the mirror to the NPC, who then led them through the second level. 20 minutes later, with Su Tang on his back, Mu-chun finally left the haunted Fuji hospital. The third level we just passed was quite difficult. 8 or 9 NPCs gathered in the third level, so it's fair to say that Su Tang was only able to get out by clinging to Mu-chun. She kept her eyes closed the whole time and held him tightly. Mu-chun almost died laughing. Fortunately, she made it out.